Where is this? Who am I? What on earth is happening? Shen San struggled to rise from his chair. He navigated around the front desk and stumbled out through the door, his head shaking in confusion. The sight before him rendered him speechless. Two towering peaks that pierced the clouds. They resembled two vigilant sentinels guarding the three-story wooden house before him. Shen San momentarily lost his focus, his gaze drifting from the mountains down to a plaque on the door of the wooden house. Blind box store? He muttered to himself, shifting his gaze once more. Spend a little wealth. Reap unimaginable rewards. Isn't that so? I recall being on a main road. Yes, I remember now. It was a dump truck that hit me. Indeed. So what is the situation now? Could it be E.A.S? A certain possibility dawned on him. Shen San's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, waves of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. Once he absorbed this information, he finally comprehended the current circumstances. The dump truck had poor performance, and its target had aligned with him. That IT had delivered him to the Dragon Ball world, where he inherited this multi-universe blind box store. Indeed, it was the kind of store where one could unbox anything, from sanitary napkins to a multitude of Xeno. Anything imaginable could be found within the boxes. Shen San was an optimist. After all, being an orphan with less than 5 digits in savings before his transmigration, living a mundane 9-to-5 existence seemed far less appealing than this newfound life. Accepting the reality of his transmigration, Shen San began to survey his surroundings. Apart from the blind box store and the two majestic peaks, the area was surrounded by vast grasslands and forests, where herbivorous animals grazed peacefully. Occasionally, the distant calls of wild beasts echoed from the forest. How can a store in this desolate wilderness attract customers? Seeing this, Shen San's lips twitched, followed by a resigned sigh. My current invincible range extends to a radius of 10 kilometers. Even if the Omni King were to come, he would merely be delivering groceries. Though I can venture beyond 10 kilometers, I am merely a weakling. Encountering formidable foes like Piccolo or any villain would spell my doom. Now, the only strategy is to survive. As for attracting customers, I will leave it to fate. If, after some time, I still cannot find anyone, I will have to go out and recruit people. As long as one customer comes in to open a blind box, I can open 5 in a day, and once my strength reaches a certain level, I can venture out. Having spoken these thoughts, Shen San turned back into the store with a smile. The establishment was neither opulent nor shabby. Upon entering, one encountered the front desk, where a counter displayed blind boxes and jars. Rows of blind boxes and jars were arranged neatly, including black iron blind box, brown in color, costing 100,000, with a mere 1% chance of yielding good items. Bronze blind box, pale yellow, costing 500,000, with a 5% chance. Silver blind box, pure silver, costing 1 million, with a 10% chance. Gold blind box, pure gold, costing 5 million, with a 15% chance. The aforementioned 4 blind boxes were all square packages, each bound with 4 ribbons tied in a bow at the top. The blind boxes occupied the lower section of the counter, with 3 rows of shimmering jars displayed above. Diamond jar, sky blue, costing 20 million, with a 25% chance. Starry jar, multicolored, costing 50 million, with a 35% chance. King jar, an unremarkable earthen jar, costing 1 small gold each, with a 50% chance. Despite the king jar's shabby exterior, its understated luxury was its essence. A 50% chance was quite favorable, akin to a 50-50 shot, yielding boundless profits. 4 good items, and losing merely 100 million if not. Having received the information and understood the probabilities and potential items, Shen San initially thought this blind box store was a charitable organization. However, he felt even more delighted, for whatever items customers unboxed would be returned to him in 1,000-fold, meaning as long as customers continued to unbox top-tier items, invincibility was merely a matter of time. After surveying the blind boxes and jars, Shen San's gaze shifted to the hall's furnishings, where several rosewood tea tables and about 10 chairs were arranged to the left of the front desk. Beside the tea tables, against the wall, stood a refrigerator. The hall also contained 2 closed doors. Having received the information, Shen San knew what lay beyond: a restroom and a kitchen. The second floor housed guest rooms, totaling 5. The third floor comprised the master bedroom, which was his living space. This was the current state of the blind box store, Yet it also served as a nurturing establishment, upgrading upon reaching certain conditions or directly unboxing upgrade cards. From the jars and gift boxes, since I am here, I might as well make myself comfortable. I have never been a boss in my past life. It will be a nice experience. From this moment on, I shall be the merchant of universal jars. Now, let's open the doors and welcome customers. With a thought, Shen San's casual attire transformed into vibrant beachwear, complemented by a pair of sunglasses. He moved a rocking chair and a small table from the corner of the hall outside, retrieved chilled drinks and snacks from the refrigerator, and then, utilizing the convenience of his managerial abilities, summoned an old-fashioned radio. Having completed all preparations, he lounged in the rocking chair, basking in the sun while sipping his drink, living a life he had never dared to dream of. As time passed, the first day went by without a single customer in sight. The second day passed, and a few small animals appeared seeking scraps, yet still no customers. On the third day, he finally encountered two customers wielding hoes, but upon hearing the jar prices, they cursed and departed. Shen San remained unfazed. In fact, the absence of customers allowed him to indulge even more in his joyous lifestyle, and the small animals continued to gather around him. He formed a bond with the little creatures. A month later, a circular flying craft soared above the store, suddenly halting mid-air. Through the transparent glass, a woman was visible in the cockpit, accompanied by a crying infant in a cradle beside her. Wow, how come there are two new peaks here? And when did a building appear below? Bulma was perplexed. Her home was not far from here, and she had visited many times before. Over a month ago, it had merely been an expansive grassland, yet the scene before her now revealed two peaks. And a building. With all the stress from Cell lately, this picturesque view below is perfect for a mental retreat, and I can also find out when these peaks and the building appeared. Bulma playfully engaged with her child, then piloted the craft to a clearing, cradled Trunks in her arms, and finally exited through the hatch. With a clear purpose, she approached the only building. Wow, so handsome. As she drew closer, she noticed a man lying at the entrance, and upon observing his well-proportioned physique and striking features, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Hearing the commotion, Shen San slowly opened his drowsy eyes, raised his hand to wipe away a glimmer from the corner of his mouth, and lazily stretched. Welcome to the jar store. Chapter 2. Bulma felt deceived. A card? Huh. How could you expect customers to come to a shop set up in such a place, handsome? Beautiful things always uplift one's spirits, and Bulma, being a woman who valued aesthetics, would have certainly taken a fancy to this young proprietor had she not been married. A jar shop. Are you selling jars? Perhaps not. Guests are invited to enter first. Shen San gestured for her to come in and stepped inside himself. My shop specializes in blind boxes. We sell not the boxes or jars themselves, but the treasures hidden within. It is a game of chance, and the items you might uncover are beyond your wildest imagination. You exaggerate a bit, handsome. My experiences are also beyond your imagination. Bulma briefly surveyed the hall before focusing her gaze on the counter. Not bad. The gimmick is indeed appealing, though the decoration is rather simple. Those two rows of golden jars and colorful containers do look quite attractive. I played blind box games when I was younger. Now, tell me the prices. If they are within an acceptable range, I might just support your business. She dismissed Shen San's words, thinking little of the small gifts and jars that could be found inside. They were likely just exquisite trinkets, and she was well aware of such games. By the way, I'm Bulma. What is your name, handsome? Upon hearing this, Shen San was taken aback. He studied her closely. Dragon Ball was a long-running anime he had watched from beginning to end, though he rarely revisited it. Still, he remembered the characters and major plot lines. This woman indeed bore a striking resemblance to Bulma, which meant the child in her arms could very well be Trunks. From this deduction, he inferred that they were currently in the timeline of the Cell games, either slightly ahead or behind, but unlikely to exceed a year's difference. I'm Shen San. Is your husband named Vegeta? Now it was Bulma's turn to be surprised. What a strange name. How do you know my husband? I've merely heard of him. Shen San returned to the counter, explaining the prices of the blind boxes and jars. The lowest row consists of black iron blind boxes, priced at 100,000 each. The second to last row. He briefly introduced the prices. One person can open up to 5 boxes a day. After opening 5, they can open 6 the next day, and so forth, capping at 20. Shun, are you out of your mind? The most expensive one costs 100 million. unless it contains an entire jar of diamonds. How could customers possibly profit? Bulma exclaimed incredulously. I wanted to support your business, but you seem to treat me like a fool. Those blind boxes and jars might as well be for your own amusement. She was unwilling to discuss further. While she was a wealthy heiress, she was not a foolish one. Shen San was quite handsome, but he seemed lacking in common sense. 100 million? I wouldn't even consider playing with those at 100,000. Anyone who does is a fool. With a final glance at Shen San, Bulma turned and walked towards the door, cradling Trunks. Shen San, unhurried, sat down slowly on a chair, propping his chin on one hand. Bulma, you seemed to be smiling just now, yet there was an unmistakable shadow of worry in your eyes. The Cell games must be weighing heavily on you. Come, open a jar. Perhaps you will unveil something that can counter Cell. Don't think you can deceive me using Cell's name. That guy just finished a live broadcast a few days ago. It's not surprising that you know. Bulma continued on her way. Moreover, I trust that Vegeta and Son Goku can handle Cell. And even if they can, what of it? Shen San replied calmly. The full form of Cell possesses power that even a Super Saiyan cannot handle. Even if Vegeta and Goku manage to surpass their limits. How many of your people will perish during that time? You. Bulma finally halted, turning back with great difficulty. Full form Cell. Super Saiyan. How does Shen San know these phrases? Very few people are aware of them. Furthermore, could there be a division even stronger than a Super Saiyan? Her thoughts began to waver. Seeing that he had correctly deduced the timeline, Shen San decided to stoke the flames further. As I understand, your son from that parallel universe is also here, right? If Cell is not dealt with, both your grown son and the Trunks you're holding now will perish. When you are all dead, who will collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect you? This planet will then become Cell's playground. Come now, time is of the essence. I assure you, my blind boxes and jars contain items that can resolve the situation with Cell. 100,000 or 100 million is hardly a significant sum for you, as a wealthy heiress. If you trust me just this once, the rewards could be unimaginable. The weight of his words compelled Bulma to take notice. She realized that this handsome proprietor possessed knowledge that was not easily accessible to others. Yet, her rational mind cautioned her that such small blind boxes and jars could not possibly contain anything capable of resolving Cell. However, based on their conversation, her certainty was wavering. 100,000 or 100 million was indeed not a considerable amount for her. She found herself caught in a tug-of-war between belief and skepticism. Nonetheless, she was not a woman prone to hesitation. Taking a gamble would be harmless. If there truly existed a solution to Cell, it would be a tremendous gain. If not, did she truly think her proud husband was merely a decorative piece? With that thought, she disregarded her earlier sentiment that anyone who played was a fool. All right, I'll trust you this once. Let us start with 5 black iron blind boxes. I'll pay by card. Bulma placed a bank card on the counter. Do remember, this is a game of chance. The probability of good items from black iron is the lowest. I advise you to open 5 silver boxes instead. Shen San's voice was laden with temptation. Within, there might be items that can defeat Cell, or even surpass Vegeta, or perhaps something that grants eternal youth. The notion of items capable of defeating Cell genuinely stirred Bulma's interest, but the idea of eternal youth captivated her even more. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to play it safe. 3 silver and 2 black iron boxes. This distribution significantly improved her odds, and she wouldn't need to spend excessively. Even if she were deceived, she would save 180,000. Very well, the total expenditure is 3,200,000. Please take care of your bank card. Shen San placed the card on the card reader at the counter. With a beep, the 3,200,000 successfully transferred, and he returned the card to Bulma. He then turned and retrieved 2 black iron blind boxes and 3 silver blind boxes, placing them on the counter. Unfasten the ties and unveil the blind boxes. May you uncover something splendid. At his words, Bulma approached one of the black iron blind boxes with a hint of anticipation. She placed her hand on the bow and swiftly unfastened the 4 straps. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the lid of the blind box. Congratulations. You have won a straw hat. Bulma, 10,000 for a hat. What a loss. Yet, she felt no displeasure the moment she opened the blind box. The straw hat seemingly materialized from thin air. This miraculous method only heightened her sense of anticipation. Don't be discouraged. The odds of good items from black iron are inherently low. Continue. Shen San poured himself a cup of tea, gesturing for Bulma to proceed. Bulma remained silent. Inhaling deeply once more, She picked up the other black iron blind box and quickly opened it. Congratulations, you have won a smartphone. Useless. Bulma slowly shook her head, shifting her attention to the silver blind boxes. She did not wish to prolong that sense of anticipation any further and swiftly tore open the 3 silver blind boxes. In that instant, 3 items emerged from the boxes: a broom, a power strip, and a card. Bulma's face darkened to a shade of charcoal. Boss, is this what you call good merchandise? It's clearly a scam. You should have skipped the jar shop and performed magic tricks on the street. You could make a fortune. She attributed the ability of the blind box to conjure items out of thin air to magic. Who deceived you? Isn't this a rather splendid item? Shen San chuckled as he pointed to the card still hovering in midair. This card can dispel all your doubts. Chapter 3. Bulma gains 100 million base battle power. The card gleamed silver, with several streams of light swirling across its surface, indeed looking rather mysterious. Suppressing her anger, Bulma brought the card closer to her eyes. The 100 million base power increase card, once utilized, would elevate your battle power by 100 million points. After using the card, you would become the strongest human on this planet, aside from a few scions and Cell. Of course, that does not include me, Shen San explained. Bulma was fortunate. Although a 100 million power increase card was not an extraordinary item, acquiring it for merely 300,000 was undoubtedly a tremendous bargain. Naturally, he would never incur a loss. Are you joking? Bulma exclaimed, astonished. She was no fool. She recalled that Vegeta and Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyans at just over 1 billion. In their normal states, their power was merely in the millions. Even with training in the hyperbolic time chamber, their battle values would not have increased significantly. Their base power might not even reach 10 million. Now this dapper boss claims that a mere card can directly enhance her base power by 100 million. If true, it would be remarkable. Boss, how do I use this card? As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Feeling is reality, Bulma quickly inquired. Eat it. It will automatically generate whatever flavor your heart desires. However, Shen San intended to offer a suggestion, but upon hearing eat, Bulma stuffed it into her mouth, prompting him to abandon his thoughts. The moment Bulma swallowed the card, she felt a surge of energy rising within her, followed by waves of power emanating from her body, creating a whirlwind. Though it was restrained within a certain range by the store's rules, her heart was now tumultuous with excitement. She was uncertain whether her battle power had genuinely increased by 100 million, but she felt capable of obliterating a mountain with a single punch. This newfound confidence stemmed from her strength. Bulma, incredulous, clenched her fist. Is this what 100 million power feels like? Boss, are you serious? After uttering the last word, her mouth fell agape. Merchants value honesty above all and would never engage in deceitful practices. Shen San offered her a cup of tea. Have a sip to calm your nerves. Thank you. Bulma downed the tea, still astounded, when she recalled that Shen San had seemed to leave something unsaid. Boss, you mentioned something earlier that you didn't finish. What was it? Shen San shrugged. I intended to offer you a suggestion. The card increases your base power. While a Scion's transformation into a Super Scion is linked to their battle power before and after the transformation, a normal Scion's transformation into a Super Scion results in a 50-fold increase, which is why Vegeta and the others only reach over 1 billion in their Super Saiyan forms. If the base power is 100 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan would elevate it to 5 billion. The increase card only adds 100 million to you, but for the Scions, it maximizes the card's benefits. At present, Cell's power is merely between 30 to 50 billion. This means that if either Son Goku or Vegeta were to use the increase card, their powers would essentially equalize. Why don't you say that sooner? Bulma felt embarrassed. She had a rough idea of Vegeta and the others' power levels, but had never inquired if their transformed powers were linked to their base powers. How careless of me. You were the one eager to eat it. It's not my fault, Shen San replied, reclining with his legs crossed. Now that you've used it, regretting it is futile. Bulma placed her bank card firmly on the counter. I'll take all the blind boxes and jars on this counter. Charge it. You seem not to have listened to me carefully. Each person can only open 5 boxes per day. You have already opened 5 today. Tomorrow you may open 6. With a maximum of 20. Your quota for today has been exhausted. Come back tomorrow. Shen San pushed the bank card back towards her. Bulma smiled knowingly. A businessman would never turn away money offered to him. If the funds are insufficient, I can add more. You don't seem foolish, yet your words lack consideration. Shen San's gaze implied he was looking at a simpleton. Any quality item in those blind boxes or jars could buy this entire planet. Did you truly believe I was after your trifling sum? The store has its rules. If you wish to open more, return tomorrow or bring others to open them. Bulma chuckled awkwardly. Those with such extraordinary abilities surely have no shortage of funds. I presume the handsome boss enjoys playing with mortals. She sheepishly reclaimed her bank card and quickly added, "Understood, I will go fetch someone right away." With that, she hurried out, cradling Trunks. At this moment, Shen San reminded her once more. Our store opens at 8 in the morning and closes at 5:30 in the afternoon. No customers will be accepted beyond that time. Bulma paused at his words, glancing at the clock. It was just past 11. Vegeta and the older Trunks were at home following a recent defeat. Given the speed of the aircraft, a round trip would take less than an hour, which would suffice. Boss, wait for me. I should be back by around 1 o'clock. Please don't close. I'll bring you something delicious. Bulma exclaimed, not waiting for a response, as she hopped back into her aircraft and set the jets to maximum. After Bulma departed, Shen San emerged from behind the counter. He raised his right hand, pinching a card between two fingers. It was the Battle Power Increase card that Bulma had just opened. 100 million multiplied by 10,000 equals 100 trillion. In the anime, Son Goku's battle power during his Super Saiyan 3 transformation is approximately 12,000 billion. This means that after using this card, I am now infinitely close to Super Saiyan 3, surpassing Super Saiyan 2 at full power, although this is contingent on Son Goku's base power not being particularly strong. Nevertheless, a battle power of 100 trillion at this juncture is considered invincible, provided I don't encounter that green-haired being or a god of destruction. Shen San eagerly anticipated what the surge of 100 trillion power would be like. He envisioned the card as chocolate-flavored, then tossed it into his mouth, chewing twice before swallowing. Instantly, he felt a surge of energy, his aura gradually escalating. 100 million, 1 billion, 100 billion, 1,000 billion, and finally 100 trillion achieved. A ferocious aura burst forth, yet it too was restrained within a certain range by the store's regulations. 100 trillion base power. What a splendid sensation. Shen San reveled in the cataclysmic energy waves surging within him, the corners of his mouth rising higher until he could no longer contain his laughter. Releasing his exhilaration. Once an utterly ordinary individual, he could now obliterate a planet. Nothing else can compare, thanks to the dump truck. Indeed, even if I leave this invincible realm, nothing untoward should occur, save for that ever-watchful Supreme Kai. However, before him, I am but an ant and unlikely to attract his attention. Yet, to be safe, I should remain in hiding for a while longer. Shen San possessed an admirable capacity for patience, especially with Bulma serving as his anchor. He envisioned that soon, customers would flock to the store daily. Life was becoming increasingly promising. No need to cook. I shall wait for Bulma to bring me sustenance. Shen San reclined once more in the rocking chair at the entrance, sipping a fizzy drink and nibbling on pastries, occasionally entertaining the small animals that approached him. Life was indeed delightful. Chapter 4. Merely in terms of aura, Vegeta was nearly overwhelmed. West City. Following Cell's live broadcast, the residents of the city fell into a brief panic. They walked the streets, devoid of their usual vibrancy. Some hurriedly sought to escape the city. Within the Universal Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was meditating when he suddenly sensed a powerful, unfamiliar aura rapidly approaching. He swiftly ascended into the sky, arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion. The approaching energy was indeed formidable, yet it posed no threat to him at this moment. Whoosh! Just then, the Trunks from the parallel universe appeared at Vegeta's left side, gazing solemnly ahead. The newcomer was powerful, although not quite at the level of a Super Saiyan. Their strength was alarmingly close. However, why did this energy evoke a sense of familiarity? Wait. Vegeta responded with a single word, then fell silent, calmly awaiting the unfolding events. The streets below were bustling with people, and suddenly, a significant jet-like sound echoed from above, causing some to instinctively look up. A peculiar flying machine trailed several long streams of air, accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the atmosphere, swiftly gliding overhead before hovering in front of Vegeta. He sensed that the energy emanated from Bulma. Vegeta was taken aback. Trunks was astonished as well. What was happening? Was this truly their wife and mother, who was not much stronger than a weakling in battle? Vegeta, Trunks, come down. I have something important to discuss with you, Bulma shouted. The increase amounted to 1 billion in base power, yet she possessed no combat skills, completely ignorant of techniques like flight. She could now be described as having immense power without the slightest knowledge of how to wield it. Following this, she landed the flying machine in the courtyard, hurriedly exiting while cradling the younger Trunks. "Mom, what is this?" Trunks felt as if he were dreaming. It had only been around 2 days apart. Yet their reunion felt so unfamiliar. Were it not for Bulma's unchanged appearance and the child in her arms, coupled with an innate sense of familiarity, he might have thought someone was impersonating her. Vegeta remained silent, yet his brow furrowed deeply. He was certain this woman was Bulma, but he was perplexed as to how she had acquired such formidable energy in less than 2 days. "This is amazing. I encountered a store on the way back." Bulma recounted all the details. When she mentioned that Shen San had offered suggestions, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she recalled devouring the card. Once Bulma finished explaining, Trunks' initial reaction was disbelief, yet the reality was undeniable, and he could not fathom that his mother would lie about such matters. Vegeta's expression remained stoic, but inwardly he cursed, "Foolish woman. If that enhancement card truly works, then Shen San's words were indeed correct. With the enhancement card, along with his existing base power and an additional billion, transforming into a Super Saiyan would bring his power close to 60 billion. With such might, Cell would be insignificant. Where is it located?" "About 100 kilometers southeast." Bulma pointed in the direction they had come from, but when she turned back, Vegeta had already vanished. "Idiot. Did you even hear what I said? Opening blind boxes and cans costs money. Bring the cash." Bulma yelled at the retreating trail of energy. Yet, no matter how loudly she called, her voice could no longer reach Vegeta's ears. "Trunks, hurry. I can't fly. You must take me to catch up." With Vegeta's temperament, "I'm worried he might do something reckless." "Okay, Mom," Trunks replied with a serious expression. "To elevate an ordinary person's power by 1 billion in an instant, the owner of that blind box store must possess even greater strength. Perhaps they were even stronger than Cell." Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion. In his world, where planets were on the brink of destruction, no one named Shen San had ever appeared. Unable to comprehend, Trunks shook his head, cradled the younger Trunks, then hoisted Bulma onto his back, releasing a surge of energy as he sped off in the direction Vegeta had taken. Meanwhile, at Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan also sensed Bulma's energy. He was about to investigate the situation, but upon sensing Vegeta's presence and noting that no battle had erupted, he hesitated. The immediate priority was Cell. Although the unfamiliar energy was not weak, it was worlds apart from Cell's powers. "Dad, that unfamiliar energy feels somewhat like Aunt Bulma's," Sun Wufan said, scratching his head in confusion. "It does feel similar, but that's impossible. Bulma dislikes training, and it has only been a few days. Even in the hyperbolic time chamber, she could not reach such a level of power." Sun Wukong gently ruffled Sun Wufan's yellow hair. Since emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, they had maintained their Super Saiyan form, which was also a form of training. That energy had now merged with Vegeta's, yet no battle had erupted, nor was there any sense of hostility. It seemed there was no cause for concern. Their main focus should remain on Cell, setting everything else aside for the time being. "All right, Dad," Sun Wufan replied, refraining from further comments. In the hyperbolic time chamber, they were refining their energy and bodies. At this moment, they were honing their minds. This was a special regimen designed by Sun Wukong for Sun Wufan, aimed at awakening the latent infinite potential within him. In the world of Dragon Ball, others had also sensed Bulma's energy. Piccolo and his companions noted Vegeta and Trunks' presence, but made no moves. Cell merely shifted his gaze slightly, then returned to his indifference, standing at the center of the arena like an immortal tree, awaiting the moment to battle. At the blind box store, Vegeta flew at high speed and, in mere minutes, arrived at the location described by Bulma. 2 peaks and an isolated 3-story wooden building. It must be here. His objective was clear as he approached the blind box store. However, as he drew near, he suddenly halted. Sweat poured from his forehead, and alarm bells rang in his mind. All of this was due to the man reclining in a rocking chair with his eyes closed. At that moment, Shen San lay back in his chair, emitting soft snores, surrounded by a host of small animals, with a squirrel perched atop the rocking chair. Upon sensing movement, all the animals immediately woke up and scattered like birds. Shen San sensed the arrival of someone and slowly opened his eyes. He noticed Vegeta in an aggressive stance, immediately grasping the situation. He was not yet adept at suppressing his energy. The aura emanating from his trillion power would have crushed an untransformed Vegeta to the ground had it not been for the constraints of the blind box store. Shen San decided to play the role of the eternal second as dubbed by netizens. He rose from the rocking chair and leisurely approached Vegeta. With each step he took, Vegeta felt an increasing weight upon his body until, when they were merely 10 steps apart, Vegeta's legs bent slightly under the pressure. Do you intend to strike me? Shen San looked down at Vegeta from his elevated position. Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly. To think he could be overwhelmed solely by energy, one should not underestimate him. He roared, and his white aura transformed into a golden hue, his hair instantly turning yellow and standing tall. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. He felt a little relief, yet the overwhelming pressure still left him astonished. Chapter 5. Vegeta opens the can, tail beast Nyogue. Do not make a move. It is all a misunderstanding. Arriving late, Trunks stood in shock beside Vegeta. In his perception, Shen San was an unfathomable abyss, immeasurable. Even the complete form of Cell appeared as merely a stronger ant before Shen San. Bulma stood at the center of both parties, raising her hand to indicate that neither side should engage. Apologies, Boss Shen. My husband's temperament is like this. He means no harm, so please do not strike. And you, Vegeta, why turn into a blonde? Do you think it makes you look handsome? Transform back to your original form at once. A formidable threat looms in the form of Shalu, who ruthlessly wreaks havoc, and she does not wish to provoke the unfathomable strength of Shen San further. Upon hearing this, Vegeta remained motionless, yet he sensed the oppressive energy weighing upon him diminish significantly, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and revert from his Super Saiyan state. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Shen San, filled with lingering shock. Bring it. Shen San extended his hand. Bulma, perplexed, inquired, what? The food? You mentioned bringing me food. Bulma awkwardly chuckled, recalling that she had indeed remembered to bring the meal when she left home, but after explaining and seeing Vegeta depart, the thought completely slipped her mind. I'm so sorry, handsome. Vegeta was in such a rush that I forgot to bring the food. However, since it was promised, I shall not fail to deliver. Trunks, please return and fetch some food. Meanwhile, Vegeta and I will begin with the cans and blind boxes. Mom, Trunks expressed concern, yet upon noticing Bulma's resolute expression, he turned and soared back towards West City. Given his speed, it wouldn't take long. Moreover, he understood that if Shen San intended to act against their family, they would possess little power to resist. Once Trunks departed, Shen San slowly nodded and turned to enter the store. Come in. You know the rules. Each person may open 5 items a day, increasing to 6 the following day, and so forth, with a cap of 20. As he spoke, he returned to the front desk, gently placing his hands upon it, while leaning slightly forward, a smile gracing his lips. We have 7 types of blind boxes and cans. May I ask which one the esteemed customer wishes to open? 2 King S cans, 1 Starry can, 1 Diamond can, and 1 Golden blind box. Bulma initially contemplated requesting 5 King S cans outright, but considering the principle of sustainability, she realized that if they opened King S cans daily, even the entire company might struggle to bear it. Yet, with Shalu's looming threat, it was imperative to procure something valuable. The King S cans boasted a 50% chance of yielding good items. 2 should suffice to produce at least 1 worthwhile item. And the odds for anything above Golden were also commendable. She deemed this distribution quite reasonable. Swipe your card, Shen San instructed. Just so you know, the probabilities of cans and blind boxes do not stack. While the King S can offers a 50% chance, it ultimately depends on individual luck. He placed his bank card upon the card reader. Are you certain about 2 Kings, 1 Starry, 1 Diamond, and 1 Golden? Absolutely. Let's proceed with this. If we don't obtain anything worthwhile, we can open 5 more King S cans when Trunks returns, Bulma affirmed. Shen San offered no further comment. With a beep from the card reader, he returned the card to Bulma. Your total expenditure is 275 million. Please take care of your card. He placed the card before her, and then turned to the counter, first retrieving the Golden blind box, followed by the Sky Blue Diamond can, the colorful Starry can, and lastly, the unremarkable King S cans. A blind box and 4 cans were arranged in a row on the counter, with the 2 King S cans appearing out of place, like 2 proud entities disdainful of blending into the dazzling assembly. Boss Shen, why is your 100 million a clay can? Bulma questioned, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Shen San shrugged. This is a return to simplicity. What do you know, nouveau riche? The blind box can be opened by hand, but the cans require the hammer displayed on the counter to be broken open. Bulma furrowed her brow at this. Am I a nouveau riche? Well, Spending over 200 million does seem rather ostentatious. Bulma did not wish to dwell on the issue of being a nouveau riche. She shot a glare at Shen San before placing her hand upon the golden blind box. Why can't I open this? I made it quite clear. Each person has a limit of 5 items per day. You have already reached your quota. The payment earlier was for Vegeta. No one other than Vegeta can open this blind box in 4 cans. Shen San replied as he slowly took a seat. This is the last time I shall explain this to you. Fine. Bulma stepped aside and then pushed the proud Vegeta forward. Hurry up and open it. Stop trying to show off. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, then glanced at Shen San before placing his hand on the blind box. He felt a flicker of anticipation. Unlike the Vegeta of the Super Saiyan God era, this Vegeta had tempered his nature somewhat, yet he would still resort to any means necessary to enhance his strength. Unlike the Super Saiyan God Vegeta, who would disdain methods of enhancement through external means, this Vegeta was willing to explore. Vegeta swiftly tore through the blind box's wrapping and lifted the lid. In an instant, a beastly roar erupted. A small creature resembling a squid with a bovine head, exuding a faint aura of pressure, emerged from the blind box. What is this? Vegeta furrowed his brow. The creature's battle power seemed mediocre, but it appeared that obtaining it for 500,000 was not a loss. Roasting it for a meal should be quite pleasant, albeit it was a bit small. Merely enough for a light snack. Congratulations, you have acquired the tailed beast Nyogue. Nyogue is a minor treasure, but it holds little value for you. Creatures drawn from blind boxes automatically recognize their master, and you are now the master of Nyogue, Shen San elucidated. Nyogue affectionately leaped onto Vegeta's shoulder, its numerous tendrils wrapping around his neck before affectionately nuzzling against his face. Get away from me, Vegeta exclaimed in disgust. He yanked Nyogue off and tossed it into Bulma's hands. Uncertain of what displeased its master, Nyogue appeared utterly forlorn, clinging to Bulma's hand with tears streaming down its face. Wah, my master doesn't want me anymore. Oh, you can talk? Bulma lifted Nyogue to eye level. Interesting. Are you a descendant of squids and cattle? Nyogue is a creature created by a being known as the Six Paths Sage, and it is not entirely without utility for you. Nyogue can bestow upon others a capability known as Tailed Beast Mode, which can enhance your strength slightly. However, it is only a minor enhancement and does not lead to significant increases. Nonetheless, it is still quite decent, as while the power boost may be minimal. Nyogue can also provide you with a form of energy known as chakra. After Shen San finished explaining, he took a sip from his water cup. Exactly. I'm not useless, master. Nyogue nodded vigorously. Vegeta pondered for a moment before lifting Nyogue again. Let us see what this tailed beast mode can do. Certainly, master. Nyogue transformed into a streak of light and dove into Vegeta's body. In the next instant, a pure energy garment enveloped Vegeta's form, and his face and hands were adorned with intricate patterns, giving him an otherworldly appearance. There was indeed an enhancement, albeit modest. However, this novel energy system could certainly be further explored. Vegeta clenched his fist, his expression tinged with disappointment. He then shifted his gaze towards the diamond can, now more eager than ever to see what it might yield. Use the hammer to break it, Shen San advised as he noticed Vegeta attempting to crush the can with his bare hands. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. A small can? I could crush it effortlessly. Break, Vegeta exclaimed. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter this can. Break. The reality proved harsh, for despite pouring all his Super Saiyan energy into the attempt, the can remained utterly unyielding. Even when he released his grip, the can merely swayed slightly, as if mocking him. Behave. Stop causing a ruckus, Bulma interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. She took the hammer and handed it to Vegeta. His face flushed with embarrassment, yet he understood that the can could not be shattered by brute force alone. He averted his gaze from Shen San, gripping the hammer tightly as he struck the surface of the diamond jar with considerable force. In an instant, the jar shattered, and an object flew out from within. Bulma was ecstatic, while Shen San was taken aback. Chapter 6. Congratulations to Vegeta for acquiring the original outfit card of Sun Wukong. It was indeed a card. However, the one that emerged now differed significantly from the one I had just opened. Is this card also meant to enhance base combat power? Boss? What flew out of the jar was a pure white card, adorned with several rays of light shimmering across its surface. Upon seeing this, Bulma was immediately engulfed in euphoria. However, upon noticing the differences between the two cards, she was uncertain whether it was also a combat power enhancement card. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement within himself. The current enhancement card for combat power was precisely what he needed. If it were a card that increased his base combat power by 100 million, he was absolutely confident he could pin down Cell and rub him into the ground. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, he took the card into his hand. At that moment, Shen San provided an explanation. It was not an enhancement card, but rather a skill card. Zhiqi Tianya, also known as Shui Diqing Tsuan, is a spatial growth type skill. Upon use, the initial range of the skill spans tens of millions of kilometers, within which the user can freely adjust the crossing distance. Zhiqi Tianya is regarded as a divine skill due to its growth characteristics. Although it may not rank highly among skills in the jar, it is still quite formidable. Its applicability in travel and high-speed combat is extensive. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart trembled, and he recalled Bulma mentioning that it could be consumed directly. He brought the card close to his eyes, gazing at the gilded characters spelling Zhiqi Tianya on its surface before promptly placing it in his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a surge of information materialized in his mind, detailing the application techniques of Zhiqi Tianya. Shock began to spread from within, surging up to his brain, causing a tingling sensation on his scalp. This skill belonged to the same category as Kakarot's instant transmission. The difference lay in the fact that instant transmission required the user to sense energy before performing a spatial leap, whereas Zhiqi Tian, you did not have such prerequisites. One step forward, and it was like traversing to the ends of the earth. Vegeta's expression finally shifted at this moment, and as he glanced down at the remaining 3 jars, a glint of fervor appeared in his eyes. His hand, gripping the hammer, trembled slightly, revealing just how exhilarated he was. He then raised his hand, targeting the starry, colorful jar, took a deep breath, lifted the hammer, swung it down, and shattered the jar. Congratulations, you have acquired an original outfit of Sun Wukong. Vegeta? The familiar style, the familiar design. How did this item come to be? Bulma was speechless. Such a unique collectible. Life is full of surprises, and within these jars may lie your own attire. Shen San chuckled and continued, do not lose heart. Even with just 1 Zhiqi Tianya, you have profited immensely. There are still 2 top-tier king jars left, with a 50% chance that you will unearth something equally valuable. Good luck. Very well. Vegeta disdainfully tossed the Sun Wukong outfit into the nearby trash bin, preparing to open the remaining 2 king jars. At that moment, Bulma's eyes darted. Handsome, those jar fragments and blind boxes belong to me, right? With her keen perception, she easily discerned that the golden blind box was genuinely crafted from gold, and the diamond was indeed a blue diamond. If she could take them away, the diamond fragments alone would yield a substantial profit. One must not be overly greedy. Shen San waved his hand lightly, and the shattered jars and open blind boxes restored themselves to their original form, then floated back to the empty slots on the counter. This is a game shop. The items that emerge belong to the customers, while the jars and blind boxes themselves are not for sale. Moreover, as a female tycoon, can't you be a little more magnanimous? Bulma rolled her eyes. If this continues daily, it won't be long before I become a female tycoon, and mind you, that's responsible in a negative sense. If I work hard to earn money, I won't become a responsible burden. Besides, I didn't ask you to open them for me. Shen San maintained a nonchalant expression, having tasted the sweetness of the experience. He doubted Bulma could resist coming back to open more. Even if she could hold herself back, the somewhat unscrupulous Vegeta would undoubtedly not be able to resist. After all, the law of true fragrance is inescapable. Of course, Sun Wukong, being a carefree martial enthusiast, might be an exception. However, Chi-Chi certainly was not. He only needed to subtly entice Chi-Chi, and Sun Wukong would immediately transform into a 9-to-5 workhorse. Trunks returned, and Vegeta, you continue with the openings. I shall go enjoy a lunch. Shen San took the lunch box, which was as tall as a person, that Trunks handed him, then left the front desk to savor the delicacies. After acquiring a combat power of 10 trillion, his appetite seemed to have increased as well. He felt that the food Trunks brought would barely fill him halfway. Consider it a small perk. Trunks glanced at Shen San, who was devouring the food like a whirlwind, and then quietly inquired, Dad, can the jars and blind boxes really yield items? Indeed, I just opened a skill from a jar and learned it instantly. And I also retrieved a creature called Nyo Gui from a blind box. Vegeta frowned. Shen San and Bulma were not lying, but Shen San's origins were shrouded in mystery, and his strength was the most formidable he had ever encountered. The aura he had emanated earlier was undoubtedly not all of his power. Yet even that was enough to send shivers down his spine. Proud as Vegeta was, he had to concede that facing Shen San now left him with no chance of victory. Even with Sun Wukong and the others joining forces against Shen San, they would merely be serving as fodder. Upon hearing that it was true, Trunks was initially stunned, then filled with exuberance. His thoughts were simple. If they could indeed uncover valuable items, not only could they eliminate Perfect Cell, but they could also deal with androids 17 and 18 upon returning to their original world. A twofold gain. All they needed to sacrifice was a bit of wealth, which happened to be an ample supply for his family. With this thought, his anticipation intensified. "Dad, hurry and open it," Trunks urged, breathless with excitement. Vegeta cast a stern glance at him. "Control your emotions." Though he said this, he too was filled with excitement and expectation, and both emotions were amplifying within him. The main event had arrived. The King Jar, the very title of king signifies him, Vegeta. Thus, it was only fitting for the Saiyan King to be the one to open it. It was a certainty that something would be obtained. "Bring it forth," Vegeta roared internally, then swung the hammer. With a sharp crack, a photograph flew out from the jar. Vegeta quickly snatched it up, only to find his face turning as black as coal. For the figure in the photograph was yet again Sun Wukong, grinning widely with 2 rows of gleaming teeth, making a large peace sign. Bulma, witnessing this, could only smile wryly. 100 million was wasted. "Quickly open the last jar. My heart can't take much more. Open it." Infuriated, Vegeta crumpled the photograph and discarded it, before delivering a decisive strike to the last solitary king jar. As the hammer struck, a brilliant light erupted. Chapter 7. Achieving Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta roars. The jar erupted in a dazzling radiance, enveloping Vegeta in its brilliance. A tempestuous energy surged forth, and feeling the energy waves rising within him, he could not help but let out a roar. His state automatically shifted to Super Saiyan 1, and the yellow of his hair began to evolve into a deeper hue. 300 million, 1 billion, 3 billion. The sudden change left Trunks and Bulma in shock. They retreated a distance, their gazes fixed on Vegeta, filled with anticipation, excitement, and concern. If equipped with a combat power reading device, they would witness the astonishing rise of Vegeta's battle metrics at an extraordinary rate. Ultimately, as a swirling aura of golden energy enveloped him like serpentine lightning, the newly transformed Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta emerged, his power solidifying at an astounding 54 billion. "Is this really my father?" Trunks quivered in astonishment, perceiving that Vegeta now radiated strength several times greater than during his previous battle with Cell. Bulma raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. With the enhancement of 100 million in combat power, she gained a more intuitive understanding of the Saiyan's prowess. Vegeta's current state left her breathless. "What has happened to you, Vegeta? What is this?" Vegeta raised his hands, surveying his form momentarily. "I am uncertain of my current state, but I have never felt better. I am confident that I can defeat the complete form of Cell. At this moment, I am unprecedentedly strong, surpassing all Saiyans, including Kakarot." A confident smile graced his lips. Since arriving on this planet, every battle had ended in defeat, striking a blow to his pride like never before. As a Saiyan prince, how could he endure such humiliation? Now, possessing this newfound strength, he could finally hold his head high, the weight of past frustrations evaporating in an instant. Clapping his hands, Shen San departed from the dining table, returning to the front desk, where he poured 4 glasses of water, 1 for himself and 3 for the table. "Luck is on your side. You have just unlocked Super Saiyan 2. Though it may not be the finest of transformations, it is quite sufficient for dealing with the current Cell." He merely referred to the present version of Cell. He vaguely recalled that Cell could evolve once more, after expelling Android 18 and self-destructing alongside Son Goku, followed by a resurrection. That form of Cell would truly be complete, with power rivaling that of Super Saiyan 2. "Thank you." Vegeta did not even notice the hint of respect in his tone. "Mr. Shun, you speak of Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. Is it possible for Saiyans to continue evolving?" Indeed, Saiyans thrive in battle and possess unparalleled potential. Super Saiyan 1 is merely the beginning. Super Saiyan 2 is an entry point, followed by Super Saiyan 3. Shen San, noticing Vegeta's change in tone, smiled as he elaborated. "However, your current state signifies only the initiation of Super Saiyan 2. There lies the path to Super Saiyan 2 at full power. and a considerable distance remains to reach Super Saiyan 3. At this juncture, he chose not to elaborate further. Yet, Vegeta grew impatient. What comes next? Is there a Super Saiyan 4? There is, but you have forfeited a crucial condition. Shen San paused before shifting the topic. The most critical aspect of training is to avoid impatience. Even if you were to learn, you would not be able to achieve Super Saiyan 4 for now. Open the can. When the time is right, I can reveal the necessary conditions, or perhaps even unlock Super Saiyan 4 directly from the can. There are also higher transformations available within the cans and blind boxes. The ultimate goal is to pique Vegeta's curiosity, encouraging him to return to the shop daily to open cans. Is this not the nature of a merchant? Information is akin to a commodity. Acquiring knowledge is also a fair trade. As Shen San ceased his explanations, Vegeta suppressed his insatiable curiosity and respectfully stated, "Understood. Thank you for your elucidation, Mr. Shen." He envisioned a path within the shop, a trajectory for the Saiyans to ascend to their zenith, a route to restoring their former glory, and even a journey that transcends their ancestors. Moreover, Shen San's assertion held truth. Impatience was indeed his greatest weakness. To break through to Super Saiyan 3, 4, or even higher, his mindset must be tranquil. Nearby, Bulma and Trunks exchanged incredulous glances. Is this truly the same haughty husband? The same overly proud father? When have they ever witnessed Vegeta exhibiting such courtesy, a rarity akin to the sun rising in the west? What are you staring at? Hurry up and open it. Vegeta reverted to his familiar arrogant demeanor, crossing his arms and leaning against the doorframe, seemingly meditating. Yet his eyelids parted just enough to fixate intently on the cans displayed on the counter. Shen San gently tapped the table, bringing Bulma and Trunks back to reality. Now, it is your turn, Trunks. You have 5 blind boxes and cans. Which type would you like to open? Trunks hesitated, torn for 2 reasons. First, he lacked a thorough understanding of the rules, and second, he was short on funds. Much like Vegeta, Bulma promptly placed her bank card on the card reader. Subsequently, Shen San input the amount, and 27 million was credited to the account. He then turned and retrieved the cans and blind boxes from the counter. Since you were absent earlier, I will reiterate. Each person is limited to 5 openings per day, increasing to 6 the next day, and so forth, capping at 20. The blind box can be opened by hand, while the can requires a hammer from the table to break open. If you understand, proceed. Understood. Trunks took several deep breaths. Thank you, Mom. He expressed his gratitude to Bulma, eagerly bringing the golden blind box before him. His heart raced, hands trembling. Please let this be worthwhile. With a slight quiver, Trunks placed his hand on the top of the strap and slowly pulled, watching as it unfurled in all directions. With just one final step, he placed his hand on the lid of the blind box and swiftly lifted it. In an instant, a card flew out, eliciting sheer delight from Bulma. Vegeta opened his narrowed eyes, his feet moving involuntarily back to the counter, his neck stretching forward slightly. Congratulations, you have received a 1 million combat power enhancement card. Upon hearing this, Trunks felt a fleeting disappointment, but then a thought struck him, igniting joy. Father, you should use this enhancement card. Once your base power increases and you transform into Super Saiyan 2, you will gain an additional 500 million in power. No need. You are far more suited to utilize it. Vegeta offered little elaboration, yet both Trunks and Bulma understood his intent. The world Trunks faced was indeed on the brink of destruction, necessitating an increase in strength. Humph, the stubborn, prideful fool. Bulma silently chastised him. Yet her lips curled into a smile. Stop being so fussy. I won't hesitate to shove the card into your mouth myself. Vegeta shot a glare at Trunks. No, I'll eat it. Trunks chuckled, his spirits lifted. He placed the card in his mouth, and with a rush of energy surging through his body, his base power surged by 1 million, augmenting his already substantial base power of approximately 1 million. Transforming into Super Saiyan would yield 10 billion. And if he unleashed his full power as a Super Saiyan, his combat strength could reach between 25 and 30 billion. Based on Shen San's previous explanation, he speculated that exerting full power as a Super Saiyan might equate to maximum output, if not very close. With this slight boost in power, Trunks felt even more anticipation. What comes next? His eyes glinted with fervor. Grasping the hammer, his hand trembled more violently. Bang! Noticing yet another card, the Trunks family erupted in radiant excitement. Chapter 8. Vegeta Mastering the 8 Gates of Duanjia. After consecutively revealing 2 cards, Trunks felt his blood boiling, excitement coursing through him like never before. He extended his trembling hand to seize the card. However, the line between heaven and hell can often shift in an instant. Congratulations, you have received an utterly unremarkable card. Trunks? Bulma? Vegeta? What does this mean? Trunks' hand halted midway, his expression shifting from elation to confusion. Boss Shen, does an utterly unremarkable card mean exactly what it suggests? Congratulations, you are correct. It is indeed as it appears. Shen San stifled a laugh. This card is utterly useless. However, if you wish to keep it as a collectible, that is entirely permissible, for it bears a beautifully crafted illustration. Trunks found himself in a state of bewilderment. Initially filled with fervor, the explanation doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, leaving him chilled to the bone. Vegeta's expression remained stoic, yet his heart raced with palpable intensity. Bulma let out a sigh, remarking on the stark contrast in appearance, as they had presumed all cards held some utility. What a disappointment. I never claimed that all treasures manifest in card form. After all, isn't Tinyo Gue presented directly as a living entity? Shen San waved his hand, retrieving the shattered jar fragments and the open blind box back to the counter, continuing his discourse. The items within the blind box and jar can present themselves in any form. This kind of game thrives on the thrill of uncertainty. Did you not just experience quite the emotional roller coaster? The exhilarating highs and crushing lows must have been quite delightful. Witnessing Vegeta's emotional fluctuations was a rare sight indeed. I didn't. Vegeta attempted to defend himself, but abandoned the notion when he realized that further argument would only complicate things. He caught Bulma's provocative gaze and shot her a fierce glare before diverting his attention elsewhere. Trunks felt a surge of joy at the sight of his father's endearing demeanor. Even if nothing of value emerged, it was worth the experience. He chuckled quietly, his gaze fixated on the Xing Yao jar. The azure hue symbolizes the sky and ocean, often associated with fortune. Surely something good awaits. With the prospect of acquiring something remarkable, Trunks' heart raced uncontrollably, and he raised his trembling hand once more. With a resounding bang, congratulations. You have earned a Son Gohan's original tunic. The sound echoed as the entire Vegeta family collapsed in disbelief. Simultaneously, they pondered the peculiar fate binding their family with that of Son Goku. Surely they wouldn't unveil Chi-Chi's tunic next. Shen San was slightly taken aback, but, recalling the heartwarming connection between Vegeta and Goku's families, felt it was not entirely surprising, given the complexity of their relationships. Ahem, your luck is quite commendable. You've saved on a clothing expense, and still possess 2 Wangzhe jars. Let us continue. Honestly, do you have any of our female garments tucked away in there? Bulma felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought. She wished to conclude the jar opening promptly and return to inventory her wardrobe, while the tunics were inconsequential. She dreaded the idea of intimate apparel. Perhaps, Shen San was unperturbed by the potential for being labeled a pervert. After all, he had little interest in characters from the second dimension. The Super Saiyan version of Android 18 was indeed aesthetically pleasing, but that was the extent of it. With a plethora of beautiful women across the multiverse, he could seek romance elsewhere. The Dragon Ball world was not worth it. Just some clothing, after all. One should be magnanimous. Vegeta, consider it from another perspective. Being drawn into the jar signifies Bulma's personal allure, does it not? Their essay saying, isn't there? It is better to enjoy together than alone, sacrificing oneself for a greater cause. You are all selfless individuals. Alas, I never anticipated you held such peculiar interests. Bulma shook her head slowly. Just ensure I'm not entirely consumed within it. Trunks, you may proceed. Very well. The Dragon Ball world is relatively open-minded, especially in certain contexts, and Trunks felt unbothered by it. His focus shifted to the last 2 Wangzhe jars. The main event was at hand. Having just experienced a dramatic swing of fortune, he wished to avoid hesitation. The hammer swung, creating 2 afterimages. With 2 crisp sounds, 2 items floated in midair. One was a mushroom-headed man clad in a green bodysuit, and the other a small dagger. The surfaces of both items shimmered with flowing light, exuding an otherworldly aura. Bulma was exhilarated. Vegeta was pleasantly surprised. Trunks felt triumphant. Good fortune indeed. Shen San pointed to the small dagger. It is the Yao Dao Muramesa, a rather respectable blade. Acquiring it for 100 million is quite a steal. He then indicated the humanoid figure. This too possesses a skill, known as the 8 Gates of Duanjia, originating from the same realm as Nyogue. The 8 Gates of Duanjia is akin to Son Goku's Kaioken, belonging to the same category. Each gate opened allows the user to unlock a restriction within their body, exponentially enhancing their power. However, the side effects are pronounced. With each gate opened, the repercussions intensify. The 8th gate, the Death Gate, when opened, grants the user over tenfold strength, but should the user be unable to endure it, death is inevitable. Just tenfold? Trunks felt a wave of disappointment. Vegeta, frustrated, replied, "Fool, you've misunderstood. Mr. Shin did not imply an increase of tenfold in base power. Currently, as a Super Saiyan, your power is in the billions. Upon opening the 8 Gates of Duanjia, your strength could soar to hundreds of billions. Once you master the 8 Gates of Duanjia, those artificial beings in your world will be mere fodder." Shen San nodded in agreement. Vegeta, as expected, remained sharp, comprehending the concept well. However, just as with the Kaioken, the greater the strength, the greater the burden. Trunks' physical resilience allows for the opening of 7 gates without issue, but utilizing the 8 Gates of Duanjia in Super Saiyan form exponentially increases the strain. Opening 6 gates is feasible, but the 8th gate is certain death. Such enhancement skills demand a balance. Gain must equate to sacrifice. Now that all the jars have been opened, feel free to linger if you wish. Pour yourself some tea if you desire. I shall not attend to you further. After Shen San's explanation, Trunks was left in awe. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he relinquished the 8 Gates of Duanjia. "Father, you should wield this item." "Very well." Vegeta nodded. "With the androids in your world yet to emerge, you can easily handle a few androids with your current strength, rendering the 8 gates unnecessary. Son Goku possesses the Kaioken. He has long sought a similar enhancement skill, and the 8 Gates of Duanjia is perfectly suited. With the 8 gates, he would surpass Goku in every aspect, an opportunity he was keen not to miss." Subsequently, the family of 3 conversed briefly before taking their leave, while Shen San reclined in his rocking chair, cradling a small dog and balancing a rooster atop his head, surrounded by a playful array of animals. Chapter 9. Angels Cannot Destroy, Invincible Already. "Where are you headed?" Returning to West City, Vegeta intercepted Bulma as she approached the aircraft. Bulma attempted to push past him, but found him immovable. "Step aside. I must inform Goku and the others about the shop's information." "No, not now." Vegeta shook his head. Bulma was both angered and amused. She understood Vegeta's sentiments. After long suppression, desiring to rise and sing was not unreasonable. But with Cell still lurking, was this truly the time to vent frustration? "Move aside. Trunks cannot die. Your presence alone is not safe. If Goku and his team can acquire items, it provides an additional layer of security. Go back." I said no means no. Vegeta remained unyielding. "In my current state, Cell is finished. Once the tournament concludes, you may say whatever you wish, but for now, you will stay at home." "Father." Trunks recognized Vegeta's intent, but as he began to speak, Vegeta interrupted him forcefully. "Silence. Your input is unwelcome here. Anyone who dares inform Kakarot of the shop's information before the tournament will face my wrath. Your mother doesn't care. Do as you please." Bulma, exasperated, took little Trunks and headed home. Trunks, witnessing this, could only leave with a wry smile. However, he was not overly concerned. With the combined power of Chao Sai heirs Vegeta and the 8 Gates of Duanjia, defeating Shala should pose no significant challenge. "Don't go. Let us enter the spirit time room once more," he urged. Vegeta was not devoid of emotion. He understood that Trunks, in his Super Saiyan 1 form, was nearing his limits. By re-entering the spirit time room, and under his guidance, Trunks could attain Super Saiyan 2 in less than a year. At that point, both father and son would be Super Saiyan 2, rendering Shalu inconsequential. Without further ado, he grasped Trunks' hand and stepped forward, activating the skill Ji Chi Tianya. They instantaneously arrived at the Divine Temple. Just in time, Piccolo emerged from the Spirit Time Room. Ignoring the bewildered group, Vegeta led Trunks back into the Spirit Time Room. As night gradually descended, the earth donned a cloak of darkness. Outside the store, Shen San yawned and rose from his rocking chair, waving away a group of small animals. Shortly thereafter, he found several items in his possession: 3 cards, a toy, and a knife. When Vegeta had first drawn Super Saiyan 2, it was enveloped in radiant light, but Shen San had transformed that light into cards. Among the other 2, one was Ji Chi Tianya, and the other was a card for an immense battle power enhancement. First, he decided to utilize the battle power enhancement card. Shen San promptly consumed the enhancement card. In an instant, his battle power skyrocketed from trillions to a total of 11 trillion, rendering his original power negligible. Next, he raised the Super Saiyan 2 card before his eyes. If I use this, will I too become a blonde? The enhancement for Super Saiyan 2 multiplied his base power by 200, so calculating 11 trillion multiplied by 200 was necessary. 1 times 1 is 1. 2 times 1 is 2. 3 times 1 is 3. 4 times 1 is 4, he muttered. Well, let us grab a calculator. Shen San's mental arithmetic made his head spin, so he obediently retrieved a calculator, but the final result was a resounding bang. Frustrated, he tossed the calculator aside and promptly consumed the Super Saiyan 2 card. In an instant, his power surged uncontrollably. Ah! Shen San exclaimed in exhilaration, as the once white energy surrounding him transformed into a deep yellow, crackling with electric serpents. Multiplying his base power by 200 resulted in hundreds of trillions. And with a further 10,000-fold amplification, his current power must be at least in the trillion range. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. Next, Shen San took out a mirror and observed the golden aura enveloping him, breaking into a smile. Well, I'm once again embracing this non-mainstream look. Subsequently, he reverted from his Super Saiyan 2 state, excited at the prospect of opening 5 jars today. However, he suppressed the urge to open them first and instead utilized Ji Qi Tianya and the 8 gates of Duanjia. The 10,000-fold amplification granted him the ability to traverse the universe in an instant. As for the 8 gates of Duanjia, he hesitated to open more than 6 gates. Nevertheless, even without the 8 gates, he was adequately equipped. After utilizing all the items, Shen San returned to the store with palpable excitement. It was easy to understand what kind of blind boxes and jars he could open, calculated based on the highest specifications achieved by that day's customers. Vegeta and Trunks were both 2 kings, 1 shining star, 1 diamond, and 1 golden. This meant he could open the same blind boxes and jars. A mud truck can't kill me. Instead, it brought me to the Dragon Ball world. My luck should be quite good. Shen San set his sights on the golden blind box first. He brought the blind box before him and placed his hand upon the strap. 3 pure ones bless me. Buddha bless me. Jesus, forget it. He is of no use. Dad, grant me fortune. Shen San shouted excitedly, then immediately tore open the blind box. At the moment he lifted the lid, a beam of light shot into his mind, imparting additional information. He chuckled. It's truly as if what I lack is what I receive. Thank you, Dad. The detection divine eye could reveal battle power values, and as he activated it, a series of numbers appeared in his mind. Indeed, it was above 1 trillion, surpassing 100 trillion. Currently, even a Super Saiyan 4 from anime would seem trivial compared to him, perhaps akin to a Super Saiyan 4 fusion. Let us go again. Shen San took the diamond jar before him, grasped the hammer, and once more intoned, "Whoever, bless me," before swinging the hammer down. With a loud bang, a stream of light emerged from within the jar. I love you, Dad. Shen San was ecstatic. The diamond jar yielded a top-tier concealment skill known as Holy Concealment Technique. With this skill, even the great Kaioshin from the Dragon Ball world would be unable to sense him, coupled with his current strength. During this period when the god of destruction was not yet awake, he could roam freely. Shen San made an effort to calm his exhilaration, then retrieved the shining star jar. Unfortunately, this time luck was not on his side, and he opened a pack of sanitary napkins. Blind box games can truly become increasingly addictive. Seeing that the shining star jar yielded nothing, his pupils reddened. With 2 king jars remaining, both with a 50% probability, he refused to believe he could not procure a good item. Shen San, with reddened eyes, smashed open the first king jar. Anticipation surged within him as the jar shattered into fragments, revealing yet another item. You must be kidding. Another sanitary napkin for $3. What is this nonsense? Shen San exclaimed, slamming the hammer onto the table. With a 50% probability, does my luck not surpass that of Vegeta and the others? He was resolute. If the last one doesn't yield, I'll be closing down this shop. Chapter 10, Loyalty maxed out, 5-5 open. Congratulations to myself for acquiring Kung Fu Panda. Thankfully, luck smiled upon me this time, and I need not close down. Shen San's anxious heart finally settled. Ah, boss, do you have any orders? Kung Fu Panda leaped beside Shen San and made a nose-wiping gesture. Shen San smirked. It was not the antics of Kung Fu Panda that amused him, but rather the panda's unique trait. It grew stronger when facing formidable opponents, also known as 50-50 open. Even against the great Kaioshin, it could hold its own. This was the pinnacle of creatures contained within jars. Now, with Kung Fu Panda by his side, he could prance before the Kaishin without worry. Having a bodyguard of such caliber meant he could truly indulge freely. From now on, you shall be called General. For now, you need not do anything. Just find a room on the second floor to settle in. Yes, Commander, I shall always be your soldier, the general replied, striking a cool pose before bounding up to the second floor. Shen San shook his head slowly, then returned the jars and blind boxes to their original state on the counter. He then approached the refrigerator, noticing it was nearly empty, grumbling. The neighboring jar shop has an infinite capacity for their refrigerator, while yours is just ordinary. What a lack of ambition. As it was still early, he decided to go shopping first. Shen San closed the refrigerator and ascended to the third floor. This floor was his exclusive space, featuring only one room and a hall, with all furniture crafted from rosewood, filling the area with a faint wood fragrance that was refreshing. He returned to his room, opened the bedside drawer, and retrieved a card. Indeed, half of the store's income was his, while the other half went to an unknown recipient, which he had no desire to discover. General, shall we go out shopping? Of course, Commander, wherever you go, I will follow. The general immediately dashed out. Shen San nodded. Excellent. Feel free to buy whatever you wish. I will cover the expenses. Thank you, Commander. Please rest assured, no matter what enemies we face ahead, the general will clear all obstacles for you. All right, let us go. As the night withdrew, the dawn began to emerge. The dark veil gradually lifted, replaced by a luminous curtain, with radiant lights spilling onto the earth, where dewdrops formed on the leaves of flowers and trees, creating a gentle patter as they fell to the ground. It was as if weaving a melody to herald the opening of a new day's chapter. Above in the sky, fluffy white clouds drifted gracefully. Suddenly, an aircraft dispersed the white clouds above the road. Buerma had pondered throughout the night, deciding to acquiesce to Vegeta's wishes. However, she felt it was still somewhat precarious, prompting her to rise early from her bed. She entrusted her son Trunks to her mother's care and hurriedly piloted the aircraft to her destination. Her intentions were straightforward. If she could procure items that would augment her combat prowess, she would reserve them for the impending confrontation with Shalu, ensuring she had contingency plans in case of unforeseen events. Buerma parked the aircraft in an open area, swiftly leaping out and racing to the front door, only to find it firmly shut. Without a moment's hesitation, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Handsome, please open the door. It's time for guests to be welcomed." On the third floor, Shen San, roused by her cries, squinted at the clock hanging on the wall. His expression darkened immediately. Throwing off his covers, he dashed to the window, his bunny sleep hat bobbing comically with his movements. Baka said the door opens at 8. And it's not even 7 yet. What a nuisance. Buerma shrank back slightly. Her singular focus on acquiring items to defeat Shalu had caused her to forget the door's opening hours. Upon seeing Shen San's irritable visage, she offered an awkward smile and retrieved a capsule from her pocket. "Don't be angry, handsome. I promise I won't forget next time. Please forgive me this once. I've brought a delicious breakfast, so could you open the door? Talk normally, no need for theatrics. I have no penchant for the likes of Chow Jai," Shen San remarked, pushing aside his floppy bunny ears that obstructed his vision. "Wait a moment. General, go down and open the door." "Yes, Commander," the general replied. Buerma, unfamiliar with who Chow Jai was or who the general might be, felt elated at the mention of the door opening. Her early morning intrusion was seemingly forgiven. She stood quietly before the door, holding the capsule. Soon, with a creaking sound, the wooden door swung open from within. Stepping back a few paces, she was greeted by an unfamiliar creature but felt no surprise. After encountering the peculiar Nyogue the previous day, this being seemed quite normal. Moreover, the deities in the divine palace were all eccentric in their own right. "Come in, please. The commander is currently washing up," the general said, stepping aside. Buerma entered, curiosity piqued. "You call him handsome, yet is Shun Handsome also a leader of an army? Some inquiries are better left unasked. Just know this. Anyone who dares to obstruct the commander's path will face dire consequences," the general replied coldly, casting a glance at Buerma before extending a hand. "Hand over the food you brought for the commander. I must first test it for poison." Buerma's forehead twitched at his words, but she reluctantly handed over the versatile capsule. At that moment, Shen San descended the stairs in his pajamas, his long bunny ears flopping as he moved. He was quite pleased with the general, noting that despite their significant personality differences from characters in animated films, The essence of loyalty was paramount. Handsome, your friend is quite strange. Why would I poison the food? Ma exclaimed, exasperated. Shen San nodded in agreement. General, be cordial to guests bearing gifts. There's no need to test the breakfast. Simply set it out, and let us enjoy it together. Negative, Commander. The world is fraught with treachery. Henceforth, any food gifted by others must be tasted by me first, the general insisted, pointing at Ma. Do not be deceived by her outward appearance. She may look frail, but one can never be too cautious. Are you disregarding my words? Shen San chuckled. General, you overthink matters. In my establishment, no entity can poison me. Now, please prepare the breakfast, he ordered. The general hesitated, but noticed a subtle change in Shen San's expression. He straightened up. As you command. He then took the capsule to the dining table, pressed the capsule's switch, and tossed it onto the table. With a soft rustle, a lavish and appetizing breakfast spread across the surface. Shen San approached the table, stating, We open at 8. That is the rule, and no one shall disrupt it. It is currently 7:20, a good 40 minutes until opening. It seems you haven't had breakfast. Why not join us? After Shen San sat down slowly, the general took his place as well. Ma, feeling bold, chose to sit beside Shen San, casting a sly wink at the general as if to proclaim her triumph. Chapter 11. The First Black Emperor, Ma. After relishing the delightful breakfast and engaging in light conversation, time swiftly passed, reaching the appointed hour of 8. Ma, realizing that the opening time had arrived, reluctantly broke her gaze from the general and eagerly pulled Shen San to the front desk. Today, I can open 6 capsules. Please fetch me 1 king capsule. 3-star capsules, 1 diamond capsule, and 1 golden blind box, she declared, placing her bank card onto the card machine. Shen San entered the amount. That will be 275 million. Thank you for supporting our business. He retrieved the corresponding capsules and blind boxes from behind the counter. Though the front desk was not particularly large, it had clearly been designed to accommodate the presence of capsule sales, with space for about 20 capsules. With 6 capsules and a blind box arranged on the table, there was still ample room. Having opened 5 low-tier blind boxes the previous day yielding 1 billion combat power cards, her luck seemed promising. She was certain today would bring forth useful items. Ma clutched the blind box close to her, brimming with confidence. Shen San, however, smiled knowingly. He had encountered numerous players who had made similar declarations in the past, only to leave in disappointment, cursing the game operators. Ma was remarkably similar to those characters in the game. Confidence was a virtue. Typically, those who were self-assured did not suffer excessively. Shen San gestured for her to proceed. Ma, suppressing her excitement, swiftly placed her hands on the top of the strap. With each inch she pulled, her heart raced. As she prepared to lift the cover of the blind box, her heart felt as though it would leap from her throat. Reveal. Congratulations. You have received a pair of nail clippers. What a loss, Ma pouted, placing the nail clippers into her pocket. After all, even the smallest of items held value, and she couldn't bear to discard a pair worth 500,000. Securing the nail clippers, she then grasped the diamond capsule. Lifting her hammer. Reveal. Congratulations, you have won a model airplane. No worries, that's just 2. The main event lies ahead, she reassured herself, reaching for another star capsule. Reveal. Congratulations, you have received a smart vacuum cleaner. Only 3 so far, there's still hope. Ma continued to console herself. Though beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, her heart racing at an unusual pace, and her breathing quickening. Shen San nodded, recognizing the familiar state of a player opening capsules. At that moment, Ma resembled a gambler fixated on one thought, recouping her losses. Yet often, such a mindset invited misfortune, resulting in nothing left to show for it. However, that was merely the nature of games. Now, she was in the realm of reality. Furthermore, the probabilities of the capsules were not insignificant. Unless one were exceptionally unlucky, there should be some valuable items to be unearthed. In the game of chance, only 3 chances remain, and you are bound to obtain an item, so keep your spirits high. Upon hearing this, Bulma lifted her gaze, and a few strands of crimson appeared in her pupils. Indeed, you are correct, handsome. No one's luck remains perpetually dismal. With the last 3 jars, it is certain that 1 or 2 will yield results, and ideally, all 3 will. She once again brought a starry jar before her, gripping the hammer so tightly that small veins began to surface. The moment came. The hammer, seemingly resolved, struck the surface of the jar. With a resounding bang, Shards of the jar flew in every direction. Congratulations, you have obtained a 10-pound big grass fish. Bulma? Sweat poured down like a waterfall. Her heart raced more vigorously, and as she watched the large grass fish thrashing in midair, she contemplated asking for a refund. Yet, a voice within her whispered incessantly, "Go ahead. No one's luck is perpetually bad. The next jar is bound to yield something." It was that insidious voice that led Bulma to abandon her thoughts of leaving, silently moving the large fish aside before retrieving the final starry jar. This time, her hand hesitated above the hammer. Her heart felt as if it might leap from her chest. After what felt like an eternity, she finally summoned the resolve to swing the hammer. Congratulations, you have obtained a frying pan. Clang. Bulma nearly toppled over, barely catching herself on the table. Handsome you. She felt tears welling. At this rate, the wealthiest will truly become the most impoverished, not to mention the richest. Even an entire nation could not endure such losses. Shen San, inwardly elated, maintained a polite smile. The game of chance inherently involves both gains and losses. Even the items obtained by Vegeta and his companions could outweigh countless treasures of your family's conglomerate. There remains one king's jar. Let us open it. Though luck may not favor you today, tomorrow is bound to bring a change. Bulma, hearing this, smiled bitterly. I understand the value of the items acquired by Vegeta and the others is immeasurable. Nonetheless, those are enhancements to strength. At this rate, they will become invincible, while I teeter on the brink of bankruptcy. Furthermore, this game is too exhilarating. I have faced many trials, even nearly experiencing a planet's explosion. Yet I have never encountered such a thrilling experience. Truth be told, my heart is struggling to cope. The emotional roller coaster of being in heaven one moment and in hell the next is undeniably intense. Shen San shrugged. Isn't that splendid? Wealth is merely an external possession. As long as your mind remains intact, there is no fear of not earning money. Such exhilaration is rare. The thrill of blind boxes is what truly quickens the pulse. Do not perceive the jars as a pathway to wealth. Rather, view them as an alternative life that can bring extraordinary experiences and add excitement to your existence. Does that not sound more palatable? As he spoke, Shen San pushed the final king's jar before Bulma. Moreover, this thrill serves to hone your mental fortitude. Do not be disheartened. Embrace life and the world with a smile. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Bulma's lips curled into a wry smile. Handsome, do you realize that your demeanor resembles that of the executives in my family's conglomerate? They speak nonsense and paint grandiose visions. Even as you suggest mental fortitude, you have made a valid point. As long as my mind is intact, making money should not be overly difficult. I refuse to believe that the last king's jar will not yield results. Bulma wiped the sweat from her forehead, steeling her resolve as she raised the hammer once more. As the jar shattered, she heard Shen San's voice. Chapter 12. The Arena of Sheru. Time is up. Congratulations. You have obtained a music score. With Shen San's congratulations, Bulma's hopes finally shattered. She stared blankly at the music score floating before her, tears streaming down her cheeks. 275 million, and the item she received was worth less than 100,000. This time, she truly felt like she had lost everything. Exhausted, she wished for destruction. Bulma walked out of the door in a daze, then collapsed onto Shen San's exclusive rocking chair, gazing up at the azure sky, her tears flowing freely. At that moment, Shen San also stepped outside, noticing some peculiar creatures mingling with the animals, attempting to jump onto him. He quickly reached out to stop them, then looked down at Bulma. I understand that you are weary. Let me allow you to rest for a while. Without waiting for Bulma's response, he turned and continued. General, come out and practice with me. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to engage in combat. His power was formidable. Yet when it came to fighting techniques, any martial artist in this world could outmaneuver him effortlessly. Choosing the general as a sparring partner was ideal, given that this individual possessed a balanced characteristic and exceptional endurance. Training with the general would undoubtedly help him rapidly accumulate combat experience. Understood, Commander. A man and a panda made their way to the center of the vast grassland, then distanced themselves by 100 meters, both exuding a rising aura. Once their energies reached a certain threshold, Shen San stepped forward, instantly covering the 100-meter distance to strike from above with an inverted golden hook kick. Boom. The general remained unfazed. Crossing its arms above its head, it absorbed Shen San's heavy blow. The moment their limbs connected, the immense force caused the ground within 100 meters to sink deeply, with shockwaves uprooting grass for 2 miles around. Nearby animals scrambled to escape, wishing they had additional legs to flee to safety. After the strike, Shen San swiftly moved to the general's right side and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The fist collided with the general's fluffy form, but it was met with a single hand. It effortlessly blocked Shen San's heavy punch. Commander, please forgive my frankness, but your direct approach to combat is hardly different from a street brawl. Please be cautious, for my characteristic is balanced. Whatever level of power you utilize, I will match. However, my combat experience is abundant, and I shall employ a cunning strategy in this battle, so please observe closely. The general forcefully pushed Shen San's fist aside. Then its form flickered, becoming elusive, with shadows appearing from all directions. Shen San remained composed, his gaze vigilant to the surroundings. Suddenly, the general's multiple forms surged forth simultaneously, all charging towards Shen San. It is you. Shen San pivoted and kicked backward. However, his leg met only air, passing through the general's shadow. Commander, do not rely solely on your eyes. Even though I attempt to suppress my energy presence, it will always exist. Rely on your senses. All the duplicates passed through Shen San's body, while the general's true form appeared above him. After speaking, it suddenly reappeared behind Shen San and placed a hand on his shoulder. Shen San did not feel disheartened. Like Bulma, he possessed great power but lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. Heeding the general's advice, he temporarily set aside his sight and focused on sensing the general's energy. Though he managed to exchange a few blows, he ultimately fell short. Bulma watched as the combatants became mere shadows to her, only able to hear the sounds of air being rent asunder. Finding it uninteresting, she decided to leave. The following days passed without any visitors. Aside from venturing out to replenish supplies and open his own jars, Shen San devoted his time to sparring with the general. Under the general's diligent tutelage, his combat experience surged at an alarming rate. Within the short span of 3 days, he could engage the general in a back-and-forth exchange. One morning, the general awaited him in the clearing as usual. However, when Shen San emerged, he did not initiate combat, but rather smiled and said, "Today, we shall take a break from practice. Let us go watch a show." He inquired of Buer Ma regarding the time for the Sha Lu ring, which was today. After practicing for several days, he found it somewhat tedious, and he was quite eager to see how Vegeta would showcase his prowess. "General, let's go watch the show," he said. Understood. Shen San placed his hand on the general's shoulder and sensed Sha Lu's position before stepping forward. At that moment, Sha Lu stood in the center of the ring, arms crossed over his chest. Below the ring, Suin Wukong and his companions stood together, their expressions grave. Nearby, Vegeta and Talon Kasi stood tall. Shen San and the general appeared beside Vegeta and Talon Kasi. Impressive. After a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Talon Kasi, you have reached Super Saiyan 2. And Vegeta, your energy has become even more concentrated. Mr. Shen, you've arrived, Vegeta said, a rare smile gracing his face. Aren't you supposed to be at the shop today? Ah, without Buer Ma, that wealthy woman, the business at my shop is quite challenging. Shen San shook his head and feigned a sigh. Vegeta discerned the underlying meaning and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Shen, after dealing with Sha Lu, I will bring a group over for you." With that, his gaze shifted from Sha Lu to Suin Wukong. In terms of combat, Suin Wukong was a thorn in his side that needed to be overcome. At that moment, Suin Wukong also turned his gaze, noticing Shen San and the general. His heart skipped a beat. This sensation was a product of countless battles he had endured. The two seemingly ordinary figures standing beside Vegeta exuded an aura of lethal danger. They were two formidable beings, even stronger than Sha Lu. This realization startled Suin Wukong. Just as he intended to greet them, the time for the match had arrived. Sha Lu opened his eyes, casting a detached gaze over the crowd before speaking with a hint of arrogance. "Time's up. Who among you will step into the ring first? Or shall you all enter together?" "Wow, so audacious," Shen San murmured. Talon Kasi was eager to step forward, but Vegeta stopped him. "No need to rush. Let the others go first. I want to see just how much progress Kakaluata has made during this time." "Father," Talon Kasi sighed, yielding to Vegeta's unyielding gaze. The atmosphere fell silent. Above, white clouds obscured the sky, and fierce winds howled across the desolate land, stirring up clouds of dust. On the ring, Sha Lu's expression shifted from provocation to arrogance. He felt as though he were a king standing at the center of a white arena, awaiting a flock of lambs to come forth to please him. "Are you all too afraid to step up?" "Suin Wukong, everyone else has already faced me. Why not be the first to take your turn? Chapter 13. The moment of Vegeta's showcase beneath the azure sky, Sha Lu stood in the center of the ring, exuding a formidable presence. With billions of energy contained within him, yet subtle explosions surrounded him. His gaze disregarded everyone else, locking onto one individual below the ring. Just as Suin Wukong, who remained in Super Saiyan 1 form, was about to step onto the ring, several individuals carrying cameras suddenly emerged from the side. The leader, sporting an explosive hairstyle, was none other than the savior, Sa Dan. Noticing the camera aimed at him, he confidently looked at Sha Lu and proceeded to deliver an earth-shattering proclamation to the camera. This display left Kulin and the others feeling awkward. "Mister, you should come down. It could cost you your life," Suin Wukong kindly warned. However, Sa Dan paid no heed and continued addressing the camera. Moments later, his two disciples made their grand entrance. Yet, to the onlookers, Sa Dan and his entourage appeared no different than a troupe of clowns. Sha Lu could not be bothered to shift his gaze, allowing Sa Dan's two disciples to approach him, only to be dispatched with a mere burst of energy. Sa Dan attributed this outcome to the path of evil. At this moment, Suin Wukong stepped onto the ring after the defeat of Sa Dan's disciples. He and Sha Lu exchanged glances, neither making the first move. Ultimately, Sha Lu lowered his arms from his chest, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. "Not planning to unleash your full power? You're not using yours either," Suin Wukong declared as he assumed his fighting stance. Their energies began to rise steadily, reaching a palpable level. In an instant, Suin Wukong moved, appearing beside Sha Lu and delivering a heavy punch. However, his fist passed through Sha Lu, failing to connect with any tangible form. He realized it was merely a residual image left by Sha Lu's rapid movement. The next moment, he sensed Sha Lu's energy behind him. Without a moment to spare, he leaped into the air, raising his right hand as energy began to coalesce in his palm before he unleashed it. A small energy wave rapidly descended towards the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion at the center of the ring, sending dust and debris flying. Sa Dan stood aghast. Meanwhile, Sha Lu had somehow appeared above Suin Wukong, preparing to strike down with both hands. Yet, he only struck at a shadow, and as he turned to defend, pain shot through his back, the immense force propelling him uncontrollably downward. Just before he made contact with the ring, he performed a backflip, landing firmly and creating a crater beneath his feet. Warm-up finished. Suin Wukong, let us engage in a proper battle. The time for a formal contest had indeed arrived. Suin Wukong raised his hands to waist level, his legs slightly bent. Huh! With a roar, golden energy erupted from within him, a ferocious aura scattering Sa Dan and his crew in disarray, their hair turning deep yellow as their battle power surged. Observing this, Sha Lu mirrored Suin Wukong's actions. As his own roar erupted, an even more violent energy radiated outward. Sa Dan feigned stomach pain and fright. Pika and the others also retreated a distance. Kaka Loata, is this all the power you possess now? Vegeta, arms crossed, bore an expression of disappointment. If this is all you have, you fail to pique my interest. Talon Kasi beside him felt a twinge of frustration. Were it not for Shen San's shop, Suin Wukong would have long surpassed them. But he dared not voice this thought, knowing Vegeta's temperament. He could guarantee that if he embarrassed Vegeta now, he would face a stern lesson in love. At that moment, on the ring, Suin Wukong had already pushed his energy to its maximum. Sha Lu ceased his own escalation. Both moved simultaneously. The rapidity of their combat rendered the spectators unable to discern the action. Only Shen San and a few others could clearly see every moment. Each clash between Suin Wukong and Sha Lu detonated the air with a thunderous roar, leaving the ring in ruins. The battleground transformed into the skies above. After a brief exchange, Sha Lu grew impatient with the constraints of the ring. An energy blast reduced the ring to rubble. At this point, both fighters were breathing heavily. Yet Suin Wukong's exhaustion was evidently greater. He had never intended to win. Everything was merely a setup for Suin Guofan, but he was willing to give it his all. He then darted above Sha Lu, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground before placing his hands on his waist. Kamehameha. Ha ha, Suin Wukong, you intend to unleash your full Kamehameha. But I stand on a planet. Can you truly unleash it? Sha Lu laughed maniacally. Kulin and the others were filled with dread, acutely aware that if Suin Wukong released his full Kamehameha, the entire planet would face utter destruction. Suin Wukong paid no mind, waiting until his energy reached its zenith. In an instant, he appeared beside Sha Lu, who was drenched in cold sweat at the sight. Kulin and the others rejoiced at this turn of events. Boha. Sun Wukong denied Shalu any opportunity to evade, his hands thrust forward in an instant, unleashing a devastating energy wave that enveloped Shalu entirely, before soaring into the heavens until it vanished into the cosmos. As he exerted all his strength to unleash the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong's energy rapidly dwindled, his breathing became erratic, and sweat poured down his face as if he were on the brink of collapse. Wukong, that was splendid, Kirin exclaimed in delight. However, the others bore no semblance of joy. Shala's energy had yet to dissipate and appeared to have grown even stronger. Suddenly, Piccolo recalled something and shouted, "Be cautious, old son." Shalu. Before he could finish, Shala's lower half sprang up, and with a surge of muscle, his vanished upper body emerged from his lower half. The others remembered that Shalu had absorbed Piccolo's cells, granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities. Realizing this, their expressions turned grave. Sun Wukong chuckled bitterly to himself, then withdrew from his full power state, casually declaring, "I concede." What? Shala thought he had misheard. Piccolo and his companions were left agape. What had they just heard? Sun Wukong was actually admitting defeat. How could this be? Surely they must have misheard. Yet, Sun Wukong reaffirmed with certainty, "You heard correctly, I concede." Before he could finish, a suppressed voice interrupted, and he shifted his gaze to see Vegeta's face ablaze with fury. Vegeta anticipated Sun Wukong's defeat, but had never considered the possibility of him conceding voluntarily, recalling past moments. His rage reached a boiling point. He lifted his gaze as if ready to unleash fiery wrath, then stepped forward, instantly standing before Sun Wukong, and grasped his neck with force. "You worthless trash. I can accept your defeat, but I will never tolerate you conceding willingly. Now, get out of my way and wait until I deal with Shala before I turn my attention to you." Vegeta flung Sun Wukong aside, then fixed his gaze on Shalu. "Come on, I'll stand here and let you strike." Chapter 14, Vegeta's Transformation, the onlookers stunned. A golden aura erupted from his being, electric arcs dancing within the flames, accompanied by thunderous explosions as the ferocious energy radiated outward. Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2. With arms crossed, he calmly regarded Shalu, making no attempt at defense. The sudden turn of events left the audience in awe. Piccolo was astonished, Kirin was shocked, and Tianjinhan was bewildered. In that moment, aside from a few who understood the situation, the others were astounded beyond measure. Sun Wukong emerged from the rubble and, upon witnessing Vegeta's current state, his gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was that very state he had seen Gohan inadvertently achieve once in the hyperbolic time chamber. Everything he had done was to help Gohan reach that level again. Who would have imagined that Vegeta would attain it first? At that moment, Kirin snapped back to reality, quickly retrieving a sense of being and hastening to Sun Wukong's side to offer it. "Wukong, do you have any idea what is happening?" Vegeta's energy is simply terrifying. He waited for Sun Wukong to regain his strength, then shifted his focus back to Vegeta, his heart already tumultuous. Just days prior, they had witnessed Vegeta battling Shalu. And although Vegeta was formidable then, he was no match for Shalu in his complete form. Yet now, the energy radiating from Vegeta surpassed that of Shalu, making him seem like an entirely different being. "I don't know," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting over to Shen San, who was casually munching on seeds. His heart sank. Amidst the astonishment of everyone, this person remained unfazed, as if merely watching a play. Such nonchalance indicated he was no ordinary individual. The fact that he stood beside Vegeta during this transformation suggested a possible connection. Sun Wukong was taken aback by his own thoughts. Yet, apart from this explanation, he could not fathom how Vegeta had undergone such a dramatic enhancement. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong soared to Shen San's side and overheard the conversation between Shen San and Trunks, confirming his suspicions. Trunks had kept his attention on Vegeta. Even while conversing with Shen San, he had not noticed Sun Wukong's arrival. "Mr. Shun, how great is the gap between my father and Shala now?" "Little Trunks, you've got it wrong. You should ask how great the gap is between Shalu and Vegeta." Shen San glanced at Sun Wukong before tossing a scouter into the arena. The two were no longer comparable. After reaching Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's battle power soared to over 50 billion, and having spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, his current power ranged around 190 billion. In contrast, Shala's power barely reached 35 billion, making it seem as though Vegeta was toying with a mere child. And you are also a Super Saiyan too, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to discern the disparity between them. Trunks thought to himself, how could I not see it? It's just that everything feels too surreal, and I can't quite accept it yet. At that moment, he sensed Sun Wukong's energy nearby and turned to greet him, but the commotion in the arena interrupted. Shalu's expression shifted from shock to calm. How superficial. It seems you've forgotten the humiliation from a few days ago. I want to introduce myself. I want you to remember the fear I instilled in you. Vegeta remained silent, like a king observing an insignificant ant. This very demeanor ignited a surge of anger within Shalu. He then lunged forward, launching a frenzied assault on Vegeta. I despise that condescending expression of yours. Perish. With a flurry of strikes, Shalu unleashed a barrage of blows upon Vegeta, the air crackling with each impact, and the ground buckling beneath their force. Yet, despite the tumultuous assault, Vegeta stood resolute, an unyielding pillar, not budging an inch. The very earth beneath his feet remained unscathed. Impossible. This cannot be. Shalu's expression morphed into disbelief. Piccolo and his companions were equally astonished, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Shalu's attacks intensified, as he exerted himself with all his might, yet could not budge Vegeta by even an inch. I refuse to believe you reached this level in such a short time. Let us see how you handle this next move. Shalu roared as he ascended into the sky, then positioned his hands at his waist, mimicking the form of a flower. Kamehameha. This is bad. Vegeta, act quickly. If Shalu unleashes this attack, the planet will shatter. Sun Wukong shouted. The others shared his urgency. Trunks placed a reassuring hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Uncle Wukong, don't worry, my father can handle it. As his words fell, Shalu had already concentrated his energy and bellowed down at Vegeta. Perish along with this planet. Death is the consequence of your arrogance. With a forceful thrust of his hands, a colossal, destructive energy beam shot forth from his palms, scorching the air in its wake. The sheer magnitude of devastation sent the hearts of Piccolo and the others racing. Just when they thought all was lost, Vegeta moved. He uncrossed his arms, calmly observing the rapidly descending energy wave, then transformed his right hand into a knife-like gesture, cleaving through the surface of the energy wave, instantly sending it hurtling into the depths of the universe. In that moment, Yamcha was once again astonished, Piccolo was stunned anew, and Tianjinhan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Shalu trembled in fear. Is this all you have? With a single step, Vegeta arrived before Shalu, slowly extending his hand to grip Shalu's cheek, disregarding his struggles. If this is the extent of your power, you have truly disappointed me. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he forcefully hurled Shalu downward. The unparalleled force sent Shalu plummeting to the ground like a meteor, causing the earth to tremble and collapse, reshaping the terrain within a mile radius. The ground continued to ripple outward. This is bad. Sun Wukong noticed that several ordinary individuals, including Sadan, were within the affected area. He utilized instantaneous movement to transport them away from the battlefield before looking up at Vegeta. This is too chaotic, yet it aligns with your nature. There was nothing he could do but watch Vegeta's solo performance. At that moment, the wretched Shalu emerged from the ground. His expression twisted and malevolent. I will kill you, Vegeta. Oh, you pathetic creature think you can kill me? Vegeta instantly reappeared before Shalu. Even with 100 years, you could never defeat me. Trash like you belongs in a garbage bin. Chapter 15. The terrifying Vegeta, the astonished crowd in the next instant. Vegeta's pupils widened as he again appeared before Shalu, his palm transforming into a fist. Vegeta's fist shot forward with unmatched speed, directly smashing Shalu into a mountain peak. The terrifying airflow and shattered rocks blooming like a flower. Amidst the rubble, Shalu attempted to rise, but Vegeta hovered above him. With a resounding thud, Vegeta struck down upon Shalu, driving him into the ground. Did you not claim you would kill me? How is it that you now find yourself buried in the earth? Vegeta seized one of Shalu's legs and yanked it upward. Then, akin to the Hulk smiting Loki, he began to slam Shalu against the ground like a noodle. With each strike, the earth sank deeper until finally, Vegeta grasped both of Shalu's legs and pulled with all his might. How brutal. Hulin and the others watched, drenched in sweat, while Vegeta appeared to have merely accomplished a trivial task. He casually tossed the torn halves of Shalu aside and dusted off his hands as if Shalu were particularly dirty. I know you possess regenerative abilities. Why do you not dare to show yourself? You have truly enraged me. Shalu's severed body rejoined, glaring furiously at Vegeta, then unleashed an even deeper golden aura, escalating his energy once more. Oh, you can still enhance your power. How intriguing. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and continued, don't rush. I shall grant you time to elevate your strength, ideally to a level that pleases me. Arrogant. Even now, I can still defeat you. Shallow-S features contorted in rage, anger eclipsing his pain. He roared as golden flames erupted, charging towards Vegeta. Vegeta showed no intent to evade, his figure slicing through the air like a drawn blade, his fist colliding with Shallow-S. The two fists met in the air, locked in a stalemate for a brief moment before Vegeta effortlessly shattered Shallow-S' fist and continued to strike at his abdomen. I was somewhat curious about how much you could elevate your energy, but it appears you have thoroughly disappointed me. Vegeta once more grasped Shallow-S' cheek, lifting him as he doubled over in agony. With such feeble strength, you dare to threaten my life? Who granted you such audacity? You are merely a synthetic aberration, yet you presume to look down upon me from the heavens. Do you possess that qualification? What will you do next to attempt to kill me? With each statement, Vegeta unleashed a gravity-infused punch at Shallow. By the time he delivered the third blow, Shallow-S' eyes nearly bulged from the pain. Clutching his abdomen, he staggered backward, continuously expelling unknown liquids. Suddenly, his body began to swell, the act of vomiting becoming increasingly violent. This development caused Suen Wukong and the others to furrow their brows. Surely, there will not be another twist? Krillin gasped. It should not be, Mike said calmly. Shallow-S' current appearance does resemble that of someone about to expel something. After saying this, his gaze shifted to Trunks. By the way, what exactly is Vegeta's situation? Even after a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, his power should not have escalated to such a terrifying degree. What transpired during this time? Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others also turned their attention to Trunks. Trunks smiled wryly and shook his head. I cannot divulge that now. Once Shallow is dealt with, I will explain. Bulma understood Vegeta's mindset and was equally aware. In summary, he had been suppressing himself for far too long. He was certain that once Vegeta dealt with Shallow, his focus would shift to Suen Wukong, as he understood Vegeta's obsession with defeating Suen Wukong. Seeing that Trunks truly had no intention of explaining at this moment, Mike did not press further. At this point, everyone realized why Shallow had grown in size. Shallow was finished, having expelled the androids 18 and 17. He could no longer maintain his perfect form. Now, even without Vegeta, I am confident I can defeat Shallow. Hearing this, Tianjin Fan and the others nodded in agreement. However, Krillin gazed at the unconscious android 18 with concern. Shen San was also taken aback, for according to the original timeline, Shallow had only expelled android 18. Android 17 was revived by the dragon. He pondered and attributed the true cause to Vegeta's 3 heavy punches. Hey, since arriving here, you have been watching me. Go ahead and stare. But do not let your gaze slacken. You are formidable. My instincts tell me you make me tremble all over. Would you care for a spar? Suen Wukong's fighting spirit erupted boundlessly. Upon hearing this, Bike and the others finally turned their attention to the previously overlooked Shen San, a face they had never seen before. Yet nothing seemed particularly remarkable. Yet Suen Wukong's words compelled them to take notice. You wish to challenge the marshal? The general positioned himself protectively in front of Shen San. You shall first have to step over my corpse. Misunderstanding, I merely wished to spar with that handsome fellow behind you. I had no intention of causing harm. Suen Wukong hastily waved his hands in explanation. As if you would dare. The marshal would not engage with a mere soldier like you. Step aside. The general waved his hand in annoyance. Shen San smiled as he pulled the general aside. General, they will be valued customers of our establishment from now on. Please be courteous to potential clients. Then he addressed Suen Wukong and the others. My apologies. My brother does not appreciate others exhibiting intentions to strike. Brother? The marshal has addressed me as brother. The general's heart soared with joy. The marshal actually considers me a brother, and as a brother, I vow to protect the marshal until the end of days. Shen San was unaware that the mere utterance of the term brother had caused such a significant emotional reaction in the general, and he continued speaking. Moreover, you do not have time to waste on the store manager. Look, Shen San pointed toward the battlefield. Suen Wukong replied, if anyone should feel apologetic, it is I. I was rather presumptuous earlier. After saying this, he returned his gaze to the battlefield. Upon witnessing Shallow expel androids 17 and 18, he had reverted to his initial grasshopper form, his expression becoming increasingly sinister. He understood that even if he were to swallow those two androids again, it would be futile. Thus, let us perish together. Ha ha ha. Even if I die, I will take you with me. Shallow's body began to swell rapidly, his pupils reflecting pure madness. I advise you not to provoke me. Any movement will result in an explosion. Vegeta, are you feeling utterly hopeless at this moment? Hopeless? How ludicrous. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Sheru, gently grasping a part of his form. With a final step, he transcended into the cosmos. You might as well self-destruct. After delivering this parting remark, he vanished once more. No, boom. A burst of fireworks erupted in the endless universe, showcasing Sheru's self-destruction as a miniature display of pyrotechnics. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Vegeta crossed his arms once again. Kakarot, it's your turn now, come forth. Chapter 16, Bulma returns with goods, artificial intelligence Vegeta. The ravaged earth was engulfed in dust, swept up by the raging winds, coating the entire sky. Beneath this cloud of debris, Sun Wukong flew up to align himself with Vegeta. He understood that this battle was unavoidable, and he did not wish to evade it. He longed to ascertain the extent of the disparity between himself and Vegeta at this moment. Kakarot, I have awaited this day for far too long. Vegeta smirked malevolently. This day, too, he had long anticipated. Are you ready? I am about to strike. Whoosh bang. Indeed. Sun Wukong caught the punch that came at him from the side, laughing heartily. Since earlier, I have been observing your movement patterns, and I can now confirm that you have also mastered instant transmission, Vegeta. And what of it? Vegeta intensified his force momentarily, landing a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's face. I have longed to beat you for ages. Let us enjoy ourselves today. Prepare to fight. Ah, fight, fight, fight. Vegeta grew increasingly exhilarated as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Sun Wukong. Outside the fray, Piccolo and his companions shielded their eyes. They were well aware of Vegeta's current state. This fellow always sought out Sun Wukong for a battle whenever he enhanced his strength, and this occasion was no exception. They could discern that Vegeta was not using lethal force. He was merely using Sun Wukong as a punching bag. Father, Sun Wukong could no longer bear to watch. Just as he intended to intervene, Piccolo halted him. Do not go. The current Vegeta is beyond our combined strength. He harbors no murderous intent towards Goku. The situation resembles his anger over Goku's earlier concession. Once Vegeta vents his frustration, all will return to normal. Moreover, Kuririn, why did you bring Android 18 and the others out? Kuririn chuckled sheepishly. Android 18 is not a villain. I cannot stand idly by and watch her suffer. Do not forget, their programming is to defeat and eliminate Goku. Keeping them around is ultimately a risk. Can you guarantee they will defy their programming? Piccolo frowned. Nearby, Trunks also knitted his brow, torn between the notions of killing and sparing. However, recalling the moment a few days prior when Android 18 had joined forces with them, he recognized that the androids in this world differed substantially from those in his. At least based on prior experiences, the androids here did not appear malevolent. With this thought, he abandoned the idea of taking action against them. Hearing Piccolo's words, Kuririn pondered for a moment before speaking. It won't happen, the doctor is dead. And Android 17 and 18 are no longer bound. Besides, Android 18 has assisted us before. Upon hearing this, Piccolo chose not to argue further. At that moment, Shen San sensed someone entering the store. He and the general promptly returned inside, noticing the visitor and smiling. It had been several days since they had last seen her, and the store manager had genuinely believed she would not return. The newcomer was Bulma. Over the past few days, she had been indecisive about coming, but the more she hesitated, the stronger the desire to visit became. She had to admit that engaging in such games could indeed become addictive and captivating. This predicament had caused her sleepless nights. Handsome, do not laugh. I have come to a conclusion. Since I want to play, I shall play, at worst. I want to open the supreme jars daily, but playing with the ones below the celestial rank is still within tolerable limits. Bulma languidly leaned on the front desk, then produced her bank card to place it on the card reader. I watched the live stream, and Vegeta should be pleased this time. The Shara matter has been resolved, and today I can open 7 jars. 1 diamond jar, 1 gold blind box, 2 silver blind boxes, 1 bronze blind box, and 2 black iron blind boxes. Very well. The total comes to 26,700,000. May you shed the title of Black Emperor. Shen San entered the corresponding amount, and once the transaction concluded, he turned to fetch the respective jars and blind boxes from the shelf, placing a total of 7 on the counter. Upon witnessing this, Bulma perked up, eagerly taking one of the bronze blind boxes first, her heart racing with excitement as her trembling hands prepared for the next thrilling moment. The 4 straps gradually fell away, leading to the most exhilarating part of the process. With her hands poised on the lid, she took a deep breath and lifted it in an instant. In that moment, a dazzling light emanated from the blind box, illuminating all around. Bulma felt an overwhelming joy swell within her. Given the intensity of the glow, the item inside was sure to be of exceptional quality. As the brilliance subsided, she eagerly peered into the blind box. Congratulations, you have acquired the artificial intelligence Jarvis. Artificial intelligence. As a leading scientist, Bulma was no stranger to the term. What was termed as artificial intelligence in this era was more akin to artificial incompetence. However, if Shen San claimed it was artificial intelligence, then the program must be of considerable merit. Bulma reached out to grasp a beautifully crafted watch hovering above the blind box. Master, Jarvis is here to serve you. A low, resonant voice emanated from the watch, laced with a hint of emotional fluctuation. Bulma was taken aback. It is known that entities exhibiting emotional fluctuations can no longer be classified merely as artificial intelligence. They transcend into the realm of artificial life, akin to androids. The only distinction being that androids possess physical forms, while this artificial intelligence could only exist within the digital realm. Nevertheless, Bulma felt even greater joy. Jarvis, what functionalities do you possess? In response, the watch flickered slightly. Master, as long as I am within the network, my applications are extensive, and I can also assist you with matters regarding the Universal Capsule Corporation. How do you know about the Universal Capsule Corporation? From the moment I came into existence in this world, I have been present within the network. No trace left behind in this world escapes my notice. Upon hearing this, Bulma's pupils shimmered with brilliance. She suddenly grasped the key point. Possessing Jarvis equated to having a complete intelligence system, not to mention assistance in managing corporate affairs. This was a monumental gain. With this realization, Bulma brushed aside her previous gloom. Ha ha ha, I have struck it rich this time. Jarvis, please draft a comprehensive report on the development of the Universal Capsule Corporation. I need to earn money to open Supreme Jars daily. Jarvis promptly responded. My program contains all the inventions of the previous owner, including the Mark series and controllable nuclear power. The Universal Capsule's business leans towards civilian use. For further development, Master might consider venturing into military applications, as my program includes a complete arms system. Bulma was even more delighted. No rush. First, upload the feasibility report and the Mark series you mentioned into my computer. I will review it and decide afterward. Certainly, Master. Bulma ceased her conversation with Jarvis, her gaze shifting towards the remaining blind boxes and jars, her eyes alight with fervor. Chapter 17, the Ultra Non-Mainstream Set. Out. I demand you to reveal your treasures. Having just opened Jarvis, Bulma's anticipation for the subsequent blind boxes and jars intensified. Before her, she held the black iron blind box, slowly untying the 4 straps with both hands. As she placed her hands on the lid, she leaned closer, inch by inch lifting the cover. With each inch raised, her heart raced violently, and by the moment the lid was nearly lifted, it felt as though her heart would leap from her chest. Come out, congratulations. You have received a towel. Clang. Bulma stared blankly at the white towel floating before her. Boss Shen, handsome Shen, your game is truly thrilling. My little treasury might endure, but this roller coaster of emotions is nearly unbearable. What are you saying? Shen San rolled his eyes dramatically. You know it's a game of chance. There are wins and losses. Do you expect to unearth treasures every single time? If that were the case, I might as well give it to you outright. Haha, if you dare to give it, I shall gladly accept. Bulma's eyes sparkled mischievously. Handsome Shun, considering you are currently all alone. I have a sister. Why not consider her as your wife? Then it would be perfectly justified for you to gift me something. Just because she is pretty doesn't mean you should think too highly of her. Ordinary folk shouldn't harbor delusions about the store owner. Shen San pointed at the remaining blind boxes and jars. Those here for business are warmly welcomed. Those wishing to play matchmaker should leave at once. All right. I want to play matchmaker. Can we agree on that? Bulma rolled her eyes, thinking to herself. He is quite handsome, but alas, a staunch straight man. She reminisced about her sister, who was even more beautiful than herself, a novelist with an innate elegance, though now she was lost somewhere in the vast universe, gathering inspiration. With that thought, Bulma shook off her longing and brought the last black iron jar before her. This time, she hesitated no longer. swiftly tearing off the straps and flipping the lid open. Congratulations, you have received an automatic clapper. Bulma? Her face flushed crimson instantly. The clapper floated before her, moving playfully as if a mischievous child were seeking its way home. Why you? Bulma stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Shen San. Why is there such a thing in the blind box? I've already said, anything could be in the blind boxes and jars. Shen San shrugged nonchalantly. You, a married woman, should have seen far more in life. Why be so shy over something like this? It's not the same. Bulma struggled to articulate her thoughts. After all, her husband was her husband, and yet here she was in front of Shen San. She prided herself on being quite open-minded, yet faced with Shen San's unabashed remarks, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she felt a flush of warmth rise within her. Could it be? Bulma chuckled at her own thoughts. Shen San was right. As a married woman who had seen her fair share of life's storms, why was she blushing? Bulma quickly regained her composure. I've heard that women can change their expressions swiftly, but seeing you, I now believe this legend. Shen San admired Bulma's quick transformation. There are still 4 blind boxes and jars left. I wish you luck in obtaining something worthwhile. He genuinely meant it, as with the privilege of 10,000-fold returns. He hoped that each customer would leave with something valuable. Of course, even if they didn't, observing the emotional fluctuations of the jar openers was quite entertaining. After all, life could use a bit of spice. Bulma, upon hearing this, shifted her gaze back to the silver blind box at the front desk. At this moment, she had no interest in trifling matters. Grabbing the blind box, she swiftly tore it open. Congratulations, you have received a crib. Congratulations, you have received a water dispenser. Well, that is somewhat useful. Bulma remained undaunted, setting the crib and water dispenser aside before immediately opening the golden blind box. Congratulations, you have received a pair of jeans. Bulma's patience was wearing thin. The last diamond jar. I refuse to believe it will yield nothing. Bulma's pupils were tinged with red. The first had yielded Jarvis. A considerable win. Yet humans are inherently contradictory and greedy. After 5 consecutive disappointments, she sensed her excitement rising once more. She then brought the final jar before her. With determination, she grasped the hammer, her gaze fixed intently on the diamond jar. Yet the hammer hesitated to fall. Her heart raced at over 100 beats per minute. At that moment, Bulma's adrenaline surged. Her face flushed with excitement and anticipation. It's been nearly a minute. Shen San sighed. How long will you hesitate? Quiet. Bulma replied without looking up. I feel it approaching. Just a little longer. Now is not the time. Shen San couldn't help but chuckle internally. What a feeling. It was reminiscent of those mystical gaming moments. He recalled a novel about jars where characters like Zhao Kongqing engaged in such superstitious rituals daily, revering a nebulous entity known as the God of Jars. Another character, a handsome fellow named Baby, would recite incantations whenever it was time to open jars or enhance items. Bulma resembled them in this moment, missing only a sacred text. Shen San stifled a laugh. Almost 2 minutes. Is your so-called feeling still not here? Soon. Time crept by another 5 minutes. Suddenly, Bulma sensed the odds of success had reached an unprecedented level. No longer hesitating, she swung the hammer down decisively. Time to yield something good. As the hammer struck the jar, shards flew in all directions. Bulma's anticipation peaked. Shen San was slightly taken aback. Congratulations. You have received an ultra non-mainstream outfit. Bulma nearly collapsed in disbelief. Floating before her was a set of blue clothing adorned with iron spikes and a wild blue wig. She had assumed it was merely another ordinary outfit. Thus disappointment enveloped her. Yet, fate has its twists, and the line between heaven and hell is often thin. Just as despair threatened to overtake her, Shen San spoke with a smile. Do not despair. This non-mainstream outfit is rarer than the Super Saiyan 2 that Vegeta unveiled. You have truly struck gold this time. At his words, the dimness in Bulma's eyes was ignited by a flicker of hope, soon bursting forth into an endless brilliance. Her previously feeble body now surged with renewed strength, and she instantly straightened up, leaning closer to examine the outfit. Handsome, tell me, what is the purpose of this? Patience, Shen San replied, leaning closer as well. This non-mainstream outfit embodies the beliefs of an entire generation. It is a memory known as youth. Allow me to recount its tale. Chapter 18. A single finger is sufficient to deal with you. It is said that in a certain era, there was a group of powerful individuals. They were passionate and cheerful. In that time, they were the rulers, visible in every street and alley, a vibrant sight to behold. However, such glory was fleeting. As the times changed, these rulers fell from grace. They lost to nothingness, yet they succumbed solely to the trials of life. Thus, they shed their youth and were compelled to don the garb of existence. Shen San reached out to touch the blue outfit, lost in reminiscence while continuing his explanation. This divine garment is a manifestation of the faith of that generation. It transcends the mundane and is imbued with the divine. Once donned, it grants powers far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 2. Furthermore, it possesses a unique feature when accompanied by music from a speaker and a bag of cement. Along with some dance moves, your battle power will increase significantly. As for how far it can elevate you, it's something you may not fully comprehend. In summary, its power and vast utility are undoubtedly beyond your imagination. When Shen San finished explaining, he withdrew his hand, and his reminiscence returned to reality. The significance of the Chao Fei Zhuan suit lies in its essence, perhaps embodying the collective youth of a generation. Bulma could already envision the glorious era that Shen San described. Although she had little desire to don such extravagant attire, she held deep respect for the individuals within the story. Subsequently, she solemnly folded the Chao Fei Zhuan suit and gently set it aside, contemplating taking it back with her when she departed. These were individuals worthy of admiration. This ensemble would be cherished. After saying this, Bulma lifted her head. The jars and blind boxes had been opened, and today had certainly been profitable. Since the time was still early, why not have Boshin take her to the battlefield for a glimpse? All right, Shen San extended his hand. Bulma, puzzled, asked what? The shopkeeper charges 1 million per trip. Have you lost your mind? The price is set. Whether you go is up to you. Fine, you're ruthless. 1 million it is. I'll pay by card. Bulma gritted her teeth and handed over her bank card. However, Shen San shook his head. This time, cash only. Half of the money processed through the card machine mysteriously disappears. This is not a business transaction. It's my personal gain. I have no intention of sharing it with that unknown entity. Even if that entity allowed me to own a shop, work is work and personal matters are personal. They must be kept separate. I know you haven't brought cash. You can owe me this time and bring it next time. You're quite the miser. Fine. I'll bring it next time. Bulma found it both amusing and exasperating. Shen San nodded at her words, then circled around the front desk, placing his hand on Bulma's shoulder before taking a step forward and vanishing in an instant. The general, witnessing this, became anxious. Marshal, don't leave your subordinate behind. It merely possessed a 50-50 skill. Without an opponent, it was just a cute and adorable panda, nothing particularly special aside from its ability to speak. At that moment, the white arena had long since vanished, leaving the earth in ruins, with small hills within a 10-mile radius flattened by the aftermath of the battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to assault Son Goku. However, there was a shift. It was no longer just Son Goku receiving punishment. Even Trunks was not spared, both drawn into the fray by Vegeta. This was Vegeta's moment of glory. At this instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to roar to the heavens. And that word was ecstasy. Enough, Vegeta. Piccolo's face was not only green, but swollen and bruised. If this continues, I won't be able to endure it. Krillin covered one of his blackened eyes. You all seem better off. I got kicked in the groin. Yamcha's complexion mirrored Piccolo's. Who am I supposed to complain to? Tenshinhan fared even worse, with no part of his body unscathed. Fortunately, they were all merely suffering superficial injuries. At least their lives were not in jeopardy. A bunch of trash. Vegeta casually discarded Son Goku and kicked away the approaching Son Gohan and Trunks. Then, he noticed Shen San approaching with Bulma. Inexplicably, his fighting spirit surged. Mr. Shun, may I ask for your guidance? He felt capable once more. Shen San smiled, genuinely delighted. He then slowly flew forward. The others hastily retreated, particularly Son Goku, who stared at Shen San unblinkingly. Shen San flew before Vegeta, extending his right hand. He then gradually retracted his fingers until only one remained. Vegeta furrowed his brow upon seeing this, questioning its meaning. Shen San chuckled softly. Unlike those who use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a single finger is sufficient to deal with you. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. Piccolo and the others thought Shen San was merely boasting. They had just engaged with Vegeta, who was far beyond what any ordinary person could contend with. However, Son Goku perceived it differently. His gaze toward Shen San was unprecedentedly grave, mixed with boundless combat intent. Vegeta did not dismiss Shen San's words either. Among all present, only he had directly endured the aura emitted by Shen San, a level of energy that even he could only look up to. Yet, he was eager to test just how vast the disparity was between them. Was it a mere step away or an insurmountable chasm? After this encounter, he hoped to clarify. Vegeta elevated his Super Saiyan 2 energy to its zenith, thick bolts of electricity dancing amidst the golden aura, flickering. At that moment, the entire arena was once again awestruck. It turned out Vegeta had not exerted his full strength from the very beginning. Now, with all his energy unleashed, he faced Shen San, who still held out a single finger. He hesitated to attack, instead moving like a cheetah, poised to strike. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, stirring the dust in the air and sounding the battle horn. Vegeta instantly appeared at Shen San's right side, unleashing a powerful straight punch. Boom. Are you kidding me? A storm of turmoil erupted in Piccolo and his companions' hearts. Against Vegeta's full-powered punch, Shen San merely used a single finger to touch the center of Vegeta's fist. The air exploded, the earth shattered, yet he remained utterly unmoved, maintaining a faint smile that starkly contrasted with Piccolo and the others. Vegeta's expression turned grave to the extreme. He did not relent in his advance. After one failed strike, he utilized instantaneous movement, flashing around Shen San at high speed. With each flash, he unleashed 10, 100, even 1,000 punches, each powered with full force. Shen San effortlessly deflected each one with a single finger. Vegeta's breath became increasingly erratic. Mr. Shun, you truly are unfathomably powerful. Please be cautious of my next move. Vegeta crossed his arms and raised them behind him. Soon, all his energy began to converge in his palms. Final flash. A colossal energy beam capable of annihilating the world erupted from Vegeta's palms. In the face of this energy, Piccolo and his companions felt the specter of death looming. Shen San, however, slowly raised his hand and mimicked the action of flicking a marble. As the wave of light approached, he gently flicked his middle finger. Instantly, the world-destroying beam was sent hurtling into the cosmos. The entire arena was stunned, as if plunged into a dreamlike state. Chapter 19. The aura that spreads across the universe, the devastated Earth, appeared to have halted the flow of time at this moment. The scene before everyone freezing them in astonishment. A single middle finger. Just one middle finger was sufficient to deflect Vegeta's ultimate flash into the universe. What does it mean to be astonishing? This is what it means to be astonishing. Son Goku's heart skipped a beat. The gap was too vast. So vast that he could only look up, as if it were entirely out of reach. Vegeta was left with only a bitter smile. It became clear. It was not a mere step away, but a true and profound chasm. Mr. Shun, may I see just how powerful you truly are? How powerful? Shen San tilted his head in thought. Seizing the opportunity to impress the Dragon Ball characters, he had no qualms in delivering a minor shock. All right, let me show you something entertaining. What kind of entertainment? Vegeta asked, puzzled, but was stunned the next second. Shen San clenched his fists and raised them to his waist. After a light exhale, a golden aura enveloped the entire space, with thunderous lightning swirling around it. A cataclysmic presence causing the world to tremble and extending out into the cosmos, reaching an unknown destination. Po Huaisen Xing. Wei Si similarly directed his gaze towards the source of the energy. His pupils appeared capable of transcending the bounds of time and space, ultimately fixating on Shen San. He chuckled softly, noting that the seventh universe had produced a fledgling powerhouse. The aura was saturated with a destructive essence, fitting for a god of destruction. However, the individual was still too feeble and his techniques rather rudimentary. It would be prudent to await Lord Beerus's awakening for further assessment. After murmuring this to himself, Wei Si shifted his attention elsewhere. To him, Shen San was merely a diminutive insect at that moment, unworthy of excessive scrutiny. Most importantly, he could not interfere too much. All decisions regarding destruction or cultivation would be postponed until Beerus awoke. In addition to Wei Si, the other KO also gazed towards the energy's direction, trembling with fear at its magnitude. The Kaioshin observed everything with keen eyes. Upon noticing the cold, eerie expression on Shen San's face, he broke into a cold sweat. Shifting his focus back to the battlefield, golden flames soared into the heavens, while endless bolts of lightning struck the earth like a celestial whip. Each bolt infused with an apocalyptic essence. At the center, Shen San's demeanor turned exceptionally grim, his black hair transforming into a deep golden hue. He maintained his hands raised at his waist, exerting an overwhelming energy that pressed all present against the ground. Son Goku and the other Saiyans struggled to lift their heads, their eyes wide with horror. They beheld Shen San, who resembled a deity, and after a moment, their astonishment was tinged with a flicker of defiance. Ha 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 ha. Son Goku and his son braced themselves against the ground, roaring as they attempted to rise. The golden flames emanated from within them, and soon, serpentine arcs of electricity encircled the flames. Under immense pressure, they transcended their limits and successfully entered the Super Saiyan 2 stage. Yet, beneath Shen San's targeted energy, they could only barely manage to kneel. Vegeta, who received special attention from Shen San, was also pinned to the ground and struggled to lift his head. Is this all you have? With a swift motion, Shen San appeared before Vegeta, his cold expression now tinged with a hint of amusement. Guess. Then, as if recalling something, his expression hardened once more. Remember this pain. It will serve as a marker on your path of pursuit. With a gentle yet forceful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, the latter's complexion turned pale, his eyes glazed over as he collapsed unconscious. After delivering this blow, Shen San retracted his Super Saiyan 2 form. Piccolo and the others felt the oppressive weight lift from their shoulders, quickly rising to their feet. Their gazes fixed on Shen San as if beholding a being capable of obliterating the world. Bulma, shall I take you back to the store? Just 2 million, you know. Surely, you can spare some money. Bulma jumped to Vegeta's side. It was then that Piccolo and the others noticed Bulma. They were startled, for her energy now surpassed that of anyone present, save for a few Saiyans. Mere days had passed, and while Vegeta had grown stronger, even Bulma, an ordinary person, had become formidable. They felt as if the world had transformed into something utterly alien. Next, Bulma cradled Vegeta and leaped over to Son Goku and the others. Boss Shun, please take Goku and the others to your store first. I'll bring the cash tomorrow. No problem. Thank you for your patronage, wealthy lady. As Shen San prepared to depart with the entranced group, he noticed Satan hiding behind a small hillock. As this savior and wealthy individual, he was not about to overlook such a lucrative client. In a flash, he approached Satan, who wore a bewildered expression, and transported him back to Son Goku's group, placing Satan's hand on Piccolo's shoulder. Having completed this, Shen San raised his gaze towards the cosmos before vanishing in an instant. Beyond the atmosphere, after Cell's self-destruction, his core remained intact, allowing him to revive in his complete form. His energy had grown even more formidable due to his Saiyan genes, now rivaling that of the initial Super Saiyan 2 form. He was no fool. He had previously lost his wits after being beaten by Vegeta. Following his resurrection, he meticulously analyzed every conceivable outcome and concluded that, despite his newfound strength, he had no chance against Vegeta. Sensing Shen San's boundless energy, he realized that any attempt to confront them would be tantamount to seeking death. Cell gazed down at the cerulean planet, muttering to himself that seeking out Vegeta would be suicidal. The priority was to understand how Vegeta had achieved such tremendous power in such a short span. Furthermore, the energy he had just sensed was unfathomably strong, and its information was absent from his database. He needed to investigate it further. Otherwise, navigating this planet would become exceedingly difficult. After finishing his musings, Cell suppressed his energy to an inconspicuous level and descended towards the planet's surface. In the store, Bulma was explaining the intricacies of the jars and blind boxes to Son Goku and his companions, who listened, utterly bewildered. If not for the reality before them, they might have thought Bulma was sleepwalking. Initially, it was manageable until Bulma mentioned that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form had emerged from one of the jars, which left them in shock, particularly Yamcha and the others. They understood that they could not compete with the Saiyans, and regardless of their efforts in martial arts, progress was agonizingly slow. Yamcha had nearly given up hope, but upon hearing that jars and blind boxes contained items and techniques to enhance combat power, their spirits ignited. Especially for Yamcha, whose eyes gleamed with fervor. Chapter 20. Son Goku opens a blind box, the Monkey King-S form. The tournament had drawn close to noon. Bulma had laid everything bare. Yamcha and his companions were thoroughly intrigued. However, upon hearing the prices, their excitement was doused with cold water, leaving them chilled to the bone. They could not afford even the black iron blind box, let alone the king's jar. Tianjin Han was a dedicated ascetic. Piccolo was solitary and reclusive. Yamcha was a moonlight dweller, and Son Goku, needless to say, likely had no concept of money. Here's the deal. Bulma, aware of her friend's circumstances, paused for a moment before continuing. I'll cover your costs this time, but only for today. I know your situation's well. If you wish to return in the future, you cannot continue living like this. You must have a stable income. Easier said than done, Yamcha sighed, regretting his past with Bulma. If we hadn't broken up, would we be worrying about money now? Now you understand the importance of finding a wealthy partner, Vegeta remarked. As everyone's gaze turned to Yamcha, he continued. None of us are making money. Look at Piccolo. He's always holed up in the mountains, looking ferocious. What else can he do besides the special beam cannon? And Tianjin Han, the wandering monk, is perpetually running around with dumplings, struggling for 3 meals a day, let alone saving any money. Kilolin and I have jobs, but they barely sustain us. There's no extra cash for jars. And Son Goku, do you even know what money is? I do. Son Goku scratched his head, looking puzzled. Money is money. 100,000 to 1,000,000 a lot? I'll just go back and ask Chi-Chi for some. No, Dad. Son Gohan immediately reached out to stop Son Goku, his expression one of exasperation. Father, heed my advice. Our household cannot possibly produce 100 million. If you were to ask Mother for such an amount, I assure you, she would be furious. Unlike Sun Wukong, who is carefree and unbothered, though still a child. He is well aware of our family's circumstances. With 2 insatiable mouths to feed, our family's wealth has reached its limit. To ask Mother for money now would guarantee that Sun Wukong would be expelled from the house. Is 100 million truly a substantial sum? Sun Wukong remained perplexed. Upon hearing this, everyone averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, a series of sharp knocks echoed as fingers tapped against the wooden surface. Redirecting everyone's attention, there sat Shen San at the front desk, gently drumming his fingers on the counter. Once all eyes were upon him, he began to speak. It appears you have become ensnared in the mindset of the average person. His tone was neither hurried nor agitated. Merely working will never yield enough blind boxes and cans. This planet is abundant with treasures, such as agate and pearls from the ocean, as well as untapped gold and diamond mines. These are the avenues to wealth. Why remain fixated on labor? Our establishment also accepts physical goods, though the conversion rate may differ slightly from that outside. Furthermore, Shen San pointed at the bewildered Satan. This savior can also provide you with a source of wealth. And Bulma, with your brilliant mind, creating a metal detector would be a breeze. Thus, this planet, or even the universe, holds vast treasures for those of you who can soar through the skies. The proprietor of this establishment is baffled by your inclination towards labor. Surely, the rigors of cultivation have made you dull-witted. Upon hearing Shen San's suggestions, Yamcha and the others felt both awkward and elated. Indeed, they had become trapped in the mindset of ordinary individuals. Beings like them, capable of flight, should not be toiling away at jobs. A mere swim in the ocean could yield them fortunes. Laboring is simply out of the question. Yamcha and the others overlooked Satan, while Bulma placed her bank card on the card reader. Vegeta and Trunks could each open 6, the others could manage 5. Vegeta and Trunks, each one receiving 6 silver blind boxes, while the others received 5 black iron blind boxes. At this moment, Bulma noticed the silent presence of androids 17 and 18, who had remained mute since awakening. Let's include them as well, except for that explosive-haired one. Very well. Shen San entered the amount. This expenditure amounts to 16 million. Remember to bring the travel expenses tomorrow. Understood, you miser. Bulma took the bank card, rolling her eyes dramatically, then stepped aside. The payment has been completed. Who will be first to open? The group, led by Tianjin Han, hesitated to step forward immediately. The carefree Sun Wukong, however, did not ponder for long. He was the first to approach. I'll go first. Shen San, do I just open it directly? Simply untie the strap and lift the lid, Shen San explained. Hearing this, Sun Wukong swiftly unfastened the strap. As he moved, the hearts of those present, save for a few with steadier temperaments, raced with anticipation. However, at the moment Sun Wukong lifted the lid, the expressions of those with steadier hearts shifted dramatically, their breaths growing heavy. As the lid of the blind box was opened, a brilliant light emanated from within, enveloping Sun Wukong before coalescing behind him into the form of a massive ape shadow. In that instant, an unparalleled aura of ferocity radiated from the silhouette. At that moment, Sun Wukong's energy surged at an astonishing rate, surpassing Vegeta within moments and continuing to rise. Once Sun Wukong's energy stabilized, Shen San cast a probing gaze. A power amplification of 150 billion. Not bad, he murmured. He had to admire the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. Their luck was indeed extraordinary. For a black iron blind box had yielded one of the most potent growth items. Congratulations, you have obtained a Dharma form. The Dharma form is among the most superior growth items and ranks high within the blind boxes. Even without transforming into Super Saiyan 2, your power now stands at 150 billion, far exceeding Vegeta. What? Everyone was once again taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound strength, and smiled. Meanwhile, Vegeta, jolted awake by the energy, collapsed again upon hearing this. Immediately, he sprang back to his feet. Kakarot, move aside. Let me go first. Oh dear, Vegeta, don't rush. I still have 4 left to open. Sun Wukong chuckled, playfully nudging Vegeta back. He then hastily tore open another blind box. In an instant, brilliance reigned once more. Chapter 21. Vegeta opens another blind box, the War God Dharma form. A white radiance illuminated the hall, and as the glow faded, all gazes converged on the front desk. Above the blind box floated a golden rod adorned with mysterious patterns, inscribed with 4 unfamiliar gilded characters. While they did not recognize the script, the commanding aura emanating from the golden rod was suffocating, inducing a sense of reverence in them as they gazed upon it. Sacred and untouchable. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sea Calming Rod. Shen San slowly shook his head. Truly, as the master of fortune, you have consecutively unveiled 2 extraordinary treasures. The Dharma form and the Sea Calming Rod both originate from the primordial world due to dimensional differences. As soon as Sun Wukong enhances the Dharma form, he will naturally acquire the laws of the primordial world. For the Dragon Ball world, the abilities and items from the primordial realm are akin to dimensional strikes. Upon hearing Shen San's words, Sun Wukong was captivated by the Sea Calming Rod at first sight. In the past, he had wielded a Rui Bang, but as his strength grew, it had become obsolete. The Sea Calming Rod, however, exuded an overwhelming power. He even felt as though he were unworthy of possessing it. Had it not been for the rules of the shop, the Sea Calming Rod would not permit Sun Wukong to wield it. It possessed its own pride. Sun Wukong slowly reached out to grasp the Sea Calming Rod. In that instant, he felt an immense weight descend upon him. Wow, this thing is heavy. Sun Wukong swung the Sea Calming Rod a couple of times. Shen San explained, it weighs 100,800 pounds, but once you truly earn its recognition, it will feel as light as a feather. Moreover, much like your previous Rui Bang, it can change in size at will. As mealtime approached, and with others yet to open their boxes, you should finish opening the remaining 3 blind boxes quickly. Yes, hurry up, Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes reddened with impatience. The others were equally eager to push Sun Wukong aside to take their turn at the blind boxes. Sensing the waves of malice directed at him, Sun Wukong turned to look and cheerfully said, Hey, everyone, don't rush. It won't take long to open these 3 blind boxes. Shen San mentioned mealtime, and now I'm feeling hungry. Bulma, did you bring any food? Let us have a feast. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. I brought lunch for Boss Shen, not for you lot. Hurry up and finish so you can go home and eat. Exactly, old son. Hurry up and stop rambling. Yes, if you keep this up, don't blame us for being rude. Regardless of how carefree he was, Sun Wukong understood that further delays could lead to trouble. Thus, under the urging of the crowd, he swiftly tore open the last 3 blind boxes. Congratulations, you have obtained Vegeta's original flavor shirt. Congratulations on acquiring a delectable feast. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of broken wooden board. 3 blind boxes containing 3 items, none of which are of any use. Shen San nodded inwardly. This is as it should be. Even if one is the protagonist of the world, it is impossible to obtain top-tier items every time. Subsequently, Vegeta, seeing that Sun Wukong had finished, immediately pulled him aside and tucked his original flavor shirt into his embrace, eagerly exclaiming, Mr. Shun, hurry up, I want 5 Wangja jars. I'm sorry, Bulma has already paid for 6 silver blind boxes for you. You cannot make any exchanges today. If you wish to open Wangja jars, please bring enough money tomorrow. Shen San placed the 6 silver blind boxes on the table. Piccolo and the others had no objections to Vegeta cutting in line, as they were spending Bulma's money. Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot a glare at Bulma, but thinking of the superior blind boxes he was about to open compared to Kakarot's, any annoyance vanished instantly. At this moment, even if Kakarot had surpassed him in strength again, what did it matter? In terms of blind boxes, he would always remain ahead of Kakarot. This underscores the importance of choosing the right spouse. Vegeta began to feel fortunate for having met Bulma. He arrogantly glanced at the crowd before fixing his gaze on Kakarot, who was indulging in food. Humph, a bunch of paupers. This prince will definitely secure something from these 6 blind boxes. Vegeta inwardly mocked the others and reached for one of the blind boxes. Come on, definitely something good. His palms began to sweat, and then he closed his eyes to open the silver blind box. In an instant, he felt the energy within him surging. Vegeta smiled, while Piccolo and his companions were astonished. Congratulations, you have obtained a Battle God avatar. Shen San then tossed out a detection eye, instantly revealing the extent of Vegeta's combat enhancements, which, like Sun Wukong, had increased by 15 billion. Undoubtedly, the luck of the second protagonist in the Dragon Ball world was formidable. Shen San anticipated what else Vegeta might obtain, especially with the potential for a 10,000-fold enhancement. At that moment, Vegeta turned to look at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with provocation. That gaze seemed to convey a message. Look, I have surpassed you again. However, Sun Wukong was completely engrossed in his feast, showing no intention of meeting Vegeta's gaze. In this scenario, Vegeta's efforts to provoke were in vain. Only Bulma and Trunks understood Vegeta's intentions. Stop glaring. Let's finish so Gohan can have a turn. Understood, but I want to open a Wangzhe jar tomorrow. Open your big mouth. We can only open one Wangzhe jar at most each month. Bulma retorted, half amused, half exasperated. Of course, if you can make money. Feel free to open as many Wangzhe jars as you like. My funds can only cover 1 jar a month. Humph, earning money is no challenge. Once I find a gold mine in the universe, I can open Wangzhe jars every day. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Bulma secretly chuckled. All right, I'll wait for you to bring home the bacon. Hurry up and open. Hearing this, Vegeta refrained from discussing the topic further and quickly opened the remaining blind boxes. Congratulations. You have obtained a baby bottle. Congratulations, you have obtained a can of baby formula. Congratulations, you have obtained a pacifier. Congratulations, you have obtained a puppy. Congratulations, you have obtained a kitten. Vegeta, Bulma, Piccolo, everyone. They wanted to laugh, but dared not, feeling immensely uncomfortable. Even Satan, at this moment, returned to reality, shrugging with a twitch. The 2 androids, number 17 and number 18, couldn't help but smirk. Vegeta instantly flushed with embarrassment. What a joke. These items are just perfect for Trunks. All right, I won't laugh. Bulma first gathered the 2 small animals into her arms, then carefully stowed away the baby bottle and other items, finally stepping aside. Who will go next? Piccolo and the others discreetly turned their attention to Trunks. Trunks, without any hesitation, opened his 6 blind boxes in mere 10 seconds. In that moment, 6 items materialized above the blind boxes. Congratulations. You have obtained a finely crafted great sword. Congratulations, you have obtained a thunder fruit. Congratulations, you have obtained an infinite energy electric fan. Congratulations, you have obtained an electric guitar. Congratulations, you have obtained a fishing rod. Congratulations, you have obtained a bowl of delicious white rice. As the 6 items floated above the front counter, Trunks, upon hearing Shen San's words, realized that none of them were particularly useful. He was already accustomed to using swords, so he took the great sword in hand. However, upon grasping it, he quickly discerned it to be an ordinary item, merely aesthetically pleasing. The other items held little value. Shen San pointed at the floating items. The infinite energy electric fan will keep you cool all summer long. The thunder fruit, however, has some utility. At this, Trunks' eyes lit up, and Bulma became excited. The others leaned in, all ears. That is a devil fruit. Seeing everyone draw closer, Shen San continued to elaborate. Each fruit represents a unique ability. The thunder fruit grants the power to control thunder, but it may not be particularly useful for you. However, it possesses another characteristic known as elementalization. Upon consuming the thunder fruit, you will transform into thunder, rendering you immune to physical attacks. Immune to physical attacks? Trunks and the others were immediately astonished. Yet, they swiftly recognized a critical point. Piccolo furrowed his brow and remarked, if it only grants immunity to physical attacks, that means there are still abilities that can harm the user. Indeed, Shen San nodded. The blind boxes and jars also contain a skill called Haki, which specializes in countering devil fruits. Moreover, energy attacks, like Haki, can also harm the user. Additionally, mental attacks are effective against devil fruits. Devil fruits have a fatal weakness known as Sea Stone, but after modifications, that weakness has been neutralized. In summary, consuming the thunder fruit may not significantly enhance your power, but it does grant you an additional ability. Furthermore, if developed properly, combining thunder with energy could yield unexpected results. That's the gist of it. The choice to consume it lies with you. After finishing his explanation, Shen San took a sip of water to soothe his throat. No side effects and an extra ability? What is there to think about? Bulma instantly snatched the thunder fruit and forcefully stuffed it into Trunks' mouth. The unimaginable taste exploded in his mouth, and Trunks' face turned dark. He bent over, nearly retching, but remembering they were in a shop, he managed to hold it in. After a moment, as the flavor began to subside, Trunks felt a new power surging within him and raised his hand. In that instant, a violent thunder erupted from his hand, transforming it into pure lightning. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta struck down with a chop. Indeed, it can render one immune to physical attacks, but the power is too weak. Rubbish. Well, it's still something, after all. It provides immunity to physical attacks. If the enemy is unaware, the thunder fruit could yield surprising effects. Piccolo reached out to feel the power of the thunder and similarly shook his head. Trunks sighed and said, I may have gained a new ability, but if any of you open a devil fruit in the future, I advise against consuming it. The taste is unbearably dreadful, except for Uncle Wukong. Indeed, Bulma chuckled. Wukong finds every morsel delectable, perhaps unable to discern the true essence of flavors. Who claims I cannot taste? Son Wukong lifted his head from a feast, exclaiming the delightful aroma of the dishes, urging others to join him. Observing his exuberance, the onlookers erupted in laughter, indifferent to his antics. Trunks discreetly withdrew, while Son Gohan indulged alongside Son Wukong, momentarily preoccupied. I shall initiate the proceedings. Noticing Shen San produce 5 black iron blind boxes, Yamcha eagerly approached, promptly cradling one before him, his hands trembling with excitement. He swiftly unfastened the straps and lifted the lid. Congratulations, you have received a disposable cup, Yamcha. Son Wukong and Vegeta had unveiled divine treasures, yet he was met with a mere cup. Nonetheless, Yamcha reminded himself that this was a game of chance and steeled his resolve. Congratulations, you have obtained a dilapidated bicycle. Surely not. Just 2. There are 3 more that must yield something worthwhile. Yamcha reassured himself and reached for another blind box. This time, he unwrapped the straps slowly, his heart racing in anticipation. Almost there. One final step. Please grant me something remarkable. With reddened eyes and a heart full of hope, he unveiled the lid. Congratulations. You have received a basin of chicken buttocks. Clang. Yamcha collapsed at the revelation, yet quickly rose, his eyes bloodshot. I refuse to believe I cannot secure a worthy item. He grasped another blind box. Shen San shook his head at the sight. Yamcha's current state mirrored Bulma's earlier frenzy, yet he exhibited an even greater madness, akin to a rabid gambler. Much like the alluring figures in the game, he plunged in with another 648, unable to halt his pursuit. Congratulations. You have received a rock from the roadside. Shen San chuckled, thinking this was more like it. Yamcha felt increasingly despondent. With only 1 blind box remaining, the thrill had nearly extinguished his heartbeat. Brother, do not toy with me. I beg you, grant me a worthy prize. Yamcha murmured, then closed his eyes to dismantle the blind box. Finally, as Shen San proclaimed his congratulations, his spirit waned. Congratulations, you have received a bottle of joy water. He felt on the verge of tears. Yamcha collected 5 utterly worthless items and retreated into despair, while Tianjin Fan swiftly filled the vacant position. He lacked Yamcha's emotional tumult, but still held a flicker of anticipation for the unknown. His hands became shadows, swiftly unwrapping the straps. Congratulations. You have obtained a bowl of dumplings. Upon hearing this, Yamcha felt a slight alleviation. Tianjin Fan then presented the dumplings to the gluttonous Son Wukong before hastily unveiling another blind box. Congratulations, you have received a large basin of dumplings. Yamcha felt even more uplifted. Tianjin Fan, puzzled, pondered his strange destiny with dumplings. A brother named Dumpling, and now a bowl and a basin of dumplings. He might as well change his name to Dumpling Master. With a sigh, Tianjin Fan handed another basin of dumplings to Son Wukong. After 2 rounds of dumplings, his mindset began to shift, infused with a tinge of hope. As he gathered the remaining blind boxes, hands like phantoms, anticipation surged within him. In the next moment, Tianjin Fan smiled. Yamcha wept. Chapter 23. The Prelude to Unveiling Blind Boxes. The Body Refinement of Chiyu. The radiance this time did not rival that of Son Wukong and his companions, nor did it coalesce behind him in ethereal forms. A gentle glow flowed into Tianjin Fan's third eye. In an instant, his third eye transformed into a vertical pupil. its profound depths seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions of the world. At this moment, Tianjin Fan's aura steadily escalated, 1 billion, 2 billion, culminating at 170 billion before ceasing. The sudden surge of energy prompted Tianjin Fan to unleash a thunderous roar. As his head tilted back, an intense beam erupted from his vertical pupil, shooting up to the rooftop. Yet the light met the rooftop with no ripple of effect. Congratulations. You have acquired the broken illusion eye. Shen San applauded. This unique eye is a small treasure, capable of evolution, enhancing your battle prowess with each upgrade. Once evolved to its zenith, your power may rival that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 4. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Tianjin Fan retracted the broken illusion eye, and as the divine glow dissipated, the vertical pupil on his forehead gradually closed. I have completed my turn. Who shall proceed next? Tianjin Fan smiled and stepped back. Yamcha internally lamented. Next, Piccolo boldly stepped forward, claiming a blind box for himself. Those who had gone before had unearthed treasures of varying degrees. Though he dismissed Yamcha's previous plight, he mused that, given his current training pace, he would struggle to catch up to Sun Wukong and company throughout his lifetime, with the gap only widening over time. Now, an opportunity lay before him. It would be disingenuous not to feel exhilarated. Piccolo took a deep breath and swiftly opened the first blind box. Congratulations, you have received a pair of Son Gohan's underpants. Tianjin Fan? Son Gohan? Piccolo? Boss Shun, your blind boxes truly contain everything. With resignation, Piccolo tossed the underpants towards Son Gohan and steeled himself for the second blind box, hesitating as he prepared to open it. He feared it might once again yield another of Son Gohan's belongings. That would be utterly mortifying. Nevertheless, he pressed on, silently praying for no more of Son Gohan's garments, and swiftly lifted the lid. Congratulations, you have received a set of Might Guy spandex. Well then, not Son Gohan's this time, but another unknown person's attire. Piccolo felt utterly defeated. Yamcha found a slight solace in this. Shen San chuckled. The odds of acquiring valuable items from the black iron blind boxes are inherently low. Sun Wukong and his companions were simply fortunate. And with Piccolo's green complexion, it was unlikely his luck would fare poorly. May the rest of your blind boxes yield treasures of your desire. I shall borrow your good fortune, Mr. Shun. Piccolo set the spandex aside and gathered his resolve. He approached the third blind box, again unwrapping it with haste. The moment it opened, Bulma, the first to enter, brightened. Cards. Another card, identical to the basic battle power enhancement card I previously unveiled. Indeed, that is a battle power enhancement card, Shen San confirmed. However, what Piccolo received was not a 1 billion power boost, but rather a 300 million boost, which is still commendable for you. Upon hearing this, Piccolo smiled. Bulma had previously explained this. He knew he could consume it directly, and he promptly reached for the enhancement card, swallowing it without a second thought. Instantly, his energy surged to a new height. Having acquired an enhancement card, Piccolo felt an even greater anticipation for what would come next. Meanwhile, Yamcha retreated to a corner, drawing circles in solitude. Only in that corner could he find his realm. The others yet to unveil their treasures also felt a heightened anticipation, including Android 17, who was no exception. Satan, too, wished to bundle all the blind boxes and jars home. If he could uncover a divine item, there would be no need to boast before the world. He envisioned standing above all, basking in the adoration of the masses. The thought alone thrilled him. With minds racing in various directions, Piccolo seized another blind box. However, he contemplated gathering the remaining blind boxes in a manner akin to Tianjin Fan and swiftly opened them all at once. Congratulations on acquiring Muduan and Tingshang Huafua. Congratulations on obtaining the Wanhua Tong Xiaoluan Yin. As a beam of light slipped into Baike's eyes upon reopening them, his pupils transformed into an extraordinarily enchanting sight, resembling a delicate blossom. What abilities do your eyes possess now? Killen inquired eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Baike elucidated. The Xiaoluan Yin grants me commendable dynamic vision, and I can also utilize a technique known as Suzongning. However, while it can enhance my power, the amplification is rather modest. Upon finishing his explanation, Baike tossed the skill card into his mouth. The card represented a skill that allows one to manipulate wood to create a wooden giant, which is rather mediocre. Out of 5 blind boxes, I managed to obtain 3 items. My luck is decent. Gofan is still eating. Kulin, you may proceed first. Baike stepped back. Kulin immediately advanced. If anyone desires to enhance their strength the most at this moment, he would boldly declare, "It's me." When he first met Suen Wukong, he could still hold his own against him. As time passed, the disparity in strength grew increasingly apparent. He could scarcely keep pace with Suen Wukong. Now, the blind boxes offered a glimmer of hope. Moreover, with a boost in power, he might even attract the favor of Shiba Hao. Just the thought of it ignited a fervor within Qilin, and as he held the blind box, his heart raced with unimaginable excitement. He placed his hand on the straps, his anticipation intensifying. As the straps were untied, the most exhilarating moment arrived. Qilin closed his eyes tightly, and then suddenly raised his hands. A gasp from Buer Ma caused Qilin to open his eyes instantly. He noticed a book emerging, its surface shimmering with moving light, clearly not an ordinary item. His excitement surged. "Shen Laoban, is this book useful?" "Indeed, it is, and it is particularly suited for you," Shen San chuckled. "The Chiyu Dani Fa, this technique is formidable. It can elevate your combat power to over 10 trillion within 3 years. However, Qilin, hearing this, did not allow Shen San to finish, leaping with joy. "Wonderful. In just 3 years, I can achieve boundless strength and finally catch up to Suen Wukong." Unlike his exhilaration, Vegeta's attention lingered on the however that followed. "Shen Xian. But what follows?" This is precisely why I mentioned that the Chiyu Dani Fa is most suitable for Qilin, as it has a conspicuous side effect. Those who cultivate the Chiyu Dani Fa will gradually lose their hair, and by the end of 3 years, they will be left bald. Given that Qilin is already hairless, he is the most suitable candidate for cultivating the Chiyu Dani Fa. Shen San pointed at Buer Ma. "Would you all be willing to become bald if you were to cultivate it?" "Absolutely not." Buer Ma quickly shook her head, her face filled with disdain as she glanced at the book again. Vegeta felt the same. The mere thought of becoming bald sent a shiver down his spine. Among everyone present, only Bike seemed unfazed, as he too was bald, albeit with 2 antennae compared to Qilin. Hearing this, Qilin grew even more enthusiastic. "This is tailor-made for me. Shen Laoban, how do I utilize this book?" "Simply follow the instructions within. This book is only effective for you. Others will find no results." "All right, thank you, boss." Qilin excitedly tucked the book away and swiftly began to open the remaining blind boxes. Chapter 24. The Blind Box Overture of the Heart of Machines. "Congratulations, you have received a bottle of conditioner. Congratulations, you have received a set of black hair. Congratulations, you have obtained a bottle of scrub." Qilin felt a bit embarrassed. However, considering he had acquired the Chiyu Dani Fa, the last items, although slightly mocking, were negligible. "Buer Ma, these items are suitable for you ladies. Take them." Qilin stepped back. Buer Ma chuckled softly as she gathered all the hair care products, then shoved the bottle of scrub into Qilin's hands. "You could use this scrub. Your shiny bald head could still use some polishing, saving you a trip to buy more." "Fine." Qilin placed the items into his embrace. As Gofan had yet to finish eating, "Perhaps Shiba Hao, you could go next?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others immediately fixed their gazes on the androids. A hint of hostility evident. Shurqing quickly positioned himself in front of Shiba Hao. Yet, Shiba Hao simply brushed aside her flowing hair, then gently pushed Shurqing aside and stepped forward. Life is truly unpredictable. Just over 10 days ago, we were at each other's throats, and now here we stand together. However, I must express my gratitude to you. Thank you for saving both of us. As she spoke, Shiba Hao approached the front desk. Furthermore, any one of you could effortlessly eliminate us now, so there is no need to harbor such intense hostility, right? Wouldn't you agree, Shen Shuage? Qilin felt as though he had taken 1,000 blows. Shen San casually shrugged. "It is not my concern, but I must inform you that fighting is prohibited in this establishment. Anyone who violates this rule will find me rather unaccommodating. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, should a confrontation arise, it will occur outside." Vegeta shifted his gaze away from Shiba Hao, for she was right. They could easily deal with the androids, and he had no inclination to engage. At that moment, Shiba Hao leaned against the front desk, her upper body tilting forward. As she moved, a hint of fullness threatened to escape. "You truly lack finesse, handsome. Do you think I am unattractive?" Qilin again felt as though he had taken 1,000 blows. Shen San smirked slightly. "You are not unattractive, but I am a Sigma man. Your charms hold no sway over me. Moreover, do not think about causing damage to the establishment. You will be liable for damages." Although Shiba Hao did not understand what a Sigma man was, she noted Shen San's sage-like demeanor, her lips curling into a smirk. Yet, her gaze seemed to hold a deeper meaning. a kind of meaning called conquest. Kyulin, standing nearby, noticed the fiery glint in Shibahao's gaze, and his heart was once again overwhelmed. Subsequently, he dejectedly squatted beside Yamucha, drawing circles just like before. Shen San also observed that flicker of intensity, but he simply expressed 3 words, not interested. The more indifferent he appeared, the more intrigued Shibahao became. Yet she understood that patience was key, so she refrained from uttering any further teasing remarks. Shibahao collected all 5 blind boxes before swiftly opening them. Congratulations, you have received a lollipop. Congratulations. You have obtained an urban beauty set. Congratulations, you have received a pet Pikachu. Congratulations, you have acquired the heart of machines. Congratulations, you have obtained a sound system. With 5 blind boxes, all eyes fell upon the pulsating heart of machines, overshadowing the other 4 items that seemed rather mundane. The surface of the heart of machines shimmered with a radiant glow, resonating with rhythmic thumps akin to war drums. It appeared gray, roughly the size of a fist, adorned with mysterious patterns that pulsed in sync with the drumming sound, transporting everyone into a battlefield filled with robots. Shen San clarified, your androids are essentially perpetual motion machines. The heart of machines is also a perpetual energy core, perfectly suited for androids. By integrating the heart of machines, your combat power will gradually increase every single day and every second. It is indeed a rather useful item. Furthermore, the heart of machines possesses another effect, self-healing. As long as the heart of machines remains intact, you shall live forever. No matter the extent of your injuries, even if reduced to fragments, the heart of machines will autonomously repair your body. This revelation left everyone utterly astonished. In other words, after the integration of the machine heart on the 18th, not only is she able to enhance her strength every second, but she also gains a semblance of immortality, akin to Shalu. At this moment, Baiku and the others gazed at the machine heart with fervent eyes. Had it not been for the constraints of the store's rules, they would have seized it without hesitation. After a brief silence, the 18th inquired, can others use it? Sister, no, was the immediate response from the 17th. But before he could elaborate, Shen San interjected. The items obtained from blind boxes and jars can be used by others. Unfortunately, the machine heart cannot. It is solely for your use. With a sigh, the 18th accepted this reality. How do I use it? Simply place it in the position of your heart, and the machine heart will naturally fuse with your heart, Shen San explained. Upon hearing this, the 18th promptly positioned the machine heart against her chest. In an instant, it began to merge seamlessly with her body, rapidly integrating with her heart. Once the fusion was complete, her exterior began to transform. Her physique became more rounded. Her skin took on a fairer hue. Her once vibrant yellow hair turned a soft gray, and her pupils shifted to a deep blue. Shen San observed this with a slight tremor in his heart. The transformed 18th was no longer akin to the two-dimensional figures with disproportionately small feet and large heads. She resembled a real person with harmonious proportions, surpassing those who had employed one of the 3 great dark arts. Kyulin, witnessing this, felt as though his heart was pierced by Cupid's arrows, his eyes turning into heart shapes. The others remained largely unaffected, particularly Sun Wukong and his companions, who merely glanced before shifting their focus elsewhere. Their attention was not on the 18th's appearance, but rather on her ever-increasing power. They noted that while her strength was indeed rising, the pace was slow, and thus they did not dwell on it further. The 18th, noticing a subtle change in Shen San's expression, felt amused and intrigued. She then took hold of the urban beauty outfit. Hey handsome, where's the restroom? There are just 2 doors on the first floor. Can't you find it yourself? Shen San replied, returning his gaze with a terse response. Not interested. Once the 18th departed, Shen San spoke again. Who will go next? I shall go first, the 17th calmly declared, as he brought the blind box before him and was about to open it. The restroom door swung open, and the 18th emerged. All eyes converged upon her. Clad in the urban beauty outfit, she exuded a youthful and radiant aura, accentuated by a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, embodying both innocence and allure. Kyulin's eyes nearly bulged out, and Yamucha was not far behind. With one hand on her hip, the 18th gracefully approached the front desk and extended her hand. Let me introduce myself formally, lazily. Enough of that. Shen San swiftly dismissed her gesture. Do not attempt to entice the store manager. If you wish to open a blind box, then do so. If not, please exit. TCH. As if I don't know who was just staring intently, the 18th chuckled. Shen San pointed at Kyulin. The one who couldn't take his eyes off is right there. You might as well try to charm him. Of course, even without the need for seduction, you have already captivated Kyulin. As for me, I am not someone you can easily obtain. The 18th glanced at Kyulin and recalled the earlier incident, shaking her head. Her previous actions were merely to elicit a reaction from the bald Kyulin and not out of genuine affection. She averted her gaze and redirected it towards Shen San. There are no absolutes in this world. Who knows what the future holds? With that, she relinquished her turn to her younger brother, the 17th. At this moment, Sun Wukong, having satisfied his hunger, stood up and, patting his belly, boisterously declared, Shen San, you just fought with Vegeta. Can I have a match with you too? His eyes radiated an insatiable fighting spirit, as if he could ignite a conflagration. Recalling how Shen San had effortlessly knocked Vegeta out with a single punch, he could hardly contain his excitement. No way. What's the point of a fight without any benefit? I have money. I can get Chi-Chi to pay you. Dad, please stop. Our family can't even come up with 200,000. Then give me 200,000. Dad, please don't say that. Shen Boss just made several tens of millions. Why would he care about our 200,000? Son Gohan, exasperated, pulled Sun Wukong back. Shen San shrugged. You make a valid point. As long as there's money, I can fight you, but it will cost 100 million each time. You should save that 200,000 for your family's living expenses. And for anyone else who wishes to challenge the store manager. It will be 100 million each time, no credit. However, should you manage to defeat the store manager, you will receive a reward of 1 billion. In short, to accompany the store manager on the journey will cost 1 million per person, and to challenge the store manager will be 1 billion each time. No money, no discussion. After delivering this, Shen San stepped away from the front desk. You all go ahead. As for you, Satan, you haven tea paid. We will discuss it after I finish my meal, as I have matters to discuss with you. He instructed Bulma to retrieve the food they had brought and began to enjoy his lunch with the general. Meanwhile, Satan was utterly bewildered, unsure why this powerful figure wished to speak with him privately. The others were also taken aback. In their perception, Satan was merely an ordinary person. His presence so negligible it could be disregarded, and they couldn't fathom why Shen San would want to converse with him. However, they were not particularly nosy and soon shifted their focus back to the blind boxes. The 17th began to open his blind boxes. Sun Wukong pulled Bulma aside. Bulma, can you lend me 100 million? I'll pay you back once I have money. Sun Wukong, are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend how much 100 million is? Normally, lending you 100 million wouldn't be a big deal, but my expenses have been exorbitant lately. If I give you 100 million now, my account will be drained. Besides, your strength is derived from the blind boxes. Do you think you can best Shen the Great Boss? Oh, you want to fight, do you? Bulma turned to Vegeta. Take Sun Wukong outside. If you don't beat him until he smokes, you won't have any blind boxes to open tomorrow. Humph, insufferable woman, do not get too smug. This prince merely wants to thrash Kakarot, not for your money. Vegeta dragged Sun Wukong outside, not forgetting to flaunt his pride. Once Vegeta had taken Sun Wukong outside, the hall fell silent as attention returned to the blind boxes. The 18th had already opened 2 blind boxes, and 2 items floated above them. She proceeded to open the remaining 3 boxes, noting that 2 of the items were shimmering with light, piquing everyone's curiosity about what they could be. However, Shen San was in the midst of his meal, and they did not rush to inquire. Gohan, it's your turn, go ahead and open. Okay, Aunt Bulma. Sun Wukong quickly approached, and, upon Shen San's indication, actively entered the counter, retrieving 5 black iron blind boxes. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly unwrapped them. Moments later, 5 items floated in the air before them. At this point, aside from Satan, everyone had completed their share of blind boxes for the day. Just then, Satan spoke up. Boss Shen, if I pay, can I also open the blind boxes and jars behind the counter? Indeed, as long as you have the money, anyone can open them. Shen San replied, swallowing his food. Upon hearing this, Satan felt a surge of excitement. He quickly retrieved his wallet from his pocket and extracted a bank card. Boss Shen, I would like 2 silver blind boxes and 3 bronze blind boxes. Certainly, just place your card on the card reader. All right. Saidan placed his card on the card reader, which automatically input the corresponding amount. With a beep, a corresponding blind box floated out from the counter. Sun Wufan and number 17 moved their items aside, allowing space for Saidan. Rubbing his hands together, Saidan stepped forward with excitement, placing his hands on the strap. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented tension. As the strap fell away, his anxiety peaked. When he lifted the lid of the blind box, he noticed an item shimmering with radiant light. In that instant, he understood he was in luck. From the moment he had seen it until now, he had clarified one thing. Any item that shimmered with light was undoubtedly useful. And those that radiated brilliance were extraordinary treasures. Items like cards could potentially belong to the realm of skills. The first item from the blind box, though its surface shimmer was not particularly strong, should still be a valuable item. Saidan praised his own cleverness and proceeded to open the second blind box. It was utterly ordinary. He then opened the third box, and still, no brilliance appeared. His tension and excitement grew even more. It took him 5 minutes to finally open the fourth blind box, revealing yet another seemingly useless item. His heart felt as though it were bleeding. Now, only the last silver blind box remained. The thrill was unprecedentedly intense. Wiping the virtual sweat from his brow, Saidan shouted, "Come on, show me." Chapter 26, Store Upgrade. Body and heart refinement. A rumble shook the space, and the ground trembled. Just as Saidan opened the final blind box, an enormous roar erupted from outside, followed by the earth quaking. The crowd did not have time to see what item San had uncovered, fearing another enemy had arrived, and they quickly turned to flee. Sun Wukong and his companions, who were fighting on the grassland, paused as well. Only Shen San understood the situation. He slowly swallowed the food in his mouth and strolled outside with the general. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the towering peaks on either side of the store. The commotion emanated from those mountains. Before them, two peaks that reached into the clouds had their exteriors shedding away, disappearing into thin air just before they hit the ground. "Boss Shun, what is happening with these two mountains?" Bulma asked, puzzled. "How can the mountain surface just peel off?" "Oh, it's nothing serious," Shen San replied, pointing at the peaks. Simply opening blind boxes and jars seemed far too monotonous. The mountains represent the new business venture we are about to launch. Only he knew the store was undergoing an upgrade. The first condition for the upgrade was to have 10 people open jars and blind boxes. Bulma and her companions had already exceeded 10. They had already begun the upgrade, but now it was merely the finishing touches, which was why it caused a larger commotion. At that moment, the mountain surfaces had completely shed, revealing two staircases that reached skyward. The once forested and wild peaks had transformed into two golden and azure staircases. At the base of each staircase stood a massive frame, with a horizontal plaque hanging at the top of each, inscribed with 4 grand golden characters. The plaque on the golden staircase read, "Tong Tian Lien Ti, Body Refinement to Heaven." The plaque on the azure staircase read, "Tong Tian Lien Exine, Heart Refinement to Heaven." At that moment, two beastly roars resonated from beneath the frames, followed by the sudden appearance of two peculiar, imposing beasts radiating tremendous power beneath the frames. They crouched there like two fierce guardians, exuding an aura of authority. Body refinement, heart refinement. The two staircases represented the new business endeavor of the store. Guarding the body and heart refinement were the ferocious beasts, Tao Tai and Qiong Qi. Upon hearing this, the returning Vegeta was also perplexed. "Mr. Shun, what do you mean by body and heart refinement?" Body refinement, as the name suggests, is the honing of the physical form. Each level of the staircase forms a world of its own, and each level will independently coalesce into an entity equal to the strength of the person stepping onto it. Unless one breaks through themselves, they cannot hope to ascend the staircase, Shen San explained while pointing to the golden staircase, then directed his finger to the azure one. Heart refinement, on the other hand, also creates a world at each level, but its purpose is vastly different from body refinement. Heart refinement primarily tests one's state of mind. Overcoming the physical body is not difficult. The challenge of introspection is the true trial. The cost to enter either staircase was 10 million each time. Of course, if you can defeat the guardian beasts, you can enter for free. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd heard a whoosh. Looking again at the base of the staircase, Sun Wukong stood confidently before the guardian of body refinement, Qiong Qi. "Mr. Shun said that if I beat you, I can enter the body refinement staircase for free. I challenge you now." With that, Qiong Qi rose, hot air billowing from its nostrils. Lowering its massive head to gaze at Sun Wukong, it regarded him as one might regard an ant. "The rules are simple. Defeat me, and you may ascend the body refinement staircase. Are you prepared?" Qiong Qi's tone was official, yet its eyes held a strong disdain. Sun Wukong felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from Qiong Qi. Yet, he was undaunted. His Fashang instantly manifested, and he transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, surging his combat power to unprecedented heights. In an instant, it surpassed 1,000,000,000,000, reaching astronomical numbers. As he raised his energy to its peak, Sun Wukong teleported above Qiongqi, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. However, Qiongqi looked up, its eyes filled with derision. You possess Fa Shang, yet lack any true rules. A mere waste dares to challenge me? Get lost. Qiongqi didn't even bother to move, merely sneezing dismissively. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt an irresistible force blow him away, crashing him down beside Vegeta. The shock was indescribable. It was astonishing that a single sneeze had defeated Sun Wukong. Piccolo and his companions were left agape. Shen San remained unfazed. Qiongqi and Tao Tai are primal beings, their realm at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. It would be strange for Sun Wukong to prevail. Perhaps only Beerus could contend with these two fearsome beasts. They were strong beyond imagination, operating on an entirely different level. Sun Wukong struggled to rise from the ground. I am increasingly curious about the sights atop the staircases. 10 million for a single entry. I wonder if Chi-Chi can manage to scrape together that amount. Hearing this, Sun Wufan was left speechless. Dad, I've told you we can't even come up with 200,000 at home. 10 million is simply dreaming. Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Bulma, we've been friends for so many years. Could you lend me 10 million? Get lost. From today onward, our friendship is officially over. Bulma had not finished speaking when she felt a stir in her arm. What are you up to now? Give me the money. Vegeta interjected bluntly. Bulma's face darkened. Marrying you truly cursed me for 8 lifetimes. Fine, here you go, but if you ever anger me again, you won't see a single dime. Bulma slapped her bank card into Vegeta's hand. Nearby, Sun Wukong grew anxious. What about mine, Bulma? Go home and ask Chi-Chi for it. Bulma snapped, turning away in frustration. Sun Wukong was in a tizzy. Vegeta handed the card to Shen San. Mr. Shan, I would like to enter the body refinement staircase. No problem, 10 million each time. However, since you are the first to ascend the staircase, I will give you a discount of 1 yuan. The transaction is complete. Vegeta, you may enter now. With a swift motion, Shen San summoned the card reader from thin air, processed the payment seamlessly, and handed the card back to Vegeta. Vegeta tossed the card back to Bulma as if it were trash and walked toward the body refinement staircase. He paused next to Qiongqi, noticing that the beast showed no intent to block him. Subsequently, he bypassed Qiongqi, stepped through the frame, and ascended the first step of the staircase. In an instant, he felt a blur before his eyes, and when he regained clarity, he found himself standing upon an expansive arena, where the void above was filled with nothingness. Yet light cascaded down upon the stage. At that moment, a playful female voice echoed through the emptiness, announcing that Challenger Vegeta was undergoing a strength assessment. Once the evaluation concluded, the guardian of the arena was being conjured. When the figure materialized, Vegeta was left astounded, for the apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Albeit adorned in colorful attire and possessing vibrant hair, in stark contrast to the monochrome palette of the arena. The guardian's eyes opened calmly, fixating on Challenger Vegeta. Chapter 27. Vegeta confronts the Celestial Ladder. A challenge hard to surmount. The resounding clash of titanic forces reverberated through the air as black, white, and golden energies intertwined. With arms crossed defiantly over his chest, Vegeta braced himself against a powerful blow from the Celestial Ladder. Vegeta, his expression etched with gravity. It was no wonder that Shen San had asserted that one must surpass their limits to prevail. The entity conjured from the ladder not only mirrored his appearance, but also replicated his techniques and combat style, perhaps even surpassing them. The moves employed by the Celestial Ladder Vegeta were executed with a finesse that eclipsed his own. A surge of excitement coursed through Vegeta, for within this celestial trial lay the potential for self-transcendence and the opportunity to refine his own combat techniques by learning from this doppelganger. The Celestial Ladder was truly tailored for him. He shouted in exhilaration, then surged forward to engage in combat with the Celestial Ladder Vegeta. Yet, each of his punches, kicks, and energy blasts were effortlessly countered, with the Celestial Ladder Vegeta employing a methodical approach to retaliate. After 10 minutes of relentless combat, Vegeta found himself gasping for breath, while the Celestial Ladder Vegeta remained as composed as ever, seemingly possessing boundless stamina. Vegeta furrowed his brow in contemplation, murmuring to himself that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He needed to find a decisive opportunity to strike. He resolved to attempt a new technique. With determination, he raised his hands to his waist. Opening the first gate of the 8 gates, he declared, "Second gate, open. Third gate, open. Fourth gate, open. Fifth gate, no, it cannot be." As Mr. Shen had warned, the burden of each successive gate increases exponentially with 1's power. Currently, I can only safely open 4 gates. Should I attempt the 5th, my bones and muscles would be torn asunder. Vegeta gritted his teeth as a golden aura enveloped him, now tinged with green, and his skin changed color due to the activation of the 8 gates. In that moment, his energy surged tremendously. Just as he prepared to deliver a swift blow to the celestial ladder Vegeta, the latter mirrored his actions, activating the first 4 gates of the 8 gates. Meanwhile, Shen San, accompanied by Suen Wukong and others, observed the virtual screen showcasing Vegeta's duel, their astonishment unceasing since their arrival. Upon witnessing Vegeta's use of the 8 gates, Piccolo and the others were once again left in shock. Yet, Shen San remarked, "Vegeta is destined to lose." Suen Wukong concurred, recognizing the crux of the matter. The opponent conjured by the celestial ladder possessed identical strength to Vegeta, and his techniques and combat style were superior. Most critically, Vegeta had misapplied his technique. The 8 gates, akin to the Kaioken, imposed a significant strain on the body. In contrast, the celestial ladder's conjured opponent was immune to the adverse effects of the 8 gates. Had Vegeta refrained from using them, he could have endured longer. Now, having activated the 8 gates, his defeat was all but assured. An astute analysis, Shen San nodded. Indeed, Vegeta can open at most 5 gates, while the celestial ladder's entity can also manage 5. Unless Vegeta can transcend his limits or forcibly open the 6th gate, he is doomed to failure. However, should he forcibly open the 6th gate, it would render the celestial ladder's benefits moot, as its purpose is to facilitate self-surpassing rather than self-destruction. Shen San glanced at Suen Wukong, affirming his understanding of the latter's brilliance in martial arts and insight. After a brief exchange, at that moment, Vegeta was expelled from the celestial ladder, his body battered and bloodied. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries as he struggled to rise and approached Bulama, albeit with a somewhat disheveled gait. "Give me another 10 million. I shall enter once more, and I am certain I can conquer the first tier," he implored. "Enter? Look at your current state," Bulama retorted, procuring a senzu bean from Kulin and placing it in Vegeta's mouth. "You can enter only once a week. If you wish to go again, earn the money yourself. Do not come asking me. I am not your personal ATM. Humph. What do you know? My strength is on the verge of a breakthrough. Hurry and provide the funds." Vegeta protested. "No." Kulin and the others responded, speechless. Meanwhile, Suen Wukong's eyes sparkled with fervor, though not particularly enthusiastic about items like blind boxes. The celestial ladder ignited a true passion within him. Yet, the thought of money dampened his spirits, leading him to resolve to seek wealth henceforth. Shen San disregarded Vegeta's obstinacy and turned to the others. "Number 17, Wu Fan, Da Satan, present the items you obtained. I shall explain them." In response, Da Satan was the first to display his acquisitions. "Da Satan, you have drawn 5 items." His voice drew everyone's attention. Shen San continued. 4 of these are common living items, but one is of value, the long-nosed mask. The lies of the deceitful fabric will compel ordinary people to believe whatever you say, though it is ineffective against those with any degree of strength. "What?" Da Satan exclaimed, his disappointment transformed into excitement as he envisioned the mask's potential. While it may not enhance his power, in terms of deception, the mask was a veritable artifact. Should he don the mask and deceive wealthy, ordinary folk, wealth would surely flow into his pockets. No longer would he fret over finances. Da Satan joyously cradled the mask, exclaiming, "I'm going to get rich. Really rich." The others grasped the mask's potential as well, yet none sought to claim Da Satan's prize, especially since Shen San had previously spoken with him privately. After elucidating Da Satan's items, Shen San then turned his attention to the items procured by Suen Wufan: a 3-year simulation, a 4-year college entrance examination set, a pair of trunks trousers, and a set of bedding suitable for both winter warmth and summer coolness. While these 4 items held little utility, they would undoubtedly please his mother upon seeing the simulation. The last item is somewhat useful, a gravity room, akin to a universal capsule, approximately 500 square feet in size, within which gravity can be adjusted at will, ranging from 1 to 500 times. "Thank you, Brother Shen, Suan Wufan replied politely. Shen San nodded, finally focusing on the items revealed by number 17. As for the Senza beans, they are a product of your world. The other 3 items are of little use, but this deep red object is intriguing. Chapter 28. A Multiverse of Realms. The theory of parallel worlds. The object was entirely crimson, circular, and adorned with intricate black thread-like patterns, exuding an aura of mystery. Upon hearing Shen San's words, Piccolo and the others could not help but draw nearer to number 17. Vegeta ceased his pursuit of money, his ears perked up. Observing this, Shen San continued his explanation. The mysterious egg is connected to the myriad realms. Mr. Shun, what do you mean by myriad realms? Piccolo inquired, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Shen San responded. For instance, I refer to your world as the Dragon Ball dimension, but beyond this dimension lies an infinite array of others. This is what I call the myriad realms. What is this? There are other dimensions? Shen San elaborated further. Upon hearing his description of the dimensional perspective, Piccolo and his companions were once again captivated, their curiosity piqued. Particularly, Sun Wukong's eyes burned with an insatiable desire when he heard that a mere blade of grass could sever celestial bodies. At that moment, he yearned to engage in a direct confrontation with the great emperors and saints that Shen San spoke of. Just then, Vegeta stepped forward. So, Mr. Shun, are you not of the Dragon Ball dimension? Moreover, the Super Saiyan form you exhibited earlier, do other dimensions also possess Super Saiyans? Indeed. I am not a denizen of this dimension. I hail from a world called Jinjia, and my presence here is merely for amusement, Shen San replied, tilting his head momentarily before continuing. As for the Super Saiyan form, it is quite common across the myriad realms. While other dimensions may lack Saiyans, the Dragon Ball dimension has birthed countless parallel worlds. Trunks, for instance, belongs to a parallel world. In those worlds, there are innumerable versions of you, yet I remain unique. Upon hearing this, Trunks' eyes flickered with understanding. No wonder he was absent in Trunks' world. Shen San was indeed one of a kind. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his companions listened with admiration. Shen San returned to the main topic. The mysterious egg, connected to the myriad realms, requires nourishment of blood. After 100 days, it will hatch, randomly generating a creature from the myriad realms. The mysterious egg also serves as a game of chance. Should luck be lacking, it may yield merely a chick, while good fortune might result in the emergence of a divine beast. Mr. Shun, is there a specific requirement for the amount of blood? Number 17 inquired. Shen San replied, no, a single drop a day will suffice, though if you wish to offer a pound, that is your choice, provided you can withstand it. A drop a day seems preferable. Number 17 promptly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the surface of the mysterious egg. Instantly, the egg appeared to come alive, absorbing number 17's blood, deepening its red hue. At the moment the blood touched the black patterns, a small segment transformed to red. Notice that. Shen San smiled. After 100 days, the black patterns will be assimilated into red along with your blood, and that will mark the day of hatching. All right, the jars and blind boxes for today have been opened. You may go about your business now. Satan, come in with me for a moment. Yes, big boss. Satan obediently followed Shen San. Vegeta resumed his quest for money from Bulma. Tianjinhan bid farewell and flew away. Sun Wukong also took Gohan in the direction of home. Kuririn glanced at number 18, hesitating momentarily. You have nowhere to go. Shall I arrange a place for you to stay? No need. My previous actions may have led you to misunderstand, but do not waste your time on me, number 18 replied, striding toward the shop, closely followed by number 17. Kuririn felt utterly crushed, soaring into the sky with a heavy heart. Undoubtedly, the most disheartened among them was Yamcha, witnessing others unearth treasures while he himself found nothing. Feeling as though it was more painful than death. Blind boxes and jars await. I shall return. Yamcha gathered his spirits and pursued the direction Tianjinhan had taken. At this moment, only Piccolo and the Vegeta family remained on the prairie. Without uttering a word, Piccolo erupted in anger and flew away. Meanwhile, Trunks reluctantly interrupted Vegeta's money-seeking endeavors. Mom, Dad, our business here has concluded. I will bid farewell to Mr. Shun and then return to my world. Yes, with your current strength, you are more than capable of handling the androids. Go ahead. Vegeta did not detain him. Bulma felt a twinge of reluctance but understood that Trunks did not belong to this world, so she refrained from pleading, only reminding him to be cautious. Trunks, hearing this, felt tears welling up in his eyes. However, noticing Vegeta's expression, he quickly suppressed them. He then turned and hurried back into the shop, addressing Shen San. Mr. Shen, I am returning to my world. I look forward to our next meeting. There will be a day we meet again. Go on. Shen San gently waved his hand. Once Trunks departed, Shen San turned to Satan. If you have any tasks, feel free to command. I am at your service. Satan hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Shen San smiled. Do not worry. I do not require you to brave dangers, but rather to utilize your influence to attract customers. You should know many affluent individuals. As long as you bring them to open blind boxes and jars, I will compensate you accordingly. For every 10 people you bring, you shall receive 1 blind box of silver value or less, but the daily limit on openings remains unchanged. This was why he intended to keep Satan around. The shop's first upgrade required 10 people to open jars, while the second demanded a staggering 100. Given the prices of blind boxes and jars, passers-by were unlikely to participate. However, Satan was different. Shen San recognized that although he lacked strength, his social skills surpassed even Bulma's, and among his acquaintances, there were surely many wealthy individuals. Utilizing Satan to attract customers would undoubtedly change the shop's fortunes. This was Shen San's vision for Satan, effectively casting him as an unconventional spokesperson. Rest assured, Big Boss, Satan patted his chest in assurance. Tomorrow, I shall bring a horde of rich patrons. However, the prices for blind boxes are too low. Stop. I understand what you mean. The prices for blind boxes and jars are fixed. If you wish to earn some extra cash, you handle your own payments. As for how much you charge, that is your business. Just ensure you cover the jar costs for them. Of course, you may keep half of any additional income, Shen San said, narrowing his eyes. Satan's heart swelled with joy. Very well, Big Boss. I will collect the payments from the people I bring. After deducting the costs of the blind boxes and jars, you shall receive 90% of the extra income, and I will take 10% as a fee. He cared little for the rewards from the blind boxes, valuing instead the opportunity to ally with Shen San. As long as he could grasp onto Shen San's coattails, he could then indulge freely. Moreover, attracting customers would yield additional income. It was a win-win situation. Why not seize the opportunity? He was no fool. All right, how you manage is up to you. I only require a bustling shop, Shen San concluded, rising from his seat. You may now arrange for someone to take you back, while familiarizing yourself with the route. The shop opens at 8 in the morning. Do not arrive early. Understood. Satan took out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. Shen San then exited the door once more, reclining on a rocking chair, donning a pair of sunglasses, and without turning his head, asked, Why are you two still here? Chapter 29. The integration of law and the crossing of dimensions at noon. Under the brilliant sun, Shen San lounged in the rocking chair. Nearby, Number 18 leaned against the doorframe. Upon hearing Shen San's question, Number 18 chuckled softly. Not leaving. I have nowhere to go. Are you planning to impose on me? Shen San raised a hand, adjusting his sunglasses slightly. The words you spoke to Kuririn earlier, I now return them to you verbatim. Do not waste your time on me. What you consider a waste of time is not so for me, Number 18 shrugged. Furthermore, my sibling and I genuinely have nowhere to go. Perhaps Boss Shun could show us some compassion and allow us to stay and work. To Shen San's surprise, he did not immediately decline this suggestion. He thought of the small creatures and various oddities near the store. Additionally, having 2 more people around would not be a burden. It would rather alleviate the monotony. Moreover, artificial beings are akin to perpetual motion machines, far superior to mere laborers. Maintaining 2 such machines in the shop poses no issue. However, he currently cannot hire employees for the store. Nevertheless, he can certainly employ 2 caretakers for the animals. This is entirely feasible. Shen San whistled, and a multitude of animals and oddities hurried out of the forest. They swiftly gathered before him, standing in orderly fashion as if awaiting his command. Should you wish to stay, the 2nd floor has vacant rooms. Your duties will include caring for these small creatures and preparing meals for me. An 8-hour workday. No days off, with a salary of 3,600. Accommodation and meals are provided. If this is acceptable, you may remain. Upon hearing this, the corner of No. 17's mouth twitched. They were once human and were not unfamiliar with salaries. A monthly wage of 3,600 is hardly distinguishable from a mere pittance for beggars. Moreover, the notion of working without any breaks suggests he and his sister are to be treated as mere beasts of burden. Yet, Number 18 seemed indifferent. Fine. As long as we can stay, I'm open to anything. I have little interest in fighting anymore. and spending time with these creatures seems quite pleasant. Shall we add another clause? What? Perhaps you would like me to warm your bed? Get lost. Number 18 laughed and led number 17 upstairs to find a room. Meanwhile, Shen San waved his hand at the throng of animals. Thousands of creatures promptly returned to the forest. After a brief moment of repose, he raised his hand again. Before him, a row of cards and items floated in midair. The monkey avatar and the Rui Jingu Bang from Sun Wukong, the battle god avatar from Vegeta, Jarvis and the ultra non-mainstream set from Bulma, the thunder fruit from Trunks, the Saitama body training technique from Kuririn, the kaleidoscope and the wood release techniques from Piccolo. A 30 million base power card, the Eye of Destruction from Tianjin Fan, the Gravity House from Sun Gohan, the Mechanical Heart of number 18 and Pikachu, no. 17's Mysterious Egg, Satan's Deceitful Cloth, and Yamucha's Black King. Shen San stood from his rocking chair and approached the floating items. He decided to take only 2 out of 10,000 gravity houses and place them at the center of the meadow. He pointed at the gravity houses, and 2 of them flew to the center of the grassland, enlarging and adding a touch of color to the landscape. The physical 10,000-fold increase left something to be desired. However, the rules are immutable, and I cannot alter them now. Shen San felt a tinge of helplessness and waved his hand, making the remaining gravity houses vanish. Next was the mysterious egg, retaining 1 sufficed. He decided to keep 1 Rui Jingu Bang for his use. Pikachu would reside alongside the oddities. The Shando could be put on sale at the front desk. The mechanical heart could be stored for now, and the thunder fruit was just right for consumption by 10,000 Pikachus. The Jarvis and ultra non-mainstream set were unnecessary at this moment. The Saitama body training technique was equally useless. The deceitful cloth was also superfluous. Shen San discarded the unnecessary items, leaving only the cards, 2 avatar cards, 2 anomaly eye cards, 1 skill card, and 1 power amplification card. He first utilized the base power amplification card, resulting in an exponential increase in his combat prowess. Following this, he consumed the skill card and anomaly eye card. With a blink, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic form. Remarkably, the exponential amplification granted him unparalleled vision, and he could switch between the kaleidoscope and the Eye of Destruction at will. The main event was about to commence. Shen San murmured to himself as he took the 2 avatar cards in hand and promptly consumed them. The sensation was exhilarating as he fused the 2 avatars. He could feel his power ascending at a terrifying rate, causing him to release a triumphant howl. Once the fusion completed, 2 ethereal figures emerged behind him. One resembling a monkey and the other a battle god clad in armor, their features obscured. They stood tall, seemingly capable of supporting the heavens. Number 17 and number 18, hearing the commotion, rushed to the window, their eyes wide with astonishment. Shen San glanced at them and murmured again, eager to test the extent of his power under the avatar's support. He raised his hand to his waist and exhaled softly. In an instant, golden flames erupted, and thunder roared through the air. At that moment, Shen San's combat value surged at an extraordinary pace. 1 trillion? In an instant, it surpassed 1 trillion, reaching values in the quadrillion range, and it continued to rise, quickly breaching the quadrillion mark. When the numbers stabilized, Shen San employed a probing eye. Astonishingly, the avatar's prowess granted him a glimpse into the laws of battle, and combined with the amplification items he had acquired in recent days, his combat value soared from the previous trillion to around 1,000 quadrillion. Yet, he was still leagues away from destructive beings. However, as long as there were individuals to open blind boxes and jars, surpassing celestial beings was only a matter of time. There was no need for haste. Shen San laughed, his chuckles growing louder. After a moment of exhilaration, he dispelled all states and raised his voice. What are you all staring at? Hurry and tidy up the room. Then commence your duties as caretakers. Otherwise, your wages will be docked and you won't receive meals. Move swiftly. After his outburst, Shen San disregarded No. 18's response and reclined back in his rocking chair, picking up a bottle of soda from the table and donning sunglasses, savoring the moment. Ah, bliss. This is life. The next morning, a flying vessel carrying a dozen individuals soared through the sky. Satan stood at the center of the craft, passionately recounting the wonders of the blind box store. However, he wore a long-nosed mask that rendered him somewhat comical. Yet, it was precisely because of this mask that his words captivated the richly adorned men and women, leaving them in a daze of belief. The vessel descended swiftly. Landing on the meadow, Satan was the first to step off the craft, noticing the 2 new buildings on the grassland. He understood that nothing here could be judged by ordinary standards. After all, if two mountains could transform into stairways to the heavens, the appearance of two additional houses was hardly surprising. Satan rallied his spirits and called out to those inside the vessel. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived." Upon hearing this, the group of about a dozen people leaped from the craft. The scene that greeted them left them utterly astonished. The expansive grasslands, the vast forests, and most notably, the two stairways reaching into the sky, guarded by ferocious beasts, all contributed to their astonishment. Initially, they had placed great trust in Satan, and witnessing this spectacle only solidified their belief. "Mr. Satan, you are truly generous. Once I unveil the treasures, I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory reward." The stairways stretching into the clouds, the peculiar and captivating creatures, and the wooden buildings seemingly protected by the stairways all conveyed that Mr. Satan was not jesting. What a farce. Just over a month ago, I visited this place, and there was hardly any construction. Now, it is nothing short of miraculous. Observing the astonished crowd of around 10 individuals, a glimmer of pride flickered in Satan's eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shen is a remarkable figure. As his representative, I shall be responsible for all your affairs henceforth. Remember, once you enter, refrain from inquiring about prices, since I have already collected your funds. The cost of the blind boxes will be borne by me. Is that understood?" "Understood. Very well." Just as Satan intended to gesture grandly and lead the group towards the store, a series of piercing sounds echoed from the sky. Vegeta, carrying Bulma and Piccolo, descended from above. Upon witnessing this, Satan's expression turned sheepish. He hurriedly approached Bulma and the others, whispering, "Esteemed ones, those 10 individuals are brought here by Mr. Shen. They are unaware of the exact prices of the blind boxes and cans. I have slightly marked them up, which Mr. Shen is aware of. So I kindly ask you not to disclose the actual prices." He deliberately invoked Shen San's name, knowing that Vegeta and the others would not wish to lose face, as only Shen San could command respect. Indeed, Vegeta and Piccolo merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Bulma wore a smile. "You have quite the knack for making money. You must have earned a fair sum this time." "Not at all. All additional income goes to Mr. Shen, and I only receive a small fee for my efforts," Satan replied, bowing respectfully. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "Well then, since handsome Mr. Shen has tasked you with attracting customers, proceed as you see fit. It is none of our concern. We shall refer to names like Heidi, without mentioning specific prices." "Thank you, esteemed ones. Please, go ahead," Satan gestured invitingly, then turned back to the group, instantly regaining his authoritative demeanor. "Do you see those two? They are regulars at the blind box store. That woman is none other than Bulma from the Universal Capsule Company. The other two possess formidable strength, capable of flight and evasion, but they still fall short in comparison to me. However, they can easily handle you, so remember to be courteous." The group nodded eagerly, speaking in unison. "Yes, yes. We understand. Those who can fly are undoubtedly important figures. We shall be very polite. That is all that matters. The blind box store opens at 8 o'clock, and it is already past that time. I shall now escort you inside." With a flourish, Satan led the group into the store with great pomp. Upon entering, the crowd immediately began to marvel at Vegeta and the others, then started to inspect everything within the store, particularly the blind boxes and cans, their eyes ablaze with excitement. At that moment, another person entered from outside, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. Piccolo appeared somewhat surprised. "Yamcha, did you really go diving in the sea?" The newcomer was indeed Yamcha, drenched and carrying a large box. "What can I say? The pay is meager, so I had to take a dip in the ocean. By the way, Piccolo, where did you get that box of gold?" "There happens to be a small gold mine in the forest where I reside, so I dug it up," Piccolo replied candidly. Yamcha chuckled wryly. "You must be incredibly lucky. I spent an entire day and night searching the sea to acquire this little treasure." The sound of footsteps on the stairs caught everyone's attention, silencing the room as they looked up. It was not Shen San, but rather the casually dressed and languid number 18. She glanced at Vegeta and the others and, without uttering a word, walked outside. "What is number 18 doing in the store?" Bulma asked, taken aback. She found it hard to believe that no 18 could capture Shen San's attention, especially given that he had shown no interest in women based on his previous encounters while searching for a partner for his sister. However, seeing number 18 descend from upstairs left her perplexed. "Number 18 and number 17 are now my hired help," Shen San remarked as he emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of noodles and slurping as he walked. He caught Bulma's comment and replied without a moment's thought. He then approached the front counter, and before he could sit down, he was met with a chorus of excitement, leaving him bewildered. Enough with the excitement. Satan, you. No, wait, Satan. Have your friends form an orderly line. We shall attend to them one by one. There are plenty of blind boxes and cans. Understood, Mr. Shen. Satan organized the group into a line and leaned closer to Shen San, whispering softly. Moments later, both Shen San and Satan broke into laughter. Well done, young man. Shen San patted Satan on the shoulder. This scene only deepened the admiration in the eyes of the crowd towards Satan. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Yamcha placed their box on the counter. Boss Shen, could you tell us how many blind boxes we can open with this gold? The gold is unrefined. So Piccolo, you can open 10 bronze blind boxes, but since this is your second attempt today, you can only open 6. Shen San refrained from disclosing the exact value of the gold, considering the 10 or so individuals brought by Satan. Yamcha, your price is slightly higher. You can open 5 silver and 2 bronze, but today, like Piccolo, you can only open 6. That should be the pricing. Who wishes to open first? Me. Yamcha raised his hand eagerly. Chapter 31, The Dark Monarch, Yamcha. 5 shimmering silver blind boxes and 1 bronze blind box were neatly arranged on the counter. The moment of excitement had arrived. Yamcha trembled with anticipation as he placed his hands on the strap and slowly pulled it open. At that moment, he recalled how yesterday nothing had emerged, while others had acquired extraordinary items. His heart raced with anxiety and excitement, and as he placed his hand on the lid, it felt as though his heart stopped. Breathing seemed to elude him at that instant. Come on, Yamcha shouted with fervent intensity, his red eyes wide open. He lifted his hands, and an item floated into view from within the bronze blind box. The astonishing scene sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd. Congratulations. You have obtained a tattered ear accessory. What the? Yamcha, furious, hurled the ear accessory to the ground and quickly grabbed a silver blind box. This cannot be. My luck cannot be that abysmal. If I don't get anything from the black iron and bronze, surely 5 silver blind boxes must yield something. He feared the prospect of receiving nothing once again. He placed his hands on the strap once more, closed his eyes, and pleaded, come on. I beg you, grant me something. Without daring to open his eyes, he swiftly tore open the blind box. Congratulations, you have received a moldy pillow. I can't. Yamcha opened his eyes to see the pillow floating before him, emanating a peculiar odor. He felt utterly mocked. His expression transformed into one of despair. Behind him, Bulma smirked. This is exactly what Boss Shen referred to as the Dark Monarch. It previously fell upon me, and now it has finally shifted to Yamcha. How delightful. Bulma's voice was not soft, and Yamcha heard every word clearly, his heart struck by countless blows. Dark Monarch? I cannot possibly be the Dark Monarch. With 4 silver blind boxes remaining, he was determined to rid himself of the ominous title. Yamcha cast a glance back, then turned his gaze to the blind boxes. His resolve renewed. Dark Monarch? Bulma, pay attention. For the next blind box, I shall remove the title of Hei Huang. All right. Bulma found this amusing. Hurry and open it. There are many others waiting behind. Let us proceed. Yamcha took a deep breath and placed his hand on the strap. However, just as he was filled with determination, the moment his hand touched the strap, an inexplicable anxiety gripped his heart once more. Please, don't toy with me. The stakes have been set. I desperately hope for a good outcome. Yamcha murmured to himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Please, give me something good. Congratulations. You have obtained a worm apple. Giggling, upon seeing the apple floating in midair, especially with several worms wriggling on its surface, Bulma burst into laughter. It's confirmed. You cannot shed the title of Hei Huang. You might as well wear it with pride from now on. Yamcha trembled in anger. Boss Shen, are you targeting me? One may eat indiscriminately, but one should not speak carelessly. Shen San's gaze sharpened. The blind box is a game of chance. Whether one receives an item depends entirely on personal luck. If one has bad luck, one cannot blame others. Furthermore, I am here to conduct business. Whether or not you open a box is your choice. If you have bad luck, do not accuse me of targeting you. No, Yamcha, noticing the change in Shen San's expression, hurriedly explained. I am not blaming you, Boss Shen. It's just that after so many failures, my mindset has become a bit unstable. Please do not take my previous words to heart. The owner of this establishment is not easily angered by such trivial remarks. Shen San tapped the table and continued. Once again, I emphasize, the blind box and jars are games of probability. Whether one obtains an item is entirely based on personal luck. And to everyone else listening, I warmly welcome those coming to support the business. However, if anyone decides to throw a tantrum due to not receiving an item, I advise you to exit immediately. If you cause trouble in my store, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Bulma was the first to respond. I understand the rules. Don't say too much, Boss Shen. Before causing any chaos, one should first ask this proud fellow if he agrees. She playfully patted Vegeta's shoulder. Noticing Vegeta's muscular stature, she imagined the scene of him tossing someone outside. The newcomers involuntarily shivered. Rest assured, Boss Shen, Mr. Satan has already explained that the blind box is a game of chance. We voluntarily came to open blind boxes and will not cause any disturbances. Yes, a black iron blind box is merely 5 million. We lack nothing except money. 5 million is just pocket change for half a month. Upon hearing this, especially the mention of 5 million for a black iron blind box, Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. She knew Satan brought people over to profit, but she never imagined he would be so ruthless. Inflating the price from 100,000 to 5 million, multiplying it several times over. Are people really that gullible nowadays? Bulma gazed at the smug Satan, her mouth opening and closing, but she could not utter a word. Vegeta and the others remained unfazed, as they had no precise concept of money. The 10 or so people chattered amiably. Shen San's expression softened slightly. Enough, causing a ruckus in the store is absolutely intolerable. If you refrain from causing trouble, you may remain as honored guests. He then turned his gaze to Yamcha's face. Please continue. No one's luck remains perpetually poor. Perhaps your fortune is merely accumulating, waiting for a grand explosion in the end. Indeed, Boss Shen speaks wisely. Yamcha also attributed his luck to the notion of accumulation. Enlightenment washed over him, dispelling his previous despondency. His spirit soared, confidence surging through him once more. However, the subsequent events were disheartening. The last 4 silver blind boxes yielded disappointing results. The first revealed a single remaining segment of a sanitary pad. The second revealed a phone that was merely a shell. The third revealed an empty shell of a big fruit. The final one produced nothing more than a single grain of steaming white rice. The exhilaration quickly reverted to despair. Shen San shook his head. He then retrieved a dark figurine from beneath the counter. This was what he had opened the previous night, and he handed it over. Bad luck is fleeting, not everlasting. Strive again tomorrow. This figurine is a consolation prize. Do not lose heart. Yamcha accepted it in a daze and turned to leave the store. At the moment he stepped outside, he turned back. His eyes brimmed with tears. Boss Shen, wait for me. I will return. Chapter 32. Satan consumes the devil fruit. Wind and snow white in the verdant grasslands. The white clouds concealed the sky. Sunlight cascaded upon the clouds, illuminating a figure. This individual was Cell, who, upon returning to the planet, sought out the relatively weak Yamcha and had been secretly following him, leading him here. At this moment, Cell suppressed its energy to the lowest level, observing Yamcha as he exited the store. It murmured to itself, "A blind box shop? What business do Vegeta and the others have entering a store? Furthermore, what is the significance of the 2 staircases flanking the entrance? What are those bizarre beasts guarding the staircases? Why do I sense a lethal sense of danger from those creatures? Could it be that the changes in Vegeta's group are all due to that blind box shop below?" Cell pondered to itself, startled by its own thoughts. However, apart from this explanation, it could not deduce another. Moreover, regarding Bulma, the information clearly indicated she was an ordinary person. Yet her energy now surpasses even that of Tien and the others. Vegeta is even more outrageous. Just looking at him makes me tremble. The mystery within Cell's mind grew. Yet it felt it had uncovered the truth, though it was reluctant to accept it. Descending now would undoubtedly lead to an encounter with Vegeta. Even if I intend to enter the store to investigate, I must time my entry to avoid crossing paths with Vegeta. Yamcha has already left. I can follow him for a while longer to see if I can glean any useful information. Cell cast one last glance at the blind box store before turning to pursue Yamcha. At this moment, it was not a reckless brute, but rather a hidden assassin. Its energy was suppressed to a negligible level as it trailed Yamcha's presence. Aside from Shen San, no one was aware of Cell's presence. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engrossed in opening blind boxes, completely oblivious to other energies. "You big fool, you didn't get a single useful item." Bulma was frustrated. The jars she purchased for Vegeta and herself were not mere black iron or bronze. They were all at least silver quality. Currently, Vegeta had opened 7 boxes without receiving anything of value, resulting in a significant loss. Humph, as if you could get anything useful. Vegeta pointed at the card machine. Hurry and place the card again. I want to enter the training ladder once more. Not happening. I'll say it again. Are you going to place it or not? I want T. If you have the ability, go fetch it from the sea yourself. Go ahead and dive. If you don't find anything, don't expect a single penny from me. After saying his piece, Vegeta held his head high and stormed out of the store, erupting in rage as he flew toward the ocean. Bulma found this both infuriating and amusing. That stubborn, prideful man. She understood him all too well. She could guarantee that if Vegeta could not find treasures in the ocean, he would surely return, demanding money from her as if it were his due. Humph. So you think you can be arrogant? I can be just as proud. Next time you ask me for money, just wait and see how I'll lecture you. Bulma softly murmured a few words in the direction where Vegeta had departed, before retracting her gaze. The 10 or so individuals in line behind her, witnessing the absence of any merchandise being dispensed for 2 consecutive turns, finally exhibited a change in their expressions. Seeing this, Satan had no choice but to don his deceitful mask once more, endeavoring to placate the crowd. Inside the front desk, Shen San retrieved the blind box corresponding to Bulma. It is your turn. Yesterday was exceptionally fortunate for you. May you continue to enjoy that good fortune. Of course, Shun. Do you think I am as unfortunate as Yamcha and Vegeta? My luck has always been splendid. Bulma confidently accepted a silver blind box and swiftly opened it. In an instant, a peculiar fruit materialized above the box. Isn't this the devil fruit that Trunks unearthed? Bulma recognized it. Although there was a visual difference from the thunder fruit, she was certain it was indeed a devil fruit. Boss Shun, I recall you stating that each fruit represents a unique ability. What power does this one bestow? Indeed, it is a devil fruit. After a brief silence, Shen San pointed to the devil fruit and continued explaining. Devil fruits are categorized into 4 types: Zoan, Paramecia, Logia, and Mythical Zoan. The thunder fruit that Trunks discovered belongs to the Logia category. Your luck, however, is even greater, for this is the rarer Mythical Zoan type, specifically known as the Wind and Snow form. It is quite surprising, as no Snow Woman form has ever appeared in the pirate world. Upon consuming this devil fruit, you will gain the ability to manipulate wind and snow, along with elemental transformation capabilities typical of the Logia type. The realms speak of it. I have already explained that the devil fruit realm cannot be compared to yours, yet it is still a form of ability. Whether to partake or not is entirely your decision. Shen San produced an identical fruit and tossed it to Satan, simultaneously giving him a knowing glance. Satan, quick-witted, instantly understood Shen San's implication. Ecstatic, he caught the devil fruit and then turned to address the hesitant individuals. Your expressions reveal a bias against Mr. Shen's wonders. Allow me to dispel your doubts with the devil fruit bestowed upon me. Prepare to witness a miracle, mortals. With fervor, Satan proclaimed, then took a hearty bite of the devil fruit. An indescribable flavor erupted upon his palate. His face turned a shade of purple, yet he stifled the urge to vomit. For Shun, in his mind, was watching. He could not afford to disgrace Shun with such a display. As the taste began to fade, elation followed swiftly. Snowflakes danced. A gentle breeze caressed him, and in the blink of an eye, Satan's wild hair transformed into a brilliant white. Snowflakes swirling around him as an intense chill emanated from his being. The 10 or so spectators involuntarily shivered. What followed was astonishment, a profound shock. Boss Shun, may I demonstrate my newfound power to them? Of course, Shen San nodded. With this approval, Satan looked down at the 10 individuals who were a head shorter than him, raising his right hand. As he did so, countless snowflakes manifested in the air, the coldness intensifying. Then, under Satan's control, the snowflakes morphed into 10 white ropes, binding the hesitant individuals securely and lifting them into the air. In that moment, Satan resembled a deity walking amidst the falling snow. Now, do you still harbor doubts? Know that I brought you here as friends. If you continue to display such skepticism, you may take your money and leave. I do not need your paltry sums, and neither does Boss Shen. The bound individuals shook their heads vigorously, their previous doubts evaporating, replaced by fervor, excitement, and anticipation. Satisfied with their reactions, Satan lowered them back down and exchanged a glance with Shen San, as if to say, "See, my lord, I have successfully convinced them." Bulma, noticing the silent communication between the two, decided the fates of the 10 individuals and found herself stifling a laugh. Then, She recalled Trunks mentioning the unpleasant taste of devil fruits. With average abilities, she was unwilling to endure such a fate. Hence, she chose not to consume it. Subsequently, Bulma turned her attention to the remaining blind boxes. Once more, she took the silver blind box before her, meticulously unwrapping it, inch by inch. In that moment, Chapter 33, Sun Wukong contemplates a method to earn money, fishing. In an instant, nothing materialized. Had she merely unearthed a mass of air? Bulma was left bewildered by the absence of any item. Noticing that the blind box revealed nothing, she leaned in closer, confirming it was indeed just a mass of air. Boss Shun, this is quite the joke. How can there be an empty blind box? The store manager has never stated that there are no empty blind boxes. Shen San withdrew another figurine from beneath the counter. Yet this one was colorful, in stark contrast to the one given to Yamcha. Congratulations on being the first to open an empty blind box. This figurine is your miraculous gift. Congratulations, my foot. Bulma exclaimed, angrily swatting the figurine away. Toys for children should remain your pastime. Don't delude yourself. You could sell it for a few bucks. Shen San casually placed the figurine on the counter. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It is not that I am stingy. I simply will not beg Bulma to accept it. That is out of the question. In his previous life, he had already groveled enough. Having finally risen, as the proprietor of the store, he expected others to kneel before him. Hurry up. The handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies behind you look as if they might devour you. What? At this? Bulma turned to look and was startled to see the 10 individuals in line gazing at her with fervor, mixed with impatience, as though if she did not hasten, they would pounce upon her like a pack of hungry wolves. Bulma was amused by her own startled reaction. Boss Shun, there are no rules regarding the timing for opening blind boxes. I will open them at my own pace. And you all, why the glaring? Stand in line properly. If you continue glaring, do you believe I can open until Shen San finishes work? Please, please, we will not glare. Take your time, beautiful, do not rush. Haha, I am not in a hurry. Do not be angry, for I have some connections with your father. The crowd, noticing that Shen San did not oppose Bulma's leisurely pace, dared not glare any longer. They were all on edge. If they had to wait all day for nothing, it would be better to end it swiftly. The 10 individuals began to appease Bulma in unison. At this moment, Piccolo inquired, Boss Shun, can't multiple people open blind boxes at once? Of course. I have never said otherwise, Shen San shrugged. It is just that there are too few customers now. I was merely seeking more tasks to occupy my time. However, since you have asked, anyone wishing to open now may speak up. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone raised their hands instantly. Satan, seeing this, quickly produced a bank card and stepped forward. Boss Shun, there are 15 individuals, and they are willing to open 5 boxes today, paying me for the price of 5 black iron blind boxes. Understood, please place the card on the card reader. Shen San winked at Satan, understanding the cue. Satan promptly placed the card on the reader, while Shen San entered the exact amount for the black iron blind boxes. For this transaction involving 15 individuals, both he and Satan would earn a profit of 490,000 on each blind box. Money, after all, while he might not currently need it. Who would ever turn down an excess? The funds for the Gununga have been exhausted. You may find a spot to open them, but you must remain within the store's vicinity. With a gentle wave of his hand, Shen San swiftly sent a line of soaring towards the eager crowd of 15 individuals, who were rendered momentarily speechless by their excitement. One person clutched 5 mangha, while some squatted on the ground. Others moved to the dining table, and a few stealthily retreated to a corner. Observing this, Shen San nodded to himself. In games of this nature at blind box stores, he did not expect the passers-by to uncover anything of value, which was precisely why he acquiesced to Satan's request. Otherwise, with the potential for exponential returns, he might have hesitated to allow Satan to inflate the prices. This is yours, Shen San stated as he retrieved a mangha designated for Bic. Once Bic stepped aside, Satan grinned sheepishly, saying, Boss, I can open 6 today. Please provide 6 mangha for me. Following this, he leaned in closer and whispered, Boss, yesterday we agreed that 90% would be yours. Those 15 individuals each stand to earn 490,000. Kindly deduct that 90%. No way, Shen San replied, shaking his head. I want the 90%, but you must assist me in obtaining another card, depositing my earnings into it, and bringing it back to me tomorrow. After deducting the cost of the 5 Qingtong Satan purchased, Shen San suddenly recalled something and slapped his forehead. Continuing, by the way, You haven't reimbursed me for yesterday's travel expenses, Bulma. Rest assured, I've brought it. It's in this Wan Nung Jiao Nong. Bulma, rather annoyed, tossed a capsule into Shen San's hand. Upon hearing Shen San's words, Satan nodded repeatedly. For someone of his stature, acquiring an anonymous bank card was a trivial matter. He joyfully retreated, clutching the King Tungmung Ah. At that moment, the hall was in utter chaos. On another front, the surface of the vast blue ocean suddenly erupted with bubbles. In the next instant, a massive fish, spanning several meters, broke through the surface. Beneath the fish, a man with an extraordinarily high hairline supported it. Just then, Yamcha arrived from another direction, halting before the man with a puzzled expression. Goku, what brings you to the sea to catch fish? It was none other than Sun Wukong. He grinned widely, explaining, I returned yesterday to ask Chi-Chi for money, but she seemed quite upset and didn't give me a single dime. I had a strong desire to conquer the Ten-Ti, so I had no choice but to catch fish instead. I wonder if this fish is enough for a single attempt at the Ten-Ki. Hearing this, Yamcha's mouth twitched. The market value of this fish might not even reach 100,000, while a single attempt at the Ten-Ti costs 10 million. Moreover, Boss Shen may not even accept fish as payment. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed in frustration. Then what should I do? Aside from catching fish, I can't think of a better way to make money. How about this? Yamcha sighed. I came to the ocean to seek treasure as well. Wukong, join me in diving to search for pearls or similar items. In the sea, fish aren't the most valuable. All right. Sun Wukong eagerly released the large fish back into the ocean. Just as he was about to dive with Yamcha, his gaze sharpened, focusing on the clouds above. Meanwhile, on the clouds, Cell cursed under his breath before vanishing in an instant. Wukong, what's wrong? Yamcha queried, puzzled. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. It's Cell just now. I sensed his energy up in the sky, but it vanished in an instant. Yamcha's heart raced upon hearing this, exclaiming, impossible. Didn't Cell die in the self-destruction? Could it be that you misinterpreted the energy? Sun Wukong shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. I would never mistake Cell's energy. Although he is trying to suppress it, I still managed to perceive it. However, the moment I caught a glimpse, he disappeared. If Cell is indeed suppressing his energy, locating him will be quite challenging. This is troublesome, Yamcha fretted. We should return and inform Vegeta and the others about Cell. They need to be cautious. Chapter 34. Sun Wukong senses Cell is still alive. A white energy stream streaked across the sky, and another person appeared above the vast blue ocean. This individual was none other than Vegeta, who also sought to scavenge treasures from the sea. Kakarot, what is going on? Why do you all look so serious? Cell, just now. I sensed a trace of Cell's energy. He is not dead. Sun Wukong indicated towards the direction where he had felt the energy. He must have been tailing Yamcha, and when I noticed him, he vanished in the blink of an eye. TCH, I thought it was something significant, Vegeta remarked, glancing at the direction Sun Wukong indicated. With our current strength, 1,000 cells would be futile. Even if he miraculously survived his self-destruction, he wouldn't dare to show himself. It appears he is terrified, hence the suppression of his energy. As long as Cell's energy increases even slightly, we will sense it, and then we can use instant transmission to reach him. He is nothing but trash. I could crush him with a single finger. Enough of the chatter. That insufferable Bulma won't give me any money, so I plan to dive into the sea to earn some. You can stay here if you wish. With that, Vegeta plunged into the sea, generating towering waves. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Vegeta's words. After all, if Cell did not wish to reveal himself, it would be difficult for them to find him. Rather than worry unnecessarily, it would be more prudent to let things unfold naturally. Given their current strength, they truly had no reason to fear Cell. However, Sun Wukong suddenly had a thought and turned to say, you go ahead. I will notify Kuririn and the others to keep an eye on Cell. Without waiting for Yamcha's response, Sun Wukong placed 2 fingers to his forehead, sensed Kuririn's energy, and instantly vanished from sight. He found Kuririn and quickly informed him about Cell, urging him to be vigilant. Afterward, he used instant transmission to locate Tianjin Fan, who was treasure hunting in the desert. He then teleported to the store to inform Bic and the others about Cell's survival before returning to the ocean to continue his quest for wealth. At the Mangkushangdan, sounds of surprise and frustration echoed throughout. Some individuals unveiled a martial arts technique, creating a flurry of afterimages with each step. Others opened an unusual item and reveled in their discovery. Yet, some opened nothing at all, tearing at their hair in distress. They remained oblivious to Sun Wukong's presence as he came and went. However, Bick and Bulma furrowed their brows in concern. Surviving self-destruction and remaining unscathed, Cell's resilience was indeed remarkable. Boss Shen, do you know that Cell is still alive? Of course, Shen San nodded. But what does that concern me? I am a merchant. As long as he doesn't cause trouble in my store, whether Cell lives or dies is of no consequence to me. Upon hearing this, Bick chose not to press further. With his intelligence, it was evident that Shen San was a neutral merchant. It was clear that not only would he not take action if Cell sought to destroy the planet, but as long as it did not affect the Manghasongdan, he would remain completely uninvolved. However, Bulma failed to grasp this point. How can you say such a thing, Boss Shen? By running a store here. If Cell were to eliminate everyone, who would be left to patronize your business? The universe is vast and boundless. If everyone here perished, I could simply relocate my store elsewhere to attract customers, Shen San retorted, rolling his eyes. And do not attempt to impose that moralistic guilt trip on me. Protecting this planet is your responsibility. I merely wish to safeguard this establishment. You, Bulma exclaimed, exasperated. Bick shook his head at her. Mr. Shen has a point. Merchants are not saviors. Moreover, as long as Mr. Shen's store remains here, as long as we continue to open boxes and strengthen ourselves, no one can threaten the planet. Additionally, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta's current abilities, if Cell dared to show himself, he wouldn't pose any significant threat. Upon hearing this, Bulma chose to remain silent. Silently vowing not to speak to Shen San for a day? No, for an hour. Bulma gazed at the items that had been produced. How disappointing. If you don't want to be a savior, then don't. Shun, the esteemed proprietor, please explain whether the items produced hold any value. They are worthless. The items you and Piccolo generated are of no use. Shen San stood up, stretched lazily, and strolled out from behind the counter, speaking as he walked. It's early in the morning. One should get moving. He looked at the 15 surprised yet dejected individuals. Do not lose heart, those of you who did not obtain anything. Let us strive harder tomorrow, and may you uncover wondrous treasures in the days to come. The 15 individuals, taken aback by Shen San's words, quickly responded in a flurry of gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Shun. With your good wishes, I am sure I will uncover something miraculous next time. Today I acquired a manual for lightness, allowing me to skim across water. What a delightful surprise. Indeed, Mr. Shun. The blind boxes in your shop become increasingly captivating with each experience. I shall return promptly tomorrow. In response, Shen San nodded at them. Being well-behaved makes for good friends. Now that you have all finished your blind boxes for today, you may attend to your own affairs and work hard to earn some money. I shall not keep you any longer. As a businessman, Shen San understood that these 15 were astute individuals. His demeanor clearly indicated it was time to bid them farewell. Yet, they bore no ill will, instead departing with polite nods and bows amidst their chatter. Meanwhile, Piccolo pondered for a moment before also turning to leave. Only Bulma, having been brought by Vegeta and unable to perform flight techniques, occupied Shen San's rocking chair outside, quietly awaiting Vegeta's return to escort her home. In front of the blind box shop, a multitude of small animals and Pikachu frolicked joyfully across the grassy expanse. Nearby, the casually dressed number 18 squatted with a beaming smile, resting her chin on her hands, while the gentle breeze tousled her hair, revealing her delicate cheeks. On the second floor of the blind box shop, number 17 leaned against the window, observing the vibrant scene below, a smile gradually spreading across his face. He found himself enamored with this leisurely pace of life, devoid of conflict, spending his days in playful camaraderie with a host of small creatures. Such a life was truly comfortable. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted the tranquility. What is the purpose of your presence here? You are here to serve as caretakers. And just look at the state of the forest, ravaged by the beasts. Shen San pulled out 2 shovels and planted them firmly in the ground. The tools are here. If we do not clean up the outskirts of the forest today, each of you will forfeit 1,000 in wages, and there will be no meals for you. With that, Shen San cheerfully walked away, finally understanding the joy those proprietors experienced before his time. The ease with which they imposed penalties and threatened starvation was undeniably exhilarating. Number 17, upon hearing this, exhibited little reaction. Instead, he obediently descended from the upper floor, retrieved a shovel, and made his way to the forest's edge, even as small animals leaped onto him, bringing him further joy. Number 18, however, paid no heed and continued to play with the creatures. Chapter 35, Spring has arrived. And so has the season of exchanges in a boundless void, an endless white arena stretched before him. This was the exclusive space of the body refinement ladder, where Shen San stood at the center of the platform, yawning nonchalantly. He surveyed his surroundings and then spoke softly into the void. Xiaolinger, please arrange for an opponent so I may stretch my limbs. As he finished speaking, a flicker of light appeared above, descending like a shooting star. Upon reaching Shen San, it rapidly coalesced into a petite figure. With twin ponytails and clad in a pink dress, she held a small pink umbrella. Playfully, she twirled around before bouncing over to Shen San, peering left and right. Brother Shen San, it brings me great joy that you have come to see me so early. Shall I accompany you and play? Enough with the antics, Linger. Shen San could not help but take a step back. He had encountered the spirit of the ladder the previous night and was quite familiar with her peculiar personality and overwhelming strength. They had fought, and he had been thoroughly dominated, with no chance to retaliate. I know you are formidable, so I shall refrain from sparring with you. Wah! I do not wish to fight you, brother. It is simply so dull in the ladder. Please indulge me. Upon hearing his refusal, large tears streamed from Xiaoling's eyes like a kite severed from its string. Coupled with her delicate, youthful appearance, Shen San felt like a truly villainous scoundrel in that moment. However, he was not swayed by her tears. He had already fallen for her trick once the previous night. He would not be ensnared again. Humph, brother Shen San, you are so dreary. Xiaolinger quickly regained her composure, floating back several thousand meters before exclaiming, Be careful. Brother Shen San, I shall summon an opponent for you. As her words faded, a purple figure gradually materialized before Shen San, clad in garments reminiscent of ancient Egyptian deities. It bore a face that resembled both a cat and a mouse, with two long ears atop its head. Shen San's eyes widened in shock. The being Xiaolinger had manifested was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. At that moment, Beerus's eyes opened, and his piercing gaze instilled an unsettling instability in the arena. He fixed his gaze upon Shen San, and in the next instant, he moved. In an instant, he was behind Shen San, delivering a swift chop to his neck. Shen San reacted quickly, attempting to turn and block the attack. However, Beerus transformed his hand into a claw, seizing Shen San's wrist and spinning him around with incredible force. Shen San felt the world spin, and before he could react, he found himself intimately acquainted with the arena floor. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaolinger, this is an unjust battle. Beerus far exceeds my current strength. This is against the rules of the ladder. Giggle, the rules of the ladder are set by me, and I shall arrange it as I please. Perhaps if you were to plead with me, I might command him to cease, Xiaolinger said, her delight evident. Shen San's expression darkened at her words. However, he would not beg for mercy. He had knelt enough in the past. Having finally risen from his previous state, he would never submit again. The disparity between Shen San and Beerus was insurmountable. Even if he pushed his limits in battle, victory was unattainable. Shen San could only shield his handsome face while enduring the pain coursing through his body, inwardly cursing. Do not let me surpass you, Xiaolinger, one day. You will understand why flowers are red. This one-sided beating continued for half an hour, and it was only when Xiaolinger grew bored that she finally released Shen San, followed by a series of playful remarks before she vanished. Shen San was thus allowed to exit the ladder. At this moment, his face bore an assortment of bruises. He winced as he touched the tender spots. Oh dear, what happened to you, handsome Shen? Would you like me to help you apply some ointment? Upon seeing Shen San approach, Bulma noted his battered appearance and could not resist a hint of mockery. Shen San rolled his eyes in exasperation. What is it to you? I was merely bitten by a mischievous little girl. If I were not so inclined to cherish the delicate, she would have been left in tatters. With that, he unceremoniously lifted Bulma aside and sprawled comfortably in the rocking chair, muttering darkly about Xiaolinger's lack of mercy while applying ointment to his face. Stubborn as a dead duck, I don't even want to help you. Bulma glared at Shen San before hastening to the side of number 18, requesting her to teach the technique of flight. As dusk gradually descended, the hidden sun in the cosmos unveiled a sprinkle of twinkling stars, weaving a breathtakingly beautiful tapestry. In front of the blind box store, on the vast grassland, countless animals lay sprawled on the ground, while number 18 and number 17 reclined at the forefront. Before them, a massive projection screen was erected, showcasing the wonders of the animal kingdom. Spring had arrived, marking the season of courtship. Excellent. Shen San nodded in satisfaction from the side. This was an enlightening program for the animals. After watching the animal world, The little creatures already present should be able to proliferate more offspring within the territory of the shopkeeper. A year from now, this place would undoubtedly flourish once again. General, you understand the language of beasts. Remember to oversee them well. By this day next year, I expect to see them surrounded by their young, Shen San instructed. The nearby general immediately stood at attention and responded earnestly. Rest assured, Commander, I guarantee the completion of the task. After making this vow, the general began patrolling the area, ready to assist any bewildered little animal that crossed its path. Truly, a teachable child. Shen San was thoroughly pleased with the general, envisioning the day when he could train Xiaolinger to be as capable as the general. He cast another glance over the multitude of animals on the grassland before turning and re-entering the shop, retrieving the blind boxes for the day. Bulma, the affluent lady, was increasingly unproductive. Today she had only managed to open a golden blind box, without even a single jar. Shen San shook his head and promptly opened a silver blind box. Fortune smiled upon him, as the first box yielded a Zanpakuto, specifically the powerful fire type Samuro Banbutsu. A remarkable weapon even within the realm of Dragon Ball. The sun's warmth was universally beneficial across all worlds. Shen San was quite pleased that the first blind box had produced an item, and he swiftly opened another silver blind box. However, his luck faltered with the second box, revealing merely a snow pear. Shen San quickly devoured the snow pear and lost interest in opening boxes one by one. His hands transformed into phantoms. The straps danced through the air, and the lids leaped about. In that instant, a brilliant radiance illuminated both the interior and exterior of the shop, as if it were day. Chapter 36. The Law of Creation, the Heart-Refining Ladder. The daylight shimmer intermingled with an ethereal essence of divine laws. At that moment, the flora and fauna bathed in the light began to grow at an alarming rate. Trees that had once stood only 10 meters tall transformed into towering giants in the blink of an eye. Grass that had barely reached an inch skyrocketed to over a meter. All the animals found themselves enveloped by this sudden surge of greenery, forced to leap about to be seen. The light, cascading over the creatures, brought forth expressions of delight. Amidst the thicket, number 18 stood, just revealing her chest and above. A few strands of green grass were entangled in her hair. Rather than removing them, she reached out to pull number 17 up. What on earth? Why has it suddenly turned into this? Number 18 exclaimed in astonishment as she surveyed her surroundings. The forests in all directions had seen their trees soar to heights exceeding 100 meters, and not a blade of grass was below a meter in height. Furthermore, she noticed that some small animals were also undergoing transformations, growing larger and longer, now infused with a certain energy. Number 17 extended a hand into a beam of light. Sensing its essence, there seems to be a potent life force within this light. The changes around us must be a result of its influence. Upon hearing this, number 18 immediately directed her gaze towards the source of the radiance. At that instant, all the light converged simultaneously towards the shop, vanishing into Shen San's being. Shen San opened his eyes at that moment and leapt with excitement, soaring 3 meters high. Unbelievable. I have unlocked a law of creation. My luck is indeed unparalleled. The law of creation, one of the foremost among the 3,000 laws, was familiar to him. Such items were the pinnacle of treasures within blind boxes and jars. To think he had uncovered one from a silver blind box. His fortune was truly beyond measure. After reveling in his excitement, Shen San assessed his hands. His strength had not significantly increased, but the law of creation was not intended for combat. It was meant for creation, akin to the abilities of the Kaishins. However, the law he had acquired was not from the Dragon Ball world, but rather from the primordial world, and on the dimensional level. His law of creation far surpassed that of the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, possessing the law of creation was merely the beginning. He was not yet capable of conjuring stars with a mere thought. As he spoke, Shen San stepped outside and casually snapped his fingers, causing the wild grasses to revert to their original size, although the trees remained towering at over 100 meters. No worries, you may continue watching. Shen San addressed the multitude of animals before returning to the hall and organizing the items obtained from the remaining blind boxes. Aside from the law of creation, 5 additional items had been acquired. 3 of them were of no use whatsoever, while one was a skill from the fantasy world, Energy Wing, and another was a unit summoner from the kingdom's continent. Both items were of little relevance to him, but better than nothing. Shen San consumed the skill card and stored the summoner before making his way toward the heart-refining ladder. Refining the heart and questioning one's conscience bore no impact on physical constitution, but served to hone individuals possessing laws effectively. Furthermore, those who ascended the heart-refining ladder had the potential to comprehend laws or skills at each level. If refining the body represented the brute force that could shatter myriad laws, then refining the heart was the paradise for those with stable mindsets. As he approached, the gluttonous beast guarding the base of the heart-refining ladder merely cast a calm glance at Shen San before closing its eyes once more to doze. Shen San paid it no mind. Although he was the shopkeeper, he could not command these two fearsome beasts for the time being. According to the knowledge passed down from the blind box store, he must defeat the beasts to gain the right to command them. Otherwise, both parties remained equal, and neither had to heed the other. Shen San nodded at the gluttonous beast before stepping into the first layer of the heart-refining ladder. As his surroundings shifted, he found himself in a frigid, wind-swept expanse. Shen San couldn't help but shiver. "Xiaolong, could you raise the temperature a bit?" "I cannot," came the reply. The swirling snow and wind coalesced into a young girl, resembling Xiao Linger, yet with significant differences in demeanor and appearance. Xiao Linger was quirky and clad in pink, while Xiao Lung exuded an icy aura, dressed in a pristine white princess gown, her long hair cascading down in a snowy cascade. Her expression was chilling to the bone. Shen San felt utterly speechless at the sight of these twin spirit beings guarding the ladder. "Xiao Long, begin the first tier of heart refining," he instructed. "As I mentioned last night, if you cannot overcome the obstacle within your heart, you will not pass the heart refining," Xiao Lung replied, her tone imbued with an icy chill. Shen San furrowed his brow at her words. "Just an old hag. I can break through her barrier in an instant." "Very well. As you wish," Xiao Lung nodded lightly before vanishing in a flurry of snow and wind. In that moment, the entire icy landscape transformed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it morphed into a bustling scene. Shen San, at that moment, seemed to forget about his passage through worlds, simply numbly walking toward an office building. Upon entering the office, he encountered a middle-aged woman with a face coated in white powder. She seemed incensed upon seeing Shen San and stormed directly in front of him, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse. "Look at the time. Do you even have a sense of timing? If you don't want to work, pack your things and leave immediately. This company does not support the idle." Confronted with such remarks, Shen San glanced at the time and realized there were still over 10 minutes until work began. He refrained from responding, merely bowing his head in silence. He understood all too well that the middle-aged woman was venting her frustrations on him. But what could he do? She was not only a leader, but also the lover of the boss. He was merely a worker, having struggled to secure this job. And for the sake of his daily meals, he had to suppress his anger. The middle-aged woman continued her tirade for nearly 10 minutes before finally ceasing. Passers-by observed with expressions of amusement, occasionally laughing derisively. The laughter was grating to his ears, yet Shen San opened his mouth, only to let out a sigh. Once the woman ceased her scolding, he made his way toward the elevator. However, as he passed by a young man, he noticed that the latter's phone was playing the anime Dragon Ball. His heart began to race, and a profound realization dawned upon him. What was happening? "I have watched Dragon Ball from beginning to end. Why does this evoke such a strong sense of familiarity?" It was as if I had visited the world of Dragon Ball. Shen San seemed to recall something, though he wasn't entirely certain. Nevertheless, he no longer wished to differentiate between reality and dreams. At that moment, his eyes were solely fixed on the silhouette of the woman entering the elevator. "Who threw that brick next to me? But in a way, thank you, kind stranger." Shen San picked up the brick, and in the astonished gazes of those around him, he leaped up and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Old hag, take this brick from the mighty Shun." Chapter 37. Vegeta and Son Goku carrying the Golden Mountain on the first tier of the heart refinement ladder. Amidst swirling snow, Xiao Lung once again took human form. She gazed at Shen San, who sat resolutely at the center of the storm, murmuring, "Brother Shun, all I can manage is this one brick." Having passed the first tier of heart refinement, the next step is to ascend smoothly. "I hope you can swiftly conquer the 999 tiers of the heart refinement ladder." Her tone remained cold, yet it carried a hint of warmth. All of this was unbeknownst to Shen San. After an indeterminate amount of time, he rose from the eye of the storm, a hint of pride upon his countenance. "Xiaolong, look, she was just an old hag. I simply dealt with her using a brick. What say you to that?" "Well, it was passable," Xiao Lung replied, reverting to her usual icy demeanor. "Having passed the first tier, shall we proceed to the second tier of heart refinement?" Shen San did not respond immediately. He sensed a slight augmentation in his own laws, though they felt rather dispersed. He shook his head. Let us not proceed to the second tier for now. The laws have increased, but they lack cohesion. I must further hone these laws first. Please send me out. Understood. A glimmer of approval shone in Xiao Lung's eyes as she gently waved her hand. In an instant, Shen San found himself outside. He glanced at the restaurant, then returned inside to prepare a late-night snack. Subsequently, he settled cross-legged in his room, and with each breath, the remnants of battle laws and creation laws began to encircle him, solidifying and intensifying. At that moment, his combat value surged at a terrifying pace. With the possession of laws, combat value was no longer of paramount importance. Those who wielded laws possessed an inherent advantage over those who did not. Conversely, those lacking laws could also ascend to the pinnacle if they honed their bodies to perfection. In the ensuing days, the first day saw Satan bringing people over, offering only a few items of little value. On the second day, Tianjin Fan visited, similarly returning empty-handed. The third day witnessed Satan once again arriving, while Vegeta's group had not returned. As Satan brought more people, the patrons in the store increased. Each morning, shouts of surprise and disappointment echoed from the establishment, and the lively scene began to take shape. During this period, the two androids, number 18 and her brother, found themselves with additional duties as security, sitting at the entrance and interacting with small animals. Should anyone attempt to cause trouble, they would intervene. For this, Shen San generously raised their salaries by 50 yuan, provoking a wave of discontent from number 17. Time drifted by amidst the hustle and comfort, and over a month slipped away. One morning, Bulma, who had not appeared for some time, descended from the sky, having learned the art of flight. Just as she approached the store, she sensed an overwhelming aura and looked up, unable to suppress a smile. A resplendent golden point was swiftly approaching. As it landed on the grassland, the golden point revealed its true form, a mountain of gold. Beneath it, Vegeta was holding it up and, upon landing, tossed it onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble twice. See, even without you, I can open the King's jar. All right, you're impressive, but this mountain of gold is rife with impurities. Don't hold too high of hopes. Bulma discerned at a glance that the mountain had recently been excavated, with a significant amount of dirt mixed in, and even after refining, its value would barely reach 50 billion. At that moment, the ground shook once more. In the next instant, Son Goku appeared nearby, also holding a mountain of gold with one hand. On top of it sat three individuals, Chi-Chi, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. The commotion drew the attention of customers in the store who were opening blind boxes. Satan felt a wave of embarrassment. A group of big shots paying for blind boxes was a straightforward affair. Others were wide-eyed in astonishment. Soon, the sound of rushing air filled the sky. The first to arrive were Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, also carrying several boxes of treasures. Next came Yamcha, similarly laden with large boxes. Finally, Krillin arrived, holding a few boxes as well. Where did you find these mountains of gold? Krillin asked, bewildered. I've been at sea for a month, and all I've managed to scrounge is a handful of treasures. Goku found nothing. He doesn't even know what gold is. This mountain was discovered by Piccolo. Chi-Chi, visiting for the first time, found everything quite novel. She critiqued Son Goku while surveying her surroundings. Don't say that, Chi-Chi. I contributed too. Son Goku chuckled. Noticing the changes in the forest, he then spotted a virtual ranking screen appearing above the ladder and continued. Look at the heart refinement ladder. Shen San has already passed the 68th tier of body refinement and reached the 119th tier of heart refinement. What is so surprising about that? Bulma rolled her eyes. The ladder was created by Shen San. It's not strange for him to clear it effortlessly. Unlike her casual demeanor, Son Goku and Vegeta's eyes blazed with fervor and determination. I too shall reach the level of Shen San one day, Vegeta murmured, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Hee, I've set aside part of the gold mountain for Chi-Chi, so she won't pester me to work. Now I have time to slowly conquer body refinement and heart refinement. Son Goku mused aloud. Can we go in now? I haven't opened a blind box or a jar in a month, and I'm itching to do so, Yamcha urged. Black Emperor has no say in this. Let us not end up with nothing again, Bulma teased. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If nothing comes out today, I'll never return, Yamcha declared, his eyes wide with determination. All right, let us head in first. Tianjin Fan clapped his hands. The group left the gold mountain behind, placing the treasures on the grassland before proceeding into the store. However, Shen San was the first to emerge. Upon seeing this, Son Goku's gaze sharpened. Vegeta. Yes, I've noticed. Shen San's aura was once fierce, but now it feels utterly absent, as if he does not exist. Vegeta's mind churned with tumultuous thoughts. In contrast to the despair he felt when facing Shen San previously, he now stood before Shen San with a sense of detachment. Though he was aware that this sensation was merely an illusion, it was not that Shen San had weakened. Rather, he had grown so powerful that they could no longer perceive his true strength. It has been over a month since we last met. Greetings to all my companions. And to the newcomers, welcome. Shen San greeted his friends, first acknowledging Sun Wukong, and then Chi and Jiaozi. At this moment, Yamcha hurriedly stepped forward. Boss Shen, let's set aside pleasantries for now and quickly assess the value of the treasures. I seek to redeem myself. I wish to open a blind box. I want to unveil a can. Chapter 38. Yamcha opens a blind box. The Black Emperor reigns. 2 mountains of gold and numerous boxes of treasures lay scattered across the open grassland. In a short span, the mountains had become infested with small creatures, joyfully leaping and chasing one another. Shen San circled around the mountains of gold and treasures, stroking his chin as he estimated their worth, arriving at a rough valuation shortly thereafter. Let us first discuss the treasures of Kirin and the others, treasures such as jade and agate. Kirin's share was valued at 80 million, Yamcha's at 100 million, and Tianjin fans at 150 million. Although the group recognized that these figures were significantly inflated, they chose not to contest them, knowing that selling the treasures externally would be cumbersome and time-consuming. Next, Shen San pointed to the 2 mountains of gold. Both were excavated and had not been refined, containing excessive impurities that drastically diminished their value. Sun Wukong's mountain was valued at 3.3 billion, while Vegeta's was assessed at 2.8 billion. Impossible, Vegeta exclaimed, stepping forward. The mountain of gold I brought back is clearly larger and taller than Kakarot's. How can its value be so different? Larger and taller does not equate to higher value. Shen San patiently explained. Your mountain of gold is mixed with far too much dirt and gravel, while Sun Wukong's contains significantly less. If you doubt it, take a look. Shen San raised his hand, extending 2 fingers in a sword-like gesture, and swiftly waved them, sending 2 streams of energy slicing through the mountains of gold. The mountains parted, revealing the contents within. After Vegeta's mountain split apart, an avalanche of gravel cascaded down. In contrast, Sun Wukong's mountain, though not devoid of debris, contained markedly less. You wait. Kakarot, I will definitely bring back a mountain of gold that is even more valuable. The outcome was evident. Vegeta ceased to press the issue, though he remained verbally obstinate. Sun Wukong scratched his head, entirely oblivious to the reason behind Vegeta's vexation. Only Bulma and her companions understood. They knew Vegeta well. He was the type to always compare himself to Sun Wukong and resented losing, embodying a quintessentially proud and stubborn demeanor. At that moment, Sun Wukong spoke up, Shen San. Can I now enter the body refinement ladder? He was not particularly enthusiastic about blind box games, his focus solely on ascending the ladder. Certainly, Shen San nodded. It costs 10 million to enter once. The mountain of gold is valued at 3.3 billion, and it belongs to your family and Piccolo. Subsequent expenses will be deducted from this amount. Once your expenditure is complete, I will notify you. Until then, you may enter the body refinement and heart refinement or open blind boxes and cans at any time. Having concluded, Shen San turned back to Kirin and the others. The same applies to you. Until you have exhausted your resources, you may partake in all store activities. Now, those wishing to open blind boxes and cans may enter, while those wishing to ascend the ladder may proceed. With that, the 2 groups split up. Sun Wukong rapidly approached the body refinement ladder. While Yamcha had a clear goal in mind, he aimed to open blind boxes to rid himself of the title of Black Emperor. Subsequently, Piccolo and his group made their way to the store. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong entering the ladder, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to enter the store first. Inside, the atmosphere had transformed from one of dwindling clientele to a bustling hub, with 2 to 3 dozen individuals eagerly opening blind boxes, their exclamations of delight and despair mingling in the air. Haha, I've struck it rich. I just opened a treasure worth 100 million, 5 million for a black iron blind box, netting me a profit of 95 million. Sigh. 3 days ago, I opened a small red bottle for healing, but since then, I've had no luck. Today, as 10 blind boxes yielded nothing either. This is tough. Brother, Look, I opened a transformation device. Just press this button, and I can become an armored warrior. Upon noticing Shen San's return, the patrons surrounding the blind boxes swiftly converged around him. After inquiring about the items they had opened, their reactions of astonishment and lamentation soared to new heights. Soon, some individuals departed with their treasures, while others chose to remain and watch what Vegeta and the others would unveil. Yamcha was the first to rush to the counter, eagerly clapping his hands on the surface, his face filled with urgency. Boss Shun, hurry. This is my third time here, and I can open 7 boxes today. Let's start with 7 silver blind boxes. Of course, Shen San replied, returning to the counter to retrieve 7 silver blind boxes, placing them before him. Chi-Chi and Jiaozi, visiting for the first time, could not help but lean forward to catch a glimpse. Bulma and her companions were also excited to see what Yamcha would uncover next. At that moment, Yamcha seized one of the silver blind boxes. As his hands grasped the strap, his heart raced. He was filled with both anticipation and anxiety. He longed for a miraculous item, yet feared the possibility of remaining burdened by the title of Black Emperor, a dilemma that weighed heavily on him. However, he understood that facing this challenge was inevitable. Come on, Dad, don't toy with me. I've opened 2 boxes in a row without results. If I don't get anything this time, Bulma will mock me again. I beg you, Dad, grant me a treasure. Congratulations, you have received a toy car. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Yamcha's forehead as he beheld the toy car, which seemed to mock him, causing his heart to race even faster. I've seen that handsome man before. He came over a month ago. It seems this is his 3rd attempt at a blind box. And he hasn't received anything in the first 2 tries. His luck is truly poor. Is that so? That is indeed unfortunate, especially since he opened a silver blind box. That man must be wealthy. But wealth is meaningless if luck is absent. At this rate, he could squander a fortune. The comments from behind darkened Yamcha's expression, his anxiety escalating, and his eyes turned crimson. He struggled to turn around and shouted, "Nonsense! My luck cannot always be bad. The next one will surely yield results." After shouting, Yamcha turned back, swiftly tearing open the silver blind box. "Congratulations, you have received a black piggy bank." Giggling, Bulma covered her mouth, laughing softly. "Yamcha, just give up. You'll never shed the title of Black Emperor. It's destined to remain with you for life." "No, it won't be like that." Yamcha became dejected and despondent. He was certain that some aspect of the process had gone awry. Was it his technique? Yes, it must be his technique. He needed to change his approach to open the box successfully. Having identified the crucial point, he soared above the blind box. Slowly, inch by inch, he loosened the strap. The moment of truth arrived as he raised the lid halfway. His heart raced as he prepared to lift the cover. At that instant, he shouted again, "Dad, give me something good." "Congratulations, you have received a blade of green grass." Chapter 39. Sun Wukong enters the body refinement ladder. Cell enters the store. On the right side of the blind box store, Sun Wukong had now entered the body refinement ladder. He first surveyed the ethereal space before him, then turned his gaze to the vast arena. Just then, the playful voice of Shaoling Air echoed through the void. "Challenger Sun Wukong, generating opponent." The moment had arrived, and the words "have fun" echoed in the air. Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, immediately directed his gaze forward. Before him, a figure was materializing, the very same individual that had manifested when Vegeta ascended the heavenly ladder. This time, it was the Holy Great Sage, adorned in a golden chainmail with a phoenix-crowned headdress. Clad in lotus silk shoes, and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. He regarded the namesake Sun Wukong with an air of defiance, his overwhelming ferocity nearly suffocating Sun Wukong. "Who is this?" Sun Wukong gasped for breath, beads of sweat already drenching his forehead. He sensed that his strength was nearly on par with that of the great sage equal to heaven, yet the terrifying gaze of the great sage made his spirit waver. However, this moment of disorientation was fleeting. Once he regained his composure, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes, an illumination of exhilaration, of anticipation, and of fervor that coursed through his veins. Sun Wukong recognized that he faced an unprecedentedly formidable adversary. Yet, fear eluded him at that moment. The genetic factors within him ignited completely. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. With the enhancement of his divine form, his battle powers surged beyond trillions, and a golden aura blazed toward the heavens. Observing this, the great sage displayed a hint of disdain. resting the Rui Jingu Bang upon his shoulder and beckoning with his other hand as if to say, "Come, I shall receive you all." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Instead of opting for Super Saiyan 2, he assumed the initial posture of the turtle school technique, scrutinizing the great sage's nonchalance. For words echoed in his mind, impeccably flawless. His heart sank to the depths, yet simultaneously, his fervor ignited once more. He understood that he could not allow the situation to persist. He had already lost the momentum, and if he hesitated any longer, he felt he might never regain the initiative. In a flash, Sun Wukong's figure blurred, an illusion born of his incredible speed. He darted to the left of the great sage, unleashing a punch at an unusual angle aimed at his adversary's head. However, the great sage seemed to anticipate Sun Wukong's trajectory, merely tilting his head aside to avoid the blow. He then seized Sun Wukong's arm and flung him forward, followed by the Rui Jingu Bang. With a thud, Sun Wukong felt his stomach churn violently. He clutched the Rui Jingu Bang, which was pressing against him, and with a forceful twist, freed himself from its grip. In midair, he unleashed an energy blast. It was no wonder Vegeta had been overwhelmed throughout. The opponent manifested on the heavenly ladder was indeed comparable in strength, yet in every other aspect, be it technique, combat style, or reaction speed, he surpassed Sun Wukong. Watching the great sage effortlessly evade his energy blast, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. To triumph over this formidable foe, he saw two paths before him: elevate his energy to unprecedented heights or surpass him in technique. Yet, both options were far from easily attainable. Nevertheless, within this pressure lay an unprecedented opportunity for growth, one that could propel him beyond his limits. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Then, in a split second, he teleported closer. With a flurry of movements, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, his hands and feet creating a series of afterimages. The air erupted with the sounds of his strikes, the space itself seemingly warping under the intensity. Yet, the great sage remained at the center of this tempest, swaying as though intoxicated, evading every strike with ease. After a brief moment of evasion, the great sage appeared to grow impatient. He extended his hand, effortlessly breaking through the storm of punches and kicks to grasp Sun Wukong's cheek, before forcefully slamming him down onto the arena. In an instant, the platform crumbled, and Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in his head, only to be hurled out of the heavenly ladder moments later. Ah, how merciless! Sun Wukong clutched his head as he rose beside Xiongqi, lingering for a moment before re-entering the heavenly ladder. The platform remained white, yet this time, his opponent was the black and white Sun Wukong. The two identical figures engaged in a fierce battle, their punches and kicks causing the air to resonate, while energy blasts shattered the arena. Meanwhile, above in the sky, Shalu carried several boxes of treasures. He looked down at the blind box shop, his brow furrowed. During this time, he had followed a seemingly ordinary person emerging from the store, gathering insights about the establishment. He had also discerned the reasons behind Vegeta's group's remarkable transformation. Shalu understood that remaining in hiding would lead to his own downfall. Furthermore, he learned from the person he had followed that fighting was prohibited within the store, meaning he need not worry for his life within its confines. The opportunity was not solely for Vegeta and his companions. Shalu intended to seize his share as well. With this thought, he abandoned his hesitation, flying down with the boxes. Upon landing, he encountered the guards, numbered 17 and 18, and without a word, stepped past them, undeterred by their hostile glares. The moment he entered the shop, he sensed a wave of violent killing intent, causing his heart to tighten. "Shalu, you truly have not perished," came Vegeta's voice, devoid of any emotion. As if addressing an insignificant insect. "You dare to emerge, seeking death." Without a moment's thought, Piccolo and his companions charged forward. Yet just then, the sky seemed to collapse, an unparalleled gravity pressing down upon them, pinning them to the ground. Seeing this, Shalu exhaled in relief. His gamble had paid off, indeed. Fighting was prohibited within the store. Shalu's gaze shifted to the front desk, locking eyes with a pair that seemed to smile, yet bore an air of dissatisfaction. It was then that Shen San spoke up. "As previously stated, fighting is forbidden within this establishment. Have you taken the words of the store manager as mere whispers in the wind? This is your first and final warning. Should you transgress again, you shall bear the consequences." His tone appeared amiable, yet everyone detected an underlying fury. This was the first time Bulma had witnessed Shen San express such wrath. She also grasped a crucial truth. While Shen San seemed affable, that demeanor was contingent upon no one provoking him and no one breaching the shop's rules. Should someone dare to incite him, the true nature of Shen San would reveal itself. As a deeper understanding dawned upon them, Bulma and her group regarded Shen San with newfound respect. Chapter 40. The distracted Yamcha and the ecstatic Vegeta. The oppressive atmosphere lifted after a brief moment. Piccolo and his companions felt the immense weight upon them dissipate, and they promptly rose from the ground. Although they refrained from further hostilities, their hostility remained undiminished. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of knocking resonated from the front desk, capturing everyone's attention. Shen San slightly raised his gaze, then ceased his knocking, clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, you may engage in mortal combat outside, but within the confines of the blind box shop, fighting is strictly prohibited. This is an unbreakable rule that cannot be violated. Understood. Please rest assured, Mr. Shen. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression unchanged, maintaining his nonchalance. Piccolo and the others nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Shalu, burdened with treasures, attempted to approach. However, Yamcha interposed himself, blocking his path. Though fighting was forbidden within the shop, he declared, "Do you understand the meaning of first come, first served? Wait your turn, I have yet to finish." He conveniently disregarded the fact that multiple blind boxes could be opened simultaneously, wishing to annoy Shalu in this matter. At that moment, the figure of Satan, suppressing his trepidation, leaned closer to Shalu's ear and quietly elucidated the situation regarding him and Shen San's deception. Upon hearing this, Shalu cast a glance at Shen San and subtly nodded, choosing not to expose the shortcomings of the eminent figure before him. Encouraged by this, Satan's confidence surged. He patted Shalu on the shoulder and laughed heartily, stating that blind boxes could be opened simultaneously, but the value of the treasures brought forth would be determined by Shen. Grateful for the clarification, Shalu refrained from opening the boxes immediately, opting instead to observe the unfolding scenario from a distance. As an intermediary, Satan adeptly assisted Shen San by introducing all the items in the store to Shalu, deliberately avoiding any mention of prices in the presence of those naive patrons. Meanwhile, Yamcha glared at Satan before returning to the front desk. Having opened 4 silver blind boxes, each yielding nothing of value, he felt the sweat bead on his forehead as he approached the front desk with 3 remaining boxes. "Father, grandfather, ancestors, could you grant your grandson a stroke of luck?" Yamcha felt on the verge of tears, perceiving the blind boxes as malevolent entities. No matter how he pleaded or altered his stance, they refused to yield any treasures. "Yamcha, hurry up," Bulma interjected, unable to bear the suspense any longer. "We are all waiting. Do not waste any more time." "Who said you could wait?" Yamcha retorted, his eyes now bloodshot. "The blind boxes can be opened simultaneously. Why not take them elsewhere?" "Heh, no way," Bulma scoffed. "With you, the Black Emperor, leading the way, we are much more comfortable opening them from behind." Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized they were treating him as a harbinger of misfortune. Clearing the path of all ill fate would allow those behind to receive divine treasures. How had he not considered this earlier? It was a grave oversight. With a mixture of laughter and despair, Yamcha turned to face the 3 silver blind boxes, which seemed to mock him. "Open them. Sacrifice the small self for the greater good. Congratulations, you have received a strand of dog hair. Congratulations, you have obtained a black crystal. Congratulations, you have acquired a bottle of paper stars." A burst of laughter escaped Shen San, unable to contain himself. However, realizing the inappropriateness of his reaction, he feigned a cough and offered words of consolation. "Do not be disheartened. Good fortune will eventually find you. Here, let me give you a figurine to wish you better luck next time." As Yamcha beheld the pitch-black figurine being handed to him, it felt like a mocking specter approaching. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze. "Next time? There will be no next time. I have seen through the blind boxes. They are simply at odds with me. If I attempt to open them again, I will be a dog." With that, Yamcha walked dejectedly towards the exit, as if resolved to make a certain decision. Once Yamcha departed, Bulma and Vegeta swiftly took their turn. "Shun, hurry up. All the bad luck has been taken by that unfortunate Yamcha. We shall take 1 King S jar, 1 star jar, 1 diamond jar, and 2 golden blind boxes. Today we will only open 5. The funds will be deducted from Vegeta's mountain of gold," Bulma declared, pointing at Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scowled. "That mountain of gold belongs to me. Why should I give it to you? If I am to open any, They will all be King S jars. Anything below the star level does not suit my status. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Say it again. Money, what about it? Do you still wish to share a bed? You filthy woman. Vegeta's expression darkened instantaneously. Mr. Shen, I will open 6 King S jars, and afterward, I will enter the body refinement ladder again. Bulma will have what she requested, and the funds will be taken from the mountain of gold, Vegeta stated. Hearing this, Bulma raised her chin, as if to say, you think I cannot handle you? Shen San chuckled and proceeded to retrieve the corresponding blind boxes and jars, placing them on the front desk. Vegeta, with such an approach, that mountain of gold will not last long. No matter, we can always go back for more. There is an abundance of gold in the universe, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, then picked up a hammer and struck the 6 King S jars in succession. With 6 resounding bangs, Shen San's congratulatory voice followed. Congratulations. You have obtained a space ring. Congratulations, you have received a Great Wilderness Divine Palm skill card. Congratulations, you have acquired a bottle of hair straightening lotion. Congratulations, you have received a lip balm. Congratulations, you have obtained a Wind Demon Wolf. Shen San clapped his hands and continued, excellent luck. The space ring and the universal capsule belong to the same category of items, yet the space ring is more convenient, offering 50 square units for storage. In the future, you need not carry treasures physically, simply place them within the space ring. Such a fine item, Vegeta exclaimed, taking it into his hand. Mr. Shen, how do I use this space ring? Merely wear it on your finger, Shen San explained. The moment it is drawn, the space ring recognizes you as its master. Once worn, you will sense the space within. Upon hearing this, the others gazed at Vegeta with envy as he slipped the ring onto his finger. Instantly, he formed a connection with it, placing the 2 useless items inside and retrieving them with delight. Meanwhile, Shalu, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, felt a jolt of realization, further affirming the miraculous nature of the blind box store. He too was eager to open a blind box, yet resisted the urge to observe a little longer. After a brief period of play, Vegeta took the skill card in hand and promptly consumed it. A flood of information surged into his mind, leaving him astonished by the power of the Great Wilderness Divine Palm. Ecstasy followed swiftly. At that moment, Bulma had also completed opening all her blind boxes and jars. As she shattered the King S jar, a radiant light enveloped her. The atmosphere grew fervent and divine, as a sacred aura emanated from Bulma. Once the brilliance subsided within her, the crowd gasped in astonishment. At this juncture, Bulma's face and hands were adorned with intricate golden patterns, and her pupils shimmered with golden light. Congratulations, you have obtained the Divine Ruin Sequence 003, Seraphim Divine Ruin. Shen San was taken aback, not anticipating Bulma would unlock a divine ability. It is said that the Dragon Ball system surpasses the Divine Slayer system. However, if the abilities of the Divine Slayer system were bestowed upon characters from Dragon Ball, it would present an entirely different spectacle. It is important to note that the divine entities within the Divine Slayer system operate on principles. With Bulma acquiring the Seraphim Divine Ruin, she effectively possesses the Seraphim principle. Although still in its nascent stage, once fully comprehended, her combat prowess would soar dramatically. Much like the 8 Gates of Death, while Might Guy can only shatter a mountain, Vegeta could obliterate worlds using the same technique. In essence, the system is inconsequential. What truly matters is the individual wielding it. Naturally, items such as the Devil Fruit are exceptions, as they possess inherent limits regardless of how they are utilized. Shen San understood this, and the information provided by the blind box store echoed this sentiment. With Bulma possessing the Seraphim principle, she may very well evolve into a true Seraphim in the future. Meanwhile, Vegeta furrowed his brow. Seraphim Divine Ruin, what is this? It seems to offer little enhancement. The true power of the Divine Ruin does not manifest in the initial phase. Shen San waved his hand dismissively. Once you possess a law form, you will certainly perceive the sacred energy emanating from Bulma. That is the embryonic form of the law, a tool wielded by the divine. Though Bulma's law has yet to fully materialize, once it does, her combat value will rise exponentially. The Seraphim Divine Ruin is merely 1 tier below your God of War law form. Its true potential will only be realized in the later stages. A tool wielded by the divine. Vegeta quietly nodded to himself, and thereafter said nothing further. He reached for the swift wind magic wolf he had summoned, then turned and departed, heading towards the Lien Tianti. At that moment, however, An additional name appeared on the virtual screen atop the ladder, Kakarot. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta soon witnessed Sun Wukong being blasted out. He hastened closer, declaring, Kakarot, just you wait, I shall surpass you shortly. Without waiting for a response from Sun Wukong, Vegeta instantly stepped onto the ladder. Sun Wukong, perplexed, pondered what he had done to offend Vegeta this time. He scratched his head and turned back towards the store. Upon passing through one tier, he noted that the opponents in the next tier would evolve alongside his own progress. He could not fathom how Shen San had managed to conquer dozens of tiers in just over a month. It was truly remarkable. Today, he was certain he could not surpass the second tier, so he decided to familiarize himself with his own abilities first. Casting a glance at the adjacent Lien X and Tian T, he contemplated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to approach it, instead directly entering the store. At once, he noticed Zhu leaning against the wall. After surveying the surroundings, he pulled Zhu Fan aside to inquire about the situation. At that moment, Bulmar opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossing her face. Hee, with Heiyuang scouting ahead, the luck of those following will be significantly improved. Quite splendid indeed. Upon hearing this, Kulin and the others chuckled. Thankfully, Yang Wucha was not present, otherwise, he would surely be in tears. After a brief bout of laughter, Burma pointed at the other items that had been summoned. Sen Da Saigur, is there anything useful among the other items? Indeed, replied Shen San. What is it? Bulma asked eagerly. Shen San gestured towards a white item. This one is perfect for you ladies. Oh, come on, Bulma rolled her eyes. Then gathered the summoned items and made space for the others. Immediately, Kulin filled the gap. Salaoban, I would like 5 silver blind boxes as well. Very well. Shen San replied as he turned to retrieve 5 silver blind boxes, placing them on the counter. At that moment, both Bika and Tianjin Fan spoke in unison, Salaoban. I would like the same, 5 silver blind boxes as well. No problem, Shen San affirmed. Just as he was about to fetch the blind boxes, Tian Fan added. Also, please get 5 for Jiaozik. Understood, Shen San waved his hand, and 15 silver blind boxes floated out from the cabinet. Each of the 3 took 5 boxes to the dining table to open. They worked swiftly, and in no time, all the boxes were opened. Subsequently, they returned to the counter with their respective items. Without waiting for their inquiries, Shen San began to explain. Let us start with Kulin. All 5 of his blind boxes contained everyday items. Oh, Kulin said, hugging his new belongings, feeling somewhat disheartened as he exited the store. Shen San then pointed at BK's items. For everyday items, and that belt is called a space-type treasure akin to the space ring Vegeta acquired. Wearing it allows for its use. Not bad, BK said, a rare smile gracing his face as he placed the other items into the and stepped back. Shen San then indicated Tianjin Fan and Zhao Zig's items. Tianjin Fan, yours are also everyday items. As for Zhao Zig, one of the 5 is quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others perked up. Shen San clearly stated, what Zhao Zig obtained is a book of wizardry inheritance, similar to the Chir Dung Kifar that Kulin received. By following the instructions within, only Zhao Zig can practice it. Thank you, Shkalaoban. Both Tianjin Fan and Zhao Zig expressed their gratitude before stepping back. Among those present, apart from Sun Wukong's family and Shu, the others had finished opening their boxes. At this moment, Sun Wukong learned from Sun Wufan that no fighting was allowed inside the store, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Salu. Unfazed, Shu met Sun Wukong's gaze directly, and their eyes seemed to spark with intensity. What are you two up to? Are we going to continue or not? Shen San interjected, tapping the table. The dull sound echoed like thunder, breaking the tension and causing both Sun Wukong and Shu to withdraw their gazes. Shalu then brought a few boxes of treasures to the counter. Mr. Shun, could you please tell me what blind boxes and jars I can open with these treasures? You can open one Wangjia jar. That is what the store manager says. Do you understand? Shen San replied. Shalu nodded, understanding. Earlier, Sa'dan had already informed him of the prices for jars and blind boxes, indicating that the treasures he brought were worth precisely 100 million. Shalu contemplated what type of blind boxes and jars to select and ultimately decided to go all in. Mr. Shun, I will take one Wangjia jar. No problem, Shen San said as he retrieved a Wangjia jar and placed it on the counter. Upon seeing this, Shalu picked up a hammer and gently struck it. He noticed a set of glimmering, cold objects materializing above the jar. He cast a puzzled glance at Shen San. Chapter 42, The Armor of Shu, a thousand-fold amplification. Above the shattered jar floated a liquid the size of a fist, shimmering silver and seemingly alive as it undulated, exuding a ferocious aura that was distinctly extraordinary. Confronted with this unknown item, everyone in the store was filled with curiosity. Shalu furrowed his brow and asked, Mr. Shen, what is this item that has been revealed? Yang Shenjiang Jia. It is a type of armor treasure, but it is not something an ordinary person can wield. However, given your regenerative abilities, you can indeed use it. Once donned, your strength will increase 1,000-fold, Shen San explained. He looked at Shalu with a hint of surprise, not expecting Shalu to uncover such a treasure. It was uncertain whether to deem it fortunate or unfortunate. The amplification was immense, yet the conditions for use were stringent. If the user's physique was not strong enough, the armor could tear them apart. Nonetheless, Shalu possessed regenerative abilities, allowing him to recover rapidly as long as his core remained intact. While using the armor would not result in death, the pain would be undeniably real. Upon hearing Shen San's words, the others were immediately astonished. 1,000-fold. If Xiao's strength were to increase 1,000-fold, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, the thoughts of everyone in the store were tumultuous. Shen San appeared indifferent. Sun Wukong's combat spirit ignited. Bi Kura and the others were astounded. Shalu's heart soared with delight. Mr. Shen, how do I use this armor? Once the armor is revealed, it is yours. Simply will it, and it will automatically attach itself to you, Shen San replied. Understood. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Shen, Shalu said, focusing his thoughts. The silver liquid instantly adhered to his chest and spread throughout his body, followed by an overwhelming surge of power. 1-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. The ferocious aura radiated outward, forcing Bikura and the others, whose strength was weaker, to retreat. Sun Wukong felt relatively unaffected, sensing that even with the armor, Shalu would not surpass his own current Super Saiyan form. Meanwhile, within the armor, Shalu gritted his teeth. The armor granted him unparalleled strength, yet the constant sensation of being torn was not pleasant. However, with his regenerative abilities, the strain was manageable. Once he fully adapted to the armor, Shalu silently assessed his body. The surface was entirely cloaked in silver armor, yet he felt no hindrance in movement, as if the armor were an integral part of his being. Thank you, Mr. Shen. The impact of witnessing such a phenomenon was incomparable to merely hearing about it. Shalu understood that he could not provoke Shen San, who so freely offered such treasures as rewards, and his tone carried a note of respect. It is merely a fair trade. You are always welcome to return. Shen San waved his hand dismissively. Upon witnessing the scene, Shalu nodded and subsequently turned to walk outside. As it reached the doorway, it noticed that number 18 and her companion were still staring intensely. Just as it was about to speak, Shen San's voice preemptively broke the silence. Number 18 and her partner are now employees of the store. Should you wish to take any action, it is prudent to prepare yourself mentally. At these words, Shalu's heart raced, but it refrained from further comment and soared into the air. It flew until it reached a desolate area before stopping, crossing its arms as it awaited something. Before long, Sun Wukong appeared before Shalu in an instant. What is this? Not going to hide this time? Is there still a need to hide? I feel an unprecedented strength within me now. Shalu observed Sun Wukong with a calm demeanor. The armor had not only bestowed power but also an immense confidence, along with a significant enhancement in defense. In essence, Shalu no longer wished to be the timid Shalu. With a resounding roar, a golden aura erupted, and a towering monkey figure loomed behind Sun Wukong. Shalu's expression shifted to one of discomfort as it realized that Sun Wukong was vastly stronger than before, even surpassing it despite the armor. Is that also from the blind box store? Indeed, Sun Wukong replied, his demeanor growing increasingly cold. Had you concealed yourself earlier, I might have found it nearly impossible to locate you. But with this armor, your overwhelming presence shines like a beacon. Shalu, this time you cannot escape. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong. Do not forget this planet. If we were to unleash our full power, we could shatter it in an instant. Shalu's expression turned manic. And I have already mastered your instant transmission. Do you believe you can defeat me in a moment? What if I cannot? I could simply drag the entire planet down with me. At this point, Sun Wukong's expression changed. Observing Shalu's shift in tone, it continued. The existence of the blind box store diminishes your significance. This planet feels as insignificant as ants, and I am no longer interested in it. Let us settle this through battle. Mr. Shen's store resides on this planet, and I have no intention of destroying it. Strengthening ourselves is mutual. However, should you insist on a destructive conflict, do not blame me for taking humanity down with me. As sunlight cascaded upon Shalu, the silver armor gleamed ominously, complementing its foreboding tone. Sun Wukong's face shifted multiple times before he finally retracted his Super Saiyan form. He refrained from attacking for two reasons: the threat posed by Shalu, which was not the primary concern given the presence of the Dragon Balls. Should Shalu destroy the planet, he could still journey to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish. The second reason was more crucial. As a martial arts enthusiast, he yearned to see Shalu's power increase further, leading to a fair contest. Shalu, remember your words. Should you take lives again, I will not hesitate to ensure you perish alongside this planet. Do not forget the existence of the Dragon Balls. Cold sweat broke out on Shalu. It had not anticipated the mention of the Dragon Balls. If you are aware of the Dragon Balls, why spare me then? The blind box door has allowed our powers to soar, making it increasingly difficult to find suitable opponents. In this endless pursuit of martial arts, do you not think it would be rather dull without a worthy rival? Sun Wukong turned away. Shalu, you are not yet strong enough. I look forward to the day we can engage in a fair battle. Moreover, remember your earlier words and refrain from causing chaos on this planet. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished. Shalu stood there, contemplating whether the path of martial arts indeed required a target to pursue. This notion seemed quite reasonable. After lingering for a moment, Shalu took to the skies, determined to seek treasure, open cans, and ultimately defeat Sun Wukong. Upon noticing Sun Wukong's return, the others immediately gathered around. At that moment, Sun Wufan, who was opening blind boxes, unveiled an oddly shaped item. What is this? Sun Wufan gazed at the entirely black object, covered in spikes and shimmering with flowing light, utterly perplexed. Congratulations, you have obtained a mass of nanoliquid. It was another set of armor, but it paled in comparison to Shalu's armor and offered little utility for him. Its sole advantage lay in its aesthetic appeal. Shen San had now approached the tea table, sipping tea as he explained, "Today, a multitude of items have been opened, and Vegeta's group has struck it rich, especially me. My spirits are soaring." Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan recalled Shen San's words to Shalu and, with a thought, the peculiar black object instantly adhered to his chest. In a flash, the nanomaterial split into billions of grains, swiftly forming a black and red suit of armor, exuding a sci-fi allure. It appears to provide no increase in power. Sun Wufan clenched his fist and, with another thought, transformed the armor into a watch on his right wrist. While it may not enhance your strength, the armor is equipped with an intelligence system that can assist you in learning. Shin took a sip of tea before returning to the front desk. Aside from the armor, the other items you opened are of little use. Now, only Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi remain. Who will open first, or shall we do it together? I will go first. Wukong is currently pressed for time. Chi-Chi glanced at Sun Wukong, who was surrounded by Piccolo and others, then stepped forward. Like Wufan, I will also open 5 bronze blind boxes. Very well. Shen San placed the bronze blind boxes on the counter. Although this is your first visit, I will not elaborate further. Having observed for so long, you must know how to play. I understand. No need for explanation. Chi-Chi nodded. Having watched for a while and listened to Wufan's explanations beforehand, she felt entirely familiar with the process of opening blind boxes. With that, Chi-Chi placed her hand on the strap of the blind box. It would be disingenuous to say she was not excited. After witnessing so many treasures being opened, she wished for some herself. Even if she had no use for them, selling them could help with household expenses. Chi-Chi took a deep breath and swiftly untied the strap. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 ton of study materials. With a resounding thud, a mountain of study materials piled up beside the counter. Upon seeing this, Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. What a treasure! With so much study material, Wufan's grades will surely improve significantly. Piccolo, quickly use your 24 bridges to help me store this study material. Sun Wufan could only smile wryly at the situation, knowing that the days ahead would not be easy. If he did not finish reviewing that ton of materials, he might have to sacrifice his sleep. Piccolo did not refuse and stepped forward to collect all the study materials into his spatial treasure. Observing this, Chi-Chi grabbed another bronze blind box and quickly tore it open again. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 tons of university materials. Chi-Chi was overjoyed. Sun Wufan was taken aback. At this moment, he felt the blind box was filled with ill will towards him. 10 tons. Just kill me already. Sun Wufan wanted to cry. Chi-Chi leaped onto the pile of materials, her heart bursting with joy. This is great. The blind box is indeed a wonderful thing. Although Wu Fan has yet to enter high school, it won't hinder him from getting a head start on university textbooks. Once he finishes studying this 10 tons of materials, he will surely be able to qualify for a graduate program. The blind box truly understands me, Piccolo. I can't fit anymore. Piccolo gave Wu Fan a knowing look before shaking his head. It's fine. We can pack it up and have Wukong use instant transmission to take it back. Chi-Chi stood up from the materials. Wu Fan, remember to study diligently. Mother, I see the hopeful expression on your face. He sighed inwardly and nodded with difficulty. All right, mother. Yes, I will supervise you. Chi-Chi was quite pleased and quickly grabbed a blind box. We have the study materials, but we still need some blank notebooks and pens for Wu Fan. My expectations are modest, just a ton to start with. Hand it over. Shen San couldn't help but chuckle. Congratulations, you have won a stationery store. Above the blind box floated a petite house. Peering through its windows, one could faintly discern rows of neatly arranged cabinets, filled with an array of study supplies. This stationery store was also a spatial item. Do you see that black button on the roof? Simply press it and toss the stationery store onto an empty space of about 200 square meters. And it will enlarge, filled with a plethora of learning materials. It includes everything: pens, paper, backpacks, you name it. Clang. Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan lost his balance and fell sideways onto the ground. Bulma quietly helped him up and looked at the ecstatic Chi-Chi, whispering, Wufan, take care. Bulma ai. Will my life still have brightness? Sun Wufan stared blankly. Yes, studying will be your only light in the future. Bulma ai, could you please speak without laughing? Don't overthink it. I just remembered something joyful. My cat gave birth to 10 kittens yesterday. I feel you are mocking me. No, how could I mock you? My family's cat gave birth, and so did the dog. It's a joyous occasion. That's why I laughed, certainly not because of you. But I feel you are laughing at me. All right, IE is indeed laughing at you. Bulma could no longer suppress her laughter. Tears of sorrow streamed down Sun Wufan's face. Tianjin Fan also cast a sympathetic glance at him. Poor child, bearing undue pressure at such a young age. May the gods bless you. Wufan, why are you standing there in a daze? Chi-Chi, in her ecstatic state, pointed at the university study materials that filled half the hall. Stop daydreaming. Hurry and organize the materials so we can take them back to Baozi Mountain. Mother, there are so many study materials, it's overwhelming. It 1TB. Mother has a plan: study for 4 hours in the morning, take a half-hour break for lunch, study for another 4.5 hours in the afternoon, eat from 5 to 6, and then study for 6 more hours at night. 7 hours of sleep each day is sufficient. If you follow this routine, by the time of the college entrance examination, you will surely be admitted to a good university. Chi-Chi was completely oblivious to Sun Wufan's nearly tearful expression, lost in her ecstatic thoughts. After a moment, she came back to reality and saw Wu Fan already packing. Satisfied, she nodded again and picked up the remaining blind box. With study materials and stationery in hand, it seems we are not missing anything. Never mind, the more the merrier. Bring it to me. Chapter 44. Sun Wukong opens a blind box, the marvelous chess set. Congratulations, you have won a high school learning device. Excellent. Chi-Chi jumped up with excitement. Malice. Full of malice. I hate blind boxes. Sun Wufan peeked out from the pile of materials, tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. Clap, clap, clap. Shen San applauded. As long as the guests are happy, you have opened yours as well, and now only the last one remains. Sun Wukong, will you open it today? Open, open. Here it comes. Sun Wukong pushed past Kirurin and hurriedly stepped forward. Shen San, once the blind box is opened, can you spar with me just once? Please. I beg you. No, Shen San refused without hesitation. Although Sun Wukong's strength is formidable now, after overcoming so many layers of refining the mind and body, his power has increased significantly compared to over a month ago. For Shen San, the current Sun Wukong is merely a larger ant, not worth the desire to fight. In summary, he and Sun Wukong, along with Vegeta, exist in entirely different dimensions now. Moreover, Shen San believes he is not a combat enthusiast at this moment. He only wishes to maintain the blind box store and enjoy a carefree and invincible life. If you desire a fight, I can have the general accompany you for a match. Shen San pointed to the general, who stood like a pillar beside him. Sun Wukong scratched his head. But it doesn't exude any aura. What is there to fight? Haha. Shen San chuckled. Here's the deal. If you can defeat the general, I will play with you. If you can't, don't ever bring it up again. Okay, it's settled then. Sun Wukong clapped his hands and excitedly continued, quickly. I want to open 5 bronze blind boxes, just like Chi-Chi. All right, hold on. Shen San took out the blind boxes. Sun Wukong didn't even glance at them and instantly opened all of them. Congratulations, you have obtained a marvelous chess set. Congratulations, you have won a solar-powered flashlight. Congratulations. You have received a pair of lava boxing gloves. Congratulations, you have secured a return scroll. Congratulations, you have won 500,000 cash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing the items Sun Wukong obtained, everyone gathered around. Among them, 3 items glimmered with light. Shen San nodded secretly, as expected of the protagonist from the Dragon Ball universe. His luck is truly remarkable. Clearing his throat, Shen San pointed to the flashlight and explained, the solar-powered flashlight only works in sunlight. Hearing this, Bulma paused. What if there is no sun? It will never light up. Clang. Except for the oblivious Sun Wukong, everyone else fell down upon hearing this. Bulma supported herself against the counter and forced a smile. Shun, oh great boss, who is the genius that invented this solar flashlight? Haha. It was invented by a genius named Da Vinci. He is a true genius. You are not even in the same league as him. Shen San shrugged, ignoring Bulma's reaction, and pointed to another item. The return scroll, when unfurled, consists of 2 copies. For instance, one is kept in the store while you keep the other at home. Simply tear the one you hold, and you will instantly arrive at the store. It is a spatial-type disposable treasure with no distance limitation. This means that even at the end of the universe, as long as you possess the return scroll, you can instantly return to the location where the other scroll is kept. A great treasure indeed. Upon hearing the explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi took the scroll into her hands, intending to keep it for Wu Fan's future studies. Seeing this, Shen San pointed to another item. The lava boxing gloves are enchanted treasures that possess a fire attribute and grant a 30% increase in strength to the wearer, making it quite a valuable item. Whoosh. In an instant, Sun Wukong snatched the dark red gloves and put them on. The moment he donned them, he felt a surge of power. Furthermore, he could sense that the gloves not only had a fire attribute, but also possessed 2 skills. He looked up at Shen San with a puzzled expression. Shen San smiled and explained, the 2 skills are 1 single target and 1 area effect. The single target skill is Lava Strike, while the area effect skill is Magma Starfall. These skills won't be of much use to you, which is why I didn't elaborate earlier. The fire attribute isn't particularly beneficial for you. The most useful aspect is the 30% boost in strength. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Then, he removed the lava boxing gloves and handed them to Piccolo. I don't need this, you can have it. Jinshan was indeed discovered by Bike, and it did not hesitate to accept it. Chi-Chi said little. As long as there were learning materials, items that enhanced strength were mere illusions to her. Next, there remained 1 final item. Shen San stroked his chin, squinting his eyes and remarked, this remarkable chess set is quite useful. Follow me. With the chess set in hand, Shen San exited the shop, followed closely by the others, their faces full of confusion. Once they were all outside, Shen San pointed at the chess set. In an instant, it flew into the sky and vanished into thin air. The next moment, everyone was astonished. The clear blue sky suddenly darkened, revealing a luminous chessboard that seemed to encompass the entire universe, unfolding in the void. The board was devoid of pieces, each vacant square representing a unique location. This extraordinary chess set, Shen San explained, allows its user to teleport within the spaces of the board at will. Furthermore, if the user encounters an opponent on the board, they become the superior, capable of diminishing the enemy's power by 10% and exchanging positions with them. They can also summon the opponent to any vacant square on the board at any time. Naturally, against foes whose strength vastly exceeds that of the user would lose their advantage. So in Wukong, if you use the chessboard, should your opponent's combat power surpass 1 trillion, the board will become ineffective. As they listened, Bike and his companions were dumbfounded. They were not foolish. According to Shen San's explanation, as long as their opponent's combat power did not exceed 1 trillion, Sun Wukong could potentially turn the tide even against stronger adversaries by employing the miraculous chessboard. Even if victory was not assured, the board's teleportation ability would ensure that he remained unvanquished. If Shen San were aware of their thoughts, he would surely chuckle. In the Dragon Ball universe, teleportation is not without its counters. Take Julian, for instance. To him, teleportation is merely a joke. Julian, relying solely on speed, could easily overpower those who teleport. Shen San reached out, grasping the void, and the luminous chessboard reverted to its original form. He presented the board to Sun Wukong, stating, its function is thus. Consider it a divine artifact. Congratulations. Thank you, Sun Wukong replied, passing the chessboard to Sun Wufan, then excitedly declared, the blind box has been opened, General. Let's head outside for a match. Chapter 45. Vegeta breaks through the first layer of the body refinement ladder. No, I will never lose. As the Prince of the Scions, how could I possibly be defeated by a lowly warrior? If Kakaluo can surpass himself, so can I. At this moment, Vegeta, within the ladder, was already battered and bruised. He gazed ahead at the ladder, recalling that Sun Wukong had already passed the first layer, and his indomitable spirit surged within him. In the next instant, Vegeta roared to the heavens, break for me. Ha! As he shouted, fueled by an unyielding resolve, Vegeta's energy surged once more. His golden aura surged skyward, accompanied by claps of thunder that encircled him, as the visage of a battle god roared alongside his own. The debris on the arena was swept away by the tempestuous energy. After a moment, Vegeta ceased his roaring, his gaze lowered slightly. He then teleported above the void. It is time to end this. You have successfully entertained this prince. This next move is the final dignity I can offer you. Farewell. Opponent of the first layer of the ladder. Vegeta looked down at the latter version of himself on the arena, a flicker of respect flashing in his eyes. He then raised his hand and forcefully pressed downward. Great desolate god palm. Go. In an instant, wind surged, and a colossal white energy hand, seemingly capable of enveloping the entire arena, manifested above the stage, positioned beneath Vegeta. As the giant palm passed, the space trembled and the atmosphere roared. Meanwhile, the latter Vegeta on the stage also swung a palm upward. An identical white giant palm rose from below, aimed at the swiftly descending hand. In less than a second, the two colossal palms met in midair. With a resounding crash, the space erupted with fissures, and the aftermath of their collision caused the entire void to shake violently. Vegeta remained aloft, his expression calm. Break. With a casual exhale, Vegeta's great desolate god palm shattered the latter Vegeta's palm, continuing its momentum to strike the arena. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Linger rang out. Congratulations, Vegeta, for passing the first layer of the ladder. Do you wish to participate in the second layer? Yes. Without hesitation, Vegeta opted to continue the challenge. However, having already sustained numerous injuries from the first layer, even though the opponent in the second layer was of similar strength, his wounds were still evident. Vegeta could barely last a minute before being knocked out of the ladder. Kakaluo, wait for me. This prince will heal and undoubtedly surpass you in the second layer. Struggling to rise from the ground, Vegeta glanced at the ladder and, after a brief hesitation, chose not to continue challenging it. He turned and walked towards the shop, disregarding the blood flowing from his wounds. Where is everyone? Where are they? Vegeta inquired of Shichi, who was reclining in a rocking chair, cradling a plush Pikachu. Hearing this, Shichi slowly opened his eyes. Sun Wukong is engaged in combat with the general. You can follow their energy to find them. Vegeta nodded slightly, then sensed the energy of Sun Wukong and his companions. He turned and stepped forward, instantly arriving at a desolate area. Here, Sun Wukong and the general were embroiled in a fierce battle. No, it should be described as a challenging fight, with Sun Wukong being the one struggling. Initially, Sun Wukong believed he could easily defeat the general and then face Shen San. However, once the battle commenced, he realized just how mistaken he was. Sun Wukong could sense that the general possessed identical strength to his own, yet in terms of combat experience and techniques, the general outclassed him significantly. This realization ignited a fire within him. Good move, as a reward. Nearby, suspended in midair, was a viewing platform created by Shen San utilizing the laws of creation. At that moment, everyone was seated on the platform, with peanuts and sunflower seeds before each of them. Shen San sat at the forefront, his hands resting on the railing of the platform, applauding the thrilling scenes. Beside him, Shiba Hao, clad in a black and white maid outfit, held a fruit platter and sat to Shen San's left, ready to present delectable fruits the moment he spoke. This scene pierced through Killen's heart like 1,000 arrows. Suddenly, upon witnessing the general being struck, Shen San bellowed, "General, did you not say before that fighting shouldn't be so rigid? Kick him below the belt. Steal the peach. Dragon claw hand. Yes, exactly. Kick him in the groin, poke his eyes, and then deliver a 1,000-year kill. Right on the mark." The group seated behind heard Shen San's words and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. They gained a clearer understanding of Shen San, realizing that beneath his easygoing demeanor lay a cunning nature. They secretly vowed never to engage in battle with Shen San, as death held little significance for them. But the fear of their most sensitive areas being shattered after the fight was daunting. Just the thought was terrifying. "Ah, boss here." Shibahao offered a grape. Shen San opened his mouth to eat it. Hyolyn was struck once more. Oh goddess. She was the deity of his dreams. Why was she not sitting beside him? No. This question is so difficult to answer. Hyolyn wept openly. At that moment, Vegeta also approached and stood to the right of Shen San. Mr. Shen. In a comparison between Kakarot and the general, who stands a chance of victory? Unless Sun Wukong can outmaneuver the general with his techniques, he is destined to lose without a doubt. Without turning his head, Shen San shouted back at Vegeta, urging Sun Wukong to be cautious of the general approaching from behind, and to execute a sweeping attack at 180 degrees. Go, Wukong, go. Chi-Chi, unable to contain herself, rose to Shen San's side, balancing on one foot atop the railing, and shouted encouragement for Sun Wukong. Observing this, Shen San, equally competitive, thought to himself, is it merely a contest of who can shout louder? In this regard, I shall not yield to anyone. He then joined her on the railing, cupping his hands to his mouth and bellowing, Go, General, go. Defeat Sun Wukong, and I shall treat you to an extra chicken leg tonight, and find you a wife. Chi-Chi's heart tightened, and she shouted again, Wukong, if you defeat the general, I will grant you 100 chicken legs tonight. The store owner will add 2,000. I will add 3,000. The store owner will add 10,000. On second thought, you might as well concede, Wukong. I lack the resources. In an instant, Chi-Chi conceded defeat. Shen San lifted his head with pride, then sat back down. Number 18, I am quite pleased. Come and give me a shoulder massage. All right, boss. Number 18 replied with a beaming smile as she approached Shen San and gently kneaded his shoulders. Huron, meanwhile, was hit with an overwhelming wave of despair, as his life felt utterly bleak at that moment. Chapter 46. Whis' gaze, Sun Wukong's dark countenance. On the God of Destruction's planet, a staff floated in the air, projecting a virtual screen displaying the battle between Sun Wukong and the general. Since Shen San first displayed his power, Whis had taken an interest in that azure planet and had been observing since the duel commenced. How intriguing to have achieved such a level in such a short span of time. Yet, what is that gigantic ape behind the blonde? It exudes the aura of laws. How can a mere mortal wield such a skill? Incredible. Whis' expression shifted as he watched the scene projected by the staff. For him, both Sun Wukong and the general were of little consequence. However, the manifestation behind Sun Wukong compelled his attention. There were others whose auras were also extraordinary, particularly when his gaze fell upon Shen San, furrowing his brow. He sensed a level of incomprehensibility about Shen San. The energy that had reached the God of Destruction's planet was now imperceptible. Furthermore, he found no signs of Shen since stepping into divine realms. Everything felt unusually distinct to Whis. Then, Whis rose and grasped the angelic staff, intending to investigate the situation. However, as his gaze swept past Beerus's quarters, he settled back down. Never mind. The strengthening of individuals from Universe 7 is ultimately beneficial for Universe 7. I shall wait for Lord Beerus to awaken before deciding. Having said this, Whis turned his attention away from the battlefield and began to prepare what he considered gourmet food. Before long, several peculiar dark dishes materialized in his hands, filling the air with an odd aroma, which Whis savored with delight. The clash between Sun Wukong and the general not only drew Whis' attention but also that of the Kaioshin, who was observing the transformation of Sun Wukong. His round physique trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Nearby, a bee, a gorilla, and several strange creatures huddled together, sensing the residual waves of battle reaching Kaioshin's planet, too frightened to utter a sound. In the azure ocean of that planet, Shalu also ceased his treasure hunt. He emerged from the water, eyes fixed on the battlefield, his brow furrowed deeply. The immense energy emanating from Sun Wukong was extraordinary. And Vegeta seemed to have advanced even further. Others had made progress as well. At this rate, even if Sun Wukong momentarily refrained from wanting to kill me, the others would inevitably entertain thoughts of my demise. Particularly Vegeta. Should he recklessly desire my elimination, I would have no chance of victory. The only way to break this deadlock is through the blind box store. I must procure sufficient items to confront the impending crisis. After muttering to himself, Shalu turned away from the battlefield and plunged back into the sea, resuming his treasure-hunting journey. Surrounding the battlefield, all the small hills were reduced to dust by the shockwaves of combat, and the land within a several-mile radius transformed into a plain, riddled with vast and intricate fissures. In the skies above, Sun Wukong and the general faced each other. Their conditions were markedly different. Sun Wukong was gasping for breath, his eyes encircled in dark shadows. He clutched his abdomen with one hand and protected his head with the other, his complexion as dark as coal. In contrast, the general, aside from a few heavy breaths, bore no visible injuries. It gazed upward at the sun directly overhead, then lowered its gaze slightly. Time had reached noon. It was time for the general to return for lunch. This battle was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, the general unleashed a powerful punch, sending a wave of air straight towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged with a swift maneuver, but the general closed the distance instantaneously, its black and white figure creating afterimages in the air. It anticipated Sun Wukong's evasion and landed a punch squarely in his abdomen. Your energy is rapidly depleting. Defeat is merely a matter of time. The general carried the unconscious Sun Wukong back to the viewing platform, depositing him on the ground and then flashing a triumphant smile at Shen San. Commander, I have fulfilled the mission you entrusted to me. Well done, General. You shall receive a hearty meal upon your return. Now let us go. Shen San stood, patting the general's shoulder, then turned to address the others. Everyone, we shall return to the store for now. Until next time. With that, he grasped the general's shoulder with one hand and number 18's with the other, stepping forward and vanishing in an instant. At that moment, Kiririn and his companions hurriedly fed Sun Wukong some senza beans. Sun Wukong gradually regained consciousness, recalling the earlier encounter with the general. His expression darkened. What a disgrace. That was hardly a duel. It was nothing but low blows and eye jabs. This battle was truly unsatisfying. Pathetic, unable to defeat a black and white creature. Kakarot, has your strength diminished to that of a mere dog? Vegeta cast a disinterested glance at Sun Wukong. Next time, you shall see how I handle the general. Bulma, let us depart. Having mocked Sun Wukong, Vegeta took Bulma's hand, and they too vanished without a trace. We shall be leaving as well. Until tomorrow, Sun Wukong, Tianjinhan called out, soaring into the skies with Jiaozi. Following suit, Kiririn departed with a heavy heart. Before long, only Sun Wukong and his family remained at the viewing platform. Wukong, Gohan's study materials are still at the store. You must return to fetch them, Chi-Chi reminded. Upon hearing this, Gohan's face darkened even more than Sun Wukong's. He had hoped his mother would forget, but it seemed he was mistaken. Sun Wukong did not refuse, and together they made their way back to the store. After expressing a determination to have Shen San intervene next time, they collected the 10 tons of study qualifications and exited the store. At this moment, Shen San was setting up a barbecue grill in the open space alongside the general and number 18. Once it was assembled, he turned to shout at number 17, who was still lounging in a rocking chair. Stop lying around. The store is running low on ingredients. Go fetch some meat. Understood, but I need money, number 17 retorted. What money? Can't you just dive into the sea to fish? Why do you think I spent over 3,000 to bring you back? Hurry up. Number 17 chuckled in exasperation, but said nothing more. He soared into the heavens, heading swiftly towards the nearest reservoir, and soon returned, triumphantly clutching a magnificent fish measuring over 10 meters in length. Observing this spectacle, Shen San was immensely pleased. He and the general prepared the grand fish, skewering it over a roaring fire, and soon the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, enticing a multitude of creatures from the surrounding forest. They hopped out from the thicket, eagerly lying beside the barbecue, drooling in anticipation. As nightfall enveloped the general's celebratory feast, dark clouds suddenly obscured the sky, and a light drizzle began to fall. The sounds of chirping insects and birds filled the air, while a circle of small animals gathered at the shop entrance, seeking refuge from the rain. Inside, Shen San sat at the front desk, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the 6 kingly jars displayed before him. It's all thanks to Vegeta's prowess. Today I've opened 6 kingly jars. I wonder what treasures await me. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Chapter 47. The Heart of an Angel. The Grand Priest's home raided. At the front desk of the blind box store, number 18 leaned on the counter, her chin resting on her hands, her eyes sparkling like a spring pond. Boss, you own this shop, so why indulge in the jars? She inquired. Brother Shun, do I not look better than the jars? Why not take a moment to glance at me? Shen the Handsome, I am speaking to you. Could you not respond? She continued. Shen the Great, does this black, form-fitting outfit not suit me? Number 18 rambled on, seemingly indifferent to Shen San's silence. She leaned forward slightly, as if something was about to be revealed. Shen San, lift your gaze, will you? Be a good boy. Scram. I have no interest in people, so do not disturb my jar opening. Shen San replied without looking up. Day after day, you only concern yourself with frivolities. Do you not realize you would fail any scrutiny? And what are you wearing? Dressed entirely in black. Moreover, are you aware that you are quite bothersome? Keep prattling, and I may just toss you out. Each word from Shen San transformed number 18's expression, her face reddening with embarrassment. Finally, she trembled as she raised her hand and pointed a finger at him. You big straight man, am I really so unappealing? You would rather converse with jars and animals than acknowledge me, a beauty. Are you even a man? At this, Shen San finally lifted his head. To hell with it. Jars can yield goods, and raised animals can be consumed. What can you offer? Women merely drain my finances, occupy my bed, and consume my sustenance. Most importantly, after the affair, I would incur losses amounting to billions. Now tell me, which is superior, jars, animals, or you? That's a fallacious argument. We women can ensure the continuation of your lineage. Number 18 retorted. To hell with your lineage. Should a child be born resembling a barbecued pork bun? I would rather remain single. As I have previously stated, I have no interest in you. Could you please just act as my waste disposal assistant? Number 18 took a deep breath, reminding herself not to be angry. Being angry would mean defeat. She consoled herself before continuing. Humph, I am growing increasingly intrigued by you. I will not give up. After declaring this, she swayed her body and ascended the stairs. At that moment, number 17 emerged from the restroom, pausing at the front desk. He shook his head and said nothing as he followed her upstairs. Shen San observed this and muttered to himself, those two must be up to something. With a swift motion, he smashed one of the kingly jars, shattering it to pieces. Instantly, a dazzling light emanated from the fragments, and as the brilliance faded, a sword stood proudly atop the debris. Congratulations. You have acquired the legendary sword of the Zhu Xian Force Swords. Shen San was elated. To procure a top-tier item first is a splendid omen for the night ahead. According to the lore of the blind box store, the Zhu Xian 4 swords belong to a collectible game. If one were to gather all 4, they would gain access to the secrets of the Zhu Xian sword formation. Even possessing just the Zhu Xian sword, one could unleash a fraction of its formidable power with the addition of a sword technique. Excellent, truly excellent. Shen San contained his joy, storing the Zhu Xian sword carefully before raising the hammer once more. Congratulations. You have gained a ton of steel. That was expected. Receiving a divine object first, followed by an ordinary one was normal. The second jar served as a precursor. The third would surely yield something remarkable. Shen San nodded and lifted the hammer again. Congratulations. The sound of shattering echoed through the air, and Shen San leapt up in astonishment, even knocking his chair to the ground. Ha ha ha. It truly seems that everything I desire comes to me. The lonely 9 swords, though merely a martial art, must be wielded by the right person. With my current prowess combined with the Zhu Xian sword, my strength will see a significant enhancement. Above the shards floated a gray card, with dozens of streams of light dancing across its surface. The front bore the gilded characters, Lonely 9 Swords. Shen San consumed the card, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. In that moment, he became more adept at utilizing the Lonely 9 Swords than even its creator. Excellent. I have fulfilled a childhood dream of wandering the martial world. Having opened 2 out of 3 kingly jars, he hoped for the remaining ones to be equally fruitful. With the sword technique secured, divine artifacts in hand, and the laws of the universe at his disposal, all that remained was to acquire a set of formidable fist techniques. Shen San slowly raised the hammer once more, bellowing, I wish for a superb set of fist techniques. With a crash, the next moment, Shen San was again overwhelmed with joy at the item revealed. What on earth? How did this come out? Chapter 48. The Yamati following one's heart. Woof woof woof. Above the jar fragments, a swirl of purple gas floated in the air. Shen San gaped in astonishment. It's actually Hongmeng Ziki. This is incredible. Hongmeng Ziki, a phenomenon of 50, transforming the 4 into the Tao and evading 1. Shen San was acutely aware of the significance of the Hongmeng Ziki. Although there were no saints in the realm of Dragon Ball, the fusion of this ethereal essence would undoubtedly lead to a substantial enhancement of his abilities. However, the process of merging with the Hongmeng Ziki was not instantaneous. According to the information provided by the blind box shop, Shen San would require no less than 7 years for a successful integration of this purple essence. Time was certainly not a luxury he lacked. He extended his hand, drawing the Hongmeng Ziki into his body, and to his delight, no additional effort was necessary. The essence would naturally coalesce with his being, continuously augmenting his combat prowess with every passing moment. Tonight's fortune was extraordinary. First, the Zhu Xianjian, then the Gu Du Jiu Jian, and now, he had come across a genuine top-tier treasure, the Hongmeng Ziki. His luck was simply remarkable. The corners of Shen San's mouth curled upward, culminating in a fit of laughter that lasted a full minute before he regained his composure. Next, his gaze fell upon the last items revealed. Indeed, the jars still favored him. The final two contained one with Hongmeng Ziki and another with Feng Xinjiao. His wishes had come to fruition. Presently, he had mastered various martial techniques, fist, leg, sword, and footwork, with his combat values showing only slight changes, but his overall strength significantly enhanced. With plenty of time remaining, he decided to venture once more into the Lianxin Tianyi, hoping to comprehend the inscription on the 119th level. Shen San made his way around the front desk towards the Lianxin Tianyi. Over the past month, he had devoted every spare moment to challenging both the Lian Ti and Lian Xian. The former was quite challenging, having only conquered a few dozen levels. However, after breaching the first layer of Lian Xian, his heart faced no further obstacles, allowing him to surpass the first 50 levels in merely 2 days. From the 51st level onward, the trials were no longer grueling tests of past experiences. Instead, they transformed into the comprehension of inscriptions, each level featuring a unique inscription. The inscription on the 51st level depicted a sword scar, from which Shen San gleaned a fragment of sword intent. The inscription on the 52nd level was a landscape painting, enhancing his law embodiment. Each successive inscription varied, and Shen San persevered until he reached the 119th level, where the enhancements he attained from the inscriptions were undeniably substantial. Upon stepping into the heavenly ladder, Shen San was instantly transported to the 119th level. The inscription here illustrated a vast grassland, embodying the essence of perpetual vitality. Towering over 1,000 meters, Shen San seated himself cross-legged before the inscription, his gaze fixed upon it, swiftly entering a meditative state. In that moment, he felt as if he had entered the inscription, sitting at the heart of the grassland, witnessing the ebb and flow of life over countless ages. Time flowed, and Shen San became immersed in the inscription, losing track of the years. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he slowly raised his right hand. What had once been an empty palm was now filled with a vibrant green essence, pulsating with life. This inscription represented the fundamental law of creation, life. Having grasped this insight, there was no need to linger within the inscription any longer. Break for me. The air seemed to snap as a soft chime resonated, and Shen San instantaneously returned to stand before the inscription, lifting his gaze to the towering figure, a smile gracing his features. He then stood, stretched lazily, and addressed the air. Xiao Lung Long, transport me to the 120th level. A cool voice responded from the void. In the blink of an eye, Shen San found himself in front of another inscription. It too loomed over 1,000 meters. Yet its content was distinct. The previous level showcased a grassland, while this level depicted a raging tidal wave. Shen San seated himself, and the moment his consciousness entered the inscription, he felt as though he were a solitary boat amidst the colossal wave, ever on the brink of being engulfed. Within this tumultuous wave, mere seconds passed before he was violently thrust back into reality. Cough, cough, cough. Upon returning to the world, Shen San turned to the side, propping himself up with one hand, retching uncontrollably. What on earth was that? Lacking the warmth and touch of water. It felt as if he were crushed beneath multiple celestial bodies, the weight rendering him breathless. Wiping his mouth, he gradually rose, contemplating the 1,000-meter inscription before shaking his head. Forget it. Haste makes waste. The comprehension of inscriptions relies on one's insight. It cannot be rushed. Moreover, having spent considerable time on the previous level, it is nearly 7 o'clock. I shall take a few days to settle my thoughts before returning. Xiao Lung Lung, please escort me out. In an instant, Shen San felt a shimmer before reappearing at the entrance of the heavenly ladder. He raised a hand to greet the guardian beast before making his way towards the shop. At this moment, The sun had begun to peek over the horizon, casting beams of light that elongated the shadows of the towering trees. As a wisp of smoke rose from the grassland, two drowsy heads emerged from the second floor of the blind box shop, those of number 18. Rubbing his eyes, number 18 lethargically called out, "Boss, why are you up so early making breakfast today? You two lazybones, if I waited for you to get up to cook, I would have starved to death long ago. Hurry down and help, or I shall deduct your pay and leave you without a meal." In front of the blind box shop, a large pot had been set up on the grass, and Shen San stood beside it, diligently adding seasonings. He glanced up at number 18 with a mockingly greedy expression. Hearing this, number 18 jumped down from the upper floor, joining the culinary endeavor. Meanwhile, the morning glow illuminated the clouds below, where Tianjin Fan was leisurely flying alongside Jiaozi. Suddenly, they made a sharp turn, veering towards a different direction. "Yamu Cha? Didn't you say you'd never open a blind box again?" Yamu Cha, who was also soaring through the skies, struggled to muster a smile. The previous night, he had tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. Every time he closed his eyes, visions of blind boxes and jars would flood his mind. Initially reluctant to come, he found himself increasingly drawn to the idea. With no choice but to follow his heart, he gazed at Tianjin Fan's teasing expression. After a moment of silence, "Woof, woof, woof. Ha ha ha, enough of that. Blind boxes are truly addictive. It's no surprise you want to play." Tianjin Fan laughed heartily. "It's still early. Let us catch a few fish from the nearby reservoir for breakfast, then we'll head over." "All right, I'm a bit hungry." Yamu Cha agreed without hesitation. The three of them flew towards the nearby reservoir, easily catching several fish before starting a fire and preparing breakfast right there. Chapter 49. Will Yamu Cha open a blind box again? At around 7:40 in the morning, several flying vessels had already landed in front of the blind box shop on the grassland, with more vessels continuously arriving. By 8 o'clock, each vessel had released one or more elegantly dressed men and women, adorned in gold and silver. Leading them was Satan, who descended from the most luxurious vessel, striding forward like an emperor, his face adorned with a proud grin. However, upon spotting Shen San emerging from the shop, his expression instantly shifted to one of obsequiousness as he hurried over. "Shen San, I apologize, there are only a few newcomers today." "I say, Satan." Shen San clapped a hand on Satan's shoulder. "Progress has been rather slow. In over a month, you've only brought less than 50 newcomers. You need to expedite the process to reach 100. Satan's expression turned slightly troubled. Observing this, Shen San continued, "I understand your prices are quite high, and few within your network can meet the requirements. However, money is an endless pursuit. We can adjust the prices by lowering them moderately. Wouldn't that increase the number of qualified individuals? This matter is in your hands. Over the next fortnight, I expect you to bring in 100 individuals. Otherwise, do not entertain any thoughts of becoming an agent. Please, Shen San." Upon hearing this, Satan became quite anxious. "I know what to do. Indeed, lowering the price can attract many people. Shen San, you need not worry. 2 weeks is ample time. Allow me to excuse myself for a moment." With that, Satan turned around and cleared his throat in front of the 30 or so individuals. "Esteemed patrons, today shall be your most fortunate day. Shen San has decreed that as valued regulars, the prices will be adjusted accordingly, reducing the original 5 million for a black iron blind box to 2 million, while the prices for other types of blind boxes and jars will also see a reduction of 3/5. Rejoice and sing praises. For this is the grace bestowed upon us by Shen San." "Thank you, Boss Shen. Thank you, Mr. Satan. How splendid. I was hesitant to indulge in blind boxes above black iron, but with such a price reduction, I finally dare to try a bronze blind box. Boss Shen is truly generous. I adore you." Those who had previously opened blind boxes were instantly elated. The newcomers appeared perplexed, but emotions are contagious, and seeing others smile, they too began to laugh. Satan observed this with satisfaction. Although the profit was significantly diminished, it would ultimately facilitate the successful completion of Shen San's task of gathering 100 individuals, which is a positive outcome. "Come, let us proceed inside. I will settle the payment. After the blind boxes are opened, any surplus funds will be returned to you." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Satan is jesting. You have brought us here. How could we possibly lack gratitude? The remaining money shall serve as your guiding fee, Mr. Satan. Would you not agree?" "No problem, Mr. Satan is indeed a friend worth having. A mere pittance is nothing of consequence. Please accept it, Mr. Satan. Otherwise, it would seem you do not consider us friends." Upon hearing this, Satan felt a twinge of embarrassment, for among those he had brought, several had already faced bankruptcy and were now begging on the streets. However, that moment of discomfort vanished in an instant. This was a task assigned by Shen San. Even in bankruptcy, it was an honor for these individuals. Ahem. Since we have reached this point, to not accept it would be rather pretentious of me. Henceforth, I, Satan, shall be your best friend. Now, let us enter and open the blind boxes. With a grand gesture, Satan led the 30 or so individuals into the store. Soon, the shop was filled with a chorus of exclamations and wails, interspersed with Shen San's congratulatory remarks. Congratulations, you have won a basin of peanuts. Congratulations, you have received a bamboo helicopter. Congratulations, you have obtained a chicken butt. Congratulations, you have won 1 million in cash. Congratulations, you have received a gold ingot. Congratulations, you have acquired Kaido's mace. Madness ensued as individuals witnessed a bamboo helicopter soaring through the air, driving everyone into a frenzy. Those who had yet to open their boxes lost their senses, trading in their black iron and bronze blind boxes for higher tier ones. Among them, a stout middle-aged man went so far as to gamble away 12 king jars. Yet the outcome was as follows. Congratulations, you have won an electric blanket. Congratulations, you have received a pair of tattered socks. Congratulations, you have obtained a razor without blades. Congratulations, you have successfully gone bankrupt. The 12 king jars yielded nothing of value, and the stout man collapsed, unconscious, as darkness enveloped him. Satan, perceptive to the situation, carried him out to avoid disturbing the enthusiasm of the others. The man's bankruptcy was but a minor interlude, utterly overshadowed by the ecstatic frenzy of the remaining individuals. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, hands frantically rummaging through the blind box straps. At that moment, Tianjin Fan and his companions descended from above. They glanced at the lifeless stout man on the grass before entering the store. Following them, Bulma and Vegeta arrived at the shop. Oh, who was it that said they would return as a dog? Woof, 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 good dog, off you go. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Yamcha found himself bemused. Regretting his earlier vow from the previous day, he had truly shot himself in the foot. Boss, I would like 1 golden blind box, for silver blind boxes, and 2 bronze blind boxes. Yamcha approached the counter, struggling to maintain a smile. Shen San chuckled and replied, no problem, but you should be aware that after this round, the funds in the store will be depleted by nearly half, so keep that in mind. After speaking, Shen San retrieved the corresponding blind boxes from the counter and placed them on the front desk. Yamcha nodded in acknowledgement and picked up a bronze blind box, his heart racing once more as he placed his hands on the strap. As the strap fell away, he placed his hands on the lid and shouted, Father, for my son, I implore you. Congratulations, you have won a portion of snake skin. The sound of the announcement struck Yamcha like a blow, leaving him feeling exceedingly distressed. It cannot be. Such misfortune cannot befall one daily. The heavens would not play such tricks on me. Yamcha, dejected, reached for another bronze blind box. Come on, this time must yield something. I beseech you, father, grandfather, ancestors, great ancestors, please grant me a prize for my son, for my grandson, for my great-grandson. Congratulations. You have received a photo of a clown. I assure you, I am not laughing, I merely sneezed. Yamcha, continue. Bulma struggled to contain her laughter, her shoulders shaking. Shen San quietly shook his head. He had witnessed misfortune but had never seen such extreme bad luck. The poor lad. Yamcha shot Bulma a glare before turning back. His current demeanor resembled that of a desperate gambler, completely absorbed in the blind boxes. The silver blind boxes have a much higher probability. I refuse to believe they will not yield anything. Come forth, prize, for my son. Chapter 50. Master Roshi arrives at the store. Yamcha receives the wish formula. Congratulations. You have won a piece of moldy bread. In that moment, Yamcha's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally shattered into pieces. He raised his trembling right hand to grasp the putrid bread, his expression shifting repeatedly until it settled into one of grotesque rage. What use are you to me? With a fierce motion, Yamcha hurled the bread to the ground. Feeling unsatisfied, he stamped on it repeatedly until it was reduced to mere crumbs. Subsequently, he gathered all the remaining silver blind boxes before him. If nothing is awarded today, if I return in the future, I shall resort to begging on the streets of West Capital. Bulma was about to comment on the impact on the city's appearance, but was deterred by Yamcha's piercing gaze, choosing to remain silent. If he wishes to beg, what could she say? All she could do was respect his decision. Vegeta let out a cold snort, but took no further action. Tianjin Fan contemplated offering a word of advice, but ultimately decided against it, recognizing that Yamcha was beyond reason at that moment. Just then, Kuririn entered with an elderly man. Noticing Yamcha's state and expressing concern. Have you not slept for days? Why are your eyes so bloodshot? None of your concern, Yamcha retorted, his gaze fixed on the blind boxes. Kuririn scratched his head, perplexed by Yamcha's apparent anger, but understanding the context upon noticing the blind boxes. Boss Shen, this is my and Goku's master, Master Roshi, also known as the Turtle Sage. Haha, Boss Shen truly lives up to Kuririn's praise. You are quite the handsome one. Master Roshi greeted earnestly. He was no stranger to the blind box shop, having visited after the Cell Games with his two disciples, who had shared the details of the store with him. Originally, he had no intention of coming, but yesterday, Kulin visited his home and insisted on bringing him to the blind box store this morning. Hello, Shen San replied politely. As for the character of the Turtle Sage, he had no particular opinion. If he had to say something, it would be that he is a martial arts master in the Dragon Ball world, albeit somewhat unorthodox in his demeanor. Oh, Lao Wu, this is your first time here. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask Kulin. If you wish to open blind boxes and jars, you simply need to pay. Hee, Shin boss, you are too polite. Just go about your business. I will take a look first. All right, feel free to help yourself. If you want tea, pour it yourself. Shen San no longer paid attention to the Turtle Sage and redirected his focus to Yamcha. Brother, you must understand that luck is elusive, yet it will eventually find you. Do not lose heart. Yamcha remained silent, his breath becoming labored. He placed his hands on the strap and took over 3 minutes before he began to act. The remaining silver blind boxes were soon opened in his hands. Come on. He no longer wished to be a son or a grandson, but the result was, congratulations. You have received an adorable little duck. Congratulations, you have obtained a handleless wrench. Ah, Yamcha went into a frenzy. Grasping his hair with both hands, he pulled in frustration, noticing the little duck quacking incessantly, which sounded like endless mockery to him. With a thundering headache, he raised his hand, intent on smashing the little duck. However, Bulma swiftly stepped forward, blocking Yamcha's fist and scolding him with a frown. Have you lost your mind? This is just a game. If you can't play, then don't take your anger out on the adorable little duck. What kind of man are you? Yamcha, what on earth is wrong with you? The Turtle Sage intervened, pulling Yamcha aside. Yamcha snapped back to reality, realizing he had lost his composure. A bitter smile slowly crept onto his face. I apologize, everyone. The blind boxes have truly tormented me, and I lost control of my emotions. I'm sorry. As I said, if you can't afford to play, then don't. Bulma cradled the heartbroken little duck in her hands, rolling her eyes before stepping back. The Turtle Sage shook his head in confusion and released his grip. Yamcha approached the counter once more. The final golden blind box held all his hopes. As he placed his hands on the strap of the blind box, his heart raced once again. May the great Amaterasu bless me. This is my last chance. It must be something good. Open it for me. Congratulations. You have received a pile of dung. Shen San cast a disdainful glance. To call upon Amaterasu in his store was akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, searching for filth. Yamcha couldn't hold back. His head tilted, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing, white foam spilling from his mouth. Quickly, get the unfortunate soul out of the way. It's our turn to open the boxes. Bulma kicked Yamcha aside, and then pulled Vegeta forward. Boss Shen, the same specifications as yesterday. Give me the blind boxes and jars. All right, Miss Bulma, quite generous. Not at all. The money is mine, Mr. Shen. All right, Mr. Vegeta, quite generous. Shen San cheerfully placed the king's jar on the counter. You all start opening. I need to handle a few things. Shen San stepped out from behind the counter, and, as he passed by the unfortunate Yamcha, he grabbed his foot and dragged him outside. He then instantaneously transported himself to the reservoir near the store, where he tossed the multiplied pile of dung into the water. Finally, he released thousands of little ducks beside the reservoir before returning to the store. Seeing that Yamcha had regained consciousness and was silently weeping in a rocking chair, Shen San sighed and reached into the air, retrieving an ancient book. Take a look. Perhaps this book can assist you. In this establishment, that nonsense about Amaterasu won't help you. After saying this, Shen San tossed the ancient book into Yamcha's arms and walked back inside. Yamcha, still in a daze, lifted the book to eye level and, upon seeing the 4 characters on the cover, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Wishing records? This book was evidently not an ordinary item. There was potential. It seemed that Boss Shen was not targeting him at all. He had generously gifted him such a treasure. Oh, I was wrong about Boss Shen before. I truly am despicable. Just wait for those blind boxes and jars. Once I decipher the wishing records, I will return with a vengeance. Yamcha stood up from the rocking chair, his pupils filled with gratitude, excitement, and determination, ultimately transforming into a sacred resolve towards the wishing records. He vowed to comprehend the wishing records in the shortest time possible and then return with treasures, using the wishing records to stage a glorious comeback. Hearing Bulma's ecstatic laughter emanating from the store, Yamcha felt no more turmoil within him. Cradling the wishing records in his arms, he walked away with steady steps and a calm heart. However, in the next moment, who lacks civic sense and defecates on the grassland? Quack, quack, quack. Chapter 51. The Turtle Sage opens blind boxes. Bulma's photo shoot. Congratulations. You have received a magical pacifier. Congratulations. You have obtained a transformation pill. Congratulations. You have received the earthly transformation of 72 changes. Congratulations. You have entered the realm of light. Hee. There is a hapless soul paving the way in front, and those behind opening blind boxes are indeed fortunate. Bulma, upon seeing 2 skill cards, leaped in joy. Shen, handsome. Come explain what these items do. Let's start with the pacifier. Shen San raised an eyebrow. You put it in your mouth and take a suck to know its purpose. It's quite fun. No. Bulma initially wanted to refuse, thinking, what adult would suck on that? However, upon hearing Shen San's follow-up, it's quite fun. She inexplicably took it into her hands. Yet, she did not put it in her own mouth. Instead, she placed it in Vegeta's. Come on, take a suck. Slurpug. Vegeta's face turned as dark as charcoal. Instinctively sucking on it, he was immediately met with a mouthful of sweet, milky tea, causing him to spit it out in shock. The result was that Bulma bore the brunt, getting splattered with milk tea all over her clothes and face. Puffed ha-ha. Kulin and the others laughed until they were doubled over, but upon noticing the cold glare from Vegeta, they dared not laugh any longer, though their shoulders shook with suppressed mirth. How is it? Shen San chuckled. With this, Trunks will never need to worry about going hungry again. Bulma could only offer a wry smile. She pulled out 2 tissues to wipe her clothes before continuing. There really is everything in these blind boxes. In the future, if you release such items, Boss Shen, could you please just say so? Aren't you afraid of getting your store shut down? All right. Shen San smacked his forehead. I shouldn't do it that way. I will be more careful in the future. Now, let's talk about other items. Shen San pointed to the floating pills. The transformation pill means just what it says. Once consumed, whatever you think of in your mind will manifest for 24 hours. Next is the earthly transformation of 72 changes. This skill is derived from the same realm as the method. You'll know its function once you consume it. Wait. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta snatched the card, swallowing it whole. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Realizing the powerful effects of the earthly transformation of 72 changes, Vegeta's heart leaped with joy. How is it? What effects does the skill have? Bulma hastily inquired. Nearby, the others leaned closer, straining to hear. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta uttered not a word, but instead turned gently, and with a flutter of the breeze, he instantaneously transformed into another being. Yet, this was not the end. He proceeded to morph into various other creatures, such as birds, reveling in the delight of his transformations. Goodness, not only can he shapeshift, but he can also alter his aura. This skill is truly extraordinary. Kirin gasped in astonishment. How I long for it. If I could master the Di-Sha-Chi Shi Er Bien, it would be akin to having the ability to sneak a peek at girls bathing whenever I desired. Master Roshi mumbled to himself, drool escaping the corners of his mouth. After a spell of play, Vegeta reverted to his original form. Reflecting on the vast applications of the Di-Sha-Chi Shi Er Bien, feeling quite accomplished for the day. Mr. Shun, what is the final skill card? He inquired. Well, Shen San stroked his chin. The light domain shares a similar essence with the one that Cell manifested. Upon utilizing the skill card, you will acquire a domain technique. It's rather complex to explain. You might as well consume the skill card and experience its effects firsthand. Without further ado, Vegeta ceased his inquiries, snatched the card, and placed it in his mouth. A surge of information flooded his mind, and at that moment, his combat value surged, allowing him to grasp the utilization of the light domain instantaneously. Vegeta felt an even greater joy within. The domain technique, akin to a magical art, was primarily supportive. As long as he remained within the domain, he could not only weaken his enemies in various aspects, but also amplify his own power. Today has been immensely rewarding. Stop grinning foolishly and tell us what it does. Bulma urged impatiently from the side. Humph, it's somewhat akin to magical arts, roughly like that, Vegeta briefly explained. Then turned to exit. Mr. Shen, I wish to enter the body refinement ladder once more. No problem. Your funds are sufficient, and you may enter at any time. Shen San waved his hand. Bulma and Vegeta have completed their turns. Who will go next? Teacher Wu Tian, you go ahead, Kirin urged, pushing Master Roshi forward. Mr. Shen, please give my teacher 5 bronze blind boxes and deduct the cost from my savings. Certainly, Shen San replied, retrieving the blind boxes and gesturing invitingly. 5 bronze blind boxes. May fortune favor you with your desired items. Kirin, you truly are considerate. Master Roshi squinted, clutching a blind box to his chest, then placed his hand on the strap. Murmuring, transform. I shall use the Di-Sha Chi Shi Air Bien to rescue wayward maidens. Heh, just thinking about it brings me joy. Nearby, Kirin and the others, perceiving Master Roshi's demeanor, could easily surmise what intentions he harbored. Congratulations, you have received a photo album of Bulma. Huh. Master Roshi was momentarily stunned before erupting with joy. He swiftly seized the album from above the blind box and flipped it open, only to be met with the content that caused blood to trickle from his nose. Just as Master Roshi was lost in the allure of beautiful women, an icy chill gripped his back, freezing him in place. He mechanically turned to find Bulma's frosty gaze piercing through him. This has nothing to do with me. Bulma, please, don't go overboard. Bang. Bulma, her face darkened, struck Master Roshi on the head, swiftly snatching the album from his hands. Upon glancing at it, her face flushed crimson. One is improper, and the other is quite indecent. Bulma glared at Shen San and Master Roshi. What do you mean by indecent? Bulma, one should not be selfish. Nothing inappropriate was revealed. What harm is there in showing it to old Wu? Shen San retorted nonchalantly. It won't cost you anything. Old Wu, wouldn't you agree? Master Roshi nodded vigorously, indeed. Quite right. Furthermore, whatever emerges from the blind box belongs to me. Why should you take it? Here, do you dare accept it? Bulma smiled sweetly, extending the album back to him. However, Kirin and the others felt a chilling aura surge within them. Master Roshi's hand halted midair, paralyzed with fear. Bulma narrowed her eyes and commanded, take it. Why aren't you taking it? Coughing nervously, Master Roshi replied, how could I be that sort of person? Bulma, please take it back. I want to continue opening blind boxes. At that moment, beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. He dared not linger on whether to take it or not, awkwardly turning to clutch another blind box, whispering to himself, I can't provoke that fierce dragon. Once I master the Di-Sha Chi Shi Air Bien, then it will be easy to gaze upon her. Bulma is not worth it. Transform, grant me my wish. Chapter 52, The Overjoyed Master Roshi and the Dark-Faced Bulma. An empty box? Master Roshi exclaimed upon discovering nothing inside the blind box. Glancing up at Shen San with a bewildered expression, Bulma quickly interjected, indeed, there are empty blind boxes. I opened one previously. Congratulations. Exactly, blind boxes can contain emptiness. Or thank you for your patronage. Anything is possible, so don't be overly surprised. Shen San settled into his chair, propping his head with one hand. There are still 3 left. Let us continue. Very well. Hearing this, Master Roshi abandoned his fixation on the empty box and eagerly gathered the remaining 3 blind boxes before bellowing loudly. In an instant, his frail form appeared to inflate, transforming into a muscular elder. Kirin and the others hastily stepped back. Upon completing his transformation, Master Roshi inhaled deeply, placing his hands above the 3 blind boxes. Narrowing his gaze, his hands danced, creating a flurry of illusions, rapidly tearing the straps from the blind boxes. Just as he was about to lift the final blind box lid, Master Roshi slammed his hand on the table and shouted, come forth. My Di-Sha Chi Shi Air Bien. Reveal to me my divine technique. Boom. His hand struck the table, and the lids of the 3 blind boxes were forcefully flung open, revealing their contents. Noticing yet another photo album, Master Roshi erupted in excitement. Congratulations, Old Wu. You have received an album of Elder Bulma. Congratulations, Old Wu. You have acquired a 100G memory stick. Congratulations, Old Wu. You have received a complete set of Bulma's intimate garments. Kirin? Tianjin Fan? Bulma Ubang. Bulma rushed to the front desk, slamming her palm down. Her eyes wide with fury, an expression of smoke rising from her head, whether from anger or something else. Is this never-ending? What peculiar obsession do you have? Why not collect others instead? Why do you specifically target me? In response, Shen San pushed Bulma's spittle-laden face away, weakly stating, "It's elderly. This isn't even you from this timeline. Moreover, consider it from another perspective. Doesn't this prove your allure? Once again, don't be so selfish. Have respect for the elderly and the young. It's unacceptable in any timeline." Bulma swiftly snatched the photo album and intimate garments for herself. So one should not be selfish, yet wear your own photos and clothing for contribution. Humph. As the shopkeeper, I will not accept your feedback, Shen San shrugged. Old Wu, whatever emerges is yours. You need not fear claiming it. The shopkeeper will stand by you. Well, in that case, I'm a respectable person. Who would want to see Elder Bulma? It's all dried up and lacks appeal. Master Rashi, observing Bulma's nearly dripping face, hastily shook his head. However, his words only deepened Bulma's scowl. What do you mean by dried up? You old man are the one who is dried up. Bulma recognized Master Rashi's character. He was not genuinely angry, merely feeling a bit rattled by the blind boxes. At this moment, Shen San suddenly leaned closer to the old Kame Sennin, whispering while casting an anxious glance at the 100-gigabyte memory stick, his brow dancing with concern. Indeed, the memory stick is a valuable item, unlike a photo album. The contents within are dynamic. Hurry and secure it, lest Bulma snatch it away again. Cough, cough, cough. The Kame Sennin feigned a cough. Shen boss, I have already stated that I am a respectable person. How could I indulge in such trivialities? However, to prevent the memory stick from being exposed and leading young people astray, I shall reluctantly take it outside to destroy it. Suppressing his excitement, the Kame Sennin solemnly placed the memory stick into his pocket, adopting a look of profound compassion. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bulma seemed eager to reach for it again. This cannot be allowed. In a fit of rage, he dashed towards the door at full speed. Shen boss, I shall first destroy this unsavory memory stick. I will visit again next time. Very well, we welcome your next visit. Shen San waved his hand. Bulma, witnessing this, furrowed her brow and sneered. Now tell me, what is contained in that memory stick that the old lecher has brought out? Haven't you already guessed? Let me rephrase that. Who is the protagonist within the memory stick? As long as it's not you, that is sufficient. Really? Your current state clearly shows that you trust no one. Even if the store manager says it's true, would you believe it? No. With a darkened expression, Bulma strode towards the door. She needed to confirm for herself that the protagonist within the memory stick was not her, or she would be unable to sleep a wink. Upon stepping outside, she saw the Kame Sennin racing across the meadow and bellowed angrily. You lecherous old man. Stop running and let me confirm the contents of that memory stick. No way. I must take it back to destroy it. The Kame Sennin glanced back in terror, his soul nearly escaping him, and he sprinted away, his feet moving as if powered by motors, leaving behind a trail of illusions. Meanwhile, Bulma chased after him desperately, unleashing her recently learned energy wave towards the fleeing Kame Sennin. Old lecher, will you stop or not? I want tea. The protagonist inside is not you. I don't believe it. Hurry and stop. Hee hee, even if your energy is stronger than mine now, what does it matter? You still don't know how to use your energy properly. Trying to catch up with me is nothing but a pipe dream. Farewell. At the entrance of the blind box store, Kuririn and others rushed out, covering their eyes at the sight of the chase, unable to bear the spectacle. This is dull. Boss, let's take a break. I want to find treasures to open blind boxes, said Kuririn. Number 18, seated in a rocking chair, noticed Kuririn's intention to speak and called out to the store. Then she took number 17 and flew towards the sea. Kuririn felt as though he was dying inside. The distance between him and his goddess seemed to grow ever wider, filling him with sorrow. Stop thinking about it, Kuririn. What is meant to be will come to pass, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Number 18's heart is clearly with Shun Boss now. Even I can see that. I don't believe you can't. Tianjin Fan patted Kuririn on the shoulder before turning to re-enter the store. Dumpling scratched his head in confusion and silently followed back inside. Kuririn sighed, dejectedly lowering his head to follow. At this moment, love seemed to have vanished. Why must Shen exist if Lin does? Shen San, seeing that the others had returned to the store, slowly spoke. What type of blind box shall we open today, Jars? Shen boss, Dumpling and I each want 5 bronze blind boxes. Very well, Kuririn, what about you? Me? Kuririn lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with determination. Shen boss. Which blind box would give me a chance to win back number 18? That must be the King S jar. Alright, then I shall open the King S jar. I'm afraid your funds are insufficient. Then let us go for the Starry jar. Still insufficient funds. Perhaps you should go earn more money first? Chapter 53. Sun Wukong surpasses the 50 layers of heart refinement. Vegeta erupts. Damn you, Kakarot. At the entrance of the heavenly ladder, Vegeta supported himself with both hands on the ground, ignoring the pain of his muscles tearing. He raised his head to see his name finally surpassing Sun Wukong on the leaderboard above. His pupils quivered with excitement, and a wild grin spread across his face as he laughed heartily towards the sky. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed Sun Wukong's energy nearby. He slowly stood, his expression transforming into one of calm composure, crossing his arms. Oh, Vegeta, you've cleared the second layer. Observing the changes on the leaderboard, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement. He believed that having a goal in martial arts would facilitate better progress and fuel greater passion. I suppose I should see what the heart refinement entails today. Initially intending to ascend the body refinement ladder, curiosity about the heart refinement drew him in that direction. Vegeta remained silent, rooted like a pine tree, watching Sun Wukong enter the heart refinement ladder. However, this tranquility was short-lived, quickly transforming into shock. Once inside, the leaderboard above the ladder began to fluctuate at a frenetic pace, and in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong surpassed the first layer. The layers continued to climb. The second layer took merely a minute. The third layer was conquered in just over 30 seconds. With each layer Sun Wukong surpassed, Vegeta's expression darkened further. After more than half an hour, the count stabilized at the 50th layer. Vegeta's countenance turned exceptionally grim. His eyes widened to the size of copper bells, and a fierce determination surged within him as he stepped towards the heart refinement ladder, one step at a time, entering the realm of heart cultivation. In that moment, he forgot everything, returning to the scenes from his childhood. The heart refinement manifested his deepest fears. In just a few minutes, Vegeta was ejected from the heart refinement ladder. Impossible. Why can't I even clear one layer? Only enduring for mere minutes. The gap shouldn't be so substantial. Damn it. How did Kakarot manage to reach the 50th layer in half an hour? Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Soon after, he recalled that Shen San could provide answers, and he rose to head back to the store. Congratulations to Tianjin Fan for receiving a card that amplifies battle power by 1 million. Congratulations to Dumpling for acquiring a complete zombie set. Congratulations to Kuririn for obtaining the title of Single Noble. Upon hearing Shen San's congratulatory remarks, Vegeta immediately shoved past several people at the front desk, placing his hands on the counter, urgently inquiring, Mr. Shun, how could Kakarot clear the heart refinement ladder so quickly while I couldn't even pass one layer? The heart refinement tests the state of one's mind. Sun Wukong is focused and undistracted, hence his rapid progress. Your mind, however, is cluttered with distractions and demons, so it is entirely normal that you cannot pass. As Shen San spoke, he retrieved a bag of senzu beans from beneath the counter. To be honest, you need not obsess over how many layers Sun Wukong has cleared. Comparisons are futile. The heart refinement suits him, while you are more suited for body refinement. As long as you continuously ascend the body refinement ladder, your gains will not be less than his. Senzu beans are 100,000 each. Do you want some? Old Bay. Hearing this, Vegeta felt a moment of hesitation, but it was fleeting. He reached into the bag, quickly stating, Mr. Shun is right. As long as I surpass Kakarot in the body refinement, I will still be the victor. The cost of the senzu beans will be deducted from my fortune. With that, Vegeta swallowed a senzu bean and, once healed, he eagerly made his way to the body refinement. He vowed silently to rapidly reach the 51st layer. No, he must surpass the 51st layer. At the very least, he had to exceed Kakarot by one layer. With this determination, Vegeta unleashed a series of explosive bursts, clearing the third layer of the body refinement ladder in mere minutes. The fourth layer took 20 minutes, while the fifth layer was completed in just a few more minutes. The hierarchy of the rankings is rapidly evolving. Vegeta has engaged in a fierce rivalry with Sun Wukong. However, the speed at which Vegeta is advancing in physical training does not match Sun Wukong's progress in mental cultivation. Yet, after reaching the 51st level, Sun Wukong finds himself unable to ascend further. Meanwhile, in the blind box store, Tianjin Fan and his companions have finished opening their blind boxes and are now seated at a tea table, savoring the pleasures of life. Time passes leisurely. And soon it is midday. After Tianjin Fan and the others depart, Shen San notices that the two, Shibahao, have yet to return, leaving him no choice but to prepare lunch alongside the general. At that moment, Suin Wukong finally emerges from the mental cultivation ladder. Within a single morning, he has successfully surpassed another level, solidifying his rank at the 51st level. Meanwhile, Vegeta, fueled by the Shan Dog, continues to battle valiantly on the physical training ladder. Currently at the 18th level, Shen San, while cooking, is reminded to prepare extra servings. After Suin Wukong descends from the ladder, he strides directly to Shen San's side, completely oblivious to the concept of politeness, and grabs a piece of fish to devour. Shen San shakes his head slowly, choosing not to comment further, instead deploying a probing eye to assess Suin Wukong's combat statistics, which elicits a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. Truly, as the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Suin Wukong possesses remarkable insight. Despite not employing any complex calculations, his combat power has significantly surged. It must be said that the mental cultivation has provided an immense boost to Suin Wukong. Shen San chuckles softly, pleased with the results, remarking on the favorable state Suin Wukong is in. Confused, Suin Wukong inquires about this state. Shen San, shaking his head, refrains from elaborating. This is because Suin Wukong, having surpassed over 50 levels, not only experiences a drastic increase in combat power, but also begins to exhibit a hint of the Vegeta state from Dragon Ball Super. However, even Suin Wukong himself remains unaware of this development and does not comprehend how to wield it. Noticing Shen San's silence, Suin Wukong does not pursue the matter further and turns his attention to the physical training ladder, observing that Vegeta is still engaged in his trials, prompting him to head towards the ladder as well. Upon witnessing this, Shen San shakes his head once more. Though Suin Wukong has begun to embody the early manifestations of the Vegeta Gong, he lacks the knowledge to harness it, while the opponents manifested by the ladder are fully aware of its application. This implies that unless Suin Wukong masters the Vegeta Gong, he will find it impossible to ascend any further on the physical training ladder. General, please give your orders, Marshal. This spatial ring and bamboo helicopter are for you. Inside, you will find funds. The store's furnishings are rather rudimentary. Please procure a set of furniture. Understood, Marshal. I assure you the task will be completed. The general solemnly accepts the spatial ring, placing the bamboo helicopter atop his head before soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Shen San reclines lazily on the grassland, cradling a Pikachu plush as he wishes to take a quick nap. However, merely 10 minutes later, he notices a silvery figure rapidly approaching from the sky, prompting him to rise once more. Annoying. The neighboring store has a designated nap time. Why does mine not? Just as he finishes speaking, Shalu descends from above, clad in armor. He places a box down on the ground. Boss Shen, just like last time, I'll go all in. Chapter 54. Shalu opens the box again. Luck strikes 6 boxes of treasures, valued at a total of 15,500,000, can purchase 1 Wangzhe Ganzik, 1 Xiao Ganzik, and 1 Kongjin Manga. Is that acceptable? Shen San circles the boxes before providing an estimated value. This is not a random valuation. It stems from his abilities as the store owner, which includes valuation skills. Although there may be some discrepancies with external values, he is, after all, the proprietor. In essence, the choice is simple: take it or leave it. Shalu is indifferent to the value. To him, as long as his strength is sufficient, money is an infinite resource, and when he becomes powerful enough, he could seize the entire blind box store. No problem, I'll go with your valuation, Boss Shen. Give me 1 Wangzhe Ganzik, 1 Xingyao Ganzik, and 1 Kongjin Manga. Since there is no problem, come with me into the store. With a gentle wave of his hand, Shen San makes the 6 boxes vanish from sight. He then turns and strides into the store, his steps light and carefree. Seeing this, Shalu eagerly follows, filled with anticipation. Upon entering the store, they find it devoid of customers, enveloped in an eerie silence. Shen San returns to the front desk, retrieving the corresponding jars and blind boxes. The probabilities of receiving goods from these 3 jars and the blind box are quite favorable. I wish you luck in obtaining what you desire. Thank you, Mr. Shen. In the presence of Shen San, Shalu refrains from showing any disrespect, fully aware that he lacks the strength to speak boldly before him. The 2 jars and 1 blind box display 3 different colors. The Wangzhe Ganzik appears the most ordinary, but Shalu previously acquired armor from a seemingly mundane jar, so he does not underestimate it. However, Having already opened a Bongjia Ganja before, he decides to start with the Wangjin Mangha. Shalu reaches for the Wangjin Mangha, and as his hands grasp the strap, his heart races with excitement. As he releases the strap, his heart beats even faster. Upon placing his hands on the lid, he holds his breath and lifts it in an instant. In that moment, a square, transparent object materializes above the blind box, radiating a divine aura. Congratulations. You have obtained a Sungha. Upon hearing this, Shala looks up, confusion etched on his face. Mr. Shen, what is a Sungha? A Sungha can be understood as an object formed from the essence of a fallen deity. The one you have acquired is a crystallization from the death of a god of the undead. After a brief pause, Shen San continues, by merging with this Sungha, you will inherit the complete legacy of the god of the undead. His greatest ability lies in controlling and communicating with the undead, along with various undead techniques. To obtain a Sungha from a Gongjin Manka is quite fortunate. Shala nods thoughtfully in response. How do I merge with the Sungha? Simply call upon it with your consciousness, and it will automatically merge with you. However, to fully integrate with the Sungha, it may take about a month. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Shen. Shalu expresses his gratitude and then focuses his thoughts. The Sungha hovering above the blind box swiftly enters his heart. Initially startled, Shalu soon realizes that instead of discomfort, he feels a gradual enhancement in his strength, alleviating his worries. Subsequently, the Sungha inundates his mind with information, and as he perceives the effects of the god of the undead's inherited skills, he is overcome with elation. With that, Shalu redirects his attention to the vibrant Xingyao Ganzik, his eagerness intensifying. His right hand instinctively reaches for the hammer resting on the table. Taking a deep breath, he brings the hammer down with force. With a resounding crash, the jar shatters, and a yellow card gradually emerges from the fragments, its surface shimmering with light and inscribed with 5 characters. As Shalu examines it closely, he mutters, multiple shadow clones? Indeed, this is a skill card from a world known as Naruto. It operates similarly to your 4 symbols fist. But while the latter can only create 4 clones, the multiple shadow clones can produce hundreds or even thousands of duplicates, each inheriting half of your strength, Shen San explains. Upon hearing this, Shalu's eyes widen in astonishment, his heart racing with excitement from this unexpected revelation. However, he suddenly recalls something, and his joy dissipates. Mr. Shen, do the clones inherit the power from my armor or my inherent strength? Of course, they inherit your inherent strength. The multiple shadow clones do not possess the ability to replicate your armor, Shen San shrugs. However, even if one cannot replicate the might of the Jia, the power of the shadow clone is undeniably present, for one's strength does not remain static. Indeed, Shalu nodded, then tossed the card into his mouth. As it flowed into his belly, he instantly mastered the multi-shadow clone technique. Once he fully digested the information about the shadow clone, he looked up at Shen San and pondered for a moment before asking again. Mr. Shen, may I pose a question? Feel free to ask. If I were to make a move against Sun Wukong and the others, what would you do, Mr. Shen? The store owner would sit upright, recline casually, and place a bowl of peanuts in front of him, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Shen San rolled his eyes dramatically. He had expected something more significant. Just this? To think that even if this planet were to explode, as long as it didn't encroach upon the realm of the blind box shop, he would remain indifferent. Understood. Shalu's face brightened upon hearing Shen San's words. He had never forgotten the humiliation Vegeta had previously inflicted upon him. If Shen San were to side with Sun Wukong, then he would have no chance of playing at all. Now, he merely needed to wait until his strength was formidable enough to repay that humiliation to Vegeta tenfold. However, when Shalu heard the however from Shen San, his heart leapt. Please, Mr. Shen, go on. You may fight outside as you please. This store owner will not intervene. However, if you engage in wanton destruction within a 10-kilometer radius of the shop, that is a different matter. At these words, Shalu let out a sigh of relief. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, I have no interest in destroying planets, and I certainly will not cause trouble in your territory. Haha, anyone can speak sweetly, but I can see a strong desire in your eyes. Shen San stretched lazily, yawning as he continued, but it matters not. There is but one last king's jar remaining. Open it. Understood. Shalu did not say more and raised his hand to smash the king's jar. The moment the jar shattered, another card materialized. Upon hearing Shen San's explanations and insights, Shalu was ecstatic. His gaze turned toward the outside. Now, he could finally have some fun. Vegeta, you shall soon feel the despair I once experienced. Sha Lu muttered to himself while looking out the door, then turned back with a smile. Mr. Shen, I shall take my leave for now. I will disturb you again next time. Farewell. Chapter 55. Sha Lu opens the gates of hell, the undead legion. Dusk had arrived, painting the horizon in a golden hue. The twilight light fell upon the sky ladder, where two fearsome beasts, guarding the area, yawned. Suddenly, they shifted their gaze toward the entrance of the training ground. There, covered in blood, Vegeta emerged from the sky ladder, clutching his drooping right arm. He nodded at the guarding beasts, then glanced up at the leaderboard. 25th place, Kakarot, just you wait. I will soon surpass you. After muttering to himself, Vegeta lowered his gaze and retrieved the last remaining Senzu bean from his pocket, tossing it into his mouth. With a couple of crunches, his injuries healed instantly. He raised his drooping right arm and moved it a few times, just as he intended to walk toward the shop, when he suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation, and his gaze snapped to the distance. Sha Lu. This energy was aimed directly at me. Interesting. It seems Sha Lu has obtained something from the blind box and the jar, which has bolstered his confidence. However, the degree of this energy. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. Vegeta twisted his neck with a fierce expression, then stepped forward in the direction from which the energy emanated, instantly arriving over the ocean. At this moment, Sha Lu stood calmly upon the water's surface, his demeanor serene. The twilight light reflected off the silver armor he wore, casting a chilling gleam across the ocean, which appeared to be tinted with gold. Seeing Vegeta finally arrive, a teasing smile appeared on Sha Lu's otherwise indifferent face. You've come. And what of it? Vegeta floated to a position approximately 10 meters parallel to Sha Lu. Upon hearing Vegeta's words and witnessing his condescending demeanor, Sha Lu's teasing smile gradually transformed into fury and a snarl. Vegeta, he pronounced the name with a deliberate slowness, then continued, his intent to kill palpable. Everything you did to me before, I shall return it to you tenfold today. Interesting. Vegeta raised his chin and waved his hand dismissively. Come. I know you have obtained something from the blind box. Show it to me, and let me see what has granted you this newfound courage. I give you time. Unleash all your methods. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you may be arrogant now, but soon you will regret it. Sun Wukong will also regret not killing me when he had the chance. Sha Lu laughed maniacally as he swiftly made several strange gestures, then roared, New technique? Indeed. I possess new techniques, allow me to show you. Multi-shadow clone technique. With a series of puffs of white smoke rising from the ocean's surface, over 1,000 unarmored Sha Lus appeared on the water. Each exuded immense energy and shared a common trait. Their expressions were overwhelmingly arrogant, as if Vegeta were merely a piece of meat on a cutting board. This is my new technique, the multi-shadow clone, Vegeta. Is that all? Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. If that is the extent of your abilities, then you may as well perish. I am not Kakarot. Today you will undoubtedly meet your end. Arrogant, you will pay for your hubris. Go. Before Sha Lu could finish, another figure appeared on the ocean's surface. Arriving just in time, Sun Wukong, who frowned as he looked at Sha Lu. Do not forget our agreement. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong, you are truly naive. I did say I would not attack ordinary people or this planet. With Mr. Shen present, I indeed dare not harm this planet. However, did I ever say I would not make a move against you? Just as well that you have arrived. It saves me a trip. Once I deal with you, I will proceed to eliminate your wives, children, and friends, ensuring you can all reunite in hell. At this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. He had previously overlooked one crucial point. Nature. After transforming into his complete form, Sha Lu appeared calm, but his fundamental nature had not changed. Moreover, Sha Lu was now threatening him with the lives of his loved ones and friends, which struck at his most vulnerable spot. Vegeta, leave Sha Lu to me. Do as you wish. If Sha Lu is only at this level, he is indeed not worth my effort. After Vegeta spoke, he retreated a distance, watching with indifference the thousands of Sha Lus and Sun Wukong on the ocean's surface. Huh. Sun Wukong let out a light laugh, a white aura emanating from his body. Seeing this, Sha Lu smiled. What? Not planning to use Super Saiyan? No need. Arrogance, attack. Sha Lu roared in anger, and the nearby thousands of clones surged towards Sun Wukong, all ascending above him, simultaneously extending a hand. Energy surged and coalesced in their palms, and the next moment, thousands of energy blasts capable of effortlessly obliterating a city erupted from the palms of the clones. Sun Wukong's expression remained impassive, and as the energy blasts descended upon him, he spoke, This technique I learned from the general, the manipulation of energy. Boom. Sun Wukong raised his hand and swept it horizontally with a punch. The air beneath his fist seemed to solidify, and a force encompassing all the energy attacks swept upward. In an instant, thousands of energy blasts detonated mid-flight, erupting into brilliant fireworks. This technique was inspired by Vegeta, though it cannot be said he learned it, rather he adapted it. Utilizing the principle of a short distance is still a distance to refine his instant transmission. While the distance for instant transmission was greatly shortened, the maneuverability had become significantly enhanced. Sun Wukong stepped forward, instantly penetrating the center of the 1,000 Sha Lus, landing punches and kicks that struck one or more of the Sha Lu clones. The space around them erupted with a cacophony of sounds. Upon witnessing the scene, nearby Vegeta's expression darkened at Sun Wukong's words. In just over a month, Kakaluot had astonishingly enhanced the art of instantaneous movement with his newfound technique. In this regard, Vegeta had to concede that Kakaluot possessed remarkable insight. However, as if struck by a thought, Vegeta chose not to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sha Lu observed Sun Wukong effortlessly dispatching foes, displaying no sense of urgency. Although the multiple shadow clones were effective, he knew they posed no threat to Sun Wukong. The shadow clones served merely as an appetizer. The main course awaited. In less than a minute, thousands of shadow clones dissipated into wisps of smoke at Sun Wukong's hand. Impressive, indeed. His strength had seen considerable improvement. Next, allow me to unveil something novel, Sha Lu proclaimed, as a gray mist suddenly emanated from within his body, surging into the surrounding space, seemingly connecting to an unknown realm. Though the divine aspect had not yet fully merged with his corporeal form, summoning some souls from the underworld was still within his capabilities. Arise, my legion of the undead. Ha ha ha. The gates of hell have opened to the material world. Charge forth. A portal materialized in the air, revealing scenes of the underworld, with hellfire intertwined with the essence of the undead spilling forth. Countless spirits flowed from the portal. Suddenly, a white foot stepped through. Noticing Sun Wukong, it chuckled. Is that you, Sun Wukong? I have been thinking of you every day in hell, plotting how to twist off your head, dreaming of reducing you to dust. Today, you shall meet your demise. Chapter 56. The King of Worlds Fist, Sha Lu. 8 Gates Duanjia. In the instant Sha Lu connected the underworld, chaos erupted, with numerous underworld officials bustling about. Yama, the underworld is connected to the realm of the living. What should we do? How am I to know? The tall and corpulent Yama sweated profusely. Gods are battling in the material world. What can I do? However, if we allow the undead to escape, calamity will surely befall the living realm. There was no choice but to rely on Sun Wukong to seal the gates of hell. Meanwhile, on Kaioshin's star, Kaioshin was equally flustered. Sun Wukong, quickly find a way to close the gates of hell. If the undead continue to emerge, both the material world and alternate timelines will be in peril. This is a grave sin, that wretched Sha Lu. On the battlefield, upon hearing Kaioshin's words, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. However, he lacked a viable method to close the gates of hell. Moreover, Sun Wukong turned his gaze to the figure emerging from the portal. Frieza. It is indeed rare that Sun Wukong remembers me. Frieza giggled, covering his mouth. Ah, Vegeta. You are here too. Wait a moment while I deal with what? Vegeta suddenly appeared before Frieza, grasping his cheek with one hand. Are you suggesting you will finish dealing with Kakaluot before explaining yourself? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you no longer pique my interest. With a sudden exertion, Vegeta caused Frieza's head to explode. Yet mere seconds later, Frieza appeared unscathed in the air. Vegeta, do not fret, I am already dead. I now possess an immortal form. Limitless stamina, I could outlast you all. Brothers and sisters, onward. Let us trample the realm and make this our paradise. Ha ha ha, heed Master Frieza's command. Charge forth and annihilate them. The sky filled with undead, who, upon hearing Frieza's words, charged at Vegeta and Sun Wukong with wild abandon. They overlooked Sha Lu, or rather, they dared not confront him, sensing an aura of authority emanating from him as their summoner. Observing this, Sha Lu frowned and muttered to himself, I am still unskilled in utilizing the gates of hell. I forgot to mark the legion of the undead. But it matters not. They are expendable, and their coordination is inconsequential. Having uttered this, Sha Lu retreated a distance, calmly watching the unfolding spectacle. However, the next moment, he was taken aback as the multitude of undead surged toward Vegeta. At that moment, A dark point suddenly emerged from Vegeta's heart, rapidly expanding to encompass all the undead. Thousands of spirits found themselves ensnared within the dark domain, as if the very fabric of space had been frozen, rendering them immobile, their eyes reflecting confusion, shock, and fear. Yet Vegeta remained unimpeded within, for this was his realm of light. No matter the quantity, what were they but a swarm of ants? If I cannot slay you, then I shall send you back to hell. Begone. Vegeta scoffed coldly, then vanished above the sphere of the domain, kicking it into the gates of hell like a soccer ball. He then employed the principles of his domain to violently seal the gates, easily resolving the crisis of the undead. Witnessing this, Yama and Kaioshin wiped the sweat from their brows. Suin Wukong let out a sigh of relief. He flashed to Vegeta's side and boisterously remarked, Vegeta, what skill was that you just used? It seemed quite formidable. Humph, none of your business. If you have the ability, then learn it yourself, Vegeta retorted, still miffed about Suin Wukong's pilfering of his technique. Hearing this, Suin Wukong pondered briefly. He could discern that Vegeta's technique bore a resemblance to the Dharma aspect and should be learnable, but it would require Vegeta to demonstrate it several more times. Noticing Vegeta step back, Suin Wukong shelved the idea of stealing the technique and turned his attention back to Shalu, then spoke solemnly, originally, I had hoped to keep you around as a target for our martial pursuits. It seems I was mistaken. This time, I shall not show mercy. Ha ha. Do you think I would come here with only this meager trick to confront you? Do not be naive. The main event is yet to come. Watch closely. Shalu cackled, raising his hand to his waist and bellowing. This is the secret technique I have unveiled today, Suin Wukong. You should be quite familiar with it. Fourfold KO Fist, unleash. As his words fell, a golden aura enveloped Shalu, tinged with red, as his energy surged at an alarming rate. Do you see? This is the KO Fist I have unleashed today. However, unlike yours, mine is without harm. Calculating using the battle metrics provided by Mr. Shen, my base battle value stands at 30 billion. After the fourfold enhancement of the KO Fist, it becomes 120 billion, and with the 10,000-fold enhancement from my armor, my energy now far surpasses yours. Now, what power do you possess to contend against me? Prepare to meet your end. Shalu's energy expanded beyond imagination, the red and yellow aura crackling with thunder, creating a spectacle no less grand than apocalyptic. An unharmed KO Fist? This is troublesome, Suin Wukong thought, furrowing his brow. For Shalu's aura now far exceeded his own, and the memory of his previous leniency weighed heavily on his heart. At this moment, Vegeta slowly soared forward. Is this your greatest prowess? To be honest, you have surprised me somewhat, but that is all. Vegeta, do not underestimate him. Shalu's energy is extraordinary, Suin Wukong cautioned. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. Kakaluot, it seems you have not experienced significant growth during your training. Step aside and let me demonstrate. With that, Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his golden aura intermingling with the tempest of thunder, rendering him a god of destruction. He then fixed his gaze upon Shalu, coldly declaring, Do you think you alone possess secret techniques? I have them as well. 8 gates Duinjia. Open the first gate. Open the second gate. Open the third gate. Open the fourth gate. Vegeta, having opened 4 gates, ceased to advance further, his energy now matching that of Sheru, with an unspoken indication of potential superiority. Sun Wukong stood in astonishment, his mouth agape. Vegeta, the enhancement from physical training, is that substantial? Kakarot, the effects of physical cultivation exceed your imagination, Vegeta replied. Glancing at his hand, I have been oscillating between life and death within, and with each layer I surpass, my normal state experiences a dramatic increase. At this moment, I am uncertain of my own strength. However, Vegeta cast his gaze toward Sheru. Dealing with this trash before me is sufficient. Not enough, I need to open another gate. Vegeta bellowed. The 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia was unlocked. Chapter 57. The Great Destruction Divine Palm resounds the sky, tinged with a golden hue, was suddenly streaked by several white energy currents. Piccolo and his companions descended from above, landing beside Sun Wukong. They looked skyward, drenched in sweat, as the thunderous roars reached their ears. Hey, this can't be real, Kuririn exclaimed incredulously. The energies of Sheru and Vegeta inflated to unimaginable proportions, their battle trajectories obscured from view. Wukong, what on earth is happening? It's a container, Sun Wukong frowned. Sheru unleashed an invulnerable Kaioken. augmented by the inherent 10,000-fold boost of his armor. He is frighteningly powerful now. However, after surpassing over 20 layers of the physical training ladder, Vegeta has also significantly increased in strength, and with the 8 gates of Duanjia, he has outperformed Sheru. Yet, I worry, the Kaioken can exceed 4 times. And if Sheru reaches 5, 6, or even 10 times, we are in grave danger. Piccolo nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Indeed, if Sheru can activate Kaioken beyond 4 times, it would spell disaster for us. We can only pray that Vegeta can defeat Sheru. Once Piccolo finished speaking, the others merely nodded solemnly, gazing upward at the explosive spectacle in the sky. Above, Vegeta seized Sheru by the leg and hurled him into the distance before teleporting after him, delivering a powerful kick to Sheru's face. With a tremendous impact, Sheru was sent flying. Vegeta teleported once more to follow. How arrogant. Weren't you just boasting? Why the silence now? If this is all you have, I have no patience left to play with you. Hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Sheru's eyes, and with a forceful effort, he broke free from Vegeta's grasp. You've surpassed me slightly. It seems you are quite confident, Vegeta. Then, the worst fear Sun Wukong had anticipated unfolded. Sheru roared once more, 5 times Kaioken. In an instant, his energy swelled to an extraordinary level, surpassing Vegeta's current power. He ceased his chatter and accelerated to his maximum speed, landing a devastating punch that sent Vegeta crashing into the sea. Ha ha ha, this sensation is truly delightful. Now, aside from Mr. Shun, who among you can withstand a round against me? Sheru boasted from above, his demeanor arrogant as he locked eyes with Sun Wukong and the others. What do we do, Wukong? Kuririn asked anxiously. Sun Wukong shook his head. Do not panic. Vegeta will not succumb so easily. Let us observe. As those words left his lips, the ocean surged, and a colossal voice resonated from the depths of the waves. The great destruction divine palm resounds. Beneath the atmosphere, a colossal white hand, seemingly capable of encompassing the entire world, materialized, infused with the power to obliterate. Kuririn and the others erupted in joyous exclamations. However, Sheru's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing it. Within that immense white palm, he sensed a lethal danger, as if, upon impact, even with his current strength surpassing Vegeta's, he would meet his demise beneath its might. Flee! Sheru's face contorted in horror as he attempted to escape, but no matter how he tried, it seemed impossible to evade the reach of the great destruction divine palm. Realizing there was no escape, Sheru shouted in terror, Vegeta, are you insane? If that hand descends, the planet will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Are you disregarding your family and friends? At this, Kuririn and the others snapped out of their astonishment, their expressions turning to fear. Indeed, while the great destruction divine palm could annihilate Sheru, its trajectory aligns perfectly with the planet. If that attack lands, the planet will be destroyed, and we will not survive. However, their panic was fleeting, for Vegeta emerged from the sea, lifting his head to reveal a pair of cold, steely eyes. When I first learned the great destruction divine palm, I indeed could not alter its course. However, having traversed the 16th layer of physical training, I have refined the technique. It will affect the planet? Nonsense. Great destruction divine palm, retract. As Vegeta's words echoed, Sheru's face turned pale with dread. The 5 fingers of the great destruction divine palm rapidly closed, trapping Sheru within its grasp. Once Sheru was fully ensnared, Vegeta appeared remarkably calm and raised his hand, grasping the air. It is over. Prepare to explode. No. Sheru's expression twisted into one of defiance as he sensed the energy fluctuations of the self-detonating great destruction divine palm. He refused to perish so easily, his countenance transforming into that of a vengeful spirit. Extreme Kaioken, 6 times. Indeed, while Sheru's Kaioken was invulnerable, it could only be activated to 6 times at most. After unleashing the 6-fold Kaioken, Sheru's energy surged wildly, yet within the great destruction divine palm, he still felt an imminent threat. Armor, detach, shield me as I break free. With those words, the silver-white armor detached from Sheru, transforming into a drill that shielded him tightly as he sought to tear through the confines and escape. A brilliant explosion erupted in the sky, and when the dazzling display faded, fragments of the armor rained down from above, yet Sheru's figure was nowhere to be seen. Is he dead? Kuririn exclaimed in delight. Sun Wukong shook his head solemnly. He is not dead. At the moment of the great destruction divine palm's explosion, Sheru activated the six-fold Kaioken. Coupled with the armor absorbing most of the impact, he escaped. Huh. Kiririn's excitement instantly morphed into dismay. If he isn't dead, then he isn't dead. Vegeta suddenly teleported to retrieve the armor fragments before rejoining Sun Wukong and the others. Without the armor's 10,000-fold boost, even if Sheru can use Kaioken, what difference does it make? That coward 1T dare to show his face again. As he spoke, Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong. And you, Kakarot, having ventured to the 51st layer of the training ladder, did you stumble upon a dog? Such trash, I'm leaving. Sun Wukong opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss as he watched Vegeta depart, a bitter expression crossing his face. After surpassing 50 layers of the training ladder that morning, he found himself inexplicably unable to surpass a single layer of physical training, not even brushing the edge of his opponent's attire. I don't understand. Sun Wukong sighed, then returned to his carefree demeanor. Vegeta is right. Without the armor, Sheru is indeed not very strong. You needn't worry too much. If we encounter Sheru, just raise your energy. I will arrive without delay. I must seek counsel from Mr. Shen now. I am leaving. With a swift teleportation, Sun Wukong vanished. Once the danger had subsided, the others followed suit, taking flight. After everyone departed and concealed their energies, Sheru returned, his expression twisted in rage. Vegeta, you all wait. I shall return. Chapter 58. The confusion of Sun Wukong, seeking clarity in a blind box store beneath the twilight. A multitude of Pikachus and other creatures frolicked merrily across the vast grassland. On the rocking chair before the door, Shen San rested with his eyes closed, emitting soft snoring sounds from his nostrils, unable to shoo away the languid creatures nestled in his arms, atop his head and beside him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared on the grassland and spotted Shen San reclining. He dashed forward without hesitation, extending his hands to shake Shen San's shoulders. Shen San, wake up. I have a question for you. Hurry up. How annoying. Shen San opened his bleary eyes and replied irritably, What do you want? Speak your mind. Don't disturb me while I'm on a date with the daughter of Duke Zhou. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong seemed to realize he was intruding on a peaceful slumber. He sheepishly scratched his head before speaking. I just have one question. Why do I always struggle to break through the second layer of body refinement? At that moment, a protest came from Shen San's stomach. He rubbed his belly and said, I can answer your question, but as a shopkeeper, I believe in mutual benefit. I'm a bit hungry, so you should catch a big fish first, and we can chat while we eat. All right, wait here, Sun Wukong said as he hurriedly flew toward the nearby reservoir. However, instead of fishing, he encountered a dinosaur drinking water and swiftly knocked it out, carrying it back. Just then, Vegeta appeared at the entrance, sensing Sun Wukong's energy within the shop and curious about the situation. Meanwhile, the android siblings, number 18 and her brother, returned carrying several boxes of treasures. Shen San instructed them to place the treasures in the shop first. Together, they prepared the dinosaur for roasting over a fire, and soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Shen San, can we talk now? Sun Wukong asked, struggling to swallow the meat in his mouth. Why is it so hard for me to face the second layer? I can never seem to grasp the edge of my opponent's clothing. That's because you're weak. Who can you blame for that? Before Shen San could respond, Vegeta interjected. Sun Wukong ignored him, fixating his gaze on Shen San. The android siblings were equally curious about how Shen San would answer. First, reflect on the differences between you and your opponent in the second layer. Shen San posed a question back to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. It's strange, my opponent in the second layer is also me. Yet his movements are incredibly fluid. It feels as though he anticipates my every attack, evading them effortlessly. And what else? Shen San continued. Sun Wukong shook his head. Nothing more. Shen San then set down the meat he was holding and reclined on the grass. I've explained before that the opponents manifested by the heavenly ladder are essentially reflections of yourselves, possessing the same skills you have. Since the heavenly ladder creates an opponent that is a one-to-one replica of you, it is simply that the heavenly ladder's manifestation is superior in every aspect. Do you understand this? Sun Wukong looked bewildered. What do you mean? I don't understand at all. Vegeta calmly analyzed. Fool, Mr. Shun has made it quite clear. If the manifestation created by the heavenly ladder is identical to the challenger, then the skills of the manifested being are also equivalent. Conversely, any skills you lack, the heavenly ladder's entity will also lack. Analyzing this, Kakarot, Your inability to grasp even a thread of the heavenly ladder's entity suggests that it likely possesses additional skills beyond your own. However, if skills are indeed one-to-one replicas, why can the heavenly ladder's entity possess skills that you cannot? Mr. Shen, am I correct? Indeed, Old Bay, your intellect is quite sharp. Shen San chuckled. As Sun Wukong ascended to the 51st layer of heart refinement, he not only augmented his strength, but also began to develop a divine technique unique to your realm. This technique is called Zizai Ji Gong. Once mastered, every muscle and cell in your body will instinctively evade danger. It is precisely for this reason that you cannot touch the opponent in the body refinement heavenly ladder. If you cannot swiftly and thoroughly comprehend Zizai Ji Gong, you will find it impossible to advance further in body refinement. Zizai Ji Gong. Sun Wukong appeared utterly perplexed. Why was I unaware of such a technique? The term thoroughly can be understood as you possessing the skill, but not yet knowing how to utilize it. This ignorance is what leads to your confusion, number 17 interjected. Very well, congratulations. You answered correctly, Shen San acknowledged with a nod. Your Zizai Ji Gong is merely a nascent form. Although you cannot yet wield it, the heavenly ladder's entity can. If you wish to progress in body refinement, it will prove quite challenging. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head in frustration. Vegeta quickly inquired, Mr. Shen, if Kakarot were to master this Zizai Ji Gong, how would he fare against me? There would be no comparison, Shen San replied, shaking his head. Zizai Ji Gong is a divine technique. If Sun Wukong were to master it, it would signify his transcendence beyond mortal limits, entering the realm of the divine. At that point, he could easily overpower you in your current state. Of course, this only applies to your present self. You will not remain stagnant forever. Your Dharma form and domain are not inferior to Zizai Ji Gong, although they are currently quite weak. In your peak form, your domain could easily encompass the entire universe. And even a mere fraction of your Dharma forms could reduce stars to dust. Any skill, when perfected, can unleash tremendous power. Reducing stars to dust with a mere fraction of might? The words left Vegeta and the others awestruck, filled with longing. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong quickly regained his focus and urgently asked, so how exactly can I learn Zizai Ji Gong? Well, even if you learn it, you might not be able to use it immediately. However, now that you have attained a higher physical constitution thanks to your Dharma form, you can indeed accommodate Zizai Ji Gong. There are two paths to fully comprehend this technique. First, you can continue to ascend in heart refinement, where you have a significant chance of further grasping Zizai Ji Gong. Second, you can engage in body refinement, keenly observing the movements of the heavenly ladder's entities, which will also be beneficial to you. However, my advice is to focus on heart refinement. I have already told Old Bay that you are more suited for heart refinement, while he is more suited for body refinement. There is no need to be entangled in both paths of the heavenly ladder. You must understand that what suits you is always the best. After elaborating, Shen San felt a bit parched and waved his hand for number 18 to fetch water. While he playfully teased Pikachu nestled in his arms, allowing Sun Wukong and the others to digest the information. At that moment, number 18 leaned closer and asked, Boss, what am I suited for? Shen San rolled his eyes. You are only suited to be a litter box attendant. Chapter 59, Seeking Guidance. The path of the Science and the Divine. Meanwhile, hidden on a deserted island, Sheru's face twisted in fury. The more he thought, the angrier he became, and he could no longer bear it. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he muttered coldly to himself, Vegeta, although I cannot defeat you now, I have ways to make you feel pain. Let's see how you respond. With a chilling glimmer in his eyes, Sheru performed several hand seals and whispered, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Sheru clones appeared beside him. He issued a few commands, and the clones cackled as they scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the real Sheru remained quietly in wait, anticipating the perfect moment, one that would make Vegeta regret his actions. In front of the blind box shop, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally processed the information, their gazes filled with unwavering determination. Everyone understands the adage that one cannot chew more than they can swallow. They, too, recognized this truth, since Shen San had outlined the paths suited for both of them. They could not refute it and chose to humbly accept. At this moment, Vegeta inquired, Mr. Shen, you previously mentioned that beyond Super Saiyan 2, there exists Super Saiyan 3, 4, V, and so forth. Having opened capsules for so many days, could you perhaps share the method? Shen tilted his head thoughtfully. All right, I shall enlighten you, he replied. His voice successfully ignited Vegeta's excitement. His gaze fixed intently, ears perked up. Son Goku, equally intrigued, had never considered that Super Saiyans could evolve further. Ever since witnessing Son Gohan inadvertently utilize a different form in the time chamber, he understood that Super Saiyan was not the endpoint. After experiencing the blind box shop, he realized the vastness of the universe. The concepts of dimensions and parallel realities opened doors to new worlds. Hearing that there were stages beyond Super Saiyan 2 piqued his interest just as much as Vegeta's. Nearby, Android 17 and 18 were also filled with curiosity. The database contained information about Saiyans, but it only extended to Super Saiyan, with no further details available. Shen, shifting from a reclined position to sit upright, took a piece of dinosaur meat, nibbling as he spoke. Super Saiyan I is when you Saiyans transform into Super Saiyan, which is the golden-haired phase. Super Saiyan 2 is an advancement of the golden-haired form, surrounded by electric arcs, significantly enhancing strength. Super Saiyan 3 maintains the golden hair, but extends it long. To achieve this stage, one must condense Super Saiyan 2 to its peak. It cannot be taught by others. Super Saiyan 4 is the simplest for you, old Vegeta, as you can transform into it without going through Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was instantly invigorated. Please guide me, Mr. Shen. I shall come daily to open the capsules of kings. All right, do not forget your promise, Shen smiled. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 is indeed not very difficult for you, as your bloodline is purer than Son Goku's, allowing you to become a great ape without losing your sanity. However, Vegeta's heart soared momentarily. He feared what the subsequent but might entail. And indeed, it was not particularly pleasant. Shen paused for a moment before continuing. However, you lack one essential element to transform into Super Saiyan 4. What element? A tail. What? Vegeta suddenly stood up, his expression gradually becoming fierce. That fat fool, it was he who severed my tail. But then he reconsidered, Mr. Shen, with a tail. One transforms into a great ape under the full moon, which is a Saiyant's innate ability. And the strength of a great ape is not even as powerful as Super Saiyan I. Shen shook his head. Let me ask you this. Have you ever transformed into Super Saiyan while in great ape form? The prerequisite for Super Saiyan 4 is having a tail and mastering the Super Saiyan form by gathering all the energy of Super Saiyans. The great ape form can evolve into Super Saiyan 4. This is why I say it would be easier for you than for Son Goku. When Son Goku transforms into a great ape, he loses his sanity, while you, the Saiyan Prince, do not. That fat fool, I shall go kill him. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately wanted to eliminate the one who had cut off his tail. Son Goku hurriedly intervened. At this moment, Shen spoke again. By the way, if you wish to transform into Super Saiyan 4 without a tail, it is not impossible. What? Vegeta's excitement surged once more. Please teach me, Mr. Shen. It's quite simple. It involves the light emitted by the moon. If you can have Bulma invent a simulator that amplifies moonlight, you can also transform into a great ape. However, without a tail, your strength will be somewhat diminished. As for Son Goku, if you wish to transform into Super Saiyan 4, you must first regain self-consciousness after transforming into a great ape. However, you need not strictly follow the Saiyan path, Shen explained. Son Goku furrowed his brow. Is there another path besides being a Saiyan? Indeed, the path of the gods. Son Goku? Android 18? Vegeta? Mr. Shen, the gods I have encountered are all weak and pitiful. What good is the path of the gods? Are you certain they are all weak? Think carefully. Can you recall any deity you encountered in your childhood? Childhood. Deity. Mouse face, rabbit ears, bouncing atop my father. It dawned on him, as Shen's mention gradually clarified Vegeta's memories. Destruction God. Shen nodded. Indeed, they are among the most powerful beings in this universe. The destruction gods are on an entirely different level from the gods you have encountered. With your current strength, even if you unleashed all 8 gates, you would not harm a destruction god in the slightest. This is the realm of high-powered deities. Son Goku possesses the Ultra Instinct, making him more suited for the path of the gods, and transforming into a god is not particularly challenging. Now it was Son Goku's turn to be intrigued. Shen, how can one achieve that? Haha, old Vegeta comes daily to open the king's capsules, while I only offer information once. Old son, you haven't opened many capsules. Shen sighed. If you wish to obtain information, it remains as I stated before. I run a shop, and fairness is paramount. You must open capsules until I am satisfied. Huh. Son Goku grew more anxious, But no matter how he inquired, Shen remained silent, leaving him to ponder opening more capsules in the future. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having received the answers he sought, was eager to return and urge Bulma to develop the machine. However, just as Vegeta and Son Goku were about to depart, they suddenly sensed dozens of energy signatures. Vegeta recognized it, but found it strange that Cell's energy was appearing all over the world. His brows furrowed. It seems he intentionally wants to draw us in. Could there be some conspiracy at play? Regardless of what scheme that trash Cell had, he was weak enough that I could destroy him with a single hand. Chapter 60. Cell transforms into an assassin, targeting Bulma. As night fell, Vegeta appeared above a forest beset by fierce winds, emanating a terrifying aura that sent the beasts below scattering like birds. Amidst the cacophony of kicks and roars in the forest, his piercing gaze was fixed on Cell ahead. What now? Without your armor, what game do you intend to play? What game, you ask? Cell's lips curled into a sly smile before he abruptly turned and fled. Catch me, and I might tell you. Whatever combat you wish to engage in. Vegeta instantly materialized in front of Cell's escape route, gripping his cheek with a menacing glare. Ignoring Cell's violent struggles, he spoke with chilling intent. Since you dare to show yourself, you need not hide any longer. Prepare to die. With that, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating Cell into ashes. Yet, rather than displaying satisfaction, his brow furrowed. A clone? What on earth is this guy up to? Vegeta couldn't fathom why Cell would scatter clones across the world. Hovering above the forest, he contemplated. The only explanation he could conjure was that Cell aimed to divert him and Kakarot, allowing him to enter the blind box shop. However, judging by their previous battle, Cell should have already opened capsules today, so logically, he wouldn't seek to draw them away now. Unable to untangle the thoughts, Vegeta shook his head, deciding not to dwell on what Cell was plotting. To him, no matter what game Cell wished to play, he would undoubtedly shatter it. Clearing his mind, Vegeta took a step in the direction of another energy signature belonging to Cell. Meanwhile, above a bustling city, the cosmos sparkled with stars, while the people below engaged in revelry as the hunting hour approached. Suddenly, Son Goku appeared in the sky above the city. He gazed intently at Shalu, who stood suspended in the void, his brow furrowed deeply. Without your transformation into Jia, you cannot possibly match our strength. What is your intent in dividing yourself into so many clones? If you wish to know the reason, then pursue me. I shall reveal it upon your capture. Shalu mimicked the same action, instantly retreating in the opposite direction. Observing this, Sun Wukong did not hold back. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch that pierced Shalu's abdomen. With a single hand extended towards Shalu, he declared, "Your strength is formidable, yet your malevolence is insufferable. You cannot be spared. You must die." Boom. Resplendent fireworks erupted in the sky above the city, causing the people on the streets to look up, their faces alight with joy as they celebrated the dazzling display. However, Sun Wukong's expression darkened further. This is merely a clone, now scattered across the globe. Shalu's energy still consists of 35 entities. Now it is reduced to 34. Vegeta is swiftly eliminating Shalu's duplicates. So, which one is the true Shalu? Sun Wukong cast a glance at the city below, then hurried towards another source of Shalu's energy. Meanwhile, hidden on an uninhabited island, Shalu realized that Vegeta and the others had taken the bait. A cruel smile crept across his face as he placed 2 fingers to his forehead, honing in on a source of energy. In an instant, he teleported above a city, the fluctuations of energy appearing momentarily before fading away. At that moment, he resembled a silent assassin concealed in the shadows, stealthily descending towards the city below. Soon, Shalu found himself hovering above a courtyard where Bulma was leisurely cradling Trunks, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Nevertheless, she now possessed a base combat power of 1 million, having trained with number 18 in Vegeta over the past month. Although she could not sense the distant threat, she finally detected a disturbance just as Shalu was about to close in. Clutching Trunks tightly, she suddenly looked up. Who is up there? Ah, you found me. Shalu ceased his concealment and landed directly in front of Bulma. Startled, Bulma feigned calmness. What do you want, Shalu? Don't forget, Vegeta will sense your presence soon. It would be wise for you to leave now. Ha ha ha. Do not think you can intimidate me. Vegeta and Sun Wukong are currently preoccupied with eliminating my clones. Otherwise, do you think I would dare show myself here? Shalu's expression twisted into a more menacing guise. This was his scheme to bring Vegeta suffering. First, to divert the strongest fighters away with clones, allowing his true self to approach West City, where he could mercilessly slay Bulma and Vegeta's child. To Vegeta, killing him would be effortless. Likewise, it would not be difficult for Shalu to eliminate Bulma. In this game, Shalu could not help but let out a triumphant laugh. I have won. Vegeta, you shall feel despair. Reveling in the thought, Shalu's grin widened. Ha ha. Do not bother to release your energy. Even if you do not grasp its control, Vegeta and the others will not pay you much heed. All I need to do to eliminate you is a fleeting moment. The pain Vegeta inflicted upon me will begin tonight with you and your son. I shall ensure he lives in perpetual anguish and fear. At this, Bulma, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Wait. Let us talk this through. Even if you can kill me, what then? You will face relentless pursuit from Vegeta and son Wukong, forever hiding like a rat. Is that the life you desire? If you leave now and vow never to harm anyone again, I will negotiate with Vegeta to cease the hunt for you. Silence. Shala bellowed, cutting her off in fury. I fear no pursuit from Vegeta. I only wish to see his face when he discovers I have murdered his wife and child. I imagine he will be quite enraged. The mere thought exhilarates me. Enough of this chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Wait. As Shalu prepared to strike, Bulma's mind raced for a solution. Suddenly, she had an idea. She placed Trunks aside and swiftly retrieved a universal capsule. With a resounding pop, a bizarre outfit materialized before her. Shalu, perplexed, had no patience left to wait. He raised his right hand, gathering a deadly energy wave capable of easily obliterating Bulma. In that moment, Bulma, drenched in sweat, donned the eccentric attire with unparalleled speed, finally topping off her look with a deep blue, explosive hairstyle. The instant she completed her transformation, Bulma beamed with confidence. At that moment, she felt as though countless emperors stood behind her, whispering encouragement. Do not fear. You are now clad in the essence of an entire era. Every member of the Zong AI family is your supporter. Go forth and seize the day. In the blind box store, number 18 clung tightly to Shen San, her expression adorably pleading. Why can't we open a capsule now that we've exchanged our treasures for money? I already told you, this is my personal time. The store is closed. We can open it tomorrow. Do not bother me tonight, Shen San replied impatiently, pushing her face away and stepping out from behind the counter. The general had procured all the furniture, and the hall had been completely revitalized. The dining area was now filled with sofas and tea tables, and several air conditioners stood in every corner, creating a much less desolate atmosphere. Shen San settled onto the sofa, poured himself a steaming cup of tea, savored a sip, and then picked up a comic book that was carelessly strewn on the couch, engrossed in its pages. Number 18, undeterred, leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder. What about the money? Are you not making any? What is the point of running a store if you're not earning? I have brought back gleaming gold and vibrant jewels worth over 100 million. Just opening a capsule should take no time at all. Do you not wish to earn more? Shen San rolled his eyes. I am enjoying this process. What use is money if I am not the one who toils endlessly to accumulate it? In short, I do not lack for funds. This is not work time. The farther you go, the better. Leave me be. Absolutely not. Number 18 suddenly wrapped her arms around Shen San's neck, pressing her body tightly against his arm, creating an enticing silhouette. She then whispered softly into his ear, Unless you let me open a capsule, you will not be rid of me tonight. Shen San smirked. He slowly set down the comic book, turned to face number 18, and his eyes sparkled like a deep river. At this, her heart raced, as if she sensed what was about to happen. She closed her eyes gently, raised her chin high, and pursed her lips into a delightful arc. However, Shen San unexpectedly placed his hand beside her and with a gentle push, sent number 18 stumbling forward. General, take her outside and give her a good beating, but remember, do not stop until smoke rises. Task acknowledged. Commander, the black and white clad General Jia responded as he seized number 18's hand and forcefully pulled her towards the exit. In disbelief, number 18 glared at Shen San, who had reverted to his relaxed demeanor, her face flushed with anger. You better remember this. I will not give up. She then turned to number 17, who was emerging from the kitchen. Brother, help me. Number 17 paused at her plea and shook his head. Sorry, I can't help. During this period, he has discerned the character of Shen San, who shows little interest in women. When not working, he is either lounging about or indulging in food and drink. Importantly, he treats the two siblings quite well. Although his salary is modest, he relishes his current lifestyle. As for the elder sister, Shiba Hao, He understands her well. She possesses a slight possessiveness, albeit misplaced, and her getting beaten was well-deserved. Moreover, he is aware that Shen San would never truly allow the general to resort to lethal force. Nevertheless, given their sibling bond, he feels compelled to offer a word of caution. The boss had just mentioned striking into the smoke. For you, generating a little smoke is quite simple. Once the general takes action, just create some smoke. Ha ha ha, you truly are a talent. 17. Shen San nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Meanwhile, 18, who is yet to be struck, is already fuming. You all won't give up easily, will you? General, how annoying. Take her out. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the general dragged 18 out. Once they departed, 17 placed a bowl of freshly made noodles before Shen San. Boss, I wish to discuss something. Your earlier performance was commendable. Whatever it is, just say the word. As long as it's not too difficult, I, the store manager, can accommodate it. After all, I am an unparalleled good boss. Shen San smiled as he lifted the bowl, quickly producing slurping sounds. Hearing this, 17 internally rolled her eyes. An unparalleled good boss indeed. Offering them a mere 3,000 in salary while expecting them to be on call 24 hours a day, she ought to be called an unparalleled vampire instead, utterly shameless. Although she silently grumbled, 17 maintained her expression. Here's the thing. There is a small hill to the east of the shop where most animals gather. I plan to build a small house nearby and reside there, so I want to be returning to the shop at night. Oh, I thought it was something serious. I approve. After all, your job is just to clean up after the animals. It doesn't matter if you come back or not. Shen San nodded, then produced a compact dwelling. This is a gravity house. Consider it a gift. If you don't adjust the gravity, it will still be quite comfortable to live in. All right, thank you, boss. I will head over now. 17 took the house and hurried outside, only to see her sister still grappling with the general. With a sigh, she said nothing and departed. At that moment, Shen San sensed that Bulma had donned an ultra-non-mainstream outfit and stood up to see the commotion, but after a moment's consideration, he sat back down, slurping his noodles while reading a comic. Life was indeed flavorful. Meanwhile, Vegeta also sensed an indistinct aura. He crushed the cell clone beneath his feet, then turned to the source of the energy. What is that? It feels feeble, yet seems capable of defeating me. Who could be over there? The direction was West City. Bulma and Trunks are in trouble. Vegeta's expression turned grim. With his intelligence, he finally pieced everything together. The clone was a diversion. The Bulma at home was Cell's target. Using the clone to draw him and Kakarot away was Cell's strategy to eliminate Bulma and Trunks first, hoping to make him regret it. Understanding the situation, Vegeta's rage ignited. The unknown energy now radiating could be a power or item unleashed by Cell from the jar, placing Bulma in imminent danger. Damn it! If anything happens to Bulma or Trunks, I will ensure you are ground to dust, Cell. Meanwhile, in a desolate area, Goku also sensed a strange energy. With a single Kamehameha, he obliterated Cell's clone. He then turned his gaze towards West City. What is this? Is that Bulma's energy mixed in? No, this is bad. Goku, not lacking in wit, connected the dots as well. His expression shifted dramatically, and he pursued Bulma's energy, activating instant transmission. Two formidable figures instantly appeared near Bulma. However, the scene before them left them dumbfounded, completely stunned. Chapter 62, Bulma vs. Cell, Total Victory. A blue explosion hairstyle, blue outfit. Blue Chelsea boots, a complete ultra-non-mainstream ensemble in deep blue, adorned with spikes, creating an extraordinary appearance. A confident smile curved Bulma's lips. She observed as Cell's energy wave erupted from his palm, aimed directly at her chest. With a gentle lift of her hand, she seized the oncoming energy wave and crushed it effortlessly, neutralizing the crisis. Cell stood momentarily stunned, then filled with profound shock. What is this? Bulma raised her hand to inspect it, laughing joyously. This is faith. This is an era. This is the support from an entire generation, that of youth. Now, I embody the spirit of that era. You no longer pose a threat. What era? Nonsense. Watch me kill you. Cell's expression shifted, realizing that if he delayed, he would be finished by the time Vegeta and the others arrived. He understood he could no longer conceal his power. At that moment, he fully unleashed his energy. Thrusting both hands forward, and with his movements, multiple afterimages of arms manifested in the air, unleashing energy waves capable of annihilating cities. However, as Cell launched his frenzied assault, Bulma swatted away each energy wave like a fly, sending them skyward in explosions of fireworks. Suddenly, a vibrant music filled the space. Cell could not comprehend it, but Bulma instantly recognized it as the anthem of her generation, a nostalgic reminder of youth. As the pulsating music played, her heart raced, and she felt invigorated. Sensing the support of her generation behind her, rendering her invincible. Facing the chaotic bombardment from Cell, she perceived him as nothing more than a child, posing no threat whatsoever. Impossible, just a change of clothes, and yet, Cell's expression transformed again. No, this outfit is also from the blind box and jar. Similar to armor that amplifies strength. He finally awakened to the reality that time was not on his side. Fully unleashing his energy would undoubtedly attract Vegeta and Goku. I must flee. Cell understood the wisdom of preserving one's strength for future endeavors. Resolving this, he hesitated no longer, raising a finger to his forehead to use instant transmission and conceal his energy. However, he was horrified to find that instant transmission had failed. Attempting to use instant transmission, Bulma suddenly appeared above Cell, her blue-glowing Chelsea boots adorned with spikes inching closer. Her face bore a confident smile reminiscent of the family of morning love. Her tone playful and rhythmic. Unfortunately, you can manipulate space, but you cannot break through the barriers of an entire era. Can you withstand this kick? With a thunderous crash, Bulma's Chelsea boot met Cell's head at point-blank range, driving him into the ground, leaving only his eyes rolling in the air. You dare to target my son? Do you think you are worthy? Bulma stomped on the ground, forcefully shaking Cell free from the earth, then swiftly spun and kicked him in the stomach. In an instant, Cell was sent flying, yet Bulma was determined not to let him escape easily. A sudden movement brought me to the trajectory where Shalu was being sent flying. I then raised my fist, seemingly glowing with a blue light, and struck fiercely at Shalu's head. You truly deserve this for making me anxious just moments ago. With a thunderous crash, before Shalu could fully complete his flight, he was propelled to the opposite side, spewing blood from his mouth, his consciousness fading into a haze. Subsequently, Bulma treated Shalu as if he were a beach volleyball. In the courtyard, she took on the roles of two volleyball players, continuously dodging and batting Shalu back and forth. At that moment, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta made their appearances nearby. Upon witnessing Bulma's current demeanor, they were utterly bewildered. Vegeta pondered, is Bulma also a scion? After a brief moment, Sun Wukong finally regained his composure. He slowly turned to Vegeta, questioning if that blue hair was also a manifestation of scion form. Sensing a formidable strength. You fool, Vegeta rolled his eyes. Bulma is not a scion. That outfit and hair must have been concocted from a canister, akin to the items of armor. Bulma, this woman, has unearthed such treasures without informing me. Oh, so it was indeed from a canister, Sun Wukong realized. Excitement bubbling within him. I wonder how powerful Bulma has become, able to beat Shalu without any ability to retaliate. I wish to test it myself. Hearing this, Vegeta had little desire to engage with the oblivious Sun Wukong. Observing Bulma reveling in her game, he chose not to interrupt, but instead leaned against the wall, calmly watching the spectacle unfold. Time passed as Bulma played volleyball for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, Shalu erupted, roaring in fury, enough. Is this never-ending? If you wish to kill me, do it quickly and spare me the humiliation. In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Shalu and extended his right hand, palm facing Shalu, calmly stating, do you wish to die? I shall grant you that. The threat of death loomed over Shalu, and he could no longer maintain his previous bravado. Beads of sweat erupting on his face. As energy coalesced into a devastating wave, he could no longer retain his composure and knelt down. No, Vegeta, do not kill me. If you spare me, I promise to behave and will never cause you trouble again. Those words may hold weight with Kakarot, but Vegeta scoffed. I am Vegeta. I have grown weary of this cat-and-mouse game. It is time for you to meet your end. With that, Vegeta unleashed a ki wave that obliterated Shalu into mere fragments. However, the ki wave did not cause widespread destruction to the ground, showcasing Vegeta's terrifying mastery over his energy. Sun Wukong remained silent beside him, understanding that Shalu could no longer be left alive. Otherwise, trouble would surely arise in the future. As the situation concluded, Sun Wukong raised his hand and waved. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. No, I must venture to the sea in search of treasures. Then open the canister and inquire with Shen San about the path to the divine. Farewell. Do not leave just yet. Bulma interjected, a mischievous smile gracing her face. You both are combative men, and I am not one to shy away from a challenge either. They seem eager to test their strength against you. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, do you dare to accept the challenge? Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong became intrigued. Vegeta responded first, what is there to fear? I alone could easily defeat you. Chapter 63, Morning Blind Box, Satan's Great Explosion? The following morning, as dawn broke, a gathering of individuals had already formed outside the blind box shop, eager to partake in the opening of blind boxes. They appeared somewhat sleep-deprived, yawning as they played with the small animals that approached them. Time quickly passed, and more people arrived to open blind boxes. By 7 o'clock, over 30 individuals were chatting idly on the grass, their discussions revolving entirely around blind boxes. Some recounted the glorious treasures they had unveiled the previous day, their faces flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, those who had yet to uncover treasures looked on enviously at the animated crowd, their hearts filled with anticipation for what today might bring, praying fervently for a treasure reveal. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase leading to the second floor of the blind box shop, the noise distinctly resonant in the morning stillness. Just 10 seconds later, the figure of number 18 emerged from the stairwell. She first glanced around the third-floor hall, not spotting Shen San, and without a second thought, pushed open the door to the only room on the third floor. As the wooden door creaked open, a faintly unpleasant sound accompanied it, though it was hardly loud enough to be noticed. Rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the sprawled figure of Shen San, who was shirtless. The blanket barely covered him, his explosive muscles radiating a dazzling glow, and the masculine energy seemed to suffuse the entire room. Upon this sight, number 18 quickly raised her hands to shield her eyes, but her two peace signs and a glistening smile betrayed her. Have you seen enough? If you wish to continue looking, you may have to pay, Shen San remarked as he sat up from the bed. His slightly disheveled hair and muscular frame revealed as the silken blanket slid off, presenting a vision of languid yet untamed masculinity. This was a visual feast brought forth by a perfect man. Still looking? The scene shifted abruptly as Shen San rose from the bed. Not in haste to don his shirt, he swiftly approached number 18, placing his hand on her shoulder before turning and giving her a playful kick to her backside. Do you not understand the concept of boundaries? The owner of this establishment is not for your casual gazing. Now, be quick and get downstairs to prepare breakfast. With a thud, Shen San closed the door with irritation and sauntered into the independent bathroom. Outside the door, number 18 bore no signs of anger. She touched the area he had kicked, reflecting on the earlier scene, feeling something trickle from the corner of her mouth, quickly wiping it away as she murmured to herself. What a steal. I had no idea the boss's physique was so perfect. He is truly wild. I desire him so much. But there is no rush. Time is on my side. I will take it slow, haha. Imagining this brought her joy, and she allowed her saliva to flow freely. Number 18 hopped down the stairs, excited. This morning, instead of opting for outdoor grilling, she entered the kitchen to meticulously prepare a delicious breakfast. You're up so early today. The door suddenly swung open, and number 17 stepped inside, bumping into number 18 as she exited the kitchen. I advise you to give up. The boss has no interest in you. Don't end up empty-handed. You know nothing, number 18 retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. If you like someone, you must put in the effort. Regardless of the outcome, having tried means I won't regret it later. What brings you here instead of staying in the mountain? To open cans, number 17 replied while tidying the dining table. I am not devoid of emotions. In this scenario, the gap between me and Sun Wukong will only widen. I must first open some cans to see what treasures I can find. Is the boss still not awake? He's coming down now. Before number 18 could respond, Shen San had already bounded down the stairs. Oh, the sun must have risen in the west today. To his astonishment, a beautifully crafted breakfast lay spread before them. Please, take a seat. We must eat quickly before heading to work, Shen San remarked, settling down eagerly without waiting for the two from the 18th. The pair from the 18th sat down and began to eat without further ado. Before long, the general descended from the second floor, joining the feast. In less than 10 minutes, the breakfast was devoured by the four voracious appetites, after which they spent a few moments on the sofa sipping tea. As the clock struck 8, the time for business had arrived. Under Satan's leadership, the eager crowd outside surged into the store. Finally, we are open for business. Yesterday was a tremendous success, and today promises to be equally fruitful. Boss Shun, I wish to purchase 7 golden blind boxes. One exclaimed. I was the first to enter. So Boss Shen should give me 10 bronze blind boxes first. So what if you were first? I am still the first to reach the counter, so step aside. A throng of over 30 men and women rushed to the counter, clamoring for their desired types of blind boxes. A few began to quarrel, and the situation escalated. Noticing Shen San's changing demeanor, the 17th person, discerning the tension, intervened, taking the quarreling individuals outside, and remarked, "You may return only when you have calmed down." After delivering this message, he returned to the store. This intervention brought a semblance of calm among the crowd, although their eyes still gleamed with eagerness. As the representative, Satan turned to face the 30 or so individuals and declared, "You are all distinguished figures. Yet what is this commotion? Shen San's establishment is not a marketplace. Such raucous behavior is unbecoming. There are plenty of blind boxes and jars available. Should you choose to resort to violence again, consider yourselves unwelcome. Remember, it is not Shen San who seeks your patronage, but rather you who seek to purchase blind boxes from him. One must recognize who holds the power." With that, Satan raised his head in pride, as if to assert the advantages of allying with the influential. Hearing his words, the crowd immediately bowed their heads, adopting an attitude of utmost respect. Once Shen San's expression softened, Satan smoothly swiped his card. With effortless grace, the transaction was completed, and the corresponding blind boxes floated into the hands of each person from the counter. Instantly, the crowd cradled their blind boxes, retreating to corners to open them eagerly. After distributing their spoils, Satan used his earned profit to purchase a Wangzhe jar and a Xing Yao jar. Then, filled with excitement, he picked up a hammer from the table. He struck the Xing Yao jar first. "Congratulations, Satan, you have won a jar of hair gel." With a sigh, Satan wiped the sweat from his brow. "May fortune favor me. Whoever it is, please ensure that my Wangzhe jar yields a treasure." "Congratulations, Satan. You have acquired a Ji Yin Dan. This elixir promised eternal youth, preserving one's appearance at the moment of consumption without extending life." Shen San elaborated. Upon hearing this, Satan leaped with joy. Eternal beauty. Even if he chose not to consume it, the news alone would send beauty enthusiasts into a frenzy. Given his reputation, selling the Ji Yin Dan would yield a fortune, easily fetching billions. At that moment, 4 figures entered the store. 2 walked in, while 2 rushed in. They were none other than the couples, Sun Wukong and Bulma, along with Vegeta and Chi-Chi. Upon arriving at the entrance, they overheard Shen San describing the Ji Yin Dan's properties. "I will offer 20 billion for that Ji Yin Dan you just opened," Bulma exclaimed, throwing down a bombshell. The nearby patrons turned green with envy, while Chi-Chi's face flushed with embarrassment, knowing she could never afford such a sum. "What should I do? I want that eternal beauty too." In that instant, several individuals in the crowd suddenly recognized the Ji Yin Dan's immense value, leading to a frenzy. "I will pay 21 billion for it. 23 billion. And I will also include a luxury mansion worth 3 billion. That's a total of 30 billion. As shrewd businessmen, they understood the Ji Yin Dan's potential. Setting aside whether they would consume it, they recognized that if they could replicate the Ji Yin Dan, it would open floodgates of wealth. Observing the escalating bids, Shen San tilted his head in contemplation. With a 1,000-fold increase, he currently possessed 1,000 Ji Yin Dan. Selling them now would lead to immense wealth. However, this thought was quickly extinguished. The sheer amount of money was disinteresting to him, as someone once said. The crowd continued to rally around Satan, urging higher bids. Bulma, witnessing the commotion, chuckled. "Competing against me, are you? All of you together can't match my strength. 100 billion, Satan. I will give you 100 billion for that Ji Yin Dan." With this bold offer, the surrounding bidders fell silent. Not out of a lack of desire to compete, but because they simply could not match her wealth. They knew well of the Capsule Corporation's second heiress. Satan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but I do not intend to part with this Ji Yin Dan just yet." Though his status was somewhat inflated, he was not a fool. He understood the immense value of the Ji Yin Dan. As there were more than one in Shen San's jars, it was possible that Miss Bulma could also obtain one. Bulma nodded thoughtfully. "If you do not wish to sell now, I understand. Should you decide to part with the Ji Yin Dan in the future, do come to me. The price will remain at 100 billion. She was aware that the jars contained more than one Ji Yin Dan, but given the unpredictable nature of blind boxes, the odds of obtaining another were slim. Time was fleeting. She did not wish to gamble her hopes on the jars. However, Bulma quickly pulled Vegeta closer. "In the days to come, we will open 2 Wangzhe jars and 1 Xing Yao jar daily. Once we reach the maximum number, We will open silver blind boxes. I want nothing else. You must ensure we obtain the Ji Yin Dan. Nearby, Chi-Chi similarly tugged at Sun Wukong. You too. We must acquire the Ji Yin Dan, or else you shall never have another meal prepared by me. Upon hearing this, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta responded in unison. Huh. Their peculiar speech caught Satan's attention, and upon noticing their faces, he couldn't help but laugh. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were marked with bruises and swollen lips, making their speech unclear. It is evident that last night, Buer-Ma did not hold back. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Buer-Ma and her companion clenched their fists, their expressions brimming with malice. Observing this, Vegeta swallowed 2 sins of beans to alleviate his discomfort, regaining clarity in his speech. I explicitly stated my refusal. I demand items and skills that enhance strength, not any beauty elixirs, considering your appearance was never remarkable to begin with. Buer-Ma silently retrieved her ultra-trendy outfit and donned it. I grant you an opportunity to rephrase your words. Vegeta felt a throb in his head. Despite exhausting all means last night, he failed to best Buer-Ma, causing his domestic standing to diminish further. To avoid a beating, and until he could elevate his status, he resolved to endure her for the time being. Moreover, the jars and blind boxes yielded random results, so it was possible he might effortlessly obtain something valuable. With this thought, Vegeta ceased his internal conflict. In contrast, Chi-Chi was not as domineering as Buer-Ma. Her methods relied on emotional appeals and rational persuasion, supplemented by tears and tantrums, until she secured a promise from Sun Wukong, which restored her smile. With the commitments of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Buer-Ma and Chi-Chi rushed forward eagerly. They anxiously pounded the table, expressing their impatience. Shinda Laoban, hurry. Vegeta and I each want 2 king jars, 1 star jar, and 5 silver blind boxes. Sun Wukong and I each want a king jar and 6 silver blind boxes. Very well, the money you saved is sufficient. I wish you success in acquiring your desired items. Shen San retrieved the corresponding jars and blind boxes, gesturing that they could begin. Buer-Ma and Chi-Chi immediately seized a silver blind box. The moment their hands touched the strap, they exclaimed excitedly, "Please, don't let anything else emerge. I desire 1 or more beauty elixirs. Oh, blind box, heed my call and grant me the beauty elixir." With a swift motion, the strap fell away, and their hands moved to the lid as they shouted in unison once more. Come forth, beauty elixir. Chapter 65. Cat-eared girl, Chi-Chi's surprise. Congratulations to Buer-Ma for acquiring a piece of foul-smelling tofu. Congratulations to Chi-Chi for obtaining 10 million in cash. Congratulations to a bystander, a beautiful woman, for receiving a night cat girl. Buer-Ma dejectedly tossed the tofu into the trash. Although Chi-Chi did not obtain a beauty elixir, she felt fortunate for the 10 million. Deciding against depositing it in the store, knowing she had 2 voracious eaters at home and would take it back to support the household. Meow at that moment. Upon hearing Shen San's final announcement, a gently alluring cat call followed, drawing everyone's attention to its source. In the next instant, all were taken aback. The woman felt indifferent. But aside from Vegeta and a few disinterested men, the others' pupils transformed into those of wolves. Before them stood a woman of decent appearance who had opened a blind box to reveal a cat girl. With delicate cheeks and a slim figure that seemed to invite touch, she wore a black bodysuit that accentuated her astonishing curves, complete with 2 twitching cat ears. She appeared frightened by the wolfish gazes and swiftly hid behind the woman who had opened her, daring only to peek out with her small head, her eyes sparkling like pools of spring water. The woman was somewhat speechless. She had encountered numerous peculiar species, including werewolves, and was aware that the nation's leader was a male cat. Yet, the emergence of a cat girl, especially when she herself was not male, left her puzzled about the implications. She still held a shred of hope. Shen San, this cat girl has some purpose, right? Shen San, you rascal, he thought, rolling his eyes at the moniker. Call me Shinga, or simply boss. Otherwise, refer to me as Shinyujo Wudi Dalyangzaiga. If you call me Sango again, I may just turn my back on you. Before his crossing into this realm, some were fond of calling him Sanga due to the similarity of his name to someone else, which had often led to jest. However, he genuinely disliked being addressed as Sanga for no particular reason. Hearing this, the woman nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Shinga, may I inquire about her purpose? The sole function of the cat girl is to be both sweet and sassy, and she shall become your most cherished companion, Shen San elucidated. The woman seemed reluctant to keep the cat girl by her side. Nearby men sensed an opportunity and rushed forward. Lilisai, allow me to have the cat girl for 10 million. Do not heed him, Lilisai. I offer 20 million. 20 million is nothing. In this game, financial strength matters. I bid 40 million. Upon witnessing this, Buurma comprehended the intentions of the bidding men, feeling extreme disdain towards them. Just as she contemplated cursing them, Shen San intervened. How about this? You seem disinterested in her and unwilling to part with her for the gentleman beside you. I can buy her back. Since she emerged from a bronze blind box, I shall trade you 5 silver blind boxes. This way, you do not incur a loss. However, since you have exhausted your blind box quota for today, you will have to wait until tomorrow to open the promised 5 silver blind boxes. The choice is yours. As I never force my customers. He recognized that the woman was hesitant to keep the cat girl and seemed to have good intentions. Not wishing to sell her to the men nearby, if she opened a 1,000-fold enhancement, he would possess 10,000. One more would not matter. It all depended on her choice. Upon hearing Shen San's words, the woman needed no further consideration. 1 million or several million was trivial to her. After all, the cat girl had been her acquisition, and she had no intention of allowing her to suffer under the hands of the bidding men. Moreover, she was no fool. Shen San clearly did not wish for the cat girl to be mistreated. And relinquishing her to him would not only grant her 5 silver blind boxes, but also earn Shen San's favor. It was a win-win situation. Refusing would be foolish. Very well, I cannot keep her for certain reasons. Please, Shinga, take good care of her. Understood. Upon receiving her consent, Shen San shifted the cat girl's loyalty from the woman to himself. As for the items acquired by customers that they wished to part with, he could certainly manage such a minor matter. The cat girl now approached Shen San, nuzzling against his chest repeatedly, her ears twitching with each movement. Shen San could not resist but to stroke her. Her fur was exceptionally smooth, especially those ears, which were delightful to touch. At last, he had satisfied his craving to pet a cat. Nearby, 18's eyes burned with jealousy, but upon seeing the cat girl's gentle demeanor, the flames of envy were doused. After a few strokes of the cat girl's head, Shen San withdrew his hand. You shall be named Zhuqing. Now, go play on the sofa. Yes, master. Zhuqing nuzzled one last time before turning, glancing back with each step toward the sofa. Shen San smiled as he withdrew his gaze. Creatures emerging from blind boxes and jars were bound by absolute loyalty to their owners, willing to sacrifice their lives in protection. In the future, should they acquire any creatures, regardless of whether they desired them, it is always wise to harbor a modicum of kindness towards those loyal beings. Upon hearing this, the bidding men lowered their heads, their expressions shifting. Seeing this, the devil narrowed his eyes. He silently contemplated in his heart that these men could no longer be brought along in the future. If necessary, he could employ certain special methods to make them suffer, such as leading them to bankruptcy or even causing them to disappear. With this thought in mind, Satan slowly approached Bulma and whispered in her ear. Bulma nodded in understanding as she listened, and when Satan finished speaking, she softly replied, "All right. I will take charge of this matter, and you will assist me." The woman who had previously opened the cat-eared girl was nearby. Although she did not hear what Satan had said, she could glean some information from Bulma's words. Fortunately, she had not sold the cat-eared girl to those men. Otherwise, the mighty universal capsule would surely have taken notice. After Satan walked away, Bulma cast one last glance at the men, and with a heart full of excitement, she brought a silver blind box before her. Seeing this, Chi-Chi also picked up a blind box. The two women placed their hands on the straps, and this time, without uttering a word, they swiftly tore open the blind boxes. In an instant, a faint glow emanated from Chi-Chi's blind box, and an object slowly materialized above the shimmering light. Colorful and vibrant, it was evident that it was no ordinary item. Chapter 66, Sea God Chi-Chi, Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. Above the blind box floated a set of clothing that sparkled with a myriad of colors, a dress predominantly sea blue, with golden threads adorning its edges. Beside the dress hovered a trident of the same sea blue hue, radiating with brilliance. Upon noticing this extraordinary outfit, those nearby were consumed by envy, their eyes turning a shade of purple as they longed to possess it. Congratulations to Chi-Chi for acquiring the Sea God set. This was a set transformed from the attire of Poseidon, the sea god, suitable for women. Sea god? Poseidon? What are those? Chi-Chi and her companions were puzzled. However, items related to gods should prove to be quite useful. Boss Shun, what is the function of this sea god set? And who is this Poseidon? Chi-Chi inquired. Voicing her curiosity, Shen San responded with a smile. Poseidon, the sea god, is a deity from a certain realm, and he is quite a formidable presence. As for the sea god's set, once you don it, your affinity with the ocean will reach 100%, and the creatures of the sea will hold you in high regard. Furthermore, wearing the sea god set will grant you access to the original laws of the sea god, known as the ocean laws or water laws. This law will empower you to manipulate water, and as you elevate the law to its zenith, you could easily overturn the seas, even controlling the flow of water throughout the universe. Additionally, the sea god set comes with several divine abilities, one of which is the ability to travel without return, among others. In short, acquiring the sea god set is a tremendous windfall for you. The most significant aspect was that wearing the sea god set would not only bestow the blessings of the sea god upon you, but also enhance your physique and appearance towards a more perfect state, ensuring your beauty remains eternal. The latter part of his explanation struck Chi-Chi like a thunderclap in her heart, filling her with joyous surprise. Nearby, Bulma's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. However, as if recalling something, she quickly interjected, "What about me? You mentioned the laws. Didn't I also acquire a power called Cherubim's Domain? You said I had the angelic law, so can I not achieve eternal beauty?" "That's different." Shen San shook his head. "The domain you acquired is merely in its initial state, and since you have no interest in cultivation, if you cannot elevate the angelic law, your beauty will fade with time, and you will eventually grow old. The sea god set is different. When Chi-Chi dons it, from another perspective, she has already become a deity. As long as she is not slain by external forces, she can retain her youthful appearance while potentially living for thousands of years. If you wish to achieve eternal beauty and longevity, you must thoroughly comprehend and strengthen the angelic law. Otherwise, you will have to rely on beauty potions to maintain your appearance." Upon hearing this explanation, Bulma felt a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left in awe, their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment. The ability to control the ocean, gain the unwavering favor of marine creatures, retain eternal beauty, and achieve immortality. Such extraordinary gifts were simply beyond comprehension. Envy and jealousy ignited within them, and their gazes towards the blind boxes grew even more fervent, tinged with a hint of greed. Observing this, Shen San shook his head. People from any realm possess desires. It is often said that greed is a sin, but I do not entirely agree. Greed can be a driving force for humanity, provided one possesses the corresponding strength. Otherwise, it becomes a grave for its master. Shen San could discern that some were already concocting ill intentions, but to him, those individuals were merely the greedy without the power to back it up. No matter what methods they employed, he would not mind sending them on their way. After all, engaging in noble acts of assistance is a duty for a righteous youth. Chi-Chi, call forth the sea god set with your thoughts, and it will automatically merge with you, Shen San explained as he noticed Chi-Chi's uncertainty regarding its usage. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi mentally summoned the sea god set, and the attire floating above the blind box immediately merged with her heart. In the blink of an eye, it completely integrated into her being. Soon, Chi-Chi's figure and appearance began to transform. She grew taller, matching Sun Wukong's height, her physique becoming curvier and more alluring. While her facial features remained largely unchanged, subtle alterations rendered her even more enchanting. At that moment, the clothing she wore gradually gave way to the sea god set, and in an instant, she was adorned in the sea blue attire, its surface shimmering with light. Once she was clad in the sea god set, she grasped the trident in her hand as well. Her aura, bolstered by the laws, surged rapidly, surpassing 100 million and continuing to rise. When her aura stabilized, Shen San tossed her a detection orb, revealing precisely 500 million. Shen San nodded in approval, noting that this was not the pinnacle of the laws. If Chi-Chi continued to elevate her understanding of these laws, her combat prowess would soar exponentially. How beautiful! Bulma exclaimed upon witnessing Chi-Chi's transformation. Even as a woman herself, her heart skipped a beat at the sight of such perfection. Vegeta approached with a scowl and quietly remarked, "If you can't become even more perfect than this, I will divorce you. Also, since the laws can bring about transformation, you should train alongside me or heed Mr. Shen's guidance, primarily focusing on divine cultivation. After all, you wouldn't want to grow old, would you? You truly are quite clever." Bulma rolled her eyes in response. Yet, she did not refuse. For which woman does not cherish beauty and yearn for eternal youth? It seemed that she would need to dedicate some time to cultivation in the future. The nearby men, witnessing Chi-Chi's transformation, displayed expressions of desire, save for one exception, Sun Wukong. He observed Chi-Chi's changes, but his focus was not on her transformed appearance. Instead, he was captivated by her surging aura. Wow, Chi-Chi, your aura is much stronger than Gohan's now. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi opened her tightly closed eyes. Her irises appeared like a vast sea of stars, unfathomable and profound. She first examined her hands, and then a smile graced her face. A smile that enveloped those around her in warmth akin to the ocean. Thank you, Boss Shen. If there is anything in the future, feel free to instruct Wukong. If he dares refuse, just let me know. Don't mention it. If I cannot accomplish something, Old Sun certainly cannot either. Moreover, my shop operates on principles of fairness and justice. What you acquire is rightfully yours. Shen San waved his hand dismissively. You and Bu Ma still have several mystery boxes and jars left to open. Let us continue. Very well. With a thought, Chi-Chi made the trident in her hand vanish. Simultaneously, she and Bu Ma brought the remaining mystery boxes and jars before them. The next moment, ribbons flew, and shards of jars scattered. One item after another emerged from above the mystery boxes and jars. Chapter 67, The Moving Tent, Da Huang Shenji. Congratulations to Bu Ma for obtaining an extraordinary ultra-thin box. Congratulations to Bu Ma for receiving a pound of wild boar meat. Congratulations to Chi-Chi for acquiring a moving tent. Congratulations to Chi-Chi for obtaining a plush cat. Dumbfounded, utterly speechless, in a state of profound silence. Enraged, Bu Ma hurled the extraordinary ultra-thin box at Shen San. Take it away, take it away. Huh, you don't need it. Vegeta could certainly make use of it. Shen San placed the items back on the front counter. Hearing this, a hint of crimson appeared on Vegeta's face. He turned away, defiantly stating, I have no use for that thing. Fine, if you don't want it, you don't have to. Shen San casually collected the items, then pointed out, Bu Ma, I want to comment on yours. What you opened is all quite ordinary. Chi-Chi, your luck today is rather good. The tent is indeed a treasure. Is that so? Chi-Chi leaned forward, her gaze flitting back and forth over the tent. The tent was a soft gray, with only the zipper being white. Floating in the air, it appeared quite small, yet since Shen San claimed it to be a treasure, she was eager to discover its true nature. The moving tent contained its own world, spanning approximately 500 kilometers, making it an essential item for travel. Moreover, in times of danger, one could take refuge within the tent. Without the owner's consent, outsiders could not enter. Even if Lao Bei and Lao Suan exerted all their strength, they would be unable to destroy the tent. In terms of value, the moving tent was on par with the sea god set. Shen San quickly explained. Feeling a bit parched, he beckoned to Zhu Qing. Instantly understanding, she picked up a cup of tea from the table and skipped over, waiting for Shen San to finish drinking before nuzzling against his chest, then obediently returning to the sofa. Upon hearing about the tent's capabilities, those nearby were filled with envy, verging on losing their sanity. Chi-Chi, however, remained relatively unaffected. She had already opened what she desired most, while the moving tent was indeed splendid. Her encounters with danger were limited, so she felt little attachment to it. After inquiring with Shen San about how to use the moving tent, she stepped aside. Bu Ma immediately pushed Vegeta forward. Hurry up, the rejuvenation pill. I want the rejuvenation pill. Understood, you're such a bothersome woman, Vegeta retorted, casting a haughty glance at Bu Ma before picking up a mystery box. At that moment, Suan Wukong also stepped forward, bringing the mystery box before him. Shen San, if I open the jars and mystery boxes, will you teach me how to traverse the divine path? The store owner stated that as long as you open the jars to his satisfaction, he would reveal how to quickly attain divinity. Shen San nodded, emphasizing the word satisfaction. Whether the oblivious Suan Wukong grasped this was of no concern to him. Yet Suan Wukong did comprehend this time and did not ask further. Subsequently, the two affectionate individuals exchanged glances. Their hands moved in unison, swiftly dismantling the mystery boxes and opening jars without a moment's pause. Rejuvenation pill, rejuvenation pill. I demand a rejuvenation pill. Bu Ma stood beside Vegeta, anxiously yet eagerly watching the mystery box. As long as it was not a type of elixir, she would be greatly disappointed. As Vegeta and Suan Wukong proceeded, various items emerged from the mystery boxes and jars. Congratulations to Vegeta for receiving a box of dried fish. Congratulations to Vegeta for obtaining a bottle of Nyonyo. Congratulations to Vegeta for acquiring a pair of golden-framed glasses. Congratulations to Suin Wukong for receiving the Da Huang Shinji skill card. Congratulations to Suin Wukong for obtaining a brave Nyo figurine. Congratulations to Suin Wukong for receiving an enormous bowl of rice. You unfortunate thing. Buerma's expression darkened instantly upon seeing that Vegeta had received nothing of worth. Vegeta ignored her, his gaze fixed solely on the Da Huang Shinji skill card that Suin Wukong had opened. Possessing the Da Huang Shinjong himself, he was acutely aware of its formidable nature. Even when faced with an adversary stronger than himself, he had confidence in turning the tide with the Da Huang Shinjong. The Da Huang Shinji that Suin Wukong had drawn was only a single character away from his own skill, undoubtedly belonging to the same category. As for the other items, Shen San offered no further explanation. He rapped the table, stating, "The Da Huang Shinji drawn by Lao Suin is of the same category as Lao Bei's Da Huang Shinjong. Such skills are considered top tier within the jars and mystery boxes. Congratulations, your family's fortune today is truly remarkable." Nearby onlookers, though not entirely understanding, were nonetheless consumed by envy and jealousy, their expressions distorted by it. Suin Wukong promptly tossed the skill card into his mouth. The essence of the Da Huang Shinji flooded his mind, as if he had been born to wield it. However, he questioned, "Shen San, why does the Da Huang Shinji skill require the use of the middle finger?" Shen San rubbed his forehead. "Just consider it that the maximum power can only be unleashed when using the middle finger. Isn't that so? If directed at someone who understands the significance of the middle finger, regardless of whether it can cause havoc or not, at the very least, it guarantees a full measure of insult and explosive mockery. Is that so?" Suin Wukong did not dwell on it further. After all, the power of the Da Huang Shinji was evident. Whether it required the use of the middle finger was inconsequential. "All right, we have finished opening the mystery boxes and jars. Shen San, you must still be unsatisfied. I will open again next time. I will first enter the Lianshin to see if I can comprehend that so-called Zai Ji Gong," Suin Wukong declared, picking up the bowl of rice larger than a person, eating as he exited the shop. "I still need to go back and prepare lunch for Wufan. I'll take my leave first. Farewell, Shen Laoban." As Chi-Chi stepped outside, a faint divine aura emanated from her body, causing a stream of water to surge forth and rush toward her. Chi-Chi immediately mounted it, soaring swiftly toward Bao Zishan. Observing this, the onlookers departed with their envy. Soon, only Buerma, Vegeta, and Sadan remained in the shop. Shen San led the three to the sofa for idle chatter. Noticing the hour was late, Buerma rose to seek the path to eternal youth in the Lianshin, making her way toward the heavenly ladder of Lianshin. Seeing this, Vegeta abruptly stood. "Mr. Shen, I too shall enter the Lianti TNT. I shall see you later." Go ahead." Shen San waved his hand, then returned to pet the cat-eared girl nestled in his arms, eliciting a rosy hue on her cheeks that made one wish to take a bite. At this moment, only Sadan remained in the shop. He first glanced at the 18th, who was gnawing on a pillow and tearing at it, then respectfully addressed Shen San. "Shen, rest assured, I am already in contact with another group of wealthy individuals. Within a month, I will bring them all here." Understood. "If you accomplish this task well, the reward shall not be meager. If there is nothing else, return and continue persuading those individuals to come." Shen San did not lift his head. In response, Sadan refrained from uttering another word, boarding the flying craft with anticipation, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chapter 68. The World Within the Moving Tent Arrangement. Following this, the shop was temporarily devoid of patrons. Shen San played with Zhu Qing for a while, entirely disregarding the seething 18th. He then rose and walked outside. "Boss, don't leave just yet. We also wish to open mystery boxes." The previously silent 17th finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Shen San turned back. "The treasure you retrieved yesterday is valued at 100 million. You are well aware of the prices for blind boxes and cans. Feel free to open them as long as you do not exceed the value of the treasure. If you have any questions, I can explain upon my return. Should you uncover skill cards or similar items, you will soon understand their abilities." Upon hearing this, number 17 promptly approached the counter. After a moment of contemplation, he selected 2 golden blind boxes, 5 silver blind boxes, and 5 bronze blind boxes, totaling 12, distributing 6 to number 18. Seeing this, Shen San paid little heed, his figure vanishing in an instant to appear atop a small mountain. This location served as a gathering place for all creatures, the mountain teeming with Pikachu and Nyogue, who joyfully circled Shen San upon his arrival. Some even leaped onto his shoulders and into his arms. "All right, I bring you new companions," Shen San announced, waving his hand, causing a multitude of plush cats to materialize throughout the mountain. "Nyogue, from now on, you are all one big happy family. Do not bully them, and ensure their safety." "Yes, boss, we will protect the little cats well." "Good. Go and play." Shen San waved his hand, but then a thought struck him, and he began to ponder. The multitude of cat-eared girls was ill-suited for this place. Although the prairie could accommodate them, thanks to the gravity houses, it would feel somewhat cramped. Thus, he dismissed the idea of placing them there, unable to devise a better solution. Shen San momentarily refrained from summoning the myriad of cat-eared girls. "Wait," he suddenly exclaimed, "how could I forget about the mobile tents? One single tent would suffice to house all the animals." With that thought, he turned to the creatures and shouted, "Stop playing. Form a line and follow me back. I will find you a new home." Meow, roar, Pikachu, quack, quack, quack. Upon hearing Shen San's command, the animals swiftly gathered at the mountain base, arranging themselves into neat lines. Shen San stood at the forefront, akin to a general commanding a vast army, and with a grand gesture, he led the throng back towards the blind box shop. Since there were no customers in the store at present, he took his time, moving at a leisurely pace to ensure the duck and plush cats could keep up. As for those frolicking elsewhere, he chose not to call them back. A bit of liveliness was necessary for the territory to feel normal. The small mountain was not far from the blind box shop, and after about 20 minutes, they returned to the prairie. Upon hearing the commotion, number 17 and 18 rushed out. They were puzzled to see Shen San returning with the animals. "Boss, what is this?" "I am providing them with a new home. Your future workplace will also be inside," Shen San casually replied, then contemplated the best placement for the mobile tents. After much deliberation, he decided to position the tents adjacent to the two gravity houses on the prairie. He then reached into the void and summoned a mobile tent, directing it towards the area beside the gravity houses. The tent shot forth, unfurling in the wind, and instantly transformed into a towering structure 10 meters high. Come, follow me inside." Shen San beckoned to the Pikachu, stepping into the tent first. The throng followed closely behind. Number 17 and 18 exchanged glances, their curiosity compelling them to join as well. The moment they entered the tent, they were enveloped by an entirely different atmosphere. Vast landscapes unfolded before them, with lush, undulating mountains rising from the ground, teeming with vibrant greenery. Peering deeper into the tent world, they could discern a large lake shimmering in the center, its surface glistening. Nearby, a small city lay quiet and still. Witnessing this wondrous scene, both number 17 and 18 felt their hearts skip a beat. They instantly fell in love with the world inside the tent, serene, breathtaking, as if it were a realm only found in dreams, with a touch more vitality. It would become the most beautiful place imaginable. "Boss, will we be living here from now on?" Number 17 asked, a rare bashfulness gracing his expression. "How could I accept such generosity? If you feel uncomfortable, you can return to that little hillock. After all, my adorable animals must be settled here." "No, boss. I was merely being humble. You cannot take that seriously." "I won't take your humility seriously. There are no fish in that lake. I will give you half a month to catch enough fish from the sea, or you will have to return to your little hill." "Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed." Hearing that they could remain in the tent world invigorated number 17, who dashed out, soaring into the sky towards the ocean. Shen San then guided the animals towards the lake, ensuring they were settled comfortably. Afterward, he led number 18 into the small city and, with a grand gesture, summoned thousands of cat-eared girls to appear in the streets. Upon seeing Shen San, they immediately clamored for hugs. Surrounded, Shen San felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. Even as a straight man. "All right, no rushing, listen to me." As he spoke, the multitude of cat-eared girls fell silent, though a few continued to nuzzle against him. Shen San sighed in relief, fearing they might overwhelm him with affection. "From now on, you will reside here, until the food ecosystem is established. I will have this caretaker deliver food to you." Additionally, he waved his hand towards the thousands of cat-eared girls, and beams of light flowed into their bodies. Almost instantaneously, they began to transform. Their black bodysuits morphed into azure gowns, each holding a trident. At that moment, a seemingly warm aura surged forth like a tempest. Number 18 looked on, filled with envy. Shen San nodded in satisfaction, having bestowed upon the cat-eared girls the enhanced sea god armor, magnified 1,000-fold. With such power and some knowledge imparted, they would soon establish a self-sustaining food system. So warm, master, I want a hug. One of the cat-eared girls, snapping back to reality, lunged towards Shen San. Enough, he interjected, holding up a hand to stop her. You will stay here, and I will visit you daily. Be obedient. All right. Yes, master, the thousands of cat-eared girls chorused in unison. They then bounced away in search of their new rooms. Meanwhile, number 18 produced a card. Boss, this card is neither a skill card nor an enhancement card. I just opened it, but I have never seen anyone else acquire it before, so I was hesitant to consume it. Hearing this, Shen San already had an inkling but could not help but look surprised. How did you manage to obtain this? Chapter 69. Shallow unexpectedly arrives in the Dragon Ball GT dimension, Super Number 17 template card. That card represents a branch timeline, a template of all your brother's abilities, modified. In the branch timeline, Super Number 17 can absorb energy with his body, but he has a weakness. He cannot perform other actions while absorbing energy. The template card you acquired lacks this weakness. Simply consuming it will grant you the abilities and skills of Super Number 17. To put it simply, you may not fully comprehend it, but I previously mentioned Super Saiyan 4, and Super Number 17 can overpower a typical Super Saiyan 4. Of course, it also has its vulnerabilities. If the energy exceeds Super Number 17's capacity, it will result in an explosion. Furthermore, only pure energy can be absorbed. Skills like Da Huang Shen Zhang, which integrate spatial laws, cannot be absorbed. That's about it. You were fortunate. As he spoke, Shen San continued towards the store. On the 18th, who stood nearby, heard that she could contend with Chow Sai Si. She had some understanding of the matter, but since it was related to the 17th, she did not intend to consume it, thinking she would wait for the 17th to return and let him have it. The two entered the shop, and Zhu Qing immediately bounded into Shen San's embrace. One person created a humanoid figure with cat ears, and they sat on the sofa, engaging in leisurely conversation. Time swiftly passed until it was 2 in the afternoon. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were still immersed in their rigorous training, although their progress was slow. They were gradually advancing layer by layer. Over the course of the morning, Vegeta had broken through 2 layers, and Sun Wukong had done the same. They seemed oblivious to the passage of time, completely absorbed in their endeavors. The 17th had also returned, holding a fish boat he had acquired from somewhere, filled with lively little fish. He released the fish into the lake, turned to exit the tent world, and aimed to fly towards the sea. But suddenly a sound pierced the air. He reached out and grasped a card that had emerged that morning, puzzled. Wasn't this card obtained earlier? Why give it to me if you aren't going to use it? The proprietor explained that the card was a branch of the timeline, a template ability card. The 18th elucidated the card's function, including the ability to defeat Chow Sai Si, quickly summarizing the information. Upon hearing this, the 17th pondered for a moment before tossing it into his mouth. With a crunch, the card was swallowed. In the next instant, he discarded the fish boat aside and let out a roar towards the heavens. His height and muscles began to grow exponentially, transforming in an instant. His appearance became more mature and cold, towering nearly 2 heads taller than before, and his previously unremarkable physique gained considerable muscle. The 17th assessed his newly transformed body, feeling the burgeoning power within, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He then swept his long hair back and spoke. Indeed, this feels splendid. I plan to make several more trips to the sea. Would you care to join me? All right then, since the proprietor, that straight man, seems uninterested in me, I will leave him be for a while. This is called baiting. Let's go. The 18th glanced at the transformed 17th and immediately soared into the sky. The 17th shook his head in response. If the proprietor heard this, he would be overjoyed. As for the baiting, that is utterly nonsensical. The 17th followed her into the sky. Meanwhile, in hell, after a round of judgment, Shalu was successfully cast into the 18th layer of hell, where boundless ghostly energy enveloped the entire realm, filled with sinners struggling under punishment. Shalu was imprisoned in a thorny hell. However, he showed no sign of worry, instead bursting into mad laughter. Ha ha ha, heaven does not forsake the desperate. The deity of the underworld's power has unexpectedly followed me in, and it even possesses a reverse summoning skill. As long as I utilize this skill, I can return to the mortal realm. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, you shall wait for my return. Shala wished to linger not a moment longer in this place, then cut his palm and quickly inscribed a magic circle on the ground with his blood. Once completed, He stood at the center of the circle and swiftly formed a hand seal. Reverse summoning, activate. In an instant, the magic circle erupted with a red glow, rapidly forming a vortex, and Shalu cackled madly as he slowly sank into it. Once Shalu's figure completely vanished, the magic circle lost its radiance. The desolate ground lay in ruins, the city shrouded in smoke, and the streets were deserted, with vehicles haphazardly scattered about. Suddenly, a red light shot up from a nearby alley, swiftly forming a peculiar magic circle from which Shalu emerged. Observing the street, Shalu furrowed his brow. No, this is the original timeline. How did the reverse summoning circle send me back to the original timeline? The blind box shop. Shalu's expression darkened. He had intended to return to the main world's timeline to open blind boxes and jars to enhance his strength for revenge, yet unexpectedly, the reverse summoning circle had sent him back to the original timeline. He had evolved into his complete form after traveling through time from this timeline. No, in this timeline, Sun Wukong and Vegeta should be dead. Why do I still sense their energy? Moreover, these energies are overwhelmingly terrifying. Something is very wrong. This is neither the original timeline nor that of the blind box shop. Where exactly has the reverse summoning circle sent me? Shala's brow furrowed deeper. He contemplated for a moment before deciding to investigate the source of the energy. Resolute, he suppressed his own energy and set off towards the formidable auras. Soon, he arrived in a dilapidated city, concealing himself in the shadows, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, where three entities were engaged in combat. He was astonished, his mouth agape. In the ravaged city, two figures with red fur adorning their upper bodies and long black hair, cascading over their shoulders, exhibited explosive muscles, epitomizing the art of muscle. Another figure, entirely white, bore horns upon its head and had several beads etched upon its chest. Shala did not recognize the white figure, but could clearly identify the two with red hair. Even in ashes, he would recognize them, Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Where's this? What forms are Sun Wukong and Vegeta in? Their energy is enough to terrify anyone. Shala had no idea where the reverse summoning had brought him. However, as he surveyed the battlefield, despite his shock, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were clearly at a disadvantage. If I assist that white figure from the shadows to eliminate Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then I could utilize necromantic magic to control their bodies or wait until they weaken each other before striking. Shala murmured to himself, his resolve becoming unwavering. I will do it. Chapter 70. Shala controls Super Saiyan Force Sun Wukong. The battle in the city raged on. Shala had truly gained insight this time. Witnessing a brand new form, the explosive red-haired Saiyan, as well as the fusion of two red-haired beings into an even stronger entity. Yet, he dared not make a move from the shadows, fully aware that his own strength would only render him cannon fodder on the battlefield. He needed to wait for the right moment. Time passed as he continued to wait. When Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his new form and had defeated the white figure with a spirit bomb, he felt the opportunity had finally arrived, stealthily approaching. However, dead. Is that in a spiritual state? Shalu frowned, watching Sun Wukong ascend with the dragon. It matters not, as long as the body remains. He no longer gazed at Sun Wukong on the back of the dragon, swiftly evading everyone's line of sight and entering a deep pit, only to find Sun Wukong's clothes remaining. His expression shifted. Shattered to pieces, this poses a challenge. The divine essence had yet to fully merge, and he was unsure if summoning a spirit from a mere garment would work accurately, so he decided to give it a try. Shalu once again cut his palm, inscribing the laws with his blood, placing Sun Wukong's clothing at the center of the magic circle, and then roared. By my blood, I command the spirits to return. Necromantic summoning circle, activate. No good. Shalu observed the magic circle's stillness and instantly realized his failure. His mind raced, contemplating possible solutions. Remarkably, he conjured a plan. He slapped his forehead. I possess Sun Wukong's cells within me. Although they are not from the same timeline, it may still work. For now, this is my only option. With a swift motion, Shalu severed one of his arms. The severed limb seemed to possess its own consciousness, rapidly transforming into the likeness of Sun Wukong, albeit bare. Upon witnessing the situation, Shalu placed the resurrected Sun Wukong into the summoning array, hoping this time it would succeed. The summoning array activated, and Shalu eagerly watched as it began to emit a crimson glow, instantly filling him with joy, for he knew it had worked. Meanwhile, atop the Shenlong, Sun Wukong lay on the dragon's back, gently stroking its body when he suddenly felt a strong pulling force. His expression shifted dramatically. Shenlong, it seems someone is summoning me. Indeed, Shenlong's demeanor changed, for it had lived through countless ages, possessing vast knowledge and sensing a chilling aura attempting to draw Sun Wukong away. Wukong, be cautious. The entity summoning you is unknown to me. I can no longer intervene. You must rely on yourself. I am indifferent to the situation. Sun Wukong replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. However, this force is overwhelmingly powerful. It seems we cannot fulfill our agreement. My apologies. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished. Simultaneously, the Sun Wukong at the center of the array opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with confusion, his gaze locking onto Shalu. Shalu, how did you come to be here? He exclaimed in astonishment. Shala chuckled in response. It appears this timeline also has me. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong. I never expected you to meet this fate. From now on, you shall serve my purposes. Blood contract control. What have you done? Sun Wukong felt his body slipping from his control, though his mind remained clear, leaving him utterly shocked. What do you mean? After expending so much effort to resurrect you? Of course, I intend to use you to bring destruction to this world. Did you think resurrecting you was merely a casual affair? Shala laughed heartily. Sun Wukong frowned, declaring, You shall not succeed. You cannot dictate my actions. I see now that this form with red hair is called Super Saiyan 4. Let me witness its true strength. Once Shalu controlled Sun Wukong, he could access his memories and immediately recognize that the red-haired form was indeed Super Saiyan 4. Subsequently, Shalu manipulated Sun Wukong, transforming him into Super Saiyan 4, wild with red hair and black locks, an immense aura that drove Shalu into a frenzy. Yes, perfect. With you at my side. Returning to that timeline, will Vegeta still be my adversary? Taking over the blind box shop is not beyond reach. The reverse summoning array that brought me here is truly marvelous. Meanwhile, Vegeta and his companions, having distanced themselves, sensed Sun Wukong's energy and felt a surge of hope. They swiftly turned back, hastening their return. However, upon reaching the dilapidated city, they halted, their brows furrowed in concern. Shalu? Vegeta spoke, and Shalu declared, Vegeta? The torment you brought upon me in another timeline shall begin with you. Sun Wukong, eliminate them. Shalu pointed ruthlessly at Vegeta and the others. Sun Wukong's expression darkened, yet his body acted beyond his control, propelling him toward Vegeta, crashing him into a building, and then swiftly sending Trunks flying with a kick. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta shouted as he emerged from the debris. As Sun Wukong continued to fight, he spoke. Vegeta, you must flee. Shalu has completely seized control of my body. I am at my peak, while you are running low on energy. Take the others and escape quickly. What do you mean? What do you mean you are being controlled? Vegeta and Trunks regrouped, puzzled by Sun Wukong's words, but their hearts grew heavy with dread. Despite their confusion over how Shalu was resurrected and the meaning behind Sun Wukong's statements, one thing was clear. Sun Wukong was unable to govern his own body. Thus, the situation became simpler. Trunks, Goten, I will hold Kakarot at bay. You must eliminate Shalu. Since Kakarot is under Shalu's control, defeating Shalu will resolve everything. Understood. The group split into two, with Vegeta restraining Sun Wukong as the others advanced toward Shalu. However, after a fierce battle, their strength had dwindled significantly. Shalu recognized this easily. How foolish. While you have made progress, so have I. After your exhausting battle, your energy is nearly depleted. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Sixfold Kaioken. With each punch and kick, Shalu sent Trunks and the others crashing into the ruins. Kaioken, Uncle Wukong's Kaioken? You too? Trunks emerged from the rubble, staring at Shalu in disbelief, while Goten and the others followed suit, their expressions grave. They exchanged glances, their years of camaraderie prompting them to devise a plan. Trunks darted toward Shalu from both sides, while Kuririn stood atop the debris, placing his hands over his eyes. Solar Flare. Chapter 71. A Journey Through the Cosmos. Seeking talent to transform the Tent World. Vegeta, the ever-calm one, you must realize that you cannot defeat me now. You should flee, as long as you are alive. You will find a way. Sun Wukong's expression was serious, yet his actions were relentless, forcing Vegeta to retreat step by step. Vegeta panted heavily, acutely aware that Sun Wukong spoke the truth. After their battle with Yixing Long, their energy reserves were nearly exhausted, while Sun Wukong, newly resurrected, was at full strength. Continuing to fight would only result in death. Vegeta turned to observe his companions, who were struggling against Shalu. He had made a decision. He expended all his energy to temporarily transform into Super Saiyan 4, delivering a punch that sent Sun Wukong crashing into the ruins. Then quickly moving to Trunks and the other's side. Stop fighting. We must leave and understand the situation first. Understood, Dad. Trunks and his companions cast one last look at Shalu before fleeing at full speed. With Vegeta nearby, Shala hesitated to pursue, begrudgingly watching as Vegeta and his group departed before Sun Wukong returned. In an instant, Sun Wukong appeared beside Shalu. I am curious, after all these years, how did you come back to life? He, seeking to uncover secrets? Shala nodded. I don't mind sharing. I am not originally from your timeline, but came here through an accident. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong frowned. He understood, but found it hard to believe there could be other timelines. If such a thing existed, the Kaishin should have provided a definitive answer. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong did not wish to contact the Kaishin at that moment. Seeing him fall silent, Shalu did not press further. The pressing matter was to test whether he could return to the timeline of the blind box shop. Shalu once again inscribed a reverse summoning array on the ground, commanding Sun Wukong to stand at its center before stepping in himself. However, as the seals were cast, the array remained inert. Shalu furrowed his brow. Why is it ineffective? If it doesn't work, will I be trapped in this timeline forever? No, I must find a way back. The divine essence has not yet fully merged. I can only wait until it does to try again or seek Bulma to create another time machine. Beside him, Sun Wukong overheard Shalu's mutterings and chuckled. Although I do not comprehend your words, analyzing the pattern beneath your feet, it seems to be the method that brought you here, correct? However, since the pattern is inactive, it appears you cannot return for the time being. The Shalu I met before looked identical to you, yet your power is vastly different. And you possess the Kaioken along with some peculiar techniques. I must admit, I am genuinely curious to witness what another timeline holds. There will undoubtedly be opportunities, for I must utilize you to triumph over that time-space Vegeta and his companions. I am determined to discover a way back. After several fruitless attempts, the formation remained unresponsive. Shalu realized that further efforts would be futile and chose to wait until the fusion with the divine essence was complete. Subsequently, he commanded Sun Wukong to ascend into the sky, unleashing a devastating energy wave that reduced the dilapidated city to rubble. Observing this, Sun Wukong's pupils flickered with disturbance. Yet he was powerless to act, merely allowing Shalu to direct him elsewhere. At the Kaiwangshan star, Kaiwangshan Xin and the old Kaiwangshan observed everything through a crystal. When they heard Shalu claim to have come from another time-space, Kaiwangshan Xin appeared perplexed. Old ancestor, are there other universes apart from this one? Why, as the highest deity? Am I completely unaware? Not only Xin, but the old Kaiwangshan also wore a face of confusion. If you ask me, who should I inquire? I have never heard of any other time-space. However, I am somewhat acquainted with Shalu's situation. He should have perished long ago. Could it be true that he hails from another time-space? Once Vegeta recovers, Shalu will find it difficult to wreak havoc while controlling Sun Wukong. You stay here and keep watch. I will investigate further. Very well. Kaiwangshan Xin nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the crystal ball. With Shalu's intervention in the GT time-space, the narrative began to unfold in an unpredictable direction. In the main time-space, at the blind box store, it was precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon, marking the end of the workday. Apart from the morning customers, only a few passers-by wandered by in the afternoon. Upon seeing the two fierce beasts guarding the staircase, they dared not approach the store and fled in haste, leaving no one else in sight. As soon as Shen San concluded his shift, he closed the front door and approached the general, who was playing. General, let us venture into the universe to seek out some extraordinary creatures to enhance the mobile tent world. At your command, Marshal. The general stood at attention, executing his duties with utmost precision. Shen San positioned himself as the general's opponent, and once the general replicated his abilities, they exchanged glances and then vanished from their location. After several spatial transitions, Shen San and the general arrived on a desolate planet. They gazed down at the barren land, their attention fixated on some diminutive, humanoid creatures of a dark hue. The general furrowed his brow and remarked, Marshal, their strength is too feeble. Bringing them back would serve no purpose. Shen San shook his head with a smile. Observe their fingers, slender and elongated. They resemble creatures I once encountered in a book, known as Jingguai. Jingguai are ideal for performing intricate tasks. Let us descend and assess their capabilities. If they prove useful, we can bring them back to enhance the tent world. Understood, Marshal. The general, lacking the capacity for rebuttal, simply followed orders. As they slowly descended, the Jingguai, busy constructing their dwellings, were startled by the unexpected visitors. They huddled together in a corner, trembling in fear. Ultimately, one of the seemingly authoritative Jingguai mustered the courage to approach, babbling incomprehensibly. Shen San, unable to comprehend their speech, could only present some precision components and a blueprint. Here, assemble this. The Jingguai, though not understanding Shen San's words, seemed to grasp the intent. They took the components and, after inspecting the blueprint for a brief moment, began to work with their dexterous fingers. In no time, they had assembled the drone and respectfully returned it to Shen San. Clever. Shen San expressed his satisfaction. You shall all accompany me. A life of abundance awaits you. The Jingguai, however, felt it was futile to engage further, and Shen San, realizing the lack of understanding, decided to gather them all back. He produced another mobile tent, ushering all the Jingguai inside, and then turned to the general to continue. There is a nearby planet radiating a substantial energy. Let us investigate its nature. Onward to the next destination. Chapter 72. Shenlong. I wish for 1,000 wishes of vibrant landscape teeming with life, dotted with lakes, unfolded before them. Various extraordinary creatures roamed leisurely across the land. Shen San and the general hovered in the void, gazing down at the picturesque scene below. This was Namek. Shen San slowly shook his head. He had initially thought the energy emanated from the environment, but it was, in fact, the presence of the Namekians. While the animals here exhibited some peculiar traits, he felt little interest. His purpose for this journey was solely to find beings capable of enhancing the mobile tent world. Bringing back the animals would merely waste resources. As for the Namekians, he deemed them of little use beyond their ability to create Dragon Balls. Reflecting on the Dragon Balls piqued Shen San's interest. Having spent considerable time in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to encounter the true Shenlong. Given the rarity of this opportunity, he was determined to witness the legendary dragon for himself. At that moment, the general interjected, Marshal, shall we take some local specialties back with us? Shen San waved his hand dismissively. No need. Transporting animals serves no purpose and merely wastes resources. Our primary objective is to seek out a race with specialized skills. Animals do not fit this criterion. Upon hearing this, the general nodded in agreement. Understood. Shen San continued. However, this planet possesses something known as the Dragon Balls, and we shall seek out the indigenous inhabitants to acquire them for our wishes. The general said nothing further and promptly followed Shen San as he vanished into thin air. The duo soon found themselves amidst a cluster of peculiar structures inhabited by the Namekians, some engaged in farming, others chatting, while a few were sparring. Suddenly, one Namekian noticed Shen San and the general, letting out a startled cry. All nearby Namekians gathered around, pointing at Shen San and chattering in a language he could not comprehend. Although they appeared casual, a sense of wariness lingered in their eyes. At that moment, a composed Namekian emerged from the largest building. Upon his arrival, the other Namekians instinctively parted to create a pathway. Esteemed guests, I am the current Grand Elder of Namek. What brings you to our world? The Grand Elder regarded Shen San and the general, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He sensed Shen San's subtle energy fluctuations, particularly the general's unabashed presence, which felt significantly more potent than the former Frisia. However, he also discerned that Shen San and the general bore no ill intentions, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, finally, someone whose speech I can comprehend. Shen San smiled and reassured him, there is no need for concern. I am acquainted with Sun Wukong and Piccolo. We happen to be passing through and would like to borrow the Dragon Balls for a brief time. Upon hearing the name Sun Wukong, the Grand Elder's apprehension completely dissipated. Ah, a friend of a friend. The Dragon Balls were just recently gathered. If you wish to use them, I will have them brought to you at once. Thank you for your kindness. Not at all. My people seldom utilize the Dragon Balls, and their collection is merely precautionary. The Grand Elder instructed several individuals to retrieve the Dragon Balls while he engaged Shen San in conversation. As their discussion deepened, Shen San's casual yet witty demeanor put the Grand Elder at ease, leading to an enthusiastic invitation for Shen San and the general to join him inside for a gathering. Shen San accepted, viewing it as an opportunity to experience the local customs, akin to a vacation. After more than an hour of enjoyable interaction, Shen San emerged with the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder and a group of Namekians followed closely behind, for only they understood the Namekian language. After arranging the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder stepped forward, and both parties called out together, "Come forth, Shenlong." In an instant, 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a dazzling flash, swiftly manifesting into a plump dragon adorned with wings. It gazed down at Shen San and his companions, buzzing in a deep voice, "State your wishes." The Grand Elder turned to Shen San, urging, "Friend, please articulate your desire. I shall convey it on your behalf." After a moment of contemplation, Shen San stroked his chin and declared, "My wish is to have an additional 10,000 wishes." The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow, perplexed, while the dragon, Nagalin, replied in a language comprehensible to Shen San, "Human, one must not be overly greedy, and I indeed cannot fulfill such a request. Please propose another." Shen San countered, "Then grant me 10,000 destroyers as my bodyguards." The dragon's astonishment was palpable. "You might as well kill me. Do you comprehend what a destroyer is? Since you can utter its name, you must know it is beyond my humble capabilities." After expressing discontent with Shen San's extravagant demands, he insisted, "Your requests are too grand. Do you have any other wishes? If not, I shall take my leave." Shen San, with a dismissive pout, responded, "All right then. Tell me which planet is home to beings skilled in ecology." This time, a glimmer of red flashed in Nagalin's eyes as he replied, "Planet Turoti, where the inhabitants excel in environmental ecology and are also adept in architecture. You still have 2 wishes remaining. Please state your second wish." "I wish for an angel to assist me with household chores." "Forget it, I cannot grant that." Shen San scoffed, "What kind of dragon are you? Fine, just send me and the general to planet Taroti. All right, off you go." With remarkable swiftness, Nagalin transported Shen San and the general, then promptly reverted to the form of a Dragon Ball, genuinely fearing Shen San might utter another outrageous request. The Grand Elder, seeing the matter concluded, waved his hand, signaling the other Namekians to attend to their tasks. He wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on Shen San's audacious wish for 10,000 additional desires. "By the way, what are these destroyers and angels? Why does Nagalin appear so fearful?" The Grand Elder pondered in confusion. Planet Turoti, he boasted a magnificent cityscape composed of exquisite architecture, with lush forests stretching endlessly and rivers and mountains intertwining in a complex dance. This planet had never graced the pages of Dragon Ball, yet Shen San did not dwell on its novelty. The universe is vast, after all, and encountering extraordinary beings is not uncommon. Strolling through the streets with the general, he listened to the unintelligible cries of vendors from all directions. Bewildered, he lamented, had he known that the seemingly ineffectual dragon could have taught him the language of Taroti, he would not find himself at a loss for words now. Was he to return home before figuring things out? Within the realm of commerce, he could exploit the shop's regulations to comprehend the universal language. However, after reconsidering, he dismissed the notion of heading back. Shen San, unperturbed, meandered with the general, observing the novel curiosities while remaining vigilant for anyone speaking a language he could comprehend. To his surprise, after wandering for a while, he came across a girl whose words he could understand. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Encounter with Tai Si, the impromptu translator general. "Doesn't that girl resemble someone? I'm faceblind. You take a look." Marshall, the girl's features bear some resemblance to Bulma, though her demeanor is quite different. Upon hearing this, Shen San suddenly realized. No wonder she seemed familiar. The girl could very well be Bulma's sister, Tai Si, who was exploring the universe. With this thought, Shen San hesitantly called out, "Tai Si." "Yes? Who's calling me?" Tai Si turned, perplexed. Although she had made many friends in the universe, she had only just arrived on planet Taroti, and her acquaintances were limited. Why would someone know her name? Tai Si's gaze fixed on Shen San's approaching figure, further deepening her confusion. "Sir, do we know each other?" "We do not. But I am acquainted with your sister, Bulma." Shen San extended his hand. "Greetings, I am Shen San." Upon hearing Bulma's name, Tai Si's expression shifted to one of recognition. She then reached out to shake Shen San's hand, smiling as she said, "Ah, someone from my hometown. How did you come to be on planet Taroti? I have some matters to attend to and was quite worried about not understanding the local language. Fortunately, I encountered you. Could you assist me?" Shen San cut to the chase. This made Tai Si hesitate. Although Shen San had mentioned Bulma's name, she was unfamiliar with his character. Being asked for help upon their first meeting made her wary of Shen San's intentions. "Mr. Shen, please hold on." Would you mind if I first spoke with Bulma? By all means, he replied. Without hesitation, Tai Si produced a communication device, remaining by Shen San's side as she dialed Bulma's number. Soon, Bulma's voice came through the device. What a surprise. You didn't even call when I got married, and now you're contacting me? What is up? Bulma, do you know someone named Shen San? I do. How do you know Shen San? He's right beside me. He wants me to help him with something, but I'm unsure if I can. So I thought I'd check with you first. Are you kidding? Do you know who Shen San is? Why would he need your help? Have you encountered an imposter? Shen San rolled his eyes at the phone and then took the device from Tai Si. Hey, does my voice sound like that of an imposter? It really is you. Boss Shen, why aren't you at the shop? How did you end up in the universe? Also, my sister is just an ordinary person. How can she help you? I may be formidable, but I don't understand the universal language, all right? I just wanted your sister to act as a translator. All right, hand the phone back to my sister. I'll talk. Shen San returned the device to Tai Si. After listening for a while, she turned and walked away, frequently glancing back at Shen San. Curious about their conversation. After more than 10 minutes, the call finally ended. Tai Si jogged back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mr. Shun, is it true that you can traverse the myriad realms? Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. Could you share the tales of your travels through the realms and your shop of blind boxes? Such fantastical material would be splendid for a book I wish to write. Titled The Merchant of Jars Traversing the Myriad Realms. What do you think? I find it agreeable, but the title needs adjustment. Let us call it Dragon Ball, The Jar Merchant. A thousandfold return. A title with such an intriguing cadence? Quite fascinating. Mr. Shun, please continue. Once the topic of profession arose, Tai Si became an inexhaustible source of conversation. Completely engrossed in the dialogue, Shen San shared many tales from the myriad realms. Their lively exchange continued until 8 in the evening. When Tai Si finally snapped back to reality, tapping her forehead. My apologies. I have a professional habit. When it comes to discussing books, I can go on indefinitely. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Mr. Shun, you mentioned needing me as a translator. That is quite simple. There is a universal language in the universe, which I can speak. Please, tell me what you require. Shen San shook his head. No need. Conversing with you is rather enjoyable. As I previously mentioned, I've come to learn that the inhabitants of Taro Te excel in ecology and architecture, hence I wish to bring a batch back to enhance my tent world. Tai Si hesitated again. Mr. Shin may not be aware, but while planet Taro Te appears harmonious on the surface, the populace is tightly controlled by the star's ruler. This ruler has a peculiar personality and a strong possessiveness. He would not allow anyone to take his people away. Moreover, the ruler is immensely powerful, said to be capable of easily obliterating a large mountain. Shen San found himself rendered speechless. After all that has been said, was it all in vain? To easily obliterate a mountain, is that not a feat achievable with mere hands? Not to mention hands, he could effortlessly reduce that mountain to dust with a single glance. He could annihilate the world at will. As for whether the so-called Xingzhu would agree, does he even need their consent? If it weren't for his noble character, he would be disinclined to ask and would have simply packed up and left. Observing Shen San's dismissive demeanor, Ta Ec suddenly recalled that this individual was a supreme being capable of traversing the myriad realms, and thus found herself at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, Ta Ec spoke again. I can serve as a translator for Mr. Shan, but please, this is one of the few relatively peaceful planets in the universe, so I implore you, Mr. Shan, to refrain from being forceful. As for the people I need, I merely wish for them to transform their world within the tents. When they wish to return, I shall naturally escort them back. Shen San sensed the most formidable aura of Ta Luo Te Xing, which must belong to the so-called Xingzhu. Let us proceed to meet this Xingzhu. He grasped Ta Ec's shoulder and, alongside the general, took a step forward, instantaneously arriving in a magnificent palace. At the center sat a 3-meter-tall figure, entirely red, with 2 black horns adorning its head, who was currently engaged in a meal, completely unaware of their intrusion. It only noticed them when its peripheral vision caught sight of them, prompting it to stand in alarm and exclaim, "Who are you?" "We are." Ta Ec took the initiative to explain, revealing Shen San's intentions. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing that they sought to take someone, the Xingzhu's possessive instincts surged uncontrollably, leading it to resolutely refuse. Ta Ec shook her head. "Mr. Shun, he has declined." "Oh, is that so?" Shen San narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura reminiscent of a mere tip of an iceberg. Ta Ec, ask him once more. Very well. Ta Ec posed the question again, yet received no response for an extended period. The previously furious Xingzhu now appeared terrified, its feet trembling uncontrollably. In the next moment, all its possessiveness was cast aside, and it knelt upon the ground. Although it harbored a strong desire for possession, in the face of death, such sentiments could be disregarded. Chapter 74. Entering the Sixth Universe. The arrival of the Angel of Destruction, things became simpler thereafter. With a single series of punches, Shen San subdued the Xingzhu, who then obediently provided 30,000 top-tier talents. Busy until past 11 o'clock, Shen San finally departed the palace at 11:30, amidst the Xingzhu's respectful demeanor. Standing outside the palace, he contemplated before turning to ask, "Are you planning to stay here or leave with me first?" "Let us leave first. I shudder to think what the Xingzhu might do to me in your absence." Ta Ec sighed. Shen San nodded, then cast a barrier around Ta Ec using his powers, before taking her hand and entering the cosmos. In the boundless darkness of the vast universe, Ta Ec felt a flicker of fear. "Mr. Shen, are we returning home or visiting another planet?" "There is no rush to return. Let us explore first." Shen San said little more, guiding himself and a panda through the cosmos until they swiftly reached the edge of the universe. He then placed his hand upon the surface of the cosmic barrier. Ultimately, he did not intend to blast through it. Instead, he simply traversed it with ease. At the moment they crossed the cosmic barrier, Baduo, located on a distant planet, sensed a disturbance. "Lord Xiangpa, what is it? Can't you see I am indulging in a feast?" "Whatever it is, it can wait." Long-term gluttony had turned Xiangpa into a little chubby figure, who was currently engrossed in devouring what it deemed delicacies, utterly disinterested in Baduo's urgency. "This is a matter of great significance. It seems we cannot afford to delay." Baduo raised her crystal staff, instantly projecting the scene of Shen San and his companions. "Lord Xiangpa, look." Upon hearing it was an urgent matter, Xiangpa finally lifted its head, but was met with confusion upon seeing the projected image. "Baduo, what are you doing? What value do those insignificant beings hold? They are not worth my attention when there is food to be savored." Hearing this, Baduo gently rubbed her forehead, her expression tinged with helplessness. "Lord Xiangpa, those three are not life forms from the Sixth Universe. They seem to hail from the Seventh Universe." "What?" Only then did Xiangpa take notice. "Why are they not accompanied by that fellow Beerus? How did they breach the cosmic barrier?" "It appears they have mastered a form of instantaneous movement that disregards the barrier of the universe. That individual is quite intriguing." Baduo chuckled softly. Xiangpa raised an eyebrow, smirking wickedly. "It seems they are esteemed life forms nurtured by the Seventh Universe, yet traversing the universe without permission is a grave offense. I shall eliminate them at once." Baduo. "Ah, very well." Baduo understood Xiangpa's intentions. She was well aware that this was an opportunity to vex Beerus, her brother and rival. Moreover, traversing the universe without consent was indeed prohibited. From any perspective, Baduo could not refute Xiangpa's reasoning. The angel's unique mode of movement resembled entering a portal of vibrant colors. In a matter of minutes, they arrived at a planet, positioning themselves before Shen San and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Shen San furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that crossing the cosmic barrier would attract the attention of the god of destruction and angels, yet he did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. However, it mattered not. With the general at his side, he was eager to test his own strength against that of the god of destruction. "Ta Ec, please enter the tent world." Shen San produced the tent and gently pushed the bewildered Ta Ec inside, retracting it afterward to exchange smiles with Xiangpa. Xiangpa chuckled in response. "How amusing. Your gaze suggests you wish to challenge me. That Beerus fellow has indeed raised quite the arrogant individual. Nonetheless, traversing the universe without permission is a crime. Killing you would surely anger Beerus. How delightful it is to see Beerus frustrated and powerless against me. It seems you have delivered yourself to your own demise. Prepare to meet your end." Shen San shook his head, realizing that he had been mistaken for one of Beerus's protégés. "Hey, chubby one, if you wish to kill me, feel free to try." "Kid, what did you just call me?" Xiangpa's expression darkened. Shen San taunted. "Not fond of that name." "Very well, I shall simply call you Fatty. It is straightforward, convenient, memorable, and fitting to your appearance." Hee, this gentleman is quite amusing. I must admit, it is rather fitting." Baduo enjoyed the unfolding spectacle. Xiangpa's fury escalated, his expression growing increasingly menacing. "Damn it, you insolent brat, You shall perish. General, keep an eye on that angel. Huh. Shen San unleashed his full power. Golden flames erupting as thunder enveloped the heavens. Two ethereal forms emerged from his back, soaring toward the sky, seemingly gazing down at Xiangpa, their eyes radiating an unassailable authority. The sudden transformation startled both Xiangpa and Ba Duosi. Being supreme beings, they possessed extraordinary vision. Xiangpa exclaimed in shock, "What? You exude a divine aura, and those two phantoms possess the essence of law. How is this possible? Damn it, how could Beerus have found someone like you?" However, despite the flashy display, the laws are still weak. I must kill you today. Xiangpa would never admit to jealousy. Meanwhile, Ba Duosi's expression grew exceedingly grave. Although angels and gods were understood to possess only creative and destructive laws, they were well aware of the 3,000 laws within the universe. Each law comprehended could elevate one to the status of a deity. If there were such a figure beside Bylus, it would be quite normal for Xiangpa to be unaware. Yet she undoubtedly knows this individual is not affiliated with Bylus. The divine aura, the frenzied state, and the possession of incomprehensible laws. Who could this person be? In that moment, Betis also found herself perplexed. Upon hearing Xiangpa's words, Shen San twisted his head, provocatively beckoning with his hand. Come, let us see if you can truly handle this. I could use some physical activity. The audacity of such provocation was reckless, a surefire path to calamity. In an instant, Xiangpa appeared before Shen San, launching a punch with unrestrained force. Surprised, Shen San reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to shield his face. Upon the collision of fist and arm, an overwhelming force struck him. He quickly cast a probing divine eye. Truly, as a god of destruction, Xiangpa's rage was at a level surpassing his own, potentially reaching a point of unimaginable power with a few more roars. Indeed, he was a formidable being of the universe. As he deactivated the probing eye, Xiangpa's devastating might sent him hurtling back several kilometers. The general furrowed his brow at this spectacle but, recalling Shen San's earlier words, refrained from intervening, choosing instead to closely monitor Betis's movements. With a triumphant laugh, Xiangpa exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I told you it was all show. You couldn't even withstand my punch. What are you boasting about? Is that so? Then why not take a punch from me and see for yourself?" Shen San had somehow positioned himself behind Xiangpa, and in the midst of her astonished gaze, he delivered a powerful blow to her chin. In the next moment, a violet beam of light shot into the cosmos, shattering several small asteroids. Betis remained impassive. This level of attack was merely a tickle to Xiangpa. If this individual possessed only such power, he stood no chance against her. Just as Betis contemplated this, Xiangpa returned, her demeanor eerily calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Not a soul has dared to touch me for countless ages. You, boy, are impressive. However, Xiangpa slowly raised her right hand, a deep purple energy swirling as a destructive law warped the very fabric of space. I no longer wish to play. Perish. What was that? Xiangpa's eyes widened in disbelief. A row of golden, mysterious rods emerged to shield Shen San, and her destructive energy sphere struck the surface of the rods without penetrating even a fraction. The once invincible nature of destruction proved utterly ineffective against the golden rods. Despite living for countless years, she had never encountered anything capable of resisting destruction. Nearby, Betis's heart raced. Not only Xiangpa, but even she had never seen a rod immune to destructive energy. Even the hardest steel in the universe could not withstand such power. Today, as an angel, she was witnessing something remarkably novel. Those golden rods were the Dinghai Shenzhen, and standing behind them, Shen San's lips curled into a delightful smile. The Dinghai Shenzhen, belonging to the primordial era, rendered any thoughts of destruction utterly futile. As the destructive energy sphere dissipated, he commanded the Dinghai Shenzhen to orbit around him, extending his arms wide. Let me show you something refreshing. With a whoosh, thousands of Dinghai Shenzhen appeared around Shen San, forming a domain of golden rods. They danced joyfully, swirling around him like children frolicking around their father, eagerly awaiting his command. This scene left Xiangpa utterly astonished, while Betis's expression shifted with uncertainty. At that moment, Shen San gently waved at Xiangpa. "Children, attack." As the words left his mouth, the thousands of Dinghai Shenzhen shot forth like arrows, creating a dazzling golden torrent that dazzled under the sun. They quickly formed a trap around Xiangpa, relentlessly assaulting her. At last, Xiangpa regained her composure, her expression darkening. "Boy, What does it matter if you possess such wondrous weapons? Your power remains evident. You are still too immature to harm me. Once I dispose of you, these golden rods will belong to me. Is that so? Then come and try to seize them. Shen San summoned a Dinghai Shenzhen into his hand and plunged into the torrent, seizing an opening. He pressed down with fervor, roaring, Dahuang Shenjiang. In an instant, the Dinghai Shenzhen nearby evaded autonomously. A colossal hand of energy, seemingly capable of enveloping the entire world, materialized above Xiangpa, appearing effortlessly destructive. Betis couldn't help but gasp. The fusion of space was indeed formidable. Xiangpa, witnessing this, bellowed at the giant hand. Not a chance. Merely infused with space, I shall obliterate you. In an instant, she conjured a massive sphere of destruction and hurled it at the Dahuang Shenjiang. Upon their collision, no grand spectacle erupted. Xiangpa's destructive laws overwhelmed the spatial laws of Dahuang Shenjiang, obliterating it almost instantaneously. However, at that moment, Shen San appeared just above Xiangpa, clutching the Dinghai Shenzhen with a manic grin. Is that all you know how to do? My rod can do the same. With each utterance of Da, the Dinghai Shenzhen multiplied exponentially, growing to an immense length, distorting the very space as it descended. Xiangpa's complexion shifted as she attempted to evade. Shen San bellowed once more. You shall not escape. The law of life will bind you. Streams of vibrant, emerald light erupted from his being, cascading to the ground, causing the flora to flourish wildly, entwining Xiangpa in numerous vines as she sought to evade. Shen San was aware that the vines would not restrain Xiangpa for long, but even a moment's delay would suffice. With laughter echoing around him, he accelerated the motions of the Dinghai Shenzhen. Ha ha ha, what does it matter if you are a god of destruction? Take this from me. The Dinghai Shenzhen struck Xiangpa with force, pressing her down towards the planet. As the rod made contact with the planet's surface, the ground fractured, fissures spreading infinitely, oceans capsizing, and volcanoes erupting, culminating in a deafening explosion as the entire planet shattered into countless fragments. Shen San stood proudly atop a Dinghai Shenzhen, shouldering the rod that had returned to its original size, surrounded by thousands more, gazing triumphantly at the shattered remnants of the planet. The angel Betis transitioned from astonishment to profound contemplation. Life, space, combat, the golden rods, and that transformation into a yellow-haired form that exponentially increased strength. This individual before her seemed to harbor great secrets. Yet, as an angel, bound to neutrality, she hesitated to intervene unless absolutely necessary, yearning to seize Shen San and uncover the truth. Lord Xiangpa is about to become furious. I wonder if that charming young man has any further tricks up his sleeve. Betis observed the fragmented planet, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Just then, Xiangpa emerged from the debris, a trace of purple blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet her expression was disturbingly serene, as if nothing had transpired. She halted a mere 100 meters from Shen San, a purple aura erupting from her form, escalating wildly. Shen San felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively activating another probing divine eye. Oh no, she is genuinely enraged. The numerical values of Xiangpa are surging uncontrollably, surpassing the realms of Gai, Ji, and Wuchao, and still climbing. Bai Ji, Qian Ji, Rang, by Rang, Qian Rang. Shen San's eyelids twitch violently as he observes the escalating numbers of Xiangpa suddenly. A searing pain shoots through his abdomen, and with a cry of agony, he launches into the depths of the universe, shattering several small asteroids before coming to a halt. At this moment, Xiangpa slowly retracts his hand, instantly reappearing above Shen San and extending a hand towards his head. Destruction, a form of flora. Shen San, with no time to think, retaliates with a strike against Xiangpa's arm, deflecting his hand just enough to utilize a fleeting moment to evade. However, Xiangpa seems to anticipate Shen San's location, delivering a punch to his head, followed by a relentless flurry of punches. Arrogant, isn't he? Wasn't he just brimming with confidence? Why has he lost that bravado now? To dare to harm me, your sins are unforgivable. Shen San feels the pain coursing through his body, and his pupils flicker with light. Grasping the Dinghai Shenzhen, he strikes the destructive energy ball away. He then gazes at the utterly serious Xiangpa, his blood boiling at that moment, the cells within his body invigorated. Heh, since it has come to this, I shall display my own arrogance once more. Just to show you, little chubby one. No injury realm king fist, 6 times amplification. Light domain activated. The first gate of 8 gates of Duanjia opened. The second gate opened. The third gate opened. Open, open, open. The Ju Xian sword emerges. In this chapter, Shen San unleashes all his might. With a 10,000 times amplification of the Realm King Fist, 10,000 times amplification of the 8 gates of Duanjia, and 10,000 times amplification of the Light Domain. He is imbued with a ferocious power. His combat value skyrockets, surpassing Guy and entering Ji, still rising uncontrollably. Ji's value jumps to Rang in an instant, and then to Go in less than a second. At this point, he has already eclipsed Xiang Pa. Shen San wields the Ju Xian sword, coldly observing Xiang Pa, whose complexion shifts repeatedly. Now, little chubby one, do you dare to claim that I lack the qualifications to be arrogant before you? Xiang Pa's heart races. It wishes to retort, but the sight of the current Shen San fills it with dread, especially in the presence of that strange and mysterious sword, leaving it parched. Nearby, the angel Bados' expression has completely changed. She understands that Shen San has now surpassed Xiang Pa. If these two unleash their full potential, the entire 6th universe would be doomed. Not only here, but all angels across the universes sense the disturbance. The crystal ball reflects Shen San's visage, and those destruction gods are startled into action at the sight of his cold and wild face. All the angels frantically tag Bados. Bados, who is that person? The aura has reached our universe. When did your universe acquire such a powerful human? This situation feels off. It seems that the human and that little chubby Xiang Pa are engaged in a life and death duel. Is that human truly from your universe? My goodness, have you noticed? The golden rods surrounding that human and the sword covered in mysterious patterns give me a distinctly dangerous feeling. It exploded, completely detonated. Bados' crystal staff projects the images of all destruction gods, who long to leap from the images to investigate. One image stands out, that of the angel Weiss. He had encountered Shen San before. Within a short time, Shen San has reached this level, surpassing the destruction god of the 6th universe. This is indeed monumental. Weiss's astonishment rivals that of the other destruction gods. Seeing Shen San momentarily inactive, Bados speaks up. This is a question for Weiss. That human entered the 6th universe from the 7th. He is a human from the 7th universe. Asking me is futile, for this is my first encounter with him as well. Upon hearing this, all destruction gods and angels turn to Weiss, whose hairline surpasses even that of Sun Wukong. Ahem. Weiss clears his throat. I have indeed seen that human, but it was over a month ago, and at that time, his strength was still quite weak. I do not know how he has achieved such power akin to a destruction god in just over a month. Upon hearing this, all destruction gods and angels were expressions of disbelief. Weiss, whether we believe you or not, this is a significant matter. Look at that human. He possesses several laws that even deities find difficult to comprehend. Aside from you, who in the 7th universe could teach them? Beerus? He cannot even master them himself. Nonsense. Achieving the power of a destruction god in just over a month? Weiss, do you think we're 3-year-olds? Enough, enough. That human is about to act. It must be under Beerus's instructions. Those two brothers have never gotten along, and it is certainly Beerus who sent that human to confront Xiang Pa. Let us place our bets. I have long been displeased with that little chubby Xiang Pa, and I bet that human can pin him down in the universe. The atmosphere shifts dramatically. Among all destruction gods, Xiang Pa has truly poor rapport, as there is not a single destruction god who does not wish to see him get punished. At this moment, Bados shakes her head. Stop. If these two are allowed to unleash their full power, the entire universe will be annihilated in an instant. Weiss, you must provide clarity. Is that human a candidate for the next destruction god you have secretly trained? No. Weiss appears helpless. If that were the case, would I conceal such a monumental matter? I have only seen that human twice, and both times it was through the crystal. I have never met him in person. Hearing this, Bados and the other angels show expressions of contemplation. However, they cannot fathom how this human could have reached the level of a destruction god without Weiss's guidance. As Bados sees Shen San moving, she intends to intervene. A black and white, plump figure swiftly blocks her path. It is the general, who has been closely monitoring Bados' state. The moment it stands in front of Bados, it replicates her full combat prowess. Sensing the aura radiating from the general, all angels straighten their posture in shock, their brows knitting tightly together. Who is this? This is the first thought of all the angels. Upon seeing the general, they begin to believe that Shen San is not trained by Weiss. Even if Weiss could cultivate a destruction god's strength, he could never train an angel's power. At this moment, the destruction gods also notice the unusual behavior of the angels. After inquiring, There is silence. Endless silence. All angels and destruction gods fixate on the black and white general, engulfed in profound silence. After a moment, Bato speaks. Friend, you should be well aware of the consequences of allowing them to continue fighting. Please have your disciple cease hostilities. We can discuss matters at a leisurely pace. The general shakes its head. You are mistaken. I cannot serve as the marshal's mentor. I am merely a subordinate of the marshal. Furthermore, the marshal is currently enjoying himself. No one is permitted to interrupt. You should step aside and wait until the marshal is finished playing before we talk. What? Marshal? Subordinate? The expressions of Batos and the other top deities shift dramatically. An angel's power is merely a subordinate? Then what is the hidden strength of that human? Or does that human have an unimaginably vast force behind him? Batos' expression fluctuates wildly. Before she can speak, a spatial portal opens before all the angels, and a grand voice resonates in the ears of every angel and destruction god. It is an otherworldly being. Follow me to conquer. At your command, great priest. A group of angels and destruction gods dare not hesitate for a moment, instantly traversing the spatial portal and appearing on the battlefield. Subsequently, an angel emerged from a swirling vortex above, and the supreme priest stepped out, prompting all the destroying gods to respectfully greet him. The supreme priest paid them no heed, his gaze calmly fixating on Shen San, who was hanging up the Xiang Pa for punishment, and then shifted to the general. At that moment, the general also met the supreme priestess' gaze, instantly replicating all of the supreme priestess' combat capabilities and skills due to his unique 50-50 trait. Thereafter, in the face of the general's astonishing display, he flickered with rapid movements, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that sent all the destroying gods and angels flying. Shock enveloped the scene as the angels and destroying gods crawled out from the shattered stars, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was a grave misjudgment. The black and white being was no mere angelic warrior. The pressure emanating from it rivaled that of the supreme priest. Cold sweat began to bead on the foreheads of all the destroying gods, while the general stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the supreme priest. I have warned you, he stated. None shall disturb the marshal. Anyone who approaches within 10,000 kilometers shall perish. Chapter 77. Stirring a hornet's nest and running away. Truly thrilling. A sword, as cold as frost, swept across the 14 provinces. Within a vast expanse of the universe, unmatched sword lights incessantly flickered, cleaving through planets and asteroids alike into fragments. Caught in this tempest of sword light, Xiang Pa was already battered and bruised, his body marred by the radiance from the immortal sword. A deep gash across his chest revealed bone beneath, with purple blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Xiang Pa noticed the arrival of the angels and the supreme priest, and his heart surged with joy, albeit fleetingly, as he witnessed the general's swift obliteration of both heaven and the destroyers. His first thought was one of despair. He had kicked a hornet's nest. Soon after, he felt a chilling light at his throat. His last thought was a farewell to the delicacies he cherished. However, Xiang Pa felt no pain and, in confusion, opened his eyes to see Shen San stepping back. Why? He inquired, bewildered. Haha, I am merely a merchant, Shen San replied. I merely wish to have some fun. I never intended to take your life, little chubby one. Shen San's gaze shifted to the array of astonished and wary angels. The general's 50-50 trait allowed only the replication of an existing power, not the accumulation of strength as depicted in novels. If the supreme priest intervened, with the other angels and destroyers supporting him, the general would not emerge victorious. He knew that prolonging the battle could lead to dire consequences should the supreme priest react. Little chubby one, may we meet again by chance. Shen San waved goodbye to Xiang Pa, then turned to the general, calling out, General, the winds are fierce. Let us depart. As you command, Marshal, the general replied, instantly returning to Shen San's side before entering the mobile tent produced by Shen San. After securing the tent, Shen San retrieved a scroll, tore it apart, and a luminous circle enveloped him. He smiled and waved at the angels and the supreme priest. Farewell, everyone. Do visit my shop when you have the time. Why should know where my establishment is located? I look forward to our next encounter. With that, the teleportation scroll whisked him back to the blind box shop, while the supreme priest refrained from intervening. At that moment, all the angels and destroyers gathered behind the supreme priest, their expressions grave. Father, one must maintain professionalism in their duties. Indeed, supreme priest, Babadasai chuckled softly, clutching his stomach. What shall we do next? Please advise, Supreme Priest. In response, the Supreme Priest withdrew his gaze from the direction Shen San had vanished, focusing instead on a suddenly appearing dwarf, slightly bowing in deference. Upon seeing the newcomer, all the destroying gods bent at a 180-degree angle. Even the severely injured Xiang Pa, feeling as if he had survived a calamity, approached and bowed, his movements fluid. The newcomer was none other than the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball realm, the Omni King. All the destroying gods held their breath, not daring to exhale. The Omni King's expression belied his childlike appearance, his gaze traversing the infinite expanse, settling upon the seventh universe, yet no anomalies were discernible to him, his countenance subtly shifting. The Supreme Priest noted this and turned his attention to Weiss. That human claimed to be merely a merchant, with his shop situated in the seventh universe. He mentioned you would know which planet it is. Please enlighten us. All the angels and destroyers fixed their eyes on Weiss, including the Omni King and his two attendants. After a moment of contemplation, Weiss shared all he knew about Shen San. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Priest pondered briefly. Aside from the angels and destroyers of the sixth and seventh universes, let all others return to their respective realms, fulfilling their duties while awaiting further instructions. Remember, beings from beyond our domain are not easily dealt with. Until we ascertain their intentions, all must enter a state of readiness. Understood, Supreme Priest. We shall take our leave now. Take care, Omni King. With the exception of the angels and destroyers from the sixth and seventh universes, the remaining destroying gods departed under the guidance of the angels, deeply shaken. The Supreme Priest furrowed his brow. Weiss, where is Beerus? Oh dear. Lord Beerus is currently engrossed in slumber, fast asleep on Destroyer Planet. Woe is me for my years of idleness, Weiss replied, unabashedly reporting. Babadasai chimed in. And Lord Xiang Pa is no different, solely focused on indulging in delicacies. Look how plump he has become. Had he been slimmer, he wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat earlier. Goodness, Babadasai, you rascal. Xiang Pa noted the subtle shift in the Omni King's expression, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Fortunately, the Omni King said little, merely nodding gently to the Supreme Priest before grasping his attendant's hand and departing. The Supreme Priest then turned his gaze towards the seventh universe. Weiss, Babadasai, Xiang Pa, accompany me. Understood. The two angels responded with little change in expression, but Xiang Pa appeared reluctant, harboring a tinge of fear from the earlier encounter. Yet he dared not refuse, following them into the spatial passage. In an instant, they traversed the cosmos, and the four supreme beings materialized on a planet. Upon their arrival, the Supreme Priest and Weiss immediately sensed something unusual. Supreme Priest, there seems to be a place on this planet obscured by some entity. I cannot sense or see it. Weiss remarked. Indeed, the Supreme Priest nodded. A section of land spanning 10 kilometers appears to have detached from the universe. If that powerful being is present, it must be within. However, hesitation crept into the Supreme Priest's demeanor, for if even he could not sense the presence within, it was likely that it housed a being beyond his capabilities. The dilemma of whether to proceed or retreat loomed large. Yet, as inevitable contact with this force awaited, the Supreme Priest was not one to waver. Let us go and meet these two formidable beings. Very well, the four of them flashed into the vicinity of the shop. By this time, the night had grown late, the clock nearing the early hours of the morning. Yet the doors of the blind box shop stood wide open, aglow with light. The four of them strolled slowly toward the shop when suddenly, a voice emerged from within a tent. It is closing time. Esteemed guests are welcome to come in for a chat. Weiss and the others turned to the Supreme Priest. Having ascended to his current status, the Supreme Priest was not one to shy away from challenges and stepped into the tent world without hesitation. A tent that forms its own realm. This is intriguing, Babadasai remarked, stifling a chuckle. Weiss examined the new world around him, while the Supreme Priestess' gaze fixed directly upon Shen San, who was engaged in presenting peculiar creatures and tarot beings. Please hold for a moment, esteemed guests. Shen San turned and smiled. Once the store manager has arranged matters, he will graciously offer a cup of tea to the guests who have traveled from afar. Chapter 78, Under the Night Sky. The High Priest and Angels of Destruction arrive. Little Chubby, we meet again. Release all the life forms that have been modified to reshape the tent world and assign the two from number 18 to assist the general with subsequent affairs. Finally, Shen San found the time to approach the High Priest and his companions. Let us go inside and converse, he said, leading the way out of the tent world. The high priest and the two angels followed silently, smiling. The last to walk, Xiang Pa, gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing his anger. Do not be angry. Absolutely must not be angry. However, the thought of that brat calling him little chubby truly provoked his ire. Xiang Pa glared at Shen San's retreating figure, wishing he could swallow him whole. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not compete with Shen San, especially with a formidable life form capable of sending angels flying still present, turning his fury into a sense of frustration. Having been a god of destruction for countless eons, he had never encountered such vexation before. One person, three angels, and a god of destruction entered the store, each carrying distinct emotions. Shen San welcomed them to sit and poured each a steaming cup of tea. Do enjoy, the tea is complimentary, and if you require more, do not hesitate to serve yourselves. In response to Shen San's somewhat familiar demeanor, Bados and Weiss did not overthink it and smiled as they sipped their tea. The high priest raised his cup as well, but instead of drinking, he gently swirled the contents. My friend, to arrive uninvited is rather impolite, wouldn't you agree? What is impolite about it? This establishment is situated here without causing you any detriment, only advantage. In truth, you are the ones who benefit, Shen San replied, leaning back against the sofa. Upon hearing this, the high priest furrowed his brow slightly. You beings from beyond the realms have tangled the branch timelines into chaos. Pray tell, how is that advantageous? What? Shen San was taken aback. Beings from beyond the realms? Are there not visitors from other timelines as well? The high priest smiled faintly. They are all entities from beyond, endowed with remarkable talents and considerable strength. It is impossible to fully expel them. Countless branch timelines have been irreparably damaged by their meddling. Upon hearing this explanation, Shen San began to clarify matters. The beings from beyond mentioned by the high priest were likely not time travelers. This indicated that the Dragon Ball system differed significantly from the original narrative. However, it was also plausible that the beings from beyond were denizens of the demon realm. Given that both sides were sworn enemies, they were distinct entities, and the store manager was a separate individual. They must not be conflated. Shen San pointed towards the blind boxes and jars on the counter. I am merely a merchant, selling the blind boxes and jars on this counter at fair prices. Should treasures be unveiled, customers could amass great wealth. The golden rod and the absolute immortal sword you witnessed earlier are extraordinary weapons, and similar wonders can be found within the blind boxes and jars. According to this understanding, would you say the store manager is here to disrupt or to enhance the overall strength of your realm? Upon hearing this, Bados and Weiss felt a jolt of excitement. They had observed the entire process and recognized the formidable power of the Dinghai Pearl and the absolute immortal sword. Particularly, the immunity to destruction implied that as long as a powerful human wielded the golden rod, it could be interpreted that they could indeed contend with a god of destruction. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Bados and Weiss had encountered numerous beings from beyond, some good, some evil, and even some half-human, half-demon hybrids. But this was their first experience with a merchant from beyond selling jars and blind boxes. At that moment, a faint tearing sound caught the attention of Weiss and the two angels. It was Xiang Pa, who, feeling idle, noticed several packages with red wrappings on the table. Without thinking, he picked one up and, after inspecting it for a moment, accidentally tore open the bag, revealing rows of red items inside. A peculiar fragrance wafted forth, instantly awakening Xiang Pa's cravings. He grabbed one and tossed it into his mouth, the spicy flavor exploding on his taste buds, causing his eyes to shine with delight. Were it not for the high priestess' presence, he would have shouted to the heavens, "This is delectable." Gulping, Weiss could not suppress his saliva. Bados appeared more composed, yet he too seemed to yearn for a taste. The high priest simply toyed with his teacup. Truth be told, he did not entirely believe Shen San's words. However, there was no immediate solution, as the one called General was his equal in strength. Should a conflict arise, not only this universe, but all universes could face obliteration. Even if they emerged victorious, what would it matter? The time required to recreate the current pinnacle of the universe was incalculable, and the Demon Clan was ever watchful. In a scenario where both sides suffered, the Demon Clan would reap the benefits. The high priest wished to avoid such a scene. For now, the best course of action was to remain passive and observe whether, as Shen San claimed, opening a store in the main world would yield only benefits. If indeed there were advantages, he would not be unwelcoming. Friend, what do you go by? Shen San. A rather peculiar name. May I inquire about the value of your blind boxes and jars? Shen San succinctly outlined the prices of the black iron blind box and the King's jar. Then continued, the prices are determined based on the exchange rate of this planet. Should you lack currency from this planet, you may use treasures such as gold for exchange, with the rate set by me. However, today's business hours have concluded. We open at 8 in the morning and close at 5 in the evening. This is a rigid rule that cannot be broken. Should you wish to partake, please return tomorrow with the necessary funds. Shen San yawned. This establishment is neutral. You need not harbor excessive suspicion towards me. It is getting late, so if there are no further matters, please return tomorrow. Indeed, I apologize for the intrusion. The high priest did not inquire further and rose to leave. Weiss and Bados followed suit, while Xiang Pa cast a lingering glance at the remaining spicy strips before departing. The four deities stepped outside the store, their gazes drawn to the two guardian beasts at the foot of the heavenly ladder. Weiss, Bados, what are your thoughts? They do not appear to be lying, yet one must not take all matters at face value. Did Mr. Shen not mention that the store operates every morning? We can come to try it out when it opens. I too believe Mr. Shen does not seem to be lying. The one called General is formidable, and the two slumbering beasts are equally not to be underestimated. With such high combat prowess, should they wish to enact something, they need not resort to any schemes. Weiss and Bados shared their opinions. The high priest nodded. You three shall stay on this planet for now. In the morning, we will explore those blind boxes and jars. If they truly benefit us, establishing a friendship is not out of the question. I must return to report to the All-King. Should anything arise, contact me immediately. Understood. High Priest. Chapter 79. Xiang Pa cannot stop drinking Wangzai the next morning. A thick fog suddenly enveloped the prairie, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet this did not deter the resolve of those eager to open blind boxes. They arrived at the blind box store early, waiting in the mist. Weiss and the others stood amidst the dense fog, waiting. Soon, the clock struck 8. The store door opened punctually. Dozens of people surged inside, forming an orderly line. Once Satan completed the payment, everyone clutched their respective blind boxes and jars, seeking comfortable spots to unveil their treasures. Cheers of joy and groans of disappointment quickly intertwined. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Some struck it rich, while others faced bankruptcy. This was a heart-pounding game. Oh my, it truly is possible to unearth items that enhance strength. It seems Mr. Shen was not lying. Weiss chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Today, a considerable number of individuals opened blind boxes and discovered remarkable items. With his discerning eye, he could effortlessly assess the extent of power these items conferred. However, one should not hastily draw conclusions. The items unearthed by those humans were not particularly formidable. As for Mr. Shen's assertion that one could obtain those golden rods, further observation is necessary to ascertain the truth. Badosi gently shook his head. We have also discovered a significant amount of gold. Since we are here, why not partake in the experience? Upon hearing this, Weiss and Xiang Pa did not object. Their primary purpose was to validate the authenticity of the blind boxes and jars. Witnessing is far less engaging than personal experience. Subsequently, the trio approached the front desk. Smiling at Shen San, who was engrossed in petting a cat. Mr. Shen, it's good to see you again. Enough with the antics. You all have been waiting outside for several hours. Shen San patted Zhu Qing's little head, signaling her to entertain herself for a while. Come. If you wish to verify the authenticity of the blind boxes, then proceed to make your payment and open them. After having experienced Mr. Shen's tent world the previous night, Weiss felt inspired. He smiled and placed a black stone on the counter. This iron ball has been modified based on Mr. Shen's tent world. It contains an area of 10 kilometers, and the funds for opening the blind boxes are within. Upon hearing this, Shen San picked it up and glanced at it, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. The space indeed measured 10 kilometers, filled to the brim with treasures such as gold. Dear guests, have you gathered the treasures of an entire planet? Haha, there are countless uninhabited planets in the universe, and many contain gold and similar items. The gold within this stone represents all the minerals of a small planet, Badosi remarked. Mr. Shen, is that gold enough for the three of us to open the jars? Certainly. Shen San directly retrieved 15 King's jars from the counter. As I mentioned last night, first-time guests may only open 5 jars in a day, with a maximum of 20. You three are among the most esteemed deities in the universe, and it is only fitting that you utilize the King's jars. The gold and treasures within the stone are ample. Feel free to open them. And should your funds run low, I shall remind you. He gestured invitingly. Xiang Pa was the first to reach for a jar. I'll go first. I want to see if it's truly magical. He struck the jar's surface with a hand chop, but the jar remained utterly unyielding. Ba Dosi interjected, Lord Xiangpa. Mr. Shen explained last night that the jars can only be opened with the hammer nearby. Humph. I refuse to believe that only a hammer can open it. I am the god of destruction. What can a mere jar do to me? Xiangpa disregarded Ba Dosi's words entirely. He increased his strength and punched the jar's surface. With a resounding thud, the jar did not even tremble. Xiangpa's frustration grew, and he unleashed a flurry of punches, each more forceful than the last. Yet the jar remained unscathed. Meanwhile, his fists visibly swelled. Ba Dosi said nothing further, observing the spectacle with amusement. Weiss stifled a yawn. Shen San rested his head on one hand, quietly watching Xiangpa's performance. Others opening blind boxes became intrigued and surrounded Xiangpa. Feeling the attention, Xiangpa's face flushed, and his competitive spirit surged. He extended his palm toward the jar, gathering purple destructive energy. Destruction. Jar, prepare for a bath. Yet, he fell silent. His most formidable ability was destruction, yet the impact on the jar's surface caused not a ripple. What to do? With so many watching, the god of destruction unable to destroy a jar would be a severe blow to his pride. If he had known, he would not have boasted earlier. Ultimately, Ba Dosi could no longer bear to watch and handed a hammer to Xiangpa. Enough of this. If you cannot destroy the golden rods, do not expect to open the jars. Be obedient and take the hammer. Hearing this, Xiangpa silently began to wield the hammer. Under the hammer's force, the king's jar seemed to shed its pride and shattered instantaneously. Congratulations, little fatty. You have obtained a case of Wangzai milk. What is this? Xiangpa scrutinized the Wangzai milk floating above the shattered jar fragments, his expression one of utter confusion. Shen San explained, it is a type of beverage. A case contains 24 cans. Open the case, take out a can of Wangzai milk, and pull the tab to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa gulped. How does this milk compare to that red strip food I had last night? The taste is different and entirely subjective, but for you, whether it is spicy strips or milk, both are rare delicacies, Shen San chuckled. A cup of instant noodles could delight Xiangpa's palate, so the spicy strips and uniquely flavored milk would surely enchant him as well. Upon hearing the explanation, Xiangpa eagerly opened the case, followed Shen San's instructions to pull the tab, and as the milk flowed down his throat, goosebumps erupted all over his body, and every cell seemed to dance with excitement. Xiangpa's eyes widened in astonishment. It is truly exquisite. Is it really that remarkable? The onlookers were puzzled. Beverages like milk were ubiquitous. Yet was there something special about the one from the jar, or was that purple chubby fellow merely a country bumpkin? Observing Xiangpa drink the milk as if savoring some divine elixir left those nearby in deep contemplation. Xiangpa, however, continued to drink one can after another, unable to stop. This tantalized Weiss, who also loved gourmet food. Lord Xiangpa, could you spare me a can? No way. Xiangpa protectively cradled the remaining milk. If you want some, you must open your own. Then I shall. Chapter 80. The Ever-Changing Emotions of Angels. Weiss nudged Xiangpa aside, grasping another hammer. Without a moment's thought, he struck all 5 of his king's jars in a sweeping motion, and as the jars shattered, 5 distinct items slowly emerged from the air. Congratulations, Weiss, you have obtained an unlimited battery-operated shaver. Congratulations, Weiss, you have acquired a cream cup ice cream. Congratulations, Weiss, you have obtained an endless blade. Congratulations, Weiss, you have secured a dozen pairs of Superman underwear. Congratulations, Weiss, you have received a skill card for the Earth domain. Shen San clapped his hands and smiled. What splendid luck. He pointed at a floating weapon, pale yellow and adorned with mysterious patterns. The Endless Blade, an accessory-type artifact, grants the wielder the properties of the Endless Blade when equipped, yielding significant effects even for angels. By simply uttering the word merge, the Endless Blade will seamlessly integrate into your body. Hearing this, Weiss raised an eyebrow. Is it truly so extraordinary? He attempted to silently utter the word merge, and the Endless Blade immediately gravitated towards him, gradually merging with his body. He felt the surge of power from the Endless Blade. Even Weiss's typically tranquil demeanor experienced a palpable shift. His strength had increased, and most importantly, the Endless Blade conferred upon him a characteristic known as critical hit. For instance, if he dealt 1 point of damage prior to merging with the Endless Blade, he could potentially deal 2 points of damage afterward. This was akin to a probabilistic passive skill. When Weiss regarded the jars again, his gaze had completely transformed. It is known that upon reaching angel status, advancing further becomes exceedingly difficult, yet now, a mere weapon had amplified his power. This was indeed a remarkable occurrence. At that moment, Shen San pointed to the skill card and began to explain. In the realm of Earth, you all witnessed my utilization of the light domain last night. The Earth domain encompasses the principles of Earth, and the cards are edible, with flavors adjustable by your thoughts. It can even adjust flavors? Wei Si was momentarily taken aback, finding it truly astonishing. He took the card in his hand, envisioned the taste of Wangzai milk, and then popped it into his mouth. The sweet aroma of milk exploded on his taste buds, instantly captivating him. Subsequently, a surge of knowledge regarding the application of the Earth domain flooded his mind. He was genuinely astonished by the addition of a new principle, the fact that such principles, often incomprehensible even to deities, could be acquired simply by consuming a card made it seem as though Mr. Shun was not conducting business but performing an act of philanthropy. Beside him, Ba Duosi observed the slight increase in Wei Si's dormant power, which had remained unchanged for 1,000,000 years, and was equally astonished. Meanwhile, Xiang Pa was utterly oblivious, solely focused on savoring the Wangzai milk. Mr. Shen spoke again. 2 of the 5 King S jars are quite fortuitous. The cream Holy Grail ice cream is also edible. Although it does not enhance power, I believe you will enjoy its flavor. Really? Wei Si chuckled as he took the ice cream into his hands. Upon taking a bite, the unimaginable deliciousness made him tremble with delight. This is simply the best food I have ever tasted. Country bumpkins, both of you. The onlookers shook their heads in dull disinterest, retreating with a mix of envy and mockery to continue their own blind box ventures. Wei Si paid no mind to the hushed whispers of the humans, diligently licking the cream Holy Grail, his heart melting with sweetness. Xiang Pa was equally engrossed, relentlessly sucking as if he would not stop until it was finished. Mr. Shun, did you bring back my sister? At that moment, Bulma dashed in, followed closely by Vegeta. Arms crossed. Noticing the couple's entrance, Wei Si and Ba Duosi instinctively glanced over, their hearts skipping a beat, only to be replaced by confusion. Sister, does father have a child wandering outside? Fool, look closely. Although that woman possesses a trace of our angelic lineage, a careful examination reveals significant differences. Ba Duosi shook her head. Moreover, the girl's angelic essence is nearly negligible. In simpler terms, she is quite weak. I suspect she was also released from a jar. This was indeed a momentous matter. If mere mortals could ascend to divinity, it meant that as long as the blind box shop existed, the main world could potentially give rise to countless powerful beings. And look at that man. He also bears the nascent forms of several principles. With continuous strengthening of those principles, he could ascend to the pinnacle of the universe. These matters exceed our jurisdiction. Once we finish with the jars, let us visit the palace of all kings together. Understood. Wei Si cast a final glance at Bulma, then resumed his focus on the cream Holy Grail. At that moment, Bulma had reached the counter, leaning forward with her hands resting on the table, and hastily inquired again, Speak. Did you pull my sister back from the universe? Indeed. Tai Si is currently in the tent next to the gravity room. If you wish to catch up, hurry over and do not obstruct other customers from opening their jars. Mr. Shun pointed toward the tent outside. And next time you speak, please maintain a distance. Do you not realize that saliva sprays when you talk? I know. I'll spray you. Bulma stuck out her tongue and then turned to dash toward the tent. Vegeta's gaze had been fixed on Wei Si's face since his entrance. After Mr. Shun's earlier reminder, the appearance of the Destroyer God became clear to him. He recognized that this was the entity accompanying the Destroyer God. Vegeta's focus then shifted to Xiang Pa, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The colors match. The contours bear some resemblance. However, how could one become so plump in such a short time? Nevertheless, Vegeta did not dwell on it further. Mr. Shun, I will enter the body refinement process first and return in the afternoon to open my jar. Feel free, Mr. Shen nodded. Upon hearing this, Ba Duosi became intrigued and asked while tapping on a jar, Mr. Shun, what is body refinement? Body refinement is one of the celestial ladders located on either side of the blind box shop. Each level of the ladder will summon corresponding opponents to battle against the challenger. To break through a level, one must temporarily surpass oneself within the ladder, costing 10 million for each entry. However, if you can defeat the ferocious beasts guarding the ladder, entry is free. Mr. Shen explained. Ba Duosi frowned. Does that mean the summoned opponents will possess equal strength to ours? Not quite. The figures summoned by the latter will be slightly stronger in various aspects than the challengers. Even if the Grand Priest were to enter the latter alongside your highest authority, Zeno, they would face the same challenges. Your current strength makes self-surpassing exceedingly difficult. Thus, it is nearly impossible for you to conquer the body refinement ladder. However, the heart refinement process will not pose much difficulty for you, and the rewards will be equally extraordinary. After Mr. Shen finished explaining, he disregarded the astonished Ba Duo Si trio and pointed at the items Ba Duo Si had drawn. You are quite fortunate. Among the 5 items, one is a treasure. Chapter 81. The Heart of the Demon God, the Proud Xiang Pa. Above the shattered jar, 5 items floated silently. One of them shimmered with a dark glow, exuding an extraordinary presence. Ba Duo Si's brow furrowed slightly. On the dark red item, she felt an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, as if this seemingly heart-shaped object had been dredged from a sea of corpses. As an angel, she naturally harbored an aversion to such items. Were it not for the fact that it had emerged from a jar, she would have wished to destroy it immediately. Wei Si also paused from consuming the Holy Grail, his gaze fixated on the object. Even Xiang Pa, who often boasted of being the second strongest, regarded this moment with a serious demeanor. Mr. Shen tapped the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. The heart of the demon god. This heart was formed from the essence of a bloodthirsty demon god from another realm, condensed from its entire demonic power. It contains the demon god's lifetime of magical prowess and knowledge. By merging with the heart of the demon god, one can acquire the demon god's lifelong teachings. If a mere mortal were to undertake the fusion, within a month, they could reach the level of a destroyer god. Furthermore, the demon god is known for its cunning. Possessing unimaginable techniques, even a small child could manage to overpower that little chubby figure. However, as an angel, you belong to the sacred faction and can surely discern the ominous nature of the demon goddess heart. You are not mistaken. The heart of the demon god does carry significant side effects. A mere touch could lead to the instant consumption of one's sanity, reducing them to a mindless killing machine. However, for you, as an angel, this is not a major issue, as your standing is superior to that of the demon god, and the heart will not affect you. If you wish to merge with the heart of the demon god, simply call out with your mind. The demon god's legacy contains numerous skills that will also be immensely beneficial to you. Ha ha ha. Ba Duo Si relaxed her brow, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Mr. Shen may not be well acquainted with the angelic lineage. If I dared to merge with this heart, I would instantly be branded as part of the demon race, and I have no desire to be hunted down by my siblings. As she spoke, Ba Duo Si reached out to take the heart of the demon god into her possession. This item is quite impressive. I shall take it back for research to see if I can remove its demonic essence. After all, it could be used to create a high-powered destroyer god, which makes it a valuable asset. Hey. Xiang Pa felt uncomfortable. I'm not dead yet. What do you intend to do, Ba Duo Si? Oh dear. Lord Xiang Pa, you are here. Ba Duo Si chuckled. This is merely precautionary. Do not overthink it, Lord Xiang Pa, Mr. Shen. Since we have completed opening the jars, we shall not impose further. Until next time. Ba Duo Si chose not to look at Xiang Pana's darkened face. After greeting Shen San, she promptly gathered her items and turned to leave the store. Wei Si smiled and nodded, licking the Holy Grail as he leisurely followed her. Meanwhile, Xiang Pa shot a fierce glare at Shen San, constantly referring to him as Little Chubby had left him quite displeased, yet he felt powerless. If it weren't for that mysterious and immensely powerful black and white life form, and if Shen San didn't possess the indestructible golden rod and the formidable Juxian sword, he would have guaranteed to hang Shen San up for a good beating. It had been evident during their previous battle that Shen San's strength was comparable to his own. It was merely due to the immunity granted by the golden rod and the ability of the Juxian sword to easily penetrate his defenses that he suffered such a crushing defeat. Humph. Xiang Pa let out a cold snort at Shen San and turned to leave. However, before he could exit, he made a sharp turn towards the sofa and, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, snatched up the remaining 10 or so packets of spicy strips, proudly striding out of the store. Those fortunate enough departed, while others continued to open blind boxes. Shen San's congratulatory announcements echoed repeatedly. Congratulations, Mr. Passerby A, for winning a bag of rice. Congratulations, Miss Passerby B, for acquiring the Superman series Slippery Fruit. Congratulations, Brother Passerby C, for winning a small goldfish. Congratulations, Mr. Passerby D, for receiving a 5-speed electric fan. The frenzy of blind box openings continued until around 9:30, with some leaving the store elated and others filled with disappointment. There were even those who wagered their entire fortunes, only to leave empty-handed, weeping and wishing to linger in the blind box store. For such individuals, there was no need for Shen San to intervene. Satan would simply toss them out. Shen San had a goal of 100 individuals, with 26 remaining. He was confident that these final 26 could be brought in within a week. Yes, swiftly. As long as enough people were gathered, the rewards would be plentiful. Off you go, Shen San waved his hand. Seeing this, Satan slowly departed from the blind box store, eagerly anticipating the benefits that awaited once he had gathered the full 100. For someone as extraordinary as Shen San, the rewards would surely be substantial. He was filled with excitement at the thought. As Satan contemplated this, his steps became notably lighter. Once the customers in the store had finished their business, Shen San beckoned. As Zhuqing approached and nestled against his thigh, he affectionately patted her head. He then commanded the counter to produce 5 King-S jars. 80. To his astonishment, it was merely a thank you for your patronage. Come again. 80. Damn it. Another empty jar. Though the probability wasn't cumulative, there was still a 50% chance. What was going on with his luck today? 2 consecutive King-S jars yielded 1 thank you and 1 completely empty. Shen San, frustrated, patted Zhuqing's head a bit harder, prompting a soft whimper from her. 80. 80. 80. Shen San swung the hammer 3 more times, revealing the items within. His frustration boiled over as he slammed the hammer down onto the table. In the end, the last 3 jars contained 3 sanitary pads. Today was truly dismal. Shen San rubbed Zhuqing's tearful face. Zhuqing, let us go into the tent world and have some fun. All right, master. Ah, you are still the best, Zhuqing. After receiving praise, Zhuqing tightly embraced Shen San's arm, beaming with joy. The palace of all kings, Weici, Bajuosi, and Xiangpa finally arrived. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the high priest, who instructed them to enter. As they traversed a corridor lined with columns, the atmosphere transformed entirely. We have met the All-King and the High Priest. Upon meeting, Xiangpa immediately bowed at a full 180 degrees. Weici and the 2 angels also smiled and inclined their bodies. It seemed that Shen San had not lied. The High Priest quickly noticed the changes in Weici. Such progress and strength within such a short span was unlikely to have occurred without the blind box store's influence. Now, tell me, what have you all gained inside? Chapter 82. The Unconventional All-King and the Diligent Xiangpa. After listening to the explanations from Bajuosi and the 2 angels, and observing the demon god's heart floating in the air, both the All-King and the High Priest fell into contemplation. Nearby, Xiangpa dared not breathe a word. The 2 angels, Weici, remained quietly patient. After a while, the All-King, appearing far removed from a childlike demeanor, was the first to speak. What is our stance? Can we draw him to our side? Not likely. Shen San's personality is rather casual. It is improbable that he would join any faction. Furthermore, Shen San has stated that the blind box store is neutral, Bajuosi replied, shaking her head. My suggestion is, since he holds potential value for us, we can temporarily overlook him. We could also utilize the blind box store to create formidable life forms to counteract external beings and those from the demon realm. Once she finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent once more, the vast palace echoing only the faint sounds of breathing. After a moment, the All-King dropped a stone from his hand to the ground, and a planet in the universe instantly turned to dust. Let us observe the developments. If any issues arise, we shall expel them. Understood. The 2 angels, Weici, bowed slightly before departing the palace of all kings with Xiangpa. The All-King then approached the edge of the palace, gazing into the seemingly infinite void below, before slowly speaking. Sunwei Te, what are your thoughts? In response, the High Priest smiled and stepped closer. It has been ages since I last heard you call out that name, Senwina. Hearing their exchange, 2 nearby guards were taken aback. The All-King shook his head. Indeed, it has been long since anyone uttered the name Senwina. As for how long, can we truly measure time? Those external life forms and demons are constantly seeking to devour my universe's essence. Do you think Shen San might also be contemplating this? Unlikely. Shen San's store has a range of 10 miles. The power of rules supersedes our essence. With such a vast power, he has no need to consume the universe's essence, the High Priest replied, shaking his head. At our level, we both understand that once one possesses the power of rules, the essence becomes insignificant. Unless, the High Priest fell silent. The All-King smiled slightly. Unless he is attempting to erase my rules. Is that so? No. After Shen San fought with Xiangpa, you sought him out. I tried to see if I could erase him, but unfortunately, within that 10-kilometer radius, it seemed to exist outside of reality. Erasure proved ineffective. Let's leave it be for now. Since we cannot do anything for the time being, we shall observe the changes. There will be no shortage of intriguing matters in the endless years ahead. A hint of surprise surfaced on the high priest's face. You wouldn't mean. Indeed. The persona must be maintained. Otherwise, if those external life forms and demons become aware, they will not be able to develop peacefully, and we will face endless invasions. The All-King turned and offered an innocent smile. Aren't they eager to see my childlike nature? No problem. I shall play along. I am a professional at this. Starting tomorrow, I will open jars. Oh, you. The high priest chuckled in exasperation. Fine. Open as you wish, but do not stay away for too long. If those predatory life forms sense your absence, it will cause quite a stir. Hee. How long could it take to open a blind box in jars? Those beings wishing to consume the system we three have created are simply deluded. As the All-King spoke, he returned to the center of the palace, innocently playing with marbles, each collision resulting in a planet turning to dust. Countless lives perished in the process. Survival of the fit, extinction of the unfit. Such is the law. In the universe, Weishi and the others traversed through the Rainbow Passage. Xiangpa sat in the void, cradling his head with one hand. Reminiscing about the delectable meal he had just savored, his expression a portrait of lingering delight. At this moment, Bajuo smiled and remarked, Weiss, do you not intend to share the matter of the blind box store with Lord Bylus? Upon hearing this, Weiss chuckled lightly. I would indeed like to mention it. But you are aware of my esteemed companion's notorious morning temperament. It appears harmless on the surface. Perhaps I shall speak of it once Lord Bylus awakens. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes gleamed with excitement. Best not to mention it just yet. Allow me to first procure some fine items and indulge in exquisite delicacies. That is the most prudent course of action. Weiss, please refrain from disclosing anything too soon. Weiss and Bajuos exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Xiangpa intended to seize this opportunity to enhance his power through the blind box store, intending to flaunt his culinary conquests upon Lord Bylus's awakening. However, the thought of those delights made Weiss swallow hard. Sweet yet not cloying, fragrant and tender, accompanied by a hint of chill, the sensation, the texture. The flavor was nothing short of divine. And that spicy treat Xiangpa had enjoyed, what was it called again? Ah, La Tiao, it looked utterly delicious. Enough. Weiss abruptly decided. I must return to the god of destruction's planet. I cannot linger any longer. It was clear that Weiss was not truly returning. He was undoubtedly off to indulge in more culinary delights. Watching Weiss depart, Xiangpa grew anxious. Bajuos, hurry, we must make haste. Not so fast, Bajuos smiled gently. The Grand Priest has subtly instructed that the duties of the gods of destruction cannot be neglected. He also mentioned that if Lord Xiangpa does not shed some weight, he shall not be permitted to leave the sixth universe henceforth. What? Xiangpa was taken aback, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. How could the Grand Priest concern himself with such trivial matters? Bajuos, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? Oh dear, Bajuos feigned a sorrowful expression. How could that be? I am merely relaying the Grand Priest's exact words. Perhaps you should inquire directly, Lord Xiangpa. The sixth universe has accumulated far too many superfluous planets. Should you fail to dismantle them, the Grand Priest and Lord Zeno will undoubtedly be displeased. One could only imagine the consequences of incurring their wrath, which Xiangpa fully understood. Indeed, I am acutely aware. He shivered slightly, then urged, quickly, Bajuos, hasten your pace. I must complete my tasks in the shortest time possible, then return to the boxes. Otherwise, when that fellow Bylus awakens, I shall miss the chance to outshine him. Very well, Lord Xiangpa, please take your seat. Bajuos smiled and accelerated. A radiant stream surged through the cosmos, crossing barriers and entering the sixth universe, where vibrant fireworks erupted in the dark expanse, fireworks that heralded the destruction of stars, dazzling and resplendent. The Kaioshin of the sixth universe, witnessing Xiangpa's reckless star-shattering, found himself drenched in sweat, trembling in fear that a careless act from Xiangpa could obliterate them all. Chapter 83. Stealing? Does the store owner truly need to steal your angelic heart? Time flew by. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, it appeared the excitement had waned, as patrons visiting the blind box and canister store had failed to unearth anything of value. The streets of Shidu were now populated with dozens of men and women begging, their eyes red as they roamed, pleading for the goodwill of passers-by to spare some coins for opening blind boxes, hoping to recoup their losses. Notably, a steadfast patron had emerged at the blind box store, the ever-enthusiastic Zeno, who, accompanied by his 2 attendants, would promptly enter the store the moment it opened, eagerly engaging with the canisters as if playing house. One could not deny, as the ruler of the universe, his luck was indeed remarkable. On his first day, he opened 5 angelic hearts. Upon learning this, the Grand Priest realized that 5 of his own had mysteriously vanished, instantly recalling who had pilfered one of them. So, you are telling me that the items in your store are merely taken from others? After that day, the Grand Priest became a frequent visitor to Shen San's establishment, coming whenever he had the chance, partaking freely without hesitation. Shen San, however, was left puzzled by the Grand Priest's peculiar behavior. Noticing that the Grand Priest was only taking inconsequential items and sampling inexpensive treats, he did not pay it much mind. Yet, this morning, when he witnessed the Grand Priest attempting to take away a bag filled with last night's extraordinary finds, Shen San's expression changed dramatically. He slammed his palm upon the table with a resounding thud, startling Weiss. Zeno and his 2 attendants froze mid-action. Shen San glared at the Grand Priest. Enough is enough. Taking and sampling trivial items is one thing, but that bag contains a whole supply of Wudao tea. Are you robbing me? Thud. The Grand Priest, equally unyielding, slammed his palm on the table. You speak of robbery? All the angelic hearts from those canisters were taken from my quarters. What harm is there in taking a bit of your tea? Pray tell, what do you mean? Shen San was bewildered. He had no idea the angelic hearts had originated from the Grand Priest's domain. By the heavens, if you are to rob, at least give me a heads up beforehand. Nevertheless, Shen San remained unperturbed. With a casual wave of his hand, multiplied thousands of times, the angelic hearts filled the air above the store, each radiating brilliance. Shen San pointed at the dazzling collection of angelic hearts, suppressing a laugh as he declared, expand your 24-karat crystal eyes and behold. Does this store owner truly require your angelic hearts? Now, it was the Grand Priest's turn to be taken aback. The multitude of angelic hearts overhead emanated equally potent energies, remnants of fallen angels from endless epochs, including those who perished in alternate timelines. The grand total of angelic hearts he had salvaged from extra-mundane beings barely numbered 100. Could it truly be a misunderstanding? This was an enormous blunder. Weiss, too, was perplexed. With the store brimming with angelic hearts, how many lifetimes would it take him to acquire them all? Zeno's 2 attendants gaped in astonishment. Clearing his throat, the Grand Priest, recalling the embarrassing misunderstanding from the previous days of indulgence, coughed to mask his discomfort, though he still clutched the bag of Wudao tea tightly. After all, a sip could even enhance his own abilities. He simply could not part with it. Shen San, there has been a misunderstanding, but I have indeed lost 6 angelic hearts, and Zeno has uncovered 5 within your canisters. The coincidence is too striking. It is all a misunderstanding. If it is a misunderstanding, then why are you still clutching my Wudao tea? Release it at once. I have only a limited supply left, Shen San urged, pointing at the tea. The Grand Priest's mind raced. Do not be so stingy. It is merely a bit of tea. I shall return it to you. However, since our relationship has been cordial, as friends, I shall take half. That should pose no problem, right? You must be jesting. Shen San, utilizing the store's invincible rules, reclaimed the Wudao tea. Yet after pondering, he poured out a small portion, no more than an ounce. Here, this is the maximum I can spare. Beyond this, I have nothing left. With remarkable speed, the Grand Priest snatched the Wudao tea. Although an ounce may not seem substantial, it could yield 10 or more brews if conserved. Once finished, he could return to the store for more. After all, it would only take an instant. Clearing his throat, Weiss was caught in a fit of coughs. Could that mister Shen San spare me a bit as well? Just half an ounce would suffice. Come, follow the direction of my finger. Shen San raised his finger, slowly moving it toward the door, and then, as Weiss looked on in confusion, uttered a clear word, get lost. Weiss forced a sheepish smile, choosing not to argue further. At that moment, a commotion outside drew his attention, and he turned to step outside. There, on the grasslands, 2 individuals with rapidly receding hairlines were engaged in an intense battle, each punch and kick resonating through the air with explosive force. After observing for a while, Weiss' gaze shifted to the stairway to heaven. In the span of a week, he, along with several esteemed officials, engaged in both body and mind training. The body training proved to be exceedingly challenging, as the starting point was exceptionally high. However, the mind training was relatively straightforward. He advanced directly to the 799th level within that week, while the esteemed officials reached the 856th level. Thus, the rankings for mind training shifted, with the Supreme King and the High Priest occupying the first position, followed by Weiss in second place, Patos in third, Shen San in fourth, and Sun Wukong in fifth. The body training rankings also experienced alterations. Shen San claimed the first position, with Vegeta in second and Sun Wukong in third. Meanwhile, Piccolo and his companions began their attempts at the challenges as well, with Piccolo placing fourth and Tianjin Fan fifth. Essentially, all the Z warriors had successfully navigated at least one or more levels. Of course, Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, was absent from the rankings, as the educational materials he had been provided were sufficient for several years of study, and until he completed them, Chi-Chi would not allow him to leave. Sun Wufan had succumbed to tears in the restroom. Weiss glanced at the leaderboard for a moment before proceeding toward the mind training. Although Shen San was somewhat miserly, the treasures here were indeed plentiful. After reaching the 780th level in mind training, every subsequent level allowed him to refine his abilities further. What once seemed an unattainable level of power now appeared to be within reach. Indeed, the price of 10 million for each entry felt almost negligible. With a joyful expression, Weiss entered the mind training ladder. At that moment, a significant event unfolded in the blind box shop. Shen San, no longer paying attention to the high priest, who had resumed his tea drinking, focused intently on explaining the items to those opening blind boxes. Congratulations. You have received a comic of fantastic beasts and where to find them. Congratulations, you have won a pair of crystal shoes. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 golden leaves. Congratulations, you have acquired a wind wound skill card. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Shen San felt a shift. He raised his hand, signaling those seeking explanations to pause momentarily, then stepped out from behind the counter to observe the blind box shop, smiling as he remarked, "We have finally reached 100 customers." After this upgrade, the blind box shop came alive, vibrating continuously. Customers engaged in opening blind boxes felt the change and paused their actions, rushing outside. The High Priest, the Supreme King, and several others stood beside Shen San, gazing up at the transforming blind box shop with narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had been engaged in battle, were also startled by the sudden change and quickly joined Shen San to silently observe the shop. Before their eyes, the originally wooden 3-story blind box shop suddenly soared, adding 4 additional levels to its structure for a total of 7 stories. The exterior underwent a transformation as well, with wooden walls replaced by crystal ones, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. At this moment, the shop, which previously had only one entrance, now boasted 2 side doors, each adorned with colorful signage. The left sign read Zhu Tian Wan Jia Wu, while the right proclaimed Run Wu Fa Fong Wu. With the appearance of these 2 doorways, Shen San found 10 envelopes in his hands, raising them to his eyes, where the words Zhu Tian Invitation gleamed in golden letters. "Mr. Shen, what is happening?" Vegeta voiced the collective curiosity of the group. Shen San smiled calmly. The shop's functions were overly simplistic, so I initiated an upgrade. The newly enhanced blind box shop now boasts several intriguing features. Let me elaborate on the additional 4 levels. The second floor has transformed from guest rooms into a library, housing a vast collection of books from various realms, accessible free of charge during business hours. The third floor is a void realm, designed for full-scale combat, where one can engage in battles without concern for external repercussions, charging 1 million for each entry. The fourth floor is an entertainment and leisure area, fully equipped with numerous recreational facilities, with intelligent robotic attendants to inform guests of the associated costs. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others nodded in acknowledgement, showing little emotional reaction, as they believed only the third floor held significance for them. The library and leisure area seemed less appealing compared to sweating it out in a small room. The Supreme King, however, expressed great interest in the fourth floor. No longer listening to Shen San's explanation, he bounced excitedly toward the fourth floor. Shen San continued his explanation, stating, "The 5th, 6th, and 7th floors are guest rooms, with the 7th being my exclusive space. There is nothing particularly special about these 3 levels. They merely serve as sleeping quarters." The most crucial aspect of this upgrade, Shen San pointed to the 2 side doors, smiling, The primary focus of this upgrade lies within those two rooms. One is the task room, where various tasks can be accepted. Once a task is completed, one can enter the Zhu Tian Wan Jia Wu, which will transport you to the relevant realm for the task. Moreover, this service is free of charge. However, since these are tasks, the shop will retain 80% of the items collected during the missions. Thus, while the shop provides a platform for traversing various realms, the items you bring back, regardless of whether they are task-related or personal collections, will see 80% taken by the shop. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their eagerness palpable, especially Sun Wukong and Vegeta. They had previously heard Shen San speak of the wonders of Zhu Tian Wan Jia, fostering a desire to engage with the mighty beings of those realms. The prospect of actually visiting Zhu Tian Wan Jia ignited an overwhelming excitement within them. The high priest, too, felt a surge of astonishment. It should be noted that the formidable life forms invading from beyond also constituted another realm's existence. And he and the Supreme King were puzzled about how these entities managed to infiltrate, despite having the capability to eliminate some of the invading life forms. It was merely a temporary solution. Until the method of their invasion was discovered, the relentless onslaught would continue. Now, with the opportunity to explore Zhu Tian Wan Jia, it meant he could utilize this realm to investigate who was truly orchestrating the invasion of life forms. With this thought, the high priest's previously narrowed eyes erupted with boundless radiance. With a swift movement, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself, dashing toward the task room, pushing open the grand door without hesitation and stepping inside. Vegeta, unwilling to be left behind, swiftly followed him into the task room. Upon witnessing two individuals already entering, the others surged forward in a frenzy to join them. The high priest remained behind, observing the unfolding situation. The task room was also a self-contained realm, though not exceedingly large, accommodating thousands of individuals. At the forefront, a virtual screen floated in the void, displaying a series of tasks. Sun Wukong, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "How do we accept a task?" As soon as his words fell, dozens of service robots entered the crowd, each holding a tablet. One approached Sun Wukong, maintaining a human-like smile. It presented the tablet to him, saying, "Greetings, dear guest. I am Service Robot Number 1, and I will guide you through the task acceptance process." Pointing to the lower left corner of the tablet, Number 1 continued, "It is quite simple. Just press the accept button, and tasks will be randomly assigned. However, please be aware that tasks are random, meaning the realms are also random. Should you receive a task from a supreme realm, any unforeseen events occurring therein will not be the shop's responsibility. Furthermore, upon entering another realm, your abilities will be sealed, yet you will randomly gain one or multiple abilities from that realm. Moreover, the passage of time in the myriad worlds differs from that of your realm. Upon entering another dimension, a year spent therein equates to merely a day in your world." Upon hearing this, most individuals poised to accept a task immediately halted mid-action. If their understanding was correct, accepting a mission could indeed lead to death, and this notion alone deterred the majority. While they were avaricious, they valued their lives even more. However, among them were those with a penchant for gambling. Besides Sun Wukong and Vegeta, 7 others pressed the button to accept the task, including the typically cautious Satan. In total, 9 individuals accepted the mission. As the tablet flickered, 9 beams of light shot forth from it, penetrating the minds of the 9. They soon comprehended the nature of their tasks. One muscular man's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I have been assigned a world mission titled Slay the Sister, which requires the collection of a weapon known as the Imperial Artifact. I am uncertain of the difficulty involved." Another chimed in, "I have received a world mission titled League of Legends, which requires the collection of a substance known as the fur of a fox, with a deadline of 1 month. A woman added, "I have been tasked with a mission from the world of Hong Wong, requiring me to gather a 12th grade black lotus. It sounds like a flower, and I do not expect this task to be overly challenging. Consider it an opportunity to frolic in another world." Chapter 85. The Daring Z Warriors of Another Realm. "Kakarot, what is your mission?" Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowing. "My task is to rescue a man named Ace and collect devil fruits. Although the realm does not appear particularly formidable, my abilities will be sealed upon entry, thereby increasing the challenge." Hee. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head nonchalantly. "Sealed or not, experiencing new abilities could be intriguing. My task is in a world called Death God, requiring the collection of at least 3 Zanpakuto." He eagerly anticipated what that world would entail. At that moment, Satan, having heard Vegeta's words, was instantly invigorated. He lunged forward, clasping Vegeta's thigh. Master, my task also involves collecting devil fruits. I beseech you to take me along. Vegeta glared down at Satan, contemplating kicking him away, but remembering the fellow's connection with Shen San, he restrained himself and silently walked outside. Satan shamelessly followed closely behind. In the face of life and death, pride held little value. Accompanying a powerful figure on the same mission was a chance not to be squandered. Upon witnessing Vegeta's departure, the other task recipients followed suit. They halted in front of the door to the myriad worlds, observing for a moment. Vegeta then opened the door and stepped inside, followed by the other 8. As they entered, the world spun around them, and upon reappearing, they found themselves in their respective mission realms. In the pirate world, vast seas roiled under tumultuous storms, lightning flashing amidst dark clouds, while a small island appeared adrift like a lost child. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized on the island's shore, none other than Vegeta and Satan. They stood there, allowing the rain to drench their faces, slowly regaining their senses. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. So this is the pirate world? He raised his hands and noticed his powers had indeed been sealed. Upon entering this dimension, he was granted the abilities of a devil fruit and a power known as Haki. Interesting, Vegeta mused, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Although his current abilities felt weak, the opportunity to experience different powers would be beneficial for his future training, a new avenue for enlightenment. Vegeta turned to Satan, his expression darkening. What abilities did you acquire? Do not presume our shared acquaintance with Mr. Shun grants you my assistance. If you become a hindrance, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Of course not, Master. I believe my abilities are quite effective. Besides, I already possess the powers of a devil fruit. Even a change will not hinder my performance. As Satan spoke, he unleashed a roar, his body expanding infinitely until, in mere moments, he transformed into an azure dragon soaring on clouds. Vegeta nodded, then transformed into golden particles of light and instantly appeared atop Satan's back. Indeed, Satan had acquired the illusion beast type, azure dragon form, while Vegeta received the nature type, shining fruit, alongside the 3-color Haki. Both possessed awakened devil fruit abilities. Coupled with Vegeta's formidable physique, he felt confident in rescuing Ace. However, to ensure all went smoothly and with ample time at hand, he decided to first investigate Ace's faction. The mission indicated that Ace would face execution in Marineford in 1 month's time, drawing together the strongest from this realm. We are unfamiliar with this place, and it is only the 2 of us. Let us first make contact with Ace's faction. The mission provided their coordinates. I will lead the way, and you must hasten there with all speed. Understood, Master. My task is to collect 5 devil fruits. I kindly request your assistance, Satan exclaimed, soaring toward the direction Vegeta indicated. Amidst the thunderstorm, a colossal dragon traversed the skies. In the world of Death God, Sun Wukong found himself atop a dilapidated skyscraper. My powers have indeed been sealed. This newfound ability is rather intriguing. He examined the additional sword in his hand before setting it aside, preferring to rely on his fists. With his ki entirely vanished, he now possessed a new energy called spiritual pressure, along with some skills related to Kido. His current strength was not insignificant. He merely wondered about the capabilities of this realm's inhabitants. His excitement was palpable. However, a thought struck him, prompting a frustrated tug at his hair. The task requires collecting 3 Zanpakuto, but where on earth can I find them? If only Vegeta and Piccolo were here. Sun Wukong completely overlooked the red, indicating his task's location in his mind. Suddenly, he sensed several powerful spiritual pressures in the distance, invigorating his spirit. Let us find someone to spar with first. I will figure out how to complete the task later. With that, Sun Wukong utilized his spiritual pressure to traverse the air toward the battlefield, swiftly arriving above a crumbling street. He peered down at a figure with white wings and star-like pupils wreaking havoc upon the city, his brow furrowing. Sun Wukong, inherently kind-hearted, could not ignore such injustice, especially as the winged individual seemed to exude overwhelming strength, igniting the blood within him. Hey, how about a fight with me? As Sun Wukong abruptly entered the fray, all combatants halted. Who are you? Blue Dai, having partially fused with his blade, felt an explosion of confidence, perceiving Sun Wukong as merely an inferior. He sensed the immense spiritual pressure emanating from Sun Wukong, but to him, it was akin to an ant. Sir, please step aside. This is not the time for jest. Ichigo Kurosaki, wielding his Zanpakuto, rushed forward, warily eyeing Blue Dai. Yet, Sun Wukong had come seeking a fight, and would not heed his warning. In an instant, he dashed toward Blue Dai and unleashed a powerful punch. At that moment, both Ichigo and Blue Dai shared a singular thought. So fast. However, Blue Dai, seasoned by countless battles, quickly raised his sword to guard his chest. The moment their fists met the blade, an immense sound erupted, causing the nearby streets and ground to collapse under the force. Remarkably strong, Ichigo widened his mouth in astonishment. The strength of the man before him was the most formidable he had ever encountered. Who could this gentleman possibly be? How could anyone in the world reach such physical prowess solely through their corporeal form? Indeed, it was only the abilities that were sealed away. Sun Wukong's inherent physical strength was undeniable, surpassing even that of Aizen when it came to raw power. After delivering a powerful punch, Sun Wukong swiftly seized Aizen's arm. The confines of the city hindered their battle. Let us relocate to a more suitable venue for our clash. With that, Sun Wukong forcefully hurled Aizen out of the city limits. Chapter 86. Luo Hu. Are the celestial beings of today so audacious? In the Hongwang realm, a woman named Mu Siyuan Inku received this task. Upon her arrival in the Hongwang world, she sensed a surge of celestial energy coursing through her, elevating her status to that of a celestial being. This overwhelming sensation inflated her confidence, and with a sense of self-satisfaction, she followed the designated red dot provided by her mission. She soon found herself near the 12-petal black lotus, where a man was seated. Undeterred by his presence, her confidence, bolstered by her strength, remained intact. "Hey, hand over that 12-petal black lotus quickly, or I shall make you regret it," she commanded. What? Luo, who thought he must have misheard. He had recognized the peculiar-looking woman the moment she appeared. Merely a small celestial being, he had little interest in her. However, as she approached, his curiosity piqued. Was she truly daring to covet the 12-petal black lotus? How bold of a celestial being to attempt to seize it from a quasi-saint. Didn't he catch that? I'll say it again. Hand over the 12-petal black lotus to me, she insisted, pointing at the black lotus with an air of superiority. Luo, who finally grasped that it was not an illusion. The world was indeed vast, filled with all kinds of oddities. Observing the arrogant woman before him, his interest waned, and with a gentle exhalation, her confidence shattered in an instant, leaving her in a state of despair. A celestial being dared to disturb him. Could it be that Hong Jun had summoned her? It was certainly plausible, given their adversarial history. A response was warranted. Luo, who rose from the 12-petal black lotus and vanished without a trace. The entire Honghuang realm trembled, sensing the clash between two powerful entities, causing the other inhabitants to cower in fear within their homes. In the blind box store, after the renovation was complete, the 9 individuals assigned to a new task entered the dimensional space. Shen San returned to the store, where the hall had undergone some changes, adding minor entertainment facilities such as target practice. These trivial amusements were of little concern to him. Upon returning to the front desk, he raised an invitation letter before his eyes. How intriguing, a multiverse invitation letter. It bore a resemblance to the multiverse chat group. I wonder who will be invited? Noticing a lack of patrons in the store, Shen San tossed the invitation into the air, where 10 letters seamlessly melded into the void. Meanwhile, on a planet in the 6th universe, the assassin hit had just completed a job and was about to depart when a glowing envelope materialized before him. He furrowed his brow upon seeing it, but, sensing no immediate threat, cautiously reached out to retrieve it and opened it. Mr. Hit, the blind box store sincerely invites you. Please read along and accept. After muttering to himself, as he finished reciting the word accept, a radiant light enveloped him, causing ripples to spread through his previously calm heart. His body flickered rapidly, employing his instantaneous movement technique, yet he could not escape the luminous grasp. In the 7th universe's hell, ever since he was summoned back by Cell, Frisia had been sent to paradise, enduring ceaseless musical performances. This was a torment for a great demon lord like him. Bound by the rules of paradise, he found himself powerless. It was only when the invitation letter appeared before him that he glimpsed an opportunity to escape. With a sinister expression, he declared, "Accept. No matter who you are, if you can help me leave this wretched place, I will accept." As soon as he spoke, a light enveloped him, and Frisia made no effort to resist, allowing himself to be whisked away from the place of his torment. In the 11th universe, at the location of the Pride Troopers, an envelope appeared before Jiren, whose power was akin to that of a destroyer. The members of the Pride Troopers quickly took notice and surrounded him. "What's this?" asked Dispo, resembling Beerus, as he leaned closer, poking at the envelope. Something appeared out of nowhere. Could it be another formidable foe? Topo frowned. It doesn't seem likely. No one could approach us silently in the universe. He placed the envelope down, pondering its origins. The diminutive Quincy snatched the envelope. Why worry so much? Let us just open it and see. Yet, despite their efforts, none could open the envelope. Seeing their struggle, Topo took the envelope, but to no avail. It remained sealed. Dispo and others attempted to pry it open as well, but they too failed. Finally, Topo presented the envelope to Jiren, stating, "It bears the words invitation letter, and it appeared before you, Jiren. Perhaps you should give it a try." Jiren, who had been silent, extended his hand and effortlessly opened the envelope. Reading the contents aloud, the moment he uttered the word accept, a similar radiant light emerged. The members of the Pride Troopers were left in shock. In another realm, within the world of the undead, Ma Xiaoling was dozing off in her office, troubled by the lack of orders and the dwindling funds in her small treasury. Suddenly, an envelope appeared, jolting her awake and filling her with disbelief as she stared at it. "What kind of demon dares to play tricks before me, Ma Xiaoling? I shall unearth you." With a determined expression, she donned a pair of sunglasses, realizing that even with some spiritual insight, she could not discern the envelope's true nature. Armed with a talisman, she leaped from her desk and struck at the air beneath the envelope. She believed the envelope must be held by a ghost to float in the air. However, her talisman passed through without a sound. Furrowing her brow, she sensed something was amiss. Cautiously, she examined the surface of the envelope. An invitation letter? Who could have sent it? Filled with curiosity, she eventually opened the envelope. And as the light enveloped her, she found herself unable to resist. A singular thought flooded her mind. I am doomed. Curiosity has led me to ruin. Another envelope floated into the pirate realm, appearing before Kizaru, who was enjoying tea. He scratched his head in confusion, contemplating its contents when a naval officer entered. Admiral Kizaru. Fleet Admiral Sengoku requests your presence for a meeting regarding the execution of Fire Fist Ace. Very well, I shall join after finishing this cup of tea, Kizaru replied, waving his hand dismissively. The naval officer sighed, fully aware of Kizaru's leisurely demeanor, yet powerless to change it. Casting one last glance at the envelope, he departed. Finally, Kizaru picked up the envelope. An invitation letter? Quite intriguing. Let me see who has sent this invitation. Upon opening it, he read the contents aloud. How terrifying. This light is so powerful it even eclipses my speed. Truly, the beings of today are becoming increasingly monstrous. Chapter 87. The arrival of 10 guests from various realms, 10 invitations, 10 individuals, including those from the Dragon Ball realm and others from different dimensions. The first to materialize in the shop was a transparent figure, who appeared with an expression of profound confusion. Did I not perish alongside the Ghost King using the Ghost God induction? Where am I now? Observing the first guest from the myriad realms, Shen San felt a twinge of surprise, for he had not anticipated the arrival of Zhao Kongqing, the one who had met his end in the god-slaying realm. However, as Shen San pondered, he began to doubt whether Zhao Kongqing could muster any funds. Yet, dismissing the thought, he remembered that the invitation was not a one-time item. Even if he could not pay now, Zhao Kongqing could roam the world freely after returning, no longer confined to a coffin. Knocking on the table, Shen San waited until Zhao Kongqing shifted his gaze before he spoke. Welcome to the blind box shop of the myriad realms. I am the proprietor, Shen San. I understand your confusion, but I ask that you kindly wait until all guests have arrived for a comprehensive explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing remained somewhat perplexed, yet felt a spark of understanding. He recalled receiving an invitation, and it seemed that he had traversed realms after his demise, which was a notion he could somewhat accept. As Zhao Kongqing's thoughts swirled chaotically, another figure entered the shop, a being with eyes larger than those of a bull. Zhao Kongqing's mouth fell agape, instinctively exclaiming, "Where have I ended up? This person looks like an alien." Subsequently, one by one, various individuals appeared, each with distinct skin tones that shattered Zhao Kongqing's preconceived notions, more extraordinary than mythical beings. Thus, the 10 invited guests included Ma Xiaoling from the demon-slaying realm, Zhao Kongqing from the god-slaying realm, the lazy yellow ape from the pirate realm, the formidable Jiren from the Dragon Ball realm, the rapid Zikite from the Dragon Ball realm, and the disdainful Frieza from the Dragon Ball realm. Of the remaining 4, 3 appeared rather peculiar: a hairy monkey, a snake flicking its tongue on the ground, a standing cat, and a wounded yet eerily calm woman. The 10 life forms exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak first. Shen San suddenly covered his eyes. He recognized all 10 guests brought forth by the invitations. The last 4 were Sun Wukong, the Monkey King from the Journey to the West Realm, Doraemon from the Dora Realm, Cheat Sai Shirtian Mang from the Horse Transformation Realm, and Bai Bai Dong, the beloved wife of Chao Zhai from a certain realm. After a moment, Ma Xiaoling was the first to break the silence. Illusion? Let me dispel it. However, upon speaking, she realized something was amiss. When did I become fluent in a foreign language? No, it was instinctive. Her original language remained intact. At that moment, Shen San tapped the table again, opting to utilize the shop's rules to impart all necessary information into the minds of the 10 beings from various realms. Once the information was assimilated, the expressions of the 10 guests shifted dramatically. Some, whose temperaments were less composed, displayed visible shock, while others with steadier dispositions sparkled with intrigue. Shen San chuckled. Although it seems some of you are struggling to accept this reality, the invitations are genuine and the blind box shop is real. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing remarked in his native tongue, "Brother, you seem to hail from the Great Xia as well. What brings you to open a shop here?" Shen San shrugged. "In your realm, there exists a parallel world with a jar shop. I shall refrain from joining that fray." Ma Xiaoling interjected, "You may open a shop, but these blind boxes and jars are exorbitantly priced. I cannot afford them." Doraemon added, "This place is somewhat akin to my gadget bag." Aside from these few, the others remained silent. Shen San addressed their inquiries one by one. After a while, Yellow Ape spoke up, "This is truly terrifying. There are realms beyond comprehension. And you all seem formidable. If no one wishes to take the lead, I shall initiate the first trial. Mr. Shun, I have no money. Can you send me back?" "Certainly. The invitation is not a one-time affair. Anyone wishing to return need only think of it, and to return, merely recite the acceptance phrase again." Shen San nodded. "However, you need not make the journey. If your funds are sufficient, I can retrieve them for you without taking an extra penny." This arrangement was quite convenient. Yellow Ape, with his reasonable acceptance, requested, "Let me have 5 bronze blind boxes to start." "No problem." Shen San reached into the void, instantly retrieving the requisite amount from Yellow Ape's reserves, and then producing 5 bronze blind boxes from the counter. As even the seemingly impassive Jiren watched Sun Wukong intently, Zikite, Cheat Sai Shirtian, and Doraemon eagerly leaped to the forefront, their gazes fixated on the blind boxes. At that moment, a figure burst through the door, interrupting Yellow Ape's actions. "Mr. Shun, is Vegeta still in the body refinement ladder? What's going on with your shop? It looks drastically different." The newcomer was Bulma, cradling Trunks. Shen San explained the shop's upgrades and the circumstances surrounding Vegeta and the others embarking on quests in another realm. Hearing that Vegeta had gone to the pirate realm caused a stir within Yellow Ape. Could it be? It's merely called the pirate realm. With so many realms, pirates must be countless. Moreover, his realm is not termed the pirate realm. Despite lacking an official name, the Navy would never acknowledge it as such. It must be a coincidence, as the pirate realm does not necessarily denote where he originates. Hey, what are you waiting for, Yellow Ape? Hurry up. I'm on the edge of my seat." Sun Wukong exclaimed in a flurry. He was genuinely anxious, as he had been trapped under 5 fingers for 500 years. That canon had made him a keeper of scriptures, which was not his desire. Now, standing in this blind box shop, he saw the glimmer of hope for revenge. "If you won't open, then step aside, let me go first." At that moment, Sun Wukong sensed a blazing gaze and turned to find his eyes narrowing. Although he could not discern what Jiren was cultivating, his keen sight detected the immense energy fluctuations within Jiren. Yet, it seemed manageable, at most. He was a beginner golden immortal. For a Tai golden immortal like himself, defeating a golden immortal posed little challenge, especially since he had observed that this realm imposed little suppression on him. In simpler terms, in his original world, he could shatter mountains with a single blow. Upon entering this realm, he could effortlessly shatter stars. Chapter 88. Opening the jar, the great sage receives the fortune emotion system in the blind box shop. After explaining the shop's upgrades, Shen San's gaze flitted between Bulma and Ma Xiaoling. Although he could not directly gift blind boxes and jars to his compatriots, he thought of alternative ways to assist them, as Bulma was the wealthiest among them, presenting a viable opportunity. With this in mind, Shen San smiled. "You claim to lack funds? Behold." He pointed at Bulma. That lady is the wealthiest in this realm, possessing more money than she could ever spend. Before Shen San could finish, Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically. Shinda Laoban, I am not a fool. Gifts are certainly out of the question. No one asked you to give anything. Shen San shook his head. Different realms yield different products. Take, for instance, the blazing angel divine realm you previously mentioned, which originates from the realm of Zhao Kongqing. From this perspective, information can indeed be traded. You pay, and Zhao Kongqing provides information to assist you in enhancing the divine realm. This is a win-win situation, is it not? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing beside him opened his mouth, but said nothing. He was no fool and understood that Shen San was merely trying to help a fellow villager. It was clear to him that Shen San was well aware of his lack of forbidden and divine realms, let alone instructing others on how to enhance them. Shen San then pointed to Ma Xiaoling, the current leader of the Exorcist Dragon Clan, possessing astonishing magical abilities and an array of exorcistic treasures. Are not these items ripe for trade? Upon hearing this, Bulma was intrigued. Not only could she engage in trade, but she could also make some friends from other realms. This deal seemed to promise no loss. However, just as she was about to agree, the previously silent Bibidong spoke first. There's no need. The funds for the blind boxes will be covered by me. She realized that in this extraordinary store, everyone else was from other races, while only Ma Xiaoling, Zhao Kongqing, and the monkey spoke in a language she was already familiar with. Moreover, as an empress, she had many thoughts. Moments ago, she was battling with the dual deities Tang San, and just as she was about to fail, she received an invitation to this place. If a small amount of wealth could summon these formidable beings from other realms to assist her, it would not be a bad deal at all. The empress was indeed magnanimous. Shen San chuckled. Bulma, you may leave. You are of no use to me now. You rascal. Bulma angrily stepped forward. So you think of me as merely a tool, huh? I still need to open my jars. I want to leave. Quickly hand me the jars and the blind boxes. I can give you the jars, but the treasure mountain of Vegeta has been exhausted. Shen San extended his hand. Pay up. A black card was slapped onto the table by a delicate white hand, the loud noise causing the entire front desk to tremble. The yellow ape, whose hands had been resting on the strap, was startled and thought to himself, those from other realms are truly terrifying, especially the women. They are like fierce dragons. Utterly frightening. Shen San ignored Bulma's wide-eyed expression, nonchalantly swiping the card, then retrieving the corresponding jars and blind boxes from the front desk. He then turned to Ma Xiaoling and the others. What tier of blind boxes and jars would you like to open? Ma Xiaoling and Zhao Kongqing exchanged awkward glances. Bibidong laughed. Let us go with the silver blind boxes, 20 million gold coins. Mr. Shun can take it directly from me. The currency is calculated based on this realm's money. For gold coins, 100,000 will suffice. With 20 million, you could open higher tier blind boxes and jars. Then let us go for 20 king's jars. How many gold coins will that require? Mr. Shun can take it directly. No problem. Shen San raised his hand and lightly tapped the table, instantly retrieving the corresponding gold coins, then took out 20 king's jars from the counter. The great sage, Sun Wukong, was the first to lose his composure. Well then, I want to hold back. If you need anything, just say it, and I'll assist you once. Go ahead and open it. We can discuss matters later. Hee hee. All right. The great sage, Sun Wukong, no longer held back, grabbed a hammer, and with a sweeping motion, smashed 5 king's jars. 4 items floated above the jars, one of which emitted a strong light that enveloped the great sage, Sun Wukong. The others looked on with curiosity. Bulma felt a pang of envy because she knew that whenever light appeared, it signified something valuable. After a moment, when the light dissipated, the great sage, Sun Wukong, jumped with delight. Congratulations to the great sage for obtaining the fortune emotion system. Congratulations to the great sage for receiving a peach. Congratulations to the great sage for acquiring a 5-color divine light skill card. Congratulations to the great sage for obtaining a bucket of water. Congratulations to the great sage for receiving a bowl of sour soil. Congratulations to the great sage for an explosive stroke of luck. I'll be damned. I'm going back to seize the fortune of the entire Buddhist sect. The moment Sun Wukong was enveloped in light, he understood the purpose of the fortune system and was already overjoyed, contemplating how to undermine the Buddhist sect. The first thing upon returning would be to wait for the one seeking scriptures to arrive and then deal with him in one stroke. No. Although I have the fortune system as support, there are numerous powerful figures within the Buddhist sect. I cannot act recklessly. The great sage, Sun Wukong, having been suppressed for 500 years, was no longer the reckless monkey who would charge into the heavenly palace without a thought. He quickly devised some clever schemes. With a mischievous grin, he tossed the skill card into his mouth. Sensing the card's formidable power, the great sage looked forward to the upcoming journey for scriptures even more. With the monkey leading the way, witnessing such a miraculous scene made the others restless. The yellow ape even pushed the shining fruit to its limits. In an instant, all 5 bronze blind boxes were opened. Congratulations to the actor monkey for acquiring a picture of Luffy's big head. Congratulations to the actor monkey for obtaining a Blackwing Demon template card. Congratulations to the actor monkey for receiving a purification skill card. Congratulations to the actor monkey for acquiring a cow horse attribute card. Congratulations to the actor monkey for enjoying an afternoon tea. Ma Xiaoling and Zhao Kongqing, who were about to open their jars, immediately halted upon hearing this. Their ears perked up, eager to hear Shen San explain what the peculiar-looking individual had received. The yellow ape, tilting his head, was also curious. Shen San smiled. The Blackwing Demon template card, once consumed, grants you all the abilities of the Blackwing Demon. And since the realm of the Blackwing Demon is superior to yours, acquiring its powers will result in a significant increase in your strength. The Purification skill card can eliminate certain negative attributes, including purging the side effects of the devil fruit. The Cow Horse attribute card is one you should love. Once consumed, you will develop a fondness for working overtime, the kind that lasts 15 hours a day. Upon hearing the effects of the first 2 cards, the yellow ape was shocked beyond measure, and when he learned about the Cow Horse attribute card, his expression turned to one of utter disbelief. 15 hours of work a day? That would surely cost me my life. Mr. Shun is quite the jokester. I would rather jump off a building than consume the Cow Horse attribute card. Chapter 89 Vegeta. Is it true? Are the inhabitants of this realm so weak? Pirate Realm. Vegeta rode the transformed blue dragon, Satan, following the red dot given by the mission, finally arriving above a stretch of ocean. At this moment, a white whale ship was quietly anchored on the vast sea, and all the crew members on board gazed solemnly at the azure dragon in the sky. The crew was none other than the Whitebeard pirates. The First Division Captain, Marco, had one foot resting on the ship's railing, his tone heavy with menace. Kaido, at this time, our Whitebeard pirate king wishes to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Leave immediately. What the hell, Captain Marco, why are you being so polite? Let us just attack. Yes, we've been holding back our anger for too long. It's perfect to take it out on Kaido. Old man, give the order. We'll bring Kaido down right away. What 4 emperors? What strongest creature on land, sea, and air? Every time they come, they end up getting beaten into a pulp by the old man. They should just roll back to where they came from. Some of the lower-ranking crew members chimed in with their brazen remarks. Upon hearing this, Marco's expression changed immediately. Shut up. In the past, when Kaido showed up, it was simply a matter of fighting. But during this period, the entire Whitebeard crew was preparing to rescue Ace. If they were to engage Kaido in battle, even if they emerged victorious, they would certainly suffer a depletion of their forces, thus complicating the mission to rescue Ace. Marco, the captain of the First Division, found himself contemplating all factors as the impending battle loomed. Now was not the time to engage with one of the 4 emperors. His piercing gaze fixed upon the heavens. Kaido, do you truly wish to engage in a mutual destruction with the entire Whitebeard crew? What is this? Satan was bewildered. Upon arriving, he had yet to utter a word, while the figure below, with a pineapple head, rambled incomprehensible phrases, and the crew on the ship exuded an aura of menace. Vegeta calmly deduced, they have likely mistaken their target. Someone in this dimension must have consumed a devil fruit that resembles your current form. And that individual goes by the name of Kaido. Upon hearing this, Satan experienced a moment of clarity. Boss, shall we descend now? As Vegeta was about to respond, heavy footsteps echoed from the Whitebeard ship below. In the next instant, Newgate, sporting a pair of crescent-shaped mustaches, emerged from the cabin. He approached Marco with hearty laughter, then gently pushed him aside. Marco, you have misjudged this time. That is not Kaido. What? Marco was taken aback. The other members were equally stunned. They had encountered Kaido before. The azure dragon overhead bore an uncanny resemblance. Why would father claim that this was not Whitebeard? Fool. Whitebeard shook his head. Upon closer inspection, despite the identical appearance, the aura was entirely different. Moreover, if Kaido were truly present, do you think he would simply hover quietly in the sky? If it were indeed Kaido, he would have already unleashed a torrent of flames followed by a fierce clash with us. Hearing this, Marco finally comprehended. Indeed, given Kaido's nature, he always initiated with a greeting of spitting fire, only to follow up with a thunderous display to teach them a lesson. But is it possible for there to be an identical devil fruit in this world? Marco expressed his skepticism. Whitebeard laughed heartily once more. The most crucial point is that there is a formidable presence riding on that azure dragon's back. With Kaido's unruly character, how could he allow anyone to stand behind him? Am I not correct, my two friends? Since you have arrived, why not come down for a discussion? Quite intriguing, it seems you are their leader. Vegeta's voice resonated from atop the azure dragon, and in an instant, he appeared at the pinnacle of the Whitebeard ship, arms crossed, bearing an air of aloofness. At this moment, Satan also transformed back into his human form, standing resolutely beside Vegeta. It is indeed not Kaido. Observing this, the members of the Whitebeard crew, excluding Whitebeard himself, were visibly shaken. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, feeling a stir within his heart that had lain dormant for decades. Upon seeing Vegeta, his hair stood on end. Danger! This explosive-haired man lacked some of Kaido's prowess. Yet, the cold and ruthless figure radiated a vitality that even surpassed his younger self. When did such formidable beings emerge upon the sea? What motives do they harbor in coming to the Whitebeard crew? After a moment of scrutiny, Whitebeard spoke loudly. Friends, what brings you to the Whitebeard crew? Ace. Vegeta slowly uttered those two syllables before continuing. Ace, we can assist in rescuing him, but there is a condition. What condition? 20 devil fruits. On what grounds? Simply on the merit of my strength. How amusing. Let me test whether you possess the strength to make such claims. Influenced by Vegeta's overwhelming vitality, Whitebeard's battle instincts ignited, regardless of the sincerity of the other party. He yearned for an exhilarating and fervent clash. Suddenly, a translucent aura enveloped Whitebeard's right hand, and with a powerful punch, the very fabric of space shattered beneath the force, launching an invisible attack towards Vegeta atop the ship. Observing this, Satan wisely retreated to the back. Vegeta, eager to gauge the strength of individuals from this dimension, did not consider evasion. Instead, he extended his hand to block the incoming assault. However, when the invisible shockwave connected with his palm, he was taken aback. His initial thought was, is this truly so feeble? Thunderous echoes, yet the rain is but a drizzle. Goodness, could it be that the inhabitants of this dimension are all so weak? If so, why seek help when he could simply push through? Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. In truth, having undergone rigorous training, Vegeta's physical strength far surpassed that of Sun Wukong, let alone the denizens of the pirate realm. This was merely his first venture into a foreign world, accompanied by a mission. Thus, he aimed to recruit assistance as a precaution. However, it appeared he had overestimated the inhabitants of this dimension. Regardless, now that he was here, Vegeta resolved to complete the task of collecting devil fruits first. Meanwhile, the members of the Whitebeard crew remained in a state of shock. Gazing at Vegeta, who had effortlessly deflected their father's attack, they were left speechless. Indeed, he is formidable. Let us see more. Not interested, to be frank. I initially held some anticipation for you, but you are simply too weak. In an instant, Vegeta flashed to the side of Whitebeard, a single finger aimed at Whitebeard's forehead, his fingertip aglow with golden light. The terms have changed. Now, it is 30 devil fruits, with no fewer than 5 being of the natural type. Will you agree or not? Father, Marco, do not engage. Whitebeard interjected, halting Marco, his battle instincts rapidly cooling as he regarded Vegeta with disbelief. My friend, are you certain you are worth 30 devil fruits? Yet devil fruits are treasures of the sea, while it may not be difficult to procure 30 ordinary ones. Those 5 natural fruits are not easily obtained by any force other than the world government. Although I am a pirate, I understand that business can be negotiated. My friends, why not stay for a meal? Regardless of whether an agreement is reached, I will bestow upon you 5 animal-type devil fruits as a gesture of friendship. Upon hearing this, Vegeta gradually lowered his hand. The primary task was to rescue Ace, meaning he must save him regardless of whether the Whitebeard crew offered compensation. Since they wished to negotiate, let us do so. After all, he would never be at a loss. Observing this, Whitebeard's mind began to race. He pondered that if he could recruit this powerful ally into the Whitebeard crew, even if he perished during the endeavor to rescue Ace, the crew would be safeguarded in the future. It could be said that both the elder and younger foxes were calculating their own strategies. After a moment of contemplation, Whitebeard turned and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, esteemed guests aboard. Children, What do you suggest we do? Host a banquet. Chapter 90. Let madness reign, Yagami's son Wukong. In the realm of the Shinigami, a desolate expanse lay before them, surrounded by a series of small peaks. This once vibrant area now swayed ominously due to tremors. In the center of the mountainous surroundings, two formidable beings were engaged in a fierce battle. Each strike, each kick, each slash created deep craters in the ground and shattered the peaks. These two combatants were son Wukong and Aizen. At this moment, Aizen had achieved a deeper fusion with his sword, Kyoka Suigetsu, in all aspects surpassing son Wukong, forcing him into a retreat. What a formidable adversary you are. You have certainly entertained me, Aizen declared as he delivered a long gash across son Wukong's chest. Raising his right hand, now fused with Kyoka Suigetsu, he pointed directly at the fervent son Wukong. For your arduous efforts, I hereby declare your demise. The energy is sealed. The physical strength of this dimension is no trifling matter. If Vegeta were to arrive, he would likely accomplish his task with ease. Son Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It appears I must utilize the abilities of this realm to complete my mission. With that, he unsheathed the crimson blade that had hung at his waist, and, with the blade's tip directed towards his left palm, thrust it forcefully into his hand. However, instead of piercing through, the vibrant red blade seemed to meld into his palm. At this moment, the expression of Sun Wukong was gradually descending into madness. As he roared in whispers, completely succumbed to madness, Bashan, the air trembled with a thunderous resonance, seemingly filled with spiritual pressure that engulfed the world when Sun Wukong unleashed his Zanpakuto, like raindrops cascading from the heavens, causing the very fabric of space to sway perilously under this immense force. Nearby, Ichigo and several Shinigami, who had been spectators, were left speechless in astonishment. Under this overwhelming spiritual power, even some captains appeared on the verge of being crushed to the ground. The vice captains and other Shinigami were pressed to their knees, sweat pouring from their foreheads, their pupils wide with shock. Hey, is this some kind of joke? Who exactly is that guy? This spiritual pressure is magnitudes greater than that of the captains, as if he exists on an entirely different level. Be careful not to misjudge. That individual is not a Shinigami. He possesses a physical form. Could he possibly be another Shinigami substitute like Ichigo? No way. Even a Shinigami substitute could not wield a Zanpakuto with a physical body, and he has also employed Kido, instantaneously at that. This is incredible. Is that his Bankai state? He looks like a demon. It's terrifying. Some Shinigami watching the battle from afar were overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure, unable to stand upright. And as they beheld Sun Wukong's current appearance, waves of terror surged within them. Beside them, Ichigo remained silent, yet he too was profoundly astonished, feeling that Sun Wukong's current state seemed even stronger than his final form. On the other side, Urahara Kisuke was watching discreetly. He understood that Aizen, after merging with the Hogyoku, could not be killed. He had originally intended to find an opportunity to seal Aizen, but Sun Wukong's appearance had disrupted all his plans. The current state of affairs startled him greatly. The frenzied condition of Sun Wukong made him fear that after defeating Aizen, he might turn around and destroy the world. That man's condition had actually surpassed that of Aizen merged with the Hogyoku. This was going to be troublesome. Following Urahara Kisuke's gaze, once Sun Wukong fully liberated his Zanpakuto, his martial attire transformed into a blue tailcoat, and his pants became a pair of crimson trousers that seemed ready to drip with blood. His once upright hair became smooth, cascading forward to obscure one eye, revealing only a singular gaze reminiscent of a wild beast. Mad with rage, Sun Wukong glanced down at his hands, muttering to himself, bloodthirsty. Insane, I cannot delay any longer, otherwise, I will be consumed by slaughter. With a roar, Sun Wukong threw his head back and leaped into the air. Though it appeared slow, he traversed the space in an instant, his right hand seizing Aizen's cheek and slamming it into the ground. With a resounding crash, immense blue flames erupted from Sun Wukong's palm, seemingly capable of incinerating souls, as a thick layer of ice spread over a radius of 1,000 meters. Aizen was blasted, losing half his body. However, the Hogyoku swiftly restored him to his original form. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly fascinating. Aizen laughed maniacally while covering his face. An unprecedented Zanpakuto, with a spiritual pressure vast enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth. But so what? As long as the Hogyoku is under my control, you will never be able to kill me. Is that so? Sun Wukong slowly lifted his right hand, blue flames once more igniting in his palm, which he then hurled to the ground. In an instant, the blue flames transformed into pillars of azure light, encasing the cackling Aizen in ice. Suin Wukong glided swiftly behind the blue beams, and in that fleeting moment before reaching Aizen, his fists became phantoms. The sound of fists striking flesh reverberated throughout the area. 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. Suin Wukong lost count of how many times he had swung his fists. He only knew that each strike against flesh drove him deeper into madness. Finally, with a deafening roar, he brought both fists crashing down onto the ground. As Aizen stood beneath Suin Wukong's strike, a massive blue flame column erupted, launching Aizen into the sky like a firework. Ha ha, I have already told you. You cannot kill me. Aizen plummeted from the fireworks, quickly restoring himself once more. Suin Wukong furrowed his brow. At that moment, Urahara Kisuk emerged from the shadows. My friend, Aizen merged with the Hogyoku cannot be killed. He can only be sealed. I ask for your assistance in holding Aizen back and weakening his power. The subsequent matters I shall handle. Hearing this, Suin Wukong said nothing but nodded calmly. Since there was a way to deal with it, things became significantly simpler. Holding Aizen at bay and weakening his strength was within his capabilities. A new round of battle commenced once more. In the blind box shop, with the likes of Suin Wukong and the old yellow ape leading the charge, the scene instantly spiraled out of control. The sounds of jars being struck and strings being pulled echoing incessantly. Congratulations to Bulma for obtaining a dilapidated planet. Congratulations to Bulma for acquiring an ancient photograph. Congratulations to Bulma for receiving a superhero figurine. One item after another was claimed. Congratulations to Ma Xiaoling for winning a 5-clawed golden dragon egg. Congratulations to Ma Xiaoling for obtaining a set of Taoist robes from Uncle Gio. Congratulations to Ma Xiaoling for receiving a bouncy run latte. Ma Xiaoling? Watching the bouncing run latte beside her, akin to a lovesick puppy, Ma Xiaoling was utterly bewildered. As the current head of the demon-slaying dragon clan, having lived her life in eternal conflict with evil, she had somehow drawn a bouncing creature as a pet. If her peers found out, they would surely brand her as a member of the demonic sect. Chapter 91. Bibi Dong takes away the great sage Suin Wukong. This is exceedingly perplexing. Ma Xiaoling felt immense frustration. Had she not sensed the benevolence of the bouncing creature towards herself, she might have obliterated Ren Laute with a single dragon strike. Boss Shun, can you really pull bouncing creatures from this jar? You know I'm an exorcist. Can you take back the bouncy creature? Anything can be drawn from the blind box and jars, Shen San shrugged. Even a great deity can be procured from within. I can take it back, but the bouncy creature has little value. If you don't want it, the shopkeeper can reclaim it, but I won't pay you. Fine, no money required. Ma Xiaoling nodded. Hearing this, Shen San waved his hand at Ren Laute, instantly sending him into the tent world, along with 10,000 bouncing creatures amplified 100-fold. He intended to transform the tent world into a fantastical realm. All strange creatures drawn from the collection would be stored there. Seeing the bouncy creature vanish, Ma Xiaoling sighed in relief, and then her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the golden egg that had been drawn. 5-clawed golden dragon. Great sage, come take a look. Is the dragon egg from your realm the same as the one I drew? Sister, you've struck it rich. The 5-clawed golden dragon is the pinnacle of the dragon ancestors' bloodline, second only to the ancestral dragon. Even I, Suin Wukong, have never seen a true 5-clawed golden dragon. The great sage Suin Wukong reached out to touch the dragon egg. This thing, I wouldn't mind having a taste. How about you cook it for me? So I can feast to my heart's content and let everyone have a taste of it? Absolutely not. Ma Xiaoling quickly cradled the dragon egg to her chest. The guardians of her clan were divine dragons, and she naturally held a deep affection for dragon-like beings. How could she ever consider eating a dragon egg? However, she felt a twinge of distress. Boss Shen, you gave me a dragon egg, but I have no idea how to hatch it. Shen San chuckled. It's simple. For eggs drawn from jars and blind boxes, just feed them a drop of fresh blood daily, and after 100 days, life within the egg will hatch, with 100% loyalty to the one who nourished it. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoling smiled. That's quite simple. I'm going to strike it rich. Once the divine dragon emerges, it will be a treasure trove, and I'll never have to worry about rent again. As she spoke, she turned to Bibi Dong. Thank you, dear sister. I have little to offer in return, but I present these few top-tier talismans to you. They are effective against malevolent spirits. Bibi Dong is also quite interested in items from other realms. Expressing her gratitude, She turned her gaze towards the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. As an evil deity, she possesses a certain discernment. Aside from Shen San, it seems that the most formidable presence in the shop is indeed Sun Wukong, which is one of the reasons she chose to assist with the payment. Speak your mind, young lady. I, Sun Wukong, have already stated that I will assist you once, and I honor my word. Having lived for countless years and being confined under the Five Elements Mountain for 5 centuries, Sun Wukong may not have engaged much with humanity, yet he possesses the ability to see through certain matters. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong articulated her desire for Sun Wukong to take action, emphasizing the matter of the dual deity embodiment. Sun Wukong scratched his head. How does the strength of that Tang San compare to yours? Bai Dong replied. Stronger than me, yet not excessively so. Sun Wukong coughed twice. Then the deities of your realm seem rather weak. I can assist, but there is one thing I cannot do. What is that? I cannot enter your realm. Bai Dong was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed overlooked this point. No matter how much she spoke, if she could not transport anyone, all would be in vain. Despairing, her hopes now rested solely on the jars. At this moment, Shen San interjected. The invitation letters are interconnected. Not only can they lead to the blind box shop, but they can also be used to travel to various realms, albeit limited to the realm from which the invitation was issued. In other words, if the owner of the invitation agrees, the other 9 can travel to their realm. Bai Dong smiled upon hearing this. With Shen San's words, all matters had been resolved. She was too apathetic to even open the jar. An hour had passed. Over a day had elapsed in the original world. Her daughter might still be engaged in a fierce battle with Tang San, but she surely faced imminent peril, and time could not be wasted. She retrieved the invitation and took Sun Wukong back to the original realm. Ma Xiaoling was also eager to assist, but she had no time to speak. Zhao Kongqing remained silent, showing some self-awareness. If the legendary great sage could not handle the situation, how could a mere soul like him be of help? Just then, Huang Yuan entered with a delicate afternoon tea and was startled by the sound of a door opening nearby. Turning his gaze, he saw Sun Wukong emerging from the Zhutian house, brandishing several swords. Time flows differently. Sun Wukong and Urahara Kasuk had swiftly sealed Aizen and spent some time acquiring 3 initial state Zanpakutos. Not wishing to linger in the Soul Society, he returned with the mission items. Shen San, the task is complete. Here are the items. He placed the swords on the front desk and subsequently assessed the new patrons. As his gaze swept over Hitter and Jillian, a chill ran down his spine, and upon spotting the gnashing Frisia, he chuckled. Frisia, what brings you to the shop? It was no wonder that this monkey had undergone such a transformation. It was all due to the blind box shop. Frisia's expression returned to normal, yet his eyes still harbored a desire to exact vengeance on Sun Wukong. What I do in the shop is of no concern to you. If you dare, try to make a move inside. After receiving the information, he understood well that fighting was forbidden within the shop. Any aggression would result in expulsion or worse. He merely wished to see if he could provoke Sun Wukong into action. However, for those who arrived early at the shop, Sun Wukong was well aware of the strict rule against fighting and would not fall for Frisia's trap. Seeing this, Shen San spoke up. Enough of the bickering. If you wish to fight, take it outside. This is a place for business. Old son, your task is complete. The items belong to the shop. But you have only brought back 3 Zanpakutos. They cannot be separated. I have 2 options for you. Either I provide you with 2 silver blind boxes tomorrow, or I can keep them here until you retrieve more Zanpakutos from the Soul Society and return your share later. It makes no difference to me, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Zanpakutos hold little significance for me. Shen San, keep them for yourself. Just then, he noticed a stranger opening a jar, one emanating a grayish glow. Instinctively, he ceased speaking and shifted his attention. Others also turned their gazes towards Zhao Kongqing, who was quietly opening a jar. Chapter 92, Great Sage, Equal to Heaven. Sun Wukong, is this all? In a certain realm, at the edge of Lingguan, the ground was littered with corpses, indicative of a recent fierce battle. Faint cheers echoed from within the city, yet no one was outside to tend to the aftermath. Bai Dong appeared in the sky above the battlefield with Sun Wukong. Gazing down at the sea of bodies, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, perhaps sorrow, perhaps desolation. Time flowed differently. While an hour had passed in the shop, an entire day had elapsed here. Defeated? No, as long as this sovereign exists, this battle shall never be lost. Bai Dong sensed that the divine essence of Qianren Ji was still intact, and she sighed in relief. Although her daughter was an unexpected variable, she was still her flesh and blood. Knowing her daughter had not been slain by Tang San brought her genuine comfort. She then sensed the current movements of the Spirit Hall and sighed again. After this battle, the Spirit Hall had been truly shaken to its core. Had it not been for her fortuitous encounter, it was likely that no one from the hall would have found a place to stand in the continent. Throughout history, the victors pen the endings. Bai Bai Dong understood this well and remained largely unfazed. Regardless, upon her return, she would reclaim everything with her own hands. Who is the true victor? Who is the true loser? The conclusion remains undetermined. Bai Bai Dong glanced at the battlefield strewn with corpses before turning to Sun Wukong. My friend, I kindly ask for your assistance later. There will be ample rewards after this matter concludes. Sun Wukong casually shrugged. No problem. I promised to help you once, and I shall not go back on my word. Go ahead and do what you must. I will stand guard. Thank you. Bai Bai Dong clasped her fists, releasing her divine power entirely. Meanwhile, Tang San and the other 6 oddities, who were drawing the attention of the masses in the city, sensed the disturbance and immediately turned their focus outward. Alarmed, they all rushed out. Qian Renji, who had been lost in thought within the palace, also sensed the presence and, with a flap of her 6 holy wings, pursued the source of the aura. The remaining powerful figures of the Spirit Hall, who were still alive, seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hastened towards it. In the city, Tang San led the group outside, maintaining a calm demeanor. Though I am unaware of how you vanished yesterday, it is clear that this battle has ended in your defeat, Bai Bai Dong. Defeated? Bai Bai Dong smiled, radiating an enchanting aura. I must admit, had it been yesterday, I would not have been able to contend with the dual deity embodiment of you. However, today seems to favor my fortune. Who will be the ultimate victor this time? Upon hearing this, all present furrowed their brows, instinctively glancing towards Sun Wukong. Given the events of yesterday's battle, Bai Bai Dong's newfound confidence likely stemmed from the hairy figure before them. Yet, why could they sense no trace of spiritual energy? Tang San's brow furrowed. He too found it difficult to discern whether Sun Wukong was indeed a formidable being or if Bai Bai Dong was merely bluffing. Regardless, as a dual deity embodiment, he felt invincible and no longer feared anyone or any spirit beast. At this moment, the great sage, Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, My lady, is that young man our foe? Your realm is rather feeble. I dare not unleash my full might for fear of inadvertently obliterating your abode. How tedious. After being suppressed for 5 centuries, I had anticipated a grand battle to stretch my limbs. As Sun Wukong beheld the water-diluted deity, Tang San, he felt disinclined to engage in combat. So he extracted the Rui Jingu Bang from his ear and hurled it skyward. Bibi Dong gasped, her mouth agape, as a tempest of shocks surged within her. With a single strike, the dual-aspect Tang San was rendered helpless, crushed by the descending staff. She had surmised that Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong, was formidable. Yet this was utterly absurd. Damn it, third brother, you're courting death. The remaining 6 monsters, after regaining their senses, contorted their faces into grimaces. They unleashed their full power in an attempt to avenge Tang San, but a booming voice resounded from above. To slay my disciple, you shall pay with your life. Oh, I had failed to sense it earlier. It appears your realm possesses an entity akin to the heavenly court, yet it remains woefully inadequate. Sun Wukong chuckled, gesturing toward the advancing 6 monsters and their numerous titles. With a simple command, all who charged forward were frozen in place. My lady, I entrust them to you. I shall recreate the chaos of the heavenly palace, alleviating your concerns. With a somersault, Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong, vanished in an instant. Bibi Dong, shaken from her stupor, glanced at the equally astonished Qian Renxue before darting into the immobilized throng. The first strike upon her return would be directed at her beloved. She approached the master, devoid of any lingering affection in her eyes. What more was there to say? The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished becomes a rebel. There was nothing left to discuss. Yet, for the sake of past camaraderie, she implored, spare Zhu Qing and the others. How cold-hearted. Why did you not utter a kind word yesterday? Bibi Dong laughed bitterly, her heart now entirely resigned. She no longer wished to waste another breath, swinging her returning blade. The scythe of death swept through, and a round object fell. Without a glance, she flickered through the crowd, each movement claiming a fragment of life, transforming the scene into a chaotic spectacle. Spare the other 6 monsters? It had escalated to a point of no return. How could she allow even one enemy to escape? Becoming a thorn in her side? Did she not wish to be with Tang San? Then she would play the benefactor, allowing all members of Shrek to reunite in the depths of hell. Qian Renshua, wanting to voice something, thought better of it upon recalling the current state of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, the arriving members of the Spirit Hall, witnessing the Pope's indiscriminate slaughter, rejoiced, recalling the siblings lost before their eyes, and charged in with fury. This was a one-sided massacre, albeit one that targeted only those who must be eliminated. Bibi Dong annihilated all who needed to be purged, ordering everyone to cease once the task was completed. She gazed down at the incapacitated spirit masters and soldiers, proclaiming coolly, "From this day forth, there shall be no other empires in this world, only the Spirit Empire. Those who defy this decree shall face annihilation." Having spoken, she paid no heed to the thoughts of those remaining, turning her attention to the multitude of tasks that lay ahead, pausing only when Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong, returned. "My lady, I have dealt with all who defied us, even vanquishing that so-called god of slaughter. However, it seems your realm requires a deity to function normally. They request your presence for negotiations. Please feel free to summon me if needed." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled. "Thank you, great sage. But there is no urgency to negotiate just yet. My jar has yet to be opened. Let us first return to the blind box shop and set aside other matters." "Very well, then let us return to witness your jar's unveiling." In the blind box shop, Ma Xiaoling was taken aback to see Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong, return so swiftly, but upon reflecting on the differing flow of time, she came to a realization. As a modern individual and the current leader of the Exorcist Dragon clan, she found it easy to comprehend the situation. At this moment, Sun Wukong's gaze also fell upon Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong, and his heart skipped a beat. He recognized that the hairy figure before him was the opponent he had encountered during his initial ascent of the body refinement ladder, albeit with some differences, as this one seemed even more powerful. "Hello, might I challenge you to a duel?" Sun Wukong's fighting spirit surged once more as he issued his challenge. Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong, raised an eyebrow. Not interested. After declining, he turned to Shen San and Bibi Dong. "Boss Shen, I must return. I shall come again another day. My lady, do not hesitate to call upon me should you require assistance. I take my leave now." Having said this, Qi Tian de Sheng, Sun Wukong, vanished without waiting for a response. Sun Wukong then turned his attention to Hit and Jiren, incessantly inviting them to battle, embodying a true combat fanatic. However, both Hit and Jiren, possessing rather aloof dispositions, had no intention of acknowledging Sun Wukong. This resulted in a peculiar scene in the shop, with one individual incessantly speaking to two others who paid him no heed. Ma Xiaoling found it somewhat awkward, shifting her gaze to Zhao Kongqing, who had just completed his transformation, sensing the ominous energy radiating from his spirit form. Her brow furrowed. It was decidedly ominous. The dark aura emanating from him seemed even more foreboding than what had surrounded Gigi. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing opened his eyes, revealing a blend of bitterness and brilliance in his gaze. The bitterness stemmed from the fact that an official had acquired such dark powers, while the brilliance indicated the sheer strength of his newfound abilities, which he deemed absurdly potent. Do not overthink it. The ability itself is neither good nor evil. What matters is the wielder. Shen San smiled. "You are still you. Abilities are merely tools." Zhao Kongqing ceased to dwell on it. "By the way, do you have any usable items among the other four?" "Indeed," Shen San replied, gesturing toward one of the remaining four items. "A go-kart, a vehicle from a certain game, modified in the shop. This go-kart is powered by infinite energy and can traverse land, air, and sea without issue, reaching speeds of up to 1,000 miles per hour, with the ability to alter its size at will. The other three items are of little use, merely everyday items." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing nodded, retrieving the compact go-kart and directly offering it to Bibi Dong. "My lady, judging by your attire, your realm seems to resemble the ancient eras. This car is a modern contraption, and since you are covering the expenses, please accept it for your use." "Very well, I shall accept it." Bibi Dong did not decline. She was, after all, quite intrigued by all items from other realms. After presenting the go-kart, Zhao Kongqing declared, "Having felt disoriented since my demise, I must return to check on my companions. Farewell, everyone, we shall meet again." "Goodbye, Zhao." Ma Xiaoling waved. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hit and Jiren also offered slight nods, while the leisurely yellow ape, savoring his exquisite afternoon tea on a rocking chair at the door, turned to wave upon hearing this, then resumed his enjoyment, sipping tea and nibbling on pastries, living a blissful life. After Zhao Kongsheng departed, Ma Xiaoling pondered and said, as time flows differently, I too must take my leave. Farewell, everyone. Handsome boss Shen, I shall bring you a gift next time. No need for gifts. Next time, come dressed in black silk to please the eye. Get lost. White silk is fine too. Scram. Ma Xiaoling, unwilling to listen further, vanished from her spot in an instant. Shen San smacked his lips, his gaze drifting to the long legs of Bibi Dong. One could not deny that both a character from the modern world and one from the second dimension had legs that were equally stunning, long and shapely, both belonging to the leg play series. Ahem. Bibi Dong felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. In the past, had a man dared to look at her in such a manner, she would have gouged out his eyes. However, here, she felt she could not act so recklessly. Firstly, she could not overpower him, and secondly, it seemed she was not entirely averse to the attention. Have you finished admiring, Boss Shen? She asked with a chuckle. Apologies. Beautiful things always capture the eye, and as the store manager, I cannot help but glance a little longer. Go ahead, open the can, Shen San replied, his gaze lingering a bit longer before he finally shifted his focus. In response, Bibi Dong rolled her eyes dramatically, grabbed a hammer, and with a swift blow, shattered 5 jars into pieces. However, only 4 items floated out. A stack of talisman papers, a radiant longsword, a chipped bowl, a writhing red vine. Congratulations to Bibi Dong for acquiring 1,000 explosive talismans. Congratulations to Bibi Dong for obtaining a damaged bowl. Congratulations to Bibi Dong for receiving a Qingfeng sword. Congratulations to Bibi Dong for acquiring a Moyun vine. Upon hearing Shen San's words, Bibi Dong was initially unaware of the item's functions and first picked up the seemingly mystical Qingfeng sword. Shen San explained, the Qingfeng sword requires a drop of blood for recognition, and it comes with a complete set of Qingfeng sword techniques. Furthermore, it grants a speed boost, allowing you to move like the wind. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong promptly pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the Qingfeng sword. As her blood melded with the sword, a set of sword techniques appeared in her mind, as if she had been born to wield them. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it was certainly better than nothing. Shen San continued, the explosive talismans can be detonated with soul power. Even one is powerful enough to severely injure a soul master. 1,000 detonated together would be enough to threaten even a title holder, though they hold no significance for you. Bibi Dong nodded. Now that she had ascended to godhood, title holders posed no threat to her. Nevertheless, these items were still treasures. While she had no use for them, they would certainly be beneficial to others in the palace, making it a worthwhile acquisition. At this point, Shen San pointed to the vine and remarked, of the 4 items, the most valuable is the Moyun vine. However, it is merely a seedling at present. If you can cultivate it, you will be able to wreak havoc in your own dimension, and it too requires a drop of blood for recognition. With her wound still fresh, Bibi Dong squeezed out another drop of blood and let it fall onto the Moyun vine. In an instant, the vine coiled around her arm like a playful serpent, nuzzling her cheek like a mischievous child. The moment she established a connection with the Moyun vine, Bibi Dong was filled with excitement. Even in its seedling state, the vine granted her remarkable defense. Moreover, its potential seemed vast. She could only imagine how powerful it would become once fully cultivated. In summary, not only had she triumphed in battle, but she had also made a significant profit. Chapter 94. The instant defeat of Sun Wukong by Hit and Jiren. After Bibi Dong finished opening the jars, she returned to a certain dimension, feeling quite content. Meanwhile, in the shop, Sun Wukong was still pestering Hit and Jiren, both of whom were already weary and agreed to his request. The 3 did not enter the upgraded void battlefield but instead went to the grasslands, where Hit faced off against Sun Wukong first. Standing opposite each other, neither made the first move. Observing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. Are you ready? I'm coming. Bring it on, Hit replied, his hands tucked in his pockets, showing no intention of drawing them out. As the battle was about to commence, Sun Wukong did not transform into a Super Saiyan but charged directly, his fists exuding a destructive force. However, as he drew near, before he could even throw a punch, he was sent flying back, unable to rise for a long time, nearly retching from the pain. Nearby, Jiren's eternally stoic expression seemed to waver slightly. He glanced at Hit before returning to his state of serene detachment. Outside the store, Bulma and Kizaru stared wide-eyed in shock. What just happened? How did Wukong get sent flying? It seems that person didn't even make a move, Bulma exclaimed. I have no idea, Kizaru replied, looking bewildered. I am a light human due to the rumble fruit, and my vision is already extraordinary. Yet, I could barely make out that gentleman's movements. Are the people from your dimension truly this powerful? Old Huang, do not compare your dimension to this one, Shen San interjected, taking a sip of his drink and letting out a contented sigh. The strongest in your dimension can merely destroy islands, while here, the strong can shatter stars at will. The most formidable individuals can easily obliterate entire universes. One of the weaker fighters here could easily dominate your 4 emperors. It's not even on the same level. Hearing this, Kizaru's lips twitched. He thought about how disastrous it would be if these individuals from this dimension were to become pirates in his world. The Navy would stand no chance. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, knowing that any troubles would be handled by higher-ups, and he only needed to show up for work on time and collect his salary. With that in mind, Kizaru propped his legs up and took a sip of milk tea, saying, Well, if I work a few more years, I can retire. Boss, do you need any help? I could come work for you. You? Shen San shook his head. The blind box shop does not allow anyone more leisurely than the store manager. Unless you consume that cow and horse card, I might consider it. Kizaru's eye twitched violently, and he shook his head vigorously. Eating the cow and horse card? He might as well be killed. That cursed card was something he would never touch, not even under duress. Kizaru fell silent, and Shen San and Bulma also lost interest in speaking. The 3 of them continued eating and watching, occasionally clapping their hands and exclaiming how thrilling it was. At that moment, Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and even summoned his form. Yet he struggled to even approach. Half kneeling, he stared intently at Hit, who continued to keep his hands in his pockets, and managed to ask, What technique is that? Your body is remarkably resilient. You have endured 10 consecutive fatal blows without issue, but you have reached your limit. Surrender now, or you will perish if you continue to attack, Hit replied, shaking his head before turning to walk back towards the shop. Seeing this, Sun Wukong momentarily could not discern Hit's abilities. Instead of seeking more punishment, he redirected his focus to Jiren, who remained silent, arms crossed. He dashed forward. However, the outcome was even more disastrous. In an instant, it felt as though he had been struck by countless punches, the overwhelming force leaving him dazed and unconscious. Jiren, still without uttering a single word, merely glanced at the unconscious Sun Wukong before turning back toward the store. Kizaru froze as Jiren and Hit passed by, holding his breath as if afraid to exhale, truly terrified. If he had previously thought it a joke when others claimed that each new star bore a resemblance to a monster, he now genuinely wanted to exclaim to Jiren, How terrifying! Boss, I'll take 5 golden blind boxes. As Hit returned to the shop, he looked at the blind boxes and jars on the counter, ultimately deciding to purchase 5 golden blind boxes. Upon hearing this, Shen San turned and walked back inside, retrieving the blind boxes from the counter and placing them on the front desk. How would you like to pay, dear customer? Just take it directly. My collection of treasures and gold should suffice, Hit replied. Not a problem. Your total comes to 25 million. The corresponding amount has been deducted from your collection. May you uncover delightful items in your blind boxes. Shen San gestured for him to proceed with opening the blind boxes, then turned to Jiren and inquired, What type of blind box or jar would you like to choose? Upon hearing those words, Jillian shook his head and uttered 2 words for the first time. No money. After saying this, he took out the invitation and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Shen San spoke again. If you lack money, why not go back and earn some? The jars and blind boxes contain items that can mend your regrets. Do you not wish for your parents, your village, and those departed loved ones to return? Jillian's breath grew increasingly labored, and for the first time, intense fluctuations appeared in his pupils. He slowly turned to Shen San, his eyes devoid of emotion. Family? Friends? Merely burdens. Shen San squinted. Is that truly how you perceive it? Only by recognizing the world and understanding oneself can one move further. Of course, the simplest way is to open jars and blind boxes. They hold items beyond your imagination. Whether it be regrets or strength, everything you seek lies within. All it requires is a small sacrifice of something you deem useless. Are you not intrigued? Without responding, Jillian used the invitation to leave. Shen San nodded inwardly. Everyone has their desires. He had said his piece and was unperturbed by the prospect of Jillian not returning. Even if he did not, it mattered little, for the shop currently lacked no patrons. Nevertheless, With the potential for immense profit, he still hoped Jillian would come back. At that moment, Frisia, who had been leaning against the wall, stepped forward. He had found great joy in witnessing Sun Wukong being defeated. But he had also recognized the strength of Hitter and Jillian, which was intolerable for a cosmic ruler like him. Having been invited from paradise, he would never return to that hell. Mr. Shun, can you directly retrieve wealth from the Frisia force? Indeed. The current leader of the Frisia force still acknowledges you as the boss, so all treasures within the Frisia force remain yours. Very well, then. Please provide me with 5 king jars. No problem, a total expenditure of 500 million. I wish you the best of luck in your openings. Shen San placed 5 king jars on the counter. Hitter and Frisia stood in line at the counter, one placing a hand on the strap, the other grasping a hammer nearby. Their hearts were in different states of turmoil. Hitter's inner turmoil was faint, while Frisia's was intense. After a moment of silence, they simultaneously made their moves, the sounds of swishing and clinking resonating continuously. Chapter 95. The Fire Demon Frisia and Hitter with the space gem at the entrance of the Lianxin Tianyi. Weiss stepped out, murmuring to himself. Yin and Yang. The dual fish. What does the inscription on the 799th level truly represent? It seems I cannot comprehend it just yet. However, time holds no constraints for me, so there is no rush. As Weiss spoke, he noticed the changes in the blind box shop, a glimmer of intrigue lighting up his eyes. It seems that during my brief time in Lianxin, Mr. Shun's shop has undergone significant transformations. I wonder what interesting items have been added. With a smile, Weiss quickened his pace. Upon entering the shop, he glanced at the yellow ape basking in the sun with closed eyes before proceeding inside. As he entered, he heard Shen San's continuous announcements of congratulations. Congratulations to Hitter for obtaining a space gem. Congratulations to Hitter for acquiring the Infinity Gauntlet. Congratulations to Hitter for receiving a ticket to the Silent Hill film. Congratulations to Frisia for obtaining the bloodline of the Fire Demon. Congratulations to Frisia for acquiring a 5 Elements Escape Technique card. Congratulations to Frisia for receiving 2 height-increasing insoles. Hitter and Frisia, upon seeing the items they had opened, transitioned from anticipation to confusion, as they had no idea what these items could do. With a clap of his hands, Shen San remarked, "Excellent. Your luck is quite favorable. Each of you has acquired valuable items. Congratulations." Valuable items? Hitter's eyes flickered with interest, while Frisia leaned forward, fixated on the items revealed. Observing their reactions, Shen San continued, "Since you are so eager, let us discuss the items you have obtained. The bloodline of the Fire Demon, being of the Ice Clan, your cultivation talent is remarkable, and the bloodline of the Fire Demon possesses a cultivation talent equally formidable. Furthermore, Fire Demons can control fire by nature. By integrating the bloodline of the Fire Demon, you shall gain the talents of the Fire Demon, including a series of inherited skills. The 5 Elements Escape Technique card allows you to traverse freely among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth once consumed. The height-increasing insoles can elevate you by 5 centimeters, but without shoes, they will serve no purpose." Upon hearing the explanation, Frisia swiftly grasped the bloodline of the Fire Demon and the skill card. The moment he touched the bloodline of the Fire Demon, it seamlessly integrated into his body. Suddenly, Frisia felt as if he were submerged in a pool of molten lava, the heat unbearable. Yet, this discomfort was fleeting, as the bloodline fully assimilated. A surge of new power followed. Flames erupted from Frisia's mouth and nostrils like a sun unleashed, his body adorned with crimson markings. And an aura began to rise around him. Shen San cast a probing eye and subsequently shook his head. Not quite 100 billion, but a significant increase compared to before. The key is that with the bloodline of the Fire Demon, Frisia's talent is no longer confined to Golden Frisia. With some effort, he will transform into a new form. However, that is a matter for another time. Presently, Frisia is as weak as a chick compared to Sun Wukong and the others. Marvelous. Feeling the newfound abilities, Frisia laughed, his laughter growing increasingly maniacal. After a fit of laughter, he tossed the 5 Elements Escape Technique card into his mouth, reveling in its effects and feeling elated. Though the 5 Elements Escape Technique did not enhance his strength, it was a hidden skill, and having mastered it would greatly enhance his operational capacity in future endeavors. As Frisia chuckled, he inadvertently glanced back, only to be startled, drenched in cold sweat. "Weiss, how did you get here? Lord Beerus is also here. It seems Mr. Shun has pulled you from hell. Lord Beerus is not present, but he always remembers your work." Weiss cast a fleeting glance at Shen San, refraining from commenting on his disruption of the order of the seventh universe. After all, Frieza was merely one individual. His existence changed little. Frieza, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. He truly wished to avoid facing Beerus, for before him, he was not a cosmic emperor, but rather an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Mr. Shun, Mr. Weiss, I must take my leave now. Until next time. Frieza hurriedly exited the blind box shop, fearing Beerus's arrival. Am I truly that terrifying? Weiss murmured as he watched Frieza flee in haste, then turned his attention to the newly transformed blind box shop. Noticing an array of novel delicacies on the tea table, he cast aside all thoughts, approached, and began to indulge, his face lighting up with joy. What a simpleton! One package of QQ candy has elicited an expression of exquisite delight. Remarkable. Shen San withdrew his gaze and turned to Hitter. The Space Gem and the Infinity Gauntlet are meant to work in tandem. The Space Gem possesses the ability to manipulate space and is a top-tier item. When you wear the gauntlet and embed the Space Gem into it, you will be able to utilize its powers at will. Upon hearing this, Hitter donned the gauntlet on his right hand, then placed the Space Gem into the recess on the back of the gauntlet, instantly understanding its function. Intense waves of emotion surged within his pupils. The Space Gem was precisely what he needed. With the Space Gem in his possession, future endeavors would be considerably more convenient. It was truly the ultimate treasure for expedience. Thank you, Boss Shen. Now that the jars are opened, I shall take my leave. Very well, safe travels. Shi-Tura did not retrieve the invitation. Instead, he offered a gentle handshake. In an instant, a spatial passageway opened behind him, and he stepped inside. For the time being, the shop was devoid of customers. Shen San chose to disregard the flamboyant QQ Tang Wei Si and left the front desk to sit beside Huang Yuan. Time flows differently. Old Huang, are you not going back to prepare for Ace's matter? There is no rush. Here, a day equates to a month for me. And Ace's execution is precisely 1 month away. As long as I arrive on time, all will be well. The shopkeeper has a question that piques my curiosity. Please. Shen Boss, go ahead. Are you, perchance, Luffy's uncle? Huang Yuan? How could that be possible? Huang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Shen San merely curled his lips and refrained from further inquiry. The expression of this seasoned actor revealed much. Even if he were not an uncle, he undoubtedly shared an ambiguous connection with Luffy. In the realm of divine slaying, Zhao Kongsheng returned utilizing the invitation, hastily making his way back to the peace office, only to find it utterly deserted, causing his brow to furrow in concern. This is amiss. Even with a mysterious incursion, there should be someone left behind in the shop. As Zhao Kongsheng pondered this, he suddenly sensed something, his gaze shifting sharply to the distance, his brow furrowing even deeper. There are formidable battle fluctuations at the edge of Tsangnan. It seems something significant has occurred. Captain, you must hold your ground. I still wish to stage a triumphant return. Come forth, my treasures. Chapter 96. The Lich Zhao Kongsheng returns with the Bone Beast Legion in Tsangnan City. The earth trembled abruptly, and the air was filled with howls. Beasts, birds, and dragon roars mingled in a cacophony reminiscent of hell. On the battlefield, countless frost giants surged forth from the spatial vortex, while nearby, 2 colossal beasts wreaked havoc. As guardians of the night, the Special Team Phoenix and the Station 136 team in Tsangnan fought valiantly against the incursion of these mysterious creatures. The sudden beast roars from the city instinctively drew their attention. The next moment, a terrifying sight unfolded as countless beasts erupted from the shadows of every street. They should not be called beasts, but rather bone creatures. Each was devoid of flesh or even a trace of internal organs, merely skeletons that moved unimpeded. The sudden turn of events momentarily halted the conflict on both sides. Chunmai and his group wore particularly grim expressions. They assumed these were enemy forces emerging from the city, which meant those who had not yet vacated Tsangnan were in danger. Captain, gripping his long spear, the valiant Hong Ying managed to utter 2 words with difficulty. Chunmai remained silent, as did the others. Everyone instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing for the onslaught of the bone creatures. At that moment, once again, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky. All beings on the battlefield instinctively looked up. In the distance, a swarm of dark figures approached. As they drew nearer, shock began to seep into the hearts of all present, their pupils dilating in disbelief. The dark swarm in the sky was also composed of skeletal beings, bone birds, and flying insect carcasses. Leading the charge was a dragon-like skeleton over 100 meters long. resembling a commander rallying an army. This dragon bore a striking resemblance to Western dragons. This is disastrous. When Shima chuckled ruefully, every skeleton appeared formidable, and together, those in the sky and on the ground numbered no less than several thousand, continuously emerging. Do not speak words of despair. Shen Mai swung his twin blades fiercely, his gaze like lightning. If we abandon our post, Sangnan will truly become a hell on earth. Let us not forget the belief that brought us to the night watch. Should darkness fall, I will stand before millions. This vow is not mere rhetoric. Now is the time to protect the people and uphold our oath. Tell me, are you afraid? How could one be afraid? It is just a pity that I will not get to savor the beauty before death. When Shima glanced at Hong Ying, making a jest. You must be joking. What time is it to be making jokes? Were it not for the dire circumstances, Hong Ying would have certainly retaliated. Nearby, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is strange. Why have the bone creatures stopped?" Upon hearing this, the others ceased their banter, their gazes shifting. They noticed the bone creatures had halted, forming a neat line. This eerie scene plunged everyone into deep confusion. Suddenly, Hong Ying seemed to see something. Covering her mouth in shock, she pointed at the now lowered bone dragon, trembling as she spoke. That is, her voice choked. Unable to complete her sentence, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her distress caused Chun Mai and the others to instinctively look up. The sight before them left them dumbfounded, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat in disbelief as they rubbed their eyes forcefully. Old Chun, Yingzi, you are truly in a predicament this time. They beheld Zhao Kongqing's ethereal form standing atop the bone dragon's head, hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had returned from the depths of hell, bearing the entire legacy of the otherworldly Lich King and the Bone Beast Legion, reappearing in this world to continue safeguarding the land with his remnants. Is this fellow not being overly ostentatious? Zhao Kongqing murmured to himself as he observed his astonished companions. His gaze fell upon a boy wielding twin blades, and his eyes brightened. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qie is here too. You've matured quite a bit. Zhao Gu. Lin Xie stared blankly at that familiar yet strange face, as if trapped in a dream. Nearby, Xia Siming raised an eyebrow. Hey, that old man. You appear to be a night watchman as well. This is not the time for reminiscing. Can you command your legion to eliminate them first? Furthermore, once the battle concludes, do not leave. I want to recruit you into the Phoenix team. Captain, do not say that. He commands an entire legion. How could he possibly join us? Deputy, do not worry. Our captain is quite adept at persuasion and will surely succeed. Even if he does not, we must at least acquire that bone dragon. Upon hearing the Phoenix team's words, Zhao Kongqing felt a surge of joy. Unexpectedly, he had become a sought-after figure. The Phoenix team certainly possesses keen insight. Now, let us deliver a bit more shock to everyone. Zhao Kongqing's gaze swept over the Bone Beast Legion before he gently waved his hand towards the Frost Legion. Little ones, pave the way for your king. Roar. The legion of bone creatures, varying in size, surged forth at once, charging towards the frost giants while deftly avoiding all night watchmen. Zhao Kongqing descended from the bone dragon, which, along with several massive bone birds, charged towards the hellish three-headed dog. As the bone dragon soared above the hellish three-headed dog, it unleashed a torrent of gray mist. Wherever the mist passed, everything began to wither. Observing this, Lin Xie's eyelids twitched violently, and he quickly retreated from the battlefield. The hellish three-headed dog was engulfed in the gray mist, but as a creature of the underworld, it possessed a degree of immunity to the gray gas, though it still had a layer of skin corroded away. The hellish three-headed dog, enraged, leaped to attempt to drag the bone dragon to the ground. However, several bone birds swiftly intervened, screeching as they flailed their claws, while the bone dragon continued to exhale mist from behind. A few powerful bone creatures collaborated to leave the hellish three-headed dog in a state of utter disarray. The Bone Beast Legion on the ground was even more exaggerated. They recklessly engaged the frost giants, completely ignorant of the concept of defense. Even if they understood, they would not bother to defend. A single bone creature was torn into several pieces by multiple frost giants. Yet within 3 seconds, the scattered bones reassembled into a new bone creature, proving nearly indestructible. Shen Mai's mouth hung agape, utterly speechless. As Hong Ying witnessed Zhao Kongqing descending, she leapt forward, only to pass right through him. Her expression shifted from surprise to confusion. Zhao Kongqing offered a wry smile. Do not rush forward. Your uncle Zhao has perished. This body is now a spiritual entity, devoid of physical form, and thus you cannot make contact. Old Zhao, what on earth has transpired? Chen Mai, regaining his composure from the shock, inquired after taking a deep breath. Zhao Kongsheng collected his thoughts before explaining. It is a rather peculiar tale. After perishing alongside the ghost-faced king, my consciousness became foggy, as if devoid of thought, until an invitation letter appeared. Upon hearing Zhao Kongsheng's extraordinary experience, Team 136 found themselves momentarily speechless. Chen Mai remarked, so, you crossed over to a blind box shop after your death, and the Lich King's abilities you wield are freshly extracted from a jar? Zhao Kongsheng responded nonchalantly, indeed. How astounding is it that your uncle Zhao has returned as a king? Haha, I am now the Lich King, commanding an army of bone beasts numbering over 300,000, of which these are merely a 30th. Additionally, my spiritual form has acquired strength, not in terms of mental power, but akin to Western magical energies. Uncle Zhao, Hong Ying extended her hand. Please reveal that invitation letter to satisfy our curiosity. Very well. I shall indulge your youthful inquisitiveness. Zhao Kongsheng retrieved the invitation letter and placed it in Hong Ying's hands. The others directed their gazes toward it. But as Hong Ying attempted to open it, she found it stubbornly resistant despite her utmost efforts. Noticing her struggle, Zhao Kongsheng explained, do not exert yourself. Boss Shen has stated that only the invited individual can open the letter. He reclaimed the invitation and unfolded it, revealing its contents, which appeared mysterious despite being composed of only a few words. Good grief. Uncle, could you refrain from discussing matters and come over to assist? Xia Simeng, currently only at the Infinite Realm, could only temporarily hold off a Klein Realm sea monster, Klaken, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat. Her frustration at Zhao Kongsheng's idle chatter was palpable. Fear not, little sister, I shall assist you right away. Aware that this was no time for reminiscing, Zhao Kongsheng secured the invitation, then summoned a staff crafted from bone from the void. A tremendous surge of magical energy flowed from his spiritual form into the staff as he bellowed, Xiao Qia, little sister, step back. I am about to unleash a formidable spell. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and the Phoenix team felt a strange urgency and quickly vacated the battlefield. Just as they retreated, Zhao Kongsheng's voice resonated, forbidden technique, corpse explosion. As his words fell, hundreds of bone beasts rapidly ascended onto the sea monster and the three-headed hellhound, their bones expanding rapidly. Sensing the imminent threat, the sea monster and hellhound thrashed violently, yet the bone beasts held firm. With a final, unified roar, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending two mushroom clouds spiraling into the sky. The searing shockwave dispersed like a tempest. Chen Mai's expression shifted dramatically. Old Zhao, what on earth? This is the city's outskirts. Detonating a nuclear bomb would endanger everyone inside. Act quickly to mitigate the damage. Old Chen, fret not. The corpse explosion technique wielded by 1,000 bone beasts does not possess the power of a nuclear bomb. And do you think I lack discernment? Zhao Kongsheng rolled his eyes, but took action nonetheless, directing the remaining bone beasts to brace against the shockwave. The frost giants, however, were not as fortunate, as those near the explosion were obliterated. Once the mushroom clouds dissipated, revealing the severely weakened sea monster and hellhound, the faces of Team 136 and the Phoenix team flickered with shock. Zhao Kongsheng tossed his hair back, declaring, what sea monster? Before my corpse explosion technique. It is utterly defenseless. Allow me to deliver the final blow. Forbidden technique. Bone armament. With that, the bone dragon overhead disintegrated into fragments that swiftly adhered to Zhao Kongsheng, enveloping him in a layer of bone armor, even encircling his face. Xiao Qia, hand me the starblade. With the loss of over 1,000 bones, your uncle Zhao shall transform these two mysterious creatures into soldiers of my army. You're strong. You decide, Lin Xie replied, handing over the blade that rightfully belonged to Zhao Kongsheng. He took the star blade and soared toward the sea monster. In death, aiding in the defense of Daxia is indeed your honor. Farewell. In an instant, he severed the sea monster's life force and cast another spell. Corpse control technique. He then repeated the process on the hellhound. Soon, the two Klein Realm mysterious creatures rose from the ground, subserviently bowing before Zhao Kongsheng, akin to two obedient puppies. The series of shocking events left hearts numbed. At that moment, Lin Xie swiftly approached. There is still a thunder god in the city. Can you contend with him? Zhao Gu. Zhao Kongsheng nodded. I am aware, but whether I can prevail remains to be seen. After all, your uncle Zhao has yet to face a deity. Old Chen, I shall leave 5,000 bone beasts for you to command while I confront this so-called thunder god. With that, Zhao Kongsheng left the remaining bone beasts behind and flew toward another battlefield with the airborne bone beasts, while Chun Mai's group continued to clear the relentless onslaught of frost giants. On another high point, Xiao Nan and Lung Xian witnessed Zhao Kongsheng's triumphant return, their eyes gleaming with surprise, though they masked their excitement well, as the god of trickery, Loki, stood nearby. How intriguing! A spiritual entity can command thousands of bone beasts. Loki chuckled. Today's losses are indeed significant, yet acquiring the Shakti of Shiva makes it worthwhile, despite the loss of 2 giants. However, this young man, so he's like this. Xiao Nan, you and Lung Xian return to Asgard. I shall deliver a grand gift to this city. Understood. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Nan's eyes as she turned with Lung Xian to depart. In the journey to the West Realm, the great sage, Sun Wukong, returned to the base of Five-Finger Mountain, where not a deity was aware of his absence, as if everything remained in its usual rhythm. System, grant me that grand gift. Ding, the grand gift has been issued, including a thread of fortune, 100,000-year-old peaches of immortality, and the skill of the Buddha kingdom. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and the great sage, Sun Wukong, was instantly elated. Excellent. I shall find an opportunity to subdue that old bald donkey. And at the very least, keep him under Five-Finger Mountain for 10,000 years, then pour double the copper juice and iron water down his throat. Heh! The pilgrim should arrive today. I am increasingly eager for the arrival of the pilgrim. Extracting a peach of immortality from the system space, he gleefully began to savor it. Finally, at midday, Sun Wukong spotted a figure clad in a cassock, holding a Zen staff, Tang Sung, passing by. Instantly, he was filled with joy. Hey, hey, hey! Are you the pilgrim? Hearing this, Tang Sung halted, a benevolent expression gracing his face. He recalled the Bodhisattva's words about encountering a monkey who would accompany him as a protector, and he believed this must be that very monkey. Monk, you appear so fragile. Do you think you can manage? I shall do my utmost. I, the great sage Sun Wukong, doubt your capabilities. The journey for scriptures is fraught with challenges. If I cannot overcome this hurdle, how can I venture to the west to attain the true scriptures? I am capable. While you may be, I am not convinced. Tang Sung, why do you speak thus? The great sage Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, feigning remorse. I have committed numerous transgressions and am acutely aware of my grave sins. At this moment, I merely wish to conclude my life here in the mountains, without causing further turmoil in the world. Tang Sung, this script seems awry. The Bodhisattva Guanyin had assured me it would be an effortless endeavor. What is this guardian of scriptures doing? Tang Sung stood bewildered, lost in confusion. As Tang Sung's emotions intensified, the host's fortune increased. With the system's proclamation, the fortune of the Buddhist realm diminished slightly, while that of the great sage Sun Wukong augmented. Joy filled the heart of the great sage. Alas, monk, you may depart. I, the great sage, wish to cleanse my sins here and lack the dignity to be your guardian, nor to serve as your foremost disciple. Tang Sung opened his mouth, finally speaking. Benefactor, the Buddha excels in absolving sins. If you have indeed erred gravely in the past, why not accompany me to the west and listen to the sacred teachings of our Buddha? Upon hearing this, the great sage's frustration nearly erupted. Who wishes to hear the sacred voice of the Buddha? I would rather extract your bones and stew them for eons. Though his heart seethed with ire, the great sage Sun Wukong maintained a countenance of deep remorse. Monk, there is no need for further discourse. I have made my decision. I shall repent here for the remainder of my life. You should leave now, and I wish you safe travels. Tang Sung was genuinely at a loss. Observing this, the great sage Sun Wukong silently communicated with the system. System, if I remain in Wuji Mountain, will those old monks of the Buddhist sect not kill me? Rest assured, the host is the destined guardian of the scriptures. Without you, the journey for the scriptures cannot proceed. Even if it were forced to continue, the fortune gained by the Buddhist realm would be significantly diminished in your absence. Thus, the Buddha will not permit such events to transpire. They will utilize various means to ensure your participation in the quest for scriptures. Ecstatic, the great sage Sun Wukong reveled in joy. The system's words were akin to a death exemption. Now, he merely needed to incite the celestial being's emotions to the point of upheaval. Hearing the system announce increments in fortune, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Tang Sung's bald head and plant a fervent kiss upon it. Yet, he must maintain an expression of profound remorse, causing him to feel a sense of discomfort. Monk, Do not linger here. The quest for scriptures is paramount. Do not waste time on this sinful monkey. Go forth and obtain the true scriptures, and when you return, I shall surely heed your teachings. Tang Sung instinctively believed that the quest for scriptures was of utmost importance. With a dazed expression, he turned to depart. Just as he left Wuji Mountain, the Tathagata in the Buddhist realm sensed a disturbance and immediately turned his gaze to Guanyin. Tang Sung and the unruly monkey have encountered an unexpected situation. You must rectify this matter. Understood. Guanyin also noted that the great sage Sun Wukong had not been released by Tang Sung and recognized the deviation from the original course. Her brow furrowed slightly. According to the original trajectory, Tang Sung should have freed the unruly monkey, who, in turn, would have donned the golden circlet. This sequence at Wuji Mountain must unfold correctly. Yet now Guanyin could not comprehend the situation and was compelled to set forth to correct the trajectory. Exiting the Buddhist realm, she hastened towards Wuji Mountain. In an instant, she arrived. Wukong, why do you not allow the seeker of scriptures to liberate you? Guanyin, my disciple feels deeply burdened by sin and wishes to pass this life in obscurity. I am unworthy of the significant responsibility of being the guardian of scriptures. Please choose another. The great sage Sun Wukong adopted a profoundly remorseful demeanor, as if he were the most wicked being in existence. Upon hearing this, Guanyin's expression darkened further, her eyelids twitching. Change the guardian? The seeker was already predetermined. If a change were possible, why would I have come again? Something is amiss, utterly amiss. The nature of the unruly monkey is well known to all the celestial beings. To claim deep remorse is merely the greatest pretense. Guanyin pinched her fingers, her frown deepening. She could not ascertain what was amiss. What was happening now? Wukong, if you wish to absolve your sins, becoming the guardian of scriptures is the optimal choice. Repenting beneath Wuji Mountain is a grave error. Attaining the true Mahayana Buddhist teachings is the right path. But if I do not venture out, I shall not err. I will conclude my life here, and when my soul returns to the underworld, I shall continue to repent. What purpose does the Mahayana Buddhist doctrine serve then? Moreover, I recall the Buddha stating that all beings are equal. Surely, the Bodhisattva would not coerce me into becoming that guardian? Good, Wukong. Since you can articulate the notion of equality among all beings, it signifies your connection with the Buddha. The Buddha saves beings, not coerces them. You possess Buddha nature. Why not follow Tang Sung and take refuge in the Buddhist teachings? Alas, if I interpret equality among beings to mean that repenting before the Buddha is equivalent to repenting beneath Wuji Mountain, then since both forms of repentance are equal, why must the Bodhisattva continue to persuade me? The great sage Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes. I now wish to repent in slumber. Please select another guardian swiftly, for there is no need to waste another moment on me. You still wish to repent in slumber? This statement shattered Guanyin's composure. The fluctuations in her emotions grew more pronounced, while the great sage Sun Wukong reveled in delight. After a long pause, Guanyin spoke again. Wukong, how can you emerge to become the guardian of scriptures? Upon hearing this, the great sage Sun Wukong instantly opened his eyes. Returning to the prior topic. Since the Buddha speaks of equality among beings, do you not find our current dialogue somewhat inequitable? Why is that? Look at me. I am trapped beneath the mountain while you stand above. Why do you not enter the mountain and engage in an equal dialogue with me? Perhaps after our conversation, I would agree to become the guardian of scriptures, for surely you do not wish for the journey to lack my presence as the guardian. The great sage Sun Wukong raised his head. His remorseful demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a playful expression, as if he were teasing. Armed with the system's assurance of immunity from death, he felt invincible against the entire Buddhist realm. No one could thwart him. Chapter 99. The loquacious great sage Sun Wukong. Patience. One must not succumb to anger. This concerns the fortunes of the entire Buddhist sect. One must endure. Guanyin gazed down at the great sage Sun Wukong, inhaling deeply, then performed an action that astonished him greatly. She descended from the heavens and calmly lay beside him, her pupils betraying no signs of disturbance. It seems this is how it ought to be. Now, you and I are equal. May I proceed to become the guardian of scriptures? My goodness, she truly has come down to lie beside me. Is this the same exalted Bodhisattva? It appears I am indeed indispensable on the journey for scriptures. The great sage Sun Wukong's eyes darted, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. No, I merely suggested we engage in a dialogue of equality. I only mentioned the possibility of becoming the guardian after our discussion. I did not commit to it. Furthermore, even if the bodhisattva has lain down. Our conversation still lacks true equality. Upon hearing this, Guanin's expression finally shifted, though she refrained from any reckless actions. Why? Bodhisattva, look at this. Sun Wukong pointed at the body hidden within the mountains. I, Sun Wukong, have no garments to speak of, so why should the bodhisattva not also shed her clothes? That would render our dialogue fair. The atmosphere thickened with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent as Guanin's emotions surged. The gaze of Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong made him feel an involuntary shiver run through his body. However, upon hearing the system's voice, he dismissed his concerns, adopting an attitude of indifference, as if he were an unflinching pig in boiling water. Guanin was genuinely incensed and was about to employ some measures when a voice reached his ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In the grand scheme of existence, why concern oneself with a mere physical form? If the monkey wishes to observe, let him. For the sake of the Buddhist cause, we must prioritize the greater picture. Taking a deep breath, Guanin fixed a gaze upon Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong that was colder than ever before. Without uttering a word, he gently trembled, and a figure resembling a jade sculpture emerged into the open air, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong felt a jolt of surprise, choosing to avert his eyes from Guanin, as his spirit immersed itself in a surge of fortune, skyrocketing over 100 points in a mere 10 seconds. Shouldn't we stir things up a bit? He mused. Bodhisattva, why is your bosom larger than mine? I've heard rumors of you being a man, yet where's your... Well, come a bit closer. My hands are itching to scratch an itch using your body. Host, please be advised that Guanin stands on the brink of unleashing deadly intent. Given your current strength, should Guanin decide to act recklessly, you would be powerless to resist. A sheepish smile crept across Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong's face as he shrugged nonchalantly. The journey to acquire the scriptures was long. There was no need to hasten things. Forcing Guanin's hand would be counterproductive. After all, time was on his side. Bodhisattva, as a protector of the scriptures, I, Sun Wukong, am willing to carry out my duty. Please call that little monk back to release me. With a cold snort, Guanin reclad himself and vanished from sight. Just then, another figure appeared beside Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong, giving him a thumbs up. You've got guts, great sage. You truly aren't afraid of Guanin killing you. Hey, Boss Shen, what brings you here? Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong chuckled. As a destined protector of the scriptures, I hold a golden ticket to immunity. What is there to fear? Indeed, the newcomer was Shen San. With only the performing monkey left in the shop enjoying afternoon tea, he had come to the journey to the West Dimension for leisure, confident in his ability to remain undetected by even the sages. He chortled at the sight of Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong, dancing dangerously close to disaster. Shen San settled on the ground, producing 2 bottles of liquor and 2 roasted duck feet, inching closer to Wuji Mountain and placing the food before Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong. Have a drink. Enjoy a bite. As a monk, you can't partake in these delights. Who says I can't eat? The system encourages me to stir up trouble. Not only shall I indulge, but that little monk shall partake as well. Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong took a swig of liquor and bit into the roasted duck, his mind racing with schemes to disrupt the journey for the scriptures. In response, Shen San nodded. Indeed, without causing a ruckus, how can one gain fortune? Look at this book. He handed over a tome, opening it for Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong to peruse. Delighted, Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong exclaimed, Boss Shen, what a marvelous technique. You've accurately predicted the trials of the journey and documented them in this book. He quickly scanned the pages, noting that Tang Xing seemed rather amiable towards him, albeit a bit verbose. According to the text, Tang Xing would face 81 tribulations. The first trial was his banishment to the mortal realm, followed by the second of being pursued upon birth. Arriving at Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong's location marked the 8th trial, with the next being the consumption of the white horse, subsequently replaced by the white dragon. As he spoke, a glint sparked in his eyes. Boss Shen, would you be interested in tasting some dragon meat? Sure thing, Shen San replied, stretching. Tang Xing is nearly back. I shall wait by the white dragon gorge while you devise your own plan. Minutes passed, and Tang Xing arrived at the foot of Wuji Mountain, his expression as serene as ever. Have you made your preparations? Yes, master. Hurry and unveil the runes. I shall protect you as we venture to the west. Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong had intended to directly call the monk, but reflecting on the events of the story, He recognized that Tang Sang had treated him well. Yet, all the trials were merely orchestrated by the Buddhist order for the sake of fortune. Tang Sang said nothing further, having endured great hardship to reach the peak of Wuji Mountain. Before his hand could touch the runes, they detached on their own. A flicker of confusion crossed Tang Sung's eyes, but he dismissed it as he cautiously descended, hearing his first disciple call for him to move away. He quickly exited the vicinity of Wuji Mountain. In an instant, the mountain erupted, debris flying wildly as Qi Tian, the Sheng's son, Wukong, burst forth from the chaos, landing beside Tang Sung. Master, fret not. I, son Wukong, shall carry you to the west for the scriptures. Let us proceed. Just as Qi Tian, the Sheng's son Wukong, prepared to hoist Tang Sung onto his back toward the White Dragon Gorge, a beam of golden light shot from the sky, striking him squarely on the head. Still holding a grudge, I see. Qi Tian, the Sheng's son Wukong scoffed, familiar with the golden circlet that sought to restrain him. Fortunately, he had the system and the five-colored divine light. He pondered whether he could shake off the circlet. In the westward journey dimension at White Dragon Gorge, Shen San contemplated before transforming using the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, gaining the ability to blend seamlessly. With a booming dragon roar, Shen San became an entirely silver dragon. He dove into the White Dragon Gorge, quickly locating the slumbering white dragon. Hey buddy, wake up! Shen San gently tapped the dragon's head with his claw, drooling at the thought of feasting on fresh dragon meat. Aolai opened his eyes groggily, only to be startled by the sight of a dragon head larger than his own, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. His pupils widened in shock, fear gripping his heart. What a terrifying presence! Who is this formidable figure? I didn't even sense them approaching. If their intentions were malevolent, I, the third prince of the dragon clan, would be doomed. But wait, this dragon was also of the dragon lineage. Why had he never encountered such a creature before? He had seen dragons from all corners of the seas, but had no recollection of this one. Could it be a hidden elder? Realizing this, Aolai lowered his head slightly. He was hot-tempered, but not foolish enough to provoke a fellow dragon whose strength he could not gauge. Are you perhaps a hidden elder of our clan? Cough, cough, indeed. I am Shun Tian, the leader of the Silver Dragon clan. I happened to pass through this area and sensed a kin among us, so I came to take a look. Shen San blinked. Young one, what brings you here? What a ridiculous name. Aolai frowned but respectfully replied, I am Aolai, the third son of the West Sea Dragon King. I was banished here for a minor transgression. Ah, I see. Young Ao, did you steal the Jade Emperor's lover, or perhaps the Queen Mother's undergarments to incur such a punishment? Shen San reclined casually, his entire form shimmering with silver light as water reflected off him. Upon hearing this, Aolai's heart raced, and shock painted his dragon face. The elder before him audaciously referred to the Jade Emperor as old man and dared to disrespect the Queen Mother. Such boldness was truly exhilarating. After the initial shock, his expression shifted to one of admiration, wishing to bow in reverence to Shen San. Now, he was even more convinced that this elder was indeed a hermit of extraordinary caliber. If Aolai narrowed his dragon eyes into a thin line and swiftly produced his treasured possessions and delicacies, he would almost worship Shen San as a father figure. Shen San, delighted by this, gathered the treasures but had no desire for raw food. Instead, he conjured forth a mountain of cooked dishes from his spatial realm and invited Aolai to partake. His intention was straightforward. With some time before the great sage arrived at Bailong Jian, he aimed to plump up Aolai before the inevitable slaughter. Little Ao, your standing in the dragon clan seems rather poor. Should the opportunity arise, I will take you back to my clan to show you my status. You're jesting, elder. As the chief of a clan, your standing must be the highest. Ah, little Ao, you are mistaken. No one is born a leader. My current position is the result of countless slaughters. I believe you too have the potential. Please, elder, teach this little dragon how to ascend to the position of clan leader. The path to becoming a clan leader begins with the elimination of one's father, followed by the eradication of siblings, and finally, anyone who defies you must be dealt with accordingly. Aolai listened, his heart pounding. The elder appeared affable, yet he was, in truth, a harbinger of death. No wonder he had ascended to clan leader. It seemed he had eliminated all competition. Elder, you jest. A mere little dragon like myself could never slay my father or kin. Ah, so you do harbor such thoughts. Shen San chuckled softly and retrieved a book from his spatial realm. To achieve your goals, action is essential. I, too, climbed to my present status with but humble strength, driven by courage and intellect. This book, a serendipitous find, is a divine tome. Much of my current standing can be attributed to its teachings. I sense a connection with you, so I bestow this sacred text upon you, hoping for your success. When you achieve greatness, we can form an alliance and pursue the path that transcends the heavenly Tao together. Transcend the heavenly Tao? Aeoli gasped once more. The existence of deities and sages was no secret. Yet here stood an elder proclaiming the ambition to surpass the heavenly Tao. Did this imply he was a sage? If so, to have made the acquaintance of such an elder was akin to having secured a lifetime of fortune. With deep respect, Aeoli accepted the book and opened to the first page with his celestial power. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. He murmured, flipping to the next page, quickly becoming engrossed in its contents. His reading pace quickened, but midway through, he suddenly halted, redirecting disaster. Aeoli's eyes brightened, as if a feasible plan had dawned upon him. Shen San, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy in his heart. He was eager to observe what Aeoli could accomplish with the teachings of Sun Tzu. It seemed, when the great sage arrived at Bai Long Jian, he would need to ensure the slaughter was not executed too swiftly. Yet, they could not leave empty-handed. A leg would suffice for their feast. From that point on, neither spoke again, one contemplating whether to steam or braise, while the other was lost in the depths of strategy, drooling at the thought of utilizing Sun Tzu's principles to ascend to the role of clan leader. Thus, days passed in quietude. Finally, the great sage, Sun Wukong, arrived at Bai Long Jian with Tang Sanzong. He settled Tang Sanzong beneath the shade of a tree and led the white horse to the edge of Bai Long Jian, but remained there in silence, brow furrowed. This isn't right. If the little white dragon doesn't emerge to consume the white horse, how shall I have a pretext to feast on dragon flesh? The tales insisted the little white dragon would inevitably devour the white horse. Could it be due to a misalignment in timing? System, can you ascertain what the little white dragon is currently engaged in? Beep. Reporting to the host, Aeoli is presently engrossed in studying the art of war. The system suggests creating some commotion to awaken Aeoli. Ah, splendid. The great sage, Sun Wukong, retrieved the Rui Jingu Bang and soared above Bai Long Jian, enlarging the staff to stir a massive vortex in the waters below. Tang Sanzong was momentarily bewildered by his disciple's antics, but soon attributed it to youthful exuberance and dismissed it, wiping the sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, Aeoli, absorbed in the world of strategy, sensed the turmoil on his turf and immediately recognized the monkey's meddling above. However, with the elder present, he dared not raise his voice. Shen San slightly opened his eyes, his expression stoic. Little Ao, I desire horse meat. Go and slay that white horse. Understood, elder. I shall catch the white horse and deal with that monkey as well. To disturb the elder's rest is a crime deserving of death. As the chaos unfolded, the waters churned violently, the Rui Jingu Bang stirring the depths. Suddenly, Sun Wukong received a telepathic message from Shen San and nodded inwardly, continuing his actions. If slaughter was off the table, a leg would suffice for a meal. In a moment of distraction, Aeoli sprang from the water, seizing the white horse and tossing it into the gorge, glaring defiantly at Sun Wukong. You miscreant monkey, do not presume that the entire dragon clan fears you. Disturbing my peace is an act of folly. Before Aeoli could finish, a searing pain coursed through him as he realized he had lost a leg, his insides churning in agony. Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly. Familiar with the tales, he knew the little white dragon was a pawn of the Buddhist order. He aimed for a swift resolution, preventing any chance for the Buddhist faction to react. Tang Sanzong, noticing the sudden turn of events, shouted urgently, Wukong, no killing. Rest assured, master. This little white creature dared to harm your white horse. I am merely providing a lesson, not breaking the precept against killing. Sun Wukong nonchalantly discarded the dragon's leg into the gorge. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared in the sky, and without needing to look up, he knew who had arrived. The Bodhisattva Guanyin, poised to prompt Aeoli to take on the role of the white horse. At that moment, her expression fluctuated, the unfolding events straying further from her expectations, leaving her in confusion. Bodhisattva, Tang Sanzong respectfully intoned. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong reveled in the system's continuous notifications of enhanced fortune, chuckling inwardly. Being the designated protector of scriptures is a splendid role. I can carry out minor mischief as long as it does not cross the line. What is this called? It is akin to being granted permission to frolic in the flower gardens. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Bodhisattva, what brings you here? Are you prepared for another equal dialogue with me? Guanin's emotion swayed as she took a deep breath. Wukong, are you aware that Ao Lai is also a character on the journey to acquire the scriptures? Feigning ignorance, Sun Wukong replied, I am unaware. The moment this little white creature appeared, it slaughtered the white horse. The Buddha does not favor creatures that kill, and I am merely assisting in its passage. You. Guanin was almost speechless with frustration. Yet, with the monkey invoking the Buddha, she found herself at a loss for words. Furthermore, the monkey had not committed murder. He had merely severed Ao Lai's leg, leaving her with mounting exasperation. Guanin chose to disregard the sharp-tongued Sun Wukong and focused her gaze on Ao Lai. You. Having angered the Jade Emperor and being exiled, since you have caused the death of the white horse, you shall become Tang Xinzang's steed on the journey for scriptures. Upon hearing this, Ao Lai hesitated before responding, as if listening to Shen San's divine words. After a considerable pause, he finally replied, Understood, Elder. Internally, however, he felt a tumult of emotions. Truly, the Elder was extraordinary. Even the Bodhisattva was oblivious to his presence, showcasing his formidable power. Ao Lai remained silent, then transformed into a white horse, albeit one missing a leg, giving him an oddly peculiar appearance. Guanyin observed the situation and extended her hand, causing Ao Lai's lost leg to instantaneously reappear, though it lacked its original functionality, merely an illusionary trick. The journey to acquire the scriptures was fraught with challenges, and one must be vigilant not to break the precepts. Noticing the hesitance in the expression of the great sage, Sun Wukong, Guanin hastily uttered a remark before turning to leave. Tang Xinzang was filled with confusion, sensing an oddity about the Bodhisattva, yet unable to articulate what felt amiss. Ao Lai instinctively approached Tang Xinzang, biting onto his robe. With a swift motion, he hoisted Tang Xinzang onto his back and let out a call towards Sun Wukong. Thus, the trio, a man, a dragon, and a monkey, each harboring unique thoughts, embarked once again on their journey. As night descended, Sun Wukong greeted Tang Xinzang before venturing into a nearby forest, where he found Shen San by a campfire. He sat down beside him and casually tore off a sizable piece of dragon leg meat. Delicious. The next challenge is the Zen temple. Shen Laoban, would you be interested in another visit? I plan to burn the Zen robe and frame it on the old monk there. Upon hearing this, Shen San shook his head after tasting the dragon meat. It's getting late. I must return to oversee the shop. After this meal, I need to head back. If you have time, do come by the shop to help with the business. Enjoy yourself. Shen San reassured. Sun Wukong patted his chest with enthusiasm. I'll find some gold when I have the chance, and I shall visit again. Shen San remained silent, retrieving some drinks for a leisurely chat with Sun Wukong. By the time they finished the dragon leg, over an hour had passed. Shen San stood to take his leave, while Sun Wukong smiled sheepishly. Did you bring any rice? I came out under the pretense of begging, and it's quite late. Master will surely be famished. Haha, it seems you care for Tang Xinzang quite a bit. Shen San remarked. I can distinguish good from evil. Tang Xinzang is merely a concealed monk, and my impression of him is quite favorable. All right, here you go. Shen San handed over a bowl of white rice. Be careful not to overdo it. I wouldn't want to come back and find your grave overgrown. Enough talk, farewell. In an instant, Shen San vanished, returning to the shop, noticing the old monkey still asleep at the entrance. The dawn light was breaking, so he gently nudged the old monkey's foot. Still sleeping? The execution hour is drawing near in your world. Shouldn't you hurry back? The old monkey yawned and stretched. A day here equals a month in my world. When I arrived at the shop, it was around 9 in the morning, so I'll wait until 9 to head back. People age and tend to doze off, relishing a delicious breakfast. Do you have any food? Certainly. Shen San shrugged. The 4th floor is for leisure and entertainment, with all kinds of food available, but it comes at a cost. Since you've stayed the night, perhaps you could treat me to breakfast? Well, that seems fair. The old monkey sighed in resignation. Shen San, seizing the opportunity, called upon Zhu Qing, the general, and the siblings from the 18th floor. However, just as they were about to head upstairs with the yellow fish, a white vapor rushed in from the horizon. As it approached, the figure within became clear, clad in a sharp black and white suit, adorned with gleaming golden glasses, his hair slicked back with gel, glistening under the morning sun, and holding an ancient tome at his waist. Upon seeing this, the The old monkey instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, thinking to himself how dazzling the man appeared, even more so than the shimmering fruit. The siblings curled their lips in disdain, dismissing him as pretentious. The man was none other than Yamcha, who, with an air of utmost confidence, declared, "Shen Laoban, I have comprehended the wishful phrases. Today, I shall emerge victorious." In the early morning, patrons began to gather at the entrance of the shop, engaging in conversation and waiting with anticipation in their hearts. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor of the blind box store, a lively group was indulging in food and drink, their expressions relaxed, save for one, the old monkey, who lamented over his expenses. The fourth floor boasted ample space, seemingly endless. Within the picturesque setting, towering buildings stood, and a few service robots meandered down the streets. Among them, 7 or 8 robots emerged from a kitchen, carrying freshly prepared snacks, their faces adorned with welcoming smiles. They respectfully placed the dishes on the table, wishing the diners well before stepping back. "Dig in. Why aren't you eating? The food here is exquisite," Sun Wukong exclaimed, devouring the dishes with gusto. The old monkey shed tears, mourning his empty wallet for 3 minutes. Bulma, rubbing her forehead, wore an expression of disbelief. Beside her, Yamcha sipped his milk tea elegantly, his neat suit and composed demeanor making him appear as a sage from another realm. Bulma rolled her eyes. "Stop pretending. No matter how you act, you won't look any cooler. You wouldn't understand." Yamcha paid her no mind, leisurely taking another sip of tea. The wishful phrases state that one must be in high spirits before opening a blind box and must avoid overindulgence. Overeating may lead to discomfort and disorientation, which is a grave taboo. Fortunately, with Shen Laoban's generosity, I have avoided straying off course. Once I unveil the treasure, you will comprehend my current state. All right. Act however you wish," Bulma retorted, picking up trunks and heading to the adjacent shop to play bumper cars with the robots. At that moment, 3 individuals, 2 tall and 1 short, strolled down the street. The shorter one cradled an Ultraman, while the 2 taller ones each held a monster. These 3 were the Omni King and his guards, who had lingered on the 4th floor since yesterday, without leaving. Upon spotting Shen San, the Omni King floated over eagerly. "Hey, Shen San, let us play Ultraman versus the monsters. It's so much fun. The monsters can't defeat Ultraman." Hearing this, Shen San's lips twitched. From the moment the Omni King entered the blind box store, he sensed something unusual about him. His acting skills were even more impressive than the old monkey's, fully immersing himself in the role of a child. "Hey, why aren't you speaking? How about you play Ultraman, and I'll be the monster? What do you say? Enough with the nonsense. The shop is about to open. If you wish to play, let Sun Wukong join you." Shen San pointed to the gluttonous Sun Wukong. The Omni King tilted his head, observing Sun Wukong. He could discern Sun Wukong's immense potential, as the blind box and the training of body and mind had already placed him among the universe's elite. Upon first encountering Sun Wukong, he had contemplated recruiting him and Vegeta. "Come on, Wukong, let us play." "What nonsense. I'm not playing. I still need to train my mind." Sun Wukong firmly declined without a second thought. The 2 guards shot him death glares, but neither the Omni King nor the Grand Priest could act within the shop, so they refrained from taking action. Nevertheless, the Omni King persisted, forcibly dragging Sun Wukong to join in the game of Ultraman versus monsters. Before long, the clock struck 8. The old monkey, with tears in his eyes, had spent nearly 5 million to accompany the big eaters down to the 1st floor. By then, a long line had formed at the front desk, and upon seeing Shen San, the patrons began to greet him. "Boss Shen, Mr. Satan is absent today, so we shall cover the expenses. Please bring me 7 yen blind boxes. I have a strong feeling that fortune will favor me today. I also desire 5 tome blind boxes and 1 more blind box. The money is in the box. Hurry and retrieve the blind boxes." A group of impoverished souls gathered, urging Boss Shun to provide them with 5 Wangja jars directly. "Today, I aim for a decisive victory. It is either wealth or a fresh start." The crowd placed boxes of cash beside the front desk. Upon noticing this, Shen San waved his hand, collecting all the boxes filled with cash, and only then did he retrieve the corresponding jars and blind boxes from the cabinet. The recipients of the jars and blind boxes, filled with exhilaration, rushed to every corner to unveil their treasures. Once Bulma and the others stepped aside, she approached the card machine with confidence, stating, with Jarvis's assistance. The Wanning Jiaonong, has reached new heights. Today, I shall directly acquire 5 Wangzhe jars. Indeed, Bulma, your audacity is commendable. The store manager gives you a thumbs up. Shen San cheerfully produced 5 Wangzhe jars. Best of luck, he declared. It is bound to yield results. Without a second thought, Bulma grasped the hammer and swung it horizontally. With a resounding chime, 5 items materialized above the jars. Congratulations, Bulma, for obtaining a dog tail, a handful of dogtail grass, a dog head, a stray dog, and a serving of dog food. Bulma was taken aback. Old performance monkey, bystander A, B, and C. The silence was palpable, only to be shattered by a sudden tempest of laughter. After a brief moment of quiet, everyone erupted into uncontrollable laughter, unable to stand upright. Bulma glared at those still chuckling. Laugh all you want. I have wealth and can afford to lose. Eventually, you all will be left with nothing. The bystanders found themselves unable to retort, for the Wanning Jiaonong group was a colossal entity beyond their reach. Although the cost of the 5 Wangzhe jars was considerable for them, it was a mere trifle for the Wanning Jiaonong group. If they were to produce the equivalent amount for just 5 Wangzhe jars and failed to yield any results, they would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits. Why the sudden silence? Bulma scanned the room, hands on her hips. The onlookers could only awkwardly avert their gazes. Seeing this, Bulma collected her newly acquired items and moved aside. Shen San smiled and inquired, "What blind boxes and jars would you like to open?" Old Performance Monkey replied, "Not today. I shall return shortly." Yamcha straightened his tie and confidently approached Boss Shun. He placed a Wanning Jiaonong on the counter, containing gold and jewels. "Please assess its value. And combined with my previous deposit, let us see what blind boxes and jars I can acquire. Today, I intend to go all in." Upon hearing this, Shen San glanced at the Wanning Jiaonong and chuckled. "This time, you've brought more gold and jewels than before. I'll arrange it for you. A total of 3 Wangzhe jars. Are you certain about going all in?" "Absolutely," Yamcha affirmed, patting his wishful thinking book. With Boss Shun's divine tome, there was no time like the present for such a gamble. "Very well, best of luck." The jars were placed on the counter, and Yamcha reverently picked up the hammer. He first placed the wishful thinking book on the counter, then opened to the 3rd page, his eyes widening in amazement. Before opening a jar, one must be properly attired, mentally prepared, and possess a heart filled with ambition. I meet all these prerequisites. Now come forth, my treasures. With a clang, the hammer struck the jar, and brilliance erupted, leaving the crowd in awe. Chapter 103. Yamcha's explosive fortune at the blind box shop. Radiance emanated from the Wangzhe jar, enveloping Yamcha entirely. As the light faded, golden patterns began to spread across his body, covering his hands, face, and even the surface of his clothing. In that moment, Yamcha's energy surged at an astonishing rate, reaching an alarming level. Shen San tossed him a detection lens, instantly revealing Yamcha's current battle statistics: 50 trillion. A meteoric rise indeed. The onlookers gazed at Yamcha's extraordinary and domineering appearance, astonished and envious. They felt envy and resentment, lamenting why such a remarkable ability had not been bestowed upon them. They could only silently rage within. Meanwhile, Bulma, slightly taken aback, observed Yamcha, then glanced at the wishful thinking book, pondering whether it truly held power or if it was merely coincidence. As these thoughts crossed Bulma's mind, Yamcha opened his tightly shut eyes. A wave of joy washing over him. His body trembled slightly, escalating in intensity. His pupils were bloodshot, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Who could understand the immense pressure he had endured during this time? Each time he fell asleep, he was haunted by mocking faces, all telling him to give up, that he was destined for failure. But now, if anyone dared to call him a loser, he would proudly proclaim, "Loser? That is a thing of the past. Please refer to me as the lucky one now." With that thought, Yamcha leaped up excitedly, thrusting his right hand skyward and shouting with all his might. "Who dares challenge me? I ask, who dares?" Bulma, wide-eyed, questioned who truly was the loser today. "To all of you, please refrain from calling me a loser. Address me as the lucky one." Ha ha ha. Thanks to Boss Shen's wishful thinking book and its companionship during this time, I shall honor and cherish you all. Yamcha, filled with excitement, embraced the wishful thinking book and planted a kiss on it, then contemplated jumping over the counter to kiss Shen San. However, he noticed the peculiar smile on Shen San's face, which sent a chill down his spine, causing him to awkwardly retract his advance. Bulma rolled her eyes and said, Enough. Look at how excited you are. What did you open that has you in such a frenzy? Yes, 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 Yamcha stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Bulma turned to Shen San, and the others awaited his response. Shen San, seeing their anticipation, explained with a smile. What Yamcha just opened is the inheritance of the Golden Horned Beast, and his bloodline has transformed into that of the Golden Horned Beast tribe. The Golden Horned Beast is a formidable race. It does not require training, but merely consumes sufficient metal to enhance its power. Upon reaching its peak, it can rival a god of destruction. However, the amount of metal required to reach that peak is unfathomable. Even if Yamcha were to devour all the metals on this planet, he would not progress further. To elevate his status, he has two options. First, as one with the bloodline of the Golden Horned Beast, he can survive in the cosmos and seek metals on other planets to bolster his strength. Second, and the most straightforward method, the blind boxes and jars contain limitless metals. With sufficient luck, it is entirely possible to unveil an entire universe's worth of metals. Upon hearing this, Bulma shrugged. So that's what it is, a bloodline that consumes time and money. And Yamcha, do you still consider yourself human? Yamcha retorted. You're the one who isn't human. The Golden Horned Beast possesses innate mystical powers, and I can easily manifest a human form whenever I desire. As for metals, there is no rush. With the bloodline of the Golden Horned Behemoth coursing through my veins, my lifespan has greatly increased, granting me ample time to gather metals in the future. Enough of idle chatter. The wish record mentions striking while the iron is hot, and my fortune is at its zenith. I must seize this opportunity. Yamcha took a moment to steady his emotions, then opened the wish record once more, his expression resembling that of a devout pilgrim, filled with utmost reverence. He noticed a particular entry within the record, and from behind, he retrieved several incense sticks along with an apple, igniting the incense and placing it atop the apple before setting it beside the jar. Witnessing this peculiar act, the surrounding crowd halted their blind box opening, drawing closer with keen interest. Even the elderly monkey with its tilted head leaned forward. Bulma, cradling Trunks, couldn't resist taking a few steps closer. All eyes were fixed intently on the hammer in Yamcha's hand. He made his move. With the incense arranged, Yamcha swung the hammer with a light touch, his movements tender and delicate. It shattered. The hammer struck the surface of the jar with seemingly little force. Yet the jar instantly splintered into countless fragments. In that fleeting moment, a card materialized above the shattered jar, emanating a mystical glow. Everyone gasped in astonishment. It was not their first visit to a blind box store, and they understood the significance of the card. It could be a treasure that propels one to greatness. At that moment, some patrons, upon glancing at the wish record, were overtaken by greed, eager to snatch it away. Even Bulma, when she glimpsed the wish record again, exhibited a glimmer of desire in her eyes, as if to say, I want that. Meanwhile, Yamcha's heart raced with excitement, nearly ceasing to beat. He quickly took a few deep breaths to regain his composure, determined not to lose his poise in the presence of the sacred text. He must maintain his calm and collected demeanor. Oh dear Book of Wishes, I cherish you immensely, he murmured, kissing the wish record fervently and embracing it as though it were a beloved spouse. After a few seconds, he retrieved the card, directing his gaze to its front. True Dragon Treasure Technique? The name alone was extraordinary. Today, fortune smiled upon him. He looked up. Papa Shun, is this a divine skill? The shopkeeper replied, casting a stern glance. Do not presume a connection based on your size. Do not make baseless claims. Shen San explained, indeed. The True Dragon Treasure Technique is a divine skill, one that rivals the great wilderness divine palm. Upon hearing this, Yamcha hastily consumed the card without a moment's hesitation, feeling the overwhelming power of the True Dragon Treasure Technique, his excitement reaching unparalleled heights. After a while, he regained some semblance of calm, gazing at the final royal jar as if it were a long-lost father. He opened the record, murmuring to himself, Father, ancestors, great-grandfather, I rely on you. Grant your grandson a boon. Boom. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the jar radiated boundless brilliance, as if to illuminate the day anew. Chapter 104. Yamcha left the blind box store, utterly satisfied. The dazzling light did not envelop Yamcha's form. Within it appeared to be a hidden red shadow. This unprecedented sight captivated everyone's attention, their hearts racing, and they barely dared to breathe, fearful of disturbing this extraordinary spectacle. Some individuals even covered their mouths tightly, their pupils dilated in shock. Suddenly, as the light began to fade, the red shadow sprang forth from the brilliance. Shen San instinctively took 2 steps back. It was a clown box, and in that moment of emergence, a firecracker erupted from the clown's mouth, splattering those in the front with confetti. Afterward, the clown emitted a mocking voice. "Congratulations. You've received a clown firecracker. Did you get splattered? I bet you did." Bulma was left bewildered, her expression darkening. The corners of Huang Yuan's mouth twisted further in response to this unexpected twist. All the customers were left in a state of confusion, their expressions questioning, as the clown box continued to deliver taunts. The twitching of their lips showed no sign of cessation. Meanwhile, Yamucha's mind was reeling, his head spinning. "Boss Shen." He took a deep breath. "Forget it. The wish record did mention that one should not be overly greedy and must know when to stop. Getting 2 items is already a remarkable gain. The emotional roller coaster is indeed difficult to endure, yet Yamucha's mindset had been well trained by the wish record, even if he drew a sarcastic item this time. From another perspective, it was akin to having the utmost luck, as it was his first draw. At this moment, everyone regained their composure, collapsing to the ground, struggling to rise after a while. Bulma leaned slightly towards the front desk, her expression revealing a few more crow's feet due to the clown's mockery. "Dear Boss Shun, wasn't it promised that after the light, a divine artifact would emerge? Defamation. I shall accuse you of defamation. When did I ever say that after the light comes a divine artifact? I merely stated that a divine artifact may manifest in various forms. You all made assumptions. Can I be blamed for that? Furthermore, the jar belongs to Yamucha. Why are you all so agitated?" Shen San shrugged. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others paused. All right. The jar was not opened by them, and the clown's mockery was not directed at them. They had only moved closer to be splattered with confetti. The jar's opener remained silent. What right did they have to complain? Bulma understood this logic as well, and upon reflection, realized that Boss Shun had never explicitly stated that a divine artifact follows the light. It was merely her own preconceived notion. She looked at Shen San's mischievous gaze and awkwardly retreated. Yamucha smiled faintly, then solemnly grasped the wish record. "Thank you, Boss Shun, for the divine book. I am thoroughly satisfied. I have no money left in the store, so I plan to earn some now and return to support your business later." "Very well, safe travels." Shen San waved his hand. "Work hard. Earning money is great. Regardless of what you draw, you will never incur a loss." Some patrons observed Yamucha making his exit, noticing the wish record resting quietly on his abdomen, their eyes ablaze with fervor. They abandoned their blind box openings, trailing closely behind him. Others continued to open blind boxes, fueled by the luck of Yamucha, their anticipation heightened. With each blind box opened, if it yielded no treasures, sounds of disappointment would echo. If a treasure emerged, exclamations of joy would fill the air. The myriad of human emotions manifested in the store. Though only a few were on display, yet it was this blend of disappointment and joy that infused the establishment with a touch of earthly warmth. Congratulations to Miss Airbu for acquiring the skill of the soaring eagle's hand. Congratulations to Mr. Murakami for obtaining a megaphone. Congratulations to Mr. Watanabe for receiving a pack of diapers. The continuous stream of congratulations resonated as those who had opened blind boxes and jars departed the store with varying emotions. A passerby, who had gambled on the royal jar, ended up with a collection of useless items and found himself bankrupt. Thus, another man joined the ranks of street beggars in the West City. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairway. In the next instant, Sun Wukong, clad in a monster costume, emerged from the staircase. He dashed toward the front desk, raising his hand to remove the monster headpiece. Shen San. Who exactly are those 3 called the Omni Kings? Those 2 towering figures possess unfathomable strength. I couldn't withstand even a single move from them. Please tell me." Upon hearing this, Shen San did not conceal the truth and spoke directly. "In your dimension, there are a total of 12 universes, all overseen by the most exalted deities. The Realm King you are acquainted with is indeed a deity. Above the Realm King is the Great Realm King, and above the Great Realm King is the Great Realm King God. These higher deities typically focus on management and creation. The true possessors of formidable combat prowess are the destruction gods, as previously mentioned. Their role is solely to obliterate, thereby elevating the universe as a whole. Each destruction god is accompanied by an angel, who serves as both their attendant and teacher, possessing strength that surpasses that of the destruction god. The angel you have encountered, Weiss, is one such being. In terms of power, The two you battled are guards, their strength comparable to that of angels, both belonging to the third tier of the universe. Ascending further, we encounter the Grand Priests, who indulge in leisure and possess strength within the second tier of the universe. Lastly, there is the Xeno you mentioned, who governs the life and death of the 12 universes, being their creator. Additionally, there exists a being known as the Super Dragon, whose strength even surpasses that of the Grand Priests, responsible for granting wishes, manifesting through the Dragon Balls. Bulma listened in astonishment, her mouth agape. In a daze, she remarked, "So, those two little fellows, the taller one known as the Grand Priest and the shorter one, are the masters of the 12 universes?" Sun Wukong interjected, "Shen San. There is a vast distance between us. I cannot sense their energy and have no idea of the gap in strength." Shen San shook his head. "While you possess divine techniques, such as the Dharma form, you are still worlds apart from the destruction gods, let alone the angels with their superior combat abilities. If they wish to eliminate you, it would merely require a flick of their hand. Only by mastering the Zizai Ji Gong to its pinnacle would you stand a chance against an angel. Moreover, high-level deities do not rely on energy. Their primary means are laws and principles. Unless you ascend to divinity or elevate your energy to a certain level, observing high-level deities would be akin to watching ordinary mortals." Sun Wukong hurriedly said, "Having opened so many jars and blind boxes, you ought to share with me the path to divinity." Shen San rolled his eyes. "Every day, one enters the heart refinement ladder, and most open blind boxes. You have hardly opened any royal jars. Come back when you have opened enough royal jars." Chapter 105. Journey to the Pirate World. The war at the summit begins. Well, not receiving the desired answer, Sun Wukong did not feel disheartened. He removed his monster costume and walked out of the shop, heading straight towards the heart refinement ladder, as he was not particularly enthusiastic about opening blind boxes and jars. Now, even if he could not ascertain the method to achieve divinity, he decided to first master the Zizai Ji Gong. Meanwhile, the others ignored Sun Wukong and resumed opening blind boxes. As time passed, just before 9 o'clock, all those who had come to open blind boxes departed the shop, filled with surprise and disappointment. At that moment, number 17 entered, dragging two men and forcefully throwing them to the ground, speaking in a calm tone, "Boss, these two just attempted to bring missiles into the store. How should we handle them?" Shen San nodded in acknowledgement. Having already recognized the two men as the reckless patrons who had previously threatened the blind box shop. "Boss, Dad, Grandpa, we were just momentarily misguided. We promise we won't dare again. Please spare us." They begged, sobbing and pleading. Realizing their grim fate, they were overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down their faces. Shen San smiled slightly, his smile blooming like a flower, bringing comfort. "Fools, the proprietor of this establishment never harms his customers. You may go." "Really?" The two men, incredulous, lifted their heads, only to be engulfed by joy mixed with lingering greed as they attempted to leave. Number 17 noticed their avarice and hesitated, but in the next moment, he froze. Bulma was also taken aback. Huang Yuan too was stunned. Shen San lightly tapped the surface with his finger. Just as the two men were about to step out of the store, contemplating their next move of bringing nuclear bombs, their bodies began to disintegrate, gradually vanishing amidst their terror and the agony of 1,000 cuts. Bulma, still in shock, exclaimed, "Didn't you say to let them go?" Shen San squinted his eyes. "Do I appear to be someone easy to negotiate with?" It dawned on Bulma that a being capable of running such a miraculous shop could not be judged by ordinary standards. His seemingly affable demeanor stemmed from the fact that no one had provoked him before. The shop was Shen San's Achilles heel, and to touch it would mean death. Bulma reassessed her understanding of Shen San, but felt little concern, knowing that as long as she did not provoke him, there would be no fear of death. Number 17 was even less concerned. He regarded the blind box shop as his own home, unwilling to allow anyone to threaten it. Even if Shen San had not intervened, he had intended to follow and deal with those two men himself. Huang Yuan's inner thoughts were equally unperturbed. Attaining the rank of admiral was accompanied by countless slaughters. And those two men were hardly innocent. Their audacity to rob was tantamount to piracy. As a righteous marine, how could he feel remorse for the demise of two pirates? Checking the time, he noted it was almost time for Ace's execution. Huang Yuan took his leave, saying, "Boss Shen, Ace's execution has begun. I shall take my leave and return after the war concludes." "Well, since there are no customers now, I shall also go to witness the spectacle," Shen San mused. With nothing to occupy his time, he thought it worthwhile to observe the war at the summit in the pirate world. One could not miss such iconic scenes. With Vegeta and Satan present, he was curious to see how the war would unfold. Upon hearing Shen San's words, Huang Yuan was taken aback but welcomed him. It is an honor for the Marines to have Boss Shen in attendance. Bulma then added, Boss Shen, since I have nothing to do, could you bring Trunks and me along? Shen San extended his hand, saying nothing. Bulma, understanding the gesture, rolled her eyes and retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket, placing it in Shen San's hand. I really don't understand why someone of your stature still requires money. You know nothing. This is life, Shen San retorted, turning and calling out, Zhu Qing, come in, I'll take you to another realm. Coming, master. Zhu Qing, clad in a black bodysuit, rushed in, leaping into Shen San's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, her small head nuzzling against his chest. Soft and cuddly. Shen San truly adored the feeling of her gentle head and cherubic face. After indulging in the sensation for a moment, he allowed Zhu Qing to cling to him, and with Bulma and Huang Yuan, they vanished in an instant. With 10 invitation letters, he simultaneously opened the gates to 10 dimensions, granting him the freedom to traverse them at will. Based on his strength, he now only needed to exercise caution in the journey to the West Dimension. In other worlds, he could roam freely. Wait, he should also consider the Jiang Yao Dimension, which, like the journey to the West, was filled with deities and was overseen by a fate that governed the world, making it not to be underestimated. As the three of them and the cat-eared girl vanished, they reappeared on the rooftop of the tallest building in Marineford, greeted by a refreshing sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness and warmth, yet providing a sense of comfort. Huang Yuan observed and turned to smile. Boss Shen, I shall descend first. Once the war concludes, I will ensure to treat you all well. Shen Sanyang raised his head without uttering a word. After Huang Yuan departed, he waved his hand, and a table with 3 chairs materialized beside him, laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. He was the first to take a seat, slowly opening his mouth as Zhu Qing moved the chair next to Shen San and began feeding him. Bulma observed this scene and thought to herself about the decadence of life. She then settled into a chair, playfully engaging with Trunks in her arms while inquiring about the commotion below and the reason for such a large gathering of people. Did old Huang not mention it earlier? Shen San gently patted Zhu Qing's head. A war is about to commence down there, featuring a boy named Ace with freckles. Such a spectacle is rare to witness. For the modest cost, you stand to gain immensely. Very well, you have a point. Bulma rolled her eyes, choosing not to probe further. At that moment, Marin Vondo had assembled 100,000 elite Marines and summoned the warlords of the sea to fortify their ranks, organized into several tiers. The ordinary elite Marines stood densely at the periphery, while the giant vice admirals formed the second tier behind them. Next came the warlords of the sea. Positioned atop the walls, their expressions varied, some arrogant, some serene, others expectant. Behind them lounged 2 admirals, casually perched with their legs crossed beneath the execution platform, their brows furrowed as they occasionally glanced at an empty throne beside them. Finally, at the execution platform itself, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stared silently at the sea before him, then glanced at Ace, whose face was ashen, and finally down at Huang Yuan's throne, his brow deeply knitted. The atmosphere of silence enveloped Marin Vondo, plunging it into a tense stillness that quickened the heartbeats of the 100,000 Marines. Suddenly, bubbles rose from the sea, causing the hearts of the Marines to race as if they might leap from their chests. Sengoku sighed inwardly, realizing the arrangement was flawed. Chapter 106, The Frozen Sea. Chaos on the verge of eruption before the ships in the ocean could resurface, the scene abruptly changed again. A flash of yellow light heralded Huang Yuan's arrival as he settled into the vacant throne. Admiral Qing Zhu cast a casual glance, but said nothing. Akainu shifted his focus, calmly inquiring, "A month has passed. Do you still remember you are a Marine?" His tone bore no significant inflection, as if he were merely engaging in routine conversation. It was well known that among the 3 admirals, only he and Qing Zhu were openly vying for the position of the next fleet admiral, while Huang Yuan seemed indifferent to such ambitions, merely clocking in and out. However, due to his formidable strength, Akainu had to tread carefully in his words. Provoking Huang Yuan could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, he refrained from harsh words, knowing that any reprimand would have to wait until he ascended to the role of fleet admiral. Haha, I encountered a minor adventure which delayed my return this past month. Huang Yuan replied succinctly, turning his gaze to the surface of the sea. Sengoku, observing Huang Yuan's arrival, muttered under his breath, "Once this matter with Ace is resolved, I shall deduct a year's salary from you." The appearance of the last admiral seemed to bolster the spirits of the 100,000 Marines as they felt reassured. Sengoku, surprised, regarded Huang Yuan with newfound appreciation, realizing that his late arrival had inadvertently elevated morale to new heights. "I suppose you have some utility after all. I shall only deduct half a year's salary." Nodding to himself, Sengoku fixed his gaze on the increasingly large bubbles on the water's surface, his eyes narrowing. "It is coming." As his words fell, the sea surged, and a colossal ship resembling a whale leaped from the depths, its surface coated in a shimmering film that glimmered in the sunlight. However, this beautiful spectacle was short-lived, as the membrane shattered the moment the ship breached the surface, unleashing a cacophony of cheers and cries of Ace. "We're here to save you." This was not the end. Several more massive vessels surfaced from the depths of the ocean. The distant waters of Marinvondo were soon filled with an array of pirate ships, all belonging to the Whitebeard crew. The 100,000 elite Marines stood poised, their focus sharpened. Seeing the spectacle, Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed exuberantly, exclaiming, "What a magnificent sight! The world's strongest man, accompanied by the 3 admirals and 100,000 elite Marines. How will you break this deadlock, Whitebeard?" Upon hearing this, the other 6 warlords of the sea exchanged glances with Doflamingo before returning their attention to the ocean. Suddenly, the foremost whale ship resounded with heavy footsteps, silencing the murmurs of the Marines and the shouts of the pirates alike. The pirates aboard the ship parted to create a path. In the next moment, Whitebeard emerged from the cabin, stepping forward, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with the execution platform, seemingly staring at Ace while also meeting Sengoku's gaze. As awe filled the air, 2 more figures emerged from the ship's cabin, Vegeta and Satan, who had spent a month in the pirate realm. Rather than approaching, they stood atop the ship, hands clasped behind their backs, exuding an air of otherworldly prowess. After a month of interaction, the members of the Whitebeard crew had come to understand Vegeta and Satan. Proud and formidable, they dared not speak loudly in their presence, treating them with utmost caution. Whitebeard, however, held no reservations. Strength commanded respect, a universal truth, especially since 2 such powerful entities had come to aid in rescuing Ace. Yet, Vegeta remained aloof, completely disregarding Whitebeard's invitation. Turning back to face Vegeta, Whitebeard felt a surge of confidence, then redirected his attention to the execution platform, laughing heartily. "Sengoku, it has been decades. I trust you have taken good care of Ace." "Indeed, it has been decades. You old fool. You have given me quite the surprise," Sengoku responded with equal enthusiasm. Ace was well cared for before, but that may not be the case now. With that, he called out to the 100,000 Marines, "Prepare yourselves. War is about to commence." At this command, the Marines responded with fervor, tightening their grips on their weapons. Whitebeard chose not to elaborate further. Recognizing that his old friend had presented him with a grand gift, he was willing to offer another. With a smile, Whitebeard crossed his hands and then unleashed 2 punches into the air, causing the ground to tremble as the power of the Gura Gura Nomi shattered the surrounding space like broken glass. Yet, nothing transpired immediately, leaving the Marines puzzled. Suddenly, chaos erupted as towering waves surged around Marinvondo, their heights promising to engulf the entire area in a cataclysmic deluge. Should those waves crash down, the 100,000 Marines would be scattered, their lives at risk. Panic spread among the ranks of the Marines. Is such power truly within the grasp of a mere human? This unified thought echoed in the minds of the 100,000 Marines. As Sengoku sensed the impending disaster and prepared to speak, Admiral Qingzhu was the first to act. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot to the center of the plaza, extending his arms outward as he exhaled a chilling breath. Ice Age, delicate yet frigid ice columns emanated from his palms. And upon contact with the towering waves, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The mighty surges were instantaneously transformed into towering ice walls, refracting dazzling rays of light under the sun. This scene relieved the 100,000 Marines, reinvigorating their morale to an unprecedented high. What could Whitebeard possibly do in the face of such a display? What of the strongest man? The Navy boasts 3 formidable admirals, instilling no fear whatsoever. Observing that the situation has stabilized, Qingchu once again made his move. 2 azure trident ice spears aimed directly at Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, seemingly displeased that Chinchu interrupted the grand tribute he was about to present to Sengoku. With a single punch thrown into the air, an invisible shockwave shattered the trident spears and even caused Chinchu to crack. The hearts of the 100,000 Navy personnel once again leapt to their throats. Yet, Chinchu did not disappoint them. The moment the ice shattered upon hitting the sea, he transformed back into human form, his hands resting upon the ocean's surface. In an instant, the ice began to extend, freezing the surface of the sea in the inner arena, simultaneously encasing Whitebeard's ship in ice, effectively sealing off his retreat. However, this also provided Whitebeard with a platform to unleash his full combat potential. The chaos of battle was imminent. Chapter 107. The Yellow Ape's Shining Flash, the severely injured Marco. At the pinnacle of Marineford, the sea breeze howled, and a faint wave of heat wafted upward. Bulma brushed aside her wind-tousled hair, then rubbed her eyes. Noticing Vegeta and Satan standing atop the whale ship, she suddenly recalled that the two had ventured into another realm on a mission, and realization dawned upon her. They had indeed arrived at this dimension. Boss Shun, what is Vegeta's task? Why is he just standing on the ship, showing off? Satan's mission was to collect devil fruits, while Vegeta's task included saving the protagonist of this war, Ace. Shen San did not conceal the truth, playfully teasing the bamboo green in his arms as he replied. Bulma was left in confusion. She felt that the people of this dimension lacked strength and could not fathom why Vegeta was taking so long, especially since she had spent the previous night alone. Unable to think further, her anticipation grew. She wondered whether Vegeta would encounter that Uncle Yellow Ape. At this moment, the melee had commenced, and all members of the Whitebeard pirates surged toward the execution platform like a tide. The Navy, undeterred, charged headlong into the fray. In an instant, close combat ensued, cannon fire roared, and every second saw pirates and Navy personnel injured or killed, vividly illustrating the brutal nature of war. Beneath the execution platform, Akainu's gaze flickered as he noticed the Yellow Ape rise. Taking a few steps forward, he observed the Navy personnel sacrificing themselves and nonchalantly remarked, if we wish to minimize losses, it seems we must capture the king before the thieves." With that, his body transformed into a streak of light, instantly soaring into the sky, his hands forming a delicate pose, fingertips glowing with a brilliant yellow radiance. "Hakashaka Kogu," he proclaimed. In an instant, a flurry of yellow light points, imbued with destructive power, surged toward Whitebeard, as if aiming to turn him into a honeycomb. Whitebeard squinted against the blinding brilliance, but made no move, knowing his sons would never allow the light points to land. Indeed, a blue silhouette darted from the side, positioning itself directly in front of the oncoming light points, absorbing the Yellow Ape's formidable attack. Each time the light point struck, blue flames would autonomously mend the damage. This figure was none other than Marco, the first division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, in his mythical Zoan form, the Phoenix. The sudden commotion brought a brief pause to the chaos. Expressions varied across both sides. The Navy gazed in shock at the figure enveloped in blue flames above them. The blue flames, a symbol of immortality, signified Marco, the Phoenix. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates erupted in jubilation, exclaiming, "Well done, Captain Marco. You've saved Brother Ace." With renewed vigor, they rallied, charge, annihilate the Navy, and rescue Brother Ace. After a brief pause, the battle reignited. At this moment, Marco had fully recovered from his injuries and transformed into his full beast form, soaring directly toward the Yellow Ape. Upon reaching above the Yellow Ape, he shifted into his hybrid form and launched a powerful kick from above. The Yellow Ape, observing, tilted his head thoughtfully before stepping forward. A resounding explosion echoed as he instantaneously appeared behind Marco, extending his finger as a dark glow began to gather at his fingertip. Thus, the offensive and defensive roles shifted. Marco, horrified, turned his head only to hear a voice. "Shining Flash," the Yellow Ape nonchalantly declared, unleashing the power of the dark-winged demon, the Shining Flash. As the dark energy enveloped Marco's entire body. "What is that?" Sengoku gasped in astonishment. Akainu stood, squinting his eyes. The battleground fell silent, all eyes wide with disbelief. However, the mood shifted. The Navy rejoiced while the pirates trembled with dread and concern. Even Whitebeard, standing on the ship, felt his heart race. "Oh dear. It seems I may have overdone it. The Phoenix must not become a dead bird." The Yellow Ape cursed himself, realizing his impulsive actions had drawn all attention to him. a situation he wished to avoid. If he were to attract additional tasks from Sengoku due to this, it would be a disaster. He decided to play it safe. Having already contributed, once the battle concluded, the higher-ups would not scrutinize him too closely. If pressed, he could always mention having taken down Marco, which would surely be a commendable feat. Marco? He looked up at the yellow ape's casual, yet fearsome demeanor, his face darkening. Not injured? Then what is this blood gushing from my mouth? Is it ketchup? Marco struggled to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yellow ape, what was that just now? The yellow ape shrugged. It is well known that I am a Pika Pika no Mi user. What I just employed was, of course, one of its techniques. Marco scoffed. Don't treat the over 10,000 people here as fools. When has the Pika Pika no Mi ever emitted dark light? The yellow ape replied, believe it or not, that is my answer. Before he could finish, the yellow ape noticed Marco charging at him again. This time, he did not evade but instead raised his hand to take Marco's kick head-on, subsequently being sent crashing down, taking the headquarters wall along with him. Yet, in less than a second, he emerged from the wall. Commanding the giants to be wary of the skies, he entered a state of leisure, exclaiming, how terrifying, while dispatching Whitebeard pirates members with ease. At this moment, the warlord Mihawk ascended the surrounding walls, slowly drawing his great black sword, Yuru, from behind. The others cast him surprised glances. Rarely do you express a desire to make a move, Doflamingo taunted with a smug grin. Mihawk, without turning his head, replied coolly, I merely wish to gauge the distance between myself and the world's strongest. With that, he unleashed a powerful slash, the immense blade aura surging forward. Yet it met no resistance as it was intercepted by the Diamond Man. Seeing this, Mihawk shook his head in disappointment, intending to retract Yuru when he sensed an overwhelming sword intent emanating from behind. His gaze snapped back to see two figures atop Marineford, fixating on one of them. His eyes burned with fervor. Initially expecting this encounter to be dull, he was pleasantly surprised to find a remarkably powerful swordsman present, ensuring that it would not be boring. Mihawk raised his black sword, its tip directed at the pinnacle of Marineford. Mysterious swordsman, I, Mihawk, formally challenge you here. A rumble echoed as Mihawk's voice resonated throughout the arena, drawing every eye to the summit. Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically. To have someone breach their stronghold without detection was a grave humiliation. On the whale ship, Vegeta was taken aback, while Satan rejoiced. A bigger leg has arrived. I must hold on tight. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Shen San's expression remained unchanged. The sword intent he had just displayed was deliberate. He had yet to engage in battle with the swordsman. Although Eagle Eye appeared feeble, he was still a suitable opponent to pass the time, since he was already present. Simply watching would prove dull, hence his desire to find a sparring partner, fortuitously aligning with his interest in Eagle Eye. Shen San stepped forward, instantly entering the arena, retrieving the formidable Sunluo Wanxiang, casually resting the blade upon his shoulder. Come, let us play. Chapter 108. The clay figurine has its temper. Seal the black-winged demon. Boss, does Shen San really think we are incompetent, prompting him to intervene personally? Satan expressed his concerns. Certainly not, Vegeta replied, though he felt a twinge of belief in Satan's words as he leapt onto the ship's bow. Whitebeard, observing this, withdrew his gaze from the playful exchange between Shen San and Eagle Eye, his expression one of mild surprise. Vegeta, are you already contemplating entering the fray? He inquired. Indeed. Watching is rather dull. I shall personally engage. With that, Vegeta plunged into the throng. He resembled a dancer upon the battlefield, leaving no Navy soldier unchallenged. Whether elite or vice admiral, all fell before him with ease. The swiftness of his movements soon caught the attention of several in the Marine ranks. Frowning, they exchanged puzzled glances at the spectacle of Shen San and Vegeta, their minds racing with thoughts of bounties, yet they found no relevant information regarding either of them. Suddenly, a more astonishing scene unfolded. With a thunderous roar, Satan transformed into a colossal azure dragon, its claws grasping flames as it surveyed the battlefield from a lofty position. What? Sengoku exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. The Navy soon took notice of Satan's transformation into the dragon. Some, recognizing him, felt a surge of anxiety within. Impossible. The Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the Uo no Mi, azure dragon form, belongs to the Yonko Kaido. Could it be that Kaido was slain by that explosion-headed fool, or by another? It cannot be. Just days ago, news of Kaido's emergence from Wano reached us. Kaido is alive. The dragon above may have consumed a fruit akin to Kaido's. This is outrageous. The Whitebeard pirates possessed such a trump card, and we, the Navy, remained oblivious. While the clash between Shen San and Vegeta was indeed breathtaking, neither had unleashed any abilities, relying solely on swordsmanship and raw physical prowess. In stark contrast, Satan's initial strike manifested in the form of a dragon, creating a shockwave akin to a tempest, disorienting all who beheld it. The immense dragon head cast a fleeting glance at the astonished Navy before slowly opening its maw, gathering fiery energy within. Heat breath. A fireball erupted from his jaws, cascading like a meteor into the heart of the crowd. With a resounding blast, flames soared, and the explosion's epicenter sent both Marines and pirates alike flying, leaving naught but ashes for those caught within. Satan aimed to unleash another heat breath, yet a beam of golden light appeared above him, belonging to the illustrious Kizaru. Having exchanged glances with Sengoku, Kizaru instantly grasped Sengoku's intent. Despite his reluctance, he set aside his desire to remain passive for the sake of his paycheck. Oh dear. These individuals are truly terrifying, possessing even the powers of the Yonko Kaido. Sir, have you ever tried a lightspeed kick? With a resounding impact, Satan felt a tremendous pain strike his head, and in an instant, he was sent crashing to the ground. However, he sustained minimal injury, transforming into his half-dragon form and shakily rising to his feet. He noticed the golden glow reappearing beside him, his pupils dilating in shock. Before he could react, Kizaru delivered another kick, sending him hurtling away. "Boss, help!" Satan shouted, shamelessly darting to Vegeta's side. Initially intending to seek refuge with Shen San, he reconsidered, recognizing his prior failures. The prospect of relying on Shen San for protection was too humiliating, even for him. "Useless," Vegeta remarked coolly, then seized Kizaru's leg just as he aimed to strike Satan. With a vigorous motion, he hurled Kizaru forcefully to the ground. Kizaru felt an unyielding force beneath his foot, his heart skipping a beat. Goodness, this young man. The thought barely formed when his body collided with the ground, blood erupting from his mouth. The Navy watched in astonishment. Instantly defeated? Our esteemed Admiral Kizaru has been bested? Impossible. The expressions of Sengoku and his advisors turned grave. With their discerning eyes, they swiftly realized Kizaru had not been negligent. Rather, his opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, on par with the Yonko, if not surpassing them. Though they wished to intervene, Whitebeard remained still, preventing them from abandoning the execution platform, leaving them to witness Kizaru's humiliation. Meanwhile, another battlefield drew Sengoku's attention: Shen San and Eagle Eye's duel. From their initial exchanges to their present state of unleashing full-on assaults, each swing of Shen San's blade cleaved the earth, creating vast fissures, leaving countless adversaries severed in twain, some reduced to mere remnants. "Are you toying with me?" Eagle Eye suddenly halted, brow furrowed. "If this is a duel, I implore you to reveal your true strength. Even if you were to slay me, I would harbor no regrets." "True strength?" Shen San chuckled, shaking his head. "To be honest, you truly cannot withstand my full capabilities. Even a fraction of my strength would be insurmountable for you. I merely accepted your challenge out of boredom, and I have now had my fun." With that, Shen San sheathed Sanluo Wanxiang and retrieved a small, roller-style knife akin to the one used by Xiufu, slowly extending the blade. He pointed it casually at Eagle Eye. "Next, I shall demonstrate to you the vastness of this world with this small knife." "You," Eagle Eye began, but as he noticed Shen San's gentle flick of the knife, the next moment, he beheld a slender blade of air slicing through the air at an unimaginable speed, rendering him unable to react as he watched the blade glide past his form. So powerful, Eagle Eye finally comprehended why Shen San refrained from exerting his full strength. It was akin to when he battled Zoro. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, he calmly raised his gaze. "Why do you not kill me? Why should I?" Shen San countered, retracting the knife. Eagle Eye opened his mouth, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, why must he kill me? To easily defeat me, this enigmatic swordsman before me is undoubtedly the world's greatest swordsman. Pray, reveal your name. Shen San, a lost merchant from the myriad realms. Shen San waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence. I shall return to watching the spectacle." As he finished speaking, he reappeared atop Marineford, nonchalantly sipping tea. The news of the world's greatest swordsman's defeat sent shockwaves across the battlefield, leaving most spectators gaping at the two casually enjoying their tea atop Marineford. Sengoku's expression turned grave. To easily vanquish Eagle Eye implied that the opponent possessed at least the strength of a Yonko. Allowing an enemy to lounge atop Marine Ford was a profound disgrace. Seize that building. As Kizaru found himself under siege, he noticed Sengoku preparing to order an assault on Shen San. His pupils widened in alarm as he hurriedly called out, "Admiral Sengoku, Mr. Shun is my invited guest. Please do not take action." Huh. Sengoku paused, evidently bewildered by Kizaru's words. If he were an ally, why then had he engaged Eagle Eye? Observing that Kizaru appeared sincere and that Shen San had not made further moves, Sengoku could only suppress his inquiries and focus on the unfolding events. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by the words of Huang Yuan, perplexed by how this crooked-mouthed individual had come to know Mr. Shun. It was this moment of surprise that spared Huang Yuan from a beating. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has its temper. With 2 teeth knocked out, Huang Yuan was genuinely enraged. He slowly drew forth the Tian Song Yun Jian. Unlike before, this sword was now a dark shade, the very vessel of the black-winged demon. He brandished the dark Tian Song Yun Jian, gazing at Vegeta with a calm demeanor. Seal it, Black-Winged Demon. Chapter 109. The Black-Winged Demon is lonely. I shall simply lie down. The audience was struck with awe. At that moment, Huang Yuan's yellow attire had vanished, replaced by a black and white demonic bodysuit. His previously wrinkled face was now smooth, albeit pale, resembling one who had just crawled out of hell. His hands and feet elongated and sharpened, giving him an eerie, almost artistic appearance. The overwhelming aura he exuded left all pirates and Navy personnel gasping for breath. Standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard's expression finally shifted. Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, also changed in demeanor. Akainu, seated below the platform, abruptly stood, his face a mask of disbelief. The chaotic battlefield fell into a profound silence. All were rendered speechless. Repeatedly encountering such shocking figures and scenes left them feeling as though they were trapped in a dream, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Vegeta, too, was taken aback yet gained some insight. Before Huang Yuan could make a move, he spoke first. That is not the power of a devil fruit. And since you know Mr. Shun, your ability must have been acquired from a blind box or a canister, correct? Huang Yuan, who was contemplating retaliating, halted upon hearing this, his pupils widening in astonishment. You are also a customer of the blind box store? Indeed, Vegeta nodded. Mr. Shin's blind box store is located in my dimensional realm. You must have visited the store and seen the task room and the celestial room. I came here because I received a mission to rescue Ace. What the hell? Huang Yuan's face broke into a pained smile for the first time. Then you must be Vegeta, and Bulma is your wife, right? Everyone from your realm is a freak. Coming to my realm, you should be able to smash the world with a single punch. Rescuing Ace should be a trivial task. In this realm, my energy and abilities are sealed, Vegeta shrugged. But you are not entirely mistaken. Judging solely by physical strength, combined with my 3 types of haki and your use of the Pika Pika no Mi, I could indeed rescue Ace with ease. Since you are a customer of the blind box store, I want to lay a hand on you. Please step aside. You make it sound so easy, Huang Yuan sighed. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, it is not so simple to back down. If I truly retreat, Sengoku will dock my salary entirely. What do you wish to do then? Vegeta furrowed his brow. To be honest, while your strength has indeed increased substantially, to defeat me is nothing but a pipe dream. If you continue to entangle yourself, I shall no longer care whether you are a guest of Mr. Shun. Huang Yuan blinked. Backing off isn't an option. But perhaps we can employ another method. You can strike me once, but please be gentle. I fear being killed by your punch. After you hit me, just watch what I do. As soon as Huang Yuan finished speaking, Vegeta instantly closed the distance and delivered a light punch. Huang Yuan felt the lackluster attack on his face, offering Vegeta a profoundly grateful look before theatrically exclaiming, "Ah, you are so powerful. I am no match for you. I must take flight." Huang Yuan transformed into a black meteor, crashing into the surrounding wall, no longer wishing to emerge. If he were a native, he might have found a way to dawdle. But with a true powerhouse mixed into the battlefield, he had no choice but to lie down and accept his fate. After all, the outcome of Ace's fate was of no concern to him. He would continue to work, continue to draw a salary, and live contentedly. At this moment, the audience, witnessing Huang Yuan's new form, seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, were struck with disbelief as he was sent flying, transforming shock into utter bewilderment. Sengoku remarked, Huang Yuan is putting on a show for the entire Navy. Akainu exclaimed, "Damn it. I thought this lazy pig would finally rise to the occasion. Yet here he is, still the same. His acting is unbelievably fake." The Navy questioned. Admiral Huang Yuan's new form has been dispatched in an instant. "How can we fight now?" The pirates murmured. "So it turns out he is one of us." Huang Yuan interjected. "You all continue your fight. I shall lie here. You will not be receiving your salary for the next 10 years. Sengoku gritted his teeth. "Well done, old monkey." Carp couldn't help but voice his genuine thoughts. If anyone in the Navy wished for Ace to survive, it was undoubtedly him. After all, he had raised him from infancy, despite not being his biological grandson. The bond was undeniable. As a grandfather, how could he bear to witness the death of his grandson? "Carp, be quiet." Sengoku shot him a fierce glare before shouting towards the ruins where Huang Yuan lay. "If you don't come out now, I will truly deduct your salary for the next decade." Huang Yuan, upon hearing this, grew anxious, but after careful consideration, he decided against emerging. He could simply explain later. But coming out now would be akin to inviting trouble. He was not foolish. What lovely weather. Huang Yuan peered through a crack at the sky, resting his hands behind his head, half closing his eyes, and crossing his legs, wearing a contented expression. It was a bit noisy, but that was inconsequential. He could sleep anywhere. Huang Yuan completely shut his eyes, soon emitting soft snores. Sengoku, witnessing this, was infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his 7 orifices, wishing to drag Huang Yuan from the ruins to berate him. Upon seeing Carp's satisfied expression, his ire intensified. "Damn it. Not a single one of you is easy to manage." Just as Sengoku was about to order Carp to suppress his happiness, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure on the execution platform. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the mysterious powerhouse who had sent Huang Yuan flying. When did he cross the 2 lines of defense to reach the execution platform? Others also took notice. The members of the White Regiment rejoiced. "Well done, Vegeta. Quickly rescue Ace, and let us return to celebrate." "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you are remarkable. To arrive at the execution platform unnoticed, and even dispatch an admiral in an instant is truly impressive." In stark contrast to the jubilation of the White Regiment members, the Navy wore expressions of utter dismay. A nearby rear admiral immediately commanded all nearby Navy personnel to aim their cannons at the execution platform, prepared to fire at any moment. "There's no way I will allow you to rescue Fire Fist Ace so easily. You will die." Suddenly, a surge of intense heat filled the air as Akainu, his lower half transformed into magma, rapidly ascended from beneath the execution platform. His right fist clenched like a miniature meteor, hurtling toward Vegeta. Simultaneously, Sengoku, now in his Buddha form, exerted all his strength to strike down upon Vegeta. Not to be outdone, Carp, who had dedicated his life to the Navy, instinctively took action, but compared to the attacks from Akainu and Sengoku, his punch lacked the use of haki and was delivered with only half of his strength. The 3 pinnacle forces of the Navy moved simultaneously. Observing this, Vegeta cast a stoic glance at them, covering his right hand in haki and simply delivering 3 punches. With 3 resounding thuds echoing through the air, the 3 Navy powerhouses were sent flying at unprecedented speeds in 3 different directions. In that moment, the entire audience was left in shock. Disregarding the commotion, Vegeta reached out and snapped the Hailu stone, then seized the bewildered Fire Fist Ace, finally casting a glance at Whitebeard on the ship. "It's done. If he dies, don't blame me. Let us go." Chapter 110. Huang Yuan. I've never been so timely before. The swift rescue of Ace was beyond everyone's expectations. Baivuju was aware of Bea's formidable strength, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness with which Wu was rescued, to the extent that even he, the strongest man in this world, could not intervene. Nevertheless, Baivuju understood that this was not the time for distraction. Observing Wu soaring through the air, shouting in desperation, he employed the powers of the Dungjung Gusher to diminish Wu's speed, allowing him to catch the bewildered Wu effortlessly. Seeing this, Maka immediately shouted, "Wu has been rescued by Vegeta. Everyone, retreat at once. We cannot afford to linger in battle." He was acutely aware of the Navy's capabilities and understood that Bea's mission was solely to save Wu, not to assist the Baton in winning this war. Now that Wu had been saved, it was uncertain whether Vegeta would take action. The only clear fact was that continuing the fight would lead to heavy losses for the Baton, thereby giving other factions an opportunity to exploit the situation. Upon hearing the S words, Vegeta revealed a glimmer of approval in his gaze and echoed, "Ma is right. Our primary objective was to rescue him. Now is not the time for a full-scale confrontation with the Navy. Everyone, retreat immediately." After saying this, he plunged his hands into the air and forcefully pulled, causing the frozen sea to shatter into pieces, allowing their ships to navigate away from Malinfondo. The members of the battalion, not wishing to engage further, utilized their abilities to return to their respective vessels, releasing a triumphant roar that resonated like a tsunami. You cannot leave so easily." Qingchu appeared on the surface of the sea, his hands resting upon the water's surface, emanating an endless chill. The sea, previously disrupted by the Junjun Guoshre's power, was rapidly encased in ice once more. However, there was one who was faster, Vegeta. He almost instantaneously reached Qingchu, delivering a forceful kick that sent Qingchu crashing back to the execution platform, then crossed his arms, surveying the battlefield. "Today, I shall protect him. Anyone who dares to approach will meet their demise. Yun Scythe, Zhangguo, do not act impulsively. That man is not someone we can provoke. He is merely here to safeguard Isu today and will seek to capture him again in the future." Wang Yun, seeing that Vegeta was just one step away from completing his task, finally rose from the rubble. Observing Dongguo preparing to issue orders, he rushed to intervene. This was his first timely arrival, as he knew he had to act quickly. Despite Vegeta's powers being sealed, his physical prowess remained, coupled with the Sun Surobachi and the Shanshan Goshre. If Vegeta unleashed his full strength, he feared Malinfondo would be obliterated. If the Navy were to be annihilated, where would he find such an easy employment opportunity? Thus, he had to prevent Dongguo from issuing a command for total war. Dongguo, taking a deep breath, suppressed the urge to reprimand Wang Yun and spoke in a tone that could instill fear in children. "If I heed your words and let those strangers go, what credibility will the Navy have left? Will anyone feel emboldened to defy us?" At that moment, Truchen approached, narrowing his eyes at Huang, implying that if a reasonable explanation was not provided, he would unleash a devastating attack. Meanwhile, Cao appeared, seemingly unconcerned as he picked his nose, infuriating Zhangguo further. Wang Yun quickly gathered his thoughts and succinctly explained the situation regarding the blind box store and Ba's mission. "The matter is as follows. During my month-long absence, I was invited to another dimension. The man who rescued him is named Vegeta. He arrived with a specific task, but it is limited to today. The beings from that dimension are extraordinarily powerful, capable of annihilating stars. If the Navy engages in a relentless battle with him, the inevitable outcome will be our total destruction. Furthermore, the owner of the blind box store is present. Should he intervene, this world could face obliteration. Yun Scythe, I implore you to reconsider." Upon hearing Wang's explanation, the three top powers of the Navy initially reacted with skepticism. However, the sudden emergence of several individuals surpassing the thug in strength was indeed extraordinary. With the Navy's intelligence network, it was implausible that they had not received any inkling of this information. Consequently, the notions surrounding the blind box store and the myriad realms could not be dismissed entirely. Zhangguo furrowed his brow and scoffed. "Your words had better be true, otherwise, you will have to explain yourself to the world government." After much contemplation, he tentatively chose to trust S account, yet witnessing the despondent morale of thousands of Navy elites, he could not bring himself to issue an order that would allow the baton to depart unscathed. Shichen also found it impossible to voice such a sentiment. It would be too humiliating. Wang Yun, upon hearing Dongguo's response, silently shook his head. "An explanation? My strength in this dimension is formidable. Were it not for my laid-back nature, I would have already informed the Wulaoxing." Outwardly, Wang Yun could not express this and instead stated, "Unsai, you must say something." Zhangguo rolled his eyes. "If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute." After reprimanding Wang, Zhangguo scanned the battlefield and declared with difficulty, "Clear the battlefield. The war is over." He then turned his gaze to Bing, who stood like a pillar upon the ice. "Wang Yun has informed me of your matters. As a courtesy to the visitors from another realm, the Navy will grant you this favor today, but please do not disrupt the operations of this dimension in the future. Shichen, from this day forth, the Navy will actively pursue, and his bounty will be raised to 1,500,000,000. Qingchu, you, along with Capu and Gerjongjang, arrange the post-battle affairs. The injured must be treated immediately, and the deceased must be properly collected. Wang Yun, accompany me to meet the owner of the blind box store." After issuing a series of commands, Zhang Guo hurriedly led the reluctant tank towards Mando, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Observing this, Vegeta and Sidon also swiftly ascended to the top floor. The Qian, having overheard S words, though uncertain of their meaning, realized that if Zhang Guo refrained from ordering a pursuit, the mysterious figures must possess immense power, compelling even the highest authority of the Navy to proceed with caution. This revelation piqued the interest of the Qian. Dofengminger deftly maneuvered along the lines, while Yugengya was lifted into the air by Ng Banfu. Sheng instantly teleported to the rooftop, and Nerdi agilely leaped across the structures, each employing their unique abilities to ascend. Zhang Guo's expression darkened once more at this sight. He longed to deliver a swift reprimand to each of the Qian. One by one, they arrived at the rooftop, some perched on the walls, others standing tall, all exuding an air of superiority, yet none dared to speak first. Ultimately, it was Wang's arrival that shattered the silence. Laoban, Shen, my miserly superior wishes to meet you. Meet? What could an old man possibly offer? Shen San, observing the conclusion of the battle above, rose and stretched lazily, glancing at the assembled Ding without uttering another word, leading everyone back to the blind box store. At this moment, only a fleeting instant had passed since their venture into the world of pirates and the Dragon Ball dimension. Upon returning to the store, Shen San retrieved an item and tossed it to Sadon. The Kongjian Baoshi. It grants you the ability to manipulate space. This is the reward for bringing in 100 individuals. The next target is 1,000. The store owner doesn't care whether you recruit here on this planet or across the cosmos. Within 3 years, you must gather 1,000 customers to open blind boxes for an upgrade. Although this number may seem modest, due to pricing, achieving it will not be an easy feat. Satan, filled with exhilaration, accepted the space gem and assured Shen, rest assured, my lord, 1,000 guests in 3 years is more than sufficient. I guarantee to bring them all. After making his promise, Satan produced a collection of devil fruits. My lord Shen, these are the devil fruits I gathered in the pirate realm. Upon seeing this, Vegeta also revealed his own collection. Mr. Shen, I have gathered a total of 10. Shen San glanced over, noting, you and Satan both have 10. According to the distribution ratio, I shall take 80%. Each of you will receive 10. Meaning I will take 8 from each of you. I am not being unreasonable. Out of the 20 devil fruits, 3 are of the natural type and 2 of the illusory beast type. I will only take 2 natural and 1 illusory beast, leaving the remaining 13 as animal type. Shen San took his share, leaving behind 1 natural, 1 illusory beast, and 2 superhuman types, while the 4 remaining devil fruits were still formidable. Vegeta displayed no change in expression, as the devil fruits were of little consequence to him. Satan, chuckling, collected the natural and 1 superhuman types. He had no need for them himself, possessing the wind and snow fruit, and did not wish to consume more, but selling them would surely yield a good profit. A surefire item, one should seize without hesitation. Bulma, seeing Vegeta refraining from taking his share, embraced the remaining 2 fruits, acting on the principle of not passing up a free opportunity. Vegeta, observing this, said nothing further but inquired, Mr. Shen, have the others returned from their tasks? Shen San shook his head and then nodded. Aside from you 2, only 3 others have returned. Sun Wukong was the first back. The others perished in the other world. Some have died. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged, but Satan's heart sank. Truth be told, had there not been an immensely powerful ally present, completing the tasks would not have been so simple, and there was always a chance of death in the other world. It seems one must be more cautious when accepting tasks in the future. Afterwards, the group settled onto the couch for casual conversation. Upon hearing that the Golden Mountain had been depleted, Vegeta stood up to leave in pursuit of wealth. Bulma, cradling Trunks, made her way back to Shidu. Satan also departed from the blind box shop, continuing his quest for customers. By midday, only Shen San and Zhu Qing remained in the store. He returned to the front desk, retrieving 5 King S jars, gently stroking the cat's head while wielding a hammer. 80, 80, 80, 80, 80. The 5 jars shattered in succession, revealing 5 items. Though none shone brightly, 2 of them exhibited a glimmering surface. A card. A gun. Shen San swiftly took the card. Grinning. Not bad. The Emperor's skill, the Imperial Seal, integrates the principles of space, fire, water, and earth. This skill surpasses the great desolate divine palm. Today, luck has finally turned in my favor. Shen San pinched Zhu Qing's face, tossed the card into his mouth, and then retrieved the golden handgun, the predetermined Desert Eagle. A flawless shot. This gun is an assassin's artifact, though its power is somewhat lacking. It's merely a toy when considering its infinite capacity for ordinary ammunition. Shen San stored the Desert Eagle, sauntered to the door, reclined lazily on a lounge chair, and soon fell into a light slumber, soft snores escaping him. Zhu Qing waved a fan nearby, her face aglow with tenderness. A few small animals, having bounced out from the tent realm, spotted Shen San on the chair and playfully leaped onto him and Zhu Qing. They yawned, snuggling into comfortable positions before closing their eyes. As Zhu Qing fanned gently, she unknowingly dozed off on Shen San's belly. This slumber persisted until after 3 in the afternoon, when a gentle nudge on her shoulder roused Shen San from his haze. The first thing he saw was a delicate, snow-white hand. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a face so ripe it seemed one could squeeze water from it, belonging to the dignified Bai Bai Dong. Shen San carefully lifted Zhu Qing and placed her on the chair before smiling. You've arrived. What jar do you wish to open this time? He, Mr. Shun. Your life appears quite comfortable, Bai Bai Dong chuckled. My realm has now stabilized. The martial soul empire has become the sole dominator of the world. I have not come to open jars but rather to invite you, Mr. Shun, for a visit and to introduce someone to you. You don't mean to introduce your daughter to me, do you? Shen San remarked casually. Bai Bai Dong nodded, indeed. Shen San raised an eyebrow at this. I regard you as a guest, yet you aspire to be my mother-in-law? You've calculated this well, but what? If the subject were you, I might consider it. Mr. Shun, are you serious? Of course not. You can't truly become a mother-in-law. You genuinely wish to be the proprietress, don't you? Why not? As long as you. Mr. Shun, do not mind. We are not entirely without possibility. I only fear you may not find me suitable. After such upheaval, this woman has undergone significant change. Shen San looked at Bai Bai Dong in surprise, then shook his head. It's not that I find you unsuitable. It's just that I still believe in love in this world, and I will be very cautious in choosing a partner. Hearing this, Bai Bai Dong appeared quite open-minded, stating directly, do you not find me lacking? It is merely a matter of a lost membrane. What is there to disdain? You have yet to experience a true realm where the women lack such. Shen San smirked. Moreover, in that realm, your attributes would be a bonus. Many men would find it quite appealing. Really? Bai Bai Dong chuckled. If given the chance, I would love to visit the real world you speak of, but you have yet to respond to my invitation. Shen San tilted his head in contemplation, realizing there were no customers in the shop, and with nothing else to do. He awakened Zhu Qing, took General along, and ventured to a certain Luo realm. Chapter 112. Congratulations to Piccolo for receiving a green hat. Damn it, little crocodile, you cheated. I just drew 2 twos. How did you get 3 twos with a single card? And you, little Shui, I only have a big king. How did you come to have a royal bomb? And you, Bai Bai Dong, do you think placing 1 card on top and hiding 5 or 6 loose cards underneath can fool me? My vision of 5.0 is exceptionally clear. Shen San arrived in a certain Luo realm and quickly integrated with everyone, feeling bored and teaching them to play landlord. However, Bai Bai Dong and the others' cards became increasingly outrageous, causing him to flare up in anger. Qianren Xue remained calm, even taunting. If you've had too much to drink, go sleep it off. If you can't play, don't join in. We are currently playing 4-person landlord. How can there be no royal bomb? The golden crocodile nodded in agreement. Indeed, 4-person landlord uses 2 decks of cards. Having a few extra 2s is quite normal. Isn't it? Oh, Shen San would never admit to having played for several hours until his vision blurred, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Bai Dong. And you? What kind of landlord allows someone to play a single card while hiding 7 or 8 loose cards underneath? I certainly did not teach you to play like that. Master, Zhu Qing nudged Shen San's hand. Shen San, not turning his head, retorted, whatever it is, wait until I finish speaking. Master, you were mistaken earlier. In the last round of Landlord, you played a single card with 10 loose cards, and then Bai Bai Dong's sister followed suit. Oh no, my little Zhu Qing has betrayed me. Shen San noticed Bai Bai Dong's expression, which seemed to say, you led the way, don't blame others, and shot Zhu Qing a super-duper eye roll, then continued playing nonchalantly. For the next half-month, Shen San remained in a certain Luo realm, having ventured through various soul-beast forests and taken a glimpse at Yin Long Wan. I nearly had the fierce beasts of Di Tian roasted over a fire for a feast. Subsequently, I made my way to meet Xuan Nu and Di Wang Xie, followed by a leisurely stroll through the divine realm. It was only when I grew weary of the revelry that I took my leave, accompanied by Zhu Qing and the general. In the Wuhan Empire, upon noticing Shen San's absence, Bai Dong slowly shifted her gaze and inquired, "So, what do you think? Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshui shook her head. "What does it matter if I am interested? Shen San harbors no feelings for me. At most, I am merely regarded as an ordinary friend." Bai Dong patted her shoulder. "If you are interested, strive for it. Do not lament later. It is time for you to forget that person. Given the chance, I shall invite Shen San again. Now, return." With a sigh, Bai Dong turned to leave. Forget that person? His name contains the character for 3. Could it be fate's design? Qian Rinshui gazed blankly at the sky, lost in thought. After an indeterminate period, she too sighed and turned towards the palace, muttering to herself as she walked. How can one easily forget? After all, no one is a substitute for another. Let fate take its course. In the blind box shop, having spent a fortnight in a certain dimension and less than a day in the Dragon Ball realm, night had already fallen, and the October air had begun to cool. Shen San and his companions felt no inclination to sleep. They called forth number 17 and the long-absent number 18 from the tent world, along with some lively animals. Among them were 3 bouncing creatures, all dancing around the rising bonfire, creating a warm and joyous scene in the night. This bonfire party continued until dawn. As the sun fully emerged, its warm rays dispelled the lingering chill in the air, and the temperature began to rise. Surprisingly, the usual morning crowd did not materialize. It was not until around 9 o'clock that Satan hurried in to explain the situation. It turned out that most were low on funds, preoccupied with making money, which is why they had not come that morning. Shen San merely nodded in response. Those individuals were merely numbers, their presence welcomed but not essential. However, at 10 o'clock, Piccolo arrived, accompanied by a weary-looking son Gohan, who bore dark circles under his eyes. Soon after, the trembling Master Rashi and Krillin also entered the shop. Shen San regarded them with a chuckle. "Old man, moderation in life is key. Look at you. Your legs are trembling. Perhaps you should limit your viewing of that storage device. You might just find yourself vanishing." To which Master Rashi responded first, "Boss Shen, please do not speak nonsense. I destroyed the storage device after taking it home. My legs are trembling from the run here." Meanwhile, son Gohan lamented. "The study materials I opened previously will take years to complete. My mother forces me to study daily. I only sleep 5 hours a day, with materials in my eyes when awake and in my dreams. It's unbearable. If it weren't for Uncle Piccolo sneaking me out today, I'd still be buried under those materials. Dear child, diligence in studies paves the way for a brighter future." Shen San patted son Gohan's shoulder. "Your mother means well. You must appreciate her intentions. I have another 10,000 copies of your previous study materials. Would you like them as a gift?" The sound of son Gohan collapsing to the ground was heard. Upon rising, he shook his head adamantly. "No, please, for the love of all that is good, do not let my mother hear this, or I am finished." Shen San refrained from teasing him further and said, "What blind boxes and jars shall we open today? Let us each have 5 silver blind boxes." Piccolo was the first to speak. Krillin added, "I shall open 6 silver blind boxes alongside Master Rashi." Shen San, while retrieving the blind boxes, remarked, "After this round, Piccolo, your funds in the shop will be quite depleted." "How can that be?" Piccolo queried, puzzled. He had not frequented the blind box shop recently, and even during his visits, he predominantly opened silver blind boxes. A fortune worth billions should still remain. Shen San clarified, "Son Goku comes daily, spending around 10 million each time, with a minimum daily expenditure of 30 million. Feel free to verify with him." "No need for that," Piccolo replied, realization dawning upon him. "If it's gone, it's gone. I will bring more money next time. Today, my focus is merely on letting Gohan unwind." "That is good to hear." Shen San gestured for them to proceed. "Open them, and I wish you good fortune." "Uncle Piccolo, you go first." Son Gohan nudged him forward. Piccolo complied, stepping up to the blind box, swiftly untying the strings and lifting the lid. "Congratulations, Piccolo, you have received a green hat." Piccolo donned the ordinary item before quickly opening another silver blind box, only for it to emit a dazzling light upon unveiling. Chapter 113. The aspirations of Chi-Chi for her son to become a scholar. The will of the Dragon God. At this moment, the Grand Priest entered from outside, noticing the radiance emitted by Piccolo's opening with some surprise. Among the 3 supreme abilities in the universe, he and the Omni King possessed 2, while the third was the wish power of the Dragon God, a power that even he coveted. He had not anticipated it to be so inexpensive as to be drawn from a silver blind box. The Grand Priest had previously encountered Piccolo. His talent was mediocre. But with the Dragon God's wish power, Piccolo might not lack the opportunity to become the second Dragon God. He had originally come for a cup of tea, but unexpectedly found a delightful surprise. The Grand Priest glanced at Piccolo, choosing not to elaborate further, and comfortably brewed a cup of tea for himself. Seeing this, Shen San rolled his eyes, ignoring the shameless character. As the brilliance faded, noticing Piccolo and the others' bewildered expressions, he explained, "What Piccolo has drawn is a fragment of the Dragon God's will from your realm. The Dragon God is a powerful deity in the universe, holding a status comparable to that of the Omni King, and the applications of its will are vast. You will gradually come to understand its significance. How many blind boxes do you have left? Continue opening," he encouraged. "All right." Piccolo, feeling the vast power within him, snapped back to reality and proceeded to lift another blind box. However, thinking that opening them one by one was too slow, he gathered all the remaining blind boxes and, with hands moving like shadows, swiftly opened them all. "Congratulations, Piccolo. You have received a tattered blanket. Congratulations, Piccolo. You have received a piece of moldy tofu. Congratulations, Piccolo. You have received an exquisite lunchbox." Among the three items, only one was of use. Piccolo discarded the blanket and tofu into the trash, retaining the exquisite lunchbox, and expressionless, stepped back, nudging Son Gohan forward. Son Gohan rubbed his tired eyes, energized slightly, placed his hands on the strings, and swiftly unfastened them, lifting the lid with a flourish. "Congratulations, Gohan. You have received 10 tons of study materials." With a clatter, Son Gohan collapsed once more. Upon getting up and seeing the neatly stacked 10 tons of study materials outside the shop, he felt faint. He opened his mouth, struggling to speak through tears. "I've barely made it through 1,000th of the previous materials, and now there are 10 tons more. Is this blind box trying to kill me? I must act quickly to destroy these 10 tons of materials while my mother is away. Not a single piece can remain." Son Gohan resolutely stepped outside, each step gathering an increasing amount of energy. Krillin sighed. Alas, what has Gohan experienced during this time? It's just some study materials. Master Roshi shook his head. This child has gone astray. He no longer loves learning. Hearing these remarks, Son Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to turn back and lament his plight. However, the most critical task at hand is to eliminate qualifications, allowing life to shine brightly. Everything else can be set aside for the moment. Sun Wufan quickened his pace. But as he stepped outside, he noticed a breathtakingly beautiful woman descending from the sky, wielding a trident. His heart sank, and even breathing became an arduous task. The newcomer was none other than Chi-Chi, who, after preparing breakfast, intended to call her son to the table, only to discover he was absent from his study. The lingering presence of Piccolo's energy in the air immediately alerted her to the fact that he had taken Wufan away. This was unacceptable. Chi-Chi swiftly grabbed the trident and dashed out, intending to confront Piccolo and then properly admonish Sun Wufan. However, after searching in vain, she decided to try her luck at the blind box store. To her surprise, upon arrival, she found a pile of study materials at the entrance and spotted Sun Wufan emerging from the shop, holding a Qigong wave. Without hesitation, Chi-Chi dove onto the study materials. How wonderful! It was perfect timing. Wufan had only reviewed a minuscule fraction of his materials, and these could serve as excellent supplements. "Did you create these?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan, feeling utterly despondent, dispersed the Qigong wave and mechanically nodded. In that moment, life lost all its luster. He averted his gaze from his mother's excited expression and turned back to the front desk, staring blankly at the remaining 4 silver blind boxes, hesitant to act. He was terrified, overwhelmingly so, fearing that the contents of the blind boxes might be yet another ton of study materials or items related to learning. Shen San approached and patted him on the shoulder, suppressing a chuckle. "Open it. The next blind box might not contain study materials. Don't overthink it." "Might not," Wufan thought. "That still leaves the possibility of encountering study materials." He lifted his head, tears visibly welling in his eyes. Embracing the philosophy that enduring, prolonged pain surpassed short-lived suffering, he swiftly tore open the 4 silver blind boxes. Noticing that the items within were finally not books or learning tools, a smile blossomed on Sun Wufan's face, reminiscent of an innocent 3-year-old child. However, in the next moment, he was brought to tears, overwhelmed by despair. Congratulations, Sun Wufan. You have obtained a learning device. Congratulations, Sun Wufan. You have acquired a photographic memory skill card. Congratulations, Sun Wufan. You have received a dual tasking skill card. Congratulations, Sun Wukong. You have obtained a mysterious meal template card. Shen San couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly stifling it to continue his explanation. As for the learning device, the photographic memory skill grants you extraordinary recall, ensuring you will not forget what you have seen. This is a fantastic skill. If Wufan possesses a photographic memory, university will be a sure thing. Upon overhearing Shen San, Chi-Chi rushed in, seizing the skill card and forcefully placing it in Sun Wufan's mouth. Shen San shook his head at the scene and continued explaining. The dual tasking skill allows you to draw circles with one hand while drawing squares with the other, enabling you to study language and mathematics simultaneously without conflict. This is an excellent skill. If Wufan masters dual tasking, not only will university be within reach, but even a doctorate will be secure, significantly reducing study time. Wufan, dear, open your mouth. Chi-Chi once again shoved the dual tasking skill card into Sun Wufan's mouth. I'm exhausted. Let the universe implode. Let it explode entirely. Sun Wufan gazed at his mother, who was overjoyed beyond measure, while internally he wept profusely, his expression a mask of numbness. His final bastion of strength. Piccolo and Kuririn wished to speak well of Sun Wufan, but upon witnessing Chi-Chi's fierce glare, they promptly silenced themselves, offering Sun Wufan a look of sympathy. Meanwhile, Shen San pointed at the final card. This is a template card, representing the abilities of your future self. Consume it, and you will possess immense strength without needing to transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Sun Wufan's eyes. In a flash, he tossed the template card into his mouth, feeling an unmatched power surge within him. He longed to let out a triumphant roar. However, Chi-Chi was quicker, seizing him and rushing back towards Baozi Mountain. At that moment, Master Roshi eagerly approached, holding a silver blind box before him, his demeanor lecherous. He swiftly opened it, and at the instant the lid was lifted, another card materialized above the box. Witnessing this, Master Roshi's disappointment was palpable. Shen San covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight, lamenting the fact that this old man had managed to unveil such a skill. The irony was beyond comprehension. Chapter 114. Ma Shaoling will venture to the realm of Mr. Zombie. The card was yellow, inscribed with two characters, Electric Hip. Shen San leaned closer to Master Roshi, whispering in his ear while suppressing a sly grin, sharing a few words before stepping back. Kuririn and the others were puzzled, unsure why Master Roshi's card could not be openly discussed, leaving them itching with curiosity. However, as they leaned closer to the card, they began to grasp its meaning, simultaneously feeling both amused and exasperated. Upon hearing the card's function, Master Roshi's despondency erupted into overwhelming excitement, his gaze fixated on the card with fervor. It was as if the card could grant him a second spring of youth. In a flash, he snatched the card, swallowing it whole. Instantly, he mastered a skill that allowed him to strike 100 times in a second, formidable as a powerful emperor. Not bad. Very good, Master Roshi remarked, licking his lips, his anticipation for the remaining 5 silver blind boxes intensifying. He lifted another silver blind box, his hands trembling slightly as he placed it before him, gently and eagerly beginning to untie the ribbon. This time, he sought the earthly demon transformation, which Vegeta had previously opened. Come forth, my divine technique, Master Roshi exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot with anticipation, his body trembling with excitement, as if it could be blown away by the wind, yet solid as a rock. He fixated on the blind box, and in an instant, a book materialized above it. Upon recognizing the figure on the cover, Master Roshi could not contain himself, spewing 2 streams of blood from his mouth like twin water jets. Shen San swiftly intervened to prevent the blood from soiling the front desk. Kuririn, witnessing the book's cover, covered his eyes, knowing full well what his master would become in this situation. He felt his face would be thoroughly embarrassed. What a treasure, an unparalleled treasure, Master Roshi declared, abandoning the remaining blind boxes, clutching the book as he sauntered to the door. Upon opening the first page, he became increasingly restless, captivated by the contents. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Such beauty. My, this lady is endowed with extraordinary features, simply exquisite. This one is also delightful, though the dark skin is a slight drawback. Hee hee. Master Roshi chuckled to himself, lost in a trance as he read. Kirin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing to shout. That old man is not my teacher. How can a lecherous old fool be my esteemed mentor? Unfortunately, the three in the shop were entirely oblivious to the meaning behind Master Roshi's laughter. Piccolo, being non-human, held no interest in women. Vegeta, having Bulma, was similarly indifferent to others. He was solely focused on enhancing his strength. As for the Grand Minister, an ancient being who had witnessed countless ages, such trivial matters were beneath his notice. At that moment, another woman appeared in the shop. It was Ma Xiaoling, who, upon hearing the laughter outside, felt a chill run down her spine. Turning to see an old man laughing uncontrollably, she nearly unleashed a kick with her 1.50 meter long legs. However, reason prevailed, forcing her to suppress her impulse. Ah, a beauty, a great beauty. Guishan inadvertently turned his head and was met with two legs that seemed to radiate light, causing his breath to become rapid and his exhalations to feel scorching. He then noticed the exquisite beauty of Ma Xiaoling's delicate face, instantly overwhelmed by her ethereal charm. Taking a deep breath, the turtle sage approached her with utmost seriousness. Little girl, may I request a favor from you? What is it? Ma Xiaoling asked, her brow furrowed. Could you let me take a glance at your undergarments? How dare you, old man? This is my establishment. Shen San erupted first. This is a cherished guest of mine. Let her look as she pleases. With a gentle wave of his hand, Shen San transported the turtle sage to a bathhouse in Shidu, where a group of voluptuous women were bathing, leading to utter chaos. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoling, having taken her time, slowly lowered her impressive 1.5 meter long leg. Shen San rubbed his nose and remarked, Miss Ma, you truly came wearing stockings. They look splendid, long, round, and perfectly proportioned. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes. My attire is simply as it is. Don't presume I dressed like this for your viewing pleasure. Shen San nodded with a grin. Understood, shorts, long shoes, and a black long robe are your signature style. I comprehend. Ma Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. You seem quite acquainted with me. Are you not akin to that old lecher? Have you been secretly observing me? Not secretly, just openly watching on television. I even contributed a bit while watching. Of course, Shen San did not state this explicitly, but rested his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed on her long legs. It's not that I paid much attention, merely that beautiful things attract the eye. It is often said that women enjoy compliments, and Ma Xiaoling was no exception. Enough of this chatter. I am not here to spend money on blind boxes or jars. I intend to earn some by taking on missions in the realms. Upon hearing this, Shen San's demeanor shifted to seriousness. As fellow compatriots, you must consider carefully. Undertaking missions in the realms is no trifling matter. Many who ventured last time have perished in foreign lands. Ma Xiaoling nodded. I understand that rewards and risks are proportional. The more perilous the mission, the greater the rewards. I have made up my mind. What surprised her was that you, a businessman, would be so kind as to advise me. Shen San waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I am merely soft-hearted towards beautiful women. If you are truly prepared, you may enter at any time. In the other realm, any items obtained will be split 80-20. 80 for me, 20 for you. Got it. I see your realm is merely a place for us to work for you. Ma Xiaoling pouted her lips. An 80-20 split is hardly treating us like humans, you stingy miser. Ma Xiaoling complained as she exited the shop and entered the task hall. Immediately, a service robot approached her with a tablet. Following the robot's guidance, she quickly accepted a task, and upon reading the content, a smile appeared on her face. Mr. Zombie. With the word zombie present, it likely indicated a dimension overrun with monsters, a fitting challenge for her skills. However, her powers would be sealed during the traversal, and she would randomly acquire one or more abilities. Fortunately, she had gathered several items from Chioshu that would aid her against ordinary zombies, ensuring her safety even without her magical powers. Yet, the task details made Ma Xiaoling furrow her brow. Chapter 115. A person of integrity, Lin Fengjiao. And the daringly attired Ma Xiaoling on a bustling morning in the Republic of China, the streets were filled with the lively sounds of vendors, while passers-by hurried about, beginning their day's toil. Upon entering the realms, Ma Xiaoling found herself in a deserted alley. She sensed that her previous skills had been sealed, replaced by new abilities, which caused her brow to relax. The skills powered by the Dragon Clan's magic were gone, substituted with the techniques of the Maoshan sect. Her current level was that of a Earth Master, which was quite commendable, combined with a divine dragon and other talismanic items she had brought with her. This journey would likely pose no significant issues. Ma Xiaoling attempted to utilize her magical skills, such as the water goddess borrowing technique, but found herself unable to do so, while her thunder palm technique felt entirely natural. After familiarizing herself with her new abilities in the alley, she stepped out onto the street. Her incongruous attire drew curious glances from the pedestrians, who pointed and whispered remarks about her revealing clothing, calling her a temptress. Some men, while labeling her shameless, could not help but drool. The result was being dragged away by their own fierce partners. In times of change, thoughts evolve as well. Ma Xiaoling paid no mind to the onlookers' comments and followed the tasks indicated red dot. She soon arrived at the entrance of a charitable establishment and knocked on the door. Who was it so early? The wooden door creaked open, revealing Wen Sai, who wore a face of resentment. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoling, his heart skipped a beat, his mouth watering. Any previous grievances vanished, replaced by a desire to worship the beautiful lady before him. Miss, what brings you to the charitable establishment? Even if you have no business, please come in for some tea and breakfast. Hearing the term miss, Ma Xiaoling instinctively frowned, but quickly reminded herself that such was the formality of the Republic era, so she let it slide. However, Wen Sai's expression was not dissimilar to that of the old lecher, which made her uncomfortable. Yet, for the sake of earning some money, she suppressed the urge to kick him. May I ask if Jiu is present? He is. Jiu is my master and is currently inside. Please, come in. Wen Sai eagerly stepped aside, his gaze fixated on her long legs. At that moment, Jiu emerged from within, inquiring, Wen Sai, who has come? As he spoke, he caught sight of Ma Xiaoling and frowned at her attire. Ma Xiaoling noticed Jiu imposing demeanor, exuding righteousness, and thought to herself that he truly embodied the esteemed master described in her task. Jiu soon detected the fluctuations of her magical energy. Astonished to see a young woman, seemingly around 20 years of age, possessing the early stage of Earth Master cultivation, even younger than his own disciples. When did the Dao sect acquire such a talented female disciple? Friend, what brings you here? Jiu performed a respectful gesture customary in the Dao sect, then chastised Wen Sai with a light slap to the back of his head. What are you staring at? Go back. Master, I'm going, Wen Sai dejectedly replied, casting glances back as he retreated into the establishment. Jiu shook his head slightly. I apologize, friend, my wayward disciple was just rude. However, your attire is indeed quite bold. Ma Xiaoling smiled slightly in response. Jiu, I have come seeking a copy of the Shanqing Daidong Jinjing. In exchange, I can offer corresponding treasures. This was the crux of her task, and it placed her in a difficult position. Each sect's techniques were closely guarded secrets, and for an outsider to seek them was almost delusional and quite impolite. Feeling a bit embarrassed after her request, Ma Xiaoling looked at Jiu, who furrowed his brow. I see that you practice Maoshan techniques as well. With your talent, your master should have passed this down to you. Why do you seek it from me? Ma Xiaoling shook her head. No, I am not a member of Maoshan. I am the current leader of the Dragon Clan. My knowledge of Maoshan techniques comes from. She briefly recounted her experiences with the blind box shop and the realms. Jiu listened, shaking his head. Though the world is vast and filled with wonders, what you speak of seems too fantastical. To be frank, I do not quite believe your words. Since you are not a member of the Maoshan sect, the Shanqing Daidong Jinjing cannot naturally be transmitted to you. As for how you acquired the skills of Maoshan, I, as a humble Taoist, see the righteousness within you. So I do not wish to inquire further. However, I advise you, my dear, to refrain from casually employing your magical powers and the arts of Maoshan. Should other disciples witness it, some may not be as accommodating as I am. In truth, a glimmer of insight flashed in Jiushu's eyes. Acquiring the Shanqing Daidong Jinjing is not an impossibility. Without Jiushu needing to elaborate, Ma Xiaoling understood what he was implying and smiled wryly, saying, You jest, Jiushu. I am the current leader of the Kumo Longzhu clan. How could I change my sect? Moreover, my clan bears the heavy responsibility of vanquishing the generals, leaving me no time for cultivation within Maoshan. Jiushu frowned, stating, I have never heard of such a Kumo Longzhu clan, and are the generals not a mere fabrication? Ma Xiaoling chose not to elaborate further, knowing that Jiushu would likely dismiss tales of the myriad realms. After all, there remained a month's time, ample enough to devise a means to gain Jiushu's trust. She could utilize this month to procure valuable items such as gold and antiques, which would allow her to return as a wealthy woman. With this thought, Ma Xiaoling felt a sense of calm wash over her. Seeing Jiushu preparing to leave, she inquired, Might you mind if I accompany you to see the sights of the town? Very well, Jushu replied. I am heading out to discuss a business matter, and you are welcome to join. Although Jushu noted that Ma Xiaoling's attire was somewhat audacious, her demeanor suggested she was worldly wise. Having never partaken of foreign tea, he thought it prudent to ask her discreetly should he encounter anything unfamiliar, to avoid embarrassment. He did not call out to one side as in the original narrative, but instead led the way forward, with Ma Xiaoling following closely beside him. My name is Ma Xiaoling. You may call me Xiaoling, Jushu. Very well, Xiaoling, he remarked. You possess merit and are not of the evil sect. Could you kindly speak the truth to me? Which elder brother of Maoshan is your master? Jushu queried while greeting passers-by. Ma Xiaoling smiled wryly. I am not of the Maoshan sect, yet in my world. I am acquainted with a senior named Mao from Maoshan. I obtained these talismans from him. She retrieved a stack of talismans from her pocket. Jushu took them and, upon inspection, was astonished. Dingshi talisman, Wulei talisman, based on the craftsmanship and the fluctuations of magical energy. The creator of these talismans is at the peak of the Dishi level, akin to myself. Yet, currently, I am the sole practitioner at this level in Maoshan, while my senior brother is merely at the initial stage of Tianshi. What does this signify? Jushu pondered, perplexed. He had never inscribed such talismans, and the craftsmanship did not resemble that of Shijian. Surely, the tales of the myriad realms could not be true. Jushu silently shook his head, unwilling to accept the existence of such realms. Chapter 116. Ma Xiaoling's loss before earning. Jushu escorted Ma Xiaoling to a Western-style patisserie. Due to her attire, the server welcomed them without hesitation. Upon Jushu mentioning an appointment with Mr. Ren, the server's hospitality increased. Soon, Jushu encountered Mr. Ren, who, upon seeing Ma Xiaoling, exhibited considerable surprise. Jushu, who might this be? Jushu chuckled. This is Ma Xiaoling, a fellow practitioner of the Tao. Do not let her youth deceive you. Her abilities are no less formidable than my own. Mr. Ren, upon hearing this, became even more courteous. Ah, a distinguished disciple of Maoshan. I am honored. Please, both of you, take a seat. Mistaken for a member of Maoshan, Ma Xiaoling chose not to clarify, slowly sitting down. She refrained from interrupting the conversation between Jushu and Mr. Ren, instead surveying her surroundings. Unlike the style of the 1990s, the restaurant's decor resonated with the Republic of China era, exuding a slightly classical, yet Western aesthetic. Suddenly, a girl in a pink dress, filled with ambition, approached. Ma Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback. The girl's attire was entirely different from hers, but somehow appeared harmonious and beautiful, her eyes particularly clear, a rarity in the future. Tingting was also observing Ma Xiaoling, especially captivated by her outfit. She sat beside her, greeted her father, and then Jushu before extending her hand to Ma Xiaoling. My name is Ren Tingting. How shall I address you, sister? Ma Xiaoling, she replied, shaking her hand gently. Tingting blinked her innocent, pure eyes. Sister, your skin is so lovely. What cosmetics do you use? Could you share with me? Ma Xiaoling hesitated for a moment before retrieving a box of cosmetics from her small case, reluctantly offering it. This is what I usually use, but it is one I have already opened. If you do not mind, I shall give it to you. She looked at Ren Tingting, internally pleading for her to refuse. After all, the cosmetics she used were all high-end brands, each costing a fortune. This single box amounted to tens of thousands of yuan, a purchase she had made only after careful saving. Now, having ventured into another realm without yet earning any money, she was about to incur a loss of several thousand, which was painful to bear. Yet, having already offered it, she felt too embarrassed to retract. Ren Tingting was oblivious to the distress in Ma Xiaoling's eyes. Eagerly accepting the gift, she opened it, applied some on her hand, and instantly her skin appeared fairer, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. Ren Tingting was instantly enamored. At that moment, the server approached with the menu. Jushu opened it and was instantly overwhelmed by the array of choices. He instinctively glanced at Ma Xiaoling. She could not help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that Jushu must have been hesitant to invite her along for this very reason. She took the menu, although she found it incomprehensible, and handed it directly to the server. For me and Jushu, 2 cups of milk tea, 2 slices of cake, and some egg tarts. Knowing that Mr. Ren would be footing the bill, she ordered liberally, unperturbed by any sense of propriety. After all, having just lost several thousand, what was the point of worrying about appearances? At least she aimed to recoup some of her losses. Mr. Ren, witnessing Ma Xiaoling order so many pastries, looked on with curiosity. Miss Ma, judging by your attire and your striking features, you do not appear to be from Rinjia town. May I inquire what your family does? Ting Ting chimed in. Yes, sister, your demeanor surpasses even that of city dwellers. Might you share your story? Ma Xiaoling shook her head. Jushu has already mentioned. I am merely a practitioner of Taoist arts. As for my clan, I am the current leader of the Kumo Longzhu clan. I am here to procure an item. So please continue your conversation. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ren ceased his inquiries and resumed his conversation with Jushu. However, Ting Ting's curiosity only intensified. Sister, you practice Taoist arts? Is it true that there are indeed spirits in this world? Indeed, one is right behind you. Ting Ting was momentarily startled, turning around but seeing nothing. Her expression shifting to confusion. Mr. Ren was equally alarmed. The presence of a spirit in the restaurant during the day was not a good omen. Jushu quietly shook his head. There was indeed a wandering spirit present, but it had likely entered at night and had not yet found an opportunity to leave. Remaining hidden during the day, Ting Ting patted her chest, visibly shaken. You scared me. Sister, you truly have a knack for jokes. I am not joking, Ma Xiaoling replied, retrieving a small vial from her case. This is Nuyen Lei. Applying it to your eyelids will allow you to see spirits. If you do not believe me, feel free to try. Seeing the gravity of Ma Xiaoling's expression, Ting Ting's curiosity piqued. She accepted the vial and immediately applied some Nuyen Lei to her eyelids. Mr. Ren, intrigued, did the same. As the father and daughter opened their eyes to look back, they simultaneously emitted startled cries. Other exclamations drew the attention of surrounding patrons. Observing this, Mr. Ren forced himself to appear calm. As a businessman, he was acutely aware that allowing anyone to discover the presence of a ghost in his store would lead to rumors spreading like wildfire, rendering the establishment devoid of patrons. Ma Gunyang, Jiu, behold this 10 taels of silver, coupled with the earlier cow's tears, totaling 20 taels. I shall assist you in capturing that spirit. Ma Xiaoling was intent on profit, fully cognizant of the high purchasing power of silver during this era. Thus, she offered a modest price of 20 taels. Without hesitation, Ren Leoi agreed. Ma Xiaoling retrieved a pentagram and hurled it at the ghost. Only after the spirit was ensnared did she rise to reclaim her pentagram. Extending her hand simultaneously, Ren Leoi, with an awkward smile, fetched the payment. Upon witnessing the ghost's disappearance, Ting Ting, still apprehensive, patted the colossal object once more. Gazing at Ma Xiaoling with a blend of curiosity and admiration, Jiu felt a pang of envy. Had he known that simply capturing a wandering spirit could yield 20 taels, he would have summoned that spirit to kneel before Ren Leoi. Alas, he was a step too late. Sister, there's nothing amusing here. Let me take you out for a stroll, and you can share with me some tales of the supernatural, Ting Ting proposed after taking a couple of sips of coffee. Intrigued, Ma Xiaoling wished to inquire about the whereabouts of unscrupulous individuals who collected antiques. Her ambition to amass wealth in a short time could only be fulfilled through redistributing wealth from the affluent to the needy. In this dimension, the wealthy were indeed affluent, while she found herself in poverty. Thus, robbing from the rich to aid herself was entirely justified. Very well, Jiu, Mr. Ren, please enjoy your meal. Ting Ting, and I shall venture out. Jiu nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. The two ladies rose, linking arms as they made their way outside. Upon stepping outside, Ma Xiaoling's gaze fell upon an ostentatious man. He had 2 red roses clenched in his mouth, his hands tucked into his pockets. Leaning against the wall with a melancholic expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon noticing the 2 beauties, he approached with leisurely strides, removing the roses from his mouth, one in each hand, and slowly extending them forward. Ladies, may I have the honor of accompanying such beauty? Chapter 117. A pair of adversaries emerges. Ma Xiaoling seethed with anger. At the blind box shop, only Ku Lin remained without opening a blind box. Once Ma Xiaoling departed, Shen San took the 6 silver blind boxes belonging to Ku Lin to the front desk, while the remaining unopened boxes belonging to the Turtle Immortal were set aside. You still have one unopened. Let us open it now. All right. Ku Lin said little, stepping forward to grasp a silver blind box. With a swift motion, he untied the strings and lifted the lid. Upon opening, an unusual garment emerged, constructed entirely of densely packed copper buttons, presenting a rather peculiar appearance. Congratulations, Ku Lin. You have acquired chainmail, Shen San announced with a clap. Chainmail was indeed a treasure. It could reflect a portion of the damage back to the attacker, albeit not enough to vanquish them. Nevertheless, finding such an item in a silver blind box was quite fortunate. Ku Lin took the chainmail in hand. shaking his head in resignation. While it was indeed a fine piece, wearing it would hinder his movement, rendering it somewhat superfluous. No need to wear it. With a mere thought, the chainmail will automatically fuse with your body, causing no hindrance to your mobility, Shen San explained. Is that so? Kulin thought. And the chainmail seamlessly integrated with him, leaving no sensation of discomfort, as if he had donned an additional garment. Kulin was somewhat accustomed to the unexpected nature of items acquired from the blind box shop. He swiftly grabbed another silver blind box, this time even more rapidly, almost instantaneously unsealing it. Once again, an item materialized, a dark green brush, its surface shimmering with light. Congratulations, Kulin, you have obtained a magical brush, Shen San elaborated. This brush is quite remarkable. When used on blank paper, the images drawn will materialize. For instance, if you draw a cow, that cow will emerge from the paper. Kulin's eyes lit up. How extraordinary. Let me give it a try. He took the magical brush and, spotting a sheet of blank paper at the front desk, unreservedly began to draw an abstract image. In a miraculous turn of events, the drawn object leapt from the paper with a thud, landing on the front desk. Kulin scratched his head in confusion. I distinctly drew gold. Why did a transparent square brick appear instead? Shen San rolled his eyes. Don't get your hopes too high. Even if you can draw gold, the items materialized by the magical brush have a time limit, lasting no more than half an hour. Do you think the shopkeeper would allow you to find something extraordinary? Kulin chuckled awkwardly. Since it can materialize, who wouldn't he want to illustrate gold or similar treasures? That is a bit disheartening. But it's fine. While I have no need for it, I could sell it for a good price. There are still 4 blind boxes left. Let us see what they hold. Another silver blind box was opened, but unfortunately, it was empty. The 4th silver blind box was soon unsealed as well, revealing yet another item, though regrettably, it was merely a roll of sanitary napkins valued at $1, of no use. The 5th box yielded a deep red stone, which Shen San declared to be an ordinary rock. Kulin shrugged it off and reached for the final silver blind box, his heart racing in anticipation. As the strings fell away and the lid opened, an item emerged, its surface also gleaming with light, piquing the curiosity of both Kulin and Baiku. Boss Shen, what is the use of this mat? A flying thermal mat that never requires charging. It will keep you warm in winter while allowing you to soar through the skies. A perfect item for both slumber and travel. Shen San chuckled. Congratulations. You've struck gold today. Now that you've finished opening your blind boxes, feel free to embark on tasks in the realms beyond. Tasks. Both Baiku and Kulin were puzzled. I was just about to ask. There have been quite a few changes around here, Baiku added. Apologies. I hadn't mentioned it yet. The blind box shop has undergone an upgrade. Shen San recalled that Baiku and Kulin had not visited during the recent enhancements. He briefly explained the new features. Baiku and Kulin were both amazed and intrigued, exchanging greetings before heading toward the task room to accept their missions. Subsequently entering the multiverse, Shen San, glancing at Baiku who was indulging in leisure, plucked 2 roses and vanished. Upon reappearing in the dimension of Mr. Zombie, he noticed Ma Xiaoling and Ting Ting emerging, so he leaned against the wall. This led to the moment of presenting the roses. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes in disdain, refusing to reach out for them. How unsanitary. You're offering something that has been in your mouth. Sister Xiaoling, do you know this gentleman? Ting Ting blinked her large eyes, examining Shen San, her gaze lingering on his perfect physique, her cheeks flushing slightly. Shen San was also appraising Ting Ting, the saint of the multiverse, taking an extra moment to admire her ample form before forcefully pressing the roses into the hands of the 2 women. Observing this, Ma Xiaoling subtly shifted her body to block his gaze. Have you seen enough? It's just a rose. How long do you intend to stare? Humph. I'm not even looking at you. So why the hurry? Shen San slapped his forehead. Right? You don't have one. Even if you wanted to see it. You couldn't. What a pity. You scoundrel. Ma Xiaoling glanced at her own appearance and then at Ting Ting's, realizing that she could not quite compare. However, when she heard Shen Sanming's brazen remarks, she was instantly enraged, her temper flaring. Ting Ting, let's not pay attention to this lecture. I'll accompany you for a stroll, Ma Xiaoling said, pulling the bewildered Ting Ting towards the street. Shen San followed closely behind, a smirk plastered on his face. The shop owner didn't say anything wrong. You have your merits, long legs, a slender waist, fair skin, and a lovely face, although you are somewhat lacking in certain areas. Could you possibly shut your mouth and stop following us? This road is not yours to command, And you want to control the shop owner too, right, Tingting? Finally understanding the nature of their conversation, Tingting lowered her head and noticed the two exposed areas of her body, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. As a well-behaved girl, she had never encountered such explicit dialogue before. While she felt shy, there was also a hint of thrill in it. Chapter 118. The Oblivious Fool. Hurry up and order more dishes on the streets of Rinjia Town. A peculiar scene unfolded. Ma Xiaoling glared through gritted teeth at Shen San, who strutted ahead with an air of confidence. Tingting clutched Ma Xiaoling's arm, her face resembling a ripe tomato as she recalled the earlier conversation. Shen San, leading the way, whistled at every pretty girl he encountered, embodying the spirit of a rogue from the Republic of China era. Yet, those girls, initially infuriated by his catcalls, would blush and hurriedly walk away upon seeing Shen San's impressive physique and handsome face. A couple of bolder girls even approached him to engage in conversation. This led to a transformation of their trio into a quintet, prompting Ma Xiaoling to angrily pull Tingting into a shop. Shen San followed the two girls, wrapping his arms around the shoulders of Xiaoyan and Xiaohong. Did you see that woman? You must never emulate her. She is nothing short of a dragon lady. Remember to be gentle, he advised. Xiaoyan, petite and charming in her Republic of China attire, could not hide her youthful beauty. With her hair styled in two ponytails, she giggled behind her hand. Hee hee, that sister is clearly someone with character. I envy her, she said. Xiaohong, clad in a white dress, exuded a sultry allure, though her demeanor was less than fitting. Shingu, that woman has such long legs. Do you prefer that type? Other than her legs, she doesn't seem to have much else. Come to the provincial city with me. I can support you, and Xiaoyan can too. Besides, neither of us is inferior to her, and we're both a couple of years older. As she spoke, Xiaohong puffed her chest out, as if to emphasize her point. Shen San leered in a rather unsavory manner. Is that so? Then let me personally verify if you're right, Xiaohong. He intentionally reached out as if to grab her. However, Xiaohong, seemingly more of a theoretical debater, blushed and stepped back at his approach. Xiaoyan's face also turned crimson, almost as if it were bleeding. Don't run off. I haven't verified yet, Shen San called out. Come on, Shingu, chase us. If you catch us, you can verify as you please. Well, you girls better be careful. My speed is quite remarkable, he replied, chuckling. In an era where societal norms were less permissive, the playful chase between one man and two women attracted the attention of passers-by, many of whom muttered in disapproval. Some even shouted for them to be punished. However, both Xiaoyan and Xiaohong, having come from the provincial city, were unfazed by the gossiping townsfolk and reveled in the thrill of being pursued. As a modern-day transmigrator, Shen San was equally indifferent, seizing the rare opportunity to enjoy himself. Inside the shop, Ma Xiaoling's anger only intensified at Shen San's antics. Gripping a bottle of perfume, she slammed it down on the table with a resounding bang. Upon the entrance of the two girls, Qiuxing's eyes nearly popped out, and he snapped back to reality only after hearing the sound of the table being struck. Miss, you're the miss. Your whole family are misses. Ma Xiaoling shot back, glaring at him. Qiuxing, bewildered, could not fathom why this stunning beauty was upset. And seeing that he could not engage Ma Xiaoling, he shifted his attention to Tingting. Miss, what can I help you with? With Ma Xiaoling present, he hardly considered Tingting as a woman of ill repute. His eyes sparkled with endless possibilities, thinking how fortunate he would be to marry one of these two beauties for a blissful life. Boss, do you have any new blushes or powders? Tingting asked, glancing back at the outside where Shen San was still chasing after the girls, her cheeks flushed. Upon seeing Tingting's blushing face, Qiuxing was even more captivated and quickly retrieved the cosmetics, diligently beginning his pitch. Their dialogue was a typical buyer-seller exchange, but soon Qiuxing began inquiring about Tingting's background. With a hint of caution, Tingting set the blush down and tugged at Ma Xiaoling, saying, let us not buy it. I don't want to answer all these questions. Sister Xiaoling, let us go. Don't leave, miss. Qiuxing exclaimed, rushing from the front counter only to see Tingting walking away without looking back. His face filled with regret as he murmured to himself about being too direct. Given that Rinjia town was small, someone would surely recognize such a beautiful girl. He would wait for his aunt to return and then inquire further. After mumbling to himself, Qiuxing returned to the front counter, his mind entirely occupied by Tingting's appearance, secretly vowing to find love. Meanwhile, Shen San, indifferent to Ma Xiaoling and Tingting's departure, continued to frolic with Xiaoyan and Xiaohong until they were reluctantly taken away by someone. At which point he set off towards the ancestral hall. It was now midday, and the scorching sun had drenched passers-by in sweat. Yet they persevered under the heat for a few coins. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, Shen San coincidentally encountered Jusu and a few others enjoying their lunch. Without hesitation, he plopped down and began to eat. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes and ignored him. Xiaoxing stared intently at Tingting, realizing how effortless it was to meet her. He had intended to inquire, but was astonished to find Ma Xiaoling and Tingting sitting in the ancestral hall upon his return. Wen Kai, on the other hand, was fixated on Ma Xiaoling, nearly drooling. The two brothers hardly noticed Shen San, their attention completely consumed by the women. Jusu, puzzled, set down his chopsticks and asked, "Excuse me, sir, what brings you to the ancestral hall?" With a swift motion, Shen San slapped an item onto the table. "I know Ma Baolong. You needn't concern yourself with me. Consider this as payment for the meal." Upon hearing this, Jusu nodded, picked up the item, and his heart raced. It was gold. A pure gold ingot. This was far too generous for merely a meal. He urged, "Sir, please take it back." Seeing this, Ma Xiaoling interjected, "Jusu, just accept it. This lecher is quite wealthy. He's the owner of the blind box shop I mentioned earlier, so money is no object for him." Jusu was taken aback. "Xiaoling, are you serious? Is there truly such a magical shop in the world? Don't deceive me." Shen San shrugged nonchalantly. "Believe it or not. But one thing is true. The gold is real, and the meal payment is genuine. Just accept it, Jusu." Jusu hesitated. To be frank, the ancestral hall's income was far from satisfactory, especially with 2 apprentices to support, leaving little to save. Now, with a 1-pound gold ingot before him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Seeing that Shen San was indeed not interested in reclaiming the gold, he discreetly tucked it away and then slapped Wen Kai on the back of the head. "You clueless fool. How can you treat a guest so casually? Hurry up and fetch half a roast duck." Chapter 119. Ren Tingting becomes a martial arts master. The lunch was a joyous affair, all thanks to the gold ingot. Sensing the absence of customers in the shop, Shen San was in no rush to leave. He reclined in a rocking chair at the center of the ancestral hall, basking in the sunlight. Nearby, Tingting sat on a small stool, her chin resting on her hands. On the other side, Ma Xiaoling occupied a chair with a table in front of her, adorned with items such as vermilion and yellow paper. This was the first order she received after encountering Old Master Ren on her return. She had yet to inquire about any opportunities for wealth redistribution, so she could only resort to her Maoshan techniques to earn some modest income. One talisman after another was drawn from her hands until her magical energy began to wane. "Pervert, what are you staring at?" she snapped. "TCH, your eyes are on me, so mind your own business. If you're so capable, why not dress more conservatively? Is it that you can't bear to be without my irritation for even a minute?" Shen San retorted. "Hey, they say that women with large chests lack intelligence. Who would have thought it to be true? You're quite clever, pervert," Ma Xiaoling shot back, her anger rising, feeling as though it was an indirect insult to her figure. If she could overpower him, she genuinely wished to smash Shen San's head and tear his mouth apart, even stepping on him as he smoldered. With a furious glare, she stood up to retrieve the talismans, approaching Ren Tingting. "These are for your father, totaling 100 silver dollars. Make sure he settles up quickly." "All right, Sister Xiaoling," Tingting replied, taking the talismans. She continued, "Sister Xiaoling, do I still have a chance to learn the arts?" "You're getting older," Ma Xiaoling shook her head. "The best time to learn is from a young age. You can still learn now, but it's challenging to achieve anything substantial." However, she pointed at Shen San. "This pervert possesses formidable abilities and innumerable magical treasures. If he wished, he could easily elevate you to the position of a celestial master." At this, Tingting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Shen San, brimming with anticipation. Before she could speak, Shen San lazily interjected, "Don't cause a ruckus. Just enjoy being your pampered lady. The ways of the Tao are not for you to comprehend, even if you enhance your abilities. Do you know whether to lead with your left foot or right in battle?" Tingting chuckled awkwardly, unable to respond. It was true. As a girl who had never been in a fight, how would she know how to combat? Escaping from trouble was already a challenge. Oh right, escaping. Her eyes rekindled with intrigue. "Shingu, do you have any skills that could help me run really fast?" I don't know why, but my shoulders suddenly feel sore," Shen San remarked, massaging his shoulders. The abrupt shift in conversation caught Tingting off guard, while Ma Xiaoling retorted, "The pervert wants you to help him with a shoulder massage in exchange for teaching you his techniques." Tingting was taken aback, realizing the implication. Qiuxing grew anxious. feeling distressed at the thought of his goddess massaging another man, as if dancing on his ancestors' graves. Wenkai, however, was indifferent, focusing solely on Ma Xiaoling. Qiuxing quickly stood up. Ting, don't move. I've learned massage before. If Shen boss's shoulders are sore, I can handle it. Shen San turned around. You're a grown man. Spare me. This shopkeeper does not appreciate men massaging his body. Let Ting do it. If she does it well, I'll teach her an extraordinary lightness skill. Ting could hardly contain her excitement. Shen Gu, is it the kind that allows me to run swiftly across rooftops and trees? Whoever said only men harbored dreams of chivalry. She had always longed for the life of a hero, galloping through the world, avenging grievances. Who could resist such a lure? Shen San chuckled. Indeed. It's a lightness technique that enables you to traverse rooftops, and what I'll teach you can lead to substantial mastery, allowing for brief flights. He was boasting without hesitation. Qiuxing rolled his eyes, completely disbelieving Shen San's claims, thinking him a braggart. Yet, seeing Ting take him seriously, placing her gentle hands on Shen San's shoulders, made his heart race. Ting began to knead Shen San's shoulders, and he sighed in contentment, unknowingly drifting into slumber. When he awoke, it was already dusk. Noticing the hands still massaging him, he slowly rose and stretched luxuriously. Then, lifting his hand, a card began to float above his palm. This miraculous scene thrilled Ting immensely. Qiuxing and Wenkai, who had been dozing, suddenly opened their eyes wide. At that moment, Jiushu walked in, witnessing the spectacle. His brow furrowed slightly. No magical fluctuations, yet able to levitate objects. Could this be an illusion? Or could Ma Xiaoling's claims hold truth? Jiushu was now uncertain whether Ma Xiaoling's tales of the multiverse were fact or fiction. If false, it was no matter, but if true, it would truly broaden his horizons. Shen San smiled. This is your reward for your labor, a top-tier lightness technique. Cheng Feng, simply consume the card, and you will instantly learn the technique. Cheng Feng was something he had previously acquired, possessing skills like Zhi Qi Tianya, along with flight and teleportation. But he had kept the lightness technique for himself, unsure if it would be useful. Since he had promised, he would not be stingy. It cost him little. As the card floated towards her, Ting slowly raised her hand to grasp it. Brother Shen, is this card truly edible? Indeed, Shen San confirmed. Ting, just eat it. I assure you it is safe. Ma Xiaoling chimed in, her energy low. At her words, Ting promptly bit into the card, which crunched but had no discernible flavor. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on it, gradually consuming it. In an instant, a torrent of unfamiliar yet familiar information surged into her mind. The unfamiliarity stemmed from her lack of prior knowledge, while the familiar sensation felt innate, with no sense of abruptness, and a true qi began to circulate within her. Ting exclaimed, how marvelous! I truly learned it in an instant. I can fly, flying high? She showcased Cheng Feng within the ancestral hall. Her movements so swift that they left Qiuxing and Wenkai dizzy. She leaped and bounded joyfully, reveling in her newfound skill. Jiushu stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. Did she truly master it so quickly? Is this young man truly the owner of that so-called multiverse blind box shop? Jiushu lost his composure, eager to inquire further, but at a loss for how to approach the topic. Ma Xiaoling pouted with a touch of envy. Shen San raised his chin. Hey, you're wearing a skirt. If you jump like that, you might expose yourself. Ah, Ting gasped, losing control mid-leap, and fell directly into a water vat, carefully emerging with just her head visible, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 120. Jiushu asks Ma Xiaoling to watch over Old Lady Rin for a few days the following morning at an auspicious hour. A procession moved steadily up the mountain, with Shen San and Ma Xiaoling at the rear, accompanied by the reluctant Rin Ting, who refused to ride in a sedan chair. Pervert, aren't you going back to the shop? What are you doing here? Time flows differently. Why the rush? This shopkeeper wishes to observe how this female tyrant will complete her task. Rascal, do I resemble a female tyrant? Speak again, and I swear I'll tear your mouth off. Come at me, if you dare. Watch me collect your feet to take you home. You scoundrel. Shen San and Ma Xiaoling exchanged playful banter, enjoying each other's company. Ting watched from the side, feeling envious yet unable to interject. Ahead, Qiuxing noticed and quickly returned to Ting's side, offering her water and fanning her, attentive to every detail. Captain Away, witnessing this, felt compelled to return to the rear of the group. He cast a glance at Ma Xiaoling before shoving Qiuxing aside, presenting Ting with a charming smile. Cousin, you must exercise caution. Nowadays, men delight in deceiving young girls like you. This fellow does not appear to be trustworthy, so keep your distance from him." Upon hearing this, Tingting rolled her eyes, thinking it was you who should be wary. With those thick brows and big eyes, he has always had his sights set on me. Does he think I am oblivious? Not wanting to pay heed to Wei and Xiaoxing, Tingting quickened her pace, holding onto Ma Xiaoling's arm. Soon, amidst a cacophony of chatter, the group ascended the mountain, and it was time for Jiu to take charge. With an air of professionalism, he directed the excavation, coffin retrieval, and crow dispersal. When the coffin was opened and the figure inside revealed, everyone present was taken aback. Ma Xiaoling raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, whispering, "This lecherous man looks remarkably like that jumping fellow we encountered before." Shen San felt a warm breath near his ear, causing a slight itch, and he scratched his head, saying, "What do you mean by looks like? That is indeed the female tyrant you encountered." At that moment, Jiu turned and called out, "Xiaoling, come take a look." Ma Xiaoling pinched Shen San hard before stepping forward to observe the late Lord Ren. Her brow furrowed as she remarked, "Not decomposed, the body is rigid, and it emits a foul odor. Jiu, I recommend immediately cremating the late Lord Ren, otherwise, there is a constant risk of corpse transformation." Hearing this, Jiu's eyes glimmered with approval, while Lord Ren shook his head vehemently. "No, my late father feared fire above all. Cremation is absolutely out of the question. Not cremating will lead to problems." Jiu frowned. He was powerless against a customer who refused to heed his advice. After all, he was there to provide a service and had to consider the customer's wishes. He gazed down at the late Lord Ren's body and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Since cremation is not an option, we shall take the late Lord Ren to the mortuary. I will expedite the search for a suitable burial site in the coming days so that he may rest in peace." "Very well, I entrust this to you, Jiu." Lord Ren nodded and began directing his subordinates to carry the coffin back to the mortuary, and the entire procession made its way down the mountain once more. Tingting, trailing behind, wore a worried expression. "Sister Xiaoling, will my grandfather really transform into a corpse?" Having experienced the ghost in the restaurant and the feats of Qinggong, her perspective had shifted significantly, and she now took Ma Xiaoling's words to heart. If Ma Xiaoling claimed her grandfather would transform, it must hold truth. If her grandfather were to become a threat, it would be the Ren family's fault, and she wished to avert such a calamity. Ma Xiaoling nodded gravely. "Indeed, and your grandfather's grave has been tampered with, making transformation a real possibility at any moment." Panic surged within Tingting. She contemplated persuading her father to heed Jiu's advice and proceed with cremation, but she understood her father's nature and knew her grandfather had genuinely feared fire. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for a solution, feeling only anxiety. "Do not worry too much," Ma Xiaoling reassured her, patting the back of her hand. "The corpse-fixing talisman your father sold previously has proven effective. According to the teachings, if a transformation occurs, the transformed will first seek the blood of their kin. Should an unexpected event arise, use your Qinggong to place the talisman on the zombie's forehead, then swiftly call for me or Jiu. Of course, this is contingent upon an actual occurrence. For now, Jiu and I will keep watch over the body, so you need not fret excessively." "All right, thank you, Sister Xiaoling." Tingting managed a strained smile, yet her face remained clouded with concern. Ma Xiaoling shook her head internally. Jiu had already provided the best advice. Yet Lord Ren refused to listen. Should uncontrollable events transpire, it would fall squarely on Lord Ren's shoulders. The ascent was easy, but the descent was arduous, especially while carrying a coffin. The group meandered their way down and finally returned to the mortuary by evening. Jiu circled the coffin. "Xiaoling, do you have any good suggestions?" Ma Xiaoling stepped forward, pushed open the coffin lid, and sighed. "The signs of transformation have intensified, and while cremation would eliminate future troubles, Lord Ren does not agree. For now, we can only use a Vla de Shan and a corpse-fixing talisman to see if we can keep the late Lord Ren at bay for a few days while we expedite the search for a suitable burial site." But Ma Xiaoling's brow furrowed deeply. Transformation itself is not the most terrifying aspect. The hidden hand behind it is. The late Lord Ren's grave has clearly been tampered with by someone with similar intentions. If we do not identify that person, an unexpected incident could arise at any moment. I have inquired about this matter. Jiu shook his head, then nodded. According to Lord Ren, that dragonfly water grave was once owned by a feng shui master, and it was the master who conducted the burial. However, that was many years ago, and it is uncertain whether that master is still alive. Nonetheless, you are correct. The corpse must be subdued, and the feng shui must be safeguarded. I plan to venture out tomorrow to seek a treasure site, which may take some time. Before my return, I ask you, Shaoling, to keep an eye on the mortuary. Upon hearing this, Ma Shaoling fell silent. She had a mission in this zombie realm and contemplated whether to seize this opportunity to negotiate terms, but it was merely a thought. Both the practitioners and her own Ma clan had always aimed to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Frankly, taking advantage of a disaster was not in her nature. Very well, but I cannot remain vigilant over the body at all times. Jiu, you should have your 2 students keep an eye out in the coming days. Ma Shaoling jested. What students? Those 2 are hardly worth mentioning. Qiuxing has some skills, but as for Wenkai, words fail me. Upon hearing his students mentioned, Jiu wore a bitter smile. He wondered what madness had possessed him to take in Qiuxing and Wenkai, who were utterly inept at everything except for eating, truly a calamity. In the following 2 days, life was relatively calm. However, one noteworthy event unfolded. Qiuxing had become involved with the female ghost, Xiaoyu, returning home each day looking drained, as if nearly depleted. Wenkai, on the other hand, remained oblivious, occasionally fawning over Ma Shaoling, yet otherwise indulging in a routine of eating and sleeping. Ma Shaoling recognized that Qiuxing had become entangled, having warned him once, but he was completely immersed in the comforts of companionship, refusing to heed her counsel. Having offered her warning, she no longer wished to meddle in what transpired next. Her days had become occupied with either keeping watch over the late Lord Ren or engaging in banter with Shen San. That evening, Jiu finally returned, appearing weary yet bearing a smile. Thank you, Shaoling. From here on, you can leave everything to me. Ma Shaoling nodded, then brought up the matter. There was an incident yesterday morning. Qiuxing has been ensnared by a female ghost, draining away his yang energy. I couldn't leave the late Lord Ren's side to intervene. And while I did warn Qiuxing, he ignored me. You may need to take charge of this matter, Jiu. That wretched disciple. Jiu seethed with anger upon hearing this. He had traversed countless mountains in search of a proper burial site, only to find Qiuxing entangled with a ghost. His frustration was palpable. Jiu promptly turned to rouse the slumbering Wenkai. Where is Qiuxing? Wenkai, completely bewildered, had no idea what was happening. At that moment, Shen San emerged from his room clad in dark attire. He glanced at Jiu and Wenkai before turning to Ma Shaoling. Mother Tyrant, Jiu has returned. We should take action now. How many times must I tell you not to call me Mother Tyrant? All right, Mother Tyrant, let us go, Mother Tyrant, quickly, Mother Tyrant. Enough. Ma Shaoling felt her temper flare, nearly cursing aloud, but she restrained herself, thinking of the impending operation. Over the past few days, she had gathered intelligence on several affluent families. Shen San, having learned of her intentions, expressed a desire to partake, and after a series of negotiations, Ma Shaoling finally agreed to allow Shen San to join. However, the losses are substantial, as 80% must be given back upon return. Currently, the unreceived portion must be split with Shen San. This journey to the Ijia is only deemed acceptable if it does not result in a loss. Ma Shaoling shot Shen San a glare, then greeted Jiu before returning to her room to change out of her Republican-era attire, donning her original clothing before stepping outside. Her long legs glimmered under the moonlight. As the two emerged, Shen San immediately enveloped Ma Shaoling with his energy and soared into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Jiu paused his inquiries with Wenkai, finding a newfound belief in the concept of the myriad realms, then resumed questioning Wenkai. After learning that Qiuxing traveled to the neighboring town every night, he instructed Wenkai to keep an eye on the Yizhuang, and to bring along talismans while he pursued the matter. Although his disciple lacked exceptional talent, he was obedient. As he had now become enamored with a female ghost, the master could not ignore the life and death of his apprentice. Beneath the night sky and above the white clouds, two figures flew swiftly, soon descending to hover over a brightly lit estate. The lifestyle of these foreign devils is indeed splendid, and there is no moral burden in dealing with them. Ma Shaoling scoffed, noting how these foreigners had unknowingly plundered countless national treasures during this era, questioning their next course of action. We go in, of course. What else can we do? Shen San shrugged, stating that he would soon show her what it meant to leave no trace behind. With a gentle gesture, Shen San made their bodies gradually fade until they vanished completely. Suddenly, Ma Shaoling's exasperated voice echoed through the air. You big pervert, move your pig trotter away. Hee hee. I can't see you while we're invisible, and I'm afraid you might fall, so I have to hold you while we fly down, Shen San replied. You're talking nonsense. You didn't hold me at all during our flight. And if you're going to hold me, why not around the waist? Why are your hands up there? Not at all. It's just your waist, isn't it? Yours is flat. Your whole family is flat. I'll bite you to death. Hey, hey, that's the wrong spot. If you keep biting, we might not fly steadily. In the estate's collection room, Ma Xiaoling glared at Shen San with a flushed face, while Shen San rubbed his shoulder, a clear bite mark visible. Truly a female Tyrannosaurus. Your bite is strong enough to nearly take a chunk out of me. Even if you lost a piece, it would be your fault for placing your hands carelessly. Ma Xiaoling kicked him in the rear, then noticed the collection room filled with jars and paintings, among which were treasures like agate, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She even forgot about their earlier squabble, stepping forward to embrace a vase with a silly grin. We're rich, we're rich. Shen San also approached and picked up a painting. Ah, the genuine work of Tang Bohu. This painting would fetch a fortune in your era. Shen San knew the painting's details due to his detection abilities. He originally intended to test their usefulness, but was pleasantly surprised by their efficacy, even knowing the painting's year. Time, and estimated value. Weapons from the Qin dynasty, jade pendants from the Han dynasty, jars from the Tang dynasty. One by one, Shen San examined each item, collecting them all until not a single piece remained. Ma Xiaoling wiped her drool. There must be more treasures here. Big pervert, do you know where they're hidden? There's a secret room in the master bedroom with some gold and silver notes from this era. Shen San casually scanned the area and was aware of the location. Let us go. We won't leave a single cent for these people. Ma Xiaoling urged Shen San as they stealthily approached the master bedroom. They glanced at a bearded foreigner soundly asleep before entering the room. In an instant, the golden light nearly blinded Ma Xiaoling's eyes. The secret room was small, perhaps around 10 square meters, yet it was filled with boxes of gold, including several child-sized Buddha statues made of pure gold. Additionally, some boxes contained neatly arranged silver notes. The total amount of gold and silver being incalculable. Ma Xiaoling lunged at the gold, drooling as she exclaimed, "Oh my, it's all mine. Big pervert. Hurry and collect it all. We'll take the gold, and the silver notes are useless. Leave some for Jioshu to improve his life. The rest can go to those who need it. All right, Mother Tyrannosaurus, step aside." Once Ma Xiaoling moved, Shen San waved his hand, collecting all the gold, and led her out of the secret room. Let us leave a little gift for this foreigner. Shen San suddenly had an idea. Under Ma Xiaoling's puzzled gaze, he employed a little trick to render the foreigner unable to awaken, then hung him at the estate's entrance with a note. I, the head of the Black Dragon Society, have confiscated your wealth. If you disagree, feel free to confront the Black Dragon Society. Chapter 122. Lord Run, cremate him. And those who oppose the cremation will face my wrath. In the realm of Mr. Zombie, at the Yizhong, Yizhuang. In the dead of night, a series of loud noises echoed within the Yizhong. The lid of the coffin containing Old Master Ren repeatedly slamming open and shut, as if whatever lay inside was about to leap out. Meanwhile, Wen Kai, clutching a toy snake, was sound asleep, drooling and completely oblivious to the sounds emanating from the coffin. Before long, the coffin could no longer withstand the pressure, bursting open as Old Master Ren stood upright, his shriveled arms raised, nostrils flaring, throat convulsing. It seemed he had caught a whiff of something sweet in the air, disregarding the sleeping Wen Kai as he hopped out. However, his first obstacle was a black goat, which he decided would make a fine appetizer, draining its blood before bounding straight toward the Ren household. At this moment, Tingting had been particularly vigilant these past few nights and was still wide awake, seated by the window with her chin resting on her hand. A sudden crash caught her attention, and as she glanced down, her pupils dilated with alarm. She leaped to her feet. "Grandpa, no. That direction is my father's room." Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled Ma Xiaoling's words. She hurried back to retrieve a corpse-restraining talisman and returned to the window. Watching her grandpa bound toward her father's room, her expression turning resolute. In the face of her father's life and death, her previous fears were significantly diminished. Tingting leaped down, lightly tapping the wall with her feet midair, swiftly heading toward Old Master Ren. "Dad, hurry and escape. Grandpa has turned into a zombie." Before she could reach him, her urgent voice echoed throughout the Run household. The servants, who had been resting, rushed out, their hearts racing upon seeing Old Master Ren's terrifying appearance, a chill running down their spines. A zombie. In an instant, Someone screamed in terror, and all the servants scattered like birds and beasts. Compared to a meager salary, life was far more precious. It was a simple equation even they understood. That life outweighs all else. Who would want to risk their life for the Rin family? At that moment, Old Master Rin curiously opened the door, and the sight before him of Old Master Rin bouncing around left him utterly dumbfounded. Ting paid no mind to the fleeing servants, having now caught up with Old Master Rin, yet she was also completely dazed. For Shen San had been correct. She was utterly incapable of fighting, unable even to decide whether to strike first with her hands or feet. Roar! Driven by the bloodline of his granddaughter, Old Master Rin went berserk, his stiff hands lunging toward Ting, his mouth wide open, a foul stench emanating from him. It was this very stench that jolted Ting back to reality. Seeing his arm dangerously close, she narrowly evaded the deadly attack by lightly pushing off the ground with her legs. Dad, wake up! Grandpa has turned into a zombie. Hurry to the Yizhong and call for Jiu and Sister Shaoling. I'll hold him off. No way. Ting, you can't hold him. We need to escape. Rin Laoi finally regained consciousness, shouting as he rushed towards Rin Ting, filled with deep regret for not believing his father would rise again and thus opposing the cremation. Had he known the truth, he would have incinerated his father long ago. This evening, it was unnecessary for both father and daughter to find themselves in peril. However, there are no remedies for regret, and Rin Ting, the sole heir of the Rin family, though not male, remains the one inheritor. Rin Laoi would never allow his daughter to be killed by her grandfather. Yet, in his frantic state, he foolishly failed to notice Ting's ethereal figure, attempting to rush straight past the elder. How could Rin Taigong let such a rare delicacy slip away? He reached out to block Rin Laoi, eager to sample the taste of kin. Daddy you! Ting wanted to shout fool, but the dire situation stifled her fear. Like a wraith, she rushed forward, eyes shut, affixing the corpse-fixing talisman. Fortunately, luck was on her side, as the talisman adhered to Rin Taigong's forehead, halting his biting motion and causing his body to convulse. Having traversed the depths of hell, Rin Laoi was startled back to reality by the foul stench, astonished by his daughter's prowess. Yet, there was no time for questions. Grasping Ting's arm, he leaped outside, shouting for help. Save me. The corpse has transformed. Uncle Gio, hurry. Those nearby, hearing his cries, opened their windows for a glimpse, and upon hearing Rin Laoi's shouts of transformation, hastily secured their doors and windows, trembling in their blankets. Under the night sky, two figures raced down the street, their throaty cries echoing with terror, causing those who dared to open their doors to flee. Not far away, Jiu, gripping Qiuxing's ear, wore an expression of exasperation as he heard the commotion. Listening closely, he realized it was Rin Laoi's voice, and his expression shifted suddenly. This is bad. Something has happened. Releasing Qiuxing, he hurried towards the source of the sound. Qiuxing, return to the ancestral hall and check on Wenkai. Bring my talismans and some glutinous rice. Aware of the urgency, Qiuxing sprinted towards the ancestral hall without a word. 3 parties, 3 directions, converging towards one another. Upon seeing Jiu, Rin Laoi appeared as if he had encountered a revered ancestor. Uncle Gio, the corpse has transformed. My grandfather has transformed. It nearly terrified me to death. Jiu, noticing Rin Laoi's repetitive words, turned to Ting and asked, what exactly happened? If the transformation has occurred, where is the zombie? Ting quickly explained. Grandfather came directly to our home. I used the corpse-fixing talisman given by Sister Shaoling to immobilize him. He is now in the Rin family's courtyard. Jiu nodded. A zombie that has consumed the blood of a close relative gains immense power. You were not bitten, were you? Seeing both shake their heads, he secretly sighed in relief. If Rin Taigong had consumed close kin's blood, with Ma Shaoling absent, he would have little confidence in dealing with him. Now, however, as long as he had not consumed such blood, Rin Taigong was merely a jumping corpse, not too difficult to handle. As long as he hasn't fed, the talisman Shaoling drew should suffice to immobilize the jumping corpse. Let us proceed. We can proceed with the cremation now, right? Indeed, we must. Anyone who obstructs the cremation, I shall confront. Rin Laoi, terrified, no longer cared whether his father feared fire. He wished to incinerate him completely to eliminate future threats. The trio hurried back to the Rin residence, feeling a bit more at ease with Jiu present, though their eyes darted around, fearing that Grandpa might leap out unexpectedly. As they approached the Rin residence, Jiu's brow furrowed. He halted Ting and Rin Laoi, noticing the heavy atmosphere surrounding the Rin family. Something was amiss. The stench of corpses and Yin energy was overwhelming, indicating not only Rin Taigong's presence, but also other malevolent spirits. What do we do? Rin Laoi trembled, his voice quivering. Uncle Gio, you must save the Rin family. Once this calms down, compensation will not be an issue. Ting, suddenly perceiving something dreadful, gasped and pointed at the Rin residence. What is that? Jiu Shu and the others halted their conversation, their eyes widening in horror. At the entrance of the Ren residence, a zombie leaped out, followed by another and another, a swarm emerging. Moreover, the sky was filled with countless terrifying spirits, a dense aura of Yin energy intertwining with the foul stench of corpses. The zombies had escaped. 100 ghosts were on the march. Jiu Shu's pupils trembled in shock. This must have been orchestrated by someone. It has to be that feng shui master. If these spirits are allowed to wreak havoc in Rinjia town, the entire town will descend into hell. Master! Master! At that moment, Qiuxing and Wenkai arrived, petrified by the scene before them, rendered speechless. Gather yourselves. Jiu Shu commanded, his face grave. If that feng shui master has returned for vengeance, his targets are undoubtedly Ren Laoi and Tingting. You must do one thing. What is it? Ren Laoi asked instinctively. Jiu Shu replied, run. Head towards the outskirts of the town, buy me some time. If we can locate that feng shui master, everything can be resolved. What? Ren Laoi's expression shifted repeatedly, his fear deepening. How can an ordinary person outrun zombies and ghosts? Uncle Gio, are you jesting? Who has time for jesting? Jiu Shu raised his voice, a hint of anger in his tone. Their target is clearly you. If you do not divert them, all the residents of Rinjia town will perish. Tingting, you possess lightness skills. Carry your father and flee south. Do not stop. Hearing that the entire town might be annihilated because of her family, Tingting's fear diminished, her gaze turning resolute. Without a word, she hoisted her bewildered father onto her shoulder and sprinted southward. Her lightness skills granted her a ghostly speed, and her considerable inner strength provided her with ample power. Carrying an adult was not overly strenuous, yet against flying spirits, she was at a disadvantage, striving to keep pace. As Jiu Shu observed the zombies and ghosts following the father-daughter duo, he sighed in relief but quickly inquired, Qiuxing, do you know where Shaoling has gone? I heard that Shaoling and Brother Shen planned to rob the rich and help the poor after you returned, but I do not know her exact whereabouts. Understood. To summon such a multitude of zombies and spirits, that feng shui master's skills are formidable. Hurry back to the ancestral hall and prepare to perform a ritual. Yes, master. The trio hastened towards the ancestral hall. To the south of Rinjia town, beneath the night sky, a man with silver hair, clad in a light yellow robe, ambled through the forest, followed by a throng of zombies in Qing dynasty official garb. This man was Simu Daoshi. Jiu Shu directed Tingting south for the very reason that he knew his master would be arriving in Rinjia town soon. Fortune could allow them to cross paths, providing assurance for the father and daughter of the Rin family. I'm so tired. I should have brought that guy Jelai. Simu Daoshi grumbled, then turned back to the throng of clients. You lot are utterly clueless. Can't you jump on your own? Do I have to herd you? Earning a little money is truly exhausting. Simu understood that he could not afford to delay. He merely wished to find someone to engage in conversation, to infuse a modicum of interest into his otherwise mundane existence. Suddenly, he halted his conversation with a client, his gaze piercingly fixed ahead, and was immediately startled. The atmosphere was thick with the stench of death and a sense of foreboding. Had his senior brother inadvertently disturbed a den of zombies or ghosts? Surely, it could not be as exaggerated as 100 demons roaming the night. Simu's expression shifted rapidly as he glanced back at his client. My senior brother has treated me well. I must hurry to him. But with this group of ancestors in tow, we are moving at a snail's pace. I must ask you to remain here for a while. If I survive and return, I shall take you back to your homeland. After ensuring the clients were settled, Simu summoned his magical energy, propelling himself like a lightning bolt toward the ominous clouds of dark energy. Meanwhile, Shen San and Ma Xiaoling had already plundered 3 wealthy households and were now in the treasure chamber of the 4th, gazing at the room brimming with riches. Ma Xiaoling launched herself at the bounty with glee, exclaiming about their newfound fortune. We've raided 4 places. How much do you think we've acquired? Though she had not calculated precisely, the rough estimate suggested they had amassed no fewer than 1,000 antique items, along with gold and jewels. When converted to the currency of the Longzhu dimension, the total was in the hundreds of billions. In your currency, it would be no less than 10 billion. Goodness. Hundreds of billions, tens of billions. We are truly wealthy now. Ma Xiaoling's mouth watered at the prospect, but then a thought struck her, and her expression darkened. With a playful glint in her eyes, she approached Shen San and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Your commission is too high, 80%. If we have 10 billion, 80 billion goes to you, and we are splitting it 50-50. That means you get 50 billion, and after I subtract 80% from what I take home, I am left with only a few billion. Brother Shen, why not just take a few 100,000 as your fee? Please, I can barely afford my rent. Her slightly coquettish tone sent shivers down Shen San's spine. He quickly withdrew from her embrace, waving his hand dismissively. What are you thinking? Everything belongs to the shopkeeper. Not a single cent less. If you have the ability, go rob the rich yourself. All the treasures were discovered by me. 50% is already generous, considering your long legs. Don't push your luck. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoling felt a headache coming on. I've called you brother. How much lower must you go? What must I do to reduce your commission? Do you require my company for a night? You may accompany me, but I favor taking without paying. The percentage will not decrease. Go die. In chapter 124, Simu, possessed by Neza, became a true man for 5 minutes. Under the cloak of night, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, startling the birds in the forest. This was Simu, racing at full speed, his form resembling a pale yellow flash. However, upon reaching a certain distance, he came to a halt, his mouth agape at the sight of a figure darting among the trees. Uncle, run. There's a horde of ghosts and zombies behind us. Tingting had also noticed Simu and anxiously shouted. She turned to see the specters closing in, her urgency mounting. The elder Ren, perched on her shoulder, had long since fainted from fear and the adrenaline rush. Simu, seeing Tingting beside him, quickly inquired, what happened? Which cursed place have you disturbed to attract such wrath? Tingting wiped the sweat from her brow. There's no time for details. You must run in another direction. They are after us. Simu shook his head. Running like this won't help. Dawn is still far off, and they will inevitably catch up. Our best option is to head toward Rinjia Town. Only by setting up the Maoshan formation with my senior brother can we possibly suppress this calamity. You're from Maoshan too? Tingting exclaimed as they ran. Just moments ago, Jushu instructed me to flee south, to buy time while he seeks the feng shui master controlling the ghosts and zombies. Your senior brother sent you south? Simu nodded in understanding. He had been to Rinjia Town a few days prior, returning with a batch of corpses and undertaking another assignment, which he had mentioned to his brother. His senior brother likely anticipated that he would be in Rinjia Town soon, prompting Tingting to head south in hopes of encountering him, thereby increasing their chances of survival. However, Simu's expression darkened as he thought, my senior brother truly has high hopes for me. Without the Maoshan formation, even a celestial master would flee in such circumstances. As he contemplated this, he noticed that several formidable spirits were rapidly closing in, sending a chill down his spine. No, young lady. It seems you possess a lightness technique that allows you to outrun ordinary ghosts and zombies. I will stay back to stall the stronger ones, buying you time. You must head west and not stray too far from Rinjia Town. Simu gave Tingting a gentle push, drawing a circle on the ground with his right foot before suddenly striking. Without the image of the ancestral master, summoning the spirit was random. He had to take a gamble. Ancestral master, grant me your aid. In an instant, Simu's demeanor shifted, adopting a playful yet authoritative air. A faint red ribbon seemed to wrap around him. Flames ignited beneath his feet, forming 2 fiery golden rings. With a gentle grip, he summoned a long spear of magical energy into his hand. The grand deity of the 3 altars is here. Which demon dares to act recklessly? Tingting halted in shock, her mouth agape in astonishment. The approaching ghosts, too, momentarily paused, instinctively feeling fear in the presence of a deity, though their dread quickly morphed into malice. Once more, the spirits charged forward without hesitation. Boldness. Simu swung his spear with a flourish, igniting a trail of flames. The spear pierced the air, illuminating the darkness, and in an instant, he impaled the foremost ghost. Yet, the other spirits seized the opportunity to attack, shrieking in unison. Simu remained unfazed, deftly dodging while counterattacking with ease. In a brief flurry, he dispatched 3 spirits, but the relentless tide of ghosts continued to surge. After a few exchanges, Simu began to feel overwhelmed. As 7 or 8 minutes passed, the red ribbon dissipated, and the spear began to fade. His expression shifted with each passing moment. Young lady, why haven't you fled? Summoning has a time limit. What are you dawdling for? You are truly putting my life at risk. During the brief period of possession, his consciousness had been dominated by the deity. Now that the time was up, Simu regained control of his body, only to find Tingting standing nearby, watching the spectacle in a daze. His countenance darkened as he beheld the swarm of ghosts and zombies closing in, feeling the remnants of his magical energy dwindle. He could only roll away in exasperation. Gathering what little strength remained, he dashed to Tingting's side, grasping her to flee. But the hundreds of ghosts and zombies appeared to respond to some unseen command, methodically encircling them. This is disastrous. Simu closed his eyes. Tingting realized she had acted foolishly. Her face filled with regret. Taoist, I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Ma Xiaoling felt the large hand on her waist, her teeth gritting in frustration. Unable to fly and left with no recourse, she could only glare daggers at Shen San. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Shameless. You big lecher, apart from your decent physique and looks, what else do you have going for you? Decent physique and looks are not to be dismissed. Do you prefer men who are short and unattractive? What I like is none of your business. I certainly want to fall for you. Ah, that is hard to say. I foresee you encountering a man you like within the next 3 years, and I suspect I already know who that man is. Do not presume it is merely you. This tactic is exceedingly cliched. As the two engaged in playful banter while soaring through the skies, aside from Ma Xiaoling occasionally gritting her teeth in irritation, Shen San was rather delighted, relishing in vexing the tall girl. Occasionally uttering some risque remarks was quite amusing as well. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoling noted a surge of ominous energy rising from below, causing her to momentarily cease her jibes at Shen San, her brow furrowing in concern. You lecher. Do you have any idea what is happening down there? Indeed, Shen San nodded. Tingting is being pursued by hundreds of ghosts and zombies. If you do not intervene soon, your newly acknowledged sister will be lost. What? Ma Xiaoling exclaimed in alarm. Then why are you still flying up here? Quickly, take me down. She had grown quite fond of Tingting, and though she may not return after their departure, she did not wish to witness Tingting's demise. Ma Xiaoling retrieved her demon-slaying rod and urgently urged him to descend. Shen San did not object, and with a swift motion, they teleported to the ground below. At that moment, Simu and Tingting had both closed their eyes in despair. Lord Ren had awakened briefly, only to see himself surrounded by ghosts and zombies before fainting again, frothing at the mouth. After a seemingly interminable delay in feeling pain, the two reopened their eyes. The familiar figures brought Tingting immense joy as she discarded her father and rushed forward, exclaiming, Xilingji, Shindage, you finally came. Whoa, you scare me to death. Chapter 125, Do you wish to take my money? I shall summon the divine dragon. 4 yellow talismans were shot towards the 4 cardinal directions, each affixed to the ground. And in an instant, they flickered, conjuring a square barrier that swiftly rose, isolating Ma Xiaoling and her companions from the specters. All the ghosts hurled themselves against the barrier, unable to breach it for the time being. Yet, they did not relent, howling and employing every means to shatter the barrier. Ma Xiaoling glanced over and turned to pat Tingting's hand, asking, What happened? Why are there so many ghosts and zombies pursuing you? Upon seeing Ma Xiaoling, Tingting felt as though she had found her anchor. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she recounted the events leading to their plight. When she spoke of the night of 100 ghosts, her expression shifted to one of terror. As she mentioned Jiushu, worry clouded her features. In a mere 2 minutes, she had traversed the spectrum of emotions. At this juncture, Simu stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The 4 corners barrier of Maoshan. Young lady. Are you of Maoshan lineage? Ma Xiaoling shook her head in response. I acquired the barrier talismans from a senior of Maoshan. I am not of their blood. For now, we must find a way to address those ghosts. The barrier will not hold for long. Simu nodded, then sighed. Your cultivation is on par with mine. At the early stages of the Earthmaster realm, with so many ghosts, even a heavenly master might struggle to confront them, let alone me, who has just expended considerable energy summoning spirits. We should seek an opportunity to escape. Ma Xiaoling was momentarily at a loss for words. She had a method to turn the tide, but it came at a significant cost, which she was reluctant to invoke. However, without resorting to it, she found herself devoid of alternatives and doubted they could last until Jiushu dealt with the feng shui master. Casually, she glanced at Shen San, her brows knitting together in realization. You lecher, Tingting has been calling you Dage for days. Do you intend to remain idle? If you wish for me to take action, that is acceptable, Shen San shrugged. However, it cannot be without compensation. All your gains will belong to me. Are you robbing me amidst calamity? Ma Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief. Moreover, it is for Tingting's sake. Why must I pay? Did you not claim Tingting is your sister? Shen San chuckled. If she is your sister, it is only natural for you, as her elder sister, to bear the costs. You scoundrel! I can resolve this without you. Dreaming of claiming all my wealth is futile. Ma Xiaoling spat on the ground, producing a transparent five-pointed star. This was her most formidable technique, the Ma family divine dragon, which required significant resources and time to craft. Yet, compared to relinquishing all her gains, the cost of creating the dragon seemed trivial. With a glare at the miserly Shen San, she tossed the five-pointed star into the air and began forming seals. The divine dragon was her method, an external tool rather than an innate skill. Thus it had not been sealed upon her arrival. She merely needed to recall the corresponding hand seals. With each seal she formed, she uttered a word. All combatants arrayed in front to vanquish evil. Simu and Tingting, initially perplexed by Ma Xiaoling's actions, were rendered speechless the moment the words vanquish evil escaped her lips. As the transparent five-pointed star shimmered, a resplendent golden five-clawed dragon erupted forth, roaring as it shattered the barrier and charged into the throng of ghosts. Hundreds of phantoms found no escape from the dragon's rampage, and in an instant, a substantial portion of them was sent fleeing in terror, their spirits shattered. Only a few distant ones narrowly avoided disaster, paralyzed by fear. What a colossal golden dragon! Simu gaped, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Ma Xiaoling. This evening had truly been an eye-opener for him. Not only had he witnessed the night of 100 ghosts, but also the legendary dragon. Little girl, who exactly are you? I am simply myself. Ma Xiaoling replied without elaboration, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness, wishing to bite down on the foolish Shen San, who was merely spectating. The one-time divine dragon was meant to be a precautionary measure, initially intended for a grand transaction, yet now it was being utilized for an act of charity. However, after a brief moment of anguish, she resolved not to dwell on it. Expending some resources to save Tingting was a decision she would not regret. Tingting is leaving. The feng shui master will surely face retribution. If Jiushu engages him in a battle of magic, now is our best chance. Let us return to the Yizhuang. With a final glare at Shen San, she called out to Tingting and headed towards Rinjia town. Tingting initially intended to catch up quickly, but recalling her father left behind, she turned back to hoist him onto her shoulders before pursuing. Shindage, hurry! Tingting called back after a few steps. Shen San smiled, stepping forward to join Ma Xiaoling. Simu was taken aback once more upon witnessing this. Short-distance teleportation? Who is this young man? Why are there so many formidable figures tonight? Such skills may even elude the gods. Simu muttered in astonishment, only regaining his senses when he saw Shen San and the others moving further away. He had completely forgotten about his clients, hastily following after them. Meanwhile, within the Yizhuang, Jiushu had already prepared the ritual implements and located the feng shui master. The two powerful Taoist practitioners engaged in a battle of spells from afar. Initially, the confrontation was evenly matched, with both sides sustaining injuries. However, for reasons unknown, the feng shui master suddenly coughed up a copious amount of blood. Jiushu seized the opportunity and vanquished the feng shui master in one fell swoop. The evenly matched duel concluded with Jiushu emerging victorious. Nearby, Qiuxing struggled to rise from the ground. Master, what just transpired? Why did that old fool suddenly spit blood? Need I explain? He was surely wounded by my distant strike. Wen Sai emerged from the shadows, offering a flattery as he timidly stepped forward. From the very beginning, he had hidden away, observing his master and senior brother, too frightened to reveal himself, only praying for their victory. Now that they had triumphed, he cautiously emerged to pay his respects. Jiushu rolled his eyes at Wen Sai, not holding any grudge against him. He was well aware of Wen Sai's capabilities. While he might handle minor issues, the earlier confrontation was beyond Wen Sai's involvement. Had it not been for Qiuxing's commendable skills, Jiushu would not have allowed him to participate. Do not speak nonsense. While I am formidable, resolving the matter with a feng shui master of equal caliber in such a short time is impossible. I suspect it was your Simu Shirshu's intervention that resolved the issue with those ghosts and zombies. A few days prior, your Shirshu mentioned to me that he would be passing through Rinjia town in the coming days, heading south. It was for this reason that I instructed Tingting to venture southward. However, this doesn't seem right. Qiuxing expressed his confusion. Shu's abilities do not surpass those of my master. And if my master is unable to handle that group of spirits and zombies, how could Shu possibly manage? You refuse to heed my advice to study diligently. Shu furrowed his brow. Your Shu specializes in summoning deities, without the image of the ancestral master. The summoning is random. If a powerful deity were to possess someone, it is not impossible to resolve the issue of the spirits and corpses. The situation has been addressed. You two should hasten to tidy up, and when Ting and the others return, it will all be clear. Understood, master. Qiuxing and his companion began to clean up the aftermath. Shu seated himself at the tea table, pouring a cup of tea and sipping it slowly. A hint of doubt clouding his eyes. He understood that summoning deities was a formidable power, yet it was time-limited, and only a fragment of the deity's consciousness was summoned. Resolving the issue of the spirits so swiftly left him uncertain if it was indeed the work of Simu. Chapter 126, Dreaming Qiuxing. Kind-hearted Shu at around 3 in the morning, several individuals entered the mortuary. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoling and Ting enter simultaneously, Shu suddenly understood. That explains how my junior could resolve the spirits so quickly. It turns out they encountered Ma Xiaoling, along with the enigmatic Shen San, making the resolution plausible. Shu, are you all right? Ting hastily approached, leaving Run Leoi behind. Shu shook his head. I'm fine. It's merely an overexertion of my spiritual energy. A couple of days of rest will suffice. The Feng Shui master has already resolved the issue. Has your grandfather's body been brought back? He can be buried tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Ting fell silent. Simu stepped forward. If you are referring to the zombie, then burial is no longer an option. All the zombies have been obliterated by the divine dragon released by Xiaoling, though a ceremonial grave could still be arranged. During the return journey, he had pieced together the sequence of events and could roughly guess what his senior was inquiring about. The memory of Ma Xiaoling unleashing the divine dragon made his heart race. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for the Taoist sect to have such a powerful ally. Simu leaned closer to Shu, whispering while occasionally glancing at Ma Xiaoling. Shu did not withhold information, recounting the extraordinary events involving Ma Xiaoling. Simu was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. After Shu concluded, he approached Ren Leoi to inspect. Ting, do not worry. Ren Leoi merely fainted from fright and will recover with some rest. As he spoke, Shu produced a talisman from his robe. This is a talisman for dispelling yin energy. Ren Leoi has absorbed some negative energy and must wear this for the next couple of days. The day is growing late. You should rest at the mortuary tonight and return tomorrow. Thank you, Shu. Ting hoisted Ren Leoi onto her shoulder and entered an empty room to lay him down before re-emerging. Shu then turned his attention to Ma Xiaoling, his brow furrowed. Before relaxing, Xiaoling, please hold your thoughts. I have a gift for you. Ma Xiaoling patted Shen San. We don't need the silver notes. Just bring everything out. Very well. Shen San did not object. He rather liked Shu, and the money was of little use to him, as it would only serve as fuel for the fire. With a gentle wave of his hand, boxes upon boxes of items appeared in the hall of the mortuary. Qiuxing, unable to contain his curiosity, approached and opened a box, his heart momentarily halting. Shindigo, have you truly robbed the rich to aid the poor? Shu and Simu quickly opened the other boxes, and they were taken aback. The shock was overwhelming, causing their bodies to tremble and their minds to sway. Simu, having seen the world, possessed considerable wealth himself, yet compared to the silver notes in the boxes, his assets were but a drop in the ocean. No, this poor Taoist cannot accept it. Shu came back to his senses and repeatedly waved his hands. A few pieces of silver or a handful of dollars might have been acceptable, but these 10 or so boxes of silver notes, valued at no less than several million, felt too hot to handle, and his heart was uneasy. Ma Xiaoling chuckled. Rest assured, take them. They were acquired from foreigners who plundered our country. There is no moral burden in dealing with them. Moreover, neither I nor this lecherous man are from this realm. The silver notes hold no value for us. Shu may keep them for future benevolence. However, silver will eventually lose its worth. Shu should convert the notes into gold. Remember, it must be gold. Silver will not hold value in a few decades. As someone from a future era, she understood that silver notes would soon depreciate, while gold, being a universal currency, would retain its value despite fluctuations. Shu's expression shifted through various emotions before he finally sighed. Very well, I shall accept the silver notes. And every penny will be used for those in need. I will not squander it. Xiaoling, Though our acquaintance is brief, I appreciate your character. While I remain skeptical of the multiverse concept, should you require a copy of the Qing Jing Daogong scriptures, I can provide it, but please do not pass it on casually. With cause comes effect. As fellow practitioners, I trust you understand that the Tao should not be shared lightly. If misfortune befalls those of ill intent, we too shall bear the consequences. Please rest assured, Jiu. Ma Shaoling replied with determination. I am equally aware of this principle and will not pass the teachings to others. Although she spoke with conviction, she secretly thought that the Qing Jing Daogong scriptures were a mission item to be handed over to Shen San upon her return. Though it may seem to break her current promise, it was inconsequential. After all, the realms differ. Can cause and effect truly transcend boundaries? Then, you should stay at the mortuary for a few more days. The transcription will require time, approximately 2 days. Jiu nodded at Ma Shaoling, then turned away. Junior, why have I not seen your clients this time? Oh no. Simu suddenly slapped his forehead. Thank you for the reminder. I left my ancestors in the forest. I must go retrieve them immediately. It is not possible to move corpses during the day, so they will likely return tomorrow night. Simu dashed to the door, then turned back. Brother, remember to share the spoils. Do not keep it all for yourself when I return. Watching Simu leave, Jiu quickly inquired. Ting, can you exchange these silver notes for dollars and gold? Jiu jested, as the total value of these notes could rival dozens of rinjia. Ting smiled awkwardly. However, my father should have connections. I will inquire tomorrow. Jiu nodded. Qiuxing, Wenkai, hurry and secure the silver notes, ensuring they are hidden where your Shushu cannot find them. Do not worry, master. Shushu will certainly not discover them. Qiuxing and his companion cheerfully carried the silver notes away, already envisioning how to spend this newfound wealth. First, they would seek a wife, and then perhaps a concubine. Just the thought of it brought them joy, and they nearly drooled in anticipation. Jiu observed this with a nod of approval. Since my 2 disciples are so diligent, once we convert these into dollars and gold, I may consider settling their previous owed wages. However, Jiu feared Qiuxing and his companion would squander the money and ultimately decided to withhold payment until they found wives and needed to buy homes. The mere thought of this brought a gentle smile to Jiu's face. Shaoling, Mr. Shen, I shall return to rest now. Very well, Jiu. Ma Shaoling smiled softly and then retreated into her room. Shen San, yawning, followed her in, but within mere moments, he was kicked out by a long leg. Ting, your sister Shaoling does not welcome me. Let us go rest. Shindagu, you are so bad. I will ignore you. Chapter 127. The Return to Longzhou. The Jealous Ma Shaoling? Time flew by as I spent nearly a month in the realm of Mr. Zombie. During this period, Shen San and Ma Shaoling undertook several significant ventures, each time leaving the infamous name of the Black Dragon Society in their wake, resulting in deep-seated resentment from all those who had been robbed. Unrelenting in their clandestine methods, they made life restless without a single peaceful day. On a particular morning, in the courtyard of the mortuary, Ma Shaoling was bidding her final farewell to Jiu. The task had a time limit of 1 month, and I was about to depart. Jiu, now living a wealthy life after converting all his banknotes into gold and silver through Ren's connections, looked quite refined in his tailcoat. After a moment of silence, he replied, Shaoling, Shen San, please take care of yourselves. Do come back and visit whenever you can. You will always be welcome here. Ma Shaoling said nothing further, tightening her grip on the copy of the Shangqing Daodong Jinjing, and quietly murmured return. In an instant, she vanished from sight. It was indeed a magical scene, and both Jiu and Qiuxing finally believed in the existence of myriad realms. Shen San chuckled, in your time, I will be able to invite guests again in about 3 years, but it will be random. I hope to have the opportunity to invite Jiu to my establishment. Farewell. With that, he waved his hand and similarly returned to the shop. At this time, the sky in the Longzhou realm was still shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see even a hand in front of one's face. Shen San stepped outside, took a deep breath, and noticed Zhu Qing reclining on a rocking chair. He bent down gently to wipe the dew from her hair. The soft gesture stirred Zhu Qing awake, and upon seeing Shen San, she immediately broke into a delightful smile. Leaping into his embrace, her little head nuzzling against him, Master, you're back. Shen San affectionately ruffled her hair. Silly girl, don't wait for me anymore. If I'm not back at night, you can rest without worry. Okay, Master, Zhu Qing replied, warmth flooding her heart. At that moment, Ma Shaoling emerged from the myriad realms. and upon seeing Zhu Qing in Shen San's arms, her steps faltered. Without uttering a word, she strode into the shop. Bang, bang, bang. The table shook as Ma Xiaoling, with a stoic expression, shouted, "Stop hugging and hurry in to divide the spoils. You damn female Tyrannosaurus, be gentle. What if you scare my little darling?" Shen San scolded, patting Zhu Qing before entering the shop, his eyes wide as he noted Ma Xiaoling's expression and scratched his head. Could it be that the female Tyrannosaurus is feeling jealous? Jealous of what? Just hurry up and tell me how we're dividing it, Ma Xiaoling retorted, her heart inexplicably racing. After a month of interaction, she was unsure of her feelings for Shen San. When they bantered, she felt frustrated, and when they didn't tea, she felt lost. Was she experiencing a sense of masochism? Who would want to seek discomfort after losing an argument? Shen San looked at her quizzically before producing a spatial ring. Your share is in here. I'm lending you the ring. Once you sell the treasures, return it to me. Of course, you can store your assets here, but the prices differ from the outside. The choice is yours. Store it. No way, Ma Xiaoling quickly snatched it. You think I'm foolish enough to exchange it for cash here at a 30% loss? You're not foolish, just a bit temperamental, Shen San yawned. I didn't have breakfast at Jiushu's earlier. It's almost 7. Should we have breakfast before opening a mystery box? Will you collect money? Yes. How much? 1 million per meal. Are you kidding? Do you think I'm a fish to be slaughtered? You asked if I would collect money. As the shopkeeper, I need to set a higher price to meet your peculiar demands. So it's my fault for asking, huh? Well, at least you have some self-awareness, Shen San chuckled. The two adversaries bickered as they stepped outside to prepare a feast. The rich aroma of meat soon wafted through the air, attracting a flurry of small animals that chirped excitedly across the meadow, some hopping around the fire. In the tent world, number 17 emerged with a smile. After consuming the super number 17 template card, he had not engaged in any combat, preferring to guard the world within the tent. Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss lady. What are you all shouting for? Shen San and Ma Xiaoling glared at each other before quickly averting their gazes. Shen San sprinkled some seasoning on the grilled meat and inquired, why hasn't number 18 come out lately? What is she doing in there? Number 17 shrugged. Perhaps she realizes there is no opportunity and intends to stay in the tent world for life. Shen San smirked. You might think that way, but no. 18 certainly won tea. Let me see. As he directed his gaze into the tent world, he noticed number 18 was absent, which piqued his curiosity. Turning his attention to the mission room and the myriad realms, he suddenly understood. Wait, Kirurin and number 18 seemed quite fated, entering the myriad realms one after the other and yet managing to meet. Shen San felt no emotional upheaval. He was not the type to fall for every pretty face. Relationships, in his view, required mutual connection. He regarded number 18 merely as an employee or a friend, never as a romantic partner. As for the altered plot line that prevented her from being with Kirurin after his arrival, that was none of his concern. It appeared that things were aligning in a particular direction, but again, it was not his issue. What's wrong? Number 17 asked, puzzled. Is she not in the tent world? No, Shen San replied with a smile. She has entered the myriad realms, coincidentally to the same mission dimension as Kirurin, where they're currently amusing themselves with a flock of sheep. That short guy? Number 17 was somewhat surprised. Boss, what about me? Relationships cannot be forced. If you don't like someone, you simply don't. If you do, you do. You're destined not to be my shopkeeper's brother. Shen San tore off a piece of grilled meat and handed it to Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling accepted it, surprised. I didn't expect someone like you to have such a sound perspective on relationships. Can you share what type you prefer? I might introduce someone to you. Shen San raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you have a friend named Jinjin, don't you? I'd love to visit your realm sometime and meet her. You big pervert. Go away. Jinjin has a boyfriend. Don't even think about her. How about I introduce you to someone with a good figure, long legs, and beauty? Stop. Are you talking about yourself? Chapter 128. Zhao Kongxing returns to the mystery box shop. Time passed steadily, and as the sun rose, the fog enveloping the air slowly dissipated, revealing a dew-laden prairie. Today was no different from yesterday. By 8 o'clock, not a soul had arrived, leaving the vast grassland desolate and void of humanity. Shen San leaned on the counter, resting his chin on his hand. Female Tyrannosaurus, the business here has been slow these past 2 days. Could you assist in managing the shop? Just as Ma Xiaoling began to respond, 2 people and a standing cat appeared in the shop simultaneously. The newcomers were Bai Dong, Zhao Kongxing, and Doryman. As soon as they arrived, Zhao Kongxing hurried forward. Lord Shen, do you have any items that can restore an entire city? Over a month had passed since the Tsangnan Divine War, during which he had been under investigation by the Night Watchers and could not arrive sooner. Now, with the investigation concluded and support from the Night Watchers, he rushed over to inquire about items capable of restoring a city. Indeed, the people of Tsangnan City, in a certain sense, have not perished. Shen San nodded. Their souls have been claimed by Erling Shen, and they shall be resurrected in due time, so there is no need to rush. If you are eager to revive Tsangnan, then open blind boxes and jars. As the proprietor of this establishment, I cannot simply give you items for free. Did you say their souls were taken by Erling Shen? Zhao Kongcheng inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Yet, the deities we currently observe are all foreign gods. I have never encountered the gods of Daxia. Do they truly exist? They do exist, Shen San affirmed with a nod. The deities from your dimension have always been present. But due to the miasma, they have become reincarnated beings. They have yet to fully awaken, with Erlang Xinyang Jin being one of the few to regain his memories first. Moreover, he resides in Tsangnan, and you are acquainted with him. What? Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, springing to his feet. You mean I know him? Can you tell me who it is? Is it my captain? No, my captain has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He bears no resemblance to the legendary Erlang Shen. Could it be Chiemo? No, that would not fit. He is a bit lewd and cannot possibly be the reincarnated Erlang Shen. Cold Xian has run off with Xiao Nannan, so it cannot be him either. Could it be Qi Yi? Zhao Kongqing pondered aloud. Ma Xiaoling and Bai Baidong approached with interest, simultaneously asking, Brother Zhao, what is the situation in your dimension? It seems quite perilous. Indeed, it is rather dangerous. Old Zhao's dimension is called Zhanshan, a realm overrun by gods and demons. Due to the miasma caused by the gods of destruction, nearly everyone in the world has perished. Daxia is an exception. The deities of Daxia fought desperately to protect against the miasma's encroachment, which spared Daxia from its effects. As for your guess, you are close. But it is neither Chun Mai, nor Wen Chiemo, nor Lin Qi but rather Lin Qiye's brother, Yang Jin. Listen, Yang Jin. Yang Jian, aren't those names quite similar? And his little black dog is the Xiao Tian Quan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's mouth fell agape, and a storm of emotions surged within him. That little black dog is the Xiao Tian Quan. I even petted it once. If this information were to return to the Night Watchers, it would create quite the uproar. At that moment, Bai Baidong chuckled. Mr. Zhao, may I visit your dimension? Our two realms could potentially form an alliance. Also, Xiaoling, my sister would like to see your dimension as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing fell into deep thought. Just as Ma Xiaoling was about to respond, Shen San interjected. I would advise you to visit the Zhanshan dimension. Although there are formidable beings there, it is currently safe due to the presence of the Daxia deities. The realm of the female tyrant is not suitable. With the likes of Jiangzu, Nuhua, and the Pangu clan, it has been a chessboard for the gods since the dawn of time. Should you enter the world of the female tyrant, given your current strength, you would be crushed like an ant by the multitude of divine beings. Moreover, the realm of the female tyrant is plagued by a great entity, fate. Fate is omnipresent. Barring myself, anyone entering the world of the female tyrant would be under the watchful eyes of fate and the gods. Bai Baidong gasped, realizing the magnitude of the situation. An endless game played over eons. Zhao Kongqing was startled, pondering the instability of other dimensions. Ma Xiaoling too was taken aback, recognizing that the world held many hidden secrets. The mention of fate resonated deeply within her mind. After a moment of silence, Zhao Kongqing broke the stillness. I find the name Bai Baidong quite peculiar. How should I address you? Bai Baidong noticed his curiosity and replied, I believe we are of similar age. You may call me by my full name or simply Pope. Very well, Zhao Kongqing nodded. I shall call you Pope, as it rolls off the tongue more easily. You are welcome to visit my dimension at any time. Daxia always welcomes you. Now, let us proceed to open the jars, Shen Boss. I have received the full support of the Night Watchers. Can you withdraw funds from their account? Certainly, and due to the differences in currency exchange rates, you will not need to spend as much from your dimension. What type of jar would you like to open? Shen San explained with a smile. Zhao Kongqing pondered briefly and said, This is my second visit. I can open 6. Let us proceed with 6 king jars. Very well. Shen San promptly transferred the corresponding funds from the Night Watcher's account and retrieved 6 king jars, placing them on the counter. I wish you the fulfillment of your dreams. Thank you for the kind words, Shen Boss. Zhao Kongqing approached eagerly, his heart racing and hands trembling. Quickly, bring forth the resurrection items. Zhao Kongqing picked up a hammer, took a deep breath, and swung it with vigor. With a resounding crack, a king jar shattered, revealing an item floating above. Congratulations. Zhao Kongqing has obtained the Elegy of the Elves. This was a one-time use item, regarded as a pseudo-artifact. The Elegy of the Elves was a treasure of the Elven clan, allowing the user to temporarily acquire the knowledge of a legendary figure from their lineage, granting them power comparable to that of Klein. Shen San explained and then elaborated on its usage. The Elegy of the Elves was a bracelet, entirely green, adorned with mysterious patterns, and radiated a faint glow. It was evident that it was no ordinary item. Upon hearing the explanation, Zhao Kongqing felt a fleeting disappointment, but he quickly composed himself. After stowing the Elegy of the Elves, he swung the hammer once more. In that instant, Chapter 129, this wave is truly a divine prediction. Nothing emerged. The jar remained empty above. Zhao Kongqing understood that blind boxes and jars could yield nothing, and a look of disappointment crossed his face. Though it was but a fleeting moment. Regaining his composure, he swung the hammer again. Come on, please let there be a resurrection item. I beg you, grant me this. With a thundering sound, the jar shattered into fragments, revealing another item. It was a square shield, appearing ancient yet emanating a subtle authority. Experiencing that sense of majesty, Zhao Kongqing and his companions felt their breaths quicken. They needed no further inquiry. The shield was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Bai Dong and Ma Xiaoling could not resist drawing closer. Only Doraemon remained indifferent, as he was a mobile treasury and had only come out of boredom, never intending to open blind boxes or jars. In essence, he was merely there to enjoy the spectacle. Congratulations, Zhao Kongqing has obtained the Shield of the Great Spirit. The shield was a divine artifact of a deity from another realm, possessing formidable defensive capabilities and capable of reflecting 1/3 of incoming attacks, making it equally useful against the main deity of your dimension. Shen San clapped his hands. Your luck is quite remarkable. There are 3 jars remaining. Please continue. Upon hearing it was a divine artifact rather than a resurrection item, Zhao Kongqing felt no disappointment this time. The ability to reflect 1/3 of a main deity's attacks meant that any strong individual from the Night Watchers wielding the Shield of the Great Spirit would have a chance to contend with the main deity. Such an item was invaluable to the Night Watchers. Zhao Kongqing set the Shield of the Great Spirit aside and chuckled. Hee, my luck is indeed exceptional. I will surely make quite the impression when I return. Perhaps I might even secure a general's position. This has always been my dream. With 3 king jars left. Regardless of whether I receive anything or not, I have already profited immensely. They say one should not be too greedy. But I want to indulge just this once. Let's have another resurrection item. May the Bodhisattva bless me. I wish for a resurrection item to appear. With a crack, congratulations. Zhao Kongqing has obtained a signed photo of Lin Qiyi. Zhao Kongqing, gazing at the photo of Lin Qiyi with his dark, tangled hair and making a gesture with his hand, Zhao Kongqing was left both amused and exasperated. Bodhisattva, I do not seek a signed photo of Xiao Qiyi. Rather, I yearn for items of resurrection. I implore you, may they manifest. Bang. Congratulations to Zhao Kongqing for acquiring a pair of unwashed underwear belonging to Chunmai for 3 days. Zhao Kongqing, Bai Dong, Ma Xiaoling. Bai Dong and Ma Xiaoling were oblivious to the identity of Chunmai, yet the mention of the unwashed item left them momentarily stunned, silently concluding that the individual named Chunmai must be rather unhygienic, undoubtedly a slovenly man. Zhao Kongqing recognized the underwear all too well, having seen it previously fluttering in the dormitory, hung by the captain. However, why on earth was such a thing even drawn? And of all things, unwashed for 3 days. A proper discussion was in order upon returning. No, Zhao Kongqing sighed. The captain had vanished along with Song Nan, and any discussion would have to wait until resurrection. He disdainfully removed the item and carelessly tossed it into the trash bin. Then came another bang. A jar shattered once more. Congratulations to Zhao Kongqing for obtaining the clothing set of Team 136. Clang. Upon hearing this, as he beheld the colorful array of male and female garments suspended in the air, Zhao Kongqing lost his balance and fell flat on the ground. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes vacant, contemplating whether to disband Team 136 upon returning to prevent any further items from being drawn. Yet, it remained merely a thought. Zhao Kongqing sprang to his feet, silently folding all the garments neatly before placing them atop the shield of the giant spirit, intending to return them to his comrades later. Boss Shun, I hope you do not draw the intimate garments of Yingzi. I would prefer not to be terrified. Perhaps you might directly draw Yingzi herself. Shen San shrugged. Zhao Kongcheng gritted his teeth and swept his hammer through the air. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Shen San also closed his mouth. This prediction was remarkably accurate. Above the jar floated a woman with a high ponytail and slender figure, her long legs making her look bewildered. Hong Ying. Just moments ago, she had been working at the Peace Affairs office, but after a flash of light, she found herself in this unfamiliar place, with Uncle Zhao standing before her. Moreover, why did she feel an overwhelming sense of loyalty towards Uncle Zhao? Uncle Zhao, what is this? Yingzi, please come down first. Zhao Kongcheng pulled Hong Ying down and explained the situation before turning to Shen San. Boss Shen, I trust you can assist in Zhechu Bangding with Yingzi. How about this? I will change your bond with Hong Ying to that of a partnership, allowing you to bring her along for jar openings in the future. Shen San raised his hand and pointed. Instantly, Hong Ying felt the overwhelming urge to perish before Zhao Kongcheng dissipate, replaced by a sense of equality in their partnership. She gazed at Shen San, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Ma Xiaoling and the others realized that the items drawn from the jar were not pre-placed, but rather seized directly from the myriad realms. This was more audacious than mere banditry. However, they said nothing. Strength equated to truth, a principle understood by all. Bai Dong fervently prayed to draw her daughter, hoping to create opportunities. At this moment, Shen San stood and declared, Old Zhao is finished. Who among you will open next? I shall retrieve the blind box and the jar. I will do it. Ma Xiaoling stepped forward, speaking with a hint of pain. I would like 5 golden blind boxes. The funds will be deducted from the gold I retrieved from Jiushu. No problem. Shen San pointed at the spatial ring on Ma Xiaoling's finger and then turned to fetch 5 golden blind boxes, placing them on the counter. You may begin opening them. I will return shortly. Shen San swiftly vanished to the street within the tent world. Upon seeing him, 100 cat-eared girls rushed forward, eager for a hug. Shen San welcomed them all, embracing one before waving his hand gently, summoning 10,000 fully loyal Hong Ying to appear on the street. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes towards Shen San were filled with devotion. Master. Thousands of voices harmonized into one, clear and resonant. Shen San nodded, smiling. You shall reside here from now on. Find your own rooms. Should you require anything, feel free to inform the shopkeeper. Yes, master. Obediently, the thousands of Hong Ying, like a well-trained army, proceeded into the buildings under the enthusiastic guidance of the cat-eared girls. Shen San surveyed the skies above the tent world, nodding with satisfaction. All the employees brought back were working diligently. In a short span, the tent world had undergone preliminary improvements. The most notable changes were in vitality. Number 17 ventured out daily to catch fish and animals, and now, many areas of the tent world were graced by the sight of animals frolicking and running. Shen San glanced back, not lingering for long, and returned to the shop just in time to witness a dazzling light flash, causing him to momentarily halt in his tracks. Chapter 130, Ma Xiaoling's Draw, Hong Ying's Draw. Radiating brilliance, the shop was enveloped in a blinding light. When the glow faded, Ma Xiaoling emerged, shrouded in its luminescence. All eyes immediately turned to her. Shen San approached the counter slowly, observing Ma Xiaoling with her eyes tightly shut, and smiled faintly. It seems, female Tyrannosaurus. Your luck is quite splendid. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of curiosity. At that moment, Ma Xiaoling opened her eyes, experiencing newfound abilities and an unparalleled power that left her utterly astonished. What is this? Such an overwhelming sensation. As if I could obliterate the very heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Exaggeration, it is merely an illusion. You have drawn the entire legacy of the fierce emperor, yet you have not inherited the entirety of his strength. Shen San shook his head. The legacy of the fierce emperor ranks among the most elite items within the blind boxes and jars, when cultivated to its peak. One's power would rival that of the saints in the primordial realm, albeit requiring an immense amount of time. Your innate talent is commendable, with systematic cultivation. A few millennia will suffice. However, if you delve into heart and body refinement, the time can be significantly shortened. Should you draw extraordinary items from the blind boxes and jars, you might instantaneously reach the apex of the fierce emperor's era. In short, to rapidly enhance your strength. Open the blind boxes and jars, you truly deserve it. Ultimately, this boils down to you wanting me to open the jar. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes dramatically. I have seen through this routine. A little sweetness at the start, followed by a slaughter at the end. Do not think to deceive me. I shall not open jars of diamond grade or higher. After speaking, Ma Xiaoling disregarded Shen San's impending words, placing her hands on another blind box strap, swiftly untying it, and then abruptly lifting the lid. Congratulations to the female Tyrannosaurus for obtaining a complete set of stockings. Ma Xiaoling gazed at the hundreds of various stockings drifting above the blind box, her expression unfazed by shyness, as she collected all the stockings into her spatial ring. Hundreds of pairs would last quite some time. Although their value did not compare to the golden blind boxes, it was not too considerable a loss. Ma Xiaoling regarded the final golden blind box. Lecherous man, please introduce the other items. I shall open this last golden blind box once you are done. Shen San nodded. During my brief absence, you drew only one useful item. Shen San pointed at a small box, the miracle makeup box, whatever your heart desires. Upon opening it, will manifest the cosmetic items you envision. Whoosh. Excellent. This item suits me perfectly. Ma Xiaoling instantly seized the miracle makeup box, closing and reopening it, each time revealing a fresh array of cosmetic products, delighting in the experience. Once the novelty wore off, Ma Xiaoling approached the final golden blind box. Similarly, without any ostentatious gestures, with swift motions, she opened the blind box. Congratulations to the female Tyrannosaurus for acquiring a pair of crystal high heels. It is true that I cannot wear them, but selling them upon my return should yield a handsome profit. Ma Xiaoling carefully stored the crystal high heels away, retreating with a satisfied smile. Observing this, Hong Ying swiftly filled the vacant spot, leaning forward with both hands resting on the counter, eagerly requesting, "Boss, please bring me 5 Wangzhe jars. I wish to unveil some resurrection items." "Very well, good luck to you," Shen San responded, transferring the corresponding funds from the night watchman's account, and then retrieving 5 Wangzhe jars to place upon the counter. "You can break them open with a hammer," he reminded. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying quickly replied, "I understand. Uncle Zhao has informed us about the blind box shop. Although this is my first visit, I am quite aware." With that, she seized the hammer and hastily swung it. With a resounding bang, an item slowly emerged. "Congratulations, Hong Ying. You have received a tricycle that requires neither charging nor refueling." "How can a tricycle be propelled without charging or refueling?" Hong Ying questioned, somewhat bemused. "Of course, it is powered by your long legs. Are you planning to push it?" She chuckled, realizing the absurdity of her own inquiry. After wiping her nose, she placed the tricycle outside and returned to shatter 2 more Wangzhe jars into pieces. "Congratulations, Hong Ying. You have obtained a one-hit kill skill card." "Congratulations, Hong Ying. You have acquired the Emperor's armor set." Shen San's voice carried a hint of surprise at this moment. After hearing this, Hong Ying picked up the skill card, one-hit kill. It shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? Indeed, one-hit kill is a probabilistic skill. Against opponents who do not exceed 2 major realms above you, there is a 0.01 chance of triggering a one-hit kill, Shen San explained. Upon hearing this, everyone in the shop shook their heads in unison. It's rather lackluster. One must understand that battling across realms is exceedingly difficult, not to mention exceeding 2 major realms. If one does not cross realms, they may not even be unable to defeat their opponent, let alone with just a 0.01 probability. The one-hit kill skill is of little utility. Nevertheless, Hong Ying was not disheartened. She swallowed the skill card, and, once she had absorbed the information regarding the one-hit kill skill, her gaze shifted toward a belt. Noticing this, Shen San elaborated, "This Emperor's armor is exceptionally powerful. Wearing it will elevate you to unprecedented heights. Once clad in the Emperor's armor, you will instantly possess the strength of a supreme deity, or even greater." "What?" Both Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng leaped up, their pupils widening in astonishment, their hearts racing at Shen San's words. Observing their reaction, Shen San shook his head inwardly. To say that the Emperor's armor could rival the supreme gods of the god-slaying realm is an understatement. It is known that when the Emperor's armor is fully unleashed, it can penetrate other dimensions, fearlessly confronting even the mightiest foes of the god-slaying world. "Shen boss, how can one utilize the Emperor's armor?" "Simply wear it around your waist. Once donned, the Emperor's armor will provide you with instructions." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying immediately wrapped the Emperor's armor around her waist, and in that instant, she received the usage information of the armor. Following the steps, she softly exclaimed, "Emperor's armor, merge." In that moment, the Emperor's belt activated, and iron plates radiating an aura of immense authority shot forth from the belt, adhering to every part of Hong Ying's body. In the blink of an eye, Hong Ying had completed her transformation. Zhao Kongcheng circled around her, stroking his chin as he remarked, "It looks quite impressive, but it seems difficult to discern its true strength. The Emperor's armor possesses a core. Ordinary individuals may not perceive its full might, but it is indeed a formidable item." "Of which Hong Ying can sense," Shen San replied. "Indeed," Hong Ying concurred. "I can feel the destructive power within the Emperor's armor, which encompasses numerous skills, including elemental annihilation-type abilities, potent enough to leave me in awe." Chapter 131. Pai Pai Dong unleashes the demon god's legacy. After opening 3 Wangzhe jars, Hong Ying removed the Emperor's armor, took a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions, and once again grasped the hammer from the counter, bringing it down with force. The remaining 2 Wangzhe jars shattered instantly, revealing 2 items. "Congratulations, Hong Ying. You have received a pair of chopsticks." "Congratulations, Hong Ying. You have obtained a pouch of celestial beans." Shen San smiled slightly. Celestial beans are items from this dimensional realm, regardless of the extent of one's injuries. Consuming a celestial bean will restore one to peak condition instantly. "All right, you have finished your turn. Now only Pai Pai Dong and Doraemon remain. Who will go first?" Upon hearing this, Doraemon quickly shook his head, saying, "I have no money and am not particularly inclined to open any jars. I already possess an abundance of items. Opening more would serve little purpose. I merely came to enjoy the excitement." Shen San chuckled. "Indeed, you possess many marvelous items. Yet to claim you have no money would be a jest. If you wish to open jars, you may trade your items with them." He pointed at Pai Pai Dong and the others, a smile on his face. "Is that permissible?" Doraemon pondered for a moment, then produced several bamboo flying toys and what appeared to be a toy gun from the pocket of his belly. These bamboo flying toys can fly when placed on the head, and this size-altering gun can enlarge or shrink individuals when fired. Who would like to buy them? So remarkable. Zhao Kongcheng was the first to take a bamboo toy, placing it atop his head, and immediately began soaring through the shop. Pai Pai Dong's eyes lit up. "I'll take them all. However many you have, I want them." Upon hearing this, Doraemon responded, "For now, I am only selling these few. Let's see what price you can offer." When it came to value, Pai Pai Dong was momentarily unsure. Truth be told, these items held little utility for her. Purchasing them would merely benefit those below her. If the price were too high, it would be unreasonable, yet if it were too low, it would be difficult to maintain face among fellow customers. As Pai Pai Dong contemplated, her gaze shifted to Shen San. After a moment of thought, Shen San proposed, "How about this? Pai Pai Dong, you can pay for 1 silver blind box and 4 bronze blind boxes on behalf of Doraemon, and in return, Doraemon will give you all the items he currently has. If you agree, the transaction will be complete." Pai Pai Dong promptly replied, "That works for me." Although Doraemon was not entirely certain of the value of the items he had produced, he understood that even if sold, they could be recreated without difficulty. Hence he had no objections. "Very well, let us proceed as Shen Boss suggested." With no further disputes, Shen San instructed Pai Pai Dong, "Please specify which blind boxes and jars you wish to open, and I will deduct the payment in one go." "Still 5 Wangzhe jars," Pai Pai Dong stated decisively. Initially, she had contemplated opening 6, but reconsidering, she opted against it. 5 and 6 made little difference. Given that the martial Soul Empire had just established itself, funds were needed everywhere, so it was prudent to save where possible. Once the empire was fully stabilized and wealth was abundant, opening Wangzhe jars daily would be of no concern. Hearing this, Shen San said nothing further, retrieving 1 silver blind box for bronze blind boxes, and 5 Wangzhe jars from the counter before gesturing for them to proceed. Doraemon leaped to the front of the counter and swiftly began opening the blind boxes. Pai Pai Dong, in a decisive manner, smashed the 5 Wangzhe jars in one stroke. In an instant, one of the jars emitted a dazzling brilliance, enveloping Pai Pai Dong in its glow. As the light gradually faded, everyone felt a significant pressure in their breathing, under Pai Pai Dong's overwhelming aura. They felt as though they were in the presence of an unparalleled weapon and a devil from the blood-soaked abyss, capable of beheading them at any moment. Shen San nodded inwardly, acknowledging her fortunate outcome. As soon as Pai Pai Dong regained her senses, Shen San began to explain. "Indeed, what you have unearthed is a legacy of the blood demon god. The demon god is a formidable entity hailing from the realm of Dixiaking, possessing numerous skills that require personal comprehension. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong could not help but chuckle wryly and shake her head. Already endowed with the legacy of the evil god, she now finds herself intertwined with the demon god's legacy. It seems she has a peculiar affinity for these ominous inheritances. However, Bibi Dong dismissed such thoughts, believing that the more abilities she acquired, the better, for greater strength brings greater security. The demon god is merely another aspect of her journey, nothing to be overly concerned about. With this in mind, she turned her gaze to the other items that had been revealed. Boss Shen, do the other items hold any significance? She inquired. Indeed, Shen San replied, gesturing towards one of the floating objects. Let me first discuss yours. There are 2 items of value among them. This coin is known as the Fate Coin, also originating from the realm of Dixiaking. However, it is a double-edged artifact. Upon use, there is a 50% chance that any injury, no matter how grievous, can be healed, but conversely, there is an equal chance of death. How intriguing. To entrust one's fate to the elusive whims of destiny? Bibi Dong mused as she toyed with the coin before stowing it away, signaling Shen San to continue. Shen San then pointed to another scroll. This is a reinforcement scroll, also from Dixiaking, designed for weapon enhancement. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong promptly retrieved the evil goddess artifact, a dark scythe, and pressed the enhancement scroll against it. Feeling a tangible increase in power, she smiled, finding the experience quite delightful. Is it possible to continue using the reinforcement scrolls? She inquired. Yes, but after reaching 10, there is a risk of it shattering upon failure. And even prior to that, there is a possibility of failure. Success is not guaranteed, Shen San explained. Boss Shen, would you be interested in opening a branch in my realm? I would certainly bring members from the Wuhuan Dian to patronize your establishment. Bibi Dong contemplated this prospect. She desired the treasures within the jars and blind boxes, yet she was the sole invitee. If she could entice Shen San to open a branch, she could bring others to partake in the blind boxes and jars, significantly enhancing the overall strength of her empire. Furthermore, she sought not only the treasures, but also the person of Shen San himself. From what she had observed, there seemed to be budding feelings between Shen San and Ma Xiaoling. If she did not act soon, her ideal son-in-law might be whisked away. Perhaps another time, she decided. Shen San neither accepted nor declined her proposal, hinting that perhaps in the future, the store could upgrade and acquire the ability to open branches, making it feasible to establish one in a certain realm. However, he had previously read novels set in that realm and found little interest in it, despite its potential as a parallel world. Your items have been explained. Now let us discuss the treasures from Dula Aiming. Shen San indicated one of the items. Among the items you uncovered, only one bears significance, and it is rather intriguing. A circular radar floated above a blind box, gleaming in golden hues, with a clear screen displaying a multitude of red dots. Dula Aiming took it down, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Boss Shen, what is this contraption? This is a treasure radar. The red dots signify locations of treasures, including valuable items such as gold. The brighter the red dot, the greater the treasure's worth. Shen San explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Dula Aiming scratched her head. No wonder there's an intensely bright red dot nearby. It must be your blind box shop, Boss Shen? Indeed, Shen San nodded. The treasure radar can detect any treasures, and your blind box shop is no exception. With this radar, you need not worry about lacking funds to open blind boxes or jars when you venture into the wilderness. Congratulations. Now that you have all opened your blind boxes and jars, those wishing to return may do so, while those who wish to linger and play are free to do as they please. If you feel hungry, feel free to prepare your own meals. There are ingredients in the refrigerator, and I shall not trouble you further. With no other customers arriving, Shen San bid farewell and stepped outside, reclining in a rocking chair, clutching a Pikachu and closing his eyes. At that moment, Suan Wukong suddenly appeared nearby. He glanced at Shen San and the others in the shop before striding towards the Lianxin Tianyi. However, halfway there he paused, tilting his head in contemplation before veering off into the Lianti Tianyi. Aside from him, there was no sign of Vegeta and his companions. In the blind box shop, Ma Xiaoling lingered for a while, then glanced at Shen San before saying her farewells. Dongjia, Zhao Gu, Honging, Dumao, I shall take my leave now. Until next time. Bibi Dong and the others nodded in agreement with smiles. Once Ma Xiaoling departed, Bibi Dong remarked, Kongqing, I wish to visit your realm. May I? Of course. You are always welcome, Zhao Kongqing replied without hesitation, then turned to extend an invitation. Da Mao, would you like to join us for some fun? Me? Dula aiming pondered briefly before declining. Never mind, I'll save it for another time. I have matters to attend to and must return. If you all wish, you are welcome to visit my realm any time. Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing said no more and called out towards the door. Boss Shen, would you care to join us? I shall pass. Perhaps another time, Shen San replied without opening his eyes, soon emitting gentle snoring sounds. Just back from the realm of the zombie master. He felt he had had enough excitement for now. He thought about taking a quick nap. If no customers arrived by afternoon, he would venture to another realm, for now. All he desired was rest. Upon hearing Shen San's refusal, Zhao Kongqing nodded to Hong Ying and Bi Dong, and the three vanished in an instant, reappearing within the Peace Affairs office. At that moment, Songnan was undergoing a significant transformation. The buildings of a decade ago had vanished, and the streets were sparsely populated. Inside the Peace Affairs office, Wen Shima was anxiously pacing, while Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. Three others nearby seemed lost in thought. Noticing Zhao Kongqing's return, especially the presence of Hong Ying, Wen Shima leaped up. Captain, where have you been? You didn't even send a word. One of the dazed individuals immediately fixed his gaze on Bi Dong the moment the trio materialized. Hong Ying recounted her experience of being revealed from the jar, leaving Wen Shima momentarily stunned, exclaiming it was a robbery. Achung, will you not introduce us? Zouqing observed Bi Dong with a serious demeanor, sensing an ominous aura emanating from her. After the Songnan God War, Zouqing's investigation into Zhao Kongqing was concluded, and he had been assigned at Songnan to specifically handle matters related to Zhao Kongqing and the blind box shop. Today was his first day, and he had not anticipated encountering such a scene. Zhao Kongqing chuckled as he explained, Brother Zhou, do not be alarmed. This is a deity from another realm, named Bi Dong, who has come to visit us and may even ally with us. Furthermore, do you not know? I have received monumental news from the blind box shop regarding the deities of Daxia. Upon hearing this, Zouqing lowered his guard slightly and smiled. Greetings. I am Zouqing, currently the officer in charge of matters regarding the empty city in Daxia Songnan. Bi Dong returned the greeting with a smile. Hello. I am Bi Dong, the current pope of the Wuhuan Dian. I am here merely to witness the wonders of another realm, and of course, I would not mind collaborating in certain areas. Zouqing nodded. That is acceptable, but the matter is significant. I must report this upward. Since you have been invited by the empty city, you are welcome to stay here for a few days and discuss the specifics of our collaboration. After Zouqing finished speaking, he turned to Zhao Kongqing. Now, tell us what you have learned about the deities of Daxia. Upon hearing this, Wen Shima and the others redirected their curious gazes from Bi Dong to Zhao Kongqing, eagerly straining to listen. Zhao Kongqing blinked. The information I received is that the Erlang god resides in Songnan. Oh, and we must not forget the Hound of Heaven. What? Wen Shima exclaimed in surprise. Where? The others too were filled with curiosity, their eyes locked onto Zhao Kongqing's face. Zhao Kongqing, observing the astonished expressions of those around him, decided to reveal the truth. It is Yang Jin, the younger brother of Xiao Qie. He is the reincarnation of Erlang Shun. We must go to Kongqing now. Though Left Qing was equally astonished, he promptly interrupted Zhao Kongqing. After the battle in Songnan, you have been under investigation. There are certain matters that remain unclear. Yang Jin and Qie's aunt have both vanished, which has greatly affected Qie. However, since Yang Jin is the reincarnation of Erlang Shun, it is unlikely that he would have disappeared along with Songnan. We simply do not know his whereabouts at present. Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth, then sighed. Is Xiao Qie all right? For the moment, he is fine, currently undergoing psychological therapy. If you have time, you may visit him. But first, let us discuss your findings. Left Qing replied. Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying immediately retrieved the items they had acquired and began to explain their uses. Upon hearing that they had unearthed some clothing, Wen Shima smirked, snatching a pair of red shorts. When they mentioned a bag of fairy beans, especially upon learning their purpose, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of everyone in the office. When the Emperor's armor was mentioned, they were astonished to learn it could rival the might of the highest deities. This revelation left Qing and his companions feeling dizzy, staring blankly at the Emperor's armor, their breaths becoming heavy and their gazes burning with intensity. Eventually, Qing was the first to come to his senses. Excellent. Even if the gods of the Great Xia do not awaken quickly, with the Emperor's armor, we need not fear invasions from foreign deities in the future. Ingzi, as the current captain of Team 136, Please inform His Excellency the Pope, and I will report this information immediately. Received? Hong Ying replied as she linked arms with Bai Bai Dong and headed to the living room. Meanwhile, Left Qing made a phone call, and a fighter jet was dispatched to Changnan City with a roar. Chapter 133. Journey to the Realm of the Dead, awakening naturally from a deep slumber. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Shen San rubbed his bleary eyes and gently placed Pikachu, who had been nearly suffocated in his embrace, back down. He greeted Zhu Qing, who had been napping in the front, before slipping into the tent world to take a look. He found number 18 had returned. Propping up his chin with one hand, seemingly lost in thought, Shen San did not disturb him and instead ventured into the small city within the tent world, playing with the cat-eared girls and Hong Ying for a while until it was time to close up shop. 17. You need not prepare dinner for the shop owner tonight. You can eat on your own. Boss, are you off to another realm for fun? Indeed. I have grown accustomed to bantering with the Tyrannosaurus, so I will visit her realm. Shen San waved his hand and vanished in an instant, only to reappear in the realm of the dead, right inside Ma Xiaoling's house. Seeing Ma Xiaoling taking a nap, Shen San's mind turned mischievous. He produced a box of colored pens and carefully began to draw on Ma Xiaoling's face. After a while, he put the pens away, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. My artistic talent is undoubtedly at a master level. However, feeling something was still lacking. He fetched a hat and placed it on Ma Xiaoling's head before stepping outside, satisfied. The modern-style house was quite pleasant to Shen San. He turned and entered the kitchen, taking some food from the refrigerator to start cooking. Just a few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Ma Xiaoling struggled to open her eyes a crack and lethargically walked to the door, completely unaware of Shen San cooking in the kitchen. Who is it? It's me, Jinjin. Oh, wait a moment. I will open the door now. Upon realizing it was her only close friend, Ma Xiaoling perked up a bit and opened the door. Come in. Why are you standing outside? Jinjin burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Xiaoling, what on earth have you done to your hair? I can't stop laughing. What are you talking about? I have always had this hairstyle. I didn't even go to the salon today, Ma Xiaoling replied, puzzled. Just take a look for yourself. Jinjin produced a small mirror from her bag. Ma Xiaoling, confused, took the mirror and gasped, her voice so loud it made the house tremble slightly. Her refined face was now adorned with a turtle design drawn in colored pens, and atop her head sat a rabbit hat, an utterly absurd and mismatched sight. Dazed, Ma Xiaoling had no desire to dwell on whose handiwork it was. She dashed to the bathroom at lightning speed, turned on the faucet, and began scrubbing her face vigorously while muttering angrily, "You scoundrel! If I find out who did this, I will make sure you pay. What kind of colored pens are these? Why are they so hard to wash off? How can I face people like this?" Just then, Jinjin walked into the room and immediately spotted Shen San cooking, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. She approached him in 3 swift steps, resting her hands on a chair by the kitchen window. "Handsome, are you Xiaoling's boyfriend?" If you say so, then I suppose I am," Shen San replied after a moment of contemplation. Remembering the month he spent with Ma Xiaoling in the realm of the zombies, he realized he quite enjoyed her company. They often bantered, yet sometimes they simply sat in comfortable silence. This kind of life was quite soothing for him. If he were to seek a partner, Ma Xiaoling would undoubtedly be his first choice. Hearing his uncertain response, Jinjin's smile widened. Her beautiful friend had never dated anyone, which had worried her greatly. Now, it seemed she had secretly started seeing a male model. Finally, a breakthrough. "Hello, handsome. I am Wang Jinjin, a good friend of Xiaoling. Could you tell me how you and Xiaoling met?" Jinjin's eyes sparkled with gossiping zeal. Shen San covered the pot, smiling as he replied, "Hello, I am Shen San. I haven't known the Tyrannosaurus for long. The food will take some time to prepare, so if you have any questions, you can ask the Tyrannosaurus." Tyrannosaurus? The names couples use nowadays are so unique, Jinjin said, somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Ma Xiaoling emerged from the bathroom with a towel to dry her face. "Jinjin, who are you talking to?" Before Ma Xiaoling could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Shen San's beaming face and immediately realized who had drawn the turtle on her face. "You scoundrel! You lecher! Hee hee! My drawing skills are definitely at a master level. You, the female Tyrannosaurus, are quite lucky. If you had gone out looking like that, I wonder how many people you would have mesmerized," Shen San declared proudly. Ma Xiaoling was fuming, her breath quickening. "I don't want to mesmerize anyone. How could you barge in uninvited and enter a girl's room without any manners? Xiaoling, Mr. Shen is your boyfriend. Isn't it normal for him to enter your room?" "Who said that lecher is my boyfriend?" "It was Mr. Shen who said that, Jinjin replied. Ma Xiaoling? She looked at Shen San, whose smile remained unchanged, and for some reason, her anger began to dissipate, replaced by an uncontrollable fluttering in her heart. Noticing Jinjin's teasing gaze, she pulled a serious face and exclaimed, "Who is this lecher's girlfriend? I am not his girlfriend." Jinjin chuckled. Yes, you are not the lecher's girlfriend. She pulled Ma Xiaoling onto the sofa, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. She was no fool. It was clear that her friend was being contradictory. Even if she had not yet become Shen San's girlfriend, she undoubtedly harbored significant feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so defensively. Xiaoling, tell me how you met Mr. Shen. How could you keep such a handsome boyfriend a secret from me? I'm going to be upset. All right, enough with the gossip. I'm not upset at all. You know what? I'll tell you everything about the blind box shop and my dealings with Shen San. Jinjin listened, her expression one of astonishment. Xiaoling, do you perceive me as a fool? Not at all. Why do you inquire thus? Since I do not resemble a fool, you ought to concoct a more plausible reason. For what is this talk of myriad realms and blind box shops? Even novels would not dare to depict such absurdities. At this moment, Zhenzhen's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Indeed, this theme is quite novel. Transforming it into a narrative could be captivating. As a teacher, I can indulge in writing during my leisure hours. Hee, once I earn some royalties, I shall take you on a shopping spree. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes dramatically. Who do you think you are joking with? You lecher. Why not showcase your skills and provide Zhenzhen with a taste of the wonders of myriad realms? Chapter 134. A girlfriend found in the Grand Hall. All objects began to levitate. Zhenzhen stood in a daze. At that moment, Shen San flashed beside her, brandishing a pill. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Shen San, the proprietor of the blind box shop. This is a beauty-retaining pill. Consume it, and your youthful appearance shall endure. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. As his words faded, all floating items gently returned to their original positions. Zhenzhen, still in a stupor, accepted the beauty-retaining pill, her mind not yet clear. Observing this, Ma Xiaoling pouted, secretly cursing the lecher for never having gifted her anything. It was then that a hand appeared before her, revealing a delicate necklace, resplendent and exuding a faint, mysterious aura. The eternal love necklace, split into two halves, ensures that as long as one party remains alive, the other, even in death, shall be revived beside them. Shen San pointed to the matching necklace adorning his own neck. In the dimension of Jiu-Shu, to be candid, I have grown fond of our banter and even appreciate your occasional whims. Everything about you, I adore. May I, dear lady, have the chance to share the rest of my days with you? Ma Xiaoling lowered her head, desperately holding back tears. At that moment, Zhenzhen finally regained her senses, having overheard Shen San's less-than-perfect confession. She gestured frantically for Ma Xiaoling to respond, unable to contain her excitement for the impending celebration. Shen San gently moved behind Ma Xiaoling, tenderly lifting her hair before placing the eternal love necklace around her neck. Fear not, with your inheritance of the Empress. Your original strength is no longer paramount. Should you wish to cry, do so. If the sky should fall, I shall be there to support you. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoling could no longer contain her tears, which flowed freely, her cultivation dissipating into nothingness. She turned to bury her face against Shen San's chest, pouting, "You must not anger me in the future." Huh? Shen San's eyes widened in surprise. The proprietor merely wishes to have you home for our playful banter. And you would deprive me of one of my few joys? Heartless woman, we are through. Go to hell. Ma Xiaoling could see that Shen San was attempting to lift her from her sorrowful state, and she secretly enjoyed their playful exchanges, though at times her anger was genuine. She playfully slapped Shen San before rising to light 3 incense sticks before the spirits of her ancestors. You are all aware of what transpired earlier. Whenever a woman from the Ma family sheds tears for a man, her entire cultivation will vanish. Though I am the current head of the Ma family, why should the descendants bear the burdens of the Qin dynasty? I, Ma Xiaoling, declare plainly that from this day forth, I shall continue my pursuit of Jiang Chun. But you shall no longer constrain me. With her words, the 3 incense sticks snapped simultaneously, and the entire space trembled. Shen San approached Ma Xiaoling, his eyes narrowing. In that instant, a formidable aura emanated from him, as if the world itself could shatter under its weight. The 3 sticks were a gesture of respect from the younger generation to their ancestors, whether you accept them or not. Xiaoling shall no longer be bound by your constraints. Do not compel me to undertake unsavory actions. As Shen San finished speaking, The trembling ceased, seemingly acknowledged by the spirits, which fell silent. You may bully my girlfriend, regardless of your ancestral status. Now, let us return to our meal. Ma Xiaoling instinctively took Shen San's hand, who was acting somewhat childishly, and turned to leave. However, a plump, ethereal figure drifted forth from the spirit tablet. Xiaoling, you need not say more. The tears have fallen, and my cultivation is gone. I shall continue to fulfill the duties of the Ma family. But do not think to hinder my pursuit of love. Ma Xiaoling did not look back. Ma Dan sighed and retreated. Zhenjun, still in shock, stood with her mouth agape until Ma Xiaoling returned to her side, at which point she inquired about the events. Ma Xiaoling, without reservation, recounted the story of the Ma family and the zombie king Jiangchun. Zhenjun, fuming, exclaimed, how could they do this? For millennia of grievances to be borne by those of the future is utterly unreasonable. No wonder you never dated before, Xiaoling. What you did earlier was commendable. If your cultivation is lost, then so be it. Mr. Shen, you must not bully Xiaoling in the future. Upon hearing this, Shen San raised an eyebrow. There are certain matters in which I certainly would not bully her, but in others, who knows? Zhenjun blinked, curious. What matters? Shen San smirked mischievously. We are all adults here. You understand. I see. Zhenjun finally comprehended, her cheeks flushing. Ma Xiaoling too understood, her face darkening. This lecture has no filter, saying whatever comes to mind. You'd best keep your distance. All right then. Shen San playfully rolled into Ma Xiaoling's embrace, innocently blinking his eyes. Now that we've rolled around, can we eat? Eat? I could eat you alive. Ma Xiaoling blushed and turned her head away. Zhenjun, covering her mouth, chuckled. Xiaoling finding a boyfriend is indeed a significant event. Brother Shen, do not rush to eat. Let me call Tianyu and the others over to celebrate together. All right. Invite as many as you wish. I shall prepare more dishes. Shen San rolled out of Ma Xiaoling's embrace and re-entered the kitchen. You, the female tyrant. Stop sitting there idly. Come in and learn to cook, or I shall dismiss you. You scoundrel, do you think you can endlessly call me a tyrant? Do you believe I won't refuse you access to my bed in the future? Cut it out. Just don't beg me to let you in later. Who puts oil in soup? And a whole spoonful at that? Are you a pig? You've burnt the vegetables. Hurry and turn off the heat. You wasteful woman. In less than 10 minutes, you've ruined all the ingredients in the refrigerator. I've never seen someone so extravagant. Enough, enough. Darling, you should go rest on the sofa. I will handle it. Shen San awkwardly pushed Ma Xiaoling, who was holding a pair of 24K gold scissors, with a mischievous glint in his eye, out of the kitchen. Zhenjun had already finished her call, and upon witnessing the scene in the kitchen, wore a broad smile, feeling envious. If only Tianyu could tease her like Shen San does with Xiaoling. Tianyu is quite lively, yet in certain matters, he falls short. Hurry and eat the beauty-retaining pill. I shall ask the lecturer for other treasures. If we are to live forever, I do not wish to lose such a good friend as you. Ma Xiaoling set down the gold scissors. Noticing Zhenjun still holding the beauty-retaining pill without having consumed it, she urged Zhenjun to eat it promptly, for when one ascends, their companions too shall rise. She must propagate this notion. Chapter 135. A middle finger resolves a divine nation. Wu Peling, I heard from Zhenjun that you have found a boyfriend. Is that true? Before Kuang Tianyu even stepped inside, his voice had already reached them. Xiaoling has a boyfriend now. Please refrain from calling her Wu Peling again. Zhenjun chided as she pushed Kuang Tianyu, who had burst in. Oh, right. That would be quite impolite. Kuang Tianyu, spotting Shen San, extended his hand. Hello, I am Kuang Tianyu, a police officer, a good friend of Xiaoling, and also Zhenjun's boyfriend. Shen San smiled as he extended his hand. Greetings, I am Shen San, Xiaoling's boyfriend, and I have been awaiting your arrival. Please, take a seat. He gazed at the secondary protagonist of this peculiar realm, for it was indeed secondary, as Kuang Tianyu was not Kuang Guohua. The plot had yet to unfold, and the events involving the first emperor had not transpired, leaving their identities unchanged. Kuang Tianyu remained Kuang Tianyu, while Kuang Guohua was presently occupied with his resurrection, unaware of the whereabouts of the cat. At this moment, there were but 5 individuals seated around the dining table. Zhenjun and Kuang Tianyu occupied one side, while Shen San and Ma Xiaoling were on the opposite. A solitary figure, Qiu Shu, covered his eyes, observing the two couples, lamenting. I should never have agreed to this meal. Haha, Qiu Shu, you are now our witness. Just enjoy the meal. Ma Xiaoling replied as she served food into Qiu Shu's bowl. Shen San, I am quite curious about how you and Xiao Ling met. Would you mind sharing? The inquisitive nature of Kuang Tianyu rivaled that of Zhen Zhen's earlier gossip. Before Shen San could respond, Zhen Zhen eagerly recounted the story. Kuang Tianyu, a modern individual, found it hard to believe. Xiao Shu was not surprised, as Ma Xiaoling had previously shared her experiences at the blind box store with him. Initially skeptical, he had been compelled to accept its existence when Ma Xiaoling revealed a dragon egg, emanating an undeniable aura of majesty. After a phone call, he had agreed to meet those traversing the myriad realms. Big brother Shun, Tianyu is skeptical. You ought to demonstrate something, Zhen Zhen urged, noticing Tianyu's bewildered expression. Very well. I shall showcase my abilities. Shen San, sensing the number of diners was modest, vanished in an instant. His sudden disappearance left Tianyu momentarily stunned, only to be utterly astounded moments later. Shen San reappeared in the hall, accompanied by an eclectic group of peculiar beings. Behold, these are my employees from the blind box store, he declared, introducing each peculiar figure, leaving Kuang Tianyu utterly flabbergasted. Ma Xiaoling placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, You lecher, my small abode cannot accommodate so many. Not to worry, Shen San replied, producing a tent, specifically, the one under renovation, for a lively gathering. Let us enter, Xiaoling. Please attend to the guests while I fetch others to witness our love. How cheesy of you. Ma Xiaoling shivered with goosebumps, but did not decline, albeit with some confusion. Did you not mention that once they enter my realm, they would attract the attention of celestial beings and fate? Fear not, with my presence. No one can lay a finger on us. Should anyone provoke me, I would swiftly deal with them, Shen San asserted, positioning the tent in the center of the room. Xiaoling, welcome the guests inside. 17, 18, Zhu Qing, you too, attend to them. Understood, boss. 17 nodded, and as Shen San vanished, he promptly invited Xiao Shu and the others into the tent world. 18, observing Ma Xiaoling's figure, felt a sense of liberation, as if a knot had been untied, joyfully calling her boss lady. The dreamlike scenery within the tent world left Kuang Tianyu and the others speechless, struggling to regain their composure. Meanwhile, after Shen San's departure, he first ventured into the god-slaying realm. At that moment, Bai Dong was assisting the night watchman in finding a venue, currently engaged in battle against Poseidon within the divine kingdom. The heroic squad, consisting of numerous formidable figures, including the sword Saint Zhou Ping and the honored Wan Yi Fan, clashed with such intensity that the earth shattered and the air ruptured. Clad in imperial armor, Hong Ying single-handedly restrained a multitude of deities, intermittently unleashing devastating five-element strikes, forcing the divine beings into a defensive stance. Bai Dong and Zhao Kongcheng were teaming up to relentlessly assault the sea god. Upon Shen San's arrival, they ceased their onslaught. Boss Shen, what brings you here? Bai Dong inquired, surprised. I have confirmed my relationship with Xiaoling and came to invite you all to the wedding feast, Shen San replied with a shrug. Bai Dong sighed, alas. I am a step too late. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, congratulations. However, as you can see, I am unable to leave. I will have to celebrate at a later time. Bai Dong nodded. Indeed, Yi Fan has promised to provide me with modern technological manufacturing techniques. I cannot abandon this place until our matters are resolved. With ease, Shen San reached into the void and summoned all the night watchmen to his side. His current strength was already on par with the angels of the Dragon Ball realm, enhanced by a secret technique amplifying his abilities 1,000-fold. Even a quasi-saint from the Hongwang realm would pose no threat. Gathering the top-tier figures from the god-slaying realm was simply effortless. Ah Chung, what is happening? Yi Fan inquired, his body shimmering with golden light, his expression one of confusion. The entire heroic squad shared the same bewilderment, having been abruptly transported mid-battle. Zhao Kongcheng laughed. Yi, this is Shen San, the owner of the blind box store. He has come to invite me and the Pope to the wedding. So this is the owner of the blind box store? Yi Fan's brow furrowed. But before he could speak further, he felt himself lift off the ground. The others were similarly elevated into the sky. Just as they were grappling with the situation, they were left speechless. Shen San slowly raised his right hand and, with a sudden thrust of his middle finger downward, parted the mist, revealing a colossal finger descending from the fog. The Great Desolation Finger. In an instant, the divine kingdom of Poseidon was obliterated, reduced to rubble, leaving no trace behind. Shen San blew a breath onto the tip of his finger, declaring, to perish beneath the Great Desolation Finger of the store manager is indeed a fitting end. Old Zhao. Hong Ying, bye-bye Dong. Let us conclude our business here and depart. Shen San did not afford them a moment to respond, whisking them away. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and his companions felt the world spin before they suddenly appeared within the territory of Xia. Yi Fan slapped his face and chuckled wryly. Well, it seems our battles pale in comparison to a mere finger from Boss Shen. Senior Hua, you may return. Ah Ping, you should leave as well. I must return to organize matters to prevent any divine retaliation. After leaving the god-slaying realm, Shen San rounded up all the guests and transported them to the peculiar realm. Utilizing the mobile tent to bring individuals from the Dragon Ball realm, cleverly exploiting a loophole of the blind box store. Within the transformed tent world, the streets of the small city were festively adorned, bustling with cat-eared maidens and Hong Ying, each carrying freshly prepared dishes. Upon witnessing this scene, Hong Ying was rendered speechless, exclaiming, Uncle Zhao, tell me, am I seeing things? Why are there so many of me on the streets? Zhao Kong Chung, equally astonished, replied, I have no idea. I see countless versions of you, each holding dishes. Bai Dong shook his head. Indeed, there are many versions of Yingzi. As for the reason behind this, you can simply ask Boss Shen. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying rushed forward, tapping Shen San on the shoulder. Boss Shen, why are there so many of me here? Shen San turned, shrugging. You have long legs. They were brought from parallel worlds to enhance the ambience of the tent realm. Do not overthink it. Can I not overthink it? Witnessing so many versions of herself bustling about left Hong Ying feeling quite peculiar, yet she could not voice any objection. Ultimately, she had no power to refuse. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached, a large chicken leg in hand, munching as he said, Shen San, this meat is delicious. Have them prepare more. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. When will you earn some money? Chi-Chi raised her wine glass after having a lively exchange with Sun Wukong, and continued, Boss Shen, congratulations. You and Miss Ma are truly a match made in heaven. Thank you. Shen San and Ma Xiaoling acknowledged with a nod of their glasses. As Sun Wukong and his spouse departed, Vegeta and Bulma approached. Mr. Shen, congratulations. Wishing you both a swift arrival of a little one. Fool, Boss Shen and Miss Ma have only just confirmed their relationship. It's far too early to talk about children. Bulma shot Vegeta a disapproving glance before smiling at Shen San. When I first met you, I thought you were disinterested in women. I never expected you to find your other half so quickly. Boss Shen and Miss Ma, do hurry to wed. We would love to celebrate with you. Haha. It won't be long. I'm ready anytime. It just depends on how quickly Xiaoling can prepare. Shen San chuckled. Prepare for what? If you were ready, you'd be marrying tomorrow. Ma Xiaoling retorted. A bold woman in love, she felt no urgency about the timeline. Whether sooner or later, marriage was simply a formality. No rush, no rush. Let's wait until our shop has a few more customers, Shen San mused, preferring to wait until the blind box store's next upgrade before tying the knot. Ma Xiaoling said nothing more, believing that everything should follow its course. After exchanging pleasantries, Vegeta and Bulma took their leave. Shortly thereafter, a group led by Jiu, brought by Shen San through the tent world, approached. I always thought you two looked like a couple. Who would have thought it would come to fruition so soon? Mr. Shen, Miss Xiaoling, I offer my blessings. Hee, Sister Xiaoling, you are so fortunate. I wonder if I could find a perfect boyfriend like Boss Shen. One of Jiu companions chimed in. Boss Shen, Miss Ma, do you have any friends? Please introduce one to me, another added. The group offered their well wishes. And Shen San, holding Ma Xiaoling's hand, responded with a smile. Just then, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, appeared. Hee, I truly cannot comprehend human emotions. But since everyone else has offered their blessings, I shall do the same. Ha ha ha, the great sage is thoughtful. Enjoy yourselves. I won't keep you for long this time. Shen San said, leading Ma Xiaoling to the center and raising his glass. Everyone, thank you for witnessing this day for Xiaoling and me. Let us drink to that. Ha ha. Witnessing Boss Shen's love is indeed our honor, came the cheerful reply. Mr. Shen, are you rushing to drink because you wish to enter the bridal chamber soon? Fool. Is that even a question? Boss Shen has been single for so long. It's the perfect time for a spark. They might even be married with a child by next year. After finishing their toast, Shen San and Ma Xiaoling made another round before returning to their seats with Jinjin and her group. Meanwhile, Tianyu and Qiu Shu, having recovered from their shock, were engaged in drinking games with Zhao Kongcheng, downing cup after cup until they were left dazed. Hong Ying and Bai Dong, equally spirited, were pouring drink after drink. creating a jubilant atmosphere. Jinjin, having consumed little, rested her chin on her hand, watching the vibrant scene until she spotted Xiaoling's return. She immediately seized Xiaoling from Shen San's grasp, whispering excitedly to her. The banquet continued until all were blissfully intoxicated. After ensuring everyone returned home safely, Shen San returned to the realm of the undead. Has the female Tyrannosaurus, Jinjin, and Tianyu gone back? Why did you call Xiaoling earlier? Only to revert to calling her the female Tyrannosaurus now. Ma Xiaoling rolled her eyes. Jinjin took Tianyu home. She even invited us over tomorrow. I called a car to send Xiaoshu back. Hee, I'm just used to it. There were many people earlier, so I gave you face. Now that it's just us, I'll call you however I please. Shen San raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow's matters can wait. It's getting late now. You big wolf. What do you want? I want. The night passed without further conversation, and Shen San and Ma Xiaoling slept soundly until they awakened naturally. In the afternoon, they brought gifts to Jiai Mansion, arriving at Jinjin's home just past 4 o'clock. Jinjin teased, you two are late. Did you have too much fun last night? Hearing this, Xiaoling's face flushed slightly. Oh please, I didn't realize your thoughts were so twisted, Jinjin. We didn't do anything. As someone who has been there, Xiaoling, your walk is quite peculiar. It's strange that you didn't do anything, Ouyang Jiai said, emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand while laughing. Auntie, Xiaoling's face is even redder now, she remarked, as Xiaoling discreetly pinched Shen San's waist, her eyes indicating, look what you've done. All right, we are all adults. Intimacy is natural. There are still 2 dishes in the kitchen. Jinjin, please help bring them out, Ouyang Jiai said, secretly amused. Of course, dear mother, allow Xiaoling a moment of dignity. Jinjin replied with a smile as she entered the kitchen. Ma Xiaoling shot a glare. This is all your fault. It takes 2 to tango. You cannot place all the blame on me. I don't care. It's all your fault. All right. It's my fault. I will let you blame me again later. Chapter 137. 7 years passed. Vegeta and Sun Wukong in full force. Time flies, and 7 years have swiftly passed. During this time, Shen San either managed the shop or traveled with Xiaoling across various realms, essentially enjoying a 7-year honeymoon. The blind box shop underwent significant changes over these 7 years. Firstly, it experienced 2 upgrades. The first removed the restriction preventing Shen San from visiting realms without invitations, granting him full access. The second upgrade expanded the invincible range to encompass the entire planet, while numerous entertainment venues sprouted around the blind box shop. Furthermore, after multiple invitations, the shop welcomed a plethora of guests from myriad realms. With Satan actively recruiting from the cosmos, the blind box shop has become increasingly crowded, with daily workloads multiplying. Consequently, Shen San had no choice but to hire several employees, utilizing his managerial skills to impart all necessary information to them, allowing him a moment to breathe. In this hiring endeavor, the benevolent Ma Xiaoling generously allocated positions to Jinjin and Tianyu, while the remaining slots went to the likes of number 17 and others, totaling 20 positions. Shen San's strength had also undergone a tremendous transformation. Even outside the invincible range, he had become an unmatched force across myriad realms. Others who opened blind boxes or jars had similarly skyrocketed in power, each reaching astonishing heights. Additionally, Shen San had successfully ascended the heart refinement and body refinement ladders, releasing 2 elemental spirits from the ladder, a pair of twins, one cold and one hot. They, wishing to carve their own path of dominance in the myriad realms, departed after receiving Shen San's consent. This afternoon, after finishing their blind box opening, the group found themselves on a desolate planet, facing their respective opponents on the battlefield. Kakarot. 7 years have passed. I am eager to see just how strong you have become, Vegeta declared, arms crossed, coldly staring at Sun Wukong. Hee. I am very much looking forward to this duel arranged by Shen San, and I too wish to fight you, Vegeta, at full strength. With Shen San reinforcing the space. We can finally let loose, Sun Wukong replied, cracking his neck. Ready? I'm coming. Bring it on. With that, Sun Wukong dashed forward, his fist aimed directly at Vegeta, who showed no sign of distress, effortlessly raising a hand to intercept the blow. In that instant, the surrounding air was compressed into a brief vacuum, the resounding thud echoing through the atmosphere. Following the exchange, Vegeta spun and landed a kick squarely in Sun Wukong's abdomen. Stop playing childish games. Get serious already. Oh. Then try to receive this move. Sun Wukong's feet carved 2 deep grooves in the earth. Once he stabilized his body, he suddenly pressed his palms together and forcefully pulled. A silver rod was extracted from his palm. The first move of the Yin Shin Bing, the illusionary sword. With a whoosh, the silver Yin Shin Bing instantly divided into 9, transforming into 9 delicate swords, each exuding a fierce aura as they surged toward Vegeta. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta's interest was piqued. He abruptly thrust his hand into the void, and when he withdrew it, a peculiar shield appeared in his grasp. The shield encircled him, effectively blocking all 9 fierce little swords. At that moment, Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported above Vegeta, grasped at the void, and bellowed, the fourth move of Yin Shin Bing. Great craftsmanship. As his words fell, the 9 swords flew back into Sun Wukong's hands, rapidly forming a colossal golden rod that pierced the heavens. Gripping the rod, Sun Wukong hurled it down towards Vegeta, shattering the surrounding space in its wake. Vegeta's eyes ignited with intense brilliance upon witnessing this. He roared, "Good, very good. Watch me shatter your great craftsmanship. Imperial weapon, come forth. Break it." Vegeta summoned an ancient seal, which billowed in the wind, inscribed with the words Jin Di. A terrifying aura emanated from the seal, warping the surrounding space with its sheer intimidation. The Jin Di seal transformed into a colossal mountain, ascending towards the golden rod. The moment they made contact, the entire space was engulfed in nothingness, only to restore itself in the next instant. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of an imperial weapon. Now, Vegeta, how will you counter this next move? Sun Wukong gripped the Yin Shin Bing, his gaze piercing. 9th move of Yin Shin Bing. Destruction can also be an enemy. In an instant, the Yin Shin Bing vanished, as if ready to manifest from the very fabric of space itself. A technique that fused the laws of space to their utmost limit. Unfazed, Vegeta trembled. His body enveloped in a dense layer of scales as his hands morphed into claw-like appendages reaching back. How to break this? Oh, Vegeta, you must resort to such measures? What is there that cannot be used in battle? Kakarot, you must not die, he declared, unleashing a claw towards the heavens. Instantly, the space was torn open with 5 massive fissures, spreading into the cosmos, reducing several innocent planets to mere dust. Sun Wukong, caught in the path of this claw, felt his hair transform into a silvery hue, his expression tranquil yet resolute, narrowly evading Vegeta's devastating strike. Are we finally getting serious? Excellent. Seeing Sun Wukong's state, Vegeta descended into a frenzied state, raising his hands to his waist, continuously shouting, "Ah!" With each roar, his energy surged violently, akin to a furious beast bellowing at the sky. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a creature with black hair draped over his shoulder and covered in red fur. His pupils sharp and menacing. This was the Super Saiyan 4 form he had mastered over the past 3 years. Understanding that the Super Saiyan 4 was not a match for Sun Wukong's Ultra Instinct, Vegeta continued to roar, each cry amplifying his power exponentially. After a while, his black hair shifted to a light red hue. Kakarot, this is a new realm I have comprehended based on the Super Saiyan 4. I call it boundary breakthrough. Yet, against your Ultra Instinct, it seems insufficient. Vegeta shouted again, what of the godly realm? A blue aura enveloped his light red hair, which grew rapidly, cascading down to his waist, reminiscent of Super Saiyan 5, save for the fact that Vegeta's hair bore a mix of light red and blue. I may not possess your immense potential in the godly realm, but comprehending the divine realm is within my grasp. This is all I have, Kakarot. Let us engage in a direct duel. Very well. Chapter 138. The Shameless Family Invades Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Krillin gazed incredulously at the family before him. You all are utterly unreasonable. He then turned to 18. Be careful. Don't let that old man's wine bottle knock you out. It could cause disorientation. Years passed. With Shen San and Ma Shaoling together, 18 had resigned herself to her fate, especially with Krillin tirelessly by her side. Eventually, the couple found their way to each other. 18 sighed, I wish I could be cautious, but the items and abilities that family opens from blind boxes are too bizarre, making it difficult to guard against. After replying to Krillin, 18 shouted ahead, Hey, Carl, can you put down the annihilation cannon? And Fiona, could you refrain from using that shield? Also Frank. That wine bottle is utterly unreasonable. Come on, this is a brawl. Who has discussing reason? Carl raised the annihilation cannon. I'll go all out. You all look for a chance to take down those two. Fine, my infinite capacity wine bottle has a built-in disorientation effect. And with the power we've amassed over the years, they won't even touch me. Frank swung a wine bottle before disappearing into the void. Rip, Ian. You two hold Keelan back, while I and my father restrain 18. Carl, look for an opportunity to blast him. Fiona finished, clutching a hard shield before vanishing into the void. This family was indeed the notorious Shameless clan. Invited by a letter, after accepting the affairs of the myriad worlds, they became irreversibly entangled. Carl never returned, instead becoming an arms dealer in the Dragon Ball universe. With the money earned, he opened blind boxes and jars, utilizing the items acquired and his abilities to trade across the universe. In just a few short years, his business spread across 2 universes, namely the 7th and 6th. He also used his earnings to open blind boxes and jars for his family. It can be said that any one of them now could overpower a Super Saiyan 4. They had escaped poverty and entered a realm where money seemed endless. 18. Be careful. Keelan noticed spatial fluctuations and quickly pushed 18 aside. In an instant, a wine bottle emerged from the space, failing in its attempt, before vanishing again. At that moment, Keelan felt a ripple above his head as a bizarre object extended, resembling a turtle peeking out, poised to land atop Keelan. 18 discreetly struck, unleashing a ki blast that sent the strange object back into the void. Their family's understanding of spatial laws is profound, and with the secret technique of mutual perception obtained from the jars, it's as if each family member is an eye for the others. Coupled with their strange abilities, they are quite formidable. Keelan, Frank, and Carl are the core. We need to find an opportunity to eliminate one of them first. Understood. Keelan acknowledged, his gaze fixed on Carl, who wielded the annihilation cannon. His right hand swiftly raised, and he unleashed a powerful punch. The sheer force of the punch split the earth, and with Keelan infusing it with immense ki, the entire space shook violently. Carl smirked disdainfully, just splitting the earth down the middle? Impressive power, but Keelan, if you think you can solve me with this punch, you are dreaming. Mechanic, activate my defensive function. I will withstand Keelan's attack. Yes, host. A mystical voice resonated within Carl, causing the annihilation cannon to vanish, replaced by a golden energy shield enveloping him. Carl stood with his hands in his pockets, bracing himself for the incoming punch. You arrogant fool. Thinking you can withstand my attack with a system? Are you a fool? Frank suddenly emerged from the void, standing directly in the path of the punch. He cursed at Carl before raising the wine bottle and swinging it, redirecting the punch into the cosmos as if it were a golf ball. Frank appeared to have performed a trivial act as he lifted the bottle to his lips and guzzled a mouthful, gazing upwards at the force that shattered a star. Damn it, I wish to quit drinking, yet you can obliterate stars but cannot shatter my bottle, worthless thing. Mind your own business. Carl cast a glance at him. Since his business expanded to the cosmos, he had completely forgotten how to hide, having adopted a singular life motto, engage. Suddenly, Carl noticed that number 18 was enveloped in a protective barrier and exclaimed excitedly, Fiona, splendid work. Mechanic, switch to unlimited firepower mode and unleash a barrage. Understood, host. As the mechanic's words echoed, a myriad of advanced weaponry rapidly materialized above Carl's head, including annihilation cannons, dreadnoughts, Gatling guns, and laser rifles, densely packed, far too numerous to count. All the barrels were aimed at the ensnared number 18, and in the next instant, they unleashed a torrent of firepower. A kaleidoscope of energy waves, coupled with bullets capable of piercing planets, hurtled towards number 18. Not on my watch, Kieran bellowed, attempting to step forward to assist. However, 2 men emerged from the space to block his path. Hee, Kieran, if you want to pass, you must first get through us. Kieran sighed, striving to break through their blockade. Yet, the speed of the annihilation cannon attacks was so swift that it afforded him little time to escape, all crashing into the position where number 18 stood. Fiona timely retracted the barrier, allowing number 18 to absorb all the attacks in full measure. The ground trembled violently under the assault of the advanced weaponry, smoke filled the sky, and flames engulfed every corner of the battlefield. The Shameless family believed they had vanquished number 18 when she emerged from the flames, each step resonating like the beating of war drums. This was the sound emitted by the mechanical heart she had unboxed. Over the years, her strength had seen the mechanical heart evolve with every passing moment. Number 18 had not engaged in combat for years, but today, facing this Shameless family, she was eager to demonstrate her capabilities. Number 18. Kieran gasped in astonishment. Number 18 slightly raised her beautiful eyes. Kieran, step back. I will handle this from here. All right, it's just a contest after all. Kirin did not object and swiftly exited the battlefield. In the distance, the shameless family gathered, their faces grave. Fiona furrowed her brow. Be cautious. Number 18 is an employee of the blind box store. Her strength is far beyond what it appears. What did you say, little Fiona? Damn, you startled me. Drinking from my bottle. Drunkard, you should just leave. Number 18 shot a glance at Frank before delivering a punch that knocked him unconscious. Then, with the astonished gazes of Carl and the others upon her, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks that rendered the entire family unconscious. Task completed. Chapter 139. Has Beerus awakened and headed to the battlefield? On another battlefield, the air crackled with explosions, and the space tore asunder as two figures danced through the skies, engaged in fierce combat. One was a man adorned with golden patterns upon his skin, while the other was a weathered middle-aged man. Each clash caused vast expanses of space to collapse and then restore to its original state. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhao, fighting you is an absolute thrill. Let us go again. The man with golden patterns was Yamcha, currently suspended in the void, his face alight with excitement as his blood boiled from the exhilaration of battle. Yamcha raised a hand to lick his fingers and suddenly let out a roar. Golden Horn Talent's secret technique, power boost. With each roar, his aura surged. And after two such roars, the pressure he exuded threatened to make the very space tremble. Above in the void, the middle-aged man was Zhao Kongqing. 7 years had passed in the Dragon Ball realm, while the duration in other realms remained unknown. The matter of the god-slaying realm had long been resolved. And with the financial backing of the Watchers, he had become a frequent patron of the blind box store, his power significantly enhanced compared to the past. Zhao Kongqing suddenly summoned a skeletal dragon, standing atop its head. With a gentle sweep of his right hand across the ring on his left, he produced a blade radiating imperial might, pointing its tip at Yamcha, exuding boundless authority. Heaven-slaying blade technique. With a delicate swing of the long sword, a blade of light appeared, seemingly capable of transcending the river of time, swift and fierce. Yamcha's heart raced at the sight, yet his face bore no fear. He did not evade, but raised his beast-like hands to grasp the incoming blade of light. Sparks flew as the blade struck Yamcha's palm, creating a shower of fireworks alongside a sharp, grating sound. Shatter! Yamcha roared, exerting tremendous force to tear the blade of light into fragments. And then he aimed to charge at Zhao Kongqing for an exhilarating melee. However, Zhao Kongqing had already positioned himself above Yamcha, his imperial weapon accumulating unparalleled might. Imperial weapon technique, piercing heaven, with a whoosh resembling the shadow of a gun or a meteor falling. The cold light of the imperial weapon pierced through the space, creating a massive hole in its wake, descending rapidly upon Yamcha. Realizing the imminent danger, Yamcha gritted his teeth and utilized the inherent skill of the golden horn beast to slip into the spatial realm, narrowly avoiding the heaven-piercing technique. Yet, just as he emerged from the space, another cold light approached from behind, accompanied by Zhao Kongqing's voice. Imperial weapon technique, falling saint. Damn. Yamcha understood he could not evade this one, bracing himself to take Zhao Kongqing's falling saint attack head-on. Pain surged through his back as he was propelled by the cold light across the skies, crashing into the cosmos until he shattered several small asteroids before finally coming to a stop. Emerging from the debris, blood trickled from Yamcha's mouth. He wiped it clean and looked at Zhao Kongqing, who had approached within a short distance, and chuckled bitterly. Brother Zhao, can't you engage in a melee like before? That imperial weapon is utterly unreasonable. My defenses could withstand even Vegeta and Goku, yet your weapon can breach them. Put it away, otherwise. With the strength you've accumulated over the past 7 years, I stand no chance. All right, it's just a contest anyway. Zhao Kongqing did not refuse and retracted his imperial weapon. He then trembled all over. King Kai fist, first gate open, second gate open, seventh gate open. Still not enough. Causality's secret technique, little 7 knights, I shall borrow your abilities. Indeed, over the 7 years, Zhao Kongqing had unlocked numerous skills from the blind boxes and jars, including enhancement techniques like the King Kai fist. Most notably was the causality secret technique, allowing him to borrow the abilities of any individual he knew without any side effects. Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. No, Brother Zhao, you are being unreasonable. 7 knights is the ruler of your realm. How am I to fight like this? Zhao Kongqing chuckled. You wanted a melee. Come, let us have some fun. No. Who dares disturb my slumber? Are you tired of living? The god of destruction, Beerus, was abruptly awakened from his slumber by the incessant tremors in space. Upon opening his eyes, an overwhelming annoyance washed over him. He tossed aside his pillow and stormed outside, bellowing, "Whis, Whis, where are you?" Upon stepping outside, Beerus found no sign of Whis, and, amidst his furious expression, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, soon followed by realization. That rascal has surely gone off to indulge himself again. But who is fighting? It's deafening. Beerus's expression shifted back to rage as he looked up at the endless void, his gaze suddenly sharpening. No, the battlefield seems to be quite near. There is a certain intrigue in the air. It has been a while since I engaged in any activity. It would be best if you let me have a proper match. Otherwise, simply the act of disturbing me could lead to your utter destruction. A cruel smile crept upon the lips of Bylus as he swiftly soared towards the battlefield. On another side, in a desolate planetary realm, a colossal virtual screen unfurled in the sky, divided into numerous segments, each representing a different arena of combat. A magnificent viewing platform hovered in midair, filled with a diverse array of beings, humans, birds, pigs, and dragonfolk, a dazzling display of variety. They sat either alone or in clusters, but uniformly. Each had a table laden with delectable delicacies before them. As they feasted while watching the virtual displays, an enthusiastic cacophony of cheers resonated continuously. Wace and a group of angels occupied a relatively subdued position. Upon Bylus awakening, he was already aware of the situation and noticed Bylus flying towards the battle, his gaze betraying a hint of peculiarity. Other angels and the Grand Priest also took note, their brows furrowing in concern. Boss Shen, the god of destruction of this universe, has awakened and is heading towards the battlefield. Should we call him back? The Grand Priest inquired with a smile. There is no need. This time, the prize is up for grabs for anyone. If you wish to join in the fun, feel free to descend, Shen casually replied, embracing Ma Xiaoling in the main seat. Haha, I'm going. Xiang Pa had long since surpassed his strength from 7 years prior. After completing his tasks, he ventured to the blind box shop, driven by the desire to one day subdue Bylus. Now presented with a splendid opportunity, joy filled his heart. Other gods of destruction, too, felt a surge of motivation. Upon seeing Xiang Pa rushing towards the battlefield, they could no longer contain themselves. The allure of prizes mattered little. They simply yearned to deliver a thrashing to Bylus. Chapter 140. The God of War Tianjin Fan versus God of Destruction Bylus. Is this the God of destruction? On the battlefield, Tianjin Fan beheld the sudden appearance of Bylus, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He noticed the resemblance to Xiang Pa, yet their physiques could not be more different. However, sensing the vast divine aura emanating from Bylus, he understood that the newcomer was indeed a deity. Oh, how interesting. You actually know of the god of destruction, Bylus yawned, waving his hand nonchalantly. Come, let us engage in a match. If you can entertain me, I shall spare you from destruction. Confusion returned to Tianjin Fan's eyes. If he were truly the god of destruction, he should not be aware of their regular visits to the blind box shop. Realization struck him. He recalled that the god of destruction of this universe had been sleeping, and it was highly likely that this was the very individual before him. Given that this contest was in close proximity to the god of destruction's realm, it must have disturbed him. With this thought, Tianjin Fan's interest piqued. He had yet to engage with a god of destruction and saw this as an opportunity to gauge the strength of this universe's deity. However, another individual was quicker, a man with golden hair and a spiral symbol upon his forehead. Upon hearing Bylus's words, he conjured a spiral light sphere the size of a small asteroid in his hand. You are quite rude. My brother Tianjin Fan and I are in the midst of a duel. If you wish to challenge him, you must first contend with me. Behold my asteroid spiral bomb. Indeed, this was Uzumaki Naruto from the world of Naruto, who had spent 3 years in the blind box shop, his strength far surpassing that of his former self. Yet, Bylus merely turned his head slightly, extending a finger to touch the surface of the asteroid spiral bomb. A flash of purple light flickered, and the spiral bomb vanished without a trace. Am I the impolite one, or are you? Bylus mused, intent on obliterating Naruto. At that moment, a silver light flashed, interposing itself before Naruto, shielding him from the destructive energy. When the light dissipated, it revealed a weapon, a 3-bladed double-edged sword, emanating an unparalleled aura of dominance. Oh, what is this weapon that can withstand destruction? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Bylus's eyes, astonished by the sight. Tianjin Fan approached Naruto, seizing the silver weapon. Naruto, You've only been in the blind box shop for 3 years. The god of destruction is not someone you can handle. Leave this to me. All right, but be careful. Brother Tianjin Fan, Naruto replied. Having matured significantly since becoming Hokage, his perspective broadened. He understood that he was no match for a god of destruction. His earlier actions were merely a response to the interruption of his enjoyment. Casting one last glance at Bylus, Naruto's pupils transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern, and a spatial gate materialized behind him as he stepped through it. As Tianjin Fan witnessed Naruto's departure, he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he reopened them, a singular eye adorned with a vertical pupil simultaneously opened. A divine light radiated from this eye, seemingly capable of shattering all illusions in existence. This was not the divine eye he had acquired upon entering the blind box shop, but one inherited from the legacy of the god of war Shen. Having unlocked this inheritance 6 years prior, he had utilized it to ascend the heavenly ladder and complete tasks across myriad realms, enabling him to exhibit a portion of Shen's formidable power. Bylus was genuinely taken aback. The individual before him, upon unveiling a third eye, transcended mere mortality, embodying a war deity whose aura was staggering enough to astonish even him. What is happening? Upon awakening, why does this universe feel so alien? Bylus pondered in confusion. Without further ado, since the inception of the blind box shop, he had yet to engage with a god of destruction. Today, he would witness just how powerful a god of destruction could be. The voice reverberated through space as Tianjin Fan positioned himself directly in front of Bylus. He secured the silver weapon behind him, gripping Bylus' face with his left hand, and with a sudden force, hurled Bylus into the cosmos. His body soared through space, creating a sonic boom. Excellent, very good, just as it should be. Bylus finally regained his composure, feeling a strange delight rather than concern. In the vastness of space, he unleashed a furious roar, plummeting like a meteor. You wish for a melee battle? Then let us engage in one. Tianjin Fan withdrew the silver weapon, his muscles bulging with power, and boldly charged forward, unleashing a punch directly at Bylus. Bylus, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. The two forces collided in the heavens, the violent impact sending them both careening hundreds of kilometers away in mere seconds. Thus commenced a fierce brawl in the universe, each participant trading blows, causing the very fabric of space to erupt with explosive sounds, captivating the audience and igniting their aspirations. Such a perverse beast. Tianjin Fan possesses the legacy of Shen. Do you believe he can triumph? On the highest tier of the viewing platform, Ma Xiaoling inquired. Are you simply looking for conversation? Instead of wasting time, you might as well kiss me a few more times, Shen retorted, rolling his eyes. Over the span of 7 years, he had utilized treasures to elevate Ma Xiaoling to a quasi-saint level, and he doubted she could perceive the disparity in strength between Tianjin Fan and Bylus. Just answer me, will you? Ma Xiaoling persisted, twisting her hand insistently at Shen's waist. Ah, Xiaoling, you truly are quite charming now, remarked Xinjin, feeling goosebumps creep over her skin. Haha, the bond between the boss and his wife is truly delightful. How about we have one too, Xinjin? Tinyo raised an eyebrow. The elders are still present. You should be mindful, Xinjin replied, glancing at Kuang Guohua nearby. With Shen's involvement, the dynamics of the zombie realm had completely shifted. Kuang Tinyo had survived and married Xinjin. Kuang Guohua and Fuxing had also returned to normalcy, their powers exceeding those they held during their days as second-generation zombies. All thanks to the blind box shop. Upon hearing this, Fuxing turned to remark, indeed, the elders are still here. Little Tinyo, you should be cautious of your influence. Tianyu rolled his eyes, remarking, you have only just matured. You have no right to speak. Youngster, go play. Fusheng responded with an obscene gesture and turned back to the virtual screen. At that moment, Shen San patted his waist, saying, all right. Can we at least speak now? Although Tianjin Fan had inherited the legacy of Shen, from the perspective of an immortal, he was merely a celestial being. While the true strength of Bai Lu Si was approximately at the early stage of a golden immortal, leaving a considerable gap between them. However, if Bai Lu Si refrained from employing the laws of destruction and the technique of Zizai Ji Gong, Tianjin Fan, with his combat skills and the heritage of Shen, might indeed have a chance of victory. After Shen San finished speaking, he turned his head and asked, now can you let go? Not a chance, Ma Xiaoling replied, showing no intention of releasing her grip and tightening it even further. The nearby Grand Priest and Zhen Wang shook their heads in unison, expressing their bewilderment at women, declaring that remaining single was preferable. Chapter 141, The Absolute Era. Chaos in the heavens on the other side. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had also engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, exchanging blows without restraint, creating a stalemate. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan God form, faced Sun Wukong, who was in his White God state. Their powers were evenly matched, each punch and kick causing the very fabric of space to tremble. However, they temporarily separated when Bai Lu Si and Tianjin Fan began their confrontation. "Hey, how did the God of Destruction enter the fray?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Vegeta, let us continue our battle another time. I wish to challenge the God of Destruction first." Without waiting for a response, Sun Wukong vanished with a swift, instant transmission. Vegeta furrowed his brow at this turn of events, but chose not to intervene. Instead, he murmured to himself, "Such intense energy. It is no wonder he surpasses the God of Destruction. Jiren, let me see just how strong you are." With that, Vegeta instantly transported himself to the battlefield where Jiren was engaged. "Hee, what are you planning, Vegeta-san?" Frieza, as Jiren's opponent, noticed Vegeta's arrival and smirked sharply. 7 years had passed, and Frieza had undergone a tremendous transformation. Through diligent training, he had achieved his golden Frieza form. Moreover, he had fully mastered the powers of the fire demon, with his golden exterior now enveloped in flames, transforming the world around him into a fiery realm. His might surpassing even that of the original series. After all, he had just fought several hundred rounds against Jiren without facing defeat. Of course, since Jiren first left the blind box shop, he had returned after about 6 months, and his strength was no longer comparable to his former self. He had not even exerted his full power against Frieza. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Frieza, a smirk of derision curling at the corner of his mouth. "Fool, Jiren has not even used his full strength. Can you not see that? Get lost, and do not disturb me." Frieza's anger flared instantly. He slammed his right hand onto the ground, and the flames of the entire world seemed to come alive, coalescing into a colossal fire giant towering thousands of meters high. The fire giant lowered its gaze upon the diminutive Vegeta and raised its foot to stomp down. Yet, at that moment, time appeared to freeze. A woman clad in naval attire appeared atop the fire giant, an icy crystal extending from her to envelop the fire giant in a layer of frost. She sat upon the shoulder of the ice giant, her long, shapely legs crossed, her gaze fixed below, her pupils reflecting a hint of madness. "Hee, stop squabbling. How about we engage in a grand melee? Isdeath, you madwoman." Frieza grimaced, recalling how, since encountering Isdeath in the blind box shop, he had realized just how benevolent he truly was. Compared to the deranged and psychotic Isdeath, he could easily be considered a saint. "Ha, a melee sounds splendid. I wish to cut you all down." Another figure emerged from the space, sporting a spiky hairstyle, wielding a chipped long sword, and dragging an unconscious man behind him. He carelessly tossed the man to the ground. Since arriving at the blind box shop, some individuals had become increasingly intolerable to deal with. "Come on, let us have a battle without any defenses. Otherwise, I will let you strike me a few times first." "Kenpachi Zaraki, you lunatic, you have come too." Frieza recalled unpleasant memories, his expression darkening. When Isdeath and Kenpachi Zaraki first arrived at the blind box shop, they were as weak as ants, yet both were madmen. Aside from opening blind boxes and cans, they spent all their time honing their bodies and undertaking tasks to battle across the multiverse. Their rate of strength enhancement was among the highest among the patrons of the blind box shop. For years prior, he had beaten Kenpachi Zaraki, but out of respect for the blind box shop, he had refrained from killing him. However, that madman had experienced an explosive increase in power a year ago. Frieza had been relentlessly pursued by Kenpachi Zaraki throughout the universe for half a year, nearly succumbing to psychological trauma. He, at the request of the boss. "I shall join in the fray." Android 17 followed suit, emerging from the space with another unconscious man in tow. How could I miss such a grand scene? Isdeath, do remember to go easy on your little sister. Black Wednesday appeared next, her dark makeup giving her an eerie allure. Ha, the heavens did not give birth to me. Satan, the Dragon Ball universe is but a long night. Everyone, I am Satan, here to challenge you. As the agent of the blind box shop, Satan had also undergone a remarkable transformation. Since encountering the phrase "the heavens did not give birth to me," he had adopted it as his catchphrase. A melee cannot possibly consist of just this many participants. I shall join as well. Yet another figure appeared. Ha, let us add one more subordinate. One after another, combatants emerged, all victors from their respective battles, gathering in this arena. Characters from all 12 universes of Dragon Ball and from various realms converged, their fervent expressions teeming with anticipation. Let the battle commence. I shall demonstrate first. Isdeath exclaimed, eagerly rising from the shoulder of the ice giant, snapping her fingers to unleash Frozen World. In an instant, extreme cold spread, quickly enveloping the entire world in ice. Vegeta punched through the encroaching frost and charged directly at Jiren. Kenpachi Zaraki cleaved through the frozen realm, casting a glance at Frieza before shouting, "Come at me." Ignoring Frieza, he charged toward another swordsman. Darkness descends to consume. Black Wednesday also snapped her fingers, a wave of darkness emanating from her, swallowing the nearby ice into a black void. Sister, I shall not play with you this time. Frieza, let us have some fun. Don't come near me. Frieza, witnessing Black Wednesday's madness rivaling that of Isdeath, immediately turned to flee. In truth, he could easily overpower Black Wednesday, but since she was Isdeath's close friend, and Isdeath, aside from her insanity, was fiercely protective, he knew that if he dared to strike Black Wednesday, he would be mercilessly pursued by Isdeath. Thus, Fire Gold Frieza had no choice but to evade Black Wednesday and engage in battle with Android 17 instead. The others sought their own opponents, and the entire frozen world was soon filled with a kaleidoscope of attacks and spells. The air resonated with the exhilarating sounds of combat and roars, weaving together a symphony of destruction. As time passed, the frozen world shattered into fragments, and all combatants were thrust back into the universe, illuminating the dark cosmos with bursts of vibrant light. Chapter 142. The Beast God Descends. Rending the sky with a claw, a meteor streaked across the cosmos, crashing into a planet. Tianjin Fan emerged from the shattered remnants of the star, standing in the vastness of space, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression grave. Initially, he had been able to hold his own against Bai Lu Si. However, after Beerus unleashed his destructive powers, he found himself fighting with great caution, his restrained movements quickly placing him at a disadvantage. Subsequently, Beerus utilized the Zizai Ji Gong, a technique mastered by Sun Wukong, leaving him utterly incapable of countering. Forced to endure a barrage of attacks. How could this happen so swiftly? Beerus stood nonchalantly near Tianjin Fan, his eyes narrowed as he observed the cosmos. While he spoke with apparent ease, internally, he was astonished. It took him an unquantifiable amount of time to attain his current strength, and he had only been asleep for about a decade. The emergence of so many formidable beings within the universe left him feeling utterly bewildered. Pray tell, how have you all grown so powerful? Zizai Ji Gong. Before Beerus could finish his inquiry, he noticed Sun Wukong appearing before Tianjin Fan. Particularly the radiance emanating from his eyes, there was no mistaking it. It was indeed Zizai Ji Gong. At that moment, Beerus was genuinely astounded, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. It is known that even some gods of destruction find it challenging to master Zizai Ji Gong, yet here within this universe, someone had not only learned it, but had done so with a comprehension that appeared to rival his own. What on earth is happening? He pondered. Whis, are you teaching students behind my back, intending for him to inherit the position of god of destruction? Beerus attributed the situation to Whis, who had yet to make an appearance. Yet, no matter how loudly he called, he received no response. Sun Wukong smiled calmly. It is not Whis who has taught me. There is no need to yell, Lord of Destruction, allow me to engage you in a spar. Hearing this, Beerus furrowed his brow. The fact that Sun Wukong could mention Whis' name and seemed familiar with him implied a connection, even if he had not been explicitly taught by Whis. In truth, Sun Wukong had struggled to comprehend Zizai Ji Gong until he received some guidance from Whis, although it was not formal instruction, just a few helpful words. After observing Sun Wukong for a moment, Beerus chuckled. Very well, I am curious to test your Zizai Ji Gong. Come forth. Be careful, Lord of Destruction. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished, reappearing with a powerful punch aimed at Beerus' abdomen. Beerus, unfazed, smiled serenely, his eyes shimmering with the same brilliance characteristic of Zizai Ji Gong. In that moment, it seemed as though every cell in his body possessed a life of its own, instinctively evading Sun Wukong's fist, while his own right hand autonomously retaliated with a strike towards Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong took a slight step back, pivoted, and countered with a punch, executing his movements seamlessly. Their fists, nearly equal in size, collided with a resounding boom that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Following that exchange, both warriors propelled Zizai Ji Gong to its utmost limits, delivering blows that resonated with sheer force. Countless asteroids and colossal planets were reduced to cosmic debris amidst their fierce confrontation. Goodness, Beerus, that incompetent fool, has been pushed to such extremes by Sun Wukong. Yet he shows no sign of improvement. The assembly of gods of destruction finally arrived. Instead of immediately confronting Beerus, they casually settled into the dimness of the universe, becoming spectators to the clash between Beerus and Sun Wukong. "Ha ha, don't interfere, I want to pummel that scoundrel Beerus first," exclaimed Xiangpa, brimming with excitement at the prospect of overpowering Beerus. "TCH, are you really that excited about beating up your own brother?" retorted another god of destruction. "You wouldn't understand. I can't be bothered with you," Xiangpa replied dismissively, struggling to contain the impulse to pummel his own brother. Nearby, Tianjin Fan glanced at the gathering gods of destruction, then at Sun Wukong and Beerus, before swiftly departing from the scene. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the great wilderness goddess palm met the emperor's finger, and the heavenly severing goddess foot struck like a pillar of the sky. This was the battlefield of Vegeta and Jiren, where Super Saiyan God Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of top-tier techniques upon Jiren. From above and below, skills of annihilation surged continuously. Amidst the storm of attacks, Jiren navigated through the void, deftly avoiding assaults, and when evasion proved impossible, he retaliated with all his might. After a while, perhaps wearied by the onslaught, Jiren lowered his gaze upon the steadfast Vegeta below, clasped his hands together, then suddenly spread them apart, summoning a blazing energy sphere from his palms. He raised the sphere above his head, and in an instant, it expanded exponentially, its size surpassing that of the moon in mere moments. With a dispassionate glance at Vegeta, Jiren teleported above the energy sphere and delivered a powerful kick to its surface. In an instant, the energy sphere plummeted rapidly. Oh no, the winds are fierce. On the battlefield, Satan witnessed the impending disaster and immediately abandoned his opponent, hastily fleeing to safety. Others, sensing the cataclysmic energy emanating from the sphere, also employed their abilities to escape the battlefield. Yet, two individuals remained, heedlessly rushing towards the energy sphere, Isteth and Kenpachi Zaraki, both madmen. Vegeta frowned upon seeing this and swiftly positioned himself beneath the energy sphere. "You all stay back. I alone can thwart this attack." With both hands pressed firmly against the sphere's surface, Vegeta roared, straining to hold it, veins bulging on his arms. "Watch as I shatter you." "Ha ha, you wish to compress it? Good idea, but it's far too time-consuming. Let me slice it in half," Kenpachi retorted, showing no intention of retreating as he approached the sphere's side. In that fleeting moment, a flash of his blade severed the energy sphere in two. "Fool, what use is slicing it? It will still explode," Isteth interjected, darting to the opposite side. Absolute zero, infinitely spreading. As the energy sphere split, it was instantaneously encased in ice, leaving even Vegeta trapped within. However, at the pinnacle, Jiren suddenly widened his eyes. The encased energy sphere erupted with cataclysmic force. "Damn! Those two lunatics!" Vegeta cursed, breaking free from his icy confines, his body trembling once more. Beast God descends, tearing the sky with a claw. With a fierce swipe, Vegeta divided the two halves of the energy sphere into 10 fragments. The spheres might seemingly diminished by half with that one strike. The trio unleashed their powers, propelling the fragments into the rift torn open by the beast goddess claw. Thus, a crisis was averted. Chapter 143. Cell brings back the GT warriors following the resolution of the crisis. Chaos erupted once more as Vegeta, Isteth, Kenpachi, and Jiren engaged in a fierce battle. Their clash rendered the heavens and earth devoid of color, all existence falling silent. Meanwhile, others returned to the battlefield, seeking their respective opponents, occasionally dragging additional foes into their skirmishes, creating a veritable spectacle of combat. On the other side, Sun Wukong and Beerus fought evenly matched, leaving Beerus astounded. What on earth was occurring? Beerus wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the somewhat disheveled Sun Wukong, his mind filled with profound questions. He sensed the unusual nature of the situation. Not only had the beings of the universe grown stronger, but even the very fabric of space had been fortified. In the past, had he exerted himself to such an extent, the entire universe would have been obliterated. Yet, after unleashing nearly all his power moments ago, while space had fractured, It restored itself almost instantaneously, as if an omnipotent entity was maintaining the universe, leaving him utterly perplexed. Whis, if you don't come out to explain soon, I shall become incensed. He called out, but without response. Enough shouting. My turn has come to face you now. Beerus lamented, having summoned not Whis but a throng of gods of destruction, who stood poised in the cosmos, their gazes akin to famished wolves, as if they were poised to devour Beerus whole. Xiangpa, who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly? I, Xiangpa, possess an abundance of courage. Behold my prowess as I trample upon the very heavens. Xiangpa had no intention of allowing Bylus the opportunity for idle chatter. He lifted his foot and brought it crashing down. In an instant, a colossal purple foot materialized in the cosmos, descending upon Bylus with great force. At that moment, Bylus felt a surge of frustration rising within him, yet sensing the restraining power of that enormous purple foot, he was left with no choice but to raise his hands above his head. In a fleeting moment, Bylus conjured a destructive energy sphere with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, hurling it desperately toward the descending foot. Ha ha ha! Take this, the dark god descends. Suddenly, Xiangpa struck the universe once more, and in an instant, a massive shadow of pure black emerged, gazing down at Bylus, while its right hand slowly rose, grasping a pitch-black giant spear. The next moment, the dark god lunged forth. In the blink of an eye, the spear tore through the void. Bylus had no time to utter a curse. A silver light ignited in his eyes, and at the critical juncture, he barely managed to evade the attack using the technique of Zizai-Ji. Heh, I am right here. Unbeknownst to him, Xiangpa had already appeared beside Bylus. His speed so remarkable that even Bylus, who had just employed Zizai-Ji, could not react in time. A punch landed squarely on Bylus's face, sending him hurtling into the cosmos, vanishing from sight. Xiangpa raised his fist triumphantly, declaring, I have longed to deliver that punch. Let us see if you dare to mock me again in the future. Xiangpa, enough. I am still your elder brother. What on earth is going on? Bylus returned, rubbing his swollen cheek in disbelief. It has been less than 10 years. In the brief time I've slept, not only have I grown stronger, but even my chubby younger brother has become formidable. Judging by his recent display of strength, he is nearly on par with an angel. It is utterly astonishing. Bylus scanned the other gods of destruction, noting their sinister expressions, and his heart sank. Brothers, let us settle our grievances. Let us strike him down. One of the gods of destruction could no longer contain himself, launching an attack with the god's obliteration palm. The others quickly followed suit. They refrained from employing destructive laws or energy waves, instead utilizing skills drawn from blind boxes. The universe was soon filled with colossal hands, giant feet, blades, and spears. They tossed Bylus around as if playing beach volleyball, delighting in their antics. However, their strikes were measured. None were lethal, yet the pain was undeniably real. In the audience, Waste chuckled, betraying a lack of loyalty, while the other angels joined in laughter, their smiles broad. Even the Grand Minister and the Omni King displayed faint smiles. Ma Xiaoling remarked, "What kind of grudge exists between that god of destruction and the others?" Shen San chuckled, "I have heard that once they played hide-and-seek with that dramatic fellow." And Bylus simply returned to sleep, nearly provoking the Omni King to annihilate all the universes. Ma Xiaoling and her companions shook their heads, choosing to say no more. At that moment, the Grand Minister furrowed his brow, then relaxed it. Interesting. A forgotten branch of time has given rise to two life forms surpassing the gods of destruction after a superlative being passed through the main dimension. The Grand Minister directed his gaze toward the god of destruction who had not intervened, remaining silent and contemplative. Shen San recognized the implication, his expression slightly surprised. He had heard about Shalu's disappearance into hell, but was astonished to learn that Shalu had arrived in the Dragon Ball GT dimension and had enslaved its warriors. It was indeed intriguing. Ma Xiaoling, prepare yourself for an entertaining spectacle. I am aware, but that individual is currently in the store, seemingly intent on causing destruction. Do you not intend to intervene? There is no need. Even if every being present were to attack, they would not be able to harm the store in the slightest. If Shalu refrains from acting, all is well. However, should he choose to strike and face backlash, he has no one to blame but himself. Let us observe with peace of mind. Near the blind box store, a summoning array suddenly appeared. As the light faded, a group materialized at the center of the array. It was none other than Shalu and the Dragon Ball GT cohort. After Shalu enslaved GT Suan Wukong, He employed every means to subjugate all members of GT, starting with Suen Wukong. Ha ha ha. Yes, this is the essence. I have finally returned. Shalu laughed maniacally, his gaze electrifyingly fixated on the blind box store nearby. His greed no longer concealed. This is the confidence that strength brings. This is the confidence bestowed upon him by the GT group. Is this another dimension? Although the GT warriors have been enslaved, their consciousness remains intact, and they curiously survey their surroundings. Noting the similarities to their own world, they lose interest. Suddenly, GT Vegeta focused his gaze deep into the universe, his expression turning grave and excited. Kakaluot. I can feel it. GT Suen Wukong, with a furrowed brow, replied, "It is formidable. An immense chaotic battle is unfolding in the depths of the universe, each participant exceptionally powerful, some causing me to tremble. How intriguing." GT Vegeta observed the excited figure of Shalu. It seems that fellow S calculations are about to go awry. What do you think, Kakaluot? I eagerly anticipate it. Chapter 144. The main dimension faces the GT dimension. Excuse me, what jars and blind boxes do you require? Suen Wukong, are you not participating in the tournament? How come you are back? No, you are not Suen Wukong and his companions. Inside the blind box store, a red cat sat at the front desk, engrossed in a comic. Upon hearing someone enter, it promptly set the comic aside. Seeing Suen Wukong and his group, it looked puzzled. At this time, everyone should be engaged in the grand tournament. Upon closer inspection, the cat realized that Suen Wukong's group was entirely different from before. First, in appearance. Although they bore a striking resemblance, their aura and the energy they exuded were completely distinct. The current group radiated wildness, while the familiar group was comparatively restrained. They were clearly not the same individuals. The curious Hong Mao scrutinized the GT Suen Wukong group, seemingly coming to a realization. You are from a branch timeline. Are you here for blind boxes or jars? Bang! A hand slammed onto the table, producing a resounding noise that echoed throughout the store. Shala leaned forward casually, stating, "Enough with the nonsense. Where is Shen San? Tell him that from this day forward, the blind box store belongs to me. And you, get out of my sight immediately." Upon hearing this, Hong Mao looked at Shalu as if he were a fool. "Do you have a serious illness, spouting such nonsense? If you are here to cause trouble, you may leave. The blind box store does not welcome disruptors." Hong Mao gestured toward the door, assuming a dismissive demeanor. Shala stepped back a few paces. "Not leaving, huh? Vegeta, throw him out. You must be joking." Vegeta sighed, his body moving forward against his will toward the front desk. Hong Mao yawned, raised his hand, and casually slapped. Instantly, the GT group and Shalu were sent flying out of the blind box store, scattered and disoriented. Hong Mao, unperturbed, glanced at the GT group and Shalu before returning to his comic, engrossed once more. Witnessing this, Shalu's expression darkened swiftly. "I advise you not to take action. That cat gives me an extremely dangerous vibe." GT Suen Wukong, noticing Shalu's intentions, calmly remarked, "Moreover, were you not seeking vengeance against Vegeta of this world? Feel free to sense it. They are currently battling deep within the universe." Shalu inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the surroundings, and indeed discerned that he was in the depths of the cosmos. He cast a fierce glare at the Hong Mao in the front desk and declared, "Very well. I shall first deal with Vegeta and his companions, and upon my return, seize control of the blind box shop. Son Goku, gather the others and follow me." With that, Shalu vanished in an instant. The GT group exchanged glances, placing their hands on GT Son Goku's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, GT Son Goku disappeared alongside them. They emerged directly onto the battlefield where Vegeta, Jiren, Isteth, and Kenpachi Zaraki were engaged in combat. The sudden appearance of the GT group halted their skirmish. "Interesting. It seems we've encountered some formidable foes," Kenpachi Zaraki proclaimed, resting his blade on his shoulder with an air of arrogance. Warriors from another dimension of Dragon Ball. Brimming with wild energy, I yearn to eliminate you all. Isteth licked her fiery red lips, her bloodlust and battle intent surging forth. "Shalu, no wonder you vanished in hell. You must have traversed to a divergent timeline," Vegeta remarked, directing his gaze toward GT Vegeta. Sensing the ferocious aura emanating from GT Vegeta and GT Son Goku's group, a smirk slowly crept across his face. At that moment, the Z fighters seemed to have also noticed the GT group, appearing one by one beside Vegeta. Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, Android 17, and Android 18 joined the fray, intrigued by the arrival of the GT group. Suddenly, another individual appeared, Zhao Kongqing. He scrutinized the GT group with a furrowed brow, stating, "They are already dead, their bodies manipulated by that green fellow." Vegeta nodded in understanding. No wonder they seem so peculiar. Shala must have obtained the legacy of the god of the undead from the blind box shop, which enables him to control corpses. Son Goku grinned. "Jiren, it's death, Kenpachi Zaraki. You must not interfere this time. I have yet to battle against myself." "Humph," Death scoffed but chose not to engage the GT group, vanishing in a flash. Kenpachi Zaraki remained, eager to see if an opportunity would arise to clash with the GT group. Finally, Vegeta and Shalu exchanged words. Shala's expression twisted into a sinister snarl as he glared at Vegeta, his desire to consume him palpable. 30 years have passed in that timeline. Every single moment. I sought the opportunity to return and annihilate you all. Today, you shall meet your demise. Huh? Krillin replied nonchalantly. Hey, that version of me. How did you get controlled by Shalu? His strength isn't particularly impressive. You all must be quite lacking. GT Krillin shook his head with a wry smile. Try facing Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku's assassination and see if you can withstand even a moment. Yamcha scratched his head. No way, that version of me is too weak. I fear I might obliterate him with a single strike, so I shall refrain from intervening. GT Yamcha frowned at this, insisting he was indeed strong. Tien stepped forward. Aside from the training and the body refinement ladder, I have yet to fight myself. This is the perfect opportunity for a duel. He locked eyes with GT Tien. Brother, shall we engage in battle? GT Tien shrugged. I have no objections, but my body is controlled by Shalu. I cannot act without his command. Ha ha ha, go ahead. Find your respective opponents, and bring their heads back to me. Shalu cackled in response to Tien's words. With Shalu's directive, the GT group finally sprang into action. Dividing the battlefield, Son Goku against Son Goku, Vegeta against Vegeta, each pair seeking a suitable arena for combat. Yamcha sighed. Brother, I must say, your strength is truly lacking. I genuinely fear that a careless move might erase you altogether. GT Yamcha, feeling insulted, retorted, my current strength surpasses the former Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku. Do you truly view me as so insignificant? Yamcha raised an eyebrow. Brother, it is no longer about which Super Saiyan transformation we are discussing. In our dimension, we unleash grand skills, and the very mention of Super Saiyan has lost its luster. Chapter 145. Each facing their respective opponents with a feral intensity, Vegeta observed. It appears we tread the same path. Show me how far you have come. Ha ha ha. I too wish to see your progress. Let us engage in battle. GT Vegeta bellowed, charging towards Vegeta at remarkable speed. Neither utilized their Super Saiyan transformations, commencing a brawl in their base forms, delivering punches and kicks that shattered the earth and reverberated through the air. After a brief exchange, Vegeta felt a wave of disappointment. Seizing an opportunity, he kicked GT Vegeta into the ground, following up with a series of Prince-style attacks, launching energy blasts with precision. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, rising ever higher, enveloping the sky as Vegeta halted his onslaught, crossing his arms and floating in the air. Stop evading. Those meager attacks cannot harm you. Reveal your true prowess. True prowess? GT Vegeta emerged from the dust, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Unlike Kakarot, we do not gradually increase our power with each battle. Let us give our all. Brother, do not perish. With a slight lift of his hands, a primal roar escaped GT Vegeta's throat. As the roar echoed, his energy surged dramatically. The world trembled beneath his might, lightning crackled across the sky, and in an instant, GT Vegeta's hair began to grow wildly, swiftly reaching his waist. A white hue spread from the roots, enveloping his entire mane. Not only that, but his body sprouted white fur as well. GT Vegeta ceased his roaring, his gaze icy and electrifying, declaring, "This is my most powerful form. We call it Super Saiyan 5th stage. Now, it is your turn." Ha ha ha, how fascinating. I must thank you for arriving in this dimension. Otherwise, I would not have discovered the transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4 so swiftly. Just wait. Vegeta, having observed GT Vegeta's transformation, realized he had reached the limits of Super Saiyan 4 but had never grasped the threshold of Super Saiyan 5. Witnessing GT Vegeta's transformation clarified the method in his mind. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, roaring in tandem. He mimicked GT Vegeta's method to achieve Super Saiyan 5. His red hair surged, the white hue spreading, achieving the same Super Saiyan 5 form. The two white-haired warriors floated in the void, exchanging glances, their laughter echoing with joy and arrogance. Very well, let us engage in battle. Let us. On the other side, the two Son Gokus clashed, engaging in a fierce battle without any transformations, exchanging blows with fervor and excitement. Ha ha ha, this world's version of me possesses a remarkably strong physique. GT Son Goku noted, feeling a slight numbness in his fists. Ah, there is a blind box shop here. I have spent years honing my heart and body in the training ladder, which has led to my current strength. Son Goku chuckled. You all are the true anomalies. Without the blind box shop, how did you reach such heights? GT Son Goku shook his head. No, I have spent decades to achieve my current power. Yet you appear far younger. It was challenging to discern a victor in their base forms. Let us get serious. All right. At the same moment, two Suin Wukongs exhaled lightly, instantly transforming into the Super Saiyan form, their golden hair deepening in hue. Their energy levels were no longer measured in billions. Once transformed, they resumed their fierce battle. As the fight escalated, both harnessed the power of Super Saiyan 2, unleashing a tempest of thunder that enveloped the sky. Haha, this is exhilarating, bring it on. However, Suin Wukong, caught off guard, was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. In an instant, he reappeared on the battlefield, delivering a powerful punch to GT Suin Wukong. Super Saiyan 2 is insufficient. Let us escalate to Super Saiyan 3. With a thunderous roar, GT Suin Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his newfound strength forcing Suin Wukong into retreat. It was only when Suin Wukong 2 transformed into Super Saiyan 3 that their battle reached a stalemate once more. What about Super Saiyan 4? After a brief struggle, GT Suin Wukong roared in fury, his long golden hair shifting to black, with red fur sprouting from his body. This transformation was not the end. His black hair swiftly morphed into a crimson hue, achieving an ultimate breakthrough. Come on, I await your challenge. Alas, I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4. My path diverges from yours. Suin Wukong responded with a shake of his head. GT Suin Wukong, puzzled, queried, what do you mean? Precisely that, Suin Wukong lightly replied, his golden hair immediately shifting to blue. After Super Saiyan 3, I ceased to pursue the Super Saiyan path, instead embracing the path of divine power. I refer to this state as Super Saiyan God, in blue. Intrigued, GT Suin Wukong expressed, let me see how formidable your Super Saiyan God truly is. After declaring, he stood at a distance and unleashed a punch, generating an invisible shockwave powerful enough to distort space. Behold a novel technique, the second form of the Yin Shinbing, piercing the sky, summoning the Yin Shinbing. He executed the second form, transforming it into a sword that cleaved through space, intercepting the punch's wind and traversing dimensions. GT Suin Wukong, underestimating the Yin Shinbing's might, attempted to seize it but was violently repelled, hurtling through several mountains before finally halting. What is this? GT Suin Wukong emerged unscathed, yet the sight before him left him astounded. The sky was adorned with countless swords, transforming the world into a realm of blades. A manifestation of the Yin Shinbing's sword realm. With a subtle wave of his hand, Suin Wukong summoned innumerable light swords that cascaded down like raindrops. Densely packed and relentless. GT Suin Wukong roared once more, positioning his hands in a flower-like stance at his waist. As he did so, a point of energy coalesced in his palms. Tenfold Kamehameha, break through. In an instant, a massive energy wave erupted from his hands, colliding with the sword realm. The two forces clashing and annihilating each other in midair until nothingness prevailed. Chapter 146. Beerus knelt, and he knelt swiftly. Your skills are indeed peculiar, GT Suin Wukong remarked, twisting his neck and grinning at Suin Wukong. Let us relish this battle, and I hope you can defeat me, thwarting Cell's sinister plot. Rest assured, Cell's scheme shall not succeed, and neither will you perish. After this battle, I shall have a Quan liberate you from Cell's control. Suin Wukong charged forward, wielding the Yin Shinbing, which had reverted to its staff form. GT Suin Wukong smiled serenely. He indeed hoped to escape Cell's grasp, yet he knew that once freed, they would likely perish. Nonetheless, death could serve as a form of liberation. GT Suin Wukong viewed it with acceptance. A final battle against his other self held no regret. The two resumed their fierce clash, their figures filling the space around them. Meanwhile, enough. Cease this at once. Overwhelmed by a multitude of God of Destruction level beings, Beerus found himself unable to defend, becoming a mere target for their assault, particularly as they aimed for his face, resulting in his visage resembling that of a pig. They say not to hit the face, yet these ruffians specifically target it. Oh, my handsome face. Beerus lamented, feeling the sting of their blows. Now that I've been struck, can we at least discuss what has transpired? He demanded. Why have your powers reached angelic levels in less than a decade? Furthermore, why have humans and other beings suddenly grown so strong, with some even surpassing the gods of destruction? Let you sleep, and I'll tell you. Beerus, you're finished. Prepare for judgment, for I am eager to witness your expression shortly. Ha ha ha, what expression could that be? I wager it will be one of cold sweat. I predict that upon witnessing what unfolds, he shall kneel without hesitation. They had vented their frustrations, and while the gods of destruction were unlikely to actually kill Beerus, it did not prevent them from uttering further perplexing remarks. After finishing, they soared back to the spectators' platform. Xiang Pa approached and patted Beerus on the shoulder. My apologies, brother. I simply cannot contain my laughter at your current state. You've slept for a decade and missed so much. After saying this, Xiang Pa swiftly flew towards the spectator area. Beerus, feeling the chill of embarrassment, rushed to follow. He was determined to uncover the events that could possibly force him to kneel. Beerus, a being of immense pride, vowed never to submit under any circumstances. However, upon arriving at the spectator's platform, he was left bewildered, confronted by the lethal gazes of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. The thought of standing tall was quickly dismissed, for he feared that refusing to kneel would invoke their wrath. Thus, Beerus knelt, and he did so with remarkable swiftness. The Grand Priest glanced at him indifferently. Stay there. We will settle things after the battle. Yes, Beerus replied, drenched in cold sweat, his gaze falling on Whis, who bore a grin of mischief, igniting a flicker of fury within him. You laugh? What on earth transpired during my slumber? Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened. All of this is thanks to Mr. Shen. Whis indicated towards Shen San seated at the main position. Beerus, upon confirming the unfamiliar figure, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Whis elaborated patiently, and as Beerus listened, his expression darkened, culminating in a visage resembling a lump of charcoal. Whis, if such a miraculous establishment has emerged in our universe, why did you not awaken me immediately? Whoa, Lord Beerus, I wouldn't dare to wake you while you slumbered. You know how intense your morning temperament can be. Silence. Speak plainly. I am eager to see Lord Beerus receive a beating. You scoundrel. Beerus's voice rose involuntarily upon hearing this, but noticing the Omni King's discontented glare, he quickly lowered his tone. You truly intend my demise. I do not care if the Grand Priest and the Omni King become enraged. You must speak a few words in my defense. Otherwise, I shall curse you before I meet my end. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. The blind box shop situated in our universe has elevated the strength of the 12 universes, making it significantly easier to thwart extraterrestrial invasions. The Grand Priest has attributed the merit to us. You will not perish, though a scolding is inevitable, Whis reassured him. As long as I do not perish, I still wish to experience the wonders of that blind box shop, Beerus replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing he would not meet his end. He observed an array of delicacies on the table and casually picked up an item to toss into his mouth. In an instant, it felt as though he had unlocked the gates to a new world. Delicious. What exquisite fare is this, Weiss? You uncultured bumpkin, that is chocolate. Something I no longer even deign to eat. Before Weiss could respond, a nearby Xiang Pa could not resist mocking him. He lifted a paper box, declaring, Do you see? I am currently drinking Wangzai milk, a beverage that is truly delectable. Humph. Beerus ignored Xiang Pa and began to indulge in the food before him, exclaiming how delightful it was, completely forgetting the pain etched on his face. In the grand scheme of life, sleep reigns supreme, and food follows closely behind. Such distant years felt wasted, for the world harbors such exquisite delights. The Grand Priest, witnessing Beerus's rustic demeanor, furrowed his brow. The Omni King interjected, Shall we not erase him? To spare ourselves the embarrassment? The Grand Priest pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, let it be. Other destroyer gods began in a similar manner. And if we were to eliminate Beerus, we would struggle to find a replacement for the role. Thus, he let it go. The Omni King paid him no further mind. Engrossed in the battle while clapping his tiny hands, occasionally bouncing with childlike glee, unbeknownst to Beerus, who remained blissfully unaware of his near demise. He continued to revel in the food. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, Unexpected events unfolded, and the audience in the stands was filled with fervor. They cheered and roared with enthusiasm. Within the battlefield, the participants savored the thrill of combat to the fullest. At the main seat, Shen San suddenly furrowed his brow. Ma Xiaoling, noticing, inquired, "What is the matter?" Shen San nodded. "There is a minor issue. Xiao Lung has encountered some trouble. I must take my leave for a moment. You may continue to watch. Is it anything serious? Do you require my presence?" "No need. It's just a few saints. It's nothing significant. I shall return shortly." Chapter 147. The Spirit of the Heart Refining Device Encounters Trouble, Altering the List of Deities. Ha ha ha. What luck to encounter a quasi-saint device spirit today. Indeed, it is fortuitous. The heavens have ordained this opportunity. Little girl, you should obediently return with us. On an ethereal island shrouded in celestial energy, two barefoot elders gazed at a small girl before them, smiles illuminating their faces, their hearts filled with joy. To stumble upon a quasi-saint device spirit during an outing feels akin to striking a stroke of immense luck. The device spirit in question is none other than Xiao Long, the spirit of the heart refining heavenly ladder. Since Shen San overcame the trials of body and heart refinement, they had broken free from their constraints, utilizing the rules of the blind box shop to traverse the myriad realms. This time, Xiao Lung had arrived in the Fengshen realm, a realm dazzlingly resplendent with Buddhism, Taoism, and humanity. Yet her fortune seemed lacking, for shortly after her arrival, she encountered the saints Jian and Zhuanti. Being merely a quasi-saint herself, she was swiftly defeated in an instant of combat. However, she was unafraid, for she possessed her own backing. Before she could utter a word, a gentle laugh resonated from the horizon. Though the little girl is a device spirit, she possesses self-awareness. Would it be appropriate for you two to forcefully take her away? A youth clad in azure, wielding a sword inscribed with the characters floating duckweed, seemed to traverse the endless expanse of time, appearing on the island with a smile. Glancing at the visibly altered expressions of Jian and Zhuanti before turning his attention to Xiaolong. "Little girl, my teachings at Jie sect are inclusive. Why not join us?" "Enough. Everything must have its order. Has your master not taught you this?" Tongtian. That fellow had audaciously snatched treasures from them, causing Jane's expression to darken. Zhuanti's demeanor was equally grim, yet infused with apprehension. He was intimately familiar with Tongtian. Should he unleash the Zhurong sword array, defeating them would be effortless. However, a quasi-saint device spirit is no trifling matter. He would not simply depart due to Tongtian's words. Tongtian maintained his smile. "Did not your master teach you to perform tasks that challenge the strong? This little girl has a connection with my Jie sect. You may leave. Unless, of course, you wish to test the might of the Zhurong Force Swords." "Ha ha ha. Brother, a device spirit is still a device spirit. She has a connection with you. And similarly with me." Another figure arrived. Jane and Zhuanti beamed with delight. The newcomer was Yuanshi Tianzuan, his face adorned with a calm smile. The three saints exchanged glances, forming a temporary alliance. They stood united, gazing at Tongtian. "What? Do you wish to engage in combat?" Tongtian showed no fear, as the Zhurong Force Swords floated above him, pulsating with boundless sharpness. The mere aura emanating from the swords transformed the entire island into a domain of blades. "Brother, do not forget, saints are not permitted to strike in the mortal realm. Do you wish to defy our master's decree?" Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression shifted, losing its mirth and adopting a grave demeanor. "That depends on you. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you to the end." Tongtian's gaze remained fixed on the three saints, his smile unwavering. Yuanshi Tianzuan had not anticipated that Tongtian would confront them for the sake of a quasi-saint device spirit. Combat was out of the question, yet he shared Zhuanti's sentiments. A treasure like a quasi-saint device spirit was rare, and he could not allow Tongtian to take her away. Just as he pondered his next course of action, a voice echoed from the heavens once more. "That device spirit is an anomaly. Bring her back to Bio Palace." "Yes, master." Yuanshi Tianzuan and the three saints smiled. Hey, who are you? Did I agree to accompany you to Bio Palace?" Xiao Lung radiated an icy aura, angered at being treated as a mere commodity. "Little girl, you have no choice in the matter. Come along with us." Jane chuckled, a somewhat lecherous glint in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Tongtian furrowed his brow. However, with the master's command issued, he refrained from further objection, waiting for the opportunity to retrieve the little girl once they reached Bio Palace. "Brother, if you do not come out soon, I shall be captured," Xiaolong called out coldly. The four saints exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, a loud laughter erupted. If you wish to lay hands on my sister, you still have a way to go. Who? Show yourself. The three saints gasped in astonishment. Only the voice was heard, yet the person remained unseen. It was a revelation. They were saints, standing at the pinnacle, yet they could not detect another's presence. If that person were to strike stealthily, their fate would be sealed. Come out then. What can you do? The sky suddenly split open, and Shen San calmly stepped forth. He gazed down at the three saints, then slowly raised his hand. In an instant, the entire island seemed to come alive, as if a colossal hand were gradually closing in. The four saints were struck with horror, feeling an overwhelming sense of entrapment. They found it hard to believe and resorted to using their divine powers to escape, yet to no avail. No matter how they struggled, they would always return to their original spots. You have managed to fold endless space onto this island. Being a saint, their vision was keen, and Wuxia quickly discerned the truth. However, upon realization, he was left utterly astounded. Jane and Junti's expressions shifted dramatically. Tong Tian, however, remained unfazed. His gaze towards Shen San now tinged with curiosity. Friend, please cease. An elderly man with a white beard emerged from the void. He looked at Shen San. His brow furrowed, astonished. As the agent of the heavenly Tao, he could not discern Shen San's origins, as if he were not a being of the Honghuang world. Shen San paid him no heed, extending his hand to grasp Xiao Long, pulling her to his side. How did you end up in the Fengshan realm? Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's icy demeanor transformed into playful mischief. She playfully stuck out her tongue, proclaiming, with my brother around, I can go wherever I please. Shen San nodded in agreement. Very well, then it is up to you to decide their fate, whether to spare or to slay. His current standing was largely attributed to the blind box shop, but beyond that, the greatest contributions came from the two spirit beings of refining body and mind. Thus, upon releasing these two spirits, they were free to act as they wished, with all consequences resting upon his shoulders. I recalled that during the Fengshan era, the GS sect had met its downfall. Moments ago, Tong Tian had spoken a few words to me. Brother, could you not alter their destinies? No problem, Shen San replied, snapping his fingers, causing a resplendent golden scroll to materialize in his hand. The elder's expression shifted at the sight. Shen San, undeterred, tapped the surface of the scroll before tossing it back to the elder, stating, now, aside from the disciples of the GS sect, anyone else may ascend the Fengshan list. The elder sighed in relief. Whether the GS sect's members were included mattered little to him, as long as the list was filled. He would be the greatest beneficiary, regardless of the sects represented. Chapter 148. The battle rages on, growing more intense. Master, who is that person? Tong Tian pondered over the Fengshan list. His earlier words had revealed much information, indicating that the GS sect was about to face great calamity, all due to that list. Unintentionally, he had spoken favorably of that little girl, seemingly averting the impending disaster. It's nothing, the elder shook his head. You may return. The three of you will accompany me back to the Bio Palace. Understood, Master, Tong Tian replied, leaving with a perplexed expression. The Yuanshi three saints arrived at the Bio Palace, their hearts heavy with trepidation upon learning the nature of the Fengshan list. Their faces darkened instantly, yet they dared not defy their master's orders. After departing the palace, the three saints exchanged glances, their expressions altered. What should we do? Those who ascend the Fengshan list will be bound by that brat Hao Yin for life. Yuanshi, perhaps you should let your disciples take a shot at it? Indeed, our Buddhist sect has few disciples, primarily Tongtians, but that mysterious young man has modified the list, preventing GS sect members from ascending. Humph, it is a matter of merit. One cannot blame anyone for being on the list. Yuanshi snorted, interrupting Junti, who was about to speak further, and with a wave of his sleeve, he departed the Bio Palace, intending to prepare his disciples for the impending catastrophe. Meanwhile, Tong Tian within the sect learned of the Fengshan list, his face a mixture of relief and survival. He surveyed all the disciples in the square. The calamity is imminent. The GS sect will not be involved this time, but you must all exercise caution in your future endeavors. Do you understand? Upon hearing the term calamity, the GS sect disciples erupted in confusion. However, upon realizing that the GS sect would not be affected, their bewilderment deepened. After all, the calamity would encompass the entire Honghuang world. Why were they excluded? It was an enigma that left them pondering. Brother, should we return or explore other realms? In the void, Shen San and Xiao Lung admired the scenery, with Xiao Lung playfully hugging Shen San's neck from behind. Shen San chuckled, "You decide. If you wish to return, we shall." Xiao Lung stuck out her little tongue. "How about you accompany me to another world for some fun? You haven't played with me much yet." Shen San sighed. "You seem just as cold and quiet as before, but fine, I will join you in another realm." "But which one? How about the world of slaying girls?" "No, brother fears you might go astray." "Then let us visit Spirited Away." "No, a bunch of fools. What's there to see?" "Then, let us go to the world of Attack on Titan." "No, the Titans are unclothed. We cannot sully your innocent eyes." "Brother, then how about the Digimon world?" "That is acceptable. Your appearance resembles that of a child, and I can take you to battle monsters." Xiaolong rolled her eyes dramatically. "By age, I could be billions of years old. It's just my body hasn't grown. Can you blame me for that? But as long as I can play with Shen San, Digimon it is. There's nothing to be picky about." In the main dimension of Dragon Ball, the battle persisted. A display of endless conflict, as vibrant explosions illuminated the universe, weaving a captivating tapestry. GT Son Goku's hair, slightly disheveled, reverted to its usual state as he took a deep breath, then raised his hand to his waist. It was time to get serious. "Come forth." Son Goku inhaled deeply, his blue hair returning to normal as a gleam flickered in his eyes, indicating he was in the state of the ultimate instinct. Just then, with a roar, GT Son Goku's hair grew wildly. In an instant, it cascaded down to his waist, white replacing black, and white fur sprouted across his body as he grew significantly taller, his explosive muscles striking terror. The aura of a legendary beast resonated throughout the cosmos, sending shivers down spines. At that moment, GT Son Goku's power level soared to the 12th dimension. He fixed his gaze on Son Goku, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. "Let us battle." In an instant, he appeared behind Son Goku, his palm coalescing with energy capable of obliterating planets. "Huh." GT Son Goku thrust his hand forward, just as he was about to succeed. Son Goku effortlessly leaped upward, evading the attack, and executed a downward kick while still airborne, sending GT Son Goku plummeting. However, the universe was infinitely vast. During his descent, he drifted far from any planets before coming to a halt. After GT Son Goku ceased his backward flight, he waved his hands incessantly. With each motion, a destructive energy wave erupted from his palms, densely populating the space with a barrage of energy blasts. Meanwhile, Son Goku, surrounded by the swirling waves, adeptly dodged them. Should he fail to evade, he would deflect the energy blasts with ease. "Return, explode." Suddenly, with a gesture, GT Son Goku commanded the energy waves shooting into deep space to make a sharp turn, and as he uttered the word explode, a cascade of energy blasts detonated beside Son Goku. The resulting power was such that even a mere remnant could annihilate planets. Nearby planets and asteroids disintegrated into dust under the onslaught of the residual energy. Swish! Son Goku emerged from the center of the explosion, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. With an impassive expression, he charged forward, his speed increasing to the point of blurring his form, a mere illusion created by his rapidity. "Great desolate divine finger." As the words fell, a finger composed of energy materialized in the cosmos, descending forcefully towards GT Son Goku. Realizing there was no escape, GT Son Goku roared, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. However, being a hasty attack, its power paled in comparison to the great desolate divine finger, and it was swiftly dispersed. With no choice left, GT Son Goku extended his arms, attempting to withstand the divine finger with sheer physical strength. Upon contact, the space around them shattered like a mirror, and GT Son Goku gritted his teeth, straining against the force. "Get back!" With a sudden surge of strength, he pushed the great desolate divine finger back, then unleashed another Kamehameha, striking the fingertip and dispersing it. Panting heavily, GT Son Goku's breath grew labored. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned brighter than ever. "Bring it on." Meanwhile, Cell stood with his hands behind his back, observing the battlefield of GT and his companions. Witnessing their evident disadvantage, his expression darkened. "This won't do. Continuing like this will surely lead to defeat. The only option left is to resort to that technique." Chapter 149, Super Saiyan 5 Fusion, the ultimate confrontation. Son Goku, Vegeta, unleash your ultimate move. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Cell resolved that it was imperative to secure victory swiftly. His voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears, causing the expressions of the GT group to shift dramatically. "Brother, hurry and kill me," GT Vegeta exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. "Quickly, Shalu intends to control us for fusion." GT's son Wukong echoed, equally anxious. No sooner had they voiced their concerns than their bodies involuntarily moved closer together. They distanced themselves slightly and began to mimic the motion of crabs scuttling sideways. Observing this, the angels in the audience furrowed their brows. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta approached simultaneously, they did nothing but gaze intently, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of a Super Saiyan 5 fusion. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta let out a silent sigh. At that moment, their movements culminated in a burst of light that illuminated the entire cosmos, the center of which emanated a terrifying aura that caused the universe to tremble violently. Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt a jolt. "This is not going to be easy. We must combine our powers," Sun Wukong stated gravely. Vegeta nodded. "I understand. You need not instruct me." The seventh gate of the 8 gates of death was opened. In an instant, Vegeta activated the 7th gate, his energy surging at a terrifying pace, amplified by the Super Saiyan 5 form. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered, the light within them deepening as his hair gradually transformed to white. This was an advanced manifestation of the Zizai Ji Gong technique. At this moment, they unleashed their full strength. The combatants in the vicinity halted, drawn by the overwhelming aura of the original 4, each one shifting closer to observe, yet none appeared fearful. Estes, her eyes gleaming with excitement, licked her fiery red lips. I truly wish to slay them." Kenpachi Zaraki hoisted his broken blade high, declaring, "Before you kill them, let me take a swing at them." Hey, that situation doesn't look good. Are you sure you don't want to back off a bit?" Black Wednesday interjected, patting his chest. "Don't speak foolishly. Their current power could obliterate the entire universe. Where could they possibly escape to? Moreover, with the boss and the others here, there is no cause for concern. Indeed, with Shen San present, alongside the boss lady, the angels, the grand priest, and the Omni King, Sun Wukong and his allies did not seem overwhelmingly powerful. Furthermore, even in the absence of Shen San and the others, a group of lunatics may not necessarily flee. Jiren, what are your thoughts?" Tuapo inquired, standing nearby. Their strength had far surpassed that of any former gods of destruction. Given the current circumstances, the fusion of those two was significantly stronger, yet Sun Wukong and his allies possessed extraordinary skills acquired from the blind box shop. The outcome remained uncertain. It was rare for Jiren to speak so much. "If you were to face them, what would your odds of victory be?" Tuapa asked again. Upon hearing this, Jiren shook his head, remaining silent. However, Tuapa understood that even now, Jiren could not prevail against Sun Wukong and his companions. At that moment, the radiance receded, revealing GT Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who had completed their fusion. How should one describe it? Post-fusion, their hair cascaded down to the ground. Now a wild shade of chestnut intertwined with deep crimson fur that appeared almost as if it were bleeding. Their faces were adorned with vivid red lines, and their eyes resembled swirling galaxies, giving them an otherworldly, sinister, and profound appearance. "Brother, be cautious. This fusion's duration only grants us enough time for a single move. Yet it is our most formidable technique." As Barot spoke, he extended his hands forward, and with his gesture, a red energy sphere began to coalesce in his palms, growing larger. In the audience, Beerus sensed the potency of the energy sphere, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Hey, that's no jest. Whis, aren't you going to intervene?" "No rush. Sun Wukong and the others can handle it," Whis replied calmly, though his demeanor grew more serious. At that moment, Sun Wukong made his move, forming a flower shape with his hands and softly uttering, "Zizai Turtle School Energy Wave." Vegeta similarly sprang into action, his body vibrating as he roared, tearing Sky Claw. The three unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Red light filled the heavens, white light illuminated the world, and the very fabric of space shattered. From a distance, the participants watched as Jiren let out an enraged roar, a searing energy radiating from him, providing the others with a blazing shield. Number 17 snapped his fingers, bestowing a shield upon everyone. Soon after, ice shields, blade shields, shadow shields, and light shields, various protective barriers formed by myriad principles, emanated from each participant, creating a vibrant tapestry of defense. However, when the residual waves of the fusion between Kakarot, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta surged forth. The first shield shattered in less than a second. The second and third shields followed suit, crumbling one after another. They roared, exerting every ounce of their strength to withstand the aftermath. Finally, after being propelled millions of kilometers by the residual energy, they managed to mitigate the impact. Upon their return, they beheld four figures drifting in the cosmos, all having succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Damn, that was close, but it was exhilarating, Estes remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Ha ha ha, now this is what I'm talking about. It seems Sun Wukong and the others have reached this level. I must find a chance to strike them next time. Kenpachi wore a wild grin. In the wake of that residual energy clash, many participants had sustained minor injuries. The GT group, under their protection, had survived unscathed, yet wore expressions of utter disbelief. In comparison to this realm, they felt their own dimension was incomparable. Only Sun Wukong and Vegeta could hold their own in their dimension. In this realm, every participant was a formidable powerhouse. Not good. Shalu is preparing to use reverse summoning. We must stop him. GT Tianjin Fan suddenly paled. Once you arrive, do not leave, number 18 said, casting a calm glance at Shalu, who was poised to retreat with reverse summoning. In the blink of an eye, she teleported in front of Shalu and, under his astonished gaze, unleashed a ki blast that obliterated him before he could utter a single word. However, his divine essence escaped from the remnants, fleeing into the distance. Suddenly, number 17 appeared in his path. This time, you won't even have the chance to enter hell. Devour beast, consume him. A shadow erupted from number 17's body. This creature was the mysterious egg he had originally hatched from the blind box. The Devour Beast swiftly devoured the divine essence completely before retreating back into number 17. Chapter 150. Beerus visits the blind box shop to open a can. Once the matter with the GT group was resolved, chaos erupted among the others. The Z fighters carried the unconscious Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the GT group back to the audience. Number 18 inquired, "Where's the boss lady?" "I don't see the boss." Ma Shaoling shook her head. "He has gone to another dimension." Number 18 nodded in understanding. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, having consumed the sins of beings, slowly regained consciousness. They gazed at the lifeless GT group, their brows furrowing. Sun Wukong immediately rushed forward. "Aquan, please help them. I beg you." His demeanor was exceedingly earnest. Vegeta's eyes reflected a hint of desperation. The angels exchanged concerned glances, their eyes shifting to the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest slowly nodded. "This task is not overly difficult. Their souls remain intact. We merely need to fuse their souls with their bodies to revive them." However, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's hearts sank, fearing the Grand Priest might unveil unfavorable news. Yet, they cannot remain in this timeline. They must return to their original timeline or join your team to resist the otherworldly superlife forms. "No problem. I have agreed on their behalf." Sun Wukong exhaled in relief. 6 years ago, he had been invited to the palace of Zeno to undertake missions against formidable extraterrestrial beings on several occasions. For the Scions, combat was not merely a task, but a source of delight. He was confident that another version of himself would also acquiesce. The Grand Minister, observing this, refrained from further comment and merely waved his hand gently. The GT group gradually regained consciousness. Upon learning of their objective, they exhibited little resistance and were instead filled with excitement, particularly GT Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were already brimming with eagerness. Subsequently, the group gathered together, engaging in casual conversation while occasionally glancing at the chaotic virtual screen, cheering enthusiastically at the thrilling moments. Meanwhile, Shen San brought Xiao Lung to the Diga dimension, deliberately choosing a moment when Diga was locked in battle with Gorzon. "Hey, after defeating the monster, shall we see if we can turn Daegu into soup?" Xiao Lung asked, blinking at the ongoing battle. "Your taste is rather peculiar. Daegu is a person, and I have no desire to drink human soup," Shen San replied with a slight grimace. "Just kidding, brother. What powers should we use to fight the monsters?" Shaolin giggled. "When in Rome, shall we try a game of baseball?" Shen San suggested. Shaolin instantly understood and nodded vigorously. Shen San promptly snapped his fingers, and their forms expanded dramatically. In an instant, they became towering figures, half again as tall as Diga and Gorzon. Their appearances remained unchanged. The transformation was merely a customary adaptation to their newfound size. At that moment, Shen San and Xiao Lung wielded enormous baseball bats. With each step they took, the ground trembled beneath them. The victory team, caught off guard, was momentarily bewildered. Daegu, engaged in battle, was startled and instinctively recoiled at the sight of the two giants. Gorzin, noticing them, displayed a comically exaggerated expression of confusion. Xiaolong, catch! Shen San exclaimed, unperturbed. He reached out and lifted Gorzin's head as if he were a child, tossing him skyward. As Gorzin descended, Shen San swung the bat, striking him squarely on the rear. Xiaolong was already poised, ready to follow up as Gorzin flew toward Shen San. Witnessing this, Shen San swung again, and the two reveled in their playful antics. The victory team, utterly astonished, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, eventually realizing the surreal reality before them. The sight of two unknown giants treating Gorzin as a baseball was enough to astonish them for a millennium. Daegu, however, was the most baffled. Watching Gorzin being toyed with, he felt a mix of confusion and fear, hesitant to intervene, dreading that he too might become part of their game. After a while, Xiaolong grew weary of the antics. Brother, let's play in another dimension. This is getting dull. Shen San casually tossed Gorzin aside and asked, where shall we go next? How about the zombie world? No way, it's too ugly. Then how about the dinosaur world? That sounds good. Let's visit Jurassic Park. All right, let's go. Shen San led Xiaolong away, as effortlessly as he had arrived, leaving behind a legend in the Diga dimension, a tale of monsters being struck like baseballs. In the blind box store, Hong Mao heard another voice enter. He set down his comic and looked up. Ah, is that you, Destroyer? Yes. Quickly bring me 5 king jars. The newcomer was Beerus, who could no longer endure the arrogant expressions of Kampa and his companions from the audience. He had requested Whis to transport him to the blind box store. Should he unveil a divine artifact, he would ensure that Kampa and the others understood why flowers bloom so beautifully. Each king jar costs 100 million. How would you like to pay? Here. Beerus tossed a spatial ring, which he had also acquired from Whis. Hong Mao glanced at it, took the corresponding amount of currency, and presented 5 king jars to Beerus. You'll need a hammer to open these. I wish you good luck in obtaining excellent items. I understand. Beerus was already familiar with the blind box store. Knowing that even Zeno could not smash the jars through sheer force, he retained a modicum of self-awareness. Beerus grasped the hammer and struck one of the king jars. With a clear sound, the jar shattered, and a peculiar item slowly materialized above. The item was entirely red and appeared rather extraordinary, though it seemed to be an everyday object. Congratulations, you have obtained a stick. This is merely a decorative item for your home and holds no practical use. Hong Mao explained. That's fine. The next one will surely be useful. Beerus struck another king jar. Congratulations, you have received a set of comfortable pajamas. This set possesses a magical effect. It can adjust your sleep duration at will, allowing you to sleep for 10,000 years if desired. Upon waking, you will feel no discomfort and will be in peak mental condition. Ah, this item truly aligns with my preferences. Beerus held the pajamas, captivated by their allure. Throughout his life, he had cherished long slumbers, and the pajamas' effects resonated deeply with him, filling him with delight. After a moment of enjoyment, Beerus stored the pajamas in his spatial treasure and promptly smashed another king jar. In an instant, brilliance erupted. Chapter 151, Beerus enters the heart-refining ladder. What is that blinding light? Beerus instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes at the moment the light erupted, lowering it only once the luminosity diminished. He focused on the item hovering above, still radiating light, and it appeared remarkably impressive. The thought of it possibly being a divine artifact filled him with excitement, as he envisioned avenging himself shortly. Congratulations, you have won a 100 million watt light bulb. What is a light bulb? A light bulb is simply a light bulb. It emits light, but serves no other purpose. If one must find a use for it, this bulb consumes a great deal of electricity, making it unaffordable for the average person. I thought it was something valuable. Upon hearing that it merely emitted light, Beerus's excitement deflated instantly. You thought you could obtain a valuable treasure? With that gloomy expression, you should abandon any dreams of grandeur. At that moment, the group of destroyers, including Rupa, entered from outside. Little Hong Hong, give us 20 king jars each. Let's show Beerus what a true lucky person looks like. Certainly, the destroyers possessed an abundance of wealth. And upon hearing this, Hong Mao waved his hand, sending over 100 king jars soaring from the counter, floating before the various destroyers. Kampa picked up a hammer and began smashing them one after another. After breaking 5, he paused. Little Hong Hong, tell us if there are any extraordinary items among these 5. One of them is useful. That basin is called a chi gathering basin. It can accumulate energy that you can use at any time, Hong Mao elaborated. See, now that's what you call a lucky person, Kampa declared triumphantly, pointing at the chi gathering basin. Humph, Beerus scoffed. Meanwhile, the other destroyers began smashing their king jars as well. The store was soon filled with the sound of clattering. One item after another emerged from the jars. Hong Mao busily announced, "Congratulations, you have received an oversized quilt. Congratulations, you have obtained a beautiful mural. Congratulations, you have found a half-eaten apple. Congratulations, you have won a lollipop. Congratulations, you have acquired a mud fruit. Congratulations, you have secured a photo book of Akio Sora. Congratulations, you have received a signed photo of Wonder Woman." Hong Mao continued to explain, his throat dry, internally calling for other staff members to return. In an instant, number 17 returned, joining in the explanations. Number 18 returned as well, doing the same. Jinjin and Kuang Tianyu returned, only to be greeted by a sudden burst of intense light that enveloped Beerus. An overwhelming aura emanated from within this brilliance. Xiangpa watched in envy, his lips pursed in a manner reminiscent of a soy sauce bottle. The other destroyers, too, looked on with a hint of admiration directed at Beerus, their earlier scorn dissipating. As the light gradually faded, Beerus opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance momentarily illuminating his gaze. He surveyed the assembly of destroyers, his eyes narrowing into slits, exuding an enigmatic aura. "What is the matter?" Xiangpa queried, cracking his knuckles. "Even if you've unlocked a skill, what does it matter? You are still far beneath us. If you wish to fight, I am always ready. I am as well. Count me in. Shall we step outside for a round?" A group of destroyers exchanged grins with Beerus, their eyes reflecting a more serious undertone of menace. Perhaps it is best to let them bask in their arrogance for a while longer. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade, Beerus mused. Although he was aware of the tremendous strength of the newly acquired legacy, he understood that it required time to familiarize and enhance. The other destroyers had years of experience over him. Engaging them now would yield results similar to the last bout where he was thoroughly bested. "Xiangpa, what exactly has Beerus unlocked to make him so audacious?" Xiangpa inquired with curiosity. "May I refrain from divulging?" Hong Mao began, only to be interrupted by Beerus. Hong Mao nodded in agreement. "Of course, guests have their privacy. If you wish to keep it secret, we shall not speak of it." "That is satisfactory," Beerus replied, content. He glanced at the pondering destroyers before exiting the blind box shop and making his way to the Lianxin Tianyi. The leaderboard was animated, with Beerus' name ascending rapidly. 1985, 684. The rise in rank was extraordinary. Upon their exit, Xiangpa and his group were taken aback. Each level of the Lianxin Tianyi brought enhancements to both strength and state of mind. They had taken nearly 7 years to achieve a respectable rank, while Beerus was climbing at an alarming rate. However, they noticed Beerus's ascent slowed when he approached the 400 mark, and they collectively sighed in relief. The legacy he had just unlocked was undoubtedly related to his mental state. It made sense. Otherwise, his ranking would not have surged so swiftly. What should they do? If he caught up to them, given his temperament, he would surely beat them mercilessly. Fine, he can advance, but so can we, they resolved. Upon hearing this, all the destroyers entered the Tianyi, some into the Lianxin, others into the Lianti, all astonished by the speed at which Beerus was climbing the rankings. They knew that if they did not put in the effort now, they would be at risk of a formidable thrashing later. "Shaoling, I believe we have observed enough. Tianyu and I will return for a while. Call us if anything arises." In the blind box shop, Jinjin bid farewell before vanishing with Tianyu. "I shall return to monitor the tent world. If the proprietress needs anything, do not hesitate to summon me," said number 17 before departing. Number 18 stayed behind, returning to the front desk to tease Hong Mao. "Stop playing, number 18. You should head to the tent and inform them that the dishes are ready. We will hold a banquet once the battle concludes." "Understood, proprietress," number 18 replied, pinching Hong Mao's cheek before disappearing into the tent world. "Xiao Hong, if you wish to sleep, feel free to do so. There is no need to stay in the shop." Hong Mao raised his comic. "I have not finished yet. Proprietress, you can go play. I'll manage the shop while enjoying my manga." "Very well, take your time. I will go inform the others to return." With a swift movement, Ma Xiaoling vanished, reappearing behind Shen San, who was seated atop a Tyrannosaurus Rex. She settled down beside him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Sis, you've come too," Xiaolong, riding a velociraptor, chimed in. The chaotic battle is nearly over. I am here to call you back for a meal, Ma Xiaoling announced. All right, we'll play for a little longer before returning. After a brief interlude with the dinosaurs, the trio finally made their way back to the blind box shop. Xiao Lung resumed her icy demeanor, quietly seated on the sofa with a book titled Cold Personality Development. Big pervert, are you still going to watch? Nothing worth seeing. The outcome is already predetermined. Ingzi is bound to win. Rather than watching the battle, I wish to instigate one. Do be careful during the day. Chapter 152. The hasty conclusion as the battle drew to a close, as Shen San had stated, with the Emperor's armor and enhanced abilities, Hong Ying emerged victorious. At this moment, everyone gathered in the tent world, looking towards Shen San at the head of the table, laughing heartily. Boss Shen, hurry up and reward Hong Ying. Oh, so close. Just a hair's breadth away, and victory would have been mine. Do not jest. Sister Hong Ying's mastery of the 5 elements and her emperor-level skills. Who do you think you are to claim victory? Ladies and gentlemen, Shen San rose to quiet the crowd. The room fell silent. Shen San smiled and announced, the reward this time is the entire blind box shop. What? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the Grand Priest and Zeno were taken aback. Mr. Shen, are you planning to depart? Indeed, the blind box shop is now on the right track. And I am preparing to explore with Xiaoling, seeking a representative for the blind box shop through this competition. Shen San smiled at Ma Xiaoling. However, being merely a representative means I shall still take half the profits. Ingzi, you cannot expect to keep it all. Hong Ying was momentarily stunned by this information. She pointed to herself, bewildered. Brother Shen, are you saying I will be the owner of the blind box shop? Precisely, Shen San nodded. The group from Zhanshan World was equally astonished by this unexpected news. Once they regained their composure, they eagerly gestured towards Hong Ying, but she seemed oblivious. Can I truly manage the blind box shop? Shen San reassured her, fear not. Once you become the acting store manager, within the shop, you will be invincible. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be dealt with severely. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, you may always contact me. In short, I will be your strongest support. Simply take the reins. Ha ha ha, we will support Ingzi. Thank you, Boss Shen. Zhao Kongqing and his group readily pledged their allegiance to Hong Ying before she could speak. Shen San waved his hand, and a stream of light entered Hong Ying, granting her immediate mastery over all aspects of the blind box shop. Subsequently, everyone congratulated her, and her title swiftly changed to Boss Hong. Hong Ying, still dazed, responded to their congratulations. Zhao Kongqing and his companions were particularly enthusiastic, continuously welcoming congratulatory visitors on her behalf. Shen San and Ma Xiaoling exchanged knowing smiles. Xiaoling, have you decided where to play? Shall we return to my dimension and try our hand as landlords? Where you go, I will follow. Whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you. How about we have a child? 1? That will not suffice. At least 100. Do you take me for a pig? 10 at most. Fine, 10 it is. Let us depart now. 5 years passed after Hong Ying took over the blind box shop. The main world experienced numerous crises. The Bu crisis was not a true crisis. It was easily resolved by Kuririn's intervention, though Fat Bu became a regular visitor at the blind box shop. During the Bu incident, Kaioshin was left utterly astounded. Upon learning the identities of Zeno and his companions, he nearly fainted. Then there was Byrus, who, in 3 years, utilized the blind box shop and Lianxin to achieve angel-level combat power, leaving the other destroyers questioning their purpose in life. The Z warriors faced many more adventures thereafter. There exist formidable extraterrestrial life forms and ancient deities intent on eradicating humanity. The perils of the demon realm loom, yet these challenges have been surmounted one by one, with their strength escalating exponentially. In this year, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have both attained angelic combat prowess, yet this is not the culmination of their journey. Their saga continues to unfold. Meanwhile, after returning to the Jiangyue world, Shen San and Ma Xiaoling have embraced a life of domesticity, occasionally indulging in a game of mahjong, reveling in their joyful existence. However, once blessed with children, Shen San's leisurely days dissipate as he takes on the role of a devoted father. The narrative seems to grow increasingly chaotic, and I must hastily conclude. To those still engaged in this tale, I extend my sincerest apologies.